I just rely on eating to continuously become stronger, while others are still mocking me as a useless food bucket. I have already relied on eating to reach a height that they cannot reach. Not only is my blood thick and my defense high, even standing still, you cannot break through my defense even if you exhaust your spiritual power. It's all because I awakened the system of getting stronger by eating. Eating a steamed bun increases blood by 1. Eating a detox herb increases poison resistance by 99. Eating a spiritual pill increases spiritual power by 300. Drinking a drop of hemorrhoid blood from the demon ancestor breaks through the infant stage. However, just a month ago, I was a beggar on the street, starving. When I was at my limit, a half-eaten steamed bun rolled in front of me. Without caring if it was clean or not, I swallowed it in 2 bites. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind. You ate half a steamed bun. Blood increased by 1. Current blood 11%. Current spiritual power 0. Current poison resistance 13%. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the system of getting stronger by eating. The system kindly reminds that in order for the host to become stronger as soon as possible, the system here suggests that the host should eat hard. Just as I was wondering, a dizziness came over me, and my mind suddenly gained some information out of thin air. It took a long time before I realized what had happened. I had actually crossed over into the body of a dying beggar. The place I am in now is a location called Qingshi City. Without much thought, because I was still hungry, very hungry, but where can I get food? Although I had obtained the body of a beggar, I did not have the determination to beg. Fortunately, it is summer now, and I might be able to get some food outside the city. The half piece of steamed bun just gave me a little strength. Leaning on a stick, I staggered to the moat, thinking that there should be fish in the river, right? Just as I was hesitating whether to go into the river or not, I was suddenly kicked into the water by someone. Immediately, a burst of laughter came from the bank. I floated up from the river and found that the one who kicked me was a young master carrying a birdcage, accompanied by 2 strong men. I was about to curse, but a few memories flashed through my mind. This evil young man is named Hu Tianlai, also known as Hu Sanshao, and the Hu family is the largest merchant in Qingshi City. I can't afford to offend such a person at the moment, so I can only endure it. Beggar, bark like a dog a couple of times, and this young master will let you come up. Learn from your uncle. I cursed in my heart, swam to the side. The little rascal hadn't had enough of teasing, picked up a stone and threw it at me. Luckily I had some swimming skills, didn't go underwater, dodged the blow. While diving, I suddenly saw a big fish swimming towards me vaguely, over a meter long, with sharp teeth in its mouth. Although I wanted to touch the fish, I had some self-awareness and realized it was not good. Immediately swam towards the shore, but as soon as I surfaced, a stone hit my shoulder. Ha ha, got you. Beggar, bark like a dog obediently, or let the scavenger fish eat you. I tried to force my way ashore, but a sharp pain shot up my leg, already bitten by that scavenger fish. Helpless, I turned back into the water, trying to shake off the big fish's bite, but in the water, the fish was much stronger than me. At a critical moment, I got tough too. You bite me, I'll bite you. So I grabbed the tail of the scavenger fish and started tearing at it. Strange prompt sound rang again. You were injured. Blood reduced by 1. You took a bite of the flesh of the food axe fish. Blood increased by 1. You took another bite of the fish meat. Blood increased by 1. Poison resistance decreased by 1. I became more energetic as I ate more, with occasional prompts to increase blood and occasional sounds of decreasing poison resistance. As my blood increased, my strength also noticeably increased. The scavenging fish was injured, loosened its mouth, trying to break free from my tearing. Unfortunately, I gained an advantage and refused to stop, tightly holding onto its tail, eating more crazily. The delinquent on the shore also noticed the abnormality in the water and saw blood floating up. Young Master San, let's go quickly. If people see you killing a beggar, there will definitely be gossip. What are you afraid of? Am I afraid they will gossip behind my back? Don't forget, in a few days, there will be a celestial master coming to select disciples. If they find out, it will be a big problem. Let him off easy. Let's go. I ate a big fish weighing tens of catties, and only felt full after eating 1/3 of it. I climbed ashore, then dragged up the scavenger fish. Your leg is bleeding, losing 1 blood gas point. Current blood gas is 98%. Current poison resistance is 5%. I checked the wound. The leg is not too serious, but it would be bad if the bleeding continued. There are many herbs for stopping bleeding. I know of Sanchi, Artemisia, and others that have this effect. Should be easy to find in the wilderness. I used a stick to string up the scavenger fish. This thing won't poison me, and can also fill me up, so I definitely won't just throw it away. When the blood gas dropped to 90, I ate a hearty meal, and sure enough, it rose back to 100%. Which made me overjoyed. It seems that even if I suffer a serious injury, As long as I recover quickly, I shouldn't die. However, the poison resistance keeps decreasing. If it drops to 0 and I eat the scavenger fish again, will there be a poisoning situation? It seems that poisonous things should not be eaten casually. Coming to this conclusion, my excitement decreased a bit, but I still didn't throw away the scavenger fish. Sometimes, even if you know it's poisoned wine, you still have to drink it. After half an hour, I finally found sanchi, so I crushed some and applied it to the wound, then washed the rest in a river ditch and ate it. After eating sanchi, poison resistance increased by 1. Current blood gas is 94%. Current poison resistance is 6%. So eating herbs can increase poison resistance. That's great. He hurriedly went to look around again, this time finding licorice with the same effect, and as he consumed more and more herbs, his blood chi had stopped dropping, while his poison resistance rose to 20 out of 100. The sun is bloodshot, the grass is long, and the wilderness scenery is really nice. However, Zhu Yudao suddenly realized a very serious problem. Xingshi City would close its gates at sunset. It was now at least 7 or 8 miles from the city gates, and it was too late to do anything about it. According to reason, he was a beggar, and had no property in the city, so it didn't matter where he lived. But the world he crossed over to didn't seem to be a peaceful world, with large beasts in the mountains and wilds proliferating, and even demonic beasts existed. Must find a hiding place. Scanning around, not far away there is a small mountain more than 10 feet high. If you can find a cave is the best. Really can't. Use a few logs. Build a shack. Soon came to the foot of the mountain. Circled around the hill. The cave did not find, but found a mountain crack. This crack at its widest point, enough to accommodate a person. The key is that, as long as a few sticks are used to block, wild wolves and wild boars and so on cannot come in. I found some hay to pounce on, and slept on it softly, and a wooden stick to block the entrance, so I could finally sleep. Obviously a little sleepy, just cannot sleep. The sound of ghosts and wolves, like a magic sound to the ears. Most of all, the trepidation of being new to this world made it even more difficult for him to sleep. There's no going back, so think about the future. There is no money in being a beggar. You have to find a way to get some money and purchase a set of property in Castle Rock City. As for whether you want to marry and have children, don't think about it for the time being. In the middle of the night, consciousness began to blur, unaware that danger was approaching, and a dozen feet away, a centipede, a foot long, was being chased by a flower-spotted python. The centipede, chased to the end, burrowed into a crack in the mountain, and the python followed. Zhu Yudao slept uneasily and was immediately awakened by the slightest movement. The sight of the giant centipede scared him so much that he sat up. The centipede saw him in the way and gave him a nonchalant bite. Blood gas -2. Poison resistance -1. Poison resistance -1. The chasing python, with a curl of its snake's letter, swallowed the giant centipede, looked at Zhu Yudao, seemed to ponder for a moment, and then opened its huge mouth full of poisonous fangs. In a moment of desperation, Zhu Yudao kicked the boa constrictor in the head and rolled around trying to escape the mountain crevice. However, to his utter dismay, it was those very sticks that were blocking the exit. Then, the python's tail, like a chain, hooped his body, and the fishy stench hit him. He was barely holding on to the python's head with both hands, but as it tightened, he felt his bones crumble. At the moment of life and death, Fulin's heart arrived and he used the same trick he used against the scavenger fish, opening his mouth and biting the python's 7-inch vitals. Blood and chi +3. Blood and chi +3. Poison resistance -1. With the power of this python, it would not have been difficult to get rid of him, but it had just eaten a giant centipede, and now the aftermath came. Some sort of toxin, which caused it to temporarily lose its power. Zhu Yudao didn't pay any attention to the abnormality of this giant python at all, just frantically tearing and sucking blood. Blood and chi +3. Blood and chi +3. Poison resistance -1. You have sucked the blood of a first-ranked demon python, and your blood chi value has broken through the upper limit. Current blood gas, 103 out of 200. Current spiritual power, 0/1. Current poison resistance, 0 out of 100. The blood chi value can actually break through the upper limit? This made him overjoyed. In his mind, the blood chi value was roughly equivalent to the life value, or could be converted into power. If the upper limit of the blood chi value was raised, wouldn't it be that one's vitality had increased? However, before he could get excited, a new hint appeared. Poison resistance -1. Your poison resistance drops below 0, and you are currently in a mildly poisoned state. Oops. He obviously felt that his body began to feel uncomfortable, and the blood and gas value began to continuously prompt. -1. -1. What to do? His first thought was to rush to find herbs to continue eating. However, while moving the python, he couldn't help but slap his head. The antidote effect of snake gall seems to be better than ordinary herbs, right? Finding a sharp rock, he followed the ragged opening he had bitten through and began to dissect the python. This python's skin was extremely tough. If not for the fact that he had plenty of blood chi and could replenish it at any time, there was really no way. After a lot of effort, he finally dug out the snake's bile, and regardless of the bitterness, he swallowed it in one gulp. Poison resistance plus 50. You ate the snake gall of a first-rank demon python, and your poison resistance ceiling has broken through. Current blood gas, 101 out of 200. Current spiritual power, 0/1. Current poison resistance, 46 out of 200. Ha, poison resistance broke through as well. Zhu Yudao was overjoyed. At this time he probably guessed the usage of his crossing benefits. As long as he ate some higher level of blood and poison resistance, he would have a chance to break through the upper limit. If one day, the upper limit of blood chi value reached 1000, wouldn't it be a great guarantee for a small life? With life to look forward to, spirits immediately rose. Peel off the skin of the python and separate the meat into chunks. He found the python meat to be much more effective than the carrion-eating fish, and was going to save it for tomorrow. As the morning sun rose, bathing in the sunlight and breathing in air that was many times fresher than in his previous life, he felt that it was good to be alive. Food was plentiful in the mountains and had a bunch of wild fruit for breakfast. This wild fruit is not very effective in replenishing chi and blood, but satiety is no problem. He was lucky and caught a grouse. With 40 pounds of python meat on hand, the grouse was just the thing to keep for some money. It was close to noon when he returned to Lapis City, taking the mountain chicken to the liquor store to exchange for money. The other party ended up looking at the python meat he wrapped in his clothes, and after haggling, 121, plus a fire scythe made a deal. The reason he specifically asked for a fire sickle was that he didn't want to eat raw meat anymore, and drilling wood for fire was too troublesome, so it was better to use a fire sickle. He went to the blacksmith store again and bought a wood knife for 41, both for defense and as a means of standing up for himself. And yes, he thought of a way to make money, which was to cut wood and then process it into charcoal in a clay kiln to sell it. It was a craft he had learned from charcoal vendors when he was helping to make kebabs, and he planned to make a career out of it if he could make a go of it. There are still 80 cents on hand, enough to buy 80 steamed buns, enough to buy a rough dress, and enough to spend a night in Pheasant Hutong. However, he had only spent 10 won on a pair of second-hand old shoes, and walking barefoot was just not something he was used to. That night, cat under the city walls. Early the next morning, he went back to the hill 10 miles away, got some wild fruits to fill his hunger, and then started to cut wood and dig a kiln. The excavated earth and rocks were piled up in the cracks of the mountain, and built into a cave that was accessible only from one side, and a closed and tightly woven wood door was specially made to avoid any further situation in which snakes, insects and ants would burrow into the cave. I was washing up in a mountain stream in the afternoon, catching some fish and shrimp on the way, when a handkerchief floated by. He grabbed the handkerchief, which seemed like silk and cotton, and actually couldn't tell what it was really made of, and there were bloodstains on the handkerchief. I was wondering who had thrown the handkerchief into the water, when suddenly there was a woman's chorus. Put down my handkerchief. Zhu Yudao hurriedly put it down, and the handkerchief began to float down the water again. You pick it up. Girl, why are you so fierce? Zhu Yudao noticed that the visitor was a yellow-shirted young girl, walking with a limp, supposedly injured in her legs and feet, so he picked up the handkerchief that had floated away and handed it to the other party. For the sake of you picking up my handkerchief for me, this fairy will let you go. Fairy? It's pretty, but it's not enough to call it a fairy, is it? Zhu Yudao didn't bother with the other party and continued to touch the fish in the stream. I have to say, in this mountain, as long as you are not afraid of wolves, insects, tigers and leopards, but also really hungry, a moment of work, he caught several 3 or 4 2 fish, but also touched a dozen shrimp, enough to eat a meal in the evening. The young girl never left, and after she finished treating her injuries, she sat on a large rock and watched Zhu Yudao catch fish and touch shrimp. Hey, little beggar, it's getting late. If you don't go back to the city, aren't you afraid that there are fierce beasts here to eat you? If you're not afraid, what am I afraid of? Of course I'm not afraid. After saying that, a small sword, which was only the length of her palm, swished as she pointed her finger, and a large black fish was nailed in the water. You're an immortal master? The word immortal master came straight out of memory, and if you think about it, since there were demonic beasts in this world, it couldn't be more normal for there to be cultivators. Ran also. Tonight this fairy has an injury that makes it difficult for her to move, so you can accompany me, and there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Zhu Yudao didn't think about flattering this woman. However, his knowledge of this world was very shallow, and seeing as this young girl didn't seem to have much heart, he happened to inquire about it. I don't know what the immortal master calls himself? This fairy's surname is Shui. What is your name? My name is Zhu Yudao. He ran over, pulled out his flying sword and gave it back, then began to deal with the large black fish, which was at least 3 pounds in weight. The young woman was pleased with his performance. Eating fish is no fun. I'll give you something nice. After saying that, he tapped the pouch on his waist, and with a shimmering light, a large piece of meat appeared in his hand. Know what kind of meat this is? Can't see it. This is the meat of a tiger demon. It can be sold for 10 pounds and 1 spirit stone in the workshop market. This fairy will reward you. Zhu Yudao took it. Your bag is so small. How can it fit? The young girl smiled cheekily. This is called a Qiankuan bag. Don't look at such a little bit. It's no problem to fit 3 or 5 of you. How much does this bag cost to buy? You want to buy one too? Easy to load. You can't use it even if I give it to you. It's an item that can only be used by immortal cultivators. You need to have divine sense to use it. What does it take to cultivate immortality? You want to cultivate immortality too? Aha! Immortal cultivation requires a spiritual root. And you can't do it without one? What is a spiritual root? How can I put it? A spiritual root is actually a kind of meridian that you are born with. Most people don't have it. Only a few do. And there are good and bad spiritual roots. Zhu Yudao put on a posture of vainly seeking advice. How can I know if there is a spiritual root? A test is needed to know. This fairy came to Qingshi city to save her family, and secondly, to give master, her old man, a prelude to prepare for the selection of the disciples. How much does it cost to select disciples? The yellow-shirted maiden couldn't help but giggle. Selecting disciples doesn't cost anything, and if you're chosen, you'll even be paid a settling fee backwards. But the prerequisite is that you have to have a spiritual root. Immortal Master's family is in Castle Rock City? Yes. Your last name is Shui. You wouldn't be from the family of the great benefactor Shui, would you? That's my grandfather. You know? Of course I know him. Your grandfather gave kanji every holiday. He was a great man. This fairy Shui was instantly in a good mood as her grandfather was being praised. Zhu Yudao prepared dinner while chatting with her and was informed of quite a bit of information, such as the other party was injured because of hunting a tiger demon, and then her sect was called the Flying Dragon sect and so on. After a lot of work, the fish, shrimp and tiger meat were threaded into skewers and started grilling. For a barbecue to be good, you can't go wrong with the spices. No cumin, no salt. You have to substitute corns, wild peppers and so on. Seeing the nourishing and oily meat, the yellow-shirted maiden couldn't help but swallow her saliva, but she was too embarrassed to ask for it. Zhu Yudao picked up a skewer of tiger meat grilled to a golden brown color and handed it over. There's no condiments, so make do with what you've got. The yellow-shirted maiden nonchalantly took over, ate a bite, hot straight tongue, but could not spit it out. The second skewer was grilled, and this one had already finished one, and then proceeded to eat it, and in a short time, ate at least a kilogram, before he refused the next skewer with satisfaction. You're in good hands. If you like it, I'll bake it for you next time. Wait until you get a chance. The rest of it was Zhu Yudao's. He started to eat a lot. He had put out quite a bit of effort today, but only ate some wild fruits, and now his blood chi had dropped to less than 100 points. Nearly 5 pounds of fish and shrimp, and at least 2 pounds of tiger meat, all into his belly. You're a big eater. I'm only full once in a while. The yellow-shirted maiden immediately felt compassion and took out a large piece of tiger meat from her Qiankuan bag. This piece of tiger meat is considered my meal money for this meal. The tiger meat was originally from you. Take it if you're told to. I've got plenty more here. Thanks a lot. The price for being favored was that Fairy Shui had taken over his nest, and he could only sleep out in the open. But fortunately there was a campfire, and those beasts didn't dare to come too close. Unable to sleep, he simply began to weave baskets out of strips of ash. Extremely poor seller due to the dampness of the hand, but it's fine for charcoal. Barely slept all night and yawning in the morning. The yellow-shirted girl, however, was refreshed, and the wound on her leg had already scarred, so walking was not too much of a problem. Little beggar. The day after tomorrow's selection of disciples. Don't forget. I'm leaving first. After saying that, the whole person was like a gust of wind, sailing away into the distance. Zhu Yudao marveled. Is this the means of an immortal cultivator? This speed is faster than an electric donkey. The first kiln of charcoal had been fired, and he fired a second kiln, then went to catch up on his sleep. By noon, a raw meal of tiger meat. The flavor was far worse than barbecue, but the effect of replenishing chi and blood was about the same. The second kiln of charcoal was also fired, totaling about 100 pounds. In a basket of ash strips, lined with some hay and leaves, charcoal was then placed inside, and a stick was used as a pick to start back to the city. By the time they arrived at Castle Rock City, the sun was already setting, and they paid the entry fee of 2 copper coins before they were allowed to bring their goods into the city. In the summer, there were so few places to use charcoal that it could only be sold to the blacksmith store, and for 100 pounds of charcoal, only 25 cents was sold. That's not a very good deal for making money. After 2 days of busy work, half dead tired, the average day is only 12 pennies, enough to buy 12 steamed buns, can only reach the state of starvation. This was a big disappointment to him in the business of making charcoal. The next day was the day of the Flying Dragon sect's selection of disciples, and he intended to take his chances. And in the meantime, think again about what kind of lucrative camps there were. The weather was overcast, with a faint sound of muffled thunder, and it was likely to rain. The root of the city wall is the main habitat of the original owner of this body, but today a group of beggars have gathered here. In the past, they used to get together to catch each other's lice, but now it's different. He just bought 10 steamed buns and a few pieces of pickles, and as soon as he stops there, this gang of evil spirits will give it a go. Greenstone City curfew at night, not allowed to stay on the streets. The average family, do not like beggars sleep in their own walls, must find a shelter. Remembering that there was a small, abandoned courtyard south of the city, he went there, but he didn't go over the wall. The weeds in the yard have grown more than half a person deep, and there is a well. It is said that the original owner of this place jumped off the well and died, and some people want to occupy this place, and as a result, they became crazy, and all day long ghosts. Then there was a beggar's head, who wanted to use this place as a base, and he died in the courtyard, and in an extremely horrible way. As a result, this small courtyard became the #1 evil place in Castle Rock City. Xu Yudao felt that since there were immortal cultivators and demonic beasts in this world, it was normal for ghosts and monsters to exist. If it's bad in the yard, it should be fine outside, right? With a bit of firewood in the corner and the door eaves to keep out the wind and rain. It's perfect. Eating steamed buns, just pickles. Very strange. Before the big fish and meat are tired of eating, net pick up those rare things to eat. Now actually eat out of the sense of happiness. Why is it so? Gale force winds sprang up, thunder and lightning flashed, and torrential rain poured down. The roof was leaking a bit, which put a damper on his plans to sleep. Even so, he didn't dare to go into the courtyard. The wind blew the broken window panes and made a slight whimpering sound, as if the ghosts were crying. A bolt of thunder exploded right in the courtyard, startling him and making him shrink his head, but he heard a muffled grunt from the courtyard. He happened to look through the doorway and saw a woman, dressed in white, fall to the ground. Was the ghost struck by lightning? No, ghosts shouldn't have bodies, right? When she was wondering, the woman in white suddenly stood up again and jumped into the well with unparalleled swiftness, and another thunderbolt struck down, heading straight for the well. Xu Yudao didn't know if the thunder had struck. However, how dare he continue to stay here? Braving the pouring rain, he ran in the direction of the city gate cave. When passing by a mansion, I accidentally slipped and fell, and looked up to see the word Shui House, which is the residence of Shui de Shanrun. It's the middle of the night, so it should be okay to take shelter under the eaves, right? Thinking that he still had a side relationship with that fairy Shui, so at least he wouldn't be let loose on the dogs, he ran to the roof. Thunder and lightning hid the sound, and sure enough no one came out to drive him away. Took his shirt off, wrung the water out of it, then put it back on, shivering in the wind. Under the well of the abandoned courtyard, in the secret room, a dim candle flame was flickering, and a woman was lying on a wooden bed, half of her body seemingly charred. Really unlucky. It is not easy to touch a door, but encountered a thunderstorm. It seems that this body is completely wasted. Today into the city of the girl should be good qualifications. A small age has been in the middle of the refining of qi. Your body will belong to the old lady. As her divine sense scanned the outside, the rain subsided and there were no pedestrians on the streets. She immediately left her in spirit and floated towards the Shui family compound. Seeing Xu Yudao shivering under the eaves of the door, she hated her teeth. If it wasn't because of him, she wouldn't have come out rashly and had her flesh broken by the heavenly thunder. Kid, after I take over my body, I'll come back to settle the score with you. She drifted into the Shui family's inner mansion, smoothly finding the little Shui girl she had found during the day and drifting in through the doorway. The young girl on the bed was asleep. She was just about to pounce on her when a sudden flash of talismanic light blocked her back, and at the same time woke up the person in the bed. Good ghostly creature, how dare you sneak up on this fairy? After saying that, a talisman flew out and transformed into a flame of light. She dodged and dodged, swiftly making her way toward the doorway, only to be blocked by a curtain of water that suddenly rose up. Unable to walk away, she immediately transformed into a dozen ghostly shadows and attacked the young girl. So it's the scum of the Night Fork sect. The young girl sacrificed her flying sword, cutting through these illusory figures. However, A figure took the opportunity to turn into smoke and drill through the doorway. The young girl opened the door and raised her hand to fling out another talisman, which instantly transformed into bursts of flame that didn't quite hit its target, but washed away a lot of that smoke. Still refusing to stop, she flew up and chased after the back door where the smoke had drifted away, not noticing that the smoke had split off and floated against the wall to the front yard. Zhu Yudao heard a beat blood chi -1, poison resistance -1 inch, knowing that you may have a wind chill. In the case of illness, blood chi and poison resistance will drop at the same time. It was another rule he had figured out. Fortunately, the blood chi and poison resistance were decreasing at a slower rate, and it was estimated that he would be able to last until tomorrow morning, as long as he went to the pharmacy to buy some medicine, and he still had 4 buns left over from last night in his hand, so he could more or less make up for a little bit of his blood chi. It was at this moment that something seemed to have crashed into the body, and then the whole body became stiff and felt like it wasn't his own body anymore. Blood gas -2. Blood gas -2. Even worse, his consciousness was blurred, and he seemed to be moving himself, just out of control, as if he had a nightmare. I don't know how long it took, but it seemed to come to a door, and the body shook violently, then regained control of the body. When he saw the door, he was shocked beyond words, because where he was, it was the haunted yard. Your current blood chi value of 10 out of 200 is about to break through the tipping point. What would happen if he broke through the tipping point was unknown, but he could feel very weak right now. Fortunately, the 4 buns he had brought with him did not fall off, and he hastened to open them. Blood and chi +1. Blood and chi +1. Blood and chi +1. Blood and chi +1. It's only a 4-point increase, so it's good to have some strength. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. When I learn the means to exterminate ghosts, I'll definitely come to subdue you. After secretly swearing in his heart, he moved his heavy body to leave this place of wrongdoing. It was so rainy that there weren't even any city guards on patrol. Zhu Yudao endured until dawn in front of the pharmacy. At this point, his blood chi had dropped to 6, his poison resistance had dropped to 19, and even his consciousness was beginning to blur as he felt that he was really dying. The pharmacy opened its doors and the yawning apothecary apprentice, without a hint of mercy, dragged him to the door of the cloth store next door, cursing under his breath. No one passing by minded their own business, but instead they all avoided it. At that moment, the sound of buns sobered him up a bit. With all his strength, "Bring me 50 buns. The vendor buying the buns asked uncertainly, "You really want to buy buns?" Zhu Yudao took out the copper coins wrapped in snakeskin with difficulty. Got it. Most of his fortune went down in exchange for 50 buns. Zhu Yudao started eating, and in the eyes of the passers-by who were shocked, he actually ate all 50 buns. It's a starving ghost's birth, isn't it? Looks about right to me. Aren't you afraid of holding out? Zhu Yudao also felt very full, but it was only a moment's work. When the reminder of blood chi +1 kept appearing, the feeling of fullness disappeared. Your body is back to its normal state. Current blood and chi 35/200. Current spiritual power 0/1. Current poison resistance 100. So it turns out that binge eating, it's also a cure. This made him overjoyed. It seemed that this ability of his wasn't so bad. Whether he was injured or sick, as long as he had something to eat, he could recover. He secretly decided that in the future he would carry more food with him. The sun is out. It's warm on you. It's good to be alive. He went out of the city in search of food, eating herbs, eating wild fruits, catching fish and shrimps. In short, eating everything he could, and by the time he returned to the city in the evening, his blood chi and poison resistance had been replenished, and the feeling was, well, very solid. At the root of the city wall, he stayed up all night with many beggars, and the next day, he ate a few steamed buns and came to the school military field of Castle Rock City. The place was already crowded and there were many teenagers lined up. From the information obtained from Immortal Shue, the Flying Dragon sect would come to Greenstone City every 5 years to recruit a batch of disciples between the ages of 8 and 15, and this range could be expanded a bit if they met those with good qualifications. Immortal cultivation, for the poor, is a chance to change their fate, while for the rich, it is a chance to seek a long life. So anyone of the right age will rush over to take part in the selection process. Zhu Yudao hurriedly lined up at the back of the line, and the people around him weren't surprised that the countryside teenager who came all the way from the countryside wasn't dressed much better than him. Ha, little beggar, you actually didn't die. If you die, I won't even die. Seeing that it was Hu Tianlai, this evil young man, who actually lined up behind him, he hated that he couldn't bite this guy to death. You're looking for a fight, aren't you? Come on, if you have the guts to fight, not afraid of being disqualified by the immortal master, go ahead and do it. Hu Tianlai was about to have a fit when 2 men and 2 women, accompanied by the city guardian lord, came to the school military field. Just you wait, There'll be time for you to cry. Zhu Yudao wasn't afraid of his threats. He had already thought that whether he could cultivate immortality or not, he was going to leave this small place of Qingshi City and find a prosperous place to make a living. The city guards began to maintain order, and then the city governor spoke, to the effect that everyone should be grateful for this opportunity given by the Flying Dragon sect, and that they should not be disappointed if they could not cultivate into immortality, and that the imperial examinations and military service could also be used to soar to great heights. After the speech, the introduction of 2 men and 2 women began. The leader is a Taoist nun, looks like the appearance of 20 years old. Zhu Yudao 2 lives, have not seen such a beautiful woman. Searching the belly can use the adjective, that is, the sunken fish and wild geese, the moon is shy flowers. He felt that all the use of the body of this woman are not exaggerated. Just this woman's gaze and look is too cold, so cold that there is not a trace of smoke and fire, as if there is not a single grain of dust in the 10,000 feet of red dust that can pollute her Taoist heart. The city guard called it Lingjinjin, and then introduced the middle-aged old Taoist who had grown 3 wisps of beard and was dressed in blue Taoist robes, calling him Steward Zhou. The remaining man and woman were both youths. One was Fairy Shui whom he had met, and the other youth was surnamed Chen. Several of you, Mr. Wang still has official business to attend to, so I won't accompany you. The middle-aged old Taoist laughed. We won't see you off if city guard Wang goes and gets busy. After the city guards left, Steward Zhou began to preach the procedures and precautions of the selection, and at the middle of the hour, the selection officially began. First of all, to test the bone age and have no disability, the young man surnamed Chen placed in front of a jade bed. People lying on it will glow. The first teenager lies up and emits a green light. Normal physical development. Bone age 11. Go to senior sister Shue's place to test your spiritual roots. Yes. The teenager immediately came to the side of the girl surnamed Shue, and on the table lay something like a tree root, with a palm print groove underneath it, just enough for his hand to be placed on it. That Steward Zhou called it a spirit measuring spell. The teenager's hand pressed on it, and the spirit measuring spell didn't respond in the slightest. No immortal cultivation qualification. You can leave. The teenager left in great frustration. Next, 5 in a row didn't react, until the 6th youth's hand pressed on it, and 5 of the 8 forks of the spirit measuring spell flashed. The girl surnamed Shui said aloud, 5 elements of miscellaneous spiritual roots, of which the earth and wood 2 spiritual roots are slightly prominent and can be cultivated. The youth was overjoyed, and went to Steward Zhou to register his name, and then lined up in front of Realist Lang, who then performed some simple screening, such as, whether he had cultivated before, whether there were any immortal cultivators in his family, and so on. The selection proceeded very quickly. After an hour, it was Zhu Yudao's turn. He had just secretly calculated that out of over 100 people, only 9 had spiritual roots. The probability was less than 1 in 10, and all of them were the so-called miscellaneous spiritual roots. The probability of this was indeed not high, which made him a bit nervous. In case he didn't have a spiritual root, he could only try his best to be a rich mortal in this life. No physical disabilities. Bone age 14. Go to senior sister Shue's place to test your spiritual roots. Yes. When he came to the girl surnamed Shue, the other recognized it was him and winked at him. Try it. Zhu Yudao placed his hand on it and immediately felt a stream of air enter his body and then spread out. At the same time, the spirit measuring spells lit up, with the yellow one still shining brightly. Not bad. Wood, fire, earth, and gold mixed spiritual roots. Earth spiritual root medium, suitable for immortal cultivation. Thank you, Immortal Master. Don't call me Immortal Master. From now on you'll have to call me Senior Sister Xueling. Go to Steward Zhou's side to register. Yes, Steward Zhou was also pleasant. After all, so far, Zhu Yudao was considered the one with the best qualifications. What's your name? Where does your family live? And what relatives do you have? Kid called Zhu Yudao. Originally from Zhujiazhuang, 30 miles south of Qingshi City. A plague family members have died, leaving me alone, without family members to hold on to. This one was even more satisfying to Steward Zhou. Line up on Uncle Long's side. Yes, Lang Jinren didn't ask any more questions, but told him to line up in another line, separating himself from the 9 districts in front of him. He had just stood back up. Hu Tianlai had also completed his spirit measurement. Although he had spirit roots, his 5 elemental spirit roots were all inferior, and when he saw that Zhu Yudao was standing alone in a column, his face was a little ugly. 2 consecutively appeared with spiritual roots. The next 20 or so had no spiritual roots, and when the row reached a teenager, the bone age showed that he was only 7 years old. The youth surnamed Chen was about to dissuade him from doing so, when Realist Lung spoke up. Let him try. There's only a difference of only 1 year between the left and right. This teenager arrived in front of Shui Ling and pressed his hand on the spirit measuring spell. Then 3 lights lit up, one of which, a green light, was very dazzling. Water, wood, and fire spirit roots. The wood spirit root qualification is excellent, very suitable for immortal cultivation. Steward Zhou couldn't help but be happy. Even the cold and icy Lang Jinjin also revealed some smiles, allowing this teenager named Cheng Shu to start another team and stand on the other side of Zhu Yudao. More than 350 people were tested in the morning, and there were a total of 22 people with spiritual roots, including 1 person with 3 spiritual roots, 2 people with 4 spiritual roots, and the rest were all 5 elemental miscellaneous spiritual roots. Steward Shui gave 22 people, each of whom was issued a drug known as the Dan of Valley Rescue. Eating this Dan will keep you from being hungry for a day, so rest on the mat and wait for the afternoon to continue. Zhu Yudao ate the Pure Valley pill. Blood and Qi +3. It only added 3 points of blood Qi, which wasn't as much as eating tiger meat would add, but it did produce a bit of a full belly, and its effect was similar to that of a compressed cookie. After resting for half an hour, the test continued in the afternoon, until all those who came to take the spirit test were tested. In total, there were more than 700 people who participated in the test, and there were only 57 people with spiritual roots, of which only Cheng Shu was the only one with 3 spiritual roots, and there were only 5 people with 4 spiritual roots, and the rest of them were all 5 elemental miscellaneous spiritual roots. 57 of you. You will be given 2 days to say goodbye to your families, and you may not return to your homes within 3 years of arriving at the sect. This is for your settlement fee. Steward Zhou took out 57 silver dollars, each about 5 taels or so. Zhu Yudao took this heavy silver dollar treasure. His heart was secretly happy. Even if the cultivation of immortality does not work, this ingot of silver is enough for him to make a fortune in the startup capital. However, he suddenly felt an unkind gaze that made his heart flinch. I'm afraid these 2 days are not going to be easy. Just when she wanted to get close to Shui Ling and see if she could stay at great benefactor Shui's residence for a couple of nights, real person Ling took her away along with that teenager named Cheng Shu, who Tianlai came over with a smile. In the future, we can all be senior brothers. I heard that you don't have a place to stay. Do you want to go to my house for 2 days? Just don't bother. Going deeper into a tiger's den was not something he could do. It's been rough in and out of town lately, so be careful. It's a naked threat. Zhu Yudao felt that it was better to hurry and find a place to hide for 2 days. The city was supposed to be safe, but the Hu family was known as the Hu Half City, and he could not do anything about letting people beat him up in the middle of the night. Of course, it wasn't safe outside the city, but the Hu family wouldn't use a large number of people to look around for him just because he was a small beggar, would they? The idea was finalized. He immediately changed all the coins on his body into steamed buns, and then carried a bag of steamed buns out of the city. At this time from the closure of the city gate, only up to a column of incense's work, Hu Tianlai sneered and called for 2 guards. Follow him and find a place where no one is around to get him killed. Third Duke, will the Flying Dragon sect investigate? After all, he's not considered a sect disciple yet. Isn't it normal for him to go out of the city and be eaten by wild beasts? Yes. The 2 men quickly gave chase. Zhu Yudao recognized the 2 men, so he sped up, and the 2 men behind him chased after him more sharply. A chase, right out in the wild. The 2 guards that Hu Tianlai had come with had practiced kung fu for a few years, and although they didn't have the ability to walk as if they were flying, their speed was still a bit faster than the average person, and they also lasted a bit longer. At first, they did get closer and closer. Only, after running a few miles, they realized that the distance could not be narrowed any further. Chased out another 2 miles, have been almost unable to run. See, Zhu Yudao actually stopped to eat steamed bread. Isn't that a provocation? So they gritted their teeth and went after them again. Zhu Yudao continued to run again. The distance between the 2 parties closed considerably more, as if they could catch up with another effort. However, it was this distance of a few feet, like a heavenly moat, that could never be crossed. Eyes running to the front of the hill, really cannot run. They directly sit on the ground, tired of coming up for air. Suddenly, Zhu Yudao in front lunged back with a firewood knife. The 2 men did not expect at all that the little beggar actually dared to counterattack, and hastily swung their swords to meet the battle. However, they had already exhausted their strength at this time, and in the face of the random chopping and slashing without any rules, they were not able to fight back, and one of them was accidentally chopped on his arm by the firewood knife, and the parka knife came off his hand at once. The other, seeing the situation, ran away without any sense of propriety, abandoning his companion. Zhu Yudao's eyes were red. A few knives came down, chopped the injured one to death, and then went after the other one, and after chasing for more than a mile, that one really couldn't run anymore, so the 2 of them fought together. I have to say, There is a martial arts background to fight or some rules and regulations. Just now if not caught off guard, in the case of 2 against 1, Zhu Yudao did not have the slightest chance. You and I cut each other. Zhu Yudao's legs and back have been injured. However, he relied on the blood is still full of qi, hard teeth and the other party to fight. And finally in the case of injury for injury, with a wood knife cleaved in its shoulder blade, originally at the end of his strength, and now severely injured. This guard immediately lost his fighting strength and was hacked to death by him. Blood gas -2. Blood gas -2. Hearing the constant beeps, a little fumbling around on the dead man's body revealed that he had a gold sore medicine with him. The wounds on his legs and on his back were not too serious, at least not to the bone. After applying the wound medicine, the frequency of cueing a drop in blood gas was greatly reduced. Find the buns thrown to the ground. A dozen buns down. Feel better. Today he had discovered another pattern. Strenuous exercise and injuries, like poisoning and illness, accelerated the consumption of blood and qi. However, until his blood qi fell to a critical point, his body functions would not drop significantly, which was the main reason why he was able to kill the 2 men back. Possessing this talent, it was undoubtedly extremely advantageous to engage in attrition with the enemy, and as long as one kept their blood qi from dropping, they were basically invincible. Killing someone for the first time in his life was slightly uncomfortable, but there wasn't much of a reaction, as if he was used to seeing life and death. Come to think of it, maybe it's because of having died once, or because the original owner has seen too many loved ones die. There seems to be something left undone. Destroy the body? He was too lazy to expend his chakra. There were beasts frequenting the area and he was sure it wouldn't be long before they smelled the blood and took care of it for him. Seeing the 2 men's knives, he finally remembered what he had to do. Touching the body. How can you forget to collect the loot when the battle is over? In addition to the 2 knives, from the 2 people on the body of a total of 3 taels of loose silver, copper 700, 2 bottles of gold swords. In addition, there is a booklet. The name of the book Mang Yojin. It's not a premium product once you hear the name. Flipping it open and reading it, the introduction was quite impressive. There were a total of 5 weights. Cultivating to the top could possess the power of 5 oxen. Looking at the cultivation recipe alone, he really couldn't understand what it meant to be the former back governor. Qi traveling around the sky. What it meant to be the shoulder welts Yuchi. Hair strength rolling. What it meant to be the Dantian convergence of Qi. Light gathering in the heart of heaven. Fortunately, this booklet not only has notes, but also has a diagram. Although that drawing is a bit abstract, but slowly pondering, you can still understand. As someone who was going to cultivate immortality, he naturally couldn't look at this kind of crude martial arts. However, he didn't throw it away, so he might be able to exchange it for money. After counting the harvest, the sky is already all dark. Vaguely can hear the sound of ghosts crying and wolves. At this time the city gates should have long been closed. Can only sleep in the field for the night. So carrying 2 knives, he went to the lair of that mountain cleft, which had been previously blocked up with stones, and was, therefore, not scourged by other beasts. Laying down hay and reblocking the entrance, he was still too distraught by what had just happened to sleep for a while, and simply pondered the way ahead. Since I can cultivate immortality, I will do it properly, not seeking immortality, but only seeking not to be bullied. While he was thinking about the future, Hu Tianlai had already waited impatiently and sent someone to the city gates to meet the 2 guards, but as a result, he waited until the 11th hour and did not return. Third young master, Zhang Guan and Li Dai are probably aware that the city gates are closed and are waiting to come back tomorrow. These 2 guys, don't they know that this young master is acute? A little beggar is just a little beggar. Can there be any mistake? You can rest as much as you want. I've already told the ones watching the city gates that as long as they come back, they'll be let into the city. Okay, keep an eye on it for me. Go to sleep. My back is broken after standing all day today. Turning the day, he didn't get up until the end of the hour. Third young master, Zhang Guan and Li Dai didn't return all night. I guess something happened. What a waste. You send a few people out of the city to look for it. In addition, notify the merchants in the city. As long as the little beggar is found, reward silver 1 or 2. No, reward 2. Yes. 2 hours later, someone came to report that they had found Zhang Guan and Li Dai's clothes, as well as some bones that had been gnawed by wild animals. Hu Tianlai's face was unsightly. Have you found any trace of that brat? No. The area around Castle Rock City is too vast. The little one is really nowhere to be found. However, before tomorrow, he is bound to return to the city. Otherwise there is no way he can go to cultivate immortality with his late master. You have some sense. Then watch the south and north gates. As soon as he appears, get him killed immediately. Don't leave any survivors. Yes, east of Castle Rock City, there was a small village here. Zhu Yudao came here early in the morning and paid 15 cents for a chicken and 2 nestlings. After eating, he arrived near the city gate and peeked in, and found the Hu family's house guards inspecting the passing merchants and travelers, stricter than the city guards. Knowing that he cannot enter the city today no matter what, he simply lay flat. Cold real people and his party always have to go out of the city. Waiting outside the city is just going to wait outside the south gate, or the north gate? Thinking of the Xueling he had seen in the north city, he still chose to stand guard outside the most familiar north city. But, turning to the sky, when he noticed that an airship was flying overhead at high speed, he knew that he had missed the fairy fate 80% of the time. Is there anything more frustrating than that? At this moment, he was hated to the bone for him, Hu Tianlai, and even the Hu family of Castle Rock City. Immortal destiny was missed. Zhu Yudao planned to get it back. However, first he had to inquire where the Flying Dragon sect was. Instead of venturing back to the city, he rushed to White Tiger City, which was more than 200 miles away from Castle Rock City. That city was much larger than Castle Rock City, so perhaps from there one could tell where the Flying Dragon Gate was. When he said he would go, he took the 2 plain swords that he had buried with him, wrapped them in a rotten cloth, and when he reached a small town, he sold them at a blacksmith's store for 2 taels of silver, so that he had 11 taels of silver in his hand, and a few hundred coppers, which were sufficient for expenses on the road. The road is not peaceful, he saw with his own eyes. There are passing merchants were cutting the path of the thieves robbed the goods. Good in this beggar dress, and very clever, will be the money bag thrown in the bushes, which only dodged a robbery. Picked the money back up when the thieves left, realizing that it would not work without the power of self-preservation, and not being able to cultivate into immortality for the time being, he hit upon the idea of manhwa jin. The first 2 days of practicing manhwa strength were not special, except for the accelerated consumption of blood qi and the increase in the amount of meals. It wasn't until the 3rd day that it suddenly felt like a faint stream of qi had been generated at the location of the Sea of Qi. Then a beep comes on. You have successfully cultivated a strand of martial true qi, and your blood qi ceiling has broken through. Current blood gas, 195 out of 300. Current spiritual power, 0/1. Current poison resistance, 1700. Practicing martial arts could also increase the upper limit of blood qi, which made Zhu Yudao overjoyed, and what made him even more delighted was that the force emitted was several times stronger according to the manhwa jin's way of generating force. The reason why he was so sure was because the instantaneous consumption of blood and qi was only 5 points when he had previously sent out a pouring blow, whereas by utilizing the manhwa strength, he was actually able to consume 30 points of blood and qi at a time, and all of this consumed blood and qi was transformed into an explosive force, equivalent to the effect of the original 6 people exerting their power at the same time. This was still only the first level of manhwa strength. What kind of effect would it be if it was cultivated to the 5th level? I'm afraid that a low-level immortal cultivator would be nothing more than that, right? As a result, the manhwa jin cultivation became more active. There is a saying that poor literature is rich in martial arts. Every time you practice one's manhwa strength, you have to consume dozens of points of qi and blood, eat dozens of steamed buns in order to make up for it, and you have to spend at least $150 a day. And according to this kind of spending, 11 taels of silver is also 2 months gone. In order to save money, on the way, he tried fishing, hunting, and occasionally also hunting some firewood to sell. So he walked around for about 10 days before arriving at White Tiger City. Just after arriving at White Tiger City, he realized that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. Many stores were closed, the streets were cold and quiet, and there were large numbers of soldiers patrolling to and fro. So he pulled a crippled beggar to inquire. Uncle, I'm from the side of Castle Rock City. Why is it so cold here? There's going to be a war here soon. Hurry up and go, and don't go back to Castle Rock. Sooner or later you'll have to fight there too? Who's fighting who? Liang is at war with our song. I'm not talking to you. The city will be closed soon. Listening to people and eating their food. Zhu Yudao didn't want to get involved in the war. He followed the old beggar out of the city. But as a result, just before reaching the city gate, a group of soldiers came over, closed the gate, and also used 5 rods to pin on the ironclad gate, and then piled up a lot of stones at the gate, completely sealing the gate. White Tiger City had more than one gate, and the duo hurried to the other gate with the same result. It's over. This time it can't go la. The old beggar was very frustrated. Zhu Yudao even thought of a very serious problem. If the war, how to solve the food? He immediately ran to the store that was still open, and sure enough, what he could think of others could think of as well. There was already a long line in front of the grain store. Seeing the nearby butcher store, although it had sold out of meat, there were still some bones and undercuts. Boss, are these for sale? It's reserved for my own family. He slapped a silver dollar or two on the case. Is that enough? Usually, 1 or 2 silver pieces are enough to buy a whole pig's thigh. And these downers, worth at most 100 or 10 won, amounting to 10 times the profit. This boss hesitated for a moment. Okay, it's all yours. A few pounds of underwater and bones arrived. He was secretly relieved, and went to the pharmacy again, bought a large bag of herbs, leaving only a 520 silver dollar in his hand. On the streets, teams of soldiers were carrying supplies for the defense of the city, and others were clearing the streets. In order to prevent being caught as a female dry spy, he found a compound with a locked gate. Looking through the doorway, the inside was in a mess. It should be the rich families here knew the news of the war in advance and went out to take refuge. Going over the wall through the alleyway entrance next to it, there was really no one inside. Turning around, he entered the kitchen. His intention was to borrow the kitchen here and take care of a few pounds of downers. After all, it was hot and the stuff could easily go bad. It turned out to be a surprise to find half a bag of soybeans in this kitchen, along with salt and vinegar. With these things, it won't be a problem to last 10 days and a half months. He immediately went to work, boiling the lower water and pickling it, soaked some more beans, and when the sprouts came out, stewed the big bones for another meal. Since he was already inside, he didn't want to be a gentleman, and smashed open the doors of a couple of rooms. Nothing of value was there, but the bedding was all there, and he found tea and wine. That's true of this one family. What about the other rich families who fled? He wasn't in a hurry to go treasure hunting, and if he really couldn't survive, he'd take that step again. That night, he felt the vibration of the ground, as if 1,000 armies were on the move, and there was no stopping the night in White Tiger City. Early the next morning, shouts of murder were heard, and bodies and wounded were constantly being brought back from the streets. Instead of going out to inquire about the situation, Zhu Yudao chose to sleep. It was only wise to reduce blood qi consumption at this time. With that, he basically ate only one full meal a day and didn't leave the house for 4 days in a row. By the 5th day, there was a sudden knock on the door and he was immediately alerted. He quickly hid the food under the bed, and had just hidden it when a group of soldiers broke down the door. Hey, there's a little beggar here. Brother, I'm really not stealing. I'm looking to see if there's any food inside. You're hungry, aren't you? Aha, that's just as well. We'll find you a place to eat. It turns out that it is arresting the strong man. Zhu Yudao is a little depressed, but it is better than being hacked to death by people. He was taken to the schoolyard, where 1,000 men were seated on the ground, among whom was the lame old beggar whom he had met before. He walked over and sat down next to the old beggar. Master, you've been caught too? Now that the city is short of soldiers and bravery, they're using us to make up the numbers. Give food? If you don't give food, who will work? But this meal is taking a life. Will you? Not even if you don't want to look like you can. At this time, a general with a full beard came over. Here is your chance to serve the imperial court. As long as you have made a merit, you will be rewarded with money, and you will have a chance to be promoted and become rich. His little pep talk didn't do much good, but when buckets and buckets of cornmeal, and pots of broth were brought over, everyone pumped their fists in excitement. The bearded man was satisfied with the crowd's performance. Eat vigorously, eat and defend the city with this general, and I will be your captain. Pang Piao. The words did not fall. The lame old beggar has taken the lead to go out to grab a meal. Look at him, that nimbleness. Not at all like a 50 or 60 years old disabled person. Don't grab it. All of you are fucking like hungry ghosts. There's enough rice to go around. There's plenty in the back. The surrounding soldiers kicked and punched to stop the looting. Each person takes a bowl, fills it with rice, pours a spoonful of broth, and eats. Zhu Yudao in the past few days has been maintained in a half-full state. At this time, where will be polite? A bowl of rice, without a few breaths to finish, and then left the soldiers to serve rice. Yell, faster than this general. Pang Biao didn't make it special and also ate with everyone else. Hungry too hard. Watch out for holding you up. It won't last. Not even if this bucket is given to me. Blow me. That's 10 pounds in a bucket. No bragging. Don't believe me. Okay, if you can finish this bucket, this general will make you a personal guard, and you'll have enough wine and meat in the future. Zhu Yudao was not interested in the position of personal guard. What he cared about was having enough wine and meat, and having enough food to protect himself and continue practicing manhwa jin. Permission granted. He nonchalantly picked up the barrel, had the soldier pour the broth again, and ate. In the work of a pillar of incense, the bucket of rice was all dried up, and his blood qi had yet to be replenished. However, he finally felt full. Another bowl of soup and a pat on the stomach. Okay kid, what's your name? You'll be hanging out with this general from now on. My name is Zhu Yudao. After dinner, uniforms and weapons were issued. Then, under the leadership of Pang Biao, they began to carry the supplies for the defense of the city, such as arrows, stones, lime, round logs and fierce fire oil. When Zhu Yudao climbed the city wall and saw the tents outside the city that could not be seen at a glance, he could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. He had a strong feeling that this city was afraid that it could not be defended, and he had to find an opportunity to slip away. What are you waiting for? Move your stuff. Oh, good. 1,000 folk without any training, whose main task was to provide support to those regular troops. After the supplies were carried, Pang Biao briefly taught how to use the defending implements, such as bed crossbows, giant shields, and so on. Then let everyone rest. General Pang, no food for the night? Zhu Yudao asked. You haven't had enough? I'm hungry fast. Shit, you're really a rice bucket. Eat up so you can work. When you show some real skill, this general will think of a way to get you food. Without food, Zhu Yudao had to do his best to minimize consumption, and there was still a little bit of pickled pig's jowl in the courtyard he lived in, but it wasn't the right time to bring it over. Night fell, and silence fell over the city and beyond. Zhu Yudao was in a daze when he suddenly heard the sound of a sharp gong, and when he opened his eyes, a tidal wave of Liang's soldiers were swarming over him. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Get up! 1,000 new recruits who hadn't undergone any training or battlefield baptism panicked like headless flies. Zhu Yudao was considered to be the more calm one. Since he was a guard, it was always right to follow the general closely, right? This Colonel Pang, while commanding, shoots arrows. Seeing this arrow's godly shooting skill, it made him secretly shocked in his heart. With this kind of skill, it should not be an ordinary lower middle class officer, right? Relative to this kind of point-blank shooting technology, the power of bed crossbow was called domineering, directly through the shield wall of the Liang army advancing forward, and even strung a sugar gourd, a shot to kill several people. However, before the defenders could rejoice, a sword light turned into a graceful arc over and directly shot through the throat of the soldier handling the bed crossbow. Flying sword. Zhu Yudao had seen Shui Lingdang use it before. This was not a war of mortal armies. How could there be immortal cultivators? What made him even more frightened was that there was more than one cultivator in the opposing army. Someone sent out a fireball that suddenly shot out, aiming at none other than Pang Biao, who had just shown his archery skills. Pang Biao dodged the fireball, but was immediately entangled by a vine that suddenly appeared. Zhu Yudao was scared but didn't mess up, and with a slash, he went over and cut through the vines. Pang Biao threw him an approving look and then took out a special arrow. This arrow had a triangular-shaped arrowhead and a barb, and it was aimed at a man without armor in the crowd of Liang troops. That person easily dodged away, then waved a small streamer. A blood-colored runic pattern shot up. The blood chi from the surrounding casualties was actually sucked over and condensed into a blood-colored skeleton in the twinkling of an eye. Pang Biao swung his sword and chopped. The skeleton was chopped into two. He shot another arrow, and suddenly there was a sharp pain in his leg. The skeleton that had been chopped just now was already intact, and was holding his leg and sucking blood furiously. He hurriedly slashed again. The skeleton was once again split in half. The blood chi around him coalesced, and in the twinkling of an eye it once again transformed into a blood skeleton, and so on and so forth. Where did he have the extra energy to care about anything else? And by this time, there were already Liang troops starting to climb the city walls. Zhu Yudao threw down a log and smashed down the enemy soldier who was about to climb up, then raised his giant shield that weighed 100 pounds and slapped it down on the coalescing blood skeleton. The blood skeleton turned into a pool of blood. It still tried to coalesce, but with the giant shield pressing down on it, it simply couldn't coalesce into shape. Bravo! Pang Biao was overjoyed and immediately commanded the defense of the city, quickly stabilizing the situation in the area. The one holding the small streamer seemed to recognize him and shot over a runic pattern once again, which absorbed the blood chi and formed the blood skeleton once again. This kind of blood skeleton, although it could be resolved with a single slash, but like a small strong man that could not be defeated, it was very annoying, and at the critical moment, it was again Zhu Yudao, who used the giant shield to help him resolve the trouble. The person holding the small streamer noticed Zhu Yudao as he rubbed out a fireball and struck it at Zhu Yudao. Zhu Yudao rushed to raise the shield to resist. Other people lift this kind of 100 kilograms of huge shield is very laborious. He is quite easy. The fireballs hit the iron shield, burst apart, but did not cause any damage to him. Pang Biao hurriedly dodged behind the giant shield and drew three-pronged arrows at once, shooting them at the guy holding the small streamer. The man didn't have an easy time dodging this time, and one of them grazed his shoulder, and if he hadn't encountered some sort of obstruction, he probably would have been able to waste one of his arms. In other areas, an enemy army attacked the city, and a battle for the city's head began. When Zhu Yudao saw that another general of the Song army was cut down by someone else's flying swords, and that many of the soldiers started to retreat, he knew that the city really couldn't be defended. So, regardless of any military orders, he decisively ran down to the city. Pang Biao saw that he threw down the huge shield to escape, and did not stop it. In fact, he also saw that the situation was already gone. The other side of the Immortal Masters to help the battle. This side of the Immortal Masters' offerings have not shown their heads so far, and if they do not go, then it will really be a dead end. So, he ran after Zhu Yudao. Some of the officers supervising the battle tried to block it, recognized him, and simply ran away together. The Liang army used the method of siege of three, leaving a way out to dismantle the defenders' heart of death. Zhu Yudao did not go straight to the south gate, but went back to the compound where he hid once, brought the food that had been prepared long ago, and ran along with the routed troops while wildly stuffing pickled pig jowl into his mouth. Only by ensuring sufficient stamina could he have a chance of surviving. After leaving the city, he didn't follow the big slip all the way south, but ran toward the mountains off to the west. His choice was undoubtedly extremely wise, and the Liang army pursued. Indeed, those hordes of routed soldiers. However, what depressed him was that just after running 2 miles, a silver-armored general galloped past with his horse, and there were people chasing after him furiously. He was instantly numb when he saw the person who was chasing him, and it was clearly the immortal cultivator who was holding a small streamer. And this cultivator, too, recognized him, like a gust of wind. He caught up in the twinkling of an eye, and in his hand there was an additional long sword with a glittering green light. Stabbing fiercely at him, he hurriedly blocked with his sword, and as a result, the long sword slashed violently, and the sword in his hand, only the hilt remained. Go to hell! The sword is like a spiritual snake spitting. Zhu Yudao leaped forward and barely dodged it, flinging out the hilt of his sword with his return hand. The opponent blocked the hilt of his sword out, but at that moment, an arrow came from behind him. This arrow came extremely suddenly. This person then want to flash has been too late. The body suddenly has a green color ripple flashing. This arrow only shot into the cultivator's back by inches. If it was a normal arrow, it might be nothing. The problem was that this arrow was none other than Pang Biao's three-pronged arrow, and it also had barbs. Zhu Yudao knew that running in the face of a cultivator was useless, and snapped a hungry tiger to seize the sword in the opponent's hand. This person tried to pull out the three-pronged arrow into the body. A careless, actually caught by Zhu Yudao's wrist, both sides of the force. Then another arrow shot. He had no way to dodge. This arrow was hit in the back of the heart, and into the body is very deep. The man immediately abandoned his sword and walked away. However, Zhu Yudao threw the snatched sword as a javelin, not hitting the vitals but nailing into the opponent's leg and stomach. Not waiting for him to get up, he flew up, consuming his chi and blood. Mang Niujin was fully utilized, and he disliked the back of his head with one punch. Then he drew his sword and stabbed it in the back of its neck. Seeing that the other party was dead through and through, he sat down on the ground and huffed and puffed. Pang Biao came over with his horse and marveled at the dead body on the ground. I underestimated you. You actually ate an immortal cultivator. Couldn't have saved my life without your help. You've saved my life twice, and counting. I owe you one. Zhu Yudao began to touch the corpse, first taking the bag off its waist. This was very similar to Shuiling's Qiankuan bag, except that it appeared to be very old. Searching his body again, he did not find a single good thing. After some thought, you can have this sword. I'll take this bag. What do you need the Qiankuan bag for? Why don't I exchange it for gold and silver for you? This one can be exchanged for 100 taels of gold. You also recognize the Qiankuan bag? Of course, we have immortal masters in song *****. Then how come we didn't see it before when we were defending the city? I think he saw the situation and ran away early. That's not very righteous. Ben was paid to do it. Pang Biao dismounted, took the sword, cut off the dead man's head, then wrapped it in cloth and hung it on the saddle. Zhu Yudao took out the cured meat and asked while eating it, why don't you hire more immortal cultivators? Do you think immortal cultivators are big cabbages? Hiring them when you say so? The immortal cultivation sect is full of people. Immortal cultivation sects are not allowed to directly intervene in mundane affairs and can only hire loose cultivators, who are always profitless. Does General Pang know where the Flying Dragon Gate is? You're going to the Flying Dragon sect? To tell you the truth, I participated in the Flying Dragon sect's selection, only because of a slight change of events. I missed the time to rendezvous with Immortal Master. Pang Biao immediately brightened up. So old brother is actually a future immortal sect disciple. Why don't you follow me to Lokyang Pass? And after I hand over the military affairs, how about I send you to the Flying Dragon sect? Of course Zhu Yudao would not refuse. For one thing, he didn't know how to get there, and for another, the road was not peaceful, and it was much safer to have a general who was a divine archer as a bodyguard. After resting for a while, the two of them rode on the same horse and rushed to Lokyang Pass. Pang Biao behaved extremely enthusiastically along the way and had to chop the head of a chicken to worship his hand. Zhu Yudao was still a beggar now, and he doesn't feel that he has suffered a loss by being righteous with an officer. When he arrived at Locked Yang Pass, he realized why Pang Biao had brought a head over, and with this loose cultivator's head, he not only had his merits and demerits balanced out, but he was also promoted from lieutenant to senator. After that, he took a leave of absence, led 4 of his men, and took Xu Yudao all the way east, and after more than 10 days, he came to a big river, sent his horses in the market town, took a boat across the river at the ferry, and went over a mountain, and there was a small market in the valley ahead. This is the Flying Dragon sect? It doesn't look like it. Older brother doesn't know. This is the Flying Dragon Market, a place specialized in exchanging supplies for immortal cultivators. And where is the Flying Dragon Gate? It should be in that big cloudy mountain, but that's not a place for us mortals to go. After saying that, he took out a money bag and handed it over. What does Big Brother mean by this? Beginning to enter the sect. The expenses must be quite a lot. My brother's family has little money. You don't mind. And personally escorting and sending money. There must be something to ask for. Is there something brother needs? Speak up. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Old brother. My Pang family has some reputation in the Song Kingdom, but in the immortal sect, there is no AOA, which is detrimental to the family's development. In addition, I have 2 sons and a daughter, and in 2 more years, they will both reach the age of selection. So if they have the qualifications to cultivate immortality, I would like to ask you, old brother, to help me out a bit. These requests aren't too much to ask. Okay, I won't push back as long as I can. With military affairs at hand, it is inconvenient to stay for long, so my brother will take his leave first. See you later. Seeing the group walk away, Zhu Yudao arrived at the main gate of the workshop, but was blocked by the guards. You need to pay 1 spirit stone to enter the workshop. Zhu Yudao had already heard that spirit stones were the currency of immortal cultivators, and he didn't know if there were any spirit stones in his Qiankuan pouch, but he wouldn't be able to use that thing. Opening the money bag that Pang Biao had given him, there were actually 4 ingots of gold inside, about 20 taels or so. Will the gold work? Gold is fine, but it takes 10 taels. 10 taels to enter the gate? It's not like it's heaven. Zhu Yudao instantly couldn't part with it. The point was that he only wanted to enter the sect, not to go to the marketplace to buy things. Sorry, not enough money. The guard skimmed his lips. Such a situation he encountered too much. Many mortals want to come to look for immortal destiny. The purpose of charging the entrance fee is that this is to reduce the occurrence of this kind of thing. Immortal destiny, where is it so good to seek? Leaving the confines of the workshop, he headed straight for the large mountain shrouded in clouds in the distance. However, when he entered the big mountain, he found that there was no way out, and what was more troublesome was that he lost his direction after walking into the forest, and turned around and around, as if he was all in the same place. Oh no, this is going to be the end of the line if we can't get out all the way. Opening the package, the dried food and dried meat inside were only enough for 2 days at most. He shouted at the top of his lungs, and his voice echoed through the mountains and could carry a long way. A group of cultivators patrolling the mountain heard the voice and were just about to go over when they were blocked by a being with an extremely large body, a unicorn horn on his head, and a clearly inhuman face. If you rashly intrude into the mountain, you should teach him a lesson, and let him out when he's about to starve to death. Yes, the group of patrolling cultivators respectfully retreated. Zhu Yudao realized that shouting was useless and could only resign himself to his fate. The good thing was that he found a lot of edible wild vegetables, mushrooms, and even wild fruits here. Except that there wasn't a single bird or beast, so he thought it had something to do with the environment here. The dates are so strange here? He had eaten a lot of wild jujubes, and the wild jujubes here were not much different from the dates in Castle Rock City in appearance alone, but they did not taste a bit sour and astringent, and there was also a stream of warmth flowing into the body. Blood and chi +3. Good stuff. He immediately turned on the binge eating mode, only ate a dozen or so. Blood chi replenished. Saw this date tree. There are still many dates, enough for him to eat for 10 days and half a month, and then his heart was a few points more at ease, hidden in the shadows of the one-horned monster. See this scene cannot help but murmur, district mortals, ate so many spiritual dates, actually did not burst, is it any special physique? Seeing that Zhu Yudao had found a hidden place and spread a piece of cloth to sleep, he casually pointed his hand, and immediately a mist did not enter Zhu Yudao's body. I was expecting to fall into a coma right away. However, Zhu Yudao suddenly sat up. The mist here is actually poisonous? He hurriedly gathered a bunch of herbs nearby, chewing one from time to time as if eating an after-dinner snack. The unicorn monster came to be interested. This time, he waited for Zhu Yudao to fall asleep before he carried out his probing, and after a long time, he only came to 2 conclusions. One was that he had a spiritual root, and the other was that his chi and blood were plentiful, and he was a little bit stronger than the average chi refining cultivator, and his physique could not be seen to be special for the time being. Seeing him sleeping sweetly, he was a bit unbalanced in his heart. His own hallowed Fei Long Sex Mountain protecting Great Sage actually gave this kid a job as a sentry, so he decided to find some trouble for Zhu Yudao. After a pillar of incense, he caught a leopard over and then used a stone, waking up Zhu Yudao. Seeing the leopard pouncing, Zhu Yudao instantly lost all sense of sleep. Mangnyo's strength was fully exerted, and one punch actually knocked the leopard to the ground. The leopard got up with a bone and pounced again. Zhu Yudao dodged sideways and shot out to grab the leopard's tail, then threw it violently and threw the leopard against the tree. Taking advantage of the leopard's stays, he rode on top of it and beat it to death in a violent beating. This tossing and turning consumed quite a bit of blood chi. However, there was meat to eat, which made Zhu Yudao happy. Taking out a boning knife acquired specifically for meat, he began skinning and gutting the meat and skewering it on a wooden stick for grilling. Unicorn monster depressed. Their own busy half a day. He is to give this guy a snack to come? An ordinary beast won't do, so find a demonic beast. Within the range of the flying dragon sect, there were captive spirit beasts but no demonic beasts, so he had to run to a remote location thousands of miles away and catch a first-order wolf demon. By the time he returned, it was dawn, so he released the demon wolf, allowing one man and one wolf to meet naturally. As expected, the first-order demonic wolves couldn't find food, so they could only go after Zhu Yudao, who possessed food. However, Zhu Yudao was very skillful, climbed to the spirit jujube tree. This demon wolf can't climb the tree, and didn't awaken the natural aptitude, can only watch, watching the tree to eat the jujube, while it can only drool. The unicorn monster was even more depressed, not realizing that after a busy night of work, it had been cracked by such a small means, was thinking, what means to use again? Zhu Yudao suddenly jumped down from the tree and viciously kicked the wolf demon in the back, a big living person of more than 100 pounds. Even if he didn't exert Magnia strength and smashed down from a high place, it would be enough for this first-order demon wolf to drink a pot. And with that leaning kick, the demon wolf's spine nearly broke. Not waiting for this wolf demon to get up, the boning knife was ruthlessly stabbed into the wolf's eye, and then stirred a few times. This calf-like wolf demon died. That's courageous and resourceful. When the unicorn monster saw this, he couldn't help but give a dark praise. First-order demon wolf. Although there is not much strength, but the early stage of chi refining small cultivator encountered, may not be able to win steadily, and this mortal, actually able to kill it. This is definitely a talent. Having aroused his love for talent, he was not going to expel it, but wanted to test Zhu Yudao's heart again, so he manifested himself as a lost woodcutter. Little brother, I'm lost and haven't eaten for 2 days. Can you give me a bite to eat? Well, here's some roasted leopard meat. Have some. The woodcutter took it and immediately wolfed it down as if it was a real wicked rush. But the next moment, a rod smashed into the head. If it was really an ordinary woodcutter, he would definitely not be able to dodge it. But in the eyes of the unicorn monster, this kind of sneak attack was simply child's play. He dodged it easily, then said angrily, "Why did you attack me when I merely asked you for a bite to eat? I've never seen a woodcutter without a woodcutting knife, and I've been here for 2 days, and I haven't even noticed any signs of other people walking through the area. So you're telling me that you've been lost here for 2 days? Lying to the devil?" The one-horned monster was speechless. His own work was a bit rough, but this kid's heart was fine enough. Can't act anymore. He simply played a scoundrel. I just lied to you. What can you do to me? At the head of the flying dragon sect's ground, it must be an immortal master in the sect. Can you please trouble the late master and help notify Fairy Shui? Just say that some old folks from Castle Rock City have come to see her. Fairy Shui? Which Fairy Shui? Her name is Shui Ling, and her master is Real Lang. Oh, you're talking about that girl. I kind of remember, but who am I to give you the news? You just ate my food, and you hit me with a stick. Did I hit it? You boy. The one-horned monster suddenly realized that Zhu Yudao was just testing. For one thing, that stick didn't use its full strength, and for another, it was clear that using a knife was more lethal than a stick, and the other party chose to use a stick, obviously not ready to lay down a deadly blow. Reasoning was a bit much, but he had other ways to make things difficult for the other guy. Give me the Qiankuan bag in your arms and I'll help you with the notice. Zhu Yudao couldn't help but be shocked. How did you know that I have a Qiankuan bag in my arms? You said it all. I'm an immortal master. Zhu Yudao really can't let go of it, but now that he is not a cultivator, holding the Qiankuan bag is of no use at all, and in exchange for meeting with Shui Ling and becoming a disciple of the sect, this deal is still cost-effective. You can have the stuff, but can you keep your word? Do you have a choice? Zhu Yudao gritted his teeth and threw the Qiankuan bag to the other party. When the one-horned monster saw how dry he was suddenly in a bit of a trance. His original owner, the true lord of the flying dragon, had experienced a similar situation and did the same thing. Thinking about the flying dragon true lord, who was also as meticulous and courageous as he was resolute, the two of them surprisingly had many similarities. Can't help but feel a move in his heart. He is wandering around within the confines of this sect all day long, feeling very bored. Might as well collect a disciple to tutor, all as a pastime. Not bad. You're looking for that little girl Schweling. It's nothing more than wanting to join a sect to cultivate. Why don't you worship me as your teacher? And this will be your gift of worship. How about it? A teacher? Pie in the sky? Zhu Yudao was a bit skeptical. I don't know if you are in the Flying Dragon sect? I don't have much of a reputation in the Flying Dragon sect. I'm just a caretaker of the mountains and forests. After saying that, he took out a token, and on it, there were indeed the 3 words Fei Long sect. Zhu Yudao believed it. After all, this was in the territory of the Flying Dragon sect. It should be impossible to use someone to impersonate, even if he cheated himself. At most, he could cheat food and drink. My disciple pays his respects to master. I don't know how to address you? The one-horned monster's eyes rolled. My master's name is Nyo Dali. What's your name? Disciple's name is Zhu Yudao. That's a good name. Yudao. Since you have spiritual roots, why don't you participate in the selection? Could it be that your age is beyond? Since he had worshipped the master, Zhu Yudao did not hide anything and told his unlucky experience. This evil young man, when there's a chance, master will help you clean him up. Teacher, is it time to go to the sect? Of course I'm going to go, but I have to give a word to the sect leader about accepting a disciple. So wait here for a moment first. That's a reasonable argument. Then disciples will wait here. Unicorn monster, or Bull Dolly, Royal Wind, disappeared into the mountains in the twinkling of an eye. Zhu Yudao was delighted to see it. It seems that this teacher is very capable. Dragon's Head Peak, Sect Hall. Fei Long Sect Master Wu Jingzhong was dealing with the affairs of the sect when he suddenly felt something in his heart and laughed. But has Senior Nyo not been here for a long time? Nyo Dali grinned greatly and found a place to sit down. I've got my eye on a brat, and I intend to take on an apprentice. You want an apprentice? Wu Jingzhong cannot help but be stunned. This idle habit, even if the sect has something, are too lazy to come out, suddenly want to accept the apprentice, is really too strange, and a mountain guardian god beast accepts the apprentice. Cultivation world dozens of sects, have never heard of. What? I can't take on a disciple? Of course I can. I don't know which one senior brother has his eye on. A mortal, who has taken part in the selection. Wu Jingzhong thought about it. This term had taken in over 600 disciples, and the one with the most outstanding qualifications was a double spirit root disciple named Qi Baodian, who had already been accepted as a disciple by Elder manhwa of the Transmission Hall. There were 3 other spiritual roots, all of which had already been favored by several elders. So if this mountain protector god beast favored one of them, it would really be a bit of a problem. I wonder which one senior brother has his eye on. The little guy's name is Zhu Yudao, Chu Yao Tao. Wu Jingzhong didn't have any impression at all, but since it wasn't one of the 4, it didn't matter. It's a good thing that senior brother is willing to take in a disciple. Just follow the normal rules of registering and making a book. I'll tell him that I'm Nyo Dali, who guards the mountains and forests, and I'll ask sect master to help cover it up a bit. So that's how it is. This is good. I will inform all parties and make sure it won't be revealed. Thanks a lot then. This one just walked out the door and returned. Does this disciple of mine belong to the inner sect, or the outer sect? It's reasonable to say that senior brother's disciple is definitely an inner sect, but the name of Nyo Dali is not in the registered elders roster, so with senior brother's wealth, he shouldn't care about this benefit. The Flying Dragon sect had a relatively strict status hierarchy, and those who worshipped under the sect leader and the supreme elder were true disciples. The disciples that the Jindan elders took in as inner disciples, this part, were generally well qualified. There were also a few who did not worship the master and also had the status of inner disciple, but they had passed the sect's grand competition, or had made outstanding contributions to the sect. Below the inner sect, it was the outer sect disciples. 90% of the chi refining stage belonged to the outer sect. There were other handymen who belonged to the role of serving people and were not considered within the scope of the sect disciples. Who says they don't care? We can do without the inner sect's false name, but the benefits we should have must be there. Senior brother, the sect doesn't have this rule. You say no, right? Well then, I got tired of being here a long time ago. Take my little disciple and leave now. Wu Jingzhong was instantly unsettled. It was now a time of trouble. The Fei Long sect did not have a Yuaning true lord to sit in the town. If this one left again, the sect would face a huge crisis. Senior brother, don't be angry. On the surface you don't enjoy the benefits, but you can use the name of the reward. In the future, how about increasing senior brother's treatment by another 20%? That's more like it. Seeing Niu Dali gone, Wu Jingzhong just breathed a sigh of relief. This one once again went and returned. I'm accepting a disciple. You as a senior uncle. Mustn't show it? Senior brother. Well. He took out a bottle of pills and was just about to take one out of it when the entire bottle was snatched away. It's just a marrow cleansing pill. Don't be so petty. After saying that, he had already turned into a gust of wind and flew into the sky. Wu Jingzhong cried and laughed. In the mountain forest, Zhu Yudao was idly bored and practiced Mang Niujin for a while. When his qi and blood were almost depleted, he ate those delicious jujubes, and after that, a feeling arose that the martial true qi in his body had increased by a lot. If this continued, it might be possible to break through to the second level soon. Is it Mangnia strength that you cultivate? Yes sensei, you know about martial arts too? Ha. This Mangnia gene, and I have a great origin. It seems that we two masters are really destined to be together. Teacher, can we do the initiation procedure now? Of course. After saying that, he stimulated the token in his hand, and a white curtain of light instantly surfaced. Niu Dali dragged Zhu Yudao into the light screen, and when he came out again, he was already in front of a huge pagoda with 3 golden seal scripts. Flying Dragon Gate. The cultivator guarding the portal was just about to greet him when he stopped him. This is my newly accepted disciple Zhu Yudao. From now on he will be a fellow disciple. Don't stop him from entering or leaving the sect. Yes, Great Sage. Zhu Yudao wondered. Why do they call you Great Sage? That's my nickname, because I watch over the mountains, so they call me the Mountain Guardian Sage. So it is. First went to the sect hall, applied for the identity card, and then went to the outer door Deacon Hall, received 2 gray robes, a green steel sword, as well as a booklet Immortal Sect Hundreds of Things, and the key to a stone house. The pamphlet included an introduction to the sect, a set of techniques to draw chi into the body, the rules and precepts of the sect, and 100 questions on cultivating immortality. Once the formalities were completed, the one-horned monster brought him to the place where the outer disciples lived. Master, that outer sect deacon just now, it seems like he doesn't recognize you? There are tens of thousands of people in the sect, and his master has been in the mountains and forests for years. Isn't it normal that he doesn't recognize me? Zhu Yudao thought about it. Where is the stone house I live in? There are 4 mountains and 1 water in the Fei Long Men's compound, namely Dragon Head Peak, Dragon Ridge Peak, Dragon Tail Peak, Dragon Scale Ridge and Pan Long River. Outer disciples usually live around Dragon Tail Peak. I'll take you there now. Niu Dali carried Zhu Yudao all the way at a brisk pace, and in about a tea's work, he arrived at the so-called Dragon Tail Peak. At Longsho Peak, the architecture there is grand, yet elegant and very fairy-like, and then came to the Dragon Tail Peak, as if from the fairy world fell to the mortal world. Here rows of stone houses, built on the mountain, practicing martial arts, farming, fishing, in and out. A busy scene. According to the number plate on the key, the stone house was found halfway up the hill. It's a bit of a bad location, right next to where the garbage is placed, and the flies are buzzing like a bomber. Damn it, just arrange this damn place for my disciple. I'll find him. Teacher, don't be angry. It's good to have a place to stay for the time being, and it won't be too late to find a good place when your cultivation is higher in the future. Point taken. When I opened the door to the stone room, all that was inside was a wooden bed and a limp table, and graffiti on the walls that read, "So-and-so used to live here." This is too sketchy. It's quite nice. At least the wooden bed is nice. Zhu Yudao sat down on the bed with a click and the bed collapsed. Niu Dali couldn't hold back any longer and turned around to settle the score with the outer door deacon. Teacher, it's just a bed. It doesn't cost much. Speaking of money, Niu vigorously remembered that the meet and greet gift has not been given. This bottle of marrow cleansing Dan. Is the teacher to send you a meet and greet gift? That broken Shinkuan bag, in addition to a piece of imitation blood god streamer, is still a little bit of fun. The other are some yellow and white things, such as when you open the spiritual consciousness, the teacher to send a high-grade goods. Many thanks, Master. What is this marrow cleansing pill for? This medicine is mainly to make your meridians smoother and eliminate the impurities that have accumulated in your body. If your qualifications are poor and you practice step by step, it will be difficult to successfully draw in chi for a year and a half. After taking this medicine, 3 or 2 months will be almost enough. Teacher, what about the problem of eating here? The outer gate has a dining hall. With your identity card you can go in and eat, but to have a spirit meal, you'll have to spend spirit stones. You don't even have the cause to enter the body right now. There's no need for that for now. Where do you live and how can I find you? Cow vigorously difficult. If you take to their own cave, guaranteed to reveal. No way. Had to lie. For the master to watch over the mountains for many years, he lives in a wooden house in the mountains. It's not early today. I'll take you there some other time. For now, I'll first teach you how to draw chi into your body and how to exhale and cultivate. To draw chi into the body is the process of gulping down the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Only, it wasn't ordinary breathing, but exhaling according to some sort of rhythm, and then running the spell to introduce the inhaled aura into the sea of chi. If the aura can be introduced into the sea of chi, it is considered successful in drawing chi. If you can't introduce it, you can only try over and over again. Generally speaking, the better the qualification, the faster the speed of success of chi introduction, and vice versa, the slower it is. Turn around and take the marrow cleansing pill, then try to draw chi into your body. Your qualifications are average. Don't be anxious. Yes, Master still has things to do, so you can adapt to the environment first, and I'll come back to see you in a few days. Master, don't you want to have some dinner before you go? No need. This one said go and left in a gust of wind. Zhu Yudao took out the dry food and leopard meat and had a full meal before starting to repair the bed and table. After it was fixed, it was nighttime, and when he first arrived, he had some trouble sleeping, and it was too dark in the house to even try to look at the pamphlet. Solely, he took out a marrow cleansing pill and took it, then attempted to draw chi into his body. After a pillar of time, a series of beeps rang out. Your flesh has been cleansed and your chi and blood have broken through the upper limit. Poison resistance exceeds the upper limit. Spiritual power breaks through the upper limit. Your martial arts true chi is fused with your spiritual energy. Current blood gas, 291/400. Current spiritual power, February 10th. Current poison resistance, 199 out of 300. So you've succeeded in drawing in the chi? Didn't you say it would take 2 or 3 months? The smell of the body and the oily sludge bubbling up should be the result of the wash. He followed the trail down the hill to the river. This river is the Panjiang River, which passes halfway around the Flying Dragon Gate and is considered a natural barrier. The body will be properly cleaned once again, changed into a Taoist robe. The original one. Naturally there is no need to stay. This wash is equal to say goodbye to the past. Go back to the stone house and continue to draw chi into your body. This process is so slow that it takes an average of 1 pillar of incense to prompt a +1 to spiritual power. By the middle of the night, it had only reached 10 points, and continued to draw in chi, realizing that no matter what, it no longer increased. Thinking that it was due to reaching the upper limit, he didn't know how to break through the upper limit, so he could only wait for Nyodali, unicorn monster, to come over and ask for advice. The next day, he was still asleep when there was a knock on the door. Opening it up, it was a fresh-faced teenager. Senior, did you just move in yesterday? My name is Chun Yu. I'm your neighbor, Zhu Yudao Stonehouse, with the garbage pond and the mountain path to the left, and the neighbors were inevitably the occupants of the stonehouse on the right. My name is Zhu Yudao. What's the matter with senior brother Chen? We've taken on a clearing mission and we're still one person short. Is senior brother Zhu interested in joining? Zhu Yudao was a bit confused. What's a cleanup mission? Elder brother wouldn't have never taken on a mission, would he? I just came here yesterday. I don't know the rules here. Only yesterday? The selection was over like half a month ago, right? I'm in a somewhat unique situation, so I'll ask senior brother Chun for guidance. It's nothing really. We outer disciples, without a master to guide us, in order to obtain the marrow cleansing pill, and to go to the hall of transmission to listen to the seniors' lectures, we can only take up tasks in the hall of miscellaneous affairs in order to obtain contribution points, and then use the contribution points to exchange for the corresponding resources. All of these pamphlets are there, so just read them carefully and you'll understand. All outer disciples, do they not have a master? Usually only inner disciples have a master. It dawned on Zhu Yudao that he was quite special. However, since they were all outer disciples, he felt that there was no need for him to publicize it to avoid unnecessary suspicions. Senior brother, I'm willing to do the mission with you. Well then, hurry up and get going. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch it if we're late. There were 3 other teenagers on the trail, 2 girls and 1 boy, all 12 or 13 years old. After a brief introduction, the 2 women, one named Li Xior and the other named Zhao Yan, and the chubby teenager named Shi Taizhu, all of them live in the same row of stone houses, ranked by years of age. Zhu Yudao is the longest, followed by Qin Yu, said that they are all half-grown children. There is nothing city, and soon they have nothing to talk about. When they reached the summit of Longwei Peak, the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs, the Hall of Transmission, and the dining hall were all located here. The 5 entered the Hall of Sundry Things, where quite a few people had already gathered. As Zhu Yudao looked east, he was meeting a gaze. It's you, as the saying goes, when enemies see each other. When he saw Hu Tian coming, he couldn't come over and directly strangle the other party to death. However, this was in the Flying Dragon sect, so one could only suppress the hatred in his heart. Senior brother Zhu knows the one surnamed Hu? Chen Yu asked. You know him too? He's the least of the things. He somehow ingratiated himself with Steward Zhou of the outer sect, and the best few missions are held by him. In order to get a good mission, you have to make offerings to him first. Zhu Yudao secretly sighed. Sure enough, there's no shortage of this kind of goods anywhere. It's our turn. Take the mission. Cleaning tasks. A group of 5 people. Once a month. Cleaning range. The range of 100 feet between the 2 mountain passes. Daily acceptance. Qualified will have 5 contribution points of reward. That is to say, each person can earn a contribution point every day. Scanning through the list of quests, this was undoubtedly the least cost-effective quest. The better tasks, such as welcoming guests at the pavilion post and shopkeepers at the square market stores, were easy tasks, yet they had 2 or 3 contribution points per day. Only, all the good quests show that they have been taken. The only tasks left were sweeping, guarding the earth fire, managing the spirit fields, digging mines, and the like. The process of taking a mission is simple. Register, issue a mission card, and settle the bill when you deliver the mission. After the 5 people collected the task and left, Hu Tianlai came over and saw the record of the task they had collected, and could not help but smile grimly. Several of Zhu Yudao's people hadn't eaten, and the dining hall was right next to the miscellaneous affairs hall. The dining hall is so spacious that it is no problem at all to accommodate 3,000 to 5,000 people eating at the same time. Buns, rice and so on, here is a free supply. Hall Immortal Cultivation Sect, naturally do not care about this point of consumption. Only spiritual rice, demon beast meat and so on. Only need to spend spirit stone. Zhu Yudao was instantly nonchalant. Get 100 steamed buns. How much? The chef here thought he had heard wrong. Chen Yu and the other 4 were also stunned to look at him. Although they didn't have to spend money, they couldn't waste it. 100. Are you going to eat all of this? You're not allowed to take it away from here. Eat up. If you can't finish it, let's see how this senior brother will clean you up. Let's have 20 more bowls of thin rice. Your bowl is too small. Fine, fine. I'll serve you. This chef was more energized, brought the steamed buns and thin rice, and watched from the sidelines. The commotion made over here also attracted people from the surrounding area. Zhu Yudao didn't want to make a scene, but he would eat here often in the future, and with the amount of food he had sooner or later he would make a commotion. Rather than that, it would be better to let everyone get used to it ahead of time, so that they wouldn't be surprised in the future. So, he opened to eat. White bread 3 mouth 5 mouth is 1. The naked eye visible a large basket of steamed bread in the rapid decrease. All people cannot help but gulp. This steamed bread is really so fragrant? In the past, it wasn't as if there hadn't been any that could eat, but 10 would top it. And he'd taken out 2 dozen in a flash before drinking a bowl of thin rice and continuing on with his liver rice. Not a lot of work. 50 steamed buns went down. People couldn't help but look at his stomach. It didn't bulge up much. Was this guy's stomach bottomless? A snort of laughter suddenly came. TSK, worthy of being a beggar's origin. Where is this a cultivator of immortality? Clearly a rice bucket. Zhu Yudao stopped his liver rice. It's not true that I'm a beggar. But what are you? Qingshi City's famous evil young man. Flying dragon sect recruiting scum like you is equal to a rat shit spoiling a pot of porridge. Who are you calling a rat turd? Hu Tianlai rushed over and gripped his collar. Zhu Yudao is not a hot blood on the fists of the people, but the enemy provocation in the first. If you do not do it, it is still a man? Thus, the mangnia's strength was exerted at full strength, and at this time, he was using spiritual power, which was much stronger than martial true chi force. With just one punch, Hu Tianlai was disliked and flew over 3 feet away before falling to the ground coughing up blood. Senior brother Zhu, the sect forbids private fights. Senior brother Chen, I might not be able to clean with you guys. The cook on the side suddenly laughed. Not bad, just lead the gas into the body. Can put the refining 1 layer of the fight down. If you can eat the rest of the steamed buns, back to me to help you plead for mercy. I can finish it naturally. After saying that, he actually started eating again, and his speed was even faster than just now. Before the steamed buns were finished, a group of cultivators wearing green clothes with the word criminal on their sleeves entered the dining hall. The cook pulled the lead one into a whisper and the man nodded. The sect prohibits private fights. You have violated the rules of the sect. Come with us. Zhu Yudao hurriedly finished stuffing the remaining few steamed buns and drank a bowl of thin rice. Hu Tianlai was unconscious at this time, and was being racked. The Palace of Punishment was at Dragon Head Peak, and it was already half an hour later when they arrived there. Hu Tianlai didn't know what kind of elixir he had eaten, and at this time, he had already awakened. Only his face was very ugly. The two were taken to a dungeon littered with torture devices. What is the reason for the private fight between the two of you? Hu Tianlai jumped ahead. He called me an evil young man and a rat turd in the dining hall. This is a desecration of my honor. Do you have a reputation? Just ask around. Everyone knows what you are. Lord Deacon. You heard him, and now he's insulting me. The deacon of the penalty hall slapped the shocking wood. It is a bit excessive for him to say that you are a rat turd. Have you ever gripped his collar? Disciple, that's just angry. Since it was you who started the fight, the charge of private combat is established. And considering that you have injuries on your body, you are exempted from the punishment of the stick and punished to face the wall for a month. Yes, being spared from a beating. Hu Tianlai was secretly grateful. The deacon of the Palace of Punishment looked at Zhu Yudao again. You hurt your fellow disciples. You should have been heavily punished. Considering that you didn't strike first, you will receive 10 strokes of the cane, and will go to the earth fire pool to guard the earth fire for a month. Can you be convinced? Disciple is convinced. Just can I eat by guarding the earth fire? When these words came out, all the people around them laughed. Don't worry, you won't starve to death. You're not the only one in the earth fire pool. You can take turns guarding it. Thank you, Deacon, for your guidance. Take your punishment. Zhu Yudao was lying on his back on the bench. He was beaten with 10 canes. 10 blood purlins rose on his body, but he didn't hurt his bones, so it was evident that these 10 canes were merciful. Then he was taken to the pool of earthly fire. The earth fire pool, located in the earth fire vein underneath the dragon head peak. The alchemy room and the weapon refining room were built on top of the earth fire vein. Watching over the earth fire pool was actually placing spirit stones for the fire drawing formation here at regular intervals. And if any abnormalities were found in the earth fire, they would have to be reported in time. Among the tasks of the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs was the one of guarding the earth fire pool. By the time he got here, Zhu Yudao realized why everyone was reluctant to take this mission. Not only is it extremely hot, but there is a choking smell of sulfur, so the environment can be considered very harsh. The people escorting him had just left when a tall, thin man wearing only his pants came out of nowhere. This senior brother, what crime have you committed that you've been sent here? Hit the man. There's personality. Do you have any poison elimination pills in your hand? No. Then you're in trouble. If you're here for a long time, you'll have your lungs infested by the poisonous fire fury. It'll be very troublesome when the time comes. I just happen to have a few of them here. I'll sell them to you cheaply. Zhu Yudao saw that this guy's thieving head didn't look like a good person. I've only been in the sect for a few days. I don't have any spirit stones. It's only been a few days? You're lying to the devil. You're clearly drawing chi into your body. I was lucky. I succeeded in channeling chi into my body on the first day. It's hard to tell. You're quite well qualified. It should be okay. What is the name of the senior brother? My name is Sun Yukai. It is fate that we can meet here. In the future, we should be more intimate and closer. My name is Zhu Yudao. Please teach me more. Senior brother Sun. Not long after getting along, Zhu Yudao had a judgment on this person. This guy is an old wanderer. Those things in the outer gate, as if there is nothing he doesn't know. Senior brother Sun. How many years have you been in the sect? Sun Yukai stroked a few beards under his lips. It's been 20 years since I counted. And there's not much left of the masters and brothers who were initiated together in the beginning. How come? You're all supposed to be under 40. It's not a matter of age. It's partly because the qualifications are so poor that they're stuck at the hurdle of channeling chi into the body and opening up spiritual awareness. And the clan has a rule that if you can't open up your spiritual awareness for 3 years, you'll be dismissed. More of our brothers and sisters died a few years ago. In the battle with the Night Fork sect, a battle in which our Flying Dragon sect died more than 3,000 deaths in battle. Do wars like this happen often? It happens from time to time, so being able to survive is king. The guy took out many drinks and dishes from his Qiankuan bag. Zhu Yudao hurriedly and very wisely helped him fill up his wine, and rubbed his nose in it in the process. Poison resistance -1. The sudden appearance of the tip indicated that the fire fury here was indeed harmful, but it had only decreased a little in 2 hours. So there was no need to worry at all. Underground, there is no way to know the time. However, every day at the hour, there would be a spirit stone delivered by a disciple from the Hall of Weapon Refiners, or the Hall of Alchemists. These spirit stones were used to replenish the consumption of the fire drawing formation in the earth fire pool. Spirit stones are crystals of aura, each about the size of a peanut meter, with different colors, related to the 5 elements of aura they contain. Zhu Yudao was considered to have truly seen one of the most important resources for immortal cultivators. After exchanging the spirit stones for the fire drawing formation, Sun Yukai went out with the disciple who was guarding the alchemy room with a smile on his face and came back after most of the day. Elder brother, I'm going to get some food. Okay, you go, and be back by the end of the night. Shall I bring you some? No need. I have plenty here. The other party pointed to the Qiankuan bag. Zhu Yudao came out of the fire pool, not only to get food, but also to leave a message for Nyo Dali, so as not to cause trouble for that teacher who had a bit of a hot temper. When he reached the vicinity of the stone house, he saw Chen Yu who was cleaning up. Let the senior brothers work hard. Elder brother is back? Can't come back yet. Punished for watching the fire pool. Chen Yu's face changed. The fire fury there in the fire pool is poisonous. Senior brother plan early. It's best to buy a poison elimination pill. Well, I know. If anyone comes looking for me in the next few days, just tell them that I've taken on the task of watching the fire pool. Yes, I'll pass it on. Zhu Yudao left a message on the door, then took 2 pamphlets, and the dry food left over from before, and looking at the sky, it was nearly noon, and ran to the dining hall again. Elder brother, hit me with 20 pounds of corn rice. The chef recognized him and couldn't help but smile. Bamboo shoot stir fry tastes good, doesn't it? And many thanks to senior brother for his favor. You're a resourceful one. The chef handed over a bucket of rice and carried him a leg of pork. Eat up so you have the strength to fight. Zhu Yudao ate and drank his fill, and this one also gave him dozens of steamed buns left over from the morning. The teenager who worked as a helper for the chef wondered, Senior brotherly, why are you taking extra care of him? The chef revealed a look of remembrance. There was once a man who could eat like him. If he hadn't blocked a flying sword for me back then, it would have been someone else who was cooking here at this time. I've heard it said that elder brother has been a chef for a long time? Chef smiled slightly. It's been a long time, so long that I can't remember how many years I've been here? The teenager slightly bristled. The outer disciples would be dismissed to their hometowns at the age of 60. Could it be more than 60 years? When Zhu Yudao returned to the underground fire pool, Sun Yukai picked at all the food he had brought with him. Couldn't you have bought some spiritual vegetables? There are no spirit stones. I just entered the sect. Forgot about that. Senior, want to get rich? Of course I want to, but what kind of fortune is there to be made in the sect? Sun Yukai Shinshin secretly took out a medicine bottle. Do you know what's here? Pills? That's right. I'll provide the source. You take it out and sell it. Let's split the profit 30 to 70. How about 7 for me and 3 for you? Elder brother is actually an alchemist? Although Zhu Yudao didn't know much about the immortal cultivation world, he had still heard of alchemists. A very lofty profession. How can I have that skill? This is the elixir processed above. Sun Yukai pointed in the direction of the alchemy room and gave a you-know-what look. The clan's pills can also be sold casually? The serious good Dan, of course not. Some poor color inferior Dan. The sex cannot see. Throw away and a pity. To say the least. I also look at those scattered cultivators poor. Cannot afford to buy the genuine Dan. A second-rate Dan. It should have side effects, right? A little Dan poison is just a little bit. It can always be discharged. If you don't take Dan pills, this road to longevity will be cut off. How many senior brothers and sisters? Just because there is no Dan breakthrough, they have to go home to plant the land. Seeing him act like a compassionate person, Zhu Yudao really wanted to spray him in the face. However, this person has no enmity or grudges with himself, so he can't care about other people's affairs. I'm too dumb to sell pills. Sun Yukai was good at observing words and understood by looking at his expression, so he let out a dry laugh. It's fine if senior brother doesn't like it, just pretend I didn't say it. Watching over the underground fire pool was very boring, so Zhu Yudao decided to find himself something to do. First of all, the sect issued the Immortal Sect 100 Facts pamphlet read twice. Understand a lot of general knowledge of the immortal cultivation world, such as the immortal cultivation realm, refining qi, foundation building, Jindan, Yuanying. Each realm is divided into the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the perfect. Another example is that this world has 5 continents and 4 seas, and the continent where the present moment is located is called the East Continent, which has an overall elliptical shape, with the longest length of 100,000 miles from the east to the west, and the widest width of 40,000 miles from the north to the south. Currently there are 16 mortal countries and dozens of immortal cultivation sections. The Flying Dragon sect is located in the territory of the Song country, where the 3 sects once stood side by side, and a few years ago they united with the traveling immortal sect to exterminate the Night Fork sect. After familiarizing himself with the immortal sect's 100 things, he began to cultivate the manga strength again. After inducing qi into the body, according to the pamphlet, one needed to open up the spiritual sense in order to continue cultivating. He didn't know how to open his spiritual sense, so he could only cultivate manga strength first, and now that there was an ample supply of food, he could boldly cultivate. Sun Yukai thought that it was a complete waste of time for him to cultivate martial arts, and that it would be better to be his underling and sell substandard Dan. However, he was politely rejected once again. 2 days later, Zhu Yudao went back to the stone house, and when he saw the message on the door, he knew that Niu Dali had already come and asked him to look for him at the old place after he succeeded in inducing qi into his body. Every other day, he would go to the dining hall to eat. and the chef Li Wadong gradually familiarized with the more and more convenient to bring buns and rice. Watching over the fire pool. Every day the poison resistance is reduced by 4 or 5 points. Eat a few herbs to make up for it. Half a month later. Look at him still alive and well. Sun Yukai wondered. The last one. Didn't eat the anti-poisoning pills. Didn't even last for 10 days. You're 15 days old. Isn't there some kind of secret to detoxify? Naturally, Zhu Yudao couldn't reveal his secret. I ate the bile of a demonic snake. That thing has a strong ability to detoxify. So that's how it is. No wonder you're not afraid. But next time you find this thing, don't eat it directly. 1 demon snake guts. I'll give you a poison elimination pill. Plus 2 spirit stones. Yes. Turn the day. Sun Yukai went out again. The result of this go is a day and a night. Name why even thick cultivators to send spirit stone are not back. Where's Master Sun? He never came back. Replacing the spirit stones for the fire drawing formation. You're okay with that, right? No problem. I've been switching lately. That's good. Another day passed and Sun Yukai still didn't come back. Zhu Yudao felt that something might have happened. And sure enough, the cultivator with the surname he came over with a gloomy face. Senior brother did something happen to senior brother Sun? He's been badly injured. You're the only one here for now. How can I do it alone? There's no one to change shifts. I'll keep an eye on it for you while you go eat. Here's a few second-rate Pui Yuan Dan. So I'll give them to you. Consider it as hard-earned money for you. Zhu Yudao received the spirit stone and a medicine bottle. Opening the pill bottle, there were 3 pills inside that were mottled in color and had an uneven surface. Pui Yuan Dan? He saw Sun Yukai serve this Dan. This kind of medicine is mainly used to solidify and cultivate the energy. Most suitable for those who are weak to take. The genuine cultivation of the Dan. A bottle of only 5 spirit stones. 3 substandard. I'm afraid that it is not worth a spirit stone. The other party is obviously think that it is a pity to throw it away. And then gave it to him for nothing. After thinking about it, even if it was poisonous, it shouldn't do much harm to you. So he took a pill. Blood and Qi plus 20. Toxic resistance 2. Adding 20 points of blood Qi and 2 less points of poison resistance. This was a good deal. He simply ate the other 2 together. Blood and Qi plus 40. Toxic resistance 4. The blood Qi was replenished. Just in time to cultivate the Mangyo strength. I don't know if it was the 3 second-rate Peiyuan Dan that had worked, but after running the small circumference, the surging martial true Qi didn't return to the Sea of Qi, but instead broke through the Xian Pass and opened up a new small circumference before finally converging into the Dantian and fusing with the little bit of spiritual energy. The Mangya strength had unexpectedly broken through to the 2nd level. If one were to reach the 2nd level based on the original amount of true Qi, it would take at least a year and a half, but he didn't expect to complete the breakthrough after taking 3 second-grade pills. Unsurprisingly, the beep sounded. You have broken through the bottleneck of martial arts. Current blood Qi, 396/500. Current spiritual power, August 10th. Current poison resistance, 105 out of 300. The blood Qi value broke through to 500, and he had a feeling that if he threw a punch right now, he could kill Hu Tianlai with a single punch. 3 second-grade Peiyuan Dan had achieved this effect. What if more Peiyuan Dan could be obtained? Moving to this kind of thinking, Zhu Yudao hoped that Junho would give him the 2nd-grade Peiyuan Dan again, but unfortunately, by the end of the punishment period in January, the other party didn't mention the matter of the Dan again. Senior brother I won't be coming tomorrow, so tell the replacement that the earth fire has been a bit wild lately. Where are the replacements? None of whom are willing to come. Then raise the contribution of the mission. There will always be people? Junho shook his head. It's impossible for the sect to raise its contribution for something as trivial as watching an earth fire. And as fire fury is a great danger to cultivators. Usually only disciples who have made a mistake are forced to take on this task. Well, someone has to watch, right? Junho smiled bitterly. Then it's only me and senior brother Wang from the refining room who will take turns guarding. Zhu Yudao's heart moved. I think this mission is quite good. Junho was also a person with a clever mind. What needs does senior brother have? Just say it. Those second-rate Dawn. Can they? It turns out that senior martial brother Zhu, like senior martial brother Sun, is also interested in the business of second-rate pills. Let's do it this way. For the second-rate grain-preventing pills, I'll charge you 1 spirit stone per bottle. The second-grade rejuvenation pill charges you 2 spirit stones per bottle. Second-grade Pui Yuan Dan, charge you 3 spirit stones per bottle. The second-grade Qi benefiting pill charges you 5 spirit stones per bottle. Second-rate marrow cleansing pills, charge you 10 spirit stones per bottle. Second-grade spirit opening pills, charge you 20 spirit stones per bottle. What does Master Zhu think? It didn't sound expensive, but my family didn't have a single spirit stone. However, It suddenly occurred to him that he still had 9 marrow cleansing pills, so he asked, "How many spirit stones does a genuine marrow cleansing pill cost per pill?" "The market price is about 5 spirit stones apiece. If senior brother has a need, I can sell you 2 9 spirit stones. When I've saved up enough spirit stones, I'll ask senior brother he for more, and when I've rested for 2 days, I'll take up the task of guarding the fire pool again." "That's good, and it saves us from having to deal with those uninitiated newcomers." Just after returning to the stone room, Chen Yu approached the door. "Senior brother Zhu, delivering the mission today. Let's go together." "I'll pass. I haven't worked a day. A day's work was not done, and you had your share of it, when we were 5 to take the job." In the sect, contribution points were more useful than spirit stones, and one could go to the Hall of Transmission to listen to the seniors' lectures on the Dharma, go to the Pavilion of Scriptures to read books, and go to the sect's treasury to exchange for elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans. 30 contribution points. To give them up for nothing was too much of a pity, but to let him be favored for nothing, he was uneasy in his heart. After thinking about it, "Senior brother Chen, you guys don't have the marrow cleansing pill yet, do you?" Was waiting for the contribution points to come down for redemption. "I have 4 marrow cleansing pills here. How about 1 for each of you, as payment for your hard work?" For marrow cleansing pills, buying them in the marketplace was only 20 spirit stones, compared to 30 points of contribution. It was hard to say whether it was a loss or a gain, but at least it was possible to gain a bit of friendship. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. This month, although he had worked very hard, however, if he could get an extra marrow cleansing dan, this bit of hard work felt no disadvantage. Moreover, he had long inquired about it. To go to the sect treasury to exchange marrow cleansing dan, it required 10 points of contribution. From here, it was still taking advantage of the bargain. "Senior brother is too polite. Let's go deliver the mission together." The 4 marrow cleansing pills were divided down. Lei Xiu'er, Zhao Yan, and Shi Taizhu were equally very joyful. The little bit of resentment in their hearts was immediately swept away, and their favorability towards Zhu Yudao increased greatly. The process of delivering the task went smoothly. Chen Yu wanted to claim another cleaning task, which was rejected by Zhu Yudao. "I promised that senior brother who gave the marrow cleansing pill to continue guarding the fire pool." "Senior brother, guarding the fire pool is poisonous." "It's okay, there's a poison elimination pill for that." The 4 of them didn't have the means to take on the cleaning task, and Chen Yu couldn't find a more suitable one for a while. "How about this? Senior brother can take on 2 jobs. The cleaning task doesn't require you to make a move. Turn around and we'll deliver the task together. You're all okay with that?" The other 3 were unanimous in stating that they had no opinion. "How about this? I won't take advantage of you guys. When the task is delivered, I'll give each of you 5 spirit stones." "Thank you, senior brother." Zhu Yudao also thought it was good. Guarding the fire pool, there were 60 contribution points in January, plus 30 points for cleaning. It was considered a high salary amongst the outer disciples. After receiving the mission, he ate a beautiful meal in the dining hall again, and coincidentally, he met Hu Tianlai again, and the other party had only just come out after a month of face-to-face meditation. When he thought that the other party had wasted a month's time for nothing, Zhu Yudao was secretly pleased. The 2 pierced each other with their eyes for 100 times, then went about their business. After coming out of the dining hall, Zhu Yudao went to the Dragon Scale Ridge, to the old place where he had agreed with Niu Dali, which was under the spiritual jujube tree. He actually succeeded in inducing qi. "It seems your qualifications aren't too bad. Master, can you not suddenly appear behind you? It's weirdly scary. Man up. What's so scary? Come on, I'll take you to my place." Niu Dali's so-called residence was a 2-story wooden building with rather simple furnishings inside. "Your building is newly built, right? That's quite a heart. It leaked some time ago and I recovered it in a fit of pique. Everything else is fine, just a little too many flies." Niu Dali heatedly smiled and changed the topic. "You draw qi into your body. Next it's time to open the sea of spiritual awareness. Practicing qi refining techniques needs to be chosen based on your spiritual roots. What kind of spiritual roots did you test when you were selecting?" "It says wood, fire, earth, and gold miscellaneous spirit roots, with medium earth spirit roots. Rather, it is somewhat similar to me. Then cultivate the earth system technique as the main one. For the master here there is the thick earth technique, the powerful God King technique, and the Koan Yuan Earth Fury technique. You choose one." "Is there a difference between these 3? The thick earth technique is a very common technique with thick spiritual energy, capable of switching to any other earth technique later on, and there are many corresponding legacies. The powerful God King technique, exactly the technique practiced by my master, is high in attack and defense, and when practiced to the extreme, it can destroy mountains and split the earth. However, This set of gongfu has a very big flaw. That is, it complements body refining. And body refining extremely consumes resources. And nowadays, as resources in the immortal cultivation world are becoming more and more scarce, it is very difficult to practice this set of gongfu to the extreme. What about the Koan Yuan Earth Fiend technique? The Koan Yuan Earth Fury skill, which is derived from the thick earth skill. After building the foundation, one draws the fury into the body and practices the Koan Yuan True Deity, which is equivalent to possessing a set of high defense natural aptitudes. The cultivation difficulty of this set of techniques is between the thick earth technique and the powerful God King technique. However, he also has an Achilles heel. It's very dangerous when drawing the fury into the body. If you're not careful, your physical body will be destroyed by the spirit fury. What is this spirit fury that Master said? You can interpret it as a mutated earth spirit power with toxicity. Is the fire fury also a mutated spiritual power with poison? That's right. There's a set of fire techniques called the Li Yuan Fire Fury technique, which requires one to draw the fire fury into the body. And that one is even more dangerous than drawing the earth fury. When Jiudao thought about the fact that he possessed poison resistance and wasn't afraid of all kinds of poisons at all, practicing the Koan Yuan Geomancy skill was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Disciple, I am willing to cultivate the Koan Yuan Earth Fiend technique. Okay, then I'll start by telling you how to open the spirit. Nyo vigorously recounted the way to open the sea of spiritual consciousness, which, in simple terms, was to impact the mud pill palace so that it would become a place for the divine soul to reside. Without being able to open the spirit, one would not be able to command a magic weapon with divine sense, and would not be able to perform a long-distance attack, so it was very important to open the spirit. After speaking, he took out a jade slip and 2 pills. When you succeed in opening your spirit, you will be able to access the techniques on the jade slip. This set of Koan Yuan Earth Fiend technique can only be cultivated up to the Jindan stage. After the Jindan stage, you can then choose another earth technique. These 2 pills of spirit opening pills can help you succeed in opening your spirit in a faster time. In the future, if there's anything you don't understand, you can always come and ask your master, Zhu Yudao. His favorability towards this teacher has risen another notch. People can ask for nothing from him, but he can't accept it with peace of mind. The only thing that could be done was to honor this master properly in the future. Helped the teacher to organize the room. Made a very vegetarian food porridge. He found that the teacher actually very favor vegetarian food. But think about it, monks, many are not food. Willing to eat meat is really not much. At night, he returned to his stone house, swallowed a spirit opening pill, and then ran his few spiritual powers to start clashing the mud pill palace. This time, he didn't get any hints, indicating that since the spirit opening pill didn't increase blood chi, it didn't increase poison resistance either. After an hour, he sighed and failed. Cultivating immortality really wasn't that easy. With a clench of his teeth, he swallowed a second one, and if it didn't work out, he'd just have to resign himself to his fate. You forcefully swallowed too much medicine and damaged your meridians. Blood chi minus 50. Nice guy. Reduced by 50 at a time. If one's original blood chi was less than 50, wouldn't one hang up at once? He didn't waste the opportunity and continued to impact the mudball palace. Blood gas minus 10. Blood gas minus 10. There were constant alerts of diminishing blood and gas coming in. He gritted his teeth to support. After another impact on the mud pill palace, his head suddenly boomed, as if an explosion occurred. After a blood gas minus 30 alert, he fainted. I don't know how long it took to regain consciousness. Strange feeling appeared. Obviously did not open his eyes. The situation inside the stone house is clear. This is a successful spirit opening? As he was being surprised, the beep sounded. Your chi has reached a critical point. Current blood chi, 10/500. Current spiritual power, 10 out of 100. Current poison resistance, 78 out of 300. He hurriedly took out what he could eat, and ate a meal, waiting for his blood chi to rise to 50 points before he felt that he had regained his chi. Spiritual energy broke through the upper limit, which meant that one had successfully reached the first level of chi refining, officially becoming a cultivator. What can a monk do? Cultivators could cultivate spells and use magic weapons. Spells were out of the question for the time being, but there happened to be a magic weapon on hand, so he tried to use his divine sense, and sure enough, he managed to see what was in the old Chinkuan pouch. This Chinkuan bag, about a cubic meter or so of space. The items inside are a little bright. White is silver, looks like no less than 200 taels. The yellow is gold, no less than 300 taels. He had seen the blood-colored small streamer before, and Nyo Dali claimed that it was a replica of the blood god streamer. 2 sets of clothes and shoes, 2 copies of the handwritten book, 2 pill bottles. In addition, there are a few miscellaneous items. He used his divine sense to lock onto a piece of gold, and the gold was taken out by him. How do I put it in? After repeating the test a few times, he understood the usage of this chinkuan bag, taking out 2 more handwritten books. The first one, Qing Muji, was a qi refining technique. Randomly flipped through it and tossed it aside. The other book, General Basic Spells in 6. Flipping it open and looking at it, it recorded 6 basic minor spells, which were body protecting spiritual light technique, light body technique, object repelling technique, traction technique, voice transmission technique, and qi looking technique. Since it was a basic spell, it was definitely mandatory, and he decided to practice it while guarding the fire pool. Look outside at the time nearly noon. Throwing the clothes and other things in the chinkuan bag into the garbage pool next to the stone house. After freshening up, rushed to the dining hall. Senior brotherly, give me 200 steamed buns and a bucket of thin rice. Oh, the amount of food has risen again. Practicing Qi 1 level up? Yeah, just broke through last night. Not bad. It seems that your cultivation qualifications are better than most people here. Li Wantong praised, then brought him steamed buns to serve his meal. A heavy meal replenishes the blood. Before leaving, he asked for 100 more steamed buns and put them in the chinkuan bag, so that he would not attract attention. In addition to replenishing qi and blood, it is also necessary to replenish the poison resistance. After collecting some herbs at the Dragon Scale Ridge, a group of patrolling cultivators passed by, and one of them was about to go up and question them, but was stopped by the commander in charge. Don't go, and don't even bother with this one going in and out from now on. Why? Because he's got backers we can't afford to mess with. This one instantly showed a look of understanding, so he did not pursue the matter any further. Zhu Yudao collected medicinal herbs and unknowingly came near the workshop market, thinking that he now had a large amount of gold and didn't care about the 10 taels entry fee. Who knows? This time the janitor asked no questions. This senior brother, why don't you guys charge anymore? Can I still charge for it now that you've called me senior? You mean there's no charge for disciples of the sect? Oh, who needs to pay to enter their own territory? Go in. Feel free to enter later. Thank you, elder brother. There was very little foot traffic in the marketplace, and the streets were cold and quiet. Shu Yudao turned around and saw many things he wanted, but unfortunately, these stores only accepted spirit stones. In addition to the stores, there was also an area dedicated to the cultivators' stalls. The stalls mostly sold medicinal herbs, ores and demonic beast materials. When he saw someone selling wild boar meat, he couldn't help but feel a bit greedy. This fellow Daoist, how do you sell wild boar meat? This is a first-order demonic beast, 10 pounds of a spirit stone, with a bonus of a drop. I don't have any spirit stones. Is it okay to buy them with gold? This one looks at the sky. It will be dark in a while, and there is very little traffic in the marketplace in the past 2 days, so I guess it won't be sold. 1 tael of gold per caddy. Can I have those downers too? If you can have it all, you can have it all. I'll take them all then. 65 taels of gold. Bought dozens of pounds of wild boar meat. Shu Yudao felt like he had money to burn. However, the windfall was spent, and he asked in passing if there was a place to exchange gold for spirit stones. There's a pawn shop on the back street where you can exchange it, but the exchange is 1 to 11. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Zhu Yudao came to the pawn shop and exchanged all the remaining gold into spirit stones. There were only 22 in total. He wanted to exchange the second grade Dan. He couldn't do it without spirit stones. It was not early, so he came out of the workshop and went straight to the underground fire vein of the Dragon Head Peak, knowing the way to break the maze formation from Nyo Dali. The Dragon Scale Ridge was no longer enough of an obstacle for him. Senior brother Zhu, I'll leave this place to you. See you tomorrow. As if he was out of his misery, He Junho ran away after the handover. The environment of the underground fire pool was harsh, but it was very clean, and no one usually disturbed it, so it was a good place to cultivate. Take out the first order of wild boar and barbecue it over the ground fire. It would be perfect with some chilled tipple. Eat, drink, and start practicing the 6 basic minor spells. These small spells, every time they were practiced, consumed exactly 1 point of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was consumed, and then he ran the chi refining technique of the Koan Yuan Earth Fiend technique to start cultivating. The fire aura in the fire pool was more abundant. The speed of cultivating the earth system technique was extremely slow, spitting for 2 hours before 4 points of spiritual energy were accounted for. However, he simply cultivated manhwa. The martial true chi fused with spiritual energy could also be converted into spiritual energy. While cultivating martial true chi was more efficient, the chi and blood consumed could be completely compensated by eating. Cultivate in the first half of the night, and rest after replacing the spirit stone for the fire drawing formation once. Sleeping in a place like the fire pool was nothing short of torturous, but fortunately, he had learned to meditate, and it only took him 2 hours to be refreshed. In the morning, He Junho delivered spirit stones and a bottle of second-rate grain-preventing pills. Senior brother, this is the spirit stone to buy the Pure Valley pill. Keep it, although it's just a spirit stone, but it's a good start. He Junho gladly accepted. Son, senior brother won't come over for a while. In the future, this business, it's yours. Why did senior brother Sun quit? Zhu Yudao, however, knew how much Sun Yukai loved his fake medicine business. Now that the remnants of the Night Fork sector causing chaos everywhere, the outer disciples who are above the late stage of chi refining have basically all been dispatched. No wonder the marketplace is so cold. So people have gone out. Yes, the form is rather grim. Liang is at war with Song. It's actually the Blood River sect and the Giant Sword sect that are secretly supporting it. So it's not likely there's going to be another war. He Junho said worriedly. Isn't it good to honestly cultivate immortality? Why do you have to fight and kill? Master Zhu is still too young. This world is all about profit. Our side is full of aura and rich in produce. Liang's side has a harsh climate, and I heard that the only spirit stone mine is about to be depleted. Those barbarians, as long as they're desperate, they'll come to rob. The two chatted for a while, and He Junho left. The immortal cultivation world was not peaceful, even more chaotic than the mundane world. That's the conclusion Zhu Yudao came to. Since it is chaotic outside, I will stay here all the time to guard the fire pit and hide in the small building to listen to the wind and rain. Regardless of spring, summer and fall, liver and rice, cultivate Mangnia strength, cultivate Koan Yuan Earth Fury Decree, practice 6 basic minor spells, and settle down to rest. That's what he did every day, week after week, at the fire pit. In addition to He Junho coming regularly every day to deliver the spirit stones that replenished the consumption of the formation. Every other day he would bring over some substandard dan. The second-grade grain-preventing elixir was of extremely low value, and it wasn't a pity to throw it away. And the ones that were brought in the most were the second-grade cultivation elixir and the second-grade marrow-cleansing elixir. Last time, with 3 second-grade Peiyuan Dan, he managed to break through to the second level of Mangnia strength, while this time, after finishing off an entire bottle, there was no sign of a breakthrough. What the hell is going on? He took the time to consult with Nyo Dali. Mang Nyo Jin is easy to start, but the further you go the more difficult it is to cultivate. It's already very rare for you to break through to the second weight in just a short period of time. Generally speaking, it takes 15 years to go from the second weight to the third, 50 years to go from the third to the fourth, and 100 years to go from the fourth to the consummation. Therefore, mortals can usually only cultivate to the third level. With the help of elixirs, can we reduce the cultivation time? It can be, but the effect is good at first, but after eating more, the effect will become worse, and it costs too much. Not to mention you, even for the master, it can't hold up to this kind of expense. I suggest you focus more on chi refining. Even if you Mangnia strength is cultivated to the 5th gravity, you may not be able to beat a cultivator in the middle stage of chi refining. Disciple understands. Mangnia strength rises in strength and attack power, but people cultivators do not give you the opportunity to get close. Everything is in vain. However, what Nyo Dali was looking at was the upper limit of chi and blood. As long as his blood is thick and he has the natural aptitude of liver and rice to replenish blood, who can help him when he walks in the Jianghu in the future? Understanding these circumstances of cultivating Mangnia strength, he took another second-grade Peiyuan Dan, and it still rose 20 points of chi and blood, which indicated that there was no problem of resistance. Then it could only be said that the accumulation of true chi required to go from the second to the third level was excessive, and as long as a certain level was reached, one could still advance to the next level. Since it's still a matter of quantity, just keep eating. However, with 22 spirit stones, there were still 7 left, so how would the next sale of the second-rate Dan be conducted? The only thing he had on hand right now that was worth anything was the magic weapon that imitated the Blood God Streamer. This artifact is appraised as a mid-grade artifact by the Treasure Weapon Pavilion of the marketplace and is willing to offer 200 spirit stones to acquire it. However, he was a bit reluctant to part with it. This magic weapon did not have a strong attack power, and even less defense, but it had an excellent characteristic, which was blood-eating. It could entangle the opponent and also continuously bleed the enemy. Selling things isn't a permanent solution after all. It's better to find a lucrative camp. Alchemy, artifact refining, talisman making, and spirit planting. These were the side businesses that cultivators often chose. Among them, alchemy and weapon refining were the most lucrative, but these two were also the most threshold. First of all, they all had to be good at fire control, and only those who majored in wood and fire feats were suitable. Spiritual plants, generally those who majored in water and wood feats were the most suitable. Talisman making has the lowest threshold. The problem is that buying talisman paper, talisman pen, and talisman ink all cost money, and learning also requires a process. There is no way to see immediate results. So, there is only another way to go. Taking a look at a whole bottle of second-rate marrow cleansing pill in his hand, he didn't need this kind of medicine anymore, and it would be a waste to keep it in his hand. It was just that, did he really want to sell fake medicine? The second-grade marrow cleansing pills were effective, except that they had a certain degree of toxicity, which was not a bad choice for some loose cultivators who were strapped for cash. In addition, he still had 5 genuine marrow cleansing pills, so he would first go out and relieve his immediate needs. Junho came again to deliver the spirit stone and asked the other party to take a shift for one day. If you want to sell medicine, it's best not to set up a stall within the marketplace, so as not to cause trouble like senior brother son. Then please, senior brother work a little harder, no harm done, but make sure you get back tomorrow. Yes, senior. After a full meal in the dining hall, he came to the workshop. Stores didn't accept substandard dan. Stalls needed to pay a spirit stone stall fee, and with Junho's reminder, he didn't want to ask for trouble. So, just like the scalpers in the previous life, you can sneak around the market and choose your target customers. A young man with a sad face, bulking outside the Dan Yuan building fell into his field of vision. The newly learned chi-looking technique came in handy. There was an aura flickering in his pupils, and he found that there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy in the other party's body, so in all probability, he hadn't induced chi into his body. Brother, do you want the potion? This one pulled away extremely alert. No, if your qualifications are poor and you don't have the aid of elixirs, you may not be able to successfully induce chi for a year and a half. How do you know that I didn't succeed in invoking chi? Zhu Yudao shook his identity card. Recognize this? You're the immortal master of the Flying Dragon sect? Yeah, who would pose as a Flying Dragon sect cultivator here? The youth thought about this. I do want to buy pills, but I don't have any spirit stones. It's okay to exchange gold with other items. 10 taels of gold to pay the entrance fee to the workshop. And there's not much valuable items on hand. Nothing. Buy a friggin' potion? Zhu Yudao was tempted to turn around and leave, but he still patiently asked. You're not going to do this with empty gloves, are you? The youth hesitated for a long time, but still spoke up. I know of a place that has a treasure, and I want to trade this information for it. If there is a treasure, why don't you take it for yourself? There's a big, flower-spotted snake there that spews out a poisonous mist that makes you dizzy if you inhale just a little bit, and my father was eaten by it. A large snake that can eat people must be a demonic beast, and with a different kind of demonic beast, Zhu Yudao would have gotten Yo Dali to help or resold the information to someone else. However, he had experience in dealing with snake demons, and he was even less afraid of poisonous mist. Is that place far away? About 150 miles. Zhu Yudao thought about it. Fully utilizing his light body technique, he could make a round trip in a day, and if he had a horse, it would be even faster. Okay, I'll go with you. I want the marrow cleansing pill and the method to draw chi into the body. Are you sure you have spiritual roots? Father had paid someone to test it, and although it's the worst qualification, it should be able to cultivate immortality. Zhu Yudao took out the Flying Dragon Sex pamphlet. He basically memorized the things here. There was no use in keeping it, and then took out a second-rate marrow cleansing pill. After taking this elixir, you have to drink a pound of fresh milk every day. Drinking fresh milk has the effect of reducing the stagnation of Danmu, which is a tip known from Sun Yukai. The youth didn't know the doorway, but since the immortal master had said so, there must be a reason. Receiving the pamphlet and the elixir, he was as if he had been given a treasure. However, he still added, can you give 2 of them? In case it's not enough, when your words are confirmed, I'll give you another one, and if you dare to lie to me, I'll definitely let your soul fly away. I wouldn't dare. Before leaving the workshop market, Zhu Yudao spent another spirit stone to buy a poison-resistant pill. In his Qiankuan pocket, he had stocked up on quite a few herbs, but this kind of low-ranked herbs can only increase the poison resistance a little bit at a time. If the poison is too violent, he will have to rely on the poison-resistant pill. What's your name? And is there a place nearby that sells horses? My name is Mengli, and I have a horse that I'm boarding at the marketplace. Then buy another one. It's not like you're going to ride yourself and I'm going to run underneath. Mengli said with a tangled face. I've spent all my money. Encountering a poorer than himself, Zhu Yudao cannot do anything. Good thing he still has 200 taels of silver in his hand. It is useless to keep it. After crossing the Panlong River, the other party was allowed to buy horses, and several dozen pounds of dried meat and steamed bread were purchased as necessary additions. At the end of the day, we came to the lower reaches of the Panjiang River, which stretches for an unknown number of miles of mudflat swamps, with reeds so deep that it is impossible to see the end of them. Is this the place you say has treasures? My father and son is to fish and hunt for a living. This 300 miles around the reed swamp feeds more than a dozen villages around us, more than 2,000 families. Zhu Yudao saw the flying water birds, and the hares that were not too afraid of people, and sighed that this is indeed a good place. At least there is no need to worry about food and drink. Riding along the reeds for more than 10 miles, he came to a waterway. Mengli whistled and a small boat sailed out of the reeds. Young master, you're back. Young master? When he heard this kind of title, Zhu Yudao's heart became more and more certain that he really wasn't an ordinary fisherman hunter. However, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. With his current strength, dealing with these people was no big deal at all. Feed the horses well. I'll go with the immortal master to the Black Dragon Pool. You guys prepare the food and wine. Yes. The two of them straddled the small boat, and Mengli rowed towards the depths of the reeds. After traveling a few miles forward, it was impossible to continue and the boat had to be abandoned. At this time the sky is already dark. Mengli got a torch, holding a harpoon in front of the head to lead the way, turning left and right. Zhu Yudao has long been unable to discern the direction. It was estimated that this was the other party's biggest reliance, and if Zhu Yudao were to turn against him, I was afraid that it would be difficult to walk out for a while. In these reeds, there are a lot of poisonous snakes and beasts. Mengli's kung fu was good and experienced, a ferocious wild boar, but in a few moments, it will let him solve it alone. Not bad. No wonder you dare to enter this reed bed in the middle of the night. I'm here to make a living, so naturally I need to have some self-preservation. Zhu Yudao didn't say anything else and moved forward while turning on binge-eating mode to replenish his blood chi and poison resistance. Mengli is secretly staggered. He has seen can eat. Have not seen so can eat. More than a dozen pounds of meat, dozens of steamed buns, even a moment's work to eat all. Not afraid to hold up death? About an hour or so ahead, he came to a water pool that was more than 10 feet wide. The water was black and gave the impression of extreme depth. Zhu Yudao realized that there was light flickering in the water. Immortal Master Zhu, look over there. That's the place with treasures I was talking about. Do you know what kind of treasure it is? My father had gone to check it out and came across that big snake. The two were talking when a slight sound came from the nearby reeds. As Zhu Yudao's divine sense unfolded, he took out the green steel sword that the sect was equipped with. This kind of sword was worthless in the hands of immortal cultivators, but in the mundane world it was a divine weapon. Immortal Master, it's coming. Without needing to be reminded, Zhu Yudao had already locked onto the target, which was a giant snake that was more than 4 meters long, with a triangular-shaped head and a pair of fan-like wings. Its long letters kept on gulping and emitting a hissing sound that would make one's skin goosebumps straighten up. This giant snake violently stopped swimming, completely ignoring Mengli's presence and glaring at Zhu Yudao as if it had decided that this was his enemy. The poisonous mist suddenly erupted and then bounced off the ground, and bizarrely, there was clearly only one, but it split into 2 figures. Zhu Yudao's body protective aura flashed. This basic spell, although the defense was weak, at least it could withstand the poisonous mist. Poison resistance -1. As the 2 snake shadows lunged over, the green steel sword drew an arc, and the giant snake phantom flickered and broke. The sword landed on the real body, but it was like chopping on top of resilient rubber. Instead, the serpent's tail was like a whip that lashed at him, and the protective aura broke in response. Blood gas -5, seemingly determining that the immortal cultivator in front of him was a rookie. This giant snake even kept spitting out poisonous mist, surrounded Zhu Yudao and launched successive attacks, and saw an opportunity to make an old tree coiled with its roots, and entangled Zhu Yudao. Blood gas -10. Blood gas -10. Mengli rushed over and pierced it with his harpoon, and this giant snake sprayed a mouthful of poisonous mist at him, scaring him so much that he leapt a few feet away, hesitating to risk helping again. But the next moment, he was stunned. The head of this viper was actually strangled on the ground by Zhu Yudao, and the green steel sword ruthlessly poked into its 7 inches of vitals, and its tail fluttered a few times, and then it didn't move. Is this the strength of an immortal master? Not only is he not afraid of poison, he can actually press a poisonous snake to the ground with one hand. How much strength does he have to have? Zhu Yudao stood up, coiled up the giant snake and put it into his Qiankuan bag, almost filling up the entire space. He simply took out some more food to binge on. Just now, he looked relaxed, but he had used manhwa twice in a row. The second level of manhwa, with full output, it would take 100 points of blood chi, and one strike had the force of 1,000 pounds, so he was able to press down on this giant snake. After replenishing some of his blood chi, he ate 2 more medicinal herbs, and the poisonous mist from just now was not a big threat to him, only reducing a few points of poison resistance. Immortal Master Zhu, are you alright? It's okay, you go get the water out of the water. Zhu Yudao was quite satisfied with Mengli's behavior just now. At least the other party was still thinking about helping himself out. Yes, Mengli leaped into the water, and in a short while, revealed the surface. Immortal Master. Below is a lotus plant that is rooted too deeply to be pulled up. You said the flash was a lotus flower? Yes. A lotus that can flash is bound to be a spiritual object, which is mentioned in the 100 questions on immortal cultivation. Most spiritual objects will have a spiritual light flashing. Zhu Yudao removed his outer clothes and jumped into the water, quickly reaching where the spirit lotus was, but saw that at the bottom of this pool, there were actually a lot of skeletons, human bones and animal bones, and didn't know how many living beings had lost their lives because of this thing. It was only after he and Meng Li jointly exerted their efforts that they were able to pull out the spirit lotus, along with the lotus root below. Under the water, there is not only this lotus root plant, but the climate is only this one. The other is not necessary to fish for all. Let them continue to grow. Maybe one day, we'll grow another spiritual lotus. Coming out of this black water pool, the two of them rested for a little while and then headed back. After leaving the reeds, Zhu Yudao took out another second-rate marrow cleansing pill. Remember, don't forget to drink fresh milk for 7 days after taking it. Immortal Master, can I still buy items like pills and techniques from you in the future? Do you have any spirit stones? I can trade for gold, and other things. Okay, if you have a need, I'll make a trip to the marketplace on the 1st and 15th of the month. Just wait for me there. Zhu Yudao declined to stay for dinner. He still had to get back to the sect before morning. Returning to the sect on the 4th night, for cultivators, they didn't care about day and night, so no one questioned him. After an hour of meditation in his stone house and breakfast, he went to the fire pit. Well, did the medicine sell? Sold some, but not many. Take your time. I'm going to rest. Senior brother, I've obtained a spiritual lotus. You appraise it. As long as it was stained with the word spirit, it was immediately different. Junho was immediately interested. Bring it to see. Zhu Yudao took out the spiritual lotus with the lotus root. Pity, if we had waited and picked again. This spirit lotus could have been sold for at least 500 or 600 spirit stones. If we don't pick them now, I'm afraid they'll be snatched away. That's true, although it's not ripe, but it's enough for medicine. Are you planning to exchange it for contributions in the sect? Or sell it to the workshop market? Sell it to the marketplace. You give an estimate. Without maturity, the value is usually halved. 200 or 300 spirit stones should be able to sell it. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. When the day turned around, Zhu Yudao took advantage of the break in eating to come to the workshop market. He went into 2 smaller stores first. One offered up to 200 spirit stones to acquire them, and the other only gave 190. He simply went to the Dan Yuan Pavilion, a place specializing in collecting herbs and selling pills, perhaps a little more atmospheric. 2 shopkeepers, a man and a woman, took the initiative to come forward and strike up a conversation. What do you need, fellow Daoist? I have a spirit lotus here that I want to offer. We have appraisers here. Fellow Daoist, please follow me. The female sales clerk led him to a small room on the side. Right after the two left, a young man came down from the stairs. Senior brother Wang, was that man buying pills just now? No, he has obtained a spiritual lotus and is going to strike at our place. Does senior brother who know him? The last time I was hurt, I was beaten by him. Cultivator Wang's eyes rolled. Does senior brother want to take revenge? How can I report it? Private fights are forbidden in the marketplace. There's no good consequences if you get caught. The marketplace is a ways away from the sect, so as long as you strike a little sharper, is it not simple to take revenge? The thing is, I can't always beat him. This is a good idea. As long as senior brother sends me that 100-year-old ginseng, I'll help you get him killed. The youth hesitated for a moment and clenched his teeth. Deal. Cultivator Wang took out a paper crane and whispered a few words to it, which turned into a stream of light and disappeared. After a tea, Zhu Yudao came out of the Dan Yuan Pavilion. The spirit lotus was sold for 210 spirit stones, and the demonic snake, which the appraiser called a first-order cockatrice, was sold for 25 spirit stones, 235 spirit stones. This was the first bucket of gold since crossing over. Beautiful. Zhu Yudao decided to reward himself. In the stall area, spent 5 spirit stones, bought 50 pounds of demonic beast meat, saw that there is a pamphlet selling the basis of talismans, and spent 2 spirit stones, also played a caddy of spirit wine, ready to pay tribute to his own cowmaster. High and happy, he ran in the direction of the sect. Suddenly, the land softened and his feet sank into the dirt. I don't know what's going on. A net came down over his head, and then 2 masked men leapt out of the bushes, one raising a large axe and slashing at his head, the other, maneuvering a small sword, stabbed him straight in the throat. Zhu Yudao completely did not expect to encounter an ambush here. Knowing that this place was only a few miles away from the sect and that there were fellow disciples passing by from time to time, being unprepared, He could only try his best to dodge, but with his feet sunk into the mud and the large net restricting him, it was impossible to dodge away. The protective aura more or less acted as a buffer, and the great axe struck the back of his shoulder. A huge pain came and blood flowed. At the same time, the flying sword grazed his cheek and flew past, taking away a line of blood. Blood gas -30, blood gas -10, blood gas -10. At the moment of life and death, he erupted with an unprecedented desire to survive, and grabbed the axe head and violently brought it over, actually tearing the large net with his hand. One of the masked men, once again maneuvering his flying sword to stab, was swung away by his great axe. The one who lost his axe took out a talisman and flung it out, which instantly transformed into a basin-sized fireball. Zhu Dao hurriedly blocked with his axe. The fireball blocked it, but the bursting flames splattered on him and his clothes were instantly burned with several holes. Blood gas -30, blood gas -10, blood gas -10. The blood gas is continuing to drop. Why aren't you dead? The two masked men felt unbelievable. They had done such a thing more than once. Usually when they were ambushed, even if they didn't die, they lost the power to resist. This one, however, was a dragon and swung his axe, blocking another wave of their attacks. What they found even more mind-boggling was the fact that this one was so busy that he even stuffed a piece of raw meat into his mouth. You're dying and you still want to eat? Suddenly, Zhu Dao jumped up from the ground. The ground trapping technique could only last for a few breaths, and now that he had gotten out of the trap, he naturally wouldn't let go of these two guys. Go! If you miss a hit, you'll vanish immediately, which is in line with the assassin's style of behavior. However, Zhu Dao, not to mention being injured, was not slower than them at all when he fully utilized his light body techniques. Coincidentally, there were 3 cultivators passing by, and one of them was clearly Sun Yukai. Senior Sun, stop them. Sun Yukai only swept a glance to understand, immediately greeted 2 companions, the assassin to round up. The 2 attackers didn't dare to enter the marketplace. That would be like throwing themselves into the net. So, they ran in the direction of the Panlong River ferry. When he arrived at the ferry, he had just boarded a boat when Zhu Dao and Sun Yukai and the others killed one after another. Even if the boatmen cooperated, it would take time to get offshore, and these 2 were decisive, jumping directly into the river. Zhu Dao was in a hurry and came with a flying axe. This axe hit one of them right in the buttocks. Blood came out. Sun Yukai offered a flying knife and chopped the back of his neck. The other one was nowhere to be found. Fish out the man who was hit and was already dead. The cultivator with Sun Yukai ripped off his mask. It's Ruan Lao. The one who ran away must be Ruan Boss. These 2 guys specialize in killing people and crossing goods. Senior brother Zhu, how did you get targeted by them? Zhu Dao knew in his heart that he might have gotten carried away selling the spiritual lotus and was targeted, and secretly warned that he could not make similar mistakes in the future. After elder brother left, elder brother, he convinced me to take over your business, and this just opened, and then this happened. Sun Yukai instantly realized that his last serious injury was also due to being targeted. Be careful in the future. The world is in chaos these days. Thanks for the reminder. Senior brother, let's see what's in his Qiankuan pocket. Let's split it up. There's no rush. Senior brother Zhao, cast a rejuvenation spell on senior brother Zhu. The cultivator surnamed Zhao clenched his hand and a green spiritual light fell on Zhu Dao, and with just this one hit, the wound stopped bleeding. Sun Yukai gave the gold sore medicine again, and the blood chi stopped falling. Dealing with his injuries, he opened the Qiankuan bag. There were quite a lot of things inside, but there were only 16 spirit stones, more than 200 taels of gold, 1 talisman, 2 bottles of pills, 1 handwritten copy of a book, 3 pieces of ores, 7 plants of herbs, and 2 sets of clothes. What a pauper. Not even a magic weapon. Senior brothers Zhao and Jia, how about the spirit stones and pills go to us, and the rest go to senior brother Zhu? We didn't do much. We should. Zhu Dao received the Qiankuan bag. Senior Sun, where are you guys coming from? Sect mission. Went to the Locked Yan Pass. There are remnants of the Night Fork sect, taking advantage of the war between the 2 countries to collecting souls to refine demon streamers. Hearing about Locked Yan Pass, Zhu Dao thought of Pangyao. I wonder how the battle is going over there. We won't be able to tell the winner from the loser for a while. Senior brother, recuperate well. We're going to deliver the mission. We'll talk again when we have time. Yes, at the moment, this appearance is not suitable to go to find Neo Dali again. And when he arrived at the underground fire pool, Junho heard that he had been attacked and warned him to be careful in the future. And then he went to work on his own business. Zhu Dao took out his newly acquired Qiankuan pouch, and the only things inside that interested him were the talisman and the booklet. The name of the booklet is Thick Earth Technique, and the Ruan Lao who died is estimated to have majored in Earth attribute techniques. After flipping through it, he found that it was indeed very similar to the Koin Yuan Earth Fiend technique that he had cultivated. Turning to the end, I found that at the back of the pamphlet, there were also 2 sets of minor spells recorded. One was the ground trapping technique, and the other was the Earth Spirit Clause. 2 small sets of spells, neither of them very powerful, but at least they were a means to an end, and he was going to take the time to practice them. Took out the talisman again, completely unable to see what it was for. However, it was only then that he bought a book of talisman basics, which recorded 10 commonly used first and second rank talismans, including Fireball Talisman, Spring Return Talisman, Spirit Sealing Talisman, Freezing Talisman, Spirit Rain Talisman, Golden Light Talisman, Wooden Cage Talisman, Bursting Flames Talisman, Spirit Gathering Talisman, and Divine Traveling Talisman. Against it, this talisman was none other than a Rejuvenation Talisman. The pamphlet recounts that the Rejuvenation charm is equal in potency to the Rejuvenation technique, stopping bleeding quickly and reducing the pain of injuries for 30 breaths. Good stuff. He decided to learn how to make talismans, starting with the Spring Return Talisman. The injuries on his body are not light, although there is a golden sore medicine, but the recovery is relatively slow. The reason is that this fire pool land is really not suitable for recuperating from injuries. Just in time for the expiration of another month's mission. Senior brother I need to recuperate from my injuries and won't be able to come over next month. Junho sighed. It is not easy to have a willing to come to see the fire pool, and then injured. Said another month of hard work. Alright, it just so happens that there's another batch of substandard Dan, so you can take it with you. No problem. This time around, there was a bottle of 2nd grade rescue pill, 6 2nd grade marrow cleansing pills, 9 2nd grade Peiyuan pills, and 5 2nd grade Qi benefiting pills. Zhu Yudao paid 15 spirit stones. The next day, he delivered the mission with Chen Yu, and received a total of 90 contributions, and with last month's 30 contributions, he already had 120 contributions. Senior brothers and sisters, this is 20 spirit stones, considered my payment. Thank you, senior brother. It was the first time several people had come into contact with spirit stones, and they loved them. With the harvest, and taking on another mission, they counted on Zhu Yudao again. Senior brother Zhu, feel free to nurse your wounds. You don't need to worry about the clearing. It's an addiction to making money. Thank you, senior brother and sister. After delivering the mission, they went to the dining hall together. Senior brother Zhu, are you injured? Went to the marketplace and got caught up on the way back. Be careful in the future. Money doesn't come out. The problem is that I don't have any wealth either. So I just bought a few pounds of demonic beast meat to get a taste of it. Ha 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 ha. You're all about the food. Not far away. Hu Tianlai heard the conversation between the two. A heart is put down. These 2 days he is always worried about the east window. After all, assassination of a fellow disciple. This is a serious crime. The light is sent to the darkness of the minds to open up the minds. The heavy abolition of cultivation to be thrown out of the sect. However, when he saw that Zhu Yudao was only slightly injured, he was again upset. Why couldn't he make more effort to get someone killed, without needing to do any more quests? Zhu Yudao went to the Hall of Transmission. The Hall of Transmission, a day of listening to lectures, only consumes 5 contribution points. The names of the lectures were listed outside the hall, and what was taught today was mainly related to weapon refining, and tomorrow he would be taught introductory talisman making. So he planned to come back tomorrow, and then went to the Hidden Scripture Pavilion, the Bible Pavilion, the equivalent of a sect library. The books here can only be seen and cannot be taken away, and there are clear rank restrictions. The first floor and the second floor, all the disciples of the sect with identity cards can read books. The third floor must be above the inner sect. The fourth floor requires a direct lineage of the sect, or an elder to read books, while the fifth floor only qualifies the head teacher and the supreme elder. Zhu Yudao first looked at the name of the first layer. Here there are tens of thousands of books, both the 100 schools of thought and other scriptures, wild news and interesting history, travel encyclopedias, but also martial arts secrets, cultivation experience, and the most basic chi refining skills such as the greenwood skills, thick earth skills. He browsed through the list of martial arts secrets, and Mangnyu was listed. Who learns martial arts when they're practicing immortality? The incident of being ambushed had stimulated him, and if he could seek out horizontal training techniques like iron cloth shirt and golden bell shield, he might not have been so badly injured. Horizontal training skills is not rare. He found a dozen kinds, and finally chose a turtle-back gong defense skills. Cultivating this technique can form a layer of true chi behind one's back, which can achieve the effect of being invulnerable to swords and spears. The reason why he chose the turtle-back technique was that firstly, it was simple to cultivate and didn't need to be built up over time, and secondly, the turtle-back technique had a certain amount of growth. and would improve his defense as his cultivation grew. After spending 10 points of contribution and getting the booklet, it had to be said that divine sense was a good thing. By scanning and mapping the contents into the sea of divine sense, the memorization aspect was much more, almost reaching the point of unforgettable. After memorizing the turtle back technique, Zhu Yudao went up to the second level. A directory of basic spells was found, covering hundreds of spells. He majored in the Koan Yuan Earth Fiend technique, an earth system spell that he had to cultivate. Trapping and earth spirit claws are already available. Stone puppetry and flying sand require a late stage of chi refining, which can be ruled out for now. Earthshake and earth cover don't feel very useful. The earth wall technique is good, as it creates a barrier that can block the enemy as well as provide a defensive effect. In principle, as long as one cultivates the 5 elemental techniques, all 5 elemental spells can be performed, except that spells with attributes different from those of the technique cultivated do not have the ability to be used in actual combat, because of the spiritual power transformation involved. For example, if Zhu Yudao wants to perform a fireball technique, he would have to play at least 3 sets of spells to condense a fireball, and in a sparring match, how would he have the time to play 3 sets of spells? However, the fireball technique and spirit rain technique, which could be called essential means of traveling at home, so it was also necessary to cultivate them. For the 3 basic spells, a total of 60 contribution points had been used up, leaving him with 50 points, which he was going to use to listen to the lectures, and wasn't going to redeem anymore. After memorizing the 3 sets of spells, he left the scripture cabinet. Back at the residence, what was memorized was written down on paper so as not to forget. The next day, he went to the Hall of Transmission and listened to a one-day course on the basic introduction to talismans, then ran to the marketplace and bought talisman brushes, talisman paper, and talisman ink, specifically to practice making the spring return talisman. The boring cultivation career began. Dry rice at morning time every day, then practice Mangneo Kung Fu, then practice spells. Dry lunch at noon, practice making rejuvenation charms. In the evening, you will have a dry meal at 5 p.m., after which you will cultivate the Koan Yuan Earth Fury technique. Half a month later, a prompt rang out that your current spiritual power accumulation had reached the upper limit. Cultivation of immortality 100 questions preached. Cultivation will encounter a variety of bottlenecks. Bottleneck punching difficulty varies from person to person. Good qualifications, like this chi practice layer to the second layer of chi refining between the bottlenecks, maybe 3 or 5 days can break through. Those with medium qualifications can break through in 3 or 2 months. Those with poor qualifications may not be able to break through for a year or 2. Breaking through bottlenecks can be done with the help of pills, or spiritual objects to rush through. Zhu Yudao had 5 second-grade chi benefiting pills in his hand, which he hadn't been willing to use, but now they finally came in handy. 1 served first. Spiritual power plus 5. Blood and chi plus 2. Poison resistance minus 1. There's no hint that the psychic power has broken through the ceiling. He simply ate 2 at a time. You've overdosed on pills and your meridians have caused minor damage. Blood chi minus 20. Poison resistance minus 2. You've gained a breakthrough in your spiritual power limit. Current blood aura, 412/500. Current spiritual power, 110 of 200. Current poison resistance, 266 out of 300. Cultivating immortality for less than 3 months and reaching the second level of chi refining. The cultivation speed shouldn't be considered slow, right? The cultivation level had increased, and the injury was almost healed, except for an unsightly scar left on his back. Take the spirit wine you bought earlier and go see your master. Nyo Dali didn't lack wine to drink, but the wine brought by his disciple felt very different. Ha, you're at the second level of chi refining? Disciple had a lucky breakthrough. This isn't a fluke. Not every one of those intersex heavenly prides can go from having no foundation to the second level of chi refining in 3 months. You mean, I'm practicing too fast? Nyo vigorously feel the need to splash some cool water to prevent this kid tail. In fact, it is not too fast. The sect has a small guy called Morong Shua. People are water and would double spiritual roots. Cultivation for 3 months. Reached the third layer of refining. But in the early refining to the bottleneck of the middle refining. A full year to get a breakthrough. Your qualifications are not as good as others. If you can reach the middle refining in 1 year, only then will you be considered great. Disciple understands. N. The second layer of chi refining. You can practice some spells. Those basic spells, there are in the hidden scripture cabinet. You think of your own way to earn, for the teacher to teach you the strange force rushing fist to defend your body. This fist is about the body and fist unity, the power of one strike. Its method of execution is similar to the Magnia strength. It is very suitable for you. Zhu Yudao was overjoyed, but when the ox vigorously carried out the demonstration, he found it a bit strange. This action, how did it feel? A bit like an angry bull trying to top someone. You try. Zhu Yudao tries it for the first time. Blood minus 100. Spiritual power minus 10. Nice guy. 100 points of chi and blood were reduced in one go, and I'm afraid that the attack power of this punch was the same as the effect of a bull charging with vigor. The movements and stored power are fine. It's just that the speed is not enough. This move, in fact, can also be used as a means of dodging. Nyo vigorously demonstrated for the second time. This time, one could only see a residual shadow, as if there were several oxen vigorously shuttling back and forth. So awesome. If you learn this move, can any fireball or flying sword still hit you? Zhu Yudao made up his mind to learn this weird power punch. The second level of chi practicing can also use magic weapons. What kind of magic weapons do you like? Preferably one that increases defense. That's good. For the master to ask someone to help you build a set of protective gear. This storage bracelet you take first. That broken Qiankuan bag can be thrown away. Zhu Yudao joyfully received the storage bracelet. Divine sense scanning. Inside there are 9 cubic meters of space. And the inside is not empty. There is a small pile of spirit stones. It is estimated that there are 4 or 500. There were 2 bottles of pills. One for the rejuvenation pill and one for the chi benefit pill. Having a teacher was really different from not having one. And since he knew how special he was, he never mentioned it to anyone so that certain people wouldn't become jealous. Thank you, master. Cultivate well. Don't let your master down. Yes, having gained great benefits, Zhu Yudao was very attentive and made a few dishes, and the two of them were eating and chatting, when suddenly a stream of light flew to and was received by Nyo Dali in his hand. Apprentice brother, master has to leave in an emergency. You eat slowly. After saying that, he turned into a gale and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. When he arrived at the sect's main hall, he had transformed into the form of a one-horned monster. Ha! They're all here. There were a total of 5 men and 2 women sitting in the hall, with sect leader Wu Jingzhong sitting in the center. Senior Nyo, something big has happened and I had to disturb your purification. What's the big deal? The Junshan spirit stone mine was robbed. Millions of spirit stones were snatched. Thousands of miners were buried inside the mine, and Taoist Zhang Woyang of the Yuxian sect fell. Nyo Dali couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Zhang Woyang's strength isn't weak. To make him fall, could it be a Yuaning elder monster striking? It's not a Yuaning. It's being assassinated first and then encountering a siege later. Who did this? The Blood River sect and the Giant Sword sect definitely can't get out of this. But they both wore masks to conceal their divine sense. The only thing we can be sure of is that the 9-infant old devil from the Night Fork sect was involved. If he hadn't sneaked in, even if you were undefeated, you would have had a chance to escape. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you guys called me here just to deal with the 9-infant old devil? Elder brother abolished his physical body last time. His strength can completely crush the old devil. If we were to replace him, we might not be able to deal with him. You all don't need to elevate me. Even if I have the intention to get rid of him, that old devil is so godlike. How can I find him? News has come from the traveling immortal sect that the 10,000 Ghost Cave on Hidden Mountain has gathered a large number of the remaining members of the Night Fork sect again. So I think the old devil wants to rise again. A place like the Cave of 10,000 Ghosts. Not to mention me. Even if True Lord Flying Dragon were alive, it wouldn't help. Naturally, it's not for senior brother to take the risk alone. True Lord Zuoxian of the traveling immortal sect, as well as senior sister Lang and senior brother Tang, will also be going along. Well, then I'll take a walk. Zhu Yudao waited until it was already late in the day and didn't wait for Nyo Dali, so he went back to his stone house. After your injuries heal, go to the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs to receive tasks. The environment there at the fire pool is harsh, but it is empty and quiet, most suitable for practicing. When he arrived at the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs, he found that it was crowded with people, and he had to know that it was neither the beginning nor the end of the month, and there were usually no other tasks except for tasks such as guarding the fire pool, which no one wanted. Noticing that Sun Yukai was also in the crowd, he came over. Senior brother Sun, why are there so many people? Didn't you see the notice outside? All the outer disciples in the mid and late stage of chi refining who don't have urgent matters on their hands have to accept the dispatch mission, either to the Spirit Stone Mine in June Mountain or to the 10,000 Ghost Cave in Hidden Mountain. Another accident? I'm afraid there's going to be another war. Senior brother, prepare in advance. If there's not enough manpower, you won't be in the sect all the time. When you fight a war, you have to die. Zhu Yudao had heard about the war against the Night Fork sect a few years ago. More than 3,000 cultivators died. Would one like himself become cannon fodder? It is useless to think too much when a mountain storm is coming. It is better to try to increase the power of self-preservation a little. Taking over the task of guarding the fire pool, he practiced more and more diligently, especially the turtle-back kung fu and monstrous punching fist, but he also practiced diligently to make the spring returning talisman. But in the talisman, he obviously didn't have much talent, and he didn't succeed in making a springing talisman even after 100 talisman papers were used up. Although there was money on hand, but the business of substandard Dan had been doing, it could not just sit on its laurels. On the first day of another month, he went to the marketplace to peddle the second-grade marrow cleansing pill and the second-grade spirit enlightening pill. As a result, not a single medicine was sold, but instead, he spent a few more spirit stones to buy 100 pieces of talisman paper. Just after leaving the marketplace, he noticed a youth balking at the neighborhood. Seeing him, he immediately revealed a look of surprise. Immortal Master Zhu, it's Mengli. Not bad, you've already succeeded in drawing chi into your body. Thanks to Immortal Master. Do you still have spirit pills here? I want to buy some. This is not the place to talk. We'll talk again by the river. Coming near the ferry. What elixir do you need? Do you have any pills here that can enter the chi refining stage? Yes, but this elixir is more expensive than the marrow cleansing elixir. Do you have the money? I got a 20-year portion of mountain ginseng and 3 taels of gold. I wonder if that's enough. Zhu Yudao also didn't know how much a 20-year-old mountain ginseng was worth. But since he didn't sell a single elixir today and the other party was an old patron, it would be nice to be open. Okay, just one for you. The old rules, you need to drink fresh milk for 7 days in a row. Understood. Mengli was overjoyed. He had already thought that if it wasn't enough, he could only bet his family heirlooms. He didn't expect Zhu Yudao to be so good at talking. The two completed the transaction. Immortal Master, I have a friend from the Dao who also wants to buy pills. I wonder if it's possible. No problem, but I'll only deal with you alone. Alright then, on the first day of next month, I'll be waiting here. Zhu Yudao returned to the fire pit and asked He Junho about the price of 20-year-old mountain ginseng. A 20-year-old one is worthless. It can only be used for refining chi benefiting pills. At most 3 or 4 spirit stones. If it's a 100-year-old one, it's considered a spirit ginseng. At least 300 spirit stones. Does Senior Brother have a price list of medicinal herbs? So it will be convenient to collect medicinal herbs in the future, so that we don't lose out. He Junho directly threw out a jade slip. This 100 herb illustrated guide. I have no use for keeping it, so I'll give it to you. If you come across a good spirit herb, you can sell it to me. Thank you, Senior Brother. The way the jade slip is recorded is called the shadow retention technique, and as long as one sweeps it with one's divine sense, the contents of the jade slip can be revealed in the sea of divine sense. The 100 Herbs Illustrated, a specialized book for identifying herbal spirituality, is richly illustrated and very easy to grasp. The mountain ginseng in his hand, since it wasn't worth much, he simply ate it. You ate an old ginseng. Blood chi plus 30, spiritual power plus 2. The blood chi value didn't break through the upper limit, but Zhu Yudao had a feeling that it seemed to be just short of the proverbial kick, so he took out 2 second-grade Peiyuan Dan and swallowed them. Still no breakthrough. Immediately, he ran the Mangnia strength to consume the medicinal power, and then took 2 more second-grade Peiyuan Dan. After he swallowed the elixir for the 4th time and ran his gongfu, the expected beep finally sounded. You have gained a break in your blood gas limit. Current blood gas, 502/600. Current spiritual power, 136/200. Current poison resistance, 238/300. Zhu Yudao did some calculations, and the last time Mangnia's strength advanced to the 2nd level, he only used 3 substandard Peiyuan pills. Now that he had advanced to the 3rd level, he had consumed 28 of them, and there was also a 20-year-old ginseng attached. If one were to project such a demand, I'm afraid that to advance to the 4th level, one would need 300 Peiyuan Dan, and to advance to the 5th level, one would need 3,000 Peiyuan Dan. This kind of consumption was clearly not something that he, a chi refining stage rookie, could withstand. Shortly after the Mangnia strength breakthrough, he finally managed to produce a rejuvenation talisman, and at this point, he had already consumed 180 pieces of talisman paper. If talisman masters all had this kind of success rate, they would have to lose money and die. Rejuvenation talisman, 1 spirit stone apiece. Genuine rejuvenation elixir, 1 spirit stone apiece. Spending money on it seems to be a good choice. However, if it's during a time of war, I'm afraid that even if you have spirit stones, you have no place to buy it to go. Therefore, mastering this skill on his own was the basis of standing. And as for the issue of success rate, he believed that practice makes perfect. After cultivating, he took the time to go to the wooden house at Dragon Scale Ridge, and when he saw the dust on it, he knew that Nyo Dali hadn't been back. Chenyu and the others have been having a hard time lately because in the late fall season, a single gust of wind can bring in countless fallen leaves, making their half-day of sweeping in vain. You don't have to sweep all the time, just sweep 3 times a day. I can't. That surname who is deliberately looking for trouble with us. Suddenly he comes to inspect. If we don't pass the test, today's contribution will be lost. This month has already been deducted twice by him. You're talking about Hu Tianlai. Who else but him? Zhu Yudao knew that Chen Yu and the others had been dragged down by his own. Don't take on the cleaning job next month. Many outer disciples have been sent out. There should be quite a few other tasks to choose from. That's what we're thinking too. It's just that, when the time comes, we won't be able to help elder brother with the quest. Never mind. Back at the underground fire pool, it was cold outside and still unacceptably hot here. Senior brother Zhu, I can't come over recently. In the future, this fire pool will be fully entrusted to senior brother's care, and if you need to take spirit stones, you can directly look for Steward Lu. Senior brother, he is going to impact the foundation establishment stage? He Junho shook his head. It's a mission to go out. Isn't senior brother specialized in guarding the alchemy room? There's a war going on over at Hidden Mountain, and now there's a shortage of manpower. After going to so many outer disciples, there's still a shortage of manpower? Zhu Yudao guessed that it must be that the battle was not going well, or else he would not have used inner disciples like He Junho, knowing that these inner disciples, in the future, will be the mainstay of the sect, and to die one, is a big loss. Senior brother must be more careful. Well, Steward Lu is very good to talk to. As long as you're more diligent, the spent pills and sub-pills will be given to you to deal with. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Zhu Yudao was secretly happy. If he could get those substandard Dan for free, he could undoubtedly save a considerable amount of expenses. The earth fire pool connected the alchemy room and the weapon refining room, and for the next few days, Zhu Yudao cleaned both the alchemy vessel and the weapon refining room every day in addition to guarding the fire pool. This move had indeed gained the favor of Steward Lu of the dam room, and the low-grade waste pills and substandard pills were handed over to him to deal with. Every day was so busy that he didn't even have anyone to replace him, so he simply went to the riverside marketplace, bought tons of rice and noodles and meat, and started a small stove at the fire pit. Every 1st and 15th day of the month, he went out to see if Niu Dali had returned, and then made a deal with Meng Li. Meng Li was there almost every time, and the transactions had gone from 1 or 2 marrow cleansing pills and spirit opening pills in the beginning to actually asking for bottles of marrow cleansing pills now. Fellow Taoist Meng is getting rich. Meng Li, who was already on the first level of qi refining, said with embarrassment. Thanks to fellow Taoist Zhu's care, quite a few of my fellow Taoists have entrusted me with the purchase of pills lately. Well, it's the same old price, 50 taels of gold for a bottle of marrow cleansing pill, or traded with something else for an equal amount. Meng Li painfully took out 50 taels of gold, then asked, does Taoist Zhu have any qi refining techniques for sale here? The qi refining technique can be bought at the marketplace. There's no need to go through me. I'm just trying to save some money. It costs 10 taels of gold to enter the marketplace once. Zhu Yudao cannot help but touch his chin. It seems that this bring goods business can be done. I can run an errand for you, but what's the cost? 5 taels of gold for each purchase on your behalf. Okay, make a list. Meng Li was obviously prepared and held out a piece of paper. After Zhu Yudao read it, his heart was secretly happy. The green wood skill, the thick earth skill and the general basic spells, he had all of them here. These were for nothing. Spiritual water skill and Dao fire skill can still make a small profit by bargaining. Half an hour later and Meng Li completed the transaction. Another 55 taels of gold in hand. Back to the marketplace. Exchanged for spirit stones. Calculated that this trip netted a profit of 8 spirit stones. It would be nice if such a business could last for a long time. However, he knew it was unrealistic. The casual cultivators were simply too poor. It's New Year's Eve. This is the first New Year that Zhu Yudao came to this world. He prepared a lot of food and wanted to spend time with Niu Dali. But the other parties still didn't come back. Not only did he not come back, but Sun Yukai, He Junho and others did not come back. The sect sent out some New Year's benefits. 1 pound of spiritual rice and 2 pounds of demonic beast meat per person. However, the atmosphere was not good, and there was a depressing feeling. After the New Year, then go to pick up the task. All daily chores, refining the 2nd level or above is prohibited to pick up. The sect has other arrangements. It seems that the plan to stay in the sect is out of the question. Zhu Yudao first counted the resources on hand. 1 storage bracelet, 674 spirit stones, 13 taels of gold and more than 200 taels of silver, 1 imitation blood god streamer and 1 green steel sword, 5 genuine marrow cleansing pills, 1 bottle of genuine chi benefiting pill, 1 bottle of genuine spring returning pill, 2.5 bottles of subgrade Peiyuan pill, 7 bottles of subgrade chi benefiting pill, 12 bottles of subgrade spirit opening pill, 26 bottles of subgrade spring returning pill, and 4 bottles of subgrade grain rescuing pill. Then made some preparations, bought 100 pounds of demonic beast meat in the marketplace to marinate it. and asked for a few hundred steamed buns from Li Wanong, and also messed with some herbs, and the 2 qiankuan bags were stuffed to the brim. With all that food at the bottom, there was a lot of bottoming out. A heavy snowfall had covered the mountains and rivers with a layer of white fur, and it was in this kind of weather that all the disciples above the second level of qi refining of the outer sect were summoned to the square outside the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs, and there were 2,000 to 3,000 of them. Sect Master Wu Jingzhong, accompanied by outer sect Elder Yu Chenglong, arrived here. Disciples, your cultivation levels are still shallow, generally in the early and middle stages of qi refining. Originally I didn't intend to send you out, but there's no way, now that the sect has reached a time of life and death. In the territory of Song, there are a large number of the remaining members of the Night Fork sect rebelling, the Blood River sect and the Giant Sword sect are coveting the June Mountain Spirit Stone Mines, and the Great War is about to start. Therefore, those of you who are in the middle stage of qi refinement will be sent to June Mountain, and those who are in the early stage of qi refinement will be stationed in each city to sweep out the remaining members of the Night Fork sect. Disciple will definitely serve the sect. Very well, as long as you kill the enemy cultivators or complete the designated tasks, the sect will offer heavy rewards. In addition, each disciple can receive a magic weapon and a bottle of healing medicine according to their actual situation. The early stage of qi refining and the middle stage of artifact refining were lined up in 2 squares, and there was an outer sect steward assigning tasks, and in principle, whichever city they came from, they would return to whichever city they came from. Qingshi City was a small place with only 3 people. Tai Guangdo was the last disciple to enter the Flying Dragon sect, tall and thin, with a cultivation level of roughly the 3rd level of qi refining. In addition to Zhu Yudao, there was another one, no other than Hu Tianlai, who someone's qualifications are very poor, but cannot afford to have money at home. Half a year, with pills piled up a refining qi second layer, is not an exaggeration. The duo snorted coldly at each other before collecting their quests and then picking their preferred magic weapon. These magic weapons were all lower-ranked magic weapons, mostly flying swords, and a small number of shields and melee magic weapons. Zhu Yudao wanted to choose a shield, but a large group of people rushed over and the few shields were instantly snatched up. He had no choice but to settle for the second best melee magic weapon, a battle axe. This magic weapon was 7 feet long, the axe blade was half a foot wide, and there was a gun head that could split and poke, weighing about 60 pounds. Zhu Yudao weighed it and it was quite handy. 2 senior brothers, the mission is taken. It's best to exchange some fire talismans in the sect. The remnants of the Night Fork sect are mostly good at imperializing ghosts and raising corpses. Tai Guangdu rightfully became the leader of the trio. Senior brother Tai is right to remind us. Let's go to the sect treasury. You guys go ahead. I still have to save my sect contribution for exchanging merit laws. Hu Tianlai ran towards the workshop market on his own. Senior brother Zhu. He's rich, there's no way we can compare to him. Yeah, let's go. Arriving at the clan treasury, a large number of people were lining up here. Seeing a beautiful woman at the front of the line, Tai Guangdo immediately ran over to accost her. Senior sister Jiang, you've come to redeem as well. Yeah, cash and some talismans and pills. How many fellow disciples are going to White Tiger City? Why don't we join together? There are 3, besides me. There's senior brother Feng Jie and senior sister Zhao Yin. That's not much. It just so happens that we are also 3 in Castle Rock City. The 2 chatted endlessly, mainly because Tai Guangdu had nothing to say. After waiting in line for half a day, it was Zhu Yudao's turn. Contribution points could not be directly exchanged for spirit stones, but the approximate rate could be calculated. For example, a second-order explosive inflammation talisman would cost 5 spirit stones apiece in the workshop market, and to redeem it in the treasure vault, it would require 10 contribution points. This kind of exchange made Zhu Yudao feel that it wasn't too cost-effective. After all, guarding the fire pool for a month was only 60 points of contribution. However, nowadays it's not safe out there, so the things that save your life, prepare a little more. So, he used up all of the 200 points of contribution he had accumulated, and exchanged them for 10 explosive inflammation talismans, and 5 amulets. The amulet is worn on the body to protect against sneak attacks, and is also a talisman that belongs to the category of travel essentials. Zhu Yudao drew the spring returning talisman. 1 out of 10 could succeed. He planned to wait until the spring returning talisman exceeded a 20% success rate. Then he would start learning to make amulets. Tai Guangdo and the others had come 5 years earlier and had accumulated more contributions, exchanging 1,000 contributions for a magic robe. This kind of robe is also a kind of magic weapon. Not only has a certain defense ability, but also repels water and fire dust, so Zhu Yudao is very tempted. But unfortunately there are no contribution points available. Senior sister Jiang, early tomorrow morning, let's rendezvous at the riverside. Yes, in the afternoon. Zhu Yudao went to the workshop market again. In the past days it was cold and quiet, but today it is bustling. Prices are soaring, especially talismans and magic weapons, compared to the previous days increased by several percent. He wanted to purchase some more, but ultimately gave up. With those spirit stones in his hand, he had hopes of impacting the middle stage of chi refining. There was no need to waste them here. The next day, everyone gathered at the agreed-upon riverside. 3 men on the side of Castle Rock City, and 2 women and 1 man on the side of White Tiger City. The man, a handsome-looking, well-mannered youth. Both women were recognizable. One was Jiang Yu, whom he had met in the treasure vault, and the other was Zhao Yan, who often did quests with Chun Yu. This little girl is actually the first of the 4 to enter the second level of chi refining, which shows that the qualification is good. Senior brother Zhu, you're with us too. The little girl looked excited to meet an acquaintance. The people introduced each other. The elegant Feng Jie was the oldest and became the leader of the group of 6, while Zhao Yan, who had just turned 12 and was the youngest sister of the group. The group departed. After crossing the ferry, I wanted to buy a horse in the marketplace, but I couldn't even buy a donkey, not to mention a horse. Now that Song and Liang are at war, all the horses have been requisitioned. Not only that, but the formerly bustling municipalities are also much cooler than before. There was no choice but to go on foot. They were all young men and women, leaving the sect, like birds in flight. Although the weather was bitterly cold, but everyone was still in a good mood. This good mood, however, did not last long. As a large number of stragglers traveled eastward like walking corpses, Zhao Yan saw a child about to starve to death. Under the compassion, took out the steamed bread for the child to eat, but was snatched by a straggler and ate it in 3 bites. The surrounding stragglers, like hungry wolves, gathered around. Although Zhao Yan was an immortal cultivator, she was young after all, and was instantly startled by the gesture. Zhu Yudao was more familiar with the little girl, so naturally he had to step forward and disperse these stragglers. Hu Tianlai sneered. You're still subduing demons and removing devils? How can you carry out your mission when you're even afraid of a few stragglers? You can't say that. Senior sister Zhao is young, and this time the sect sent us on a mission. Why isn't it a kind of training? Jiang Yu spoke out in defense. Yes, what senior sister Jiang said is very true. Tai Guangdu immediately agreed. Hu Tianlai snorted coldly and stopped talking. Light body technique is good for rushing, consuming little and not slowing down. At noon, the 6 of them rested at the edge of a small grove of trees, each taking out their own food. Feng Jie took out some snacks that looked exquisite. Tai Guangdu took out the dried meat. Jiang Yu and Zhao Yan took out tea and steamed buns respectively. Hu Tianlai took out 5 grain-repelling pills and ate one himself before distributing it to the other 4, but there was no share for Zhu Yudao. Zhu Yudao didn't mind. The 2 were already enemies. If not for the presence of other people, it would have been your death. Seeing him take out a basket of steamed buns, Hu Tianlai muttered in a low voice, rice bucket. Zhao Yan had long known that this one could eat, but the other 3 were shocked. I had heard that there was an able eater from the outer gate, so it's Master Zhu. Elder brother Feng is joking. In the past when I was a beggar, I often didn't have enough to eat, and I can't help it when I see food. Originally, but the desire of the mouth and stomach, the cultivation does not have much help, but harmful. Must know that the food and gas refining real, is our own part. Before his words fell, a maniacal laugh came from the depths of the woods. Junior, what nonsense. Cultivation is for the sake of getting away with it. If you can't eat this and can't do that, cultivation is still meaningless. The 6 people could not help but be startled. Although they were not high cultivators, they were all spirit openers with sharp senses. They did not even know that there were people hiding in this grove. But where are the people? The coincidental divine sense dispersed and froze, unable to find anyone. Senior brothers and sisters, everyone be careful. The 6 men formed a circle with their backs to each other. The maniacal laughter resounded once again, as if it came from all directions. Look at your little guts. If Master Dao wanted to kill you, would you still be alive now? If you're really that good, why are you hiding your head? Since you guys are determined to seek death, Master Dao will fulfill you. From the voice it was still impossible to tell the exact position this person was in, but a mass of black mist expanded from the center of the woods, and it was obvious that the person who spoke was in the depths of the woods. If you don't enter the forest, you can easily be ambushed if you enter the woods. So the 6 of them still stood at the edge of the woods and didn't make any rash moves. The black fog quickly expanded to the near front, and faintly there were ghostly cries coming from it. The youngest Zhao Yan's body shivered slightly and unconsciously leaned towards Zhu Yudao. Whereas half a year ago Zhu was bone thin and not a bit of a looker, now he was the strongest of the 6, or at least looked like he was, and made people feel safe. A dark shadow suddenly condensed into a solid body and grabbed at Zhao Yan. Obviously, This was specializing in picking up soft pinches. The little girl's hands were so busy that she forgot to add the body-protecting spirit light technique, and the fireball technique spell that she had long been skilled in actually hit the wrong one. Zhu Yudao and Jiang Yu on the other side struck out at the same time, one with a flying sword sizzling and the other with a war axe chopping. Both attacks hit. However, the ghost absorbed the surrounding fury and was soon as good as new, and at that moment, dozens of ghostly creatures surfaced around them. Feng Jia rubbed out a fireball and hit a ghostly creature with unparalleled accuracy, which let out a mournful cry and completely disappeared. Tai Guangdou with the defense of the robe, hard against the sharp claws of the ghost, hand pinched the seal, rubbing out a small ball of light. This ball of light hit the ghost, immediately burst open, bright and dazzling. That ghost is the same, completely dissipated. Hu Tianlai, a little better than Zhao Yan performance. The first time to condense a fireball, but not yet waiting to hit. The ghost of a claw hit. The fireball did not hit the ghost, but also their own robe to point, hands and feet to take off the Taoist robe. Good and bad flung on a ghost. Burning flames actually turned the ghost into flying ash. The blind cat bumped into the dead rat, but it gave him a boost of confidence, and he took out a few lowest-ranked fireball talismans from his Qinkuan pouch. One by one, those ghostly creatures that came close, he finished off several of them, just like becoming the most efficient one among the six. Zhao Yan realized that the ghosts didn't seem too scary, and with Zhu Yudao and Jiang Yu at the front, she finally mustered up the courage to hit a fireball. Although it missed, but it was definitely a good start. With the passage of time, the six people stabilized their positions, and the efficiency of their strikes increased greatly. Those ghostly creatures couldn't be endless, and it wouldn't take long for the battle to be over. But right at this moment, the ground where the six people were, suddenly became extremely soft, and then below their knees, they all fell into the ground. Immediately afterward, a rain of fire fell from the sky. A curtain of water suddenly rose up, blocking the wave of fire rain. Realizing that it was Jiang Yu who had struck, Zhu Yudao hurriedly put down his battle axe and, one in each hand, pulled her and Zhao Yan out of the mud like carrots, turning around and pulling out the other side of the iron light dipper. What he did attracted the enemy's attention, and a flying sword chopped at him. Just as he was about to perform the turtle back technique, Tai Guangdu offered an iron shield to help him block the blow. Jiang Yu maneuvered his flying sword and shot at a large tree. A blurring figure flashed behind the tree, and Zhao Yan's flying sword flew crookedly past. Although none of them hit the target, they managed to buy time for a few people, and at the same time, everyone got a good look at the person. A middle-aged man dressed in a basalt-colored Taoist robe. Master Dao has business, so I'll spare your lives today. The big man in Xian clothes directly ran away. He's a remaining member of the Night Fork sect. Chase after him. Feng Jie, who had gotten out of the trap, took the lead and chased after him, with Tai Guangdou following closely behind. Everyone was on a mission, and there would be at least 100 contributions for exterminating one of the remaining members of the Night Fork sect, so they all followed and chased after them. Rushing are using light body techniques. The speed is about the same. It depends on who lasts longer. In the previous fight, the big man in Xian clothes had fought one against many, and his consumption should be greater. Even if the other party's cultivation was higher, they might not be able to outlast the six people, flying for more than 10 miles. Zhao Yan and Hu Tianlai fell behind. Logically, Zhu Yudao was similar to them in terms of spiritual energy, so he should have fallen behind as well. However, his mouth was not idle. The second-grade beneficial chi pill replenished his spiritual energy, and the steamed buns replenished his blood chi, and in this way, he was able to basically maintain a balance between supply and demand. The others also had pills, but they didn't have his ability to directly digest and absorb them, and with a spirit stone in hand, they could also replenish their spiritual energy, but they needed to stop and refine the aura. So, for the average person, it's not very realistic to replenish consumption in a brawl. Jiang Yu fell behind, Tai Guangdu fell behind, and when he saw him running past, he couldn't help but wonder, Senior Brother Tai, isn't Senior Brother Zhu at the second level of chi refining? How come his spiritual energy is even thicker than mine? Can't you see? He's eating and running. Aren't you afraid of bad digestion? People who can eat hundreds of buns at a meal have bad digestion? Makes sense. Feng Jie finally couldn't run anymore either and saw Zhu Yudao running past. Senior brother, you only need to hold him up for a moment. That guy's spiritual energy is almost depleted. Yes, the big man in Xian clothes was only in the middle stage of chi refining, and indeed he couldn't hold out now, and when he saw that there was only Zhu Yudao, he couldn't help but curse, looking for death, strongly holding on and running out a mile. Estimating that Feng Jie and the others would be too late to rescue him, he suddenly threw out an explosive inflammation talisman, and at the same time, with a tap on his Qinkuan bag, A mouthful of battle knives was taken out. However, what he never expected was that Zhu Yudao turned into a residual shadow and directly rushed over the moment the explosive flame talisman condensed into bursting flames. He didn't even have time to swing his battle sword before a huge force had blasted him in the chest, dislodging his battle sword. At that moment, he had the feeling of being toppled by a rampaging rhinoceros, and if it wasn't for the protective aura playing a bit of a cushioning role, he was afraid that his sternum would have collapsed before he could stabilize his stance. The second strike came again. Instinctively raising his arm to block, his body fell to the ground like a broken sack, and the sharp pain coming from his arm made him almost faint. The third strike was a big foot, and the entire head was stomped and deformed. Zhu Yudao picked up the opponent's combat knife and chopped off his head before touching the corpse. What makes him happy is that this guy actually has 2 Chinkuan bags. A slight comparison. We'll have the door logo of the Chinkuan bag put away, and in its sleeve searched 2 talismans, and then destroyed the body. By the time Feng Jie caught up, the body had already been burned beyond recognition. Master Zhu finished him off? This guy reached the end of his strength. He was knocked down by my 2 punches. This is his Chinkuan pouch. Senior brother, look at what's inside. Let's split it. Feng Jie didn't doubt it. In a situation where spiritual energy was depleted, whoever had a high force value would have the advantage. And it was obvious that Zhu Yudao was the kind of guy who excelled in physical combat. Let's split it up when everyone arrives. Yes, in the course of tea, the other 4 arrived. First, let's talk about the situation. This remaining member of the Night Fork sect was beheaded by Senior Brother Zhu, and his identity card belongs to Senior Brother Zhu, and the rest of the loot can be divided equally amongst all of you. Hu Tianlai was unconvinced. This is a bit unfair, isn't it? I exterminated the most ghosts before. You can't say that. If it wasn't for Senior Brother Zhu, the rest of this Night Fork sect would have escaped. The identity plate can be given to him, but he can't be given any more shares of the others. I think Senior Brother Zhu has the right to participate in the distribution. I agree with Senior Brother Feng and Senior Sister Zhao. I agree. Seeing that the other 4 agreed, Hu Tianlai resentfully sat on the side. Feng Jie poured out all the things in his Chinkuan bag. The quantity was quite abundant. More than 200 spirit stones, 2 magic weapons, respectively a small streamer with a sinister aura, and a flying sword. The gold and silver totaled more than 100 taels. There were 3 medicine bottles. 1 bottle contained the chi benefiting pill, but only 2 were left. The second bottle contained the spring returning pill, with 6 left, and the rest of the bottle was the valley rescuing pill, with only a few left as well. More than 10 ores and a few herbs, a set of clothes, as well as an identity tag, 2 booklets, and a jade slip. Feng Jie examined the jade slip first. This is the Night Fork sect's 9 refinement in demon technique. Although this technique is brilliant, it is a typical devilish technique. I suggest destroying it. Why destroy it? Maybe we can exchange it for spirit stones someday. If Senior Brother Zhu is interested, I'll give it to Senior Brother. He took out 2 more pamphlets. One for the Fire Dragon technique and one for the Fire Rain technique. Of the 6, only Hu Tianlai cultivated fire techniques. But Feng Jie and Jia Yan both cultivated wood techniques and could also cultivate these 2 spells, so they could make a few copies when they had time. How does everyone else think it should be distributed? There are 2 magic artifacts here. Whoever looks at the magic artifacts, the others will not be involved in the distribution. What do you all think? Jiang Yu proposed. I agree with Senior Sister Zhang's approach. Tai Guangdou immediately agreed again. Hu Tianlai stood up. I choose the Yin Demon Streamer. Senior Hu is sure he wants this magic artifact of the Devil's Path? It's not a magic weapon. It's not a technique. As long as it's useful. Feng Jie nodded. If everyone has no comments, this Yin Demon Streamer will belong to Senior Brother Hu. No one objected. Hu Tianlai got the Yin Demon Streamer. The joy in his eyes couldn't be concealed. The Night Fork Sex Cultivator was able to fight against 6 in 1 with just this artifact, which was a clear indication of its power. And with this thing, he thought that his strength would increase greatly. Next, Tai Guangdou chose the flying sword. The remaining 4 split it equally, and the last remaining empty Chinkuan bag was asked for by Zhu Yudao. Not long after going out, everyone was in a good mood. Naturally, after rushing for some more time, it was already late. The 6 of them found an abandoned village, and after eating they each found a room. Some copied the pamphlet, while others began to cultivate. Zhu Yudao took out the other Chinkuan pouch of the Xian clothes big man. There weren't many things inside, and there were only 100 or so spirit stones, from which he found an identity plate. And not surprisingly, this Chinkuan bag came from an outer disciple surnamedly of the Flying Dragon sect. It had to be said that the big man in Xian clothes was bold and meticulous, picking up fallen chi refining cultivators near the entrance of the Fei Long sect's home. Ordinary people really didn't have this boldness. The only things of value in the Qiankuan pouch besides the spirit stones were a formulated lower-grade flying sword, half a bottle of qi benefiting Dan, and 3 talismans. 2 of the 3 talismans were rejuvenation talismans, and there was also a second-order freezing talisman. Just when he thought there was nothing to be gained, a jade talisman fell out of a Taoist robe while he was cleaning up the clutter. This jade talisman was engraved with complex runic patterns in addition to a small sword pattern in the center. What kind of talisman is this? There is no relevant record on the basis of the talisman. His intuition told him that this jade talisman is not an ordinary thing, and he casually put it in his coat pocket. The spirit stones were put into a storage bracelet and kept close to the body. 4 Qiankuan bags, 2 for food, 1 for magic weapons, pills and talismans, and the remaining 1 for backup. After sacrificing the battle sword and flying sword, seal the doors and windows, and then rest. The next day, the 6 continued their journey, and along the way, 9 out of 10 rooms were empty, and dead bones could often be seen by the roadside, along with large numbers of stragglers. The journey was also extremely uneventful. The remaining members of the Night Fork sect did not appear, but encountered a few waves of mountain bandits and roving bandits. These bandits became a living target for the 6 to practice on. It had to be said that experience made people grow. The timid Zhao Yan, after a few bouts, the wood spiking technique, the fireball technique had been able to hit 100 times, and the manipulation of flying swords was also quite skillful. Hu Tianlai spent all day with a Yin demon flag to collecting souls and ghosts, just like a devilish monk. 10 days and counting later, it came to the locking pass, the northwest gateway of Song. At this time has become a ruined city. The city wall collapsed, the city gate fell down. Outside the city is full of withered bones. From time to time there are corpses of crows fall on those bones. Let out a crow chirping. In the twilight of the sun, such a scene let a person feel bleak. I can't believe Lock Sunshine turned out like this. Yes, the northern gateway of Song is open. It's going to be a tough time in the future. Senior brother phone. It's getting late. Should we spend the night in the city today? It's better than sleeping rough. The 6 of them entered the city. The situation inside the city was not much better than outside. It seemed that a brutal massacre had been carried out here. And again there were corpses and bones everywhere. Zhao Yan suddenly turned pale. Will White Tiger City be like this? Everyone understood her feelings. If White Tiger City was also massacred, they were afraid that their loved ones would not be able to escape their fate. Zhu Yudao comforted. There should be no massacre in White Tiger City. That side was only defended for a few days before it was overrun. And all of the city's wealthy families have fled to the city ahead of time. Really? It'll be here tomorrow. Just look at it. Except for Zhu Yudao. Several people were all a bit homesick, and they didn't have much of an appetite for the evening meal. Everyone found a house along the street to stay in each. In the middle of the night, a woman's scream came from next door, waking Zhu Yudao from his sleep. He took out his battle axe and walked out the door, only to find a foggy sky and the faint sound of ghosts and wolves. Senior sister Jiang, are you alright? There was no response. He immediately went over the wall. The door of the room was wide open. There was no Jiang Yu in there at all. Not only that, the place where Zhao Yan lived was also empty, and all the other people had disappeared as well. What's going on? While he was wondering, the sound of breaking air came, and he instinctively dodged as a sword light grazed his ear. In the next moment, 3 talismanic lights flashed at the same time. He didn't hesitate to perform a monstrous punch. Only this time it wasn't a hit, it was a dodge. 3 bursts of fire exploded, tearing through the mist and illuminating the surroundings. Through the light, Zhu Yudao saw the people who attacked him, 2 men and 1 woman, all standing under the roof. The 3 explosive flames conformed to the strike, but actually did not hurt the target in the slightest. This situation was obviously out of the trio's expectation, and the second wave of attacks failed to follow up. Zhu Yudao took the opportunity to fling a talisman at the roof. The 3 hurriedly dodged, but they didn't want the talisman to turn into a green light. Scratch that. It's the rejuvenation charm. The 3 thought that Zhu Yudao was deliberately trying to scare them, but they didn't know that he had taken the wrong one in his haste. However, with this brief respite, he immediately leapt over the wall and ran away. After them, the 3 of them immediately flew in pursuit, and Zhu Yudao darted between the broken walls, looking for Feng Jia and the others in the meantime, but he soon realized that he seemed to be going around in circles. This situation was all too familiar to him. He was 80% caught in the maze formation. Since we can't get out for a while, we'll find a way to take out the 3 guys. Seeing a well-preserved room ahead, he immediately dug in. The 3 didn't dare to rush in. One of them took out a small streamer, and many ghosts swarmed out. Ha ha, senior brother. This move of closing the door and beating the dog is wonderfully used. Wait for me to release the iron corpse. I'll guard the back window. One of the female cultivators said. Zhu Yudao had wanted to lure the three into the room and then use his close-quarters combat ability to make a counterattack, but he didn't expect the three guys to not fall for it. Seeing a large group of ghosts pouring in, he leaned his back against the corner and swung his battle axe to slash and chop. Although he couldn't kill these ghosts couldn't help him either. Suddenly, a monster covered in oil and reeking of an unpleasant corpse stench rushed over. He injected spiritual energy towards the battle axe, and the magic weapon immediately erupted with a piercing axe aura, and the monster had its arm directly chopped off by him, before being sent flying out by his foot. "My iron corpse," a voice of pain came from outside. "Senior brother, don't be in a hurry. We'll wear him out even if we have to. There are only 2 people on senior sister Wang's side. I don't know if they can hold out." Senior sister Wang and senior brother Bai are both in the late stage of qi refining. It's enough to deal with 5 rookies in the early stage of qi refining. This conversation didn't use a sound transmission technique, so naturally, Zhu Yudao heard it as well. He was never afraid of fighting a war of attrition, but if something happened to Feng Jia and the others, could he hold his own? The mind was racing and the plan was coming together. First, he enchanted the amulet to harden against the ghost's attack, then he cast an earth wall spell at the doorway, and then chopped the back window with an axe to give the impression that he was going to escape through the back window. The female cultivator guarding the back window immediately made preparations, and the 2 guys blocking the door immediately broke through the earth wall and rushed in, intending to do a back-and-forth attack. However, what greeted them was an explosive flame talisman. The 2 of them coincidentally inspired their protective amulets, and the bursting flames only broke their defenses and didn't really hurt them. However, what immediately followed was a dazzling axe main. The room was small after all, and one of the first to bear the brunt of the attack didn't quite dodge out of the way, and had his arm sliced off by the axe's blade. The other, at Zhu Yudao, was a golden blade technique. Instead of dodging, Zhu Yudao once again performed the monstrous punch, only this time the fist turned into a battle axe. The opponent completely didn't expect him to use this kind of desperate fighting method of exchanging injuries for injuries. He couldn't dodge in time, and was stabbed in the front heart by the spearhead of the battle axe. The guy who had his arm chopped off aimed a palm at Zhu Yudao's back. This palm had spiritual power added to it, and was no weaker than a high-level martial art. However, as far as the palm reached, it seemed to have struck an incredibly bouncy ball of air, and instead of breaking the defense, it was bounced away. The axe awnings flashed again, and Zhu Yudao struck a backward chop, cutting it in 2. It's a long story, but it actually happened in a few breaths. The female cultivator guarding the back window, who had wanted to rush in to rescue her, immediately chose to run away when she saw her 2 senior brothers dead. If Zhu Yudao wanted to pursue, there was no chance of catching up with his opponent. However, he purposely let the other party leave and followed behind, spreading rice all the way until he was out of this misty area before returning the same way. First, he used a rejuvenation talisman, having been hit by a golden blade earlier and suffered a small injury. Then he consecutively took 2 substandard Peiyuan pills and substandard Qi benefiting pills to restore his Qi, blood, and spiritual energy, then start touching the bodies. In total, he had harvested 2 Qiankuan bags, a Yin corpse bag, 3 explosive inflammation talismans, a wooden cage talisman, a flying sword, and a Yin demon streamer. After doing so, he left the misty area by following the grains of rice he left behind. Right in the center of town, a group of people were spotted fighting. Instead of rushing over, he hid in the darkness of the alleyway entrance and observed the situation first. At this moment, Feng Jia and the other 5 revealed a look of determination. They were lured out of the house, originally thinking that they would surround and kill the female cultivator like they did with the Xianclose big man. Who knew that it was a trap? Facing 2 late-stage qi refining cultivators, relying on the fighting strength honed on the road, they were able to support themselves at first, but as time went on, the spiritual power gradually ran out. To add insult to injury, a female cultivator had already been unsupportable. At this moment, they missed Zhu Yudao more and more. With him there, at least they could hold out for a little while longer. Why didn't they call him up? It was all a bit of selfishness, only thinking of getting an extra share of the booty. Zhao Yan, who was the first to lose her fighting strength, was saddened in her heart, seeing that she was about to go home, but she died halfway. In her heart, she silently said goodbye to her mother and father, and then used her life-preserving talisman. Hu Tianlai even took out his talismans early. These talismans, in addition to building a career, he was also going to use them to deal with a person. At this time, in order to save his life, he also had to use them first. The other 3 were the same, and it was fortunate that they had only been out for a short while and had enough inventory, or else they wouldn't have had a chance to fight for their lives. For a time, talismans flew and exploding flames were as brilliant as fireworks. This Jedi counterattack had an effect. and the 3 cultivators who had surrounded them were blown up, all of them injured. They unanimously chose to avoid the front line for the time being, and as long as there was another stalemate, victory would be theirs? Coincidentally, the direction that one of the female cultivators retreated from was not far from the alleyway where Zhu Yudao was. Opportunity. Rushing out like lightning, the man arrived at the axe. This woman never thought that there would be a sneak attack behind her, and in her desperation, she inspired the protective amulet. In the case of an ordinary chi refining stage cultivator, this axe might not have caused too much damage. However, Zhu Yudao used manhwa's strength, and this bludgeoning blow not only accomplished a break in defense, but also opened up a blood groove more than an inch deep on the opponent's back. This female cultivator's reaction was also quite swift, and under the sudden attack, she also completed a spell, a millstone-sized yellow giant claw, slapping out behind her. Zhu Yudao was certainly no stranger to the earth spirit claw, and he ate the blow hard, and as his body retreated, the blood god streamer's artifact was taken out, and as he punched out the spell, red light flashed, and a blood skeleton emerged, tearing at the injured female cultivator. This woman was shocked, as she felt the blood chi in her body was leaking out crazily, and she hurriedly took out a long sword and chopped the blood skeleton into 2. However, the loss of blood chi did not diminish, and the blood skeleton reassembled itself into shape and held her leg. Being restricted in his ability to move, albeit for a short period of time, was enough to be fatal, as the axe mane exploded and his body and head were scattered. Senior brother Zhu, Master Zhu. The ecstatic voice came from even Hu Tianlai, who suddenly felt that Zhu Rinmen was not so annoying anymore. The 2 companions of the dead man, not that they didn't want to save them, but they were on the other side, and they had encountered another talismanic attack, so they simply couldn't rescue them in time. The male cultivator in the late chi refining stage, who was still going to fight for his life, found that the female cultivator, who was fighting side by side, had run away without hesitation. Senior sister Zhang, you, that guy is pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. Senior brother Li and senior brother Lu were killed by him. Hearing this, the male cultivator also chose to run away. Zhu Yudao didn't go after him. He had been injured earlier and had been hit with an earth spirit claw. He desperately needed to heal. Feng Jia and the others had long been at the end of their strength, and were even less capable of chasing after them. Senior brother Zhu, it's fortunate that you came just in time. Why don't you guys call me too? Feng Jia couldn't help but show an awkward color. His eyes flicked to Hu Tianlai, and it was Hu Tianlai who said that 5 people were enough. There was no need to pull on another one. Senior brother Zhu, thanks to you, we shouldn't have been greedy to share the treasure, Zhao Yan said with great self-reproach. A word reminded Zhu Yudao, and he began to touch the corpse, and from the dead female cultivator, he touched 2 talismans, a Qiankuan bag, and a fallen flying sword. Senior brother Feng, look at dividing it up for everyone. No, the person was beheaded by senior brother. The loot should rightfully go to senior brother. Senior brother Feng is right. Without senior brother Zhu, we might all fall. How can we covet senior brother's loot anymore? Zhang Yu opened his mouth, and Tai Guangdu immediately agreed. Hu Tianlai opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't have the heart to fight for it. After all, Zhu Yudao did save the 5 of them this time. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite. It's still early. Let's find a place to rest. The 5 of them were more or less injured, and with their spiritual energy empty, it was indeed not suitable for them to rush, so they found a room nearby to rest. Zhu Yudao was in a room, lighting candles and eating while counting the loot. That female cultivator's flying sword, which felt extraordinary, had the words orange light engraved on it. Trying to inject spiritual energy, the golden aura flourished, at least half a foot longer than the aura of a lower-grade flying sword. This orange light sword was at least a medium-grade magic weapon. Putting the flying swords aside and turning back to sacrifice them, he then took out 3 Qiankuan bags. The first Qiankuan bag was owned by the owner of the orange light sword. This Qiankuan bag actually had 3 cubic meters of space, and there were quite a few things packed inside. The first thing was a pile of spirit stones, about 700 to 800, which made Zhu Yudao's mouth crooked with a smile. Not expecting such a big haul, 2 ordinary lower-grade flying swords, 1 battle sword, 1 lone sword, and 1 battle spear. It was also shocking how many pill bottles there were. 7 of them. A whole bottle of beneficial Qi Dan, 1 bottle of Peiyuan Dan, 2 bottles of rejuvenation pills. The rest are all pesky pills. How come there are so many pills? Continuing to check. 2 identity tags of Flying Dragon sect disciples and 3 identity tags of Yuxian sect disciples. After half a day, this female cultivator is still a powerful character with a rich family. So it is robbed. There were 11 talismans, mainly explosive inflammation talismans and rejuvenation talismans, as well as a relatively rare spirit sealing talisman. 4 booklets, respectively: the Basic Sword Art, Traveling Immortal Refining Chapter, Talisman Foundation and Refining Weapon Introductory Details. 1 Jade Slip. The divine sense swept through it. The content was an introduction to basic formations. These books, it was necessary to take a good look at them, especially the formations. If you knew the formations, at least you wouldn't be trapped. In addition to these things, there was also a large amount of gold and silver, medicinal herbs and materials, and other things that could be sold for quite a lot of spirit stones even though there was nothing high grade. After counting this dry bag, he counted the other 2. The contents of these 2 bags would be very limited. 1 demon streamer, 1 lower grade flying sword, 1 flying knife, and spirit stones adding up to 300, 11 pills of beneficial chi pill, 1 bottle of golden soar pill, 9 pills of rejuvenation pill, and half a bottle of Peiyuan pill. There was quite a bit of gold and silver, and a few miscellaneous items. Zhu Yudao put away a few identity tags, and the spirit stones, books, and unused magic weapons were all returned to his storage bracelet. Talismans, pills, and commonly used magic weapons were attributed to the large 3-cube Shenkuan bag. The miscellaneous items are grouped in a dry bag, and the rest of the dry bag is used as a backup. In addition, he also had a Yin corpse bag in his hand, which was used to hold refined corpses, and its price was much higher than that of a Shenkuan bag, so he didn't throw it away and find a workshop to exchange for spirit stones one day. The next morning, Zhu Yudao was called up by Zhao Yan. "Senior brother, have you seen Hu Tianlai? What do I see him for? I think he's gone." Gone? After a while, Feng Jie, Tai Guangdou, and Jian Yu also came over. It seems that senior brother who left without saying goodbye. It's probably because of what happened last night. He feels ashamed. Forget it, this is only a day's journey from White Tiger City, and it will only take 2 days to reach Castle Rock City, so we'll see each other soon. After breakfast, everyone started to rush, and by sunset, they finally arrived at White Tiger City. Seeing that there was a flow of people in and out of the city, and that there were soldiers guarding it, at least it meant that it wasn't a ruined city. It's Liang's soldiers. Get in there. A group of 5 people entered the city, and the soldiers guarding the gate didn't stop them because immortal cultivators weren't something they could just mess with. Zhao Yan couldn't wait to arrive in front of a large mansion. Seeing this mansion, Zhu Yudao had an odd look on his face because he had cat in this mansion for a few days. Knocking on the door, a butler-like man came out from inside. "Third Miss, you're back. Uncle Zhong, where are father and mother and the others?" In the inner sanctum, Zhao Yan darted inside, ran a few steps and then stopped. "Uncle Zhong, help me greet a few senior brothers and sisters." "Yes, third miss." Feng Jie and Jiang Yu were also eager to return, and left an address and also left. Zhu Yudao and Taiguangdo could not return, so they stayed at the Zhao mansion that night and were warmly entertained. The duo learned a few things during the session. When Zhao Yan's relatives heard of the war, they went to the countryside to avoid trouble, and then returned to the city when the situation stabilized. Although this place was occupied by Liang, they were not sensitive people and were not given a hard time. Tai Guangdu asked about the situation in Changsha City, and his heart dropped when he learned that the city guards there had simply abandoned the city and fled, hardly fighting. The next day, the two bid farewell to Zhao Yan and continued their journey. This time there were fast horses, and in the afternoon they arrived at a market town, no more than 30 miles from Castle Rock City. "Senior brother, my home is right here. You don't have a home, so you might as well stay at my home." "No need, now that I have money on me, it's easy to live anywhere." "Good. 3 days later, I'll go to the city to look for you." 30 miles, horseback riding is only a small half-hour light. Back to the city to eat dinner completely too and. However, they were still 10 miles away from Castle Rock City, when suddenly a post of men was killed out of the woods. I thought it was a trail-cutting brigand, but when I saw Hu Tianlai at the head of the group, I was instantly enlightened. "So you went out of your way to prepare a big meal for me in advance. You, a beggar, are worthy of cultivating immortality? Shoot me." A dozen archers shot arrows at the same time, and Zhu Yudao advanced instead of retreating, charging his horse furiously while inspiring an amulet. The fast horse fell to the ground with several arrows, but he had used his momentum to charge into the crowd. The battle axe was swung as if it was chopping and slicing. It wasn't that his martial arts skills were so outstanding, it was purely the absolute suppression in power. If measured in terms of blood chi, the upper limit of an average person's blood chi was only 100. Martial artists with a certain foundation might be able to reach 200, and even stronger ones would find it difficult to break through 300. A normal chi refining stage cultivator would only have 200 or 300 blood chi. So, in terms of power, he could basically crush these people. Hu Tianlai, witnessing his men fall to their deaths one by one, had absolutely no intention of making them stop. His original intention was to let these cannon fodder consume Zhu Yudao. Zhu's strongest point is his strength, but when he kills all these 110 people, how much strength is left? Of course, he himself didn't stand idly by and maneuver a flying sword to attack. If he hit it, even if he made a big profit, if he didn't hit it, he could still involve Zhu Yudao's energy. There is an end to manpower. Zhu Yudao was able to be an enemy of 100 men, but his qi and blood drained extremely fast in such a violent fight. So, he saw the time several Peiyuan Dan entrance. This kind of elixir is the most effective in replenishing blood qi. Hu Tianlai, of course, noticed his move, which sidestepped the right strategy of planning. He did not think that, high on a few pills could restore his qi. Having brought out 100 men, there were still 50 or so left, and the results he wanted should appear soon. After a tea, there were still 40 left, and someone Zhu's footsteps seemed to be a bit frail. After half a column of incense, there were still 30 left, and beggar Zhu should be almost out of strength. He believed that with a little more effort, Zhu Yudao would become a lamb to the slaughter. However, he neglected to mention that those he brought with him were also afraid of death. Finally someone couldn't take it and chose to run away. He let out a cold snort and maneuvered his flying sword to cut that person down. I thought it would have a deterrent effect, but the others dispersed in a flurry. The flying swords are strong. They can only decapitate one person, and if they are lucky, they can escape, and if they stay here, they will only be cleaned up by Zhu Yudao altogether. Waste. Hu Tianlai cursed. People can't be relied on. Then let the ghosts on. Countless ghosts surged out of the Een demon streamer that had been prepared long ago. Zhu Yudao didn't wait for these ghosts to launch their attacks and had already rushed over. A ball of fire transformed by an explosive flame talisman delayed his attack. Hu Tianlai retreated backward sharply, and at the same time, his flying sword pierced through. Zhu Yudao dodged and similarly offered up a flying sword, the very same mid-grade orange light sword. Hu Tianlai took out a shield and blocked it in front of his body. Before this, he had not used this magic weapon. Obviously this was one of his carefully prepared backhand. Only, when the orange light sword chopped on the shield, although it didn't break with a single blow, a chopping mark appeared on the shield. I can't believe you've left something behind as well. Zhu Yudao threw out an explosive inflammation talisman, turning the ghostly creatures that surrounded him into ashes before continuing to close in on his opponents. A wall of earth made of spiritual energy blocked the way. Just after breaking through the earth wall, the flying swords chopped again, and the rest of the ghostly creatures immediately surrounded them again. He swung his axe to knock down the flying swords and flung out the explosive flame talisman once again. He didn't have many talismans prepared per se, but he had seized more than 20 along the way and didn't feel any pain in this kind of consumption. Hu Tianlai also entered the soaring talisman mode. He hoped that Zhu Renren's spiritual power and physical strength would run out sooner. However, after a dozen or so talismans were struck, those ghosts were almost extinguished, and Zhu Yudao was still alive and well. What's going on? How can a person have endless physical and spiritual strength? Intuition told him that his calculations were going to come to naught. He gritted his teeth and finally took out his most crushing means. In order to get this treasure, he spent 10,000 taels of gold, plus 100-year-old ginseng, while Zhu Yudao was entangled by the last head ghostly creature. A wooden prison talisman was flung out first. Zhu Yudao was shrouded in a wooden cage, swinging his axe just to cut through the wooden cage. A huge light blade of about 10 feet in size slashed down with a titanic momentum. At this point, it was too late for him to dodge, so he had no choice but to infuse his spiritual energy into his battle axe and meet that blade of light. With a crunching sound, the battle axe snapped with a sound, and the residual power still broke through the protective spiritual light, leaving a long scar on his body. Blood gas -20. Current blood gas, 240 out of 600. Current spiritual power, 83 of 200. Current poison resistance, 288 out of 300. The second lightsaber immediately came again. Zhu Yudao hurriedly performed the monstrous power punch, and not only managed to dodge this fatal blow, but also instantly came to Hu Tianlai's near front. Hu Tianlai was startled, and while sprinting back, he excited the jade talisman in his hand for the third time. This time, Zhu Yudao got a good look, and he happened to have one of these jade talismans in his hand as well. Weird power punch. Once again, he dodged the giant blade and disliked Hu Tianlai with a hard punch. Without the protection of the amulet, this anger-laden punch would be enough to take the opponent's little life. Zhu Yudao was just about to make up for it when a wall of earth blocked him, and at the same time, countless ghostly creatures swarmed around him, forming a layered encirclement. This senior brother. Hurry up! Hu Tianlai was slightly stunned. Who had saved him? Following where the voice came from, a woman in Xian clothes appeared in the woods, and there was also a Een demon streamer in the other party's hand. Could it be that she mistakenly recognized herself as a Night Fork sect cultivator? No matter what, it's important to run for your life first. Thank you, senior sister. Go ahead. Zhu Yudao was furious. He was about to kill his enemy with his own hands, but he was interfered with. Throwing out an explosive inflammation charm, he rushed away from the ghosts, and then performed a succession of monstrous punching fists. Blood gas -50. Blood gas -50. The woman in Xian clothes was shocked. She had never seen before someone would have such a fast-moving speed. Even the Yin souls she manipulated couldn't catch up with her. She immediately didn't dare to stop again so as not to draw fire, and collected the Yin demon streamer and ran off in the other direction. Hu Tianlai, seeing that he was about to catch up, was scared out of his wits, and in desperation, he once again stimulated the talismanic treasure. Zhu Yudao dodged the giant blade, but stopped and watched Hu Tianlai run away. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep chasing, but his blood chi was about to bottom out. First, he inspired a spring-returning talisman, and then ate 2 Peiyuan Dan to keep his blood chi from dropping to a critical point. Taking out the dried meat made from demonic beast meat, he ate it while running towards Castle Rock City. However, after a column of incense, he reached the south gate of Castle Rock City. However, now it was clear that it was not time to close the gates, but the gates were already closed, and there were soldiers with their bows open and arrows ready to fire if he dared to go up. He was now injured, and his chi, blood, and spiritual energy were insufficient, so he had to give up and force his way through. In a nearby village, he found a dwelling to borrow for the night. This night, he adjusted his state to the best possible, preparing to go on a killing spree and kill the Hu family. As soon as the day dawned, he ran towards Castle Rock City. This time, no one stopped him. However, when they arrived at the Hu family mansion, they found that it was empty. Upon inquiring, I realized that the whole family had fled from the North City in the middle of the night. Zhu Yudao was so angry that he smoked, and immediately set the Hu family mansion on fire. The city guards of Liang sent people to put out the fire, and he killed several of them on the spot. The Hu family is known as the Hu half city, and when people run away, their industries can't run away. He went from house to house collecting accounts, copying the money away, and lighting fires. The city guards finally couldn't sit still. This immortal master, you disturb the order of mortals and kill innocents indiscriminately. Aren't you afraid that the immortal sect will punish you? Humph! I have a personal enmity with the Hu family. You and others blocked me from entering yesterday, and then let people go in the middle of the night. You and other mundane people, how dare you get involved in a fight between cultivators, wanting to find death? A certain person will fulfill you. Once the city guard heard this, he immediately didn't dare to stop him and could only let him do his bidding. Thus, the Hu family's properties in Qingshi City were uprooted by him, and he harvested thousands of taels of gold, tens of thousands of taels of silver, and huge amounts of wealth and goods, which he distributed to the people of the city. Before, these people still had complaints. After all, after burning so many houses and stores, it was inevitable that some people would be implicated. But after obtaining a large amount of silver money and possessions, they praised Mr. Zhu for being a great benefactor. The next day, Tai Guangdou arrived and was taken aback when he saw the injuries from his head to his body. Senior brother Zhu, who injured you like this? Hu Tianlai, why is it so bad? At least we're all in the same family? I'm not going to die with him. You burned all these Hu family stores? That's right. It's a shame everyone got away. TSK, fellow disciples fighting each other. If the sect finds out, they will definitely be punished. As long as elder brother doesn't say anything, who would know? Well, let's just pretend I didn't ask. Putting aside the unpleasant topic, the duo chatted about their mission, which was to ensure that there were no remnants of the Nightfork sect within the boundaries of Castle Rock City. With Zhu Yudao's high profile, it was estimated that even if there were Nightfork sect cultivators here, they wouldn't dare to show their heads. Senior brother, why don't we divide up the work? I'll be in charge of the south of Castle Rock City. You'll be in charge of the north of Castle Rock City. Do some screening first, and we'll meet every 7 days. How about that? No problem. Tai Guangdu only stayed in Qingshi City for half a day before leaving, but Zhu Yudao found an inn to stay. He didn't plan to go for any big screening at all. The Nightfork sect's cultivators aren't fools. They also have legs. It's impossible to wait for you to catch them. In case you bump into a powerful character in the screening, it's hard to protect your little life. So, just honestly stay in the city and go deliver the mission after the 1-year period is over. Anyway, he now has 4 Nightfork sect's identity cards in hand, which is enough to deliver the mission. That night, he was exhaling and cultivating. There wasn't much aura in this Lapis city, so he used a spirit stone to exhale. But suddenly, he had a feeling that he was being spied on, so the divine sense was dispersed. His divine sense couldn't reach far, but the situation in the entire inn couldn't escape his scan. As a result, a shadowy figure was spotted, heading straight for the south of the city. Ghosts, The events of that thunderstormy night came back to mind. He almost hung up in the beginning, but now that he had cultivated immortality, he was still afraid of a mere ghost? So, opening the window, he cast a light stance and chased after him, and the shadowy figure, indeed, entered the abandoned mansion, drift into the courtyard. It wasn't much different from last year, overgrown with weeds and a well bubbling with a slight chill. He used his divine sense to check the bottom of the well and discovered the hidden chamber. Out of caution, he didn't rush in, but was prepared to put a fire into the chamber first. An explosive inflammation talisman was held in his hand and was about to be sent into the chamber with a repel technique. Suddenly sensing something approaching behind him, he instinctively performed the turtle-back kung fu while flinging the talisman in his hand behind him. But unfortunately, it didn't hit. Boy, you're smart. The person who spoke appeared suddenly in front of him. Upon closer inspection, where was it a person? It was simply an extremely ugly refined corpse. You lured me here on purpose? That's right. I actually want a female cultivator's body more than anything else, but unfortunately there is no suitable one. This body of yours, with its abundant chi and blood, and the ability to cultivate to the second level of chi refining in a short period of time, your qualifications shouldn't be too bad. It's just barely enough to qualify for me to take over my body. You're a refined corpse. How can you talk? Ha 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 ha. Because this was originally my body, only it was damaged under the heavenly calamity and was sacrificed by me into a corpse puppet. Are you so confident you can keep me? Because I've set up a formation. You can't get away even if you put your wings on it. Zhu Yudao nodded. No wonder the other party was in the mood to chat with himself, so he had eaten himself up. The ugly corpse was ashamed and seemed to have a great desire to confide. Aren't you afraid of me? You're just a refined corpse. What's so scary about you? I'm an existence of a half-step Jindan. Against a little rookie like you at the early stage of chi refining, I can crush you with a single finger. A good man is not a good man. You're already a dead man. How good can you be? Before the words fell, Zhu Yudao had already struck out. A wooden prison made from a talisman enveloping the opponent. Corpse guild flashed behind Zhu Yudao, his sharp claws going straight to the back of S neck. Zhu Yudao ignoring it all, he backhanded a punch. Both of them hit each other at the same time. Corpse guild was knocked back a few steps before stabilizing himself, but Zhu Yudao was unharmed. Good boy. Not bad for strength, but I like it. After saying that, his hands formed a seal and a black energy light ball was launched. Zhu Yudao hurriedly dodged. Who knew that this light ball exploded with amazing power? Just the energy fluctuation pushed him out at 10 feet away. His body slammed into the wall at once, not waiting for him to stabilize himself. Several spiritual snake-like black silk threads. Will he entangled? This kind of silk threads as if cowhide tendons. A moment actually break free. Kid, playing mind games in front of me. You're still young. After saying this, Zhu Yudao was taken over by her with a wave of her hand, but just when both sides were close to each other, Zhu Yudao's figure unexpectedly did not stop. Instead, he directly crashed into corpse guilty. Weird power punch. As long as the body can move, either the fists or the head or the torso can be used as a power part. The impact was not only unexpected, but also so powerful that it sent the corpse flying and falling to the ground. Without waiting for him to get up, Zhu Yudao arrived at his legs and delivered a prodigal sun kick, directly exploding corpse guild's head. Bubbling fury emerged from the well, instantly wrapping him into a cocoon, and the defensive effect of the amulet collapsed in the twinkling of an eye from the erosion. Blood gas -10. Blood gas -10. Unable to break free, his blood chi was draining away. Realizing that it was not good, he ruthlessly and directly stimulated the explosive flame talisman in his sleeve. Such behavior is tantamount to suicide. The flames burned up, his clothes burned, and his skin and flesh suffered at once, but this managed to break the yin fury and the black silk threads wrapped around his body. The moment he regained action, he hurriedly took out a spiritual rain talisman to extinguish the fire, and took out the rejuvenation pill and the Peiyuan pill and took them. Even so, his arms and ribs were extensively burned, and without the elixir, I'm afraid it would be difficult to find a daughter-in-law in the future. A dark shadow attempted to rush into him and was blocked by the protective aura. He took out a few more explosive flame talismans from his Chinkuan pouch and flung one at the shadow. The shadow dug into the well at once. Casting the exorcism technique, he sent an explosive flame talisman into the chamber on the side of the ruined well, bursting into flames and illuminating the bottom of the well. He also refused to stop, and the remaining two were sent into the chamber consecutively. The dark shadow flew out of the secret room, wanting to escape from this compound, but a light shield became a heavenly barrier that hindered its run. Oh, it's called a cocoon. Zhu Yudao took out a Yin demon streamer. He didn't like this type of magic weapon, but sometimes this type of magic weapon did have some use, so he also sacrificed one. Now it came in handy. As a spell was struck, a net of runic light flew out, capturing the shadowy figure and forcibly pulling it into the demon streamer. Then another spell was struck, and the cultivator's nether soul, too, became a nether demonic creature in the streamer. After confirming with his divine sense that there were no other ghosts in the chamber in the well, he entered it. The furnishings inside were simple: a wooden bed that was still burning, a table that was already almost burned out. From the fire, snatch out a chinkuan bag. When you open it, there are 3 cubic meters of space inside. The stored stuff was obvious at a glance: a pile of spirit stones, a mouthful of flying swords and a small, badly broken shield, 6 jade slips, 1 volume on silk, 1 jade talisman, 1 ID tag, 4 pill bottles, a jade box labeled with a spirit sealing talisman. Also, there are some materials and stuff. Zhu Yudao first took out 6 jade slips, hoping to find books on alchemy to see what kind of elixir would be effective in treating burns. The first one, the 9 refining demon technique, is already there. The second one, the yin yang heavenly corpse sacrifice technique. The third one, a detailed explanation of the 3 methods of conjugation. The fourth one, Tian Yuan Dan Jing. The fifth one, the ghostly recluse. Sixth, a compilation of the 10 most commonly used formations, Tian Yuan Dan Jing, which seemed to be a book on alchemy. The divine sense swept through, and the content here was very rich, recounting the theory of Dan being divided into 3 classes and 9 stages. Things like the rescue pill and the golden sword pill belong to the first order of mortal pills. The Peiyuan Dan, marrow cleansing Dan, and chi benefiting Dan all belong to the second order mortal pills. The spirit opening pill belonged to the third order mortal pill. The next step was the spirit elixir level. The foundation building elixir belonged to the first order spirit elixir. The dragon and tiger returning to the origin elixir belonged to the second order spirit elixir. And so on. The entire Dan scripture listed a total of 36 methods of refining pills. Zhu Yudao's eyes lit up when he saw a first order elixir called Ice Muscle Jade Bone Elixir. This elixir can eliminate scars and acne, making one's skin like jade, and ranks alongside the facial resilience elixir as the most beloved elixir for female cultivators. An elixir on the same level as the foundation establishment pill. He felt that the price wouldn't be too outrageous. Pouring out these spirit stones and counting them, there were more than 13,000 of them, so it was estimated that buying an ice muscle and jade bone dan should not be a problem. If that wasn't enough, the green glittering flying sword, at a glance, was a magic treasure grade, and had to be worth 10 or 20,000 spirit stones at least. There was also that badly broken treasure shield. The other party didn't throw it away, indicating that there was still a possibility of repairing it. So how could it be worth a bit of spirit stones? So much for almost planting it this time, though it wasn't a loss overall. Look at a few more pill bottles and hopefully something will come up. However, 3 of the 4 pill bottles were empty, and the remaining one was a fucking Pyrrhic pill. He had to pin his hopes on the jade box that sealed the spirit talisman. After opening it, inside was a round bead. However, it was not a potion at all, but rather, it was a bit like a golden elixir condensed by a cultivator, associating it with the fact that the dead ghost who had said that she had crossed the threshold earlier. I'm afraid that it was her own Jean Dan. When he picked up the thick volume of silk, it just confirmed the suspicion in his heart. This silk book was similar to a cultivation notebook, recording some insights on cultivation and some special events. Parts of it were quite luscious, and there were even some stories that had to be told with her master, the 9 infant ancestors. The last few paragraphs, on the other hand, expressed her depression at the critical moment of her Dan formation. The Night Fork sect was breached and she had to run away before the heavenly tribulation descended, which meant that she was just short of crossing the heavenly tribulation before she succeeded in congealing the Dan. The consequences of hiding from the heavenly tribulation were serious. As long as she revealed her breath, she would attract the thunder tribulation, which was why she had to hide at the bottom of the well. Zhu Yudao associated the situation he saw on that rainy night. His heart was clear. This female cultivator named Xia Chunlian was an unlucky person. Of course, from the events she recorded, she also deserved it. In order to cultivate the 9 refining ing demon technique, she even laid hands on a pregnant woman, put the palimpsest away and read it slowly later. Zhu Yudao picked up the jade talisman again. I thought it would be a talismanic treasure, but on closer inspection it didn't quite look like it. Remembering that Nyo Dali once had a similar jade talisman, used to manipulate formations, he looked at the jade slip of compilation of 10 commonly used formations. After browsing through it, he knew that this jade talisman was a formation talisman used to manipulate the Tian Yuan 5 elements formation. This set of formations, which belonged to the middle rank, was most suitable for use as a cave defense formation. Zhu Yudao stimulated the jade talisman, then punched out the spell as recorded on the jade sketch. 5 streams of light shot from the well and landed in his hand. which were definitely 5 formation flags of different colors. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. With this set of formation flags, when camping in the wild, he finally didn't have to worry about fierce beasts attacking, and he could also protect himself from the wind and rain. After the inventory, come out from the bottom of the well and look at the small yard. It's still livable after some repairs. It's always more convenient than staying at an inn. So, the process of clearing the weeds and repairing the house began, and then lived here. Every day, besides recuperating from his injuries and cultivating, when he had time, he would study those jade slips and books, or practice drawing talismans. Met Taekwondo a week later. Senior, what happened to your arm? Don't mention it. I encountered a remaining member of the Nightfork sect and was burned by the other party's explosive inflammation talisman. How is senior brother? I'm fine. I didn't encounter the remaining members of the Nightfork sect. Taekwondo was secretly ashamed. These days he had been cultivating at home and didn't go out at all. He didn't expect the senior brother to be so truthful that he actually went to the row. Does senior brother know where there is a workshop nearby? I need to purchase some pills. 300 miles west from here. There's a Long Yufeng, where the Long cultivation family is located. Lang? I remember that our sect has a Lang Jinran. That's right. Real Lang is the old ancestor of the Long clan. Thank you, senior brother, for telling me. Taekwondo stayed in Qingshi City for another half a day, bought some things, and then left. Zhu Yudao, on the other hand, bought a horse and headed to Cold Moon Place. The main purpose of going to Cold Moon Place was to buy pills, and in the meantime, dispose of a batch of unused belongings on hand, so as not to take up space. Midway through the trip, it was getting late. We have the Tian Yuan 5 elements formation. We're not afraid of camping in the wild. Choosing a mountain beam, the formation was laid down, and one person and one horse felt safe within the formation. Getting some grass for the horse while he took out the wine and food and ate indiscriminately. Now that he had money, he didn't have to be stingy at all. Eat and drink, lay out your animal skins and fall asleep. It was actually raining in the middle of the night, but with the light shield covering it, it wasn't a problem at all. The next day, after breakfast, he continued his journey, and in the afternoon, he arrived at the Cold Moon Place. This marketplace was not a dedicated marketplace for immortal cultivators, but rather a marketplace where mortals and immortal cultivators mingled. Turning around, he found that there were only a few stores that dealt with cultivation items, and the vast majority dealt with items that mortals needed. He had been robbed and killed in the Flying Dragon place, and when he came to this place, it was even more important to keep a low profile so as not to be targeted. First in a grocery store with 2 storage bags, a lower grade magic weapon flying sword, exchanged for 10 bottles of Peiyuan Dan and 2 bottles of Ichi Dan. And by the way, asked the boss if there is any ice muscle and jade bone Dan for sale in this neighborhood. Fellow Daoist, our workshop is too small. There are no such spirit pills for sale. If you want to buy that kind of spirit pill, you can only go to the big workshop. Thanks a lot, boss. A few stores all turned around, and the unused magic weapons, in corpse bags, and some materials were all turned into Peiyuan Dan and Chi benefiting Dan. In total, there were over 100 bottles. After a while, he plans to come back and change it again. Back in Castle Rock City, he lived a hermit-like life, and if he hadn't burned down dozens of stores in the Hu family's mansion before, people would have almost forgotten that there was a bogeyman like him in Castle Rock City. In the 3rd month after returning, the 9 bottles of Chi benefiting pills were consumed, and there was almost no obstacle to breaking through to the 3rd level of Chi refining. For another month or so, more than 280 genuine Peiyuan pills went down, and Magnia's strength broke through to the 4th layer, and the upper limit of blood Chi broke through as well. In addition to his cultivation advancement, during these months, he had also learned the basic sword royalty technique. In the past, when the imperial sword was used, it was used to repel objects, and the flying sword only had the flying stab as an attack method. After learning the basic sword art, the flying sword was like an arm, and could accomplish a variety of attacks such as chopping, horizontal slashing, rotary cutting, piercing, etc., which was considered to be a real additional means of attacking at a long distance. In addition, the success rate of the rejuvenation charm has reached 20%, and the amulet is in the door. He found that drawing talismans was truly a matter of practice making perfect. The role of talent was certainly there, but the main thing was to put in the effort and resources to practice. For example, he, in order to create these 2 types of talismans, had currently used up more than 1,000 pieces of talisman paper. If you stick with it for a few years, you might be able to become a talisman master and eat the bowl of talismans. Of course, he also knew that what he was drawing now were the most basic talismans, and when he encountered difficult talismans, he didn't know how long it would take to get started. Now that the pills were almost consumed, he planned to make another trip to Cold Moon Place. However, He hadn't seen Taekwondo for the last month, and he was worried that he had left and missed the opportunity to meet the other party. After waiting for 2 more days, just when he was losing patience, Taekwondo came, along with Jiang Yu. Ha, senior sister Jiang came over? I heard that senior martial brother Zhu was injured some time ago? Yes. Zhu Yudao rolled up his arm to show the other. Seeing the shocking wounds, Jiang Yu sighed. We found the place where the remaining members of the Night Fork sect often gather, and I wanted to invite senior brother to join us, but now it seems that it's better not to take the risk. Do you know how many people are on the other side? Senior Foam said that there are at least 7 or 8 of them. Then forget it, there are many people. In case there is someone with high cultivation in there, with just a few of us, it's not enough to send someone's head. Yeah, that's what senior brother Tai and I meant too. When he came to Qingshi City, Zhu Yudao of course had to do his best as a landlord and invited the 2 of them to have a big meal. And by the way, he got to know the other people's situation. The 3 from White Tiger City were more united, going out together and making slight gains not too long ago. Senior brother, I'm going to make a trip to White Tiger City with senior sister Jiang, so I'll leave this place to you for now. Zhu Yudao knew this guy's mind. Please go ahead. Senior brother, if there's anything, I'll go to White Tiger City to look for you. After sending the 2 away, he rode his horse to Cold Moon Place. Compared with the last time, this time is more relaxed, not in a hurry, and on the way to catch a rabbit and pheasant, and get a barbecue at a river. Before the meat was cooked, there was a sound of breaking air, then a woman was seen, being chased by a man fully wrapped in a black robe. Both of them were flying in the air and were clearly not low-ranked cultivators. Zhu Yudao was hoping that the 2 would go farther away, or else splash himself with blood. But what comes with fear? The female cultivator was struck by a black light and fell down from mid-air, good and proper, right into the water not far away. Why do you look a bit like that Lang Zhenran? It takes strength to be a hero. The clear shape in front of him, obviously greatly beyond his ability, also do not care about the roasted meat. Flying on the horse, to run away. Ha ha, you saw what you shouldn't have seen. You deserve your bad luck. A huge palm print of at least 2 to 3 feet slapped down. Zhu Yudao performed the monstrous power punch and scurried out from the horse, narrowly dodging it, and the poor horse was directly slapped to death by this palm print. Ha, it's actually an alchemist. The black-robed man punched out a spell, and an invisible barrier trapped Zhu Yudao within it. Zhu Yudao swiftly took out a battle sword and chopped down at the barrier wall with vigor. The barrier wall shattered like a crumbling glass. However, a black silk thread entangled him. Without waiting for him to react, the black-robed man broke through the defense of the amulet, sealed his dantian, and then sent a baby-like ghostly creature into his body. This ghostly creature was madly devouring blood chi. Blood gas -5. Blood gas -5. Blood gas -5. It's over. At this rate, will we be sucked dry? He did not think he was so unlucky. Just one trip out the door actually can fly into trouble. Is not crossing the 1 year to be reincarnated? The black-robed man obviously wanted to let the ghostly creature suck some more blood chi, and did not kill him immediately. Seeing the woman who fell into the water fly up again, immediately went to chase after the person. Opportunity. Although the spiritual energy could not be mobilized and the body had become rigid, however, it was still fine to eat. He immediately took out a handful of Peiyuan Dan, high on sugar beans, one at a time, while his brain worked frantically on how to finish off the ghosts that had invaded his body. Wait a minute. He suddenly thought of what Xia Chunlian wrote on the silk book, the demonic skill Zimu Tianguisher practiced by the 9 infant ancestors. In this technique, one uses oneself as the ghost mother and refines 9 babies as ghost babies. At the time of great accomplishment, 9 ghost babies could be cultivated into ghost kings, and then merge the 9 into one, becoming the phaseless heavenly ghost. The one that entered his body was 80% a ghost baby. When this kind of ghost baby becomes a ghost king, it is almost impossible to kill, but they are not all without weaknesses. That is, they are more afraid of thunder and fire. The question is, where do you get the lightning and fire to get rid of this thing? The divine sense swept through the storage bracelet and Shinkuan bag, and finally landed on the Yin demon streamer. Ghost babies hated thunder and fire, but liked cold and shady places, and it was now the summer of bright sunshine. If we created a favorite environment for the ghosts, when they ate and drank, they would surely come out on their own, wouldn't they? The primary issue now was that one had to use their spiritual energy to catalyze the Yin demon streamer. Spiritual energy couldn't be used, presumably because the other party had sealed their Dantian Chi with Yin fury, so it was perfectly fine to try to punch the barrier. In the past, he had rushed through the barrier by risking meridian damage and taking excessive amounts of drugs. This time was no exception. Directly swallowed 3 chi benefiting Dan. The average chi refining stage cultivator playing like this is bound to end up with an inch of broken meridians. He relied on his powerful digestive ability to neutralize the impact of the medicine. The elixir instantly transformed into surging medicinal power that rushed towards the Dantian Chi Si under the guidance of the gravitational force into the body technique. Blood gas -50. Blood gas -10. Blood gas -10. Unsurprisingly, the meridians were damaged, and the blood chi consumption accelerated a lot. However, the effect of the super large dose of medicine was still very obvious, and the Yin fury blocking the chi si was flushed away. With the meridians opened and the spiritual energy able to be exported, the Yin demon streamer was catalyzed, and in an instant, a gloomy mist filled the woods, and the temperature seemed to drop by 10 degrees. Zhu Yudao hurriedly returned to the sun, opening his arms and letting the sun expose himself, while Pei Yuan Dan stuffed into his mouth like it was no money. Ghost babies can drain the essence of 3 or 5 people at a time, and any more than that and you'll have digestive problems. And the sun, so it is very difficult, but not far away, there is its favorite environment. So in the eat and drink, they drilled out into the woods to enjoy the cool go. The ghost baby left his body. He immediately felt his body flexible. If he didn't run away at this time, when would he wait? However, he had not run far before he stopped again. People can fly, and their divine sense can sweep a long way, so even if they run fast, they can't run out of their hands. However, when he saw the large river not far away, a good idea came to him. Holding a boulder, he jumped into the river, then sat cross-legged at the bottom of the water, holding a spirit stone in each hand, and began to draw on the spirit chi in the spirit stones, so that he could replenish his spirit power without being suffocated to death. Just after hiding but a tea work, the black-robed man came back, still carrying the restrained Lingjinjin in his hand. Ha, where is everyone? He scanned his surroundings and first spotted his ghost baby and noticed the Yin fury in the forest. He understood after a little thought. Good boy, actually able to come up with such a way. But, think that you can escape from this seat like this? He immediately unfolded his divine sense, and within a radius of dozens of miles, all were scanned once, but did not find the whereabouts of the target. When he saw the waves of the river, he immediately thought of a possibility that the other side of the water had disappeared. The water escape talisman is not expensive. A few hundred spirit stones have a family save 1 or 2 used to save life. Completely possible. Still, he scanned back and forth multiple times and found no unusual water ripple fluctuations before giving up. He had also consumed a lot of mana from fighting with Lang Zhenren before, and the heat at this time was equally unpleasant for him, so he was in the grove, recovering his mana while waiting for the sun to set. Zhu Yudao was depressed. He could indeed hold his breath in the water for a period of time by absorbing the spiritual chi from the spirit stones, but after a long time, he still couldn't stand it. Was considering whether to swim slowly into the water toward the distance. There seems to be movement outside again. He didn't act rashly. What if it was the black-robed man who was playing a trick? After another moment, the sound of thunder was faintly heard. It was now a time of bright sunshine. Where would there be thunder? Presumably someone was fighting. So, he quietly surfaced, and sure enough, he saw the black-robed man being surrounded by 3 cultivators with imperial swords in the distant sky. Well, to be precise, those 3 cultivators were hung by the black-robed man. The 3 of them were fighting and retreating, and their form was extremely unfavorable. Zhu Yudao was about to slip away in the opposite direction when he suddenly noticed the Lang Zhenren in the grove, unable to move. If the Lang Zhenren were to get out of the trap, plus those 3, they might be able to beat the black robes. The thought of slipping away might not be undetectable to the other side. With a clench of his teeth, he climbed up the bank and made his way to the grove as fast as he could. Mistress Lang, I've come to save you. Lang Suisan looked at Zhu Yudao with some familiarity, but for a moment could not remember where he had met. In any case, it is a friend, not a foe. I've been sealed in my dantian. Help me break the seal. What's the punchline? Finding out that Zhu Yudao was only at the 3rd level of chi refining, he couldn't help but be discouraged. If the other party was at the foundation establishment stage, even the late chi practicing stage was possible, but this bit of spiritual power at the 3rd level of chi practicing was just not enough to look at. However, a dead horse is a dead horse. You concentrate your spiritual energy and inject it into my chi high point. Zhu Yudao gathered spiritual power and concentrated it in his index finger, pointing out fiercely, but the spiritual power rushed into his chi high acupoint, just like a mud cow entering the sea. Obviously, the black robe has taken special care of the cold real person. It's too much of a difference. Do you have any elixirs like the return to origin pill on hand? I only have a few pills of chi benefiting pills. It's useless. Unless, Lang Suisan thought of a way. But that way was not only detrimental, but also with a small cultivator she didn't know. Doing that kind of thing, being seen, she wouldn't be able to see anyone in the future. Unless what? Nothing, go away. Zhu Yudao did not make any pretense, and was just about to run away, when a miserable scream came, but it was one of the 3 cultivators who fell out of the air and directly onto the ground, and was feared to be lifeless. Wait, what's wrong? You dissect out my Jindan. I'll use my divine thoughts to detonate it, even if I die. I'll pull this 9-infant-old devil on my back. Is it really necessary to perform a Jindan removal? Zhu Yudao had a vicious chill, but he thought that he happened to have a golden elixir in his hand, so he took out the jade box. Do you think this golden elixir can detonate? Only one's own Jindan can detonate it. Ha! It's the same as my spiritual attribute. Lang Suisan was overjoyed. Quickly twist it. If it was a mature Jindan, it wouldn't be easy to twist it, but this Jindan had only just been congealed into shape and hadn't been tempered, so it could easily be twisted. Help me guide the refining. Zhu Yudao complied. His fingers pressed on his major orifices and guided the twisted Jindan towards the place of the purple mansion on his chest. He had long been familiar with the orifices on his own body, but for a female cultivator wearing a wide Dao robe, it was a bit touch and go. Where are you touching? Sorry, not too familiar with the construction of your women's bodies. In the past, Lang Suisan is not a slap to death, but now at this juncture, really cannot be counted on, can only be allowed to fumble. Luckily, it was only taken advantage of a little bit, and the great medicine transformed by the Golden Dan still arrived at the Violet Mansion without any problems. The reason why the Jindan stage is called a real person is because there is a true fire nurtured in the Violet Mansion, and this true fire has 2 wonderful uses. One is to quench the Jindan, and the other is to sacrifice the original magic treasure. The twisted and crushed Jindan was quickly refined by the true fire, and then transformed into surging spiritual energy, which was guided by her divine sense, destroying the city and breaking through the obstacles in one fell swoop, reaching the Dantian directly. The excess spiritual energy exceeded the capacity of the Dantian Qi, so she had to run her gongfu and run the excess spiritual energy around the circumference of the sky, and the result was that it accidentally broke through her bottleneck at the early stage of the Jindan and reached the middle stage of the Jindan in one fell swoop, which reduced the amount of effort of the 10 years of water milling at least. Is this a blessing in disguise? The kid in front of him was not only his savior, but also a blessing. So what was he going to come up with to repay him? Manservant Lang, those 2 won't be able to hold out much longer. A reminder made her discard her distractions and quickly flew into midair to join the fight. 3 against 1. I guess it can hold up for a long time, right? Of course Zhu Yudao would not stand here foolishly waiting for the result. His light body technique was performed to the extreme and he flew in the direction of the northern wilderness. The reason why he chose this direction was because the black robes were most unlikely to go there. After running wildly for 50 or 60 miles, he estimated that he was out of the range of the other party's divine sense, and only then did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Observed the environment. Although there are no high mountains, but the terrain is undulating and winding. There are bushes everywhere. There are stout elk running. There are large wild boars foraging for food. Just like a savage world. A gust of fishy wind hit his face. He dodged out of the way as a panther, similar in color to the bush, brushed past. This leopard reversed and lunged again. He directly disliked his fist on the leopard's head. This no less than 100 pounds of leopard. Hard to be knocked out by him, without waiting for it to get up. He had already rushed up, his blue steel sword in hand, and a single strike resulted in the life of this ferocious beast. I'll eat you tonight. The sun was already setting in the west, so he found a relatively open area and set up the Tian Yuan 5 elements formation. Split the leopard open and throw away all the down in the stomach. Then he cast the spiritual rain technique to clean it, sprinkled it with salt and spices, and brushed it with another layer of oil. These things he prepared well, just so as not to aggravate his mouth and stomach. The campfire was set up and the barbecue began. The roasted leopard meat wasn't done when there was a commotion from outside the formation. A dozen or so coyotes had found his thrown down water and were feasting on it. There were many wolves, and after eating the lower water, they set their sights on Zhu Yudao inside the formation, as well as the roasted meat. However, a shield of light blocked them. They impacted, and could only make the formation's light shield shake slightly, far from breaking the defense, which was the defensive power of a mid-ranked formation. The wolves attacked for a while, and finally let out a wolf howl in unison, as if venting, but also as if shaking people. It proved to be the latter. However, in the work of a column of incense, hundreds of wild wolves converged outside the formation, among which there was a huge wolf with white fur and a body length of close to 2 meters, and next to it were 2 wolves that were about the same size as the demonic wolves that he had finished off in the Dragon Scale Ridge back then. 3 demonic beasts? It seemed like the white giant wolf was more than 1 rank. Zhu Yudao was still a little worried about whether the formation would be able to withstand the test. The onslaught begins. The white giant wolf didn't personally make a move. allowing his men to impact the formation first. The large formation began to fluctuate violently. Fortunately, to break the formation was still a little short of fire. Zhu Yudao opened his food and watched the wolves attack. After a few rounds, the white giant wolf suddenly leapt high into the air, and its sharp claws, which were glowing with green light, ruthlessly slashed at the formation's light shield. The big formation was instantly torn apart. However, before its second blow could come, the torn place had already healed as before. Obviously, with just the white giant wolf, it would not be able to break the Tian Yuan 5 elements formation either. The giant wolf hissed, as if giving an order. The next moment, hundreds of wild wolves, along with it, launched another wave of attacks. The formation was finally breached, and the giant wolf and the two first-ranked demon wolves were the first to charge in, only to be greeted by pithy battle blades. One slash killed a demon wolf. The white giant wolf lunged at his back, but was bounced off by a layer of airwaves, and the blade light flashed again, leaving another demon wolf headless. Having just eaten, it was the time when qi and blood were abundant, and Zhu Yudao also had the intention to vent his indignation today, so he took these wild wolves, ordinary coyotes, basically one slash at a time. However, that white giant wolf was extraordinary, and the battle knife, which was a magic weapon, cut on its head, only shed some hairs, and could not even break its skin. Zhu Yudao first took care of those other wolves that rushed in and then fought the white giant wolf one-on-one. This white giant wolf not only had sharp claws, its tail was more like an iron rod. In a moment of inadvertence, Zhu Yudao was whipped by its tail, and his long sword came out of his hand. The giant wolf took the opportunity to pounce and pin him down. Its fangs, several inches long and glinting with a cold light, biting at his neck. He hastily braced himself with his hands as the two sides battled. The fangs less than half a foot from his neck. Unable to continue down, with a rabbit stomp on the eagle, he kicked the giant wolf to the side, then pounced over and pinned it back down. The fourth weight of the manhwa's strength was exerted, although it was not as exaggerated as the strength of 4 oxen, but the strength of a single blow definitely exceeded more than 1,500 pounds. The first punch blinded the giant wolf, a second punch to the nose, the third punch slammed into its neck. 3 punches down, this demon wolf was already dying. Without wasting any more qi and blood, Zhu Yudao took out his orange light sword and began to dismantle the demon wolf. It was specifically mentioned in the 100 Questions on Cultivating Immortality that there was something about the value of demonic beast materials. For example, the teeth, claws and fur of this white giant wolf all belonged to valuable materials. Zhu Yudao carefully separated these materials and then savored the meat of this demon wolf, having digested pretty much everything he ate from the previous fight. As a piece of wolf meat was roasted and he took a few bites, the alert went off. Blood and qi plus 10. I can't believe I'm adding so much blood. He couldn't help but rejoice. This meant that the higher the grade of the demonic beast meat, the more blood qi it added. The effect of this thing to replenish blood qi wasn't much worse than the Peiyuan Dan. After eating and drinking, he simply cleaned up and replaced the spirit stones for the formation. When not under attack, the Tian Yuan 5 elements formation didn't need to replace its spirit stones for a few days, but when under fierce attack, the spirit stones were consumed very quickly. So the formation wasn't omnipotent. After doing that, start a routine of practicing and then go to bed. It was a restless night, with wild beasts and even demonic beasts visiting from time to time. Although he didn't sleep well, Zhu Yudao was in a good mood. This is undoubtedly an excellent place to hunt, and when you're short of food, you can come here and turn around and come back full. Early the next morning, Zhu Yudao ate breakfast and collected the formation before rushing to Cold Moon Place. When they arrived, they found many people wearing onyx. And when they inquired, they realized that the remaining members of the Night Fork sect had raided the Lang clan, and the Lang clan had killed and injured more than 20 cultivators, and even the Lang clan's oldest ancestor had been seriously injured. Serious injuries at least meant that the person was still there, so the black-robed man should not have taken advantage of the battle yesterday. He first sold the demonic beast materials at the grocery store. The white giant wolf really belonged to the second-ranked demonic beast, and sold 42 spirit stones for just the wolf teeth, claws, and wolf hair. After that a few stores turned around, 2,000 spirit stones were spent and another 100 bottles of pills arrived. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more. On the one hand, it was too flashy, and on the other hand, these stores didn't have much stock. After consuming, it was already late, so he simply found an inn to stay at. In the evening at dinner, I tasted a pot of 1000 Autumn Drunk, which the Lang family is said to have made their fortune on. The wine was indeed very fragrant, although the degree was a little lower. But it felt similar to the Wolianya that he had drunk in his previous life, and just for the sake of this hometown feeling, he was also willing to buy more. The store collects gold. He simply bought 200 pounds, and then threw in some spirit stones and mountain ginseng into the wine jar. and after soaking for a long time, it is also known as spirit wine, had a good night's sleep. The next day he was ready to buy a horse to take his place, but he knew that Lang was having a funeral and netting the streets, so he had to wait for the funeral procession to leave before buying a horse. Immortal cultivators' funerals are no more special than those in the mundane world, and the procedures are pretty much the same. Zhu Yudao watched the fun and didn't see that Ling Jinjin, but instead saw Xueling from his hometown, and Chang Shu, who had measured the 3 spirit roots in Qingshi City. But thinking about it, it was normal. Xueling worshipped real Lang as her teacher, and it was normal for her to attend when something happened to the Lang family. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Xueling glanced this way, seemingly feeling familiar, tapping his head as if trying to recall. It was no wonder that the other party couldn't remember, mainly because Zhu Yudao had changed too much. He was a head taller than a year ago and weighed even more tens of pounds heavier. After all, they were from the same sect and the same hometown, and there would be many chances to make friends in the future. So he cast a sound transmission technique. The other party showed a dawning realization and told him to wait here and catch up later. Half a day later, the two met at the tea house here, with Cheng Shu. Are you really Zhu Yudao, growing so tall? If you eat well and wear warm clothes in the sect, of course you'll grow taller. You are also in the sect? Why didn't I see you when I returned to the sect that day? Zhu Yudao didn't hide anything and talked about his grudge with Hu Tianlai. No wonder. The surname Hu is indeed not a good person. Turn around and this senior sister will teach him a lesson for you. That, senior brother Zhu, are you at the 3rd level of qi refining? Chang Shu, whose appearance was still very young, asked. Yes, senior brother, you are also at the 3rd level, right? Chang Shu said shyly. I cultivate too slowly. How can it be slow? Aren't we the same? It's not the same. I'm the inner gate and you're the outer gate. Oh, Zhu Yudao was choked. Was this mocking his poor qualifications? Xueling snapped and slapped Cheng Shu on the head. If you can't talk, don't talk. Although Master Zhu's qualifications are a little worse, he sure works hard. Unlike you, who thinks about playing every day. Zhu Yudao is completely speechless. Is good qualification amazing? By the way, how did Senior Chu come to be here? Sect mission. All outer disciples above the 2nd level of qi refining have to go back to their respective hometowns to cut out the remaining members of the Night Fork sect. I was injured some time ago and came here specifically to buy pills. The 10,000 Ghost Cave on Hidden Een Mountain was copied by us. Those remaining members of the Night Fork sect can't return and will definitely go around committing evil. Senior brother must be careful. Well, when will elder sister return home? Senior is injured. We won't be going back for a while, so please trouble senior brother to bring us a letter home in a while. No problem. Xueling and Chang Shu prepared the letter. Be careful on the road. Senior brother. Zhu Yudao was buying a horse at the horse market and found a weapon store next to him. He didn't care for mortal weapons. However, there were shields for sale here. A shield of mortal iron would not be able to defend against a cultivator's magic weapon, but it would be different if the thickness was increased. Boss, do you have a thicker shield here? Yes, as long as you can afford to pay for it, and as thick a shield as you need, it will be built for you. I want a shield an inch thick and 2 feet in diameter. Are you sure? A shield of that thickness is at least 100 pounds. It's this thickness. How much does a shield cost? 10 taels of silver aside. Zhu Yudao took out an ingot of gold. Build me 10 sides. Can you come pick them up tomorrow? The boss's eyes lit up at once. Building 10 shields in one night was a bit of a time crunch, but for the sake of the gold, he would do it without sleeping. Okay, come pick it up at noon tomorrow. The next day, he got 10 iron shields. The weight was just right while it lasted. This thing could be used as a disposable consumable. When he returned to Fei Longfong, he planned to upgrade his equipment properly, all the way back to Castle Rock City in a general tour of the mountains. After delivering the 2 letters home, his reclusive life began again. Eat, practice, sleep, and run off every other day to hunt in the wilderness 200 miles away. In addition to bringing him food, hunting honed his Dao and fighting skills. Fighting with fire fox demonic beasts that could breathe fire. Spells such as earth spirit claws and earth trapping techniques were honed. Fighting against the iron eagle beast that could emit wind blades. The royal sword art was well honed. Fighting with tigers and wolves. The battle skills were improved. Cozy up for a month or so. Late one night, he was already asleep when he suddenly heard a thumping sound. Someone attacked the formation. He immediately sat up while his divine sense scanned. Sure enough, 4 people were attacking the heavenly elemental 5 elemental formation, and the light shield shook violently as spells and artifacts bombarded it. In the middle of the night to make such a big noise, has long alarmed the surrounding residents. Night patrol soldiers, think also know that something happened here, but none of them came over to join in the fun. Zhu Yudao was fully dressed, eating meat buns made of demonic beast meat and waiting for the moment they broke the formation and entered. Judging from the fact that they couldn't break the formation in half a day, their strength was definitely not high, and since someone had come to give away his head, he certainly didn't mind taking it. After another while, the four seemed to have consumed a bit too much spiritual energy and were ready to give up. Zhu Yudao struck a spell and withdrew the formation. Why are you in a hurry to leave when you're already here? 3 senior brothers, be careful. This person is very powerful. The one who spoke was a Xian clothes female cultivator. Zhu Yudao recognized this woman. It was because she had intervened across the board that she had caused to be run away by Hu Tianlai. Therefore, he immediately locked onto this woman and his orange light sword flew out. As this woman dodged and dodged, she shook the Yin demon streamer, and dozens of ghostly creatures instantly surfaced, rushing over with teeth and claws. At the same time, the female cultivator's 3 companions, 2 manipulating flying swords and 1 controlling an iron-armored refining corpse, leaped over. Zhu Yudao held his shield and blocked the flying sword's attack, while 2 very obvious chopping marks appeared on the shield. The iron-armored corpse came over and was confused by his shield smashing. Then he struck a sword trick. The orange light sword swung back and the iron corpse's head landed on the ground. The first wave of attacks from those ghosts was blocked by the amulet. He then executed a monstrous power punch, breaking through the ghostly siege and blinking his eyes to reach the Xianclose female cultivator's close proximity. The female cultivator flung out an explosive inflammation talisman in fear, while her figure retreated sharply. Relying on the large iron shield, Zhu Yudao forced his way through the bursting flames. There were fireballs shooting from the back and flying swords stabbing. He hurriedly did a Vajra ironclad, and the flying swords and fireballs flew past his belly. The Xianclose female cultivator was almost in a straight line with him. He dodged, but this female cultivator failed to dodge. The amulet, which had been inspired in haste, was not able to counteract all of the 2 attacks, and was instantly injured. Withdraw. You can't leave. Zhu Yudao used his monstrous punch as a tool to move quickly, and caught up with the female cultivator in the twinkling of an eye. The female cultivator's 3 companions didn't dare to haphazardly cast long-range means to avoid any further accidental injuries, and each took out their swords and daggers and rushed over. However, by the time they arrived close, the female cultivator had already been decapitated. Strength, which had an absolute advantage in close combat. Zhu Yudao's sword and shield combination killed the 3 in a great defeat. The 3 of them performed light body techniques and immediately fled. Zhu Yudao then followed in hot pursuit, seeing that they would not be able to escape even if they went together, so they gambled on their character and scattered to escape. One of the unlucky ones was decapitated by Zhu Yudao. A sudden night battle was over, and the harvest was not bad. 2 identity tags, over 100 spirit stones, 3 magic weapons, and some gold and silver. However, he felt that it was no longer safe to live in this city. This time it was 4 rookies that came. If a powerful character came, he could only run away in the face of a siege. Therefore, this city could not stay any longer, and it was necessary to find a more peaceful place to cultivate. What's a peaceful place? He thought of the small hillock 10 miles away, which was off the beaten track and was a good place to practice. Idle steps led me to the small hillock that was only a few feet high. The snail's nest in the crack in the mountain was still there, and everything around it was as it had always been. It took 2 days to open up a cave from the middle of the crack, right up to the cliff face, and a secret room in the middle of the cave. Hide the hole at the crack. In case of trouble, this is the retreat, and to enter and exit, take the cliff wall, 3 feet high, enough to block ordinary people and demonic beasts. The heavenly elemental 5 elements formation was certainly something that had to be set up as well. Beds, tables, chairs, and other household items were set up and a caveman was born. His departure had caused the city guards of Castle Rock City to breathe a sigh of relief, and a special banquet was set up to celebrate the sending off of the plague god. However, a few days later, late at night, the 6 cultivators arrived at the small courtyard, failed to find the person they were looking for, and in a fit of anger ransacked the city guard's residence in Castle Rock City. Seeing the messy treasury, the city guardian lord wanted to cry. Zhu Yudao learned of this, already half a month later, and after buying some salt and ingredients, he continued his reclusive life. Soon, another 3 months had passed. The elixir had been eaten up, the cultivation level had reached the peak of the 3rd layer of qi refining, and any further cultivation was just unable to break through. You still have to buy medicine. So, he sealed the cave and went back to the Cold Moon place. When I arrived here, I found that several stores selling pills were all closed, and when I inquired about it, I realized that not long ago, the marketplace had been looted by a group of ferocious criminals, and the stores had not dared to open their doors. What a world! Zhu Yudao was depressed. Without pills, his cultivation had come to a standstill, so he simply ran to the wilderness again, looking for demonic beasts to practice on, and in the meantime, he accumulated some wealth and goods, so that when he returned to the clan, he would take it to the big market to sell. A month later, his Qiankuan bag and storage bracelet were stuffed full, and only then did he leave. Counting the time, there were still more than 2 months until the end of the mission. He decided to meet up with Tai Guangdu and the others. When they arrived at White Tiger City, they found Zhao Yan's house and learned that the group had gone to a marketplace called 28 Mile Shop. When he came to the 28 Mile store, he did not find any traces of several people, and as it was getting late, he found an inn to stay. Awakened in the middle of the night by the sound of ghostly cries, looking out through the windows along the street. Ooh, it's pretty busy. A group of cultivators were fighting here in the middle of the night. There were a total of 3 waves of people. The least numbered were Feng Jie, Tai Guangdu and 4 others. They cooperated with the 5 green-clothed cultivators to fend off the Shin-clothed cultivators' siege. For now, both sides were considered evenly matched, so Zhu Yudao didn't go out rashly, but instead took out his orange light sword to make a surprise attack if necessary. It had to be said that after the greater part of the year's training, the battle power of all 4 had increased quite a bit. In the spirit of Zhao Yan's little face, her flying sword was maneuvered by her like a swimming dragon, and from time to time, when she saw an opportunity, she would give her injured companion a rejuvenation technique. Relying on the protection of his vestments and shield, Tai Guangdu acted as a meat shield for a few people, sending out bursts of golden light from time to fend off those ghostly creatures. Jiang Yu's water system technique was quite subtle, first sending a water bomb technique, then casting a freezing technique. In this late fall season hit, it was called an ice cold. Feng Jie seemed to have broken through to the middle stage of qi refining, sending out spells such as the giant wood technique from time to time, in addition to acting as a commander. Fellow Daoist Huang, watch out behind you. Fellow Daoist White, the earth wall technique. Zhao Yan, make up a rejuvenation spell for Daoist Li. While the battle between the 2 sides was stalemated, there was suddenly a wild laugh, and someone arrived with a sword. You Immortal Sect and Flying Dragon Sect Juniors, your time to die has come. This one looked askance across the room, enjoying the admiration of the Nightfork Sect's cultivators, and exuding the aura of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, giving the Yuxian Sect and the Flying Dragon Sect's cultivators a psychological shock. At this time, not to mention a Foundation stage, even a late Qi refining cultivator could change the battle. The cultivators of the 2 factions immediately lost their confidence. However, they couldn't run away even if they wanted to, because those Nightfork Sect cultivators formed an encirclement. Feng Jie lived up to his commanding position. Gentlemen, it's only a death on the left and right, so let's fight for one and earn one. The 9 of them unanimously took out talismans, which might be their last resort to save their lives. If you want to fight for your lives, you have to see if you have the qualifications, the visitor said disdainfully, shaking his hand and tossing out a string of chains strung together by skulls. The skulls spread out and instantly turned into 9 giant skulls, as if they could swallow a person in one bite. But just as the attack would be sent, suddenly a yellow light stabbed down from above. But there was no one in the air. This person was also quite alert, and the Imperial Sword made a hover to avoid the strike. Before we could realize where the sneak attacker was coming from, a figure suddenly flew out of the window on the 2nd floor of the inn. Its speed was extremely fast. The distance between the 2 sides was already very close, and it was simply too late to try to dodge. But as a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he naturally didn't lack the means to strain himself, and inspired the skeleton ring on his hand, and a black light shot out. There was a crunching sound, as if it had struck some metal. At the same time, something like a large pod lid disliked him fiercely, and it felt as if he had been hit by a second-ranked rhinoceros demonic beast, and he directly fell down from his flying sword, at a height of 1 foot. Even an ordinary person wouldn't die from a fall, let alone a Foundation Establishment cultivator. However, the force of this collision was too strong, and he was unable to get up for a moment as his blood rolled over. And in that instant, the person who hit him also dropped down from above, and the iron shield that weighed 100 pounds snapped hard on his head. How hard-headed can you get? The red and white flowed all over the place, and it was alarming to watch. All of this only happened in the blink of an eye, and no one could even imagine that the mantis would be catching cicadas, and there would be a yellow sparrow at the back. What's more, he didn't expect that a dignified Foundation Establishment cultivator, who had just wanted to act like a pussy, would end up in such a situation. Who completed the shutout? Senior Brother Zhu. The voice was a mixture of surprise, reverence and hijacking, among other emotions, and if it wasn't surrounded by people, it might have jumped right into his arms. Jiang Yu, Feng Jie and Taekwondo were also very pleasantly surprised. The 5 people from the traveling immortal sect, they didn't know what this Senior Brother Zhu was about, although it belonged to a sneak attack, but to be able to attack and kill a Foundation establishment, that wasn't something a normal Qi refining stage could do. It was thought to be a core disciple of the Flying Dragon sect, And with such an existence sitting at the helm, what else was there to be afraid of? Everyone, quickly kill all these remaining members of the Night Fork sect. In fact, even if you add a gas refining cultivator, the contrast in strength between the two sides will not have too obvious changes, but why a move to preempt shattered the confidence of the Night Fork door crowd. So, a scattered fighting turned into a chase. Zhu Dao did not go after him. He let out a long breath. In fact, at first he did not intend to sneak attack. The terror of the black-robed man made him realize that cultivation is an insurmountable chasm. The person coming is after all at the foundation stage. He might put his own little life on the line. However, the other party is close to his eyes, or back to him, which is tantamount to handing over his head for him to cut. If you don't even have this kind of courage, this immortal is not cultivated. In addition, he had a small sword talisman treasure in his hand, so even if he couldn't succeed in a sneak attack, he still had a chance to kill by force, which added to his confidence. The sneak attack proved to be successful, not even using the talismanic treasure. The risk is big, and the gain is naturally big. The flying sword that the other party is imperializing is put away. The chain strung by the skeleton is put away. The skeleton ring on the other party's finger is put away. And the Qiankuan bag is also taken away. While those people hadn't returned from the chase, he first took stock of the spirit stones, which were about 1,000 of them. There were 4 pill bottles, the rejuvenation pill, the rescue pill, and the Peiyuan pill, and the remaining bottle had the words yellow bud pill on the label, but there was only 1 pill left inside. There were 7 talismans, 2 spirit sealing talismans, 4 explosive inflammation talismans, and 1 talisman that he didn't recognize, but judging by the complexity, it should be a more advanced talisman. Formation flag set. Take out the 10 commonly used formations compilation control. Found that it is a set of gathering spirit formation. This set of formations of low defense. But there is a wonderful thing. That is, gathering heaven and earth aura. Usually in the cultivator when the gate is more appropriate. There were 2 jade slips. One was the 9 refining ing demon technique and the other was the Yin fiendish thunder technique. A roll of animal skin was unfolded to reveal a map with densely packed lines that appeared somewhat messy. The rest was a mix of materials and miscellaneous items. And among the materials were a couple of skulls that were chock-a-block. Overall, the harvest was not as bountiful as expected, which showed that not all foundation establishment cultivators had money. Just after a brief inventory, Xiao Yin came back, her little face flushed. Senior brother Zhu, back so soon? They're running too fast. My cultivation is weak. I can't keep up. It's okay. You're great at maneuvering flying swords. You can't compare to senior brother. Even the foundation establishment stage can be killed. That was pure coincidence. I happened to be staying in the room on the 2nd floor of the inn facing the street, and that guy got carried away and didn't prepare for the fact that someone would sneak up on him. If it was me, I wouldn't have been able to do it even with a sneak attack. All in all, senior brother is very powerful. Zhu Yudao didn't want to dwell on this matter, so he changed the topic. Your recent harvest was good, right? It's alright. I heard from the Taoist friends of the traveling immortal sect that the 10,000 ghost cave on Hidden Yin Mountain was brought down, so there are more remnants of the Night Fork sect lately. Well, be careful in the future. If this happens again, you won't be as lucky as you are today. What senior brother said is very true. By the way, I saw Wu Tian coming some time ago. He is now with the sect master's personal disciple Morong Shua. You have to be careful. Zhu Yudao frowned slightly. Do you know where he lives now? Zhao Yan shook her head. Not quite sure. I heard Senior Feng say that Morong Shua seems to be from Song capital. Zhu Yudao wanted to run to the Song capital and slaughter Hu Tianlai, but the distance was too far, and now that there were only 2 months left before the end of the mission period, it was a bit too late. As the two were talking, Feng Jie, Tai Guangdu and Jiang Yu returned, looking like they too had no luck. That surprise attack by Senior Brother Zhu was just too beautiful. Senior Brother Tai is too kind. It's still early. Let's go to the inn and talk. Good thing too. After arriving at the inn, they chatted with each other about the recent months. White Tiger City was the main throat to Xining Mountain, and not long ago in the battle at Xining Mountain, the Night Fork sect had suffered a great defeat, and quite a few of their remnants had fled to this place. Originally, with the strength of the 4 of them, they could only pick up some of the Night Fork sect cultivators who had fallen behind, but there were 5 cultivators from the traveling immortal sect who were also in White Tiger City, and the 2 sides cooperated and did a couple of big jobs. But who knows? This time, they were ambushed. Senior Brother Zhu, how is the situation on your side? Castle Rock City isn't peaceful either. I couldn't handle it alone, so I ran over here. Tai Guangdo's old face flushed. His area of responsibility was Qingshi City, and he ended up spending most of his time in White Tiger City, which was really a bit unorthodox. Since Senior Brother is here, don't go back. We're all together, so we can take care of each other. Yes, the people rested individually, and the next day, the 5 people from the traveling immortal sect came over to meet each other. Originally, they were very eager to make friends, but when they heard that Zhu Yudao was only an ordinary outer disciple as well, they lost the enthusiasm they had at the beginning. Zhu Yudao was not concerned about the performance of these people before and after. Now the two sides are in a cooperative relationship, and in the future it may become a competitive relationship again. It is not good to be involved too much. After that, he stayed in White Tiger City, and one after another. He also discovered a few waves of Nightfork sect cultivators, and under a deliberately low profile, his performance was not eye-catching, and there was not much difference between him and an ordinary early stage of chi refining cultivator. Finally mixed to the end of the year. During this period of time the cultivation stagnated, but the experience of fighting rose a lot. With a fast horse to take their place, returning to the sect was much faster, and in fact, everyone was a bit nostalgic for the sect's comfortable life. The first thing you do when you return to the sect is to deliver the quest. Because there were more cultivators who wanted to deliver their tasks, there was a long line at the miscellaneous affairs hall. Zhu Yudao saw Wu Tianlai, and the two of them clashed their gazes, which could truly be described as enemies meeting. He came to deliver his assignment in the morning and it was not his turn until the afternoon. Settle a few Nightfork sect cultivators? 9 in all. Not bad. The most in front of you is only 6. Take out your seized identity cards. Zhu Yudao took out the 9 identity tags. When this steward saw 2 of the identity tags, he couldn't help but freeze. Both of these were beheaded by you? One was on the verge of death and was encountered by me. The other I attacked by stealth. Senior brother Feng and senior sister Jiang can all testify to that. Feng Jia and Jiang Yu were right behind him. Senior, it was indeed Master Zhu who attacked and killed a Nightfork sect foundation establishment. We were all present at the time. Very well. 100 contributions for each of the chi refining stage kills. 1,000 contributions for each of the foundation establishment stage kills. And with the extra rewards from the clan, the total is 3,200 contributions. Thank you, Elder. The surrounding cultivators were all envious. 3,000 contributions were enough for everyone to struggle for several years. Like Feng Jia and the others, they only got 1,000 contributions. After delivering the mission, Zhu Yudao went to find Niu Dali. Both parties hadn't seen each other for more than a year. When he came to the Dragon Scale Ridge's wooden house, Zhu Dali was reading a book. Back. Just got back. How has Master always been? It's good. It's already the 3rd level of chi refining? It's hit a bottleneck and hasn't been able to get a breakthrough. A year and a half. Can reach the level of the eye. Has been good. Bottleneck thing. Water grinding a year and a half since the breakthrough. You are still young. Do not be anxious. Disciple understands. I seized a magic flying sword during my mission. Please accept it. Master. Niu Dali took the flying sword. Oh, it's still a medium-grade magic treasure. Do you know how much this thing is worth? Disciple is not quite sure. It's worth at least 30,000 spirit stones. Your current cultivation is too shallow. This thing really isn't much use in your hands. Let's do it this way. For the teacher to help you exchange it for something suitable for you to use. Thank you, teacher. Zhu Yudao took out the wine and food, and the two men chatted as they ate. It was very late before he went back to the stone house to rest. The next day, he went to the workshop market and first sold the demonic beast materials, harvesting over 400 spirit stones. Then with that wrecked treasure shield, he exchanged it at the Danyuan Pavilion to get an ice muscle and jade bone pill, plus 100 bottles of Peiyuan pill and 5 bottles of chi benefiting pill. Right after he left the Danyuan Pavilion, someone sent a transmission note, and soon after, Hu Tianlai arrived. Senior brother Hu, that enemy of yours is really big, actually having a crippled treasure shield in his hands. That was a blind cat running into a dead rat, a dying foundation establishment that he ran into. So that's how it is. But a foundation establishment cultivator surely has more than just this shield. Senior brother Wang, that guy is not easy to deal with. I almost died at his hands in Castle Rock City. The war over at the Junshan Spirit Stone Mine is tight, and the Hidden Een Mountain will surely send cultivators to station there as well, so that the Nightfork sect won't resurface again. So as long as he goes out, won't you have a chance? Thank you for reminding senior brother. When the time comes, I'm sure senior brother's share will not be missing. After Zhu Yudao left the Danyuan Pavilion, he circled around the marketplace a few times to make sure no one was following him. Turning to the sky, Niu Dali called him over. Master had a set of protective gear built for you last year. Also, that flying sword. Help you exchange it for a mid-grade magic robe, a top-grade magic shield, a set of top-grade flying swords, and a top-grade battle sword, as well as 2 small barrier-breaking pills. Thank you, teacher. Zhu Yudao couldn't help but rejoice. He was originally going to upgrade his equipment, so he had left a magic treasure on his hand that was strung together by skulls and was going to be used to exchange it for equipment. So now he was saved. Receiving the protective gear first, this set of protective gear included inner armor, hand guards, leg guards, and face armor, at least at the level of a top-grade magic weapon. The top-grade magic shield is only a foot-wide diamond-shaped small shield, injected with spiritual power. The surface formed 2 layers of spiritual light. The lower-grade magic weapon flying sword. I am afraid that even these 2 layers of spiritual light cannot be broken. A set of flying daggers, a total of 6 mouths, all only palm-sized. 6 mouths chopped out together. The power is not bad since, only, as soon as he activated it, a small portion of the spiritual energy in his body was sucked away. You don't have enough cultivation now. It's not too late to use it again when you're in the middle stage of chi refining. Zhu Yudao put away the flying dagger and looked at the vestment again. The style was good. It was the earthy yellow color that he didn't like too much. This vestment is compatible with your attributes. It's ugly to look at, but the defense is good, and it also has the effect of repelling water and fire. The vestments were good. There was no need to wear them in the sect, so he put them away first and picked up the extreme battle sword again. This knife has the word Demon Slayer on it. The blade is 1 foot 2 inches long. The handle is 2 feet 4 inches long. The specific material is not clear, but the weight is more than 80 pounds. The average person has to wield this knife is quite a struggle. He was just about to juggle when Nyo Dali stopped him. Go outside and juggle, or I'll have this house demolished by you. Zhu Yudao's spiritual energy was injected into the Demon Slayer knife, and the blade's aura of this knife actually extended for more than 3 feet, and with a single swing of the knife, a poplar tree with a diameter of 1 foot snapped with a sound. Good knife. Of course it's a good sword. It was meant to be refined into a magic treasure, but that refiner missed it. Master, what kind of elixir is the small barrier breaking elixir? The small barrier breaking pill is a first-order spirit pill that is effective for breaking through bottlenecks during the chi refining stage. However, it is not recommended for you to take it because this pill will damage your meridians. Zhu Yudao was never afraid of anything that damaged his meridians. What is the yellow bud dan again? That's an elixir to increase cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. Something like an elixir will more or less have an elixir poison. It's best not to use it if you can. Disciple understands. The situation is unstable now, so be careful when you go out. Zhu Yudao heard another layer of meaning in these words, that there might be another mission in the near future. Since this was the case, he simply wasn't in a hurry to break through to the early stage of chi refining. With a low cultivation level, perhaps the difficulty of the task would be reduced a little. Returning to his stone room, he took out the ice mussel and jade bone pill and took it. A few moments later, it felt as if there were countless ants crawling around in the body. The taste was really unbearable. If there hadn't been a hint of a reduction in poison resistance, he would have wondered if he had taken some sort of poison. After a long time, he found that he was molting, shedding his epidermis like a snake's molt, and his original wheat-colored skin was like an egg with its shell peeled off, and there were no traces of his burns. He sighed in his heart. It really deserves to be a first-grade elixir. It is really effective. If this kind of medicine is in another world, I am afraid that some people will go crazy for it. Looked in the mirror, then got bitter again. Used to be a working man, now a bit of a gigolo. It was winter and there was no sun, so he decided to go to the fire pit and roast the fire. When he arrived at the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs, he met Chen Yu head-on. Senior brother Chen, long time no see. Senior brother Zhu is back. Looking at the other man's breathlessness, what's wrong with you? The sect won't let you take the quest? Why? I'm at the 2nd level of chi refinement. I said that there will be a sect mission after the year, so I guess I can't stay in the sect. Zhu Yudao drifted off. Although it's dangerous out there, there are benefits, so prepare early to save yourself from being in a mess. Elder brother is right. It is indeed time to make early preparations. Seeing the other party leave, Zhu Yudao estimated that he wouldn't be able to receive the mission himself, so there was no need to go back. Now that he had more than 3,000 contributions, he went to the hidden scripture cabinet to see if he could find any spells that could increase his strength. Just as he arrived at Longzhou Peak, he heard someone calling out to him. It's really you. How did this face turn so white? Xueling circled around him with interest. I burned myself some time ago and took an ice skin and bone pill. No wonder. Tell me about my family now. Old Master Shui hasn't been in good health lately. Your second brother took a new concubine. I accompanied the gift. And your parents went to Songjing and never came back. Is my grandfather going to be okay? While the two were talking, someone suddenly walked quickly. Senior sister Shui, long time no see. The visitor was about 17 or 18 years old, with small eyes, a big mouth, and a collapsed nose. Cultivators were not said to be all handsome, but their appearance was generally moderately high. But this one could indeed only be described as ugly. So it's senior brother Morong, Xueling said indifferently, and unconsciously, moved a little closer to Zhu Yudao. Senior sister, I brought the best rouge and powder in Songjing, please don't mind. No need. I'm used to using the pearl nourishing cream produced by Yunshui Pai, so senior sister likes that. I'll definitely buy it for you next time. Senior brother, go and get busy. I still have something to say to senior brother Zhu. That's chucking it. Zhu Yudao felt that this ugly young man would definitely throw his sleeves up and walk away. However, to his surprise, this one shyly said, I'm not busy, you guys chat. I have spiritual spring water here. I'll make spiritual tea for senior sister to moisten her throat in a while. Is this the legendary dog liquor? What senior brother Zhu and I are talking about is a private matter. It's not convenient for outsiders to listen. Master Zhu? An outer disciple? What's wrong with the outer sect? Does senior brother Morong discriminate against the outer gate? Senior sister is still young. You must be cautious in making friends, so as not to be cheated. Whether I am deceived or not, it's none of your business. After saying that, he pulled Zhu Yudao and left. This kind of somewhat too intimate action was all seen in the eyes of the ugly youth, who clenched his hand so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Zhu Yudao sensed inexplicable hostility. Senior sister Shui, that person wouldn't be the sect's direct descendant Morong Shua, would he? Who else but him? All day long you make yourself look like a lover boy, and you don't even look in the mirror to see what you look like. Elder sister is disgusted with his ugliness. If a person is ugly, it's from his parents. There's no way to change it. The key is always to think that he has good qualifications to cultivate immortality, and everyone should just spoil him. Enough about him. Senior sister came to Dragon Head Peak to go to the scripture pavilion as well? No, I've come to the treasure vault to exchange some talismans and pills. Master said that he's going to be stationed at the 10,000 Ghost Cave for some time to come and won't be able to come back for a short period of time. Oh, is Real Lang going to be stationed there? Yes. Our Flying Dragon sect and the Traveling Immortal sect will each send one Jin Dan Elder, 5 Foundation Establishment, and 500 Chi Refining Stage to station there. Are there any requirements for this mission? It needs to be above the middle stage of Chi Refining. If you're interested, I can talk to Master. No need. I don't know when I'll break through this bottleneck at the 3rd level of Chi Refining. Zhu Yudao didn't want to go to the 10,000 Ghost Cave. He was almost certain that the black-robed cultivator he encountered at that time was the 9-infant-old devil of the Night Fork sect. Although the other party wasn't a Yuaning true monarch, an ordinary Yuaning couldn't do anything to him. Isn't it asking for trouble to be stationed at its lair? It's better if you don't go. It's not a good place to be. Well, I still think it's better to go back home. That's right. Seeing Xueling enter the clan treasury, he already had a calculation in his heart. If he returned to Qingshi City, he would prepare sufficient pills for 1 year, and strive to raise his cultivation to the 5th level of Chi Refining. Entering the hidden scripture cabinet, he chose a set of mortal martial arts called the Splitting Palm. This martial art was not very powerful, but it was a pile of benefits. It could be fired instantly and attack targets up to 10 paces away, which, to a certain extent, made up for his lack of long-range attacks. Then he exchanged the cultivation techniques for the stealth technique and the breath convergence technique. Both of these spells were relatively practical and versatile spells that could be cultivated to a certain degree to fool the divine senses of cultivators of the same rank. More than 300 contribution points spent. He went back to the treasury. Xueling was already gone, and he took out a chain made of 9 skulls strung together. Trouble Senior to appraise how many contributions this can be exchanged for. The treasurer of the treasure vault carefully examined it for a while. This is the flying devil skeleton of the Night Fork sect. It was just refined not long ago. It hasn't been refined. Its power is limited. If you want to redeem it, it can only give you 4,000 contributions. It could only be exchanged for 4,000 contributions, which was significantly lower than Zhu Yudao's expectations. At least it was a magic treasure. How could it be exchanged for tens of thousands of contributions? He didn't plan on exchanging it. Anyway, there is no shortage of contributions right now. The treasure hunter suddenly added. This kind of magic treasure is harmful to heaven and harmony. If you go to the workshop market, it will be hard to sell it at a good price. If you use it to exchange for items, I can give you a little discount. Treasure Trove has a deal too? Zhu Yudao was suspicious in his heart, but his mouth said, Disciple will be going out on a mission soon and is preparing to exchange some pills and talismans. The treasure appraiser revealed a look of understanding. In that case, this treasure can be exchanged for items worth 500 contribution points. This added 500 contributions. Zhu Yudao felt that the scalability was a bit too big, but he didn't want to count anymore. I want 300 bottles of Pei Yuan Dan, 50 bottles of Qi benefiting Dan, 1,000 pieces of talisman paper, and all the rest will be exchanged for explosive inflammation talismans. What do you need so many Peiyuan Dan for? Peiyuan Dan is mainly used for fixing the root and cultivating the vitality. For qi refining stage cultivators, eating one capsule once in a while is enough. 300 bottles is 3,000 capsules. Eating until the foundation establishment is not enough. Zhu Yudao of course wanted to cultivate Mangnyo Jin to perfection in one fell swoop by taking the Peiyuan Dan. In addition, Peiyuan Dan was the most cost-effective in terms of replenishing blood and qi, and he would have stockpiled a bit more of this medicine if it hadn't lost its medicinal properties when it was left to sit for a long time. I'm not the only one who took it. The magic treasure was gotten by a group of us together. The treasure connoisseur felt that this explanation was very reasonable. After all, one could only use magic treasures at the foundation establishment stage, and it was difficult for the qi refining stage to obtain such things through normal channels. As you wish. The pills were in hand. The blank talisman paper was in hand, and there were more than 100 explosive inflammation talismans, enough for a year's consumption. Everything that needs to be prepared is ready, and New Year's Eve is in 2 days. Zhu Yudao made a lot of food and came to spend New Year's Eve with Niu Dali, but as a result, the reunion dinner was just halfway through when Niu Dali was called away again. When he came back, he sighed. The Junshan Spirit Stone Mine was attacked, so my master has to rush to support it. So take care of yourself. Take care, master. Look at the teacher who hurriedly left. He could not help but sigh, said that cultivation of immortality is for longevity, in order to get away with it. Up to now, he did not see where to get away with it. All day long either to earn resources for cultivation of immortality running around, or for the completion of the mission of the sect to do their best, which is not much different from the previous life of the part-time job. After the new year, Feng Jie organized a party. Tai Guangdu, Zhao Yan, Zhang Yu all came, as well as 3 others who had just reached the second level of qi refining. All of their origins were in White Tiger City and Qingshi City. The purpose of the gathering was naturally to bond, and when the time came, they would work together to subdue the demons and remove the devils to maintain peace on one side. Gentlemen, I hope we work together in good faith and all goes well. Cheers! Turning the day around, the Fei Long sect released a mission, among the outer disciples, those in the late stage of qi cultivation and above, to be sent to the June Mountain Spirit Stone Mine. The ones in the middle stage of qi practice go to guard the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Those at the second and third qi refining layers continue to sweep away the remaining members of the rebellious Night Fork sect. Zhu Yudao had some pity for Feng Jie, and that meal was considered a wasted invitation. However, the gaze of pity, quickly fell on him, because 500 disciples were needed to garrison the 10,000 Ghost Cave, and there were not enough of them, so he was named to also go to guard the 10,000 Ghost Cave. What's the situation? Did Xueling ask for the job for himself? If he was going to Qingshi City, Zhu Yudao did not need to make any further preparations, but it was different when he was going to the hidden Yin Mountain, which was said to be filled with Yin fury, not seeing the sun for years, and there was no human population for hundreds of miles around. Other than that, food must be well stocked. So, he crossed the river to the market town, bought 1,000 pounds of meat, 5,000 pounds of rice, and some small food and condiments and other things, enough to fill 2 large-capacity Chinkuan bag. There's food to eat, no need to panic, it's the same everywhere you go. The sect gave 2 days to prepare, and on the 3rd day, the cultivators who went to June Mountain and Hidden Yin Mountain, all gathered at the Longzhou Peak Square. The number of people wasn't too many, only about 1,000, mainly those cultivators who were guarding the spirit stone mines, and hadn't come back for the New Year's Eve. In the group going to Hidden Yin Mountain, he met Xueling, senior sister. Were you the one who recommended me? No, that place, the 10,000 Ghost Cave, is filled with Yin fury, and your cultivation is shallow, so how could I recommend you to take the risk? Who could that be? Zhu Yudao suddenly felt an unkind gaze, and with a side glance, it was Morong Shuo, the sect's direct descendant. It couldn't have been this guy, could it? Xueling also felt that gaze and directly went over to question it. I was the one who asked Deacon Wang to be accommodating. Senior sister should be thanking me. So that way, you two, who are from the same hometown, can see each other from time to time. Looking at his beaten expression, Xueling angrily waved her small fists, but ultimately endured. For one thing, the other party was a true Chuan, higher status than herself. Secondly, his cultivation was also above her. Returning to the team, don't worry, senior brother Zhu, I'll cover you when the time comes. Thank you, senior sister. The headmaster, Wu Jingzhong, said some very provocative words. Then the distribution of magic weapons and elixirs began. The magic weapons were of medium quality, and the elixirs were the pure grain Dan and Peiyuan Dan. and they were in 3-month dosages. The situation of Hidden Yin Mountain was special, and these elixirs were distributed once every 3 months. After that, 4 small boats landed in the square. Under the operation of the 4 foundation establishment cultivators, the small boats became 10 feet large, each holding 200 to 300 people without a problem. Zhu Yudao's first ride on this kind of air transportation in the immortal cultivation world was filled with a sense of novelty. When the flying magic treasure took off, a layer of light shield rose up, not in the least bit messy hair from the strong wind, and there was no noise. It's also very fast and has a windy feel to it. Once everyone was acclimated, those who were familiar began to gang up. Zhu Yudao naturally belonged to Shui Ling's group, and by the way, he pulled Feng Jie over as well. Together with them were Chang Shu, and an inner disciple named Long Jingjing. With Morong Shua's cultivation at the late stage of qi refining, he should have gone to the Junshan Spirit Stone Mine, and for some reason he was also in the group, and he had the most people gathered around him, dozens of them. Hearing those people's boasting and seeing his smug look, Zhu Yudao felt that Shui Ling was right. This guy was spoiled. 3 hours later, it entered a large mountainous area shrouded in black mist, a gloomy fog that the wind could not dispel and the sunlight seemed unable to penetrate. The flying magic treasure landed on a huge platform on the highest peak. There were some dilapidated buildings on the platform, which were just a few dozen of them, not at all like the pattern of a clan's residence. Shui Ling seemed to have guessed the doubts in his mind. The Night Fork sect is different from ordinary sects. Their sect's residence is built underground. This 100-mile Hidden Yin Mountain, the interior of the mountain is almost hollowed out and divided into 9 layers, with the inner passageways densely packed, like a maze. Not to mention us outsiders, that is, the cultivators of their own sect, can't figure out how many secret passages there actually are. What about them getting lost? Lower-ranked disciples are usually only on the top 3 floors, and if they get lost, they can teleport to the entrance simply by stimulating their identity cards. The young girl named Lang Jingjing suddenly pointed around in shock. Senior sister, are those all graves? Zhu Yudao had long since noticed that the area around the platform was densely packed with graves, and it was from some of these graves that the Yin mist emerged. Those graveyards, that's where the outer disciples of the Night Fork sect live. That's the first level of the 9 layers of 10,000 Ghost Cave. In that big battle a few years ago, the first and second levels were opened up, and that's why the mists are coming out of the graveyard bag. While the crowd was talking, a woman in a Taoist costume floated up to them. Shui Ling and Chang Shu hurriedly greeted the mouth respecting the master, and the 5 foundation establishment cultivators also bowed and saluted. No need to be polite. Our town guard area is just north of that mountain in front of us. I've already set up the 9 palace formation, so you guys can build your residences on the spot. And then I'll arrange assignments for you guys when I've discussed the patrols with fellow Taoist Li Chinha of the traveling immortal sect. Realist Lung was just about to leave when he suddenly noticed Zhu Yudao next to Shui Ling. After a slight stare, the corners of his mouth curved up before he drifted away. What's that look? Zhu Yudao was surprised in his heart, and at the same time, he slandered that he didn't even say hello when he saw his savior. Come to the other hill. This place was covered by a large formation to isolate the gloomy fog, and there was a teleportation boundary inside and outside the formation, making it easy to enter and exit. This hill, too, is littered with burial mounds, except that the ones bubbling with gloom and mist have been filled in. Building a shelter requires materials and tools, as well as specialized skills. Zhu Yudao also knows a little bit about building walls, but the conditions don't allow it. Since we're going to be using local materials, of course those grave bags are going to be utilized. He came to an unfilled grave bag. The tombstone is inscribed with the character B-18EI. Forced open the entrance to the tomb passage. Down the steps. Inside are 2 chambers similar to the layout of the mausoleum. The one facing the steps is equivalent to the main chamber. The other is considered to be the burial chamber. The main crypt has a bed and table with pots and pans. The side chambers are then places of cultivation. Zhu Yudao cleaned out all the things inside, went outside and cut some wooden sticks of the same thickness, tied up a simple wooden bed, supported by wooden squats, and then pounced on hay and animal skins, lying on the soft, quite comfortable. He also took out the living utensils from the Chinkuan bag, and in this way, a snail's nest was made. Thinking about the fact that there was also a set of flags for the spirit gathering formation in his hand. This formation, although its defense was weak, at the very least, it could keep rats, insects, ants, and the like out of the door. Just when I was done, Shui Ling came. Hey, you're doing well here. Can you lend me something? If senior sister needs anything, just take it. Are you serious? Of course. I commandeer this bed of yours. Fine, I'll just make another one. Shui Ling left with the bed satisfied. Feng Jie came back to the door. Senior brother. Came in a hurry. Is there any extra animal skins to lend me one? Zhu Yudao took out 2 wolf skins. I'll let senior sister Shui take the good ones. Senior brother will make do. Thanks a lot. After fixing up his own place, he went to visit another house in Changshu, made a dog kennel. Ling Jingjing, using a mesh pocket spell as a hammock. Feng Jia cleaned up well, built a stone bed out of a few tombstones, and hollowed out a few closets to place things in, so it was clear that he was very good at life. As for Shui Ling, there was only one bed in the entire chamber. The rest was empty. Shortly after everyone settled down, it was already dark, so Zhu Yudao directly built an earthen stove and opened fire to cook. When a large pot of rice steamed, a large group of people had gathered around. This senior brother, could you serve a bowl? This pot of rice was just enough for Zhu Yudao to eat for one meal. However, the same door wants a bowl, and this is ordinary rice. A pot is not worth 1 or 2 silver. Not to give food is to offend. There was no way around it. 1 bowl for you, 1 bowl for me. And he ended up with a bit of potpourri. Many thanks, senior brother. Make sure to get some more tomorrow. As soon as these people wiped their mouths and left, Zhu Yudao wanted to cry without tears. Shui Ling, who had just eaten a bowl as well, smiled cheekily. Do you know why everyone suddenly wants to eat rice? Please teach me, senior sister. Because they've eaten the pesca pills until they want to vomit, and they're going to continue to do so for a long time to come. Then why don't they buy some rice and grain? Before, I only thought of exchanging magic weapons and talismans. When I thought of stocking up on food, I couldn't buy it already. I heard that someone bought 5,000 pounds of rice at a time in a riverside marketplace. It's really a sin. Zhu Yudao was really embarrassed to say that he did it himself. Aren't there any towns nearby? Because of the war, there's no one within a 400-mile radius, and the nearest place to go is the Cold Moon place, which was even robbed some time ago. No wonder. There should be beasts in this mountain forest, right? It's not like you can eat something that's been defiled by the Yin Fury. You can't eat it. I can. Zhu Yudao's heart was suddenly open, just as the two of them were chatting. On the outskirts of the hidden Yin mountain, there were also 2 people talking. Senior brother Morong, there's nothing to eat in the mountains. This is the food I specially prepared for them. Morong Shua took it and swept a glance. You've got a heart. During my absence, you take care of more things in the Morong family. When the time comes, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. I'm still asking for senior brother's help in Zhu Yudao's matter. Don't worry about it. If he dares to steal a woman from me, he's purely looking for death. That's right. He's a stinking beggar who also wants to climb up the ladder. He's really tired of living. That being said, with Shui Ling taking sides, it's indeed a bit tricky. I recently heard a piece of news from a loose cultivator that the Night Fork sect might make a big move recently. If they attack Hidden Yin Mountain, it might be an opportunity. Oh, what's the big deal with the Nightblood sect? I'm not sure about the specifics, but it seems like they're gathering. Senior brother must be more careful. Well, on the first day of the month, tell me what you know about the outside world. Bring some food along, and if there's an emergency, send me a transmission note. Yes. As night fell, Zhu Yudao closed the tomb door behind him and ate a solitary meal before taking out the seized piece of yellow bud dan and swallowing it. This kind of foundation establishment stage cultivation enhancement pill, not to mention the early qi practicing stage, even if it was taken at the late qi refining stage, it would cause problems. Sure enough, the prompt went off. You ate a powerful elixir, causing damage to your meridians, blood qi -80, blood gas -50. You've broken through the spirit power limit. Spirit power +30. Current blood gas, 512/700. Current spiritual power, 340/400. Current poison resistance, 288 out of 300. Finally reached the middle stage of qi cultivation. This breakthrough was also an attempt to see the tolerance of the meridians. So far, the blood qi was decreasing very quickly. In just a short while, it had decreased by 200 points. He didn't take any measures until he had less than 100 blood qi left, and then he stopped continuing his descent. Through this test, he had a number in his heart. Like the yellow sprout dan, the medicinal properties of this relatively mild elixir is still some more efficient elixir. I'm afraid that there is a real possibility that it may bring fatal damage to the physical body. Therefore, it was more prudent to prefer taking a few more low-rank elixirs than taking a strong elixir. He ate 2 bottles of Peiyuan Dan to replenish his blood qi before resting. Early the next morning, more than 500 cultivators gathered, and Realist Lang made the task arrangements. 500 qi refiners, divided into 5 brigades, each led by a foundation establishment cultivator. Each of the 5 brigades is responsible for a 10-mile area. The commander of the team Zhu Yudao was in was called Wang Yuanxi, and when the grouping was done, Zhu Yudao was to be put in a group with Morong Shua. Deacon Wang, I demand that senior brother Zhu group with me. Shui Ling said. Why? Because we're from the same town and I promised to look after him. Tisk. Under normal circumstances, He didn't have to pay any attention to Xueling's request at all. But the situation was different now. The supreme commander here was Leng Suisan. If he offended Xueling, and spoke small words in front of Elder Lang, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have a good time for the rest of the year. He wanted to please Morong Shua, but he also didn't want to ask for trouble. Alright, let him team up with you and you pick 3 more. Since he had agreed, he simply did a good deed and let the other party choose their own person. Thank you, Deacon Wang. With his intentions falling through, Morong Shua's eyes erupted with fire, but there was nothing he could do about it. 100 men, divided into 20 squads, were further divided into 2 shifts, which were changed every day at the hour of the hour and at the hour of the moon, and were switched once a month. Xueling's team worked the day shift for the first month. On the first day of the patrol, the 4 of them, Zhu Yudao, Long Jingjing, Cheng Shu and Feng Jie, were brought along to check back and forth in the demarcated area, and were responsible for cordoning off the grave spots that were bubbling up with shadowy mists. After a day, apart from being a bit tired and safe and sound, Zhu Yudao also caught a pheasant that had been contaminated by the Yin Fury. The contaminated pheasants were very violent and even dared to actively attack the cultivators. Senior brother, you can't eat this. It's okay, I brought the anti-poison pill. Xueling was speechless. However, the poison-expelling pill did have some effect on the Yin Fiend, and if you didn't take a Peiyuan pill, the problem would be solved. Was it worth it to satisfy your appetite? Zhu Yudao roasted the chicken in front of everyone and greeted them warmly. The 4 of them had a craving for it, but they all politely declined. If you won't eat, then I'll be polite. Watching him eat with his mouth full of oil, everyone secretly gulped straight. Changshu almost couldn't stand the test. After a chicken was eaten, the poison resistance was reduced by a total of 2 points. For him, it was equivalent to safe food. The key thing was that no one grabbed the food, so he could boldly start eating in the future. 3 days of uneventful days passed, and on the night of the 4th day, a patrol team was attacked by a ghostly creature. A Mirian spirit wasn't scary. The problem was that the entrance into the 10,000 Ghosts cave was all blocked. So where did this ghost creature come from? So, everyone moved in and started to do a sweep, but never found out where they had gone wrong. A few days of peace and quiet followed, and just when everyone thought that the ghostly creature might be an outsider, a large number of ghosts actually appeared in the early hours of the morning one day. There was also a half-step ghost king among them. One chi refining cultivator was drained of his essence on the spot, and many others were injured. If not for the timely arrival of realist Lang, the casualties would have increased. Troubleshooting again. Finally found the problem, but it was a mouse hole caused trouble. The matter was resolved, and it also made everyone's heart palpitate. This 10,000 ghost cave had been swept away several times. Why were there still so many ghosts? Is there any existence beyond the Ghost King? In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Xueling's squad began to patrol at night. Everyone has long since come up with an experience. The night is more dangerous than the daytime. So, obviously, one can secretly rest, but no one dares to slack off, for fear of making a mistake. Zhu Yudao had already adapted to this kind of life, although it wasn't too free, but in general, it was still relatively peaceful. At least the time for cultivation was guaranteed. On the 6th day of the night watch, a heavy rain fell. The body-protecting aura had a certain effect of isolating the rain, but it didn't last long, so there was no need for everyone to die. So they prepared to go back to the 9 Palace formation to take shelter from the rain. But at that moment, a sealed grave bag suddenly collapsed and countless ghostly creatures emerged from it. Quickly plug up the collapsed area. You can't turn a blind eye when something goes wrong in your own defense zone, and everyone rushes to get rocks to fill it. Those ghosts floated over. Lang Jingjing hurriedly shot out a fireball, only to have it doused by the rain. Cheng Shu wielded his green steel sword, and although he was able to cut through the ghost-seen body, it immediately coalesced and formed again. The attack of the ghostly creatures caused great disturbance to everyone filling the collapsed ground, and it was at this time that the fire spells and talismans were ineffective. Zhu Yudao thought that he had a Yin demon streamer, which came in handy, so he struck a spell, while the spiritual energy was injected into the streamer, and a net of runic patterned light was formed, and the nether souls were collected into the streamer, and in a moment's time, a dozen or so of them were collected by him. A few people didn't make a big fuss, cleaning up the remnants of the Night Fork sect. The most seized thing besides flying swords was this kind of Yin demon streamer. Some people sold it for spirit stones, some people exchanged it for contributions to the sect treasury, and naturally, some people kept it for their own use. However, a sudden bellowing cry came out. Good you Zhu Yudao, how dare you use a magic weapon? Could it be that you are an undercover agent of the Night Fork sect? In the curtain of rain, 5 people came, and at the head was that true disciple Morong Shua. The 5 people who were busy with their work couldn't help but raise their heads to look at him. This hatchet was too casual. Senior brother Morong. What do you mean? Shui Ling said angrily. The Yin demon streamer is a demonic weapon. Who among us would use it? Sister, don't take sides with him. Wait for me to catch him and torture him. You're just looking for trouble, aren't you? Can't you see we're busy? If you don't want to help, just forget it. Don't make trouble here. It seems that senior sister Shui has been bewitched. Let's do it and restrain the person first. I'll see who dares. Shui Ling couldn't bear it and offered her flying sword. Chang Shu and Lang Jingjing similarly took out their magic weapons, and Feng Jie hesitated for a moment and also took out his flying sword. When the great battle was about to start, a loud shout came out. What are you doing? Then someone came with a sword. Deacon Wang. A devil's cave collapsed here and we're filling it in. It's just as well that Morong Shua didn't help. He's even looking for trouble from us. Senior brother Wang. Zhu Yudao is actually in possession of the Nightfork sect's demonic weapon. I suspect him of being an undercover agent. The corner of Wang Yuanqi's mouth twitched. Senior brother Morong. No matter if it's a Yin demon streamer or a flying sword, it's all a type of magic weapon. So don't make a fuss. How can we be sure he's not an undercover agent without torturing him? There is some truth in what senior brother Morong said. Zhu Yudao, come with me. No. Wang Yuanqi frowned. Shui Ling, as the leader, I have the right to question. Deacon Wang has to be like this. Then I have no choice but to ask my master to make a decision. Whatever. Zhu Yudao, come with me. Morong Shua walked up to Shui Ling. Senior sister Shui, I'm sorry, I'm taking the person away. You. Seeing her chest undulate and her soaked yellow shirt, which set off the curves, Morong Shua's mouth went dry. But this strengthened his determination to take Zhu Yudao while he had the chance. You two restrain him, so that he doesn't escape in the middle of the day. A foundation stage is here. Is it necessary to be redundant? It's purely disgusting. Wang Yuanqi had a request and could only listen to it. Shui Ling could feel the other party's hot gaze. Her heart became more and more blushing as she took out a transmitting note and sent it out with 2 whispered sentences. Being restrained and unable to speak with reason, Zhu Yudao naturally would not sit back and wait for death. According to the precepts of the sect rules and regulations, in the absence of evidence, only the Hall of Punishment has the right to detain people for interrogation. If you guys have to use force, don't blame me for being impolite. This isn't inside the sect. We have the right to act cheaply. If he dares to resist, kill him on sight. Morong Shua's words gave the 2 henchmen courage, and they immediately rushed up. Zhu Yudao rushed towards one of them without retreating the moment they got close. This person hurriedly dodged, while his hands flashed with spiritual light. But before he could send out his spell, a fist ruthlessly struck his shoulder, and the whole person was directly sent flying out, landing in the muddy water, holding his arms and wailing. The other person cast an earth spirit claw at Zhu Yudao's back. Zhu Yudao backhanded a palm, and his ordinary palm actually broke the claw made of spiritual energy. Subsequently, there was another strike of cleaving palm that had not been practiced for a long time, and this palm was not very powerful, but at this time, the mountain was very muddy, and the cultivator's feet slipped and fell to the ground. Without waiting for him to get up, Zhu Yudao kicked him several feet away, and he couldn't get up even when he landed on the ground. In less than a few breaths before and after, the 2 mid-stage chi refining ones lost their power to resist. Waste. Morong Shua directly offered his flying sword. This sword even drove the rainwater, like a water dragon flying and shooting. Obviously not an ordinary magic weapon. Zhu Yudao held his battle sword and slashed out, knocking the flying sword to the ground before transforming into a residual shadow and rushing towards Morong Shua. Morong Shua was startled and hurriedly took out a shield. The shield had 3 layers of spiritual light shining through it, and it was clearly another extremely high-grade magic weapon. However, when the person arrived at the sword, the biting blade light split even the person with the shield. Zhu Yudao only needed to add 1 more slash, and this sect's direct descendant would be finished. And right at this critical moment, a curtain of water blocked him. Are you going to kill a fellow disciple? Wang Yuanqi face uncertain. He did not expect a small outer disciple so fierce. And this sword, at a glance, is not a mortal. District outer disciple. How to get this treasure? Could it be that its identity is really a problem? It is they who provoked before again. Deacon Wang Yu favoritism and partiality. Does Mr. Zhu allow them to be bullied and humiliated? Humph. I think you are a thief. Wait for me to capture you first. He was just about to strike when a voice came from afar. Come over here, all of you. This elder will decide who is right and who is wrong. Making such a big commotion. Naturally, Lang Suisan had long been alarmed, not to mention that she had also received Shui Ling's transmission note. Only, she intended to see. That once saved his own little guy. What exactly is the color? Did not expect that actually easily defeated Morong Shua this direct disciple. really greatly exceeded her expectations. The crowd arrived inside the 9 palace formation. Morong Shuo was already ugly, and at this time, his face was twisted, making it even more unsightly. This time, he had lost a lot of face. A genius disciple of the sect was chopped away by an outer disciple with a knife. If the surname Zhu didn't die, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the sect in the future. Uncle Lang, Shu Yudao was an undercover agent of the Night Fork sect, and he was going to kill us just now. And Deacon Wang and everyone present can testify to that. He's undercover? Do you have proof? He has a demon streamer in his hand. Lung Sui-san wiped on the Chenkuan ring, and a small streamer appeared, and it was clearly also a demon streamer, and it wasn't an ordinary thing. I've got a shot here too. Do you think I'm undercover with the Nightjar sect too? Uncle Lang, are you going to favor him? If Master Teacher knew, I wonder how he would feel. Leng Sui-san's face was solemn. Her backhand was a slap. You dare to threaten me? Morong Shuo was struck dumb. Was this still the same elder uncle who praised himself from time to time and was beautiful and relatable? For an outsider kid, she actually beat herself up? Is there no love left? Shui Ling froze. This master teacher often used Morong Shuo to spur them on, asking them to learn from and follow the example of this Morong senior brother who was both good in character and academics. And today he actually started a fight. This was completely unlike the teacher's style. Wang Yuanqi was also twitching in his heart. The legend said that this Lang Zhenran had a strong character. She wouldn't beat herself up as well, right? The foundation establishment stage still had some status in the sect. Not to mention that Wang Yuanqi was still a bit of an inner door deacon. However, although Lang Sui-san didn't beat him, she didn't let him off the hook either. You dealt with the matter unfairly, causing a tragedy where the disciples of the sect fought each other. Do you know the crime? I am aware of my offense. Well, now that the sect is in a time of need, you will be punished for a month's offering, and if there is a next time, you will definitely be sent to the Hall of Punishment to receive your punishment. Thank you, Elder, for your forgiveness. Zhu Yudao. Greetings, Elder. Although you have been wrong this time, you have been too ruthless in your actions against your fellow disciples, so you will be punished to face the wall in the 9 palace formation for 7 days. Are you convinced? Convinced? Very convinced. Zhu Yudao was happy in his heart. This is not a punishment. It is clearly giving 7 days of vacation. Morong Shuo was even more indignant. Before he could open his mouth, the treatment of him arrived. As the sect leader's true lineage, you should set an example for your junior brothers and sisters. But you make a big fuss over nothing. This real person, remembering that it's your first offense, will be leniently sentenced, and punish you for clearing up the ruined mountain path, and paving it with stones, so as not to make it so muddy on a rainy day. Is this a mitigating circumstance? A mountain road twisted and turned for dozens of miles, and he didn't have the ability to move mountains and seas right now, so it would take at least 2 months. But can we do without a yes? What? You're not happy with how I handled it? Satisfied. Very satisfied, he said through clenched back teeth. Very well, go about your business. It was still raining and the atmosphere wasn't exactly cordial. Shui Ling had already circled around Zhu Yudao several times, as if she was seeing a rare object. Senior sister, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me with such eyes. It's weirdly embarrassing. Tell me, how did you become so powerful? I'm actually a martial arts genius. The article of martial arts genius, in a chi refining stage fight, did hold some advantage, but it did not dispel Shui Ling's doubt. I remember a few days ago, you were still in the 3rd level of chi refining. Why are you in the middle stage of chi refining now? Because I just broke through. You've only been practicing for a year and a half total, right? Yes. Senior sister should know that my Earth Spirit root qualification isn't bad. Well, that's a nice battle sword you've got there. Senior Feng should be able to guess where this blade came from. Feng Jia revealed a look of understanding. Senior Chu once attacked and killed a foundation establishment. That good? It was a few months ago when the moon was dark and windy. Feng Jia's eloquence is quite good. To tell a story, no less than a storyteller. The assault and killing process described thrilling, so that the other 3 people listening to the eyes of the small stars flashing. In the distance, Lang Shui-shan was also straining her ears to hear the story. If it hadn't gone through that robbery, she didn't believe that an early chi refining cultivator could attack and kill a foundation establishment. However, after experiencing that firsthand, she thought it was possible. A disciple with bravery and some chi is worth cultivating, and as he owed the other party a big favor, if he took him as his disciple, he was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The next day, because of the overnight wind and rain, the gloom and mist that shrouded the hidden mountain was almost eliminated, and bathed in the sunlight, that depressing feeling disappeared quite a bit. Zhu Yudao had to face the wall and didn't need to go on patrol, so he practiced Mang Nyo Jin over and over again within the range of the formation. and when his blood qi lowered, he took Pei Yuan Dan, and so on and so forth. More and more true qi accumulated in his body, which was then assimilated into spiritual energy, allowing his qi refining cultivation to grow slowly as well. It seems that you want to take the path of martial cultivation and body refining? Greetings, Elder Lang. No need to be polite. Some time ago, I owed you a favor. Would you be willing to worship me as a teacher? Can I worship two teachers in the same sect? Zhu Yudao felt it was unlikely. With others he wouldn't say anything, but with the Jindan elders of the sect, there was no need to hide it. I've already worshipped a master. I can't worship an elder again. Oh, which one is your master? His name is Bull Power. Leng Suisan furrowed her brows. Among the sect's Jindan elders, there was absolutely no one surnamed Nyo, so it could only be a disciple taken in by a foundation-building cultivator. And among the foundation establishment stages, she couldn't remember anyone with the surname Nyo. But, thinking about the fact that she hadn't been in the sect very often in the past 2 years, perhaps it was a newly promoted foundation establishment stage that she happened not to recognize. Since this is the case, then cultivate well. This real person does not like to owe favors. Just helped you once. Turn around and think of a way to give you a little compensation, even if it returns your favor. How about it? She had wanted to give spirit stones, but the kindness of saving her life, coupled with the golden dan that she had eaten as a great medicine, it seemed inappropriate to use spirit stones to measure it, and that one called Nyodali. If he heard about it, I'm afraid that he would have to say that he was being petty. Elders don't need to take it to heart. It's just a coincidence. Leng Shuishan nodded her head and did not carry the favor, which increased her favorability a bit more. Zhu Yudao enjoyed 7 days of vacation, then waited for Leng Suisan's compensation. This is the spirit martial sect's spirit martial technique. Although it's only half of it, if practiced, before the Jindan stage, there are few enemies. However, this technique is a secret tradition of the spirit martial sect, so if you are recognized, you might incur the trouble of killing yourself. A secret transmission, that would be equivalent to a method that could only be learned by a direct disciple of the sect. Zhu Yudao didn't know where Leng Suisan had gotten it from, but the value of this kind of spell was definitely not something that could be measured in spirit stones. Thank you, Elder. Okay, we're clear. After saying that, as if he had unloaded a burden, he walked away with a relaxed face. Zhu Yudao began to look at the jade slip of the spiritual martial technique. At the beginning of the article, it is said that there are 5 layers in the spiritual martial art. The first layer refines the body. The second layer refines the fury. The third layer crosses the border. The fourth layer forms the will. And the fifth layer is the divine power. Each tier came with 1 or 2 spiritual martial battle skills. For example, the battle skill that came with the first tier was called Spiritual Light 100 Flames. After reading through the entire Jade sketch, he found that he had only reached the second level of the Refining Fury chapter. Zhu Yudao secretly sighed in pity. He felt that this set of techniques was more suitable for him than the Koin Yuan Earth theme technique, except that the latter could be cultivated to the Jindan stage, and then could be seamlessly linked to other Earth techniques, whereas with this set of techniques, it could only be cultivated up to the foundation stage, and in order to continue to cultivate it, the only way to obtain the full set of techniques was to worship the spiritual martial sect and become a core disciple. However, he was also very content. Although there were only 2 layers, it was just what he needed, because Mangnyu would be perfected in no time under the catalyst of the Peiyuan Dan, and then he would only be able to concentrate on refining qi. And this spirit martial skill was simply an upgrade method for Mangnyu power, especially the body refinement chapter. It was very suitable for his current needs. From this point of view, that Elder Lang had also put his heart into it. After carefully studying the body refining chapter, he couldn't help but feel that it was true that being poor in literature and rich in martial arts, refining the body required a large amount of resources. The good thing was that these resources weren't hard to find, and basically could be purchased by spending money. What really gave him a headache was that he had to go to the workshop to gather the required medicinal herbs, and he simply couldn't get away from it right now, so he could only memorize the spells first, and think of a way to do it later. After 7 days of facing the wall, the patrol continues. On boring days, he liked to watch a certain true disciple sweating to move stones to repair the road. In fact, not only him, many people had developed this hobby, and there were those who had a broken mouth and had to comment on it. In short, we all have a U2 mentality. Naturally, Morong Shua could feel the gazes of the crowd, and at first, he was filled with righteous indignation, vowing to teach the jokers a lesson. But after a long time, he became accustomed to it, except that every time he saw Zhu Yudao, Shui Ling, and Lang Jinjin, his eyes became very grim. Another month had passed, and in that month, there had only been 1 ghost attack, and the Nightfork sect cultivators hadn't come once. It seems like everything is shifting for the better. However, Zhu Yudao always had the feeling that a storm was coming. As a matter of fact, not only him, that Li Qianhe, the real person from the traveling immortal sect, had specially come over to exchange views with Lang Suisan, and then both sides had strengthened their defenses and alerts. Just on a dark and windy night, the sound of breaking air suddenly came from the sky, and then two flying boats appeared in everyone's field of vision. Before it even landed, a gloomy mist began to fill the air, and thousands of ghostly creatures were released. Enemy attack. This month, it happens to be that Zhu Yudao and others are on night duty. Hundreds of Xian clothes cultivators, divine warrior situation, all in the eyes of the beholder. Xueling looked serious. Don't panic. Prepare to meet the enemy. Ghosts blocking the road, and the Yin fury filling the air. Cold realist's voice came from all directions. Form a formation and converge towards the main peak. At the same time, those cultivators who had rested for the night came out from the formation and quickly looked at the main peak of Hidden Yin Mountain in a million ways. The battle started in the air first, with realist Ling and realist Li, as well as the foundations of the two sects all flying in the air with their swords, battling with the Night Fork sect's cultivators. Zhu Yudao noticed the tightly wrapped black robe in the air, and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Although the number of people in the two factions is large, but the high-end combat power is weak, and it's an unknown whether this battle will be won or lost. Anyway, it's better to protect yourself first. The gauntlets are on, and the earthy-looking vestments are over them. You're quite well equipped here. Xueling killed the ghosts while taking care of his 4 little brothers. More afraid of death. That's right, preserving yourself is the way to survive. The ghosts had exterminated quite a few of them, but they had never engaged in battle with any of the Night Fork sect cultivators. Not good. The entrance to the 10,000 Ghost Cave has been opened. Those Night Fork sect cultivators who descended from the sky were all running towards the platform of the main peak. Obviously Lang Suisan had anticipated this situation, and that was why she told everyone to converge towards that side. The black robes got rid of Lang Suisan and Li Qianhe's entanglements and broke the prohibition that sealed the entrance, then covered those hundreds of Night Fork sect cultivators to enter the entrance of the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Zhu Yudao was a little confused. It was so hard to escape. Why did he enter the 10,000 Ghosts Cave again? Wasn't he afraid of being caught in a jar and trapped to death inside? All disciples give chase. Lang Zhenran and Li Qianhe gave their orders at the same time. Obviously they knew the purpose of these Night Fork sect cultivators. Everyone accelerated and converged towards the platform, and Zhu Yudao ran while stuffing meat buns into his mouth. After a few months together, a few people knew his style and just assumed that this starving man had been born. The first cultivators who chased into the 10,000 Ghost Cave encountered a counterattack and suffered heavy deaths and injuries, so everyone didn't dare to enter easily again. Dig up those graves. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Not to mention that we are all cultivators. First, clear the rocks, then use the trapping technique to loosen the soil. Earth Spirit Claw and became a digging tool. Several people at the same time, but at teamwork, the bubbling Yin Fury emerged from below. Wang Yuanqi released a puppet beast to scout the path, and after determining that there was no ambush, he led his men and horses through the outermost chamber and entered the second floor of the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Zhu Yudao came down with the flow of people and found that he was in a not-so-broad passageway, where the pervasive Yin Fury eroded the protective aura. In this kind of environment, the average person wouldn't last long before getting sick, and probably only those who practiced the 9 refinement Yin demon technique like this kind of environment. The passage was only parallel to 2 or 3 people. The cultivators in front of them suddenly stopped walking, and then there was a flash of fire, and they seemed to have engaged in a battle. So many people are here, but they can only watch, completely unable to utilize the advantage of numbers. Is the Nightjar sect planning to fight a tunnel war? The front started going again, and after a few moments, stalled again. Walking like this, it took a column of incense to reach the end of the passage. This was a circular hall with a diameter of 10 feet, and above it was the main passage entrance to the platform, with a downward entrance in the center. And around the hall, there were more than 24 passages extending in all directions, and the cultivators of the 2 factions were coming out of those passages. But the Night Fork sect's cultivators had long since disappeared. Lang Chuishan and Li Qianhe discussed for a while. All disciples listened to the truth. After entering the 3rd layer, search and block the remaining Night Fork sect members in small teams, and do not enter the 4th layer. Once you are lost, it will be difficult for you to come out. A Foundation Establishment cultivator asked, "This 10,000 Ghost Cave is like a maze to us. Why don't we stand guard up there?" This question is tantamount to asking everyone's doubts. Lang Suisan hesitated for a moment, but still told the reason. "We just obtained information that the 9 infant old devils gathered to break into the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, and have 2 main purposes. One is to take away the refined corpses in the Night Fork sect ancestral tomb. For the second purpose, the 9 infant old devil wanted to borrow the Yin Fury of the Earth Vein to refine the phaseless heavenly ghost. We can't let it succeed no matter what, or there will be endless consequences. I'll add that Fairy Lang and I will enter the depths of the 10,000 ghost cave, so you guys will stay on the third level to block the way, and if you don't come back within 12 hours, you guys will leave the 10,000 ghost cave and evacuate Hidden Yin Mountain, Li Qianhe said solemnly. Yes. After the instructions, Lang Shuishan first released a ball of light towards the passageway leading to the third floor. The ball of light burst, illuminating the underside, and the screams came with it. Clearly someone below was preparing an ambush. Li Qianhe offered a gourd, which released a curtain of light to protect him in it, and then took the lead to vanish into the third layer, with Lang Shuishan following closely behind. Pulling down the list were the 10 foundation builders from both factions, and finally the Qi refining stage. By the time Zhu Yudao arrived at the third floor, Lang Shuishan and Li Qianhe had long since disappeared. 10 foundation builders, each leading a team into a passageway. Wang Yuanqi's group had just traveled more than 10 feet forward when they encountered a fork in the road. Shuiling, you lead your squad to the left. Morong Shua, you lead your squad to the right, and the rest follow me to the center. Yes. Shuiling led the 4 into the left fork in the road, and soon found an open iron door. Entering inside, the place was actually a 3-bedroom. Judging from the furnishings inside, the status of the people living here should not be low. Not to mention, only the dressing mirror can be sold for hundreds of taels of silver in a mortal store. This cave had been searched several times without knowing it, and there wasn't a single item related to immortal cultivation. Coming out of the cave, he continued on, but after 20 steps, he found another similar cave, until they reached the end of the passage. Apart from encountering 2 ordinary ghostly creatures, they did not find any Night Fork sect cultivators. At the end of the passage, instead of being pathless, 4 forks appeared, one of which was downward. Shuiling marked the fork in the road, then led the 4 to continue on the far left, and not long after they left, someone quietly arrived here, erased Shuiling's mark, and copied the same mark at another entrance. Subsequently, a formation trick was struck, and to the naked eye, the surrounding scenery changed. The forks actually became 8, and their positions all seemed to have changed. Having done this, he entered the passage where the markings had been changed. The 10,000 ghost cave was like a labyrinth, and Zhu Yudao could truly appreciate it, as Shuiling led the 4 of them forward. And every so often, there would be intersections or forks in the road. These forks are either 3 or 4. Shuiling would choose the leftmost one every time, and would also mark it, and as a result, after encountering a fork in the road for I don't know the dozenth time, he suddenly found the mark he had made before. That is to say, without realizing it, he turned back. Is it possible that after working for more than half an hour, everyone just turned in a circle? Senior sister. What next? Changshu seemed to be a little afraid that he would be trapped underground. Walk again, and if you're still spinning in circles, send a sound transmission to contact Deacon Wang. Feng Jie said thoughtfully. According to reason, even if we didn't encounter any Night Fork sect cultivators, we should have seen our own people, right? But we haven't seen any of them. Don't you guys think it's strange? Shuiling's brows furrowed. Those who had entered the third floor, there were at least thousands of people. Even if this place was vast and there were many passages, it was impossible to not see anyone for an hour. Unless, a possibility suddenly occurred to her. Her own family might no longer be on the third floor. The question is, how can you go down the wrong path when you're clearly not going up, or down? Zhu Yudao, however, had a guess. The passageway here isn't flat and straight. It's possible that it's curved downward. That's why, without realizing it, we've reached the next level. But how do you explain encountering a previous mark? Let's try going back the same way we came down this road. Then try it. The 5 returned down the passage they had just traveled to the last fork in the road, and then realized that the markings they had made earlier were missing. Someone must be messing with us. Feng Jie rubbed his short beard. Are all the others having the same trouble? Or is it just us? As soon as this question was raised, Shuiling's face became even more ugly, and she had a strong premonition that this was targeted. The remaining members of the Night Fork sect. It was impossible to pick them exclusively, so it could only be one of their own, and the only one who was offended before was Morong Shua. Plus, before the 2 sides were one after the other, the answer was crying out. Senior sister, we shouldn't be trapped here, right? It's fine. We can definitely get out. Shuiling comforted Changshu. She decided to gamble on her luck and go either way. She might be able to find an exit. However, suddenly, he noticed Zhu Yudao, who was holding a roll of animal skin and looking at it endlessly. What did you take? In the mood for that nonsense at this hour? Zhu Yudao ignored her and instead looked around before striking out a palm at a certain wall, which surprisingly appeared with a gap, and then with another hit, a portal appeared. Ha! It's a cave. The crowd entered with Zhu Yudao, and a ghostly creature swooped in and was blocked by the aura of the vestments. With a single fireball, Shui Ling obliterated the ghostly creature. This cave is relatively wide. In addition to the living room, there are 3 other rooms. One should be used for refining. There are quite a lot of materials on the shelves. The cultivator left seemingly in a hurry. The materials were not taken away. The second room was a lounge-cum-study with some books and jade slips. In the third room, a coffin was placed, and there are spells here to gather the yin and yang. The coffin was empty, but judging by the furnishings, this was the room where the corpse was kept. Senior Brother Zhu, how did you know that there is a cave here? Senior Feng, do you see the writing on the wall? Feng Jia carefully recognized the stone door that had just been pushed open, and there were indeed 3 words on it, Koan 23. Zhu Yudao took the animal skin out again. Look, the lines on this, assuming that we are now located on the 4th level. This place is divided into 9 zones. The one we are currently in is the Koan position, and the Koan position has 4 horizontal, 3 vertical and 7 channels. The location where we are now is where the second horizontal passage and the third vertical passage intersect. And every time there is such an intersection, there will be a cultivator's cave. Feng Jia took it and looked at it carefully for a while. That's true. Where did this map come from? It's the same thing that was in the hands of that Night Fork sect Tsukiji at the 28-mile store. Senior Brother is so lucky. With this map, we'll have no problem walking out. Several people had long since gathered around and scrambled to check it out. Let's see if there's a cave in Kun Air. Isn't there? Shui Ling came to the next intersection, and sure enough, he found the small letters of Koan Air. After forcing open the stone door, he encountered a purging corpse. She was not surprised but pleased, which meant that she had already figured out the routine of the place. Zhu Yudao rushed over and chopped off the head of the refining corpse, then went into the cave to check it out. The harvest here was even bigger than just now. Not only were there books, but he also found a mutilated magical artifact, as well as a magical artifact Dan Ding. The upper 3 floors, all of which were scavenged, but not below the 4th floor, because it was like a maze, and the portals were very secretive. And the ones who attacked below the 4th floor in the first place were the Jindan or above cultivators of the 2 factions, who didn't bother to scavenge. And so, what was left behind in the cave was preserved. Judging from the situation here, the 4th floor was inhabited by Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, so if he could find 1 or 2 magic treasures, he would really be rich. Don't just think about getting rich. We still have a mission ahead of us. When the mission is completed, it won't be too late to come back to search for the treasure. Shui Ling's tone was relaxed, and the more she looked at him, the more she felt that Zhu Yudao was easy on the eyes. Elder sister, do I have flowers on my face? I was thinking you were lucky. Well, go. From the map, there were 3 exits on the 4th floor. In, Chen Yi, Burgundy 66, and Center 44. Chen Yi passes up, Burgundy Lulu passes down. The middle 44, on the other hand, is the upper and lower passages. The current location is closest to the exit is Chen Yi. The 5 people follow the map and run to the Chen position. Just after entering the Chen bit area, he met 3 Night Fork sect cultivators head-on. When the head delivery came, of course the 5 wouldn't let it go. Those 3 Night Fork sect cultivators didn't run away because of the large number of people on this side. 2 of them released their refined corpses to block the passage, while the others shook the Yin demon streamer and countless ghosts swarmed out. Shui Ling, who was walking at the front, was immediately overwhelmed, but Zhu Yudao stepped forward and consciously acted as a meat shield. The alchemists that rushed at him were decapitated by him and kicked away by one. As for those ghosts, their attacks were weak and could not break through the defense of the medium-grade Dharma robe. They could just consume a little more of his spiritual energy. With him at the front, the 4 behind him, either maneuvering flying swords or releasing spells, beat the 3 from the Night Fork sect without the ability to fight back. They turned to run backwards, but there was a wall of dirt behind them. By the time they broke through the earthen wall, Zhu Yudao had already rushed to them. His sword light was bitter, taking out one in the twinkling of an eye and chopping off the arm of another. Just as he was about to continue his power, he suddenly realized that a large group of Night Fork sect cultivators had surged ahead of him. Is this stirring up a hornet's nest? Withdraw. The 5 people turned around and ran, with the rear in hot pursuit. Fortunately, the passageway was relatively narrow, and the other side had more people, but they could not utilize the advantage of more people. A bursting flame would deter them from chasing too close, and an earth wall spell would make them go through a lot of work. After 3 turns, he finally broke away from the chase. The 5 of them stopped to rest, and Zhu Yudao started eating in binge mode again. Shang Shu identified the small letters on the wall. Form 4-3, the entrance to the passageway is just ahead. His words just fell. From the opposite channel over 2 cultivators dressed in purple. There are also skeleton symbols on the sleeves. which is exactly the attire of the Night Fork Sex Foundation establishment cultivators. Run. Needless to say, one foundation stage is a killer, let alone two. The five of them casually burrowed into a passageway, their light body techniques performed to the extreme. A sardonic laugh came from behind. Where are you running to? The passage is narrow. The height is even only 7 or 8 feet. The foundation stage cannot fly with a sword. If you only rely on light body techniques, you may not be able to catch up. However, one of the two, whose figure seemed to have turned into smoke, was far faster than the light body technique, and had caught up in a moment. Xueling threw out a talisman, bursting into flames and breaking its recluse technique. Keep running, keep chasing. Soon, it's time to catch up again. This time it was Lang Jingjing who inspired an explosive inflammation talisman, which similarly broke its recluse technique. Let's see how many charms you have. This one turned to smoke again and continued the chase. Feng Jie threw out a bursting flame talisman. I don't know if it was intentional, or a mistake. The bursting flame talisman excitation was half a beat slower, and the person passed before the talisman was transformed into a bursting flame. But just a moment before the flames burst, Zhu Yudao suddenly performed a monstrous punch. A counter punch. The passageway was already narrow, and the one who cast the recluse was unable to recover his momentum, and the two sides ruthlessly collided together. Although this one is a foundation builder, he is not a body refiner, and he flew out upside down by this collision, landing right in the middle of the bursting flames. Before the shriek could be heard, the blade flashed violently, and the entire person was almost split in half. Beautiful. Xueling and the others were already preparing to make up for it, but now it seemed unnecessary. Zhu Yudao and Feng Jie high-fived each other. It was obvious that this was the setup they were playing. With the convenience of the terrain and a little bit of psychological tactics, the enemy was tempted to pursue, making the enemy mistakenly think that a few people had no intention of resisting other than fleeing with the help of the talisman, then suddenly counterattacked and accomplished an extermination. The subsequent Suchikage who chased after him saw the scene, hesitated slightly, and turned around. If 5 people could take out one, it was possible to kill the second. This one prided himself on having some tricks up his sleeve, but wasn't certain that he could fight 1 against 5 in a place like this. Xueling and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. The suppression of their cultivation level left them without a bit of backbone. That is, Zhu Yudao and Feng Jie were too bold. Otherwise, they really didn't dare to take this risk. Touching the bodies. The loot is first collected by the squad leader and then distributed when we get out. After a while, the 5 of them arrived at the center 4-to-4 position. It was a space 2 feet in diameter, with stone steps leading up and down respectively. The 5 didn't rush up to the 3rd floor, but first scanned it with their divine sense. Sure enough, he found that there were cultivators up there, and if he went up there rashly, he might be blown away. Fellow Daoist above, we are disciples of the Flying Dragon sect and have mistakenly entered the 4th floor. Please don't attack. Okay, you guys come on up. Xueling was just about to go up, but Zhu Yudao pulled him back. What? That voice just now sounded a bit familiar. I'll go first. Zhu Yudao took out a large iron shield and put it on his head, heading upwards, and just as he showed his head, several flying swords, bursting into flames, hit the iron shield. The 1-inch thick iron shield was directly scrapped. Weird power punch. The second wave of attacks hit his stump. Quick, kill him. Zhu Yudao's figure rushed into a nearby passageway without stopping. 4 of them chased after him, while the rest remained guarding the entrance to the passage, and Xueling was nearly blasted to death just as he ventured out, almost rolling down the steps. Senior sister, why are they attacking us? I don't know. I remember. The person who spoke just now seems to be Hu Tianlai. Feng Jie had spent half a month with Hu Tianlai and naturally had some impression of his voice. Why is he here? I'm not sure, but it must be because he said that we are female dry spies that those Yuxian sect cultivators attacked us. Master Zhu, he'll be fine, right? I hope he's okay. Inside one of the narrower passages on the 3rd floor, only one of the 4 people who had come after him was now left. This person fled at great speed, flinging out an explosive flame talisman from time to time to block them. 6 cold lights suddenly shot out. A shield blocked 3 of the flying daggers. 1 was empty, but 2 of the mouthfuls hit his legs, and the vestments on his body actually failed to block the flying daggers. He flopped to the ground with a cry of pain. Zhu Yudao had just reached his nearness when a piercing sword light chopped wildly. The passageway was simply too narrow to completely dodge away, but the sword light was also partially consumed by the walls of the passageway, and the aftermath broke through the vestments, but failed to break through the inner armor. Without waiting for it to inspire the talisman treasure for the second time, his hand rose up and directly chopped off his arm. Surname Zhu, you dare to kill a fellow disciple. You shall not die. I heard that you're familiar with Morong Shua. Where is he? If you don't kill me, I'll tell you where he is. Zhu Yudao didn't nag anymore and finished him off with a single slash, finally killing his enemy with his hands. He had a feeling of unrestrained joy, touching the body, a talismanic treasure that is about to run out of power. 3 dry bags, and 2 talismans. Then he touched 3 qianquan pouches and 3 talismans from the 3 people he had killed earlier. It was just that these 3 guys, they were actually flying dragon sect cultivators as well. Fearing that he would be bumped into, he quickly left the passageway, and after circling around to another passageway, he changed into the flying dragon sect standardized Dao robes, and then returned to the hall on the 3rd floor, where those traveling immortal sect cultivators were still guarding the entrances and exits. If he had the ability to wipe them all out, Zhu Yudao really wanted to destroy all of this group of guys. But with people coming and going here, and with more than a dozen people on the other side, it's really not a good idea. Fellow Taoists, what are you still waiting here for? The battle is tight over there. Quickly follow me. The darkness inside the cave of 10,000 ghosts, as well as the cloudy fog, coupled with his change of clothes, these people did not recognize him. Yet no one followed them over. We've been ordered to stand guard here. We can't leave without permission. Then you will stand guard here. And when all the people are dead, let's see what you will stand guard for. Without waiting for the men to reply, he burrowed straight into the passageway on the opposite side. A dozen people discussed the matter and felt that they should indeed go for support. But they couldn't be left here without anyone. So they left 5 and 10 to go for reinforcements. Zhu Yudao didn't go far. And when he saw that they had fallen for it, he turned back through another passageway and changed into the same Dharma robe that he had originally worn. Good thieves! How dare you guys pretend to be fellow Taoist of the traveling immortal sect to sneak attack me? Go to hell! His voice was so loud that just like the ants on a hot pan, Shui Ling and the others instantly understood his intentions. The 4 of them released their flying swords at the same time, then rushed forward in their strongest defensive stance. Zhu Yudao had pulled the energy of the 5 men, and by the time they split their manpower to intercept them again, it was too late. Shui Ling, who was holding his breath in his heart, didn't care if the other party was a cultivator of the traveling immortal sect, and struck out without mercy. But at that moment, someone shouted stop. A large group of people arrived, both Yuxian sect cultivators and flying dragon sect cultivators. Senior Sister Shui, why are you guys fighting with your fellow Taoist friends from the traveling immortal sect? Senior Brotherly, we mistakenly entered the 4th floor, and they're blocking it, not letting us come up. On the other side, Deacon Zhang, they're Nightfork sect impersonators. Pretenders? How do you guys know that they are pretending? The Foundation Establishment cultivator surnamed Zhang had heard the conversation between the cultivators surnamed Li and Shui Ling and had already determined that they were the Flying Dragon sect disciples. Just now, a Taoist from the Flying Dragon sect said that there are a few people down there pretending to be Flying Dragon sect disciples. What about the guys? Went after him? The man pointed at Zhu Yudao. You guys fell for it. Those are the remaining members of the Nightfork sect. I had a hard time getting rid of them. Oh, so it was a misunderstanding. It's good that no one got hurt. The Flying Dragon sect and the Traveling Immortal sect were now grasshoppers on a rope, with internal and external problems, not to mention that it was just a misunderstanding. Even if someone really died, the higher-ups of the 2 sects would suppress the matter so as not to affect the cooperation. The conflict was resolved, and except for those 5 who continued to guard the entrances and exits of the 3rd floor, the rest of them headed to where the battle was most intense. Qian Yi is, in fact, a node formed by a smooth downward passage on the 3rd level, crisscrossing a passage on the 4th level, and there are no steps. So, this area is sort of a buffered intersection of the 2 levels. Those who were not clear about the terrain of the 10,000 Ghost Cave were most likely to be confused here. And at that moment, hundreds of people crowded the crossroads and were engaged in a great battle. In terms of numbers, the allied forces of the 2 factions held a clear advantage. However, because of the narrow space, the numerical advantage could not be utilized. The Nightfork sect released the refined corpses as meat shields and released a large number of ghostly creatures. Therefore, the situation was, on the contrary, a loss for the allied forces of the 2 factions. As latecomers, Shui Ling and the others were at the end of the line and could only deal with the ghosts that swarmed over. Zhu Yudao practiced earth-based techniques and didn't have too good a means for such ghosts, and wasn't willing to take out his Yin demon streamer again. So he paddled at the back, stuffing a bun into his mouth from time to time. Senior Brother Zhu, have you ever felt strange? Feng Jie suddenly said. It's quite strange, and there's more than one passageway. It's indeed unreasonable that they have to block it here. Not only that, those bronze-armored corpses are very strong. Flying swords can't even chop them up, if they insist on charging up. And with the assistance of so many Yin souls, it's not impossible to break through the blockade. But it seems like they don't have this intention. They should be stalling for time. Shui Ling also saw the doorway. Why don't we go down to the 4th floor from the center entrance and outflank them from their rear? Chang Shu made a very constructive comment. I'll go find Deacon Wang. Xueling squeezed into the crowd and briefly described the situation on the 4th floor. Oh, where is the map? At Master Zhu's place. After Wang Yuanqi got the map, he quickly determined the accuracy of the map. So he used a jade slip to make a few copies and went to the 2 sects of foundation building to negotiate. Lang Suisan and Li Qianhe has gone down for 1.5 hours. To now no news. And now there is a map. There is a condition to enter the next few layers. After both sides discussed, they decided to send out 4 foundation establishment and 100 chi refining cultivators to go down to the 4th floor from the center to conduct a pincer attack on the remaining members of the Night Fork sect who were entrenched in the area of Qianyi. Xueling's squad, because they were familiar with the situation of the 4th floor, was naturally among the 100. Before ordering all the men to set off, Zhu Yudao kept scanning the surroundings. What are you looking for? That guy Morong Shua. He doesn't seem to be around. At the mention of Morong Shua, several people were alerted, mistakenly entering the 4th floor, as well as Hu Tianlai who shouldn't be here but appeared here. It was highly likely that this was all related to that guy. Now he's gone. Could there be some kind of conspiracy? With this wary heart, he descended to the 4th floor. Perhaps it was thought that this place was like a labyrinth and was not guarded by the Night Fork sect cultivators. Zhu Yudao, lead the way. There's a saying that a gun is a gun, and he doesn't want to lead the way, but there's nothing he can do about it. Xueling secretly blamed themselves. Walking in the front is the most dangerous. Her offer not only Zhu Yudao to the pit, the future of the treasure hunting plan also fell through. Zhu Yudao held up a large black iron shield and walked in the forefront, but his mouth was still not idle, and from time to time he even stuffed a steamed bun or ate a piece of dried meat. On the way, it was very smooth to arrive at the dry area. The Night Fork sect cultivators realized that someone was coming from behind and immediately separated some people to block the entrance to the passage. The Great War begins. At first, Zhu Yudao's position was extremely forward, but when his black iron shield was broken, he naturally retreated to the back. At this point no one would say that he was afraid of the enemy and cowardly. Isn't it normal for people to take a breath after such a thick shield has been destroyed? Here, the same problem of narrow passages was faced, and although a pincer movement was formed, it was still difficult to resolve the battle in a short time. The spiritual energy of chi refining stage cultivators was very limited. Xueling and the others participated in the attack for a while, and began to take the spirit stones to wildly absorb spiritual energy. This way is not as efficient as taking the beneficial chi dan, but it is better than saving. Zhu Yudao was still relying on eating to replenish. He didn't consume much spiritual energy, he mainly consumed blood chi. Suddenly, he smelled a corpse stench that made him nauseous, which was the odor on the body of a refined corpse. Then a clattering and whirring noise was heard. As the divine sense scanned, an alchemist corpse with chains wrapped around its body, its entire body covered in silver scale armor, and fangs exposed in its mouth, was moving rapidly this way. A large group of iron-armored corpses and copper-armored corpses followed behind. It's the silver-armored corpse king. Retreat! Wang Yuanqi exclaimed, greeting the people and withdrawing from the other passage. However, there were also cries of alarm from the cultivators in the other passage, and the same army of refined corpses swarmed over. The cultivators of the two factions were blocked in a narrow space, with the Night Fork sect blocking them in front and the army of refining corpses behind them, wanting to pin down the others, but now they were being pinned down instead. Cheers came from the Night Fork sect cultivator team. It was only at this time that everyone realized that they were holding on to this place, waiting for the army of refining corpses. Unfortunately, it's too late to realize this now. Zhu Yudao was even more depressed. Originally he was at the back, but at this time he became the forefront. The Corpse King came over and he slashed out. This Corpse King didn't dodge, but instead grabbed at him, the sharp claws more than 3 inches long, emitting a metallic luster. Zhu Yudao had thought that even if this knife couldn't split it in half, it could at least open up the belly. Who knew that the knife slashed on it as if it had slashed on steel? The knife merely chopped a few pieces of scale armor on its body, and his self-proclaimed powerful multiple defenses were like papier-mâché under the other party's claw. The amulet light collapsed. The medium-quality vestments were hollowed out with finger holes, and the inner armor was scratched. A head-to-head contest with highs and lows. Fortunately, Xueling and the others took timely action, flying swords stabbing its eyes. A count of water bombs followed by a freeze and then a wooden prison, which made the Corpse King's actions become a bit sluggish. Without these assaults, Zhu Yudao wouldn't have been able to dodge the Corpse King's second strike. Recognizing the gap between the two sides, he took out another large iron shield. The Corpse King's sharp grip grabbed again, and the 1-inch thick shield was directly pierced through. Zhu Yudao took advantage of the fact that he hadn't pulled out his sharp claws, and then he unleashed his monstrous power punch, which actually pushed the Corpse King backward by 2 steps. Well done! Wang Yuanqi appeared behind him. Shaking his hand, a cone-shaped spell shot out, and the spell struck the Corpse King's shoulder a few inches, and there were electric arcs traveling on it. Immediately after that, a small sword hovered to the back of the Corpse King. To its back neck is a moment, stabbed into the Corpse King neck. If it was a human, or even a demonic beast, who received such a heavy blow, I'm afraid that they would have already lost their fighting strength. However, this Corpse King roared furiously and slapped out a claw, and Zhu Yudao flew out backwards with his shield. With that, the chains that were wrapped around the Corpse King were used as a weapon, dancing like a wheel and hitting the walls, and the walls that had been enchanted by the ban. Rubble flew about. It hit the iron shield and it dented. If they were in an open area, no one would be better off with this mess of his. At the critical moment, I don't know who released a lightning bolt. The Corpse King was hit, his body trembled, and there was a short stagnation. Do it! The many terrified chi refining stage cultivators woke up as if in a dream, maneuvering their magic weapons and outputting frantically at the Corpse King. The continuous attack of dozens of magic weapons. The Corpse King, even though his defense was strong, could not withstand it a little bit, and violently let out a wild roar, which seemed to dispel the lightning's damage to him at once, and pounced on the crowd with open teeth and claws. The clattering chains, which happened to land at Zhu Yudao's feet, he blessed his heart. Mang Yojin was fully destructive, and he gave a violent tug. The Corpse King, who was charging forward, was actually pulled into a stagger by him, and it was at this moment that he did an extreme slide and kicked the corpse in the leg, and the corpse flopped to the ground. He took the opportunity to ride the necromancer with a flip. The flying sword that was stuck in its back and neck was stabbed in by him vigorously, and then he also stirred two back and forth. Even so, the Corpse King still didn't die and tried to climb up, but, hard as he was, he couldn't get up. The cultivators present were dumbfounded. This was a silver-armored Corpse King. Foundation establishment stage cultivators wouldn't dare to say that they could retreat in one piece against it, and now they were even pressed to the ground by a chi refining stage cultivator who couldn't climb up. How strong did this have to be? Don't froze. The army of purging corpses is rushing over from behind. Just now, with the Corpse King in front of them, those refining corpses were all stagnant, but at this moment, they all rushed over. The crowd woke up, talismans, magic weapons, and magic treasures, and greeted those refined corpses. Iron corpses are unbearable. Those copper corpses' defense is not weak. The good thing is that they do not have the ability to swarm, and a burst of flame can make them cower in fear. Wang Yuanqi and another Foundation establishment charged forward to clear those refined corpses, while the other two broke the back. Those Nightfork sect cultivators didn't dare to chase after them because as long as there was a loophole in their defense, the situation that had been managed with great difficulty would collapse. Zhu Yudao, assisted by Xueling and the others, finally killed the Corpse King. The black chains on the Corpse King's body were not mortal at first glance, and they were taken away by him, so he might be able to use them at some point. Casually took out the Peiyuan Dan as a candy bean to eat. Just now he consumed a lot of blood chi. The danger of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. He was considered to have truly seen. If he could not guarantee the state, there is a possibility that his life will be difficult to protect. Quickly leave the 4th floor. We can't stay here. Hearing Wang Yuanqi's shouts, when Zhu Yudao's few people went out of this tunnel, they knew what had happened. This 4th floor, not only had a large number of refined corpses appeared, there were even countless ghosts. These ghosts, on the other hand, were not ordinary in spirits. Some had green faces and fangs, some were filled with grievances, and some actually held bone knives and bone spears, clearly having reached the level of spirit ghosts. Against these ghostly creatures, knives and axes were completely useless. The only thing that was their nemesis was thunder and fire. Zhu Yudao was very good at dealing with those refined corpses, but it was very difficult to deal with these ghosts. The good thing was, he wasn't fighting alone. With him acting as a meat shield, the 4 of them could cast spells and send out fireballs, fire dragons, and other means of attack with ease, waiting for the middle 4-4, and then encountered obstacles, because here there is a Ghost King. Wang Yuanqi and the other Foundation double battle Ghost King, still in a disadvantageous position. Zhu Yudao watched from afar for a while, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice that it was fortunate that the one he had just encountered was the Corpse King and not the Ghost King. Otherwise he really didn't have the slightest chance of resisting. The other two Tsukiji who broke the back came over, turning it into a 4-man combined battle against the Ghost King, which made the situation better. With the continuous nibbling, in 444 near the alchemy corpse and ghosts, was cleaned up almost. The Ghost King found that the enemy, even directly rushed up to the 3rd floor, and the above did not move. Wang Yuanqi was the first to chase after him before he screamed miserably and rolled down from the top, his shoulder bleeding like a river and a blood mark on his face. A Foundation builder flung out a talisman towards the top, and instantly thunderous light shone. illuminating the top. He then charged upwards with a shield on top of him. The other two followed close behind. A few people cast the rejuvenation technique on Wang Yuanqi, and he took out another elixir and took it before following. Before the crowd could ascend to the third floor, a heart-stopping laughter came. "Juniors, your time to die has come. Ha 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 ha." The sound seemed to come from all directions, and the next moment, countless fury filaments shot from those passages, forming a giant net. The chi refining stage cultivators who hadn't come up yet were all covered in it, and then a fury didn't enter into them, and immediately their bodies stiffened up and they lost the ability to move. Zhu Yudao, who was no stranger to such tactics, crouched down on the ground and lowered his head as much as he could. Sure enough, the 9-infant-old devil with a full black robe appeared. For these chi refining stages, he was not the slightest bit interested, leaving them for the refined corpses and spirit ghosts to devour. His goal was the ones above him that were foundation establishment. After it's gone, Zhu Yudao quietly ate 3 chi benefiting pills and broke through the fury seal. Then he dispelled the fury for Xueling and the others. "How are you okay? You forget. I've developed a bit of an immunity to eating wild game tainted by the fury every day." His words were not considered nonsense. Even if he did not take the chi benefiting pill, as long as he was given a little more time, he would be able to break through the fury blockade. After a few people regained their mobility, they immediately helped the others unseal themselves. The battle above was still going on, and with many shadowy souls and refined corpses converging around, it was very unsafe to be here. Zhu Yudao was even more afraid that 9-infant-old devil would go and return, and he randomly found a passage and rushed up. The 9-infant-old devil appeared, but the master did not appear. Xueling's heart was worried, and he had long since lost his main drum, and did not ask him where he was going, so he kept following him. The other 3 also followed behind. When they saw him force open the stone door labeled Burgundy, the crowd immediately understood his intentions. Hiding in a cave to avoid trouble seemed like a good choice. The other squads, too, followed suit and opened those caves to see if they could make a small fortune in the meantime. And just as a group of people were hiding, a figure slowly emerged, and it was obvious that this person had been stealthy just now. After glancing towards the cave where Zhu Yudao and the others were hiding, he ran towards the place with the most ghosts and refined corpses. After a while, a large group of refined corpses and ghostly creatures were lured over. He split the stone door with his sword, and then entered the fork in the road ahead as fast as he could. He didn't go far away, but cast another invisibility spell, and sneakily watched the fun from there. A few people are resting. Never thought that someone will break open the stone door, and then want to go out. Already cannot go. Those ghosts and refining corpses will block them in the cave. No good deed goes unpunished. A few people could have guessed who was doing the damage. However, right now, apart from cursing a few times, they could only hurry up and destroy these ghosts. Zhu Yudao left hand big iron shield, right hand sword, like a door god generally blocked in front of the stone door. Ghosts come, with the shield to block, refining corpses close to, a sword to cut. Quite a one-man, 10,000 men cannot open the meaning. Xueling and the other 4, who were also not idle, were specifically responsible for cleaning up the ghosts that floated in for him. The people who secretly watched the scene from afar, their faces now appear sinister color, and soon disappeared in the mouth of the passageway. The ghosts blocking the door didn't have many powerful characters, and the nearby cultivators hidden in other caves came out to help. The passageway was finally calm. However, the cave with the broken stone door could not be used, and another one had to be found. Ahead was the fork in the road, and when the next stone gate was found, Feng Jie suddenly said, "This is Burgundy 65. The next intersection won't be Burgundy 66, will it?" Zhu Yudao took out the animal skin map, and according to the identification, it was indeed Burgundy 66. And this node, which was very similar to the situation of Qianyi, was the intersection of the 4th and 5th levels. A few people did not intend to go to the 5th floor to turn around, but at that moment, a figure in front of them crossed the intersection at great speed and threw out a talisman with a backhand that transformed into bursting flames. In the next moment, a cultivator leapt over the flames, seemingly to chase after the person who ran past earlier. However, he suddenly realized that the 5 people on this side, their figures had retreated back. 5 juniors, you deserve your bad luck. The 5 people quickly had the judgment that the visitor was a foundation builder. If it was before, the 5 would have turned around and run. However, in this particular place, they found that the strength of the foundation establishment stage was greatly reduced, and as long as they cooperated properly, in a 5-against-1 situation, there was no chance of winning. Thus, Zhu Yudao held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other in front of him. Xueling and Feng Jie were behind him, while Long Jingjing and Chang Shu were in the 3rd row. Not too bold, actually wanting to compete with me. The 5 people's performance made this Knife Fork Sex Foundation establishment cultivator a little surprised. Xueling and the others answered him with their actions as the 4 flying swords shot out at the same time. In another place, there was still no way to dodge it, but at this time, he was located at the intersection point, and he avoided the flying sword with a sideways turn. This one also realized that he couldn't take advantage of the Foundation establishment stage, so he took out the demon streamer. With a shake of this streamer, hundreds of green-faced and fanged ghosts appeared. Obviously, this demon streamer was not an ordinary thing. As soon as Zhu Yudao saw that these ghosts were all spirit ghosts, he knew that it was not good, but it's too late to leave now. Putting away his battle sword, an explosive flame talisman was held in his hand, and when the first group of spirit ghosts surged closer, the explosive flame talisman flew out, then turned into bursting flames, and several spirit ghosts were engulfed. The 4 behind him also made their moves at the same time. 3 fireballs and a fire dragon. Taking advantage of this wave of attack, Zhu Yudao violently performed the monstrous power punch and instantly rushed to the intersection of the 2 passages. That is, Burgundy 66. That foundation builder was stunned by his perverse behavior, but his reaction wasn't slow. Raising his hand, a small sword shot out. Dang sound. The black iron shield was almost pierced through. Weird power punch. The human shield was united and charged directly towards the opponent. The person hastily retreated, but the third monstrous punch arrived again, and this time, the opponent was hit squarely. That feeling of being hit by a galloping rhino is not at all pleasant. In the nick of time, he transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished in the direction from which he came. Zhu Yudao didn't chase after him. Being able to scare the other party away was a victory. Besides, he couldn't chase after them even if he wanted to. Cleaned up those ghosts, and then entered the Burgundy 65, closed the stone door, and began to eat. Just now, although the time is short, but the continuous performance of the strange power punch, it is really too consuming blood chi. This made him secretly resolve to realize the freedom of blood and chi earlier. Look, what's this? Following Chang Shu's pointing, the walls of this cave were inlaid with a circular object, somewhat like a push button. Zhu Yudao suddenly moved in his heart, and then observed the surrounding furnishings. It is indeed a female cultivator's cave, and this cave is very luxurious. Not only is it large enough, but there are some exotic flowers and plants, and the stools used are all sandalwood. He pretty much guessed whose cave it was. It's an organ. Watch out everyone. It might be something inside. Pressing the button, there was the sound of a rattling mechanism activating. The wall retracted into a piece, and a portal appeared. Xueling was about to ask how do you know, when 2 black lights suddenly flew out from inside, one rushing at her and the other rushing at Ling Jingjing. Even though the 2 women were a bit prepared, they were taken aback. Zhu Yudao seemed to have known it all along, and one carried the 2 men behind him. The 2 black lights turned into 2 baby-like figures, emitting a ferocious aura that was even stronger than those spirit ghosts. Feng Jie and Chang Shu struck out. However, the fireballs all missed. The 2 ghostly martial artifacts immediately turned and shot at the duo like arrows. The duo hastily excited the amulet. The runic light flashed wildly and then collapsed. The duo was a bit at a loss for words. They had never expected the 2 little ghosts to be so ferocious in any case. In the nick of time, another ghostly creature appeared, and when the 2 little ghosts saw this one, it was as if they had discovered a loved one. And surprisingly, they didn't attack anymore, but pounced on this newly appeared ghostly creature. Zhu Yudao took the opportunity to shake the demon streamer, and without the slightest resistance, the 3-headed ghost was taken into the streamer. What's going on? These 2 little ghosts, they are heavenly ghosts that have been sacrificed by someone with the Son and Mother heavenly ghost skill. The one I released was a mother ghost, that's why I was able to collect them easily. How do you know? Zhu Yudao didn't hide anything and told the story of the small courtyard haunted in Castle Rock City. Xue Lingtan instantly remembered a ghostly creature that had taken the opportunity to try to take over him. So that's the ghost. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, this is her cave. As for this secret room, it was specially opened up by Xia Chunlian in order to facilitate a rendezvous with that master of hers, the 9-infant-old devil. The 5 entered the chamber and found that it was indeed a boudoir with some novelties inside. Chang Shu was interested in these things, but was stopped by Xue Ling. Dirty things, don't touch. Zhu Yudao noticed a jade talisman on his pillow. After picking it up and examining it for a while, it should be a block of formation talisman. In the compilation of 10 commonly used formations, there was a formation called a teleportation formation, and this formation talisman was somewhat like a teleportation formation talisman. Could there be a teleportation junction here that leads directly to the outside world? He took out the jade secret of the formation compilation, and while stimulating the jade talisman, he struck a formation secret, and a teleportation boundary appeared. Ha! Where does this lead to the knot? The 4 of them all lit up. It would be great if they could teleport directly to the top. After all, it was true that they couldn't get out now, and after a long time, they might be discovered by those remaining members of the Night Fork sect. I'm not sure, but always try. I'll try. Xueling volunteered. I'd better do it. If I get it wrong, I can come back again. Zhu Yudao took out the large iron shield again. When Xueling thought about it, this was indeed the truth. For one thing, she didn't know about formations, and for another, Zhu Yudao was more survivable in this 10,000 ghost cave than she was. You need to be more careful, and if it's not an exit, grab your ass and come back. Yes, after a little preparation, he burrowed into the teleportation boundary. When he reappeared, he was not in the outside world, but in another very wide cave. He quickly took a defensive stance, though he wasn't attacked in any way, only seeing two people on the ground, covered in a net. Ha, Elder Lang, what's wrong with you guys? After Lang Suesan was captured, she was terrified at the thought that she would have her soul extracted and refined, sacrificed into a ghost, and even her physical body would be sacrificed into a corpse puppet. I had this mood once 6 months ago, and I can't imagine that this is what I ended up with. 120 years of bitter cultivation, counting on the day when he could transform Dan into an infant and be able to live 1,000 years. However, exhaustion failed to live up to the great years. The free days did not come, but ended up in such a fate. Is sad when suddenly heard that some familiar voice, a hallucination. I must be hallucinating. You really think that kid is a blessing in your life? However, she still couldn't help it and raised her eyelids for a moment. Then her beautiful eyes widened and tears almost flowed out. You? How did you get here? Zhu Yudao shook the formation talisman in his hand, then tried to help the duo free themselves from the net. But the net was incredibly tough and couldn't be tugged at all. Li Qianhe said, "This is the old devil's underworld spider locking immortal pocket. You don't have this ability to break it open, and we're now sealed off from our spiritual power, so it's better to take us out of here first." Just as he finished his words, the blade flashed, and the large net had already been cut through. He didn't know how to say it. This knife in the other party's hand was actually comparable to a magic treasure. Could it be a core disciple of the Flying Dragon sect? What was even more unexpected was that this one took out a small barrier-breaking elixir, fed it to Lang Suesan, and then groped him in front of him for a while. The famous cold beauty of the Eastern continent, a being who had always been unapologetic towards men, actually wasn't annoyed in the slightest. After a tea break, Lang Chuishan moved her muscles and came back to help him lift the seal. Zhu Yudao wasn't idle either. Since this was the lair of the 9 infant-old devils, wouldn't he be sorry if he didn't scavenge a bit? Nice nightshade in the hall. Keyed down. In the quiet room, 2 jade slips and a volume were found, which were the Zimu Heavenly Ghost Skill, the Dutian Divine Fury Formation, and the Yin Fury Thunder Technique. In the refining room, a metal made of about the same material as the black chains was found, as well as a Yin Demon Streamer that had yet to be refined. In the alchemy room, a Dan tripod was found, which looked like it was most likely a magic treasure. Some alchemy materials, among which there was half of a spirit ginseng, the year of which was estimated to be more than 500 years. In the refining room, a bone sword was found, which exuded a jade-like luster, and when he held it in his hand, the blood in his body was agitated, as if it was going to be sucked away. This is the old devil's 9 Spectre's white bone sword. It has his divine sense imprint on it. You'll only become a target to be tracked by him if you take it. Then it's for the elder. Lang Suesan nonchalantly took it in her hand. Grab it and get out of here. As soon as the immortal locking pocket breaks, the old devil should sense it. Zhu Yudao nodded, took out the formation talisman and struck the formation, and the boundary indeed appeared again. The 3 of them entered in a row, and in the next moment, they appeared in the cave of Burgundy 65. Xueling and the others were waiting anxiously when they saw that Ling Chuishan had actually walked out as well. "Master, this is not the place to speak. The old devil will find us in a moment. Let's go." Coming out of the cave, Xueling didn't forget to greet the cultivators hiding nearby, and a group of more than 30 people rushed to Zhongfor 4. A large number of shadowy spirits and ghosts and refined corpses have gathered here. The 2 Jindans worked together to exert their means, and in just a few moments, the place was cleared of ghostly creatures. Li Qianhe was the first to charge up with the precious gourd on top of him, followed by Lang Suesan, and then a group of Qi refining stage cultivators, waiting for the upper side. See is very miserable scene. Here at least lay 60 or 70 corpses, and these corpses are all sucked dry essence and died. In addition, not home to a large number of ghosts and refining corpses in the roaming, everyone collected the Qiankuan bags and magic weapons with 7 hands and feet, and in the meantime helped collect the bodies of their fellow disciples, from the 3rd floor, up to the 2nd floor, and then up to the top floor. When everyone saw the sunlight again, there was a feeling of reincarnation. However, before the crowd could finish their emotions, a figure suddenly surfaced. Which junior stole something from this seat? Return it at speed or I'll extract your soul and refine your spirit. Old devil, I have your 9 specters white bone sword. Come and get it if you have the guts. You've got a great life. I can't believe you escaped again. Cut the crap and die. After saying that, a mouthful of flying swords turned into dozens of sword-like flings. Li Qianhao also struck at the same time, and a golden ball of light erupted from the gourd above his head. Underdogs, the 3 of them battled in mid-air. Zhu Yudao didn't want to be cannon fodder here and ran towards the 9 palace formation. The others were of the same opinion. It was always much safer to have a large formation guarding them. Entering the formation, he found that there was no one here at all, and he didn't know whether he was still stranded in the 10,000 ghost cave or had already run away. Everyone stood guard at the teleportation boundary, nervously focusing on the great battle in the sky. After watching for a while, the crowd's mood slightly improved. In the 10,000 ghosts cave, the 9 infant old devils had the advantage of geographical location, not to mention the 2 Jindan, plus 2, may not be able to take advantage. Not necessarily in broad daylight. Lang Suisan and Li Qianhao were able to display their strength to the fullest, especially that Li Jinjin, who was also better at thunder magic, making the old devil very jealous. After fighting for about a pillar of incense, the old devil attempted to enter the 10,000 ghosts cave once again. If he escapes back, it's like a dragon returning to the sea. The 2 Jindan had obviously thought of this and desperately stopped them. What followed was a war of pure attrition. Fighting for nearly an hour and a half, the old devil was defeated and lost, and the 2 of them were in hot pursuit. With the heat gone, the 5 of them gathered together. Xueling took out all the loot and began to carry out the distribution of the fruits, including the Qiankuan bags collected on the way back. There were 17 in total. Spirit stones were put together, magic weapons were put together, talismans and pills were put together, and the identity cards of the Night Fork sect cultivators were put together. After counting, there were only 3,200 or so spirit stones. There were 24 magic weapons, of which 11 were lower-grade magic weapons and 13 were middle-grade magic weapons. There were 9 identity tags for Night Fork sect cultivators, and one of them was from the Foundation establishment stage, which was the most precious. After discussing the matter, Zhu Yudao gave up his Foundation establishment stage identity card, while Xueling gave up her share of the allocation of spirit stones and magic weapons, and her share all went to Zhu Yudao. The others were evenly distributed, and some of the excess was given to Zhu Yudao. After all, without him, not to mention distributing the loot, it would be difficult to come out alive. After the distribution of the loot was over, the 5 of them ate while waiting for cold reality and the others to return. As a result, Lang Jinren didn't come back, but waited for a guy that they hated to the bone. Senior Sister Shui, I'm relieved to see that you're all safe and sound, Morong Shua said in a very relieved tone. Yes, Brother Morong must be very busy as he leaps around in the tunnels, right? What kind of words are these? I've taken great risks in hunting down the remaining members of the Night Fork sect down there, but fortunately, with some good luck, I've finally gotten something out of it. Well, what's the catch? Morong Shua raised a few Qiankuan pouches in his hand. Chopped down 5. What about you guys? We don't have much to show for it. Being haunted by a ghostly creature lured by some shameless villain. We're just too distracted to do anything about it. He, from last night until busy until now. I think everyone is tired. Take an early rest. Seeing him smugly walk away, the 5 people hated that they could not rush over and tear him apart. However, a number of people had returned one after another for a period of time, and among them, there was Wang Yuanqi, who had been badly injured, so there was really no way to make a move. To the evening, the cold real person has not returned. Zhu Yudao returned to his residence, took out Hu Tianlai and other people Qiankuan bag, began to count the harvest. Hu Tianlai had a total of 3 Qiankuan bags, and Zhu Yudao felt that with this guy's temperament, he must have done a lot of killing and killing. However, when you opened the first Qiankuan bag, it was actually full of food? What does this mean? Is it also a foodie? Eating was not important to other cultivators, but to him, its importance was not second to spirit stones. Opening the second Qiankuan bag, it was surprisingly full of various medicinal herbs. This made him overjoyed. The medicinal herbs here, more than half of them, were exactly what he needed to cultivate his spirit martial skill. As long as he could get a few more together, the initial usage would be enough. I didn't realize that Hu has the attribute of timely rain. At the same time, he was puzzled. What was the other party's intention in bringing so much food and herbs and running into the 10,000 ghost cave? Look again at the third dry bag. Here's what's considered normal. More than 500 spirit stones, 2 magic weapons, a medium-grade flying sword and a basalt iron shield. There were 9 bottles of pills, including 5 bottles of chi benefiting pills, 2 bottles of spring returning pills, 1 bottle of grain rescuing pill and half a bottle of Peiyuan pill. There were 35 talismans, including the explosive inflammation talisman, the freezing talisman, the wooden cage talisman, the amulet of protection, and 3 transmission talismans. There are 4 identity cards, 3 of which are owned by the Nightjar sect. In addition to these, there were 3 pamphlets and a jade slip. Looked through it and it's all continental. After putting things away in separate categories, he took out the Qiankuan bags of Hu Tianlai's 3 companions and continued to count. At the same time, Morong Shou was also counting his harvest. After the count, he cursed, poor man. Feeling hungry in his belly, he reluctantly ate a grain-repelling elixir, then sent another transmission note to try to contact Hu Tianlai. It still turned out to be a failure. That guy didn't die in the cave of 10,000 ghosts, did he? His heart was dripping blood at the thought of the alchemy materials that his family had collected for him going to waste. However, at that moment, someone seemed to be walking around the outside of the chamber he was in, so his divine sense was released. Seeing that the person walking past was Xueling, he couldn't help but feel itchy. How good would it be to catch it and vent it out? However, looking at the direction Xueling went, it was the center of the Grand Formation, and that was exactly where Ling Suisan was resting. Is that cold beauty back? TSK, one is as cold as ice and the other is delicate and cute. It's so hard to choose. Why should a man have to choose? Wouldn't it be better to have both? Evil thoughts rose. He was even more difficult to sleep. So he cultivated a dark shadow, but under his unguarded, drilled into the body, the center of the 9 palace formation. Ling Suisan's face was pale. Her blood stained her Dao robe red, and she had obviously suffered a not-so-light injury. Xueling put medicine on her back while saying, "How did you get hurt so badly? This injury is worth the drop. The old demon was heavily injured by me and fellow Daoistly, and the ghost babies were taken out by us 3 times, so it's impossible to refine the phaseless heavenly ghost again in the short term. If only we could just kill it. It's already luck to be able to hit him hard. He has 2 ghost babies in the deepest part of the 10,000 ghost cave that he didn't bring with him. If all 9 ghost babies were brought with him, it's good enough for Daoistly and I to retreat in one piece. We can't hurt him at all. Those 2 ghost babies, are they still down there? It should be down there. It seems to be on the verge of advancing to Ghost King. Tomorrow, Daoistly and I will still go down there. And if we break 2 more arms of the old devil, we'll be safer." Zhu Yudao has the map of the 10,000 ghost cave in his hands. I'll ask him for it tomorrow. Oh, where did he get the map? He killed a Nightforks X Foundation. It seems that he has a good battle power. Do you know him from the same place in Castle Rock City? Before, he used to be a beggar. He couldn't even get enough to eat. He often ran into the wild to look for food. You don't know. He carries a bunch of food with him wherever he goes. It's just like a starving ghost casting himself into the womb. Oh, being able to eat is considered a gift. In the future you get along well with him. Don't treat him badly. Disciple understands. The next day, the cultivators of the 2 factions counted the number of people. More than 1,000 people. Now less than 700 remain. 10 foundation establishment fell 3, and 1 Wan Yuanxi was seriously injured. With a 30% injury rate, the damage is not insignificant. However, the 9-infant-old devil was heavily injured and would not return in the short term, which caused a stone to fall from everyone's hearts. Afterward, Ling Suisan asked Zhu Yudao for the beast skin map, then used a jade slip to make dozens of copies and distribute them. Although the 10,000 ghost cave is dangerous, there are many caves below the 3rd floor that have not been explored, so it's a good chance for you guys. This map is limited to the first 8 floors. The 7th and 8th floors are the most central areas of the Nightfork sect. There are a large number of forbidden formations. It is not recommended for you to enter, and the 9th floor is the most dangerous area. It is forbidden to enter. There are benefits to be gained, which fuels the motivation of some people. Thus, except for those who were injured, under the leadership of the 2 Jindans, hundreds of people entered the 10,000 ghost cave once again in great numbers. Zhu Yudao was no exception. Now that the world was in turmoil, accumulating a little more wealth would enable him to live in the future. Otherwise, he could only fight for his life in order to earn a little bit of resources. Straight through to the 4th level, there was not a single Nightfork sect cultivator encountered, and even the refined corpses and ghostly creatures were few and far between. It wasn't hard to guess what happened. As the 9-infant-old devil ran away, they naturally didn't dare to remain down there, and those refined corpses and ghostly creatures were important resources to them, so of course they had to collect them. Hundreds of people poured into the 4th floor. The caves were limited. Naturally there were more monks than meat. The 5th floor is probably not enough for everyone to scavenge. Zhu Yudao entered Xia Chunlian's cave, stimulated the teleportation boundary, and led Xueling and the others straight to the 9-infant-old devil's cave. The place had already been searched. There was nothing to say, and the 5 of them worked in unison to break through the defense array and come out of the cave. This place was located on the 6th floor of the 10,000 Ghost Cave, a place where the Night Fork sect's Jindan Shanfang gathered. According to the map judgment, this area is no longer according to the distribution of the 9 palaces, but according to the 5 elements of the 8 trigrams of the distribution. From the 9 infants on the door of the old devil cave, number Z can be judged. We are looking for fast to the be ugly, but this cave is empty. It seems that no one has lived for a long time. When you come to see, you touch it a little bit and a light shield rises up. This surprised rather than delighted everyone. After testing it first, the formation here was actually stronger than the 9-infant-old devil's defense formation. Zhu Yudeo's demon-slaying battle knife was in his hand, and the blade appeared and slashed out furiously. The other 4 also struck at the same time. They seldom used war weapons before, but at this time it is a manpower. The attack power is average, but under the set fire combined attack. Finally the formation will break open a gap. Just a split second after the loophole appeared. Monstrous power punch. The basalt iron gate was slammed open in a raw manner. However, the giant creature that met him head-on, with an ethereal light shining in its pupils, scared him back out of the formation, and the formation's light shield instantly closed. Giant creatures, almost 3 feet in length and 1 foot in height, with heads like lions and tigers, but with a pair of antlers, and scales and armor that flashed with a crimson light. The 5 people couldn't help but take a few steps backwards. It's kind of like the Hellfire Qilin, the Night Fork sect protector divine beast. Xueling said uncertainly. If it's really that fire unicorn, why is it here? Not sure. Let's go. The giant beast in the cave was not something that could be dealt with on its own at first glance, and while the beast didn't rush out, the 5 of them turned around and left. After the 5 people left, this huge beast even turned into smoke, collapsed away. Obviously not at all what Hellfire Qilin, but the illusion of things. Xueling with 4 people continue to treasure hunt. After opening the 5th cave, finally have a harvest, get a wrecked magic treasure, refining materials a number of, but also got 2 jade slips. One of them is actually refining in Demon Streamer's secret method. Only this one, submitted to the sect, is a great merit, because the Demon Streamer's refining method belongs to the Night Fork sect's secret transmission. According to the configuration of the 6th level, there should be a total of 64 caves, but in reality there were only 16, except for the one that everyone dared not enter. All the caves were scavenged. The harvest wasn't rich, but, for chi refining stage cultivators, at least they could struggle for a few years less. On the 7th and 8th floors, there were a large number of forbidden formations present, and the 5 didn't dare to take the risk, so they took what they could and returned to the top. That night, when I saw many of my fellow disciples talking and laughing, sweeping away yesterday's gloom, I knew that none of the harvests were bad. The next day, Leng Suisan announced that the 2 ghost babies had been eradicated. The first 6 floors could be entered and exited casually by virtue of the map, while the 7th and 8th floors, those who knew about forbidden formations could try it out, and for a period of time in the future, the 10,000 Ghosts Cave would serve as a place for everyone to try out. At the same time, the patrolling strategy was also adjusted. 5 teams of cultivators, each team patrolling for 1 day. The rest of the time can be free to move around. In other words, everyone only need to do 1 day's work in 5 days. The other 4 days can rest. Such a strategy also showed that the danger of guarding the 10,000 Ghost Cave was greatly reduced, and even if the 9-infant-old devil returned, he wouldn't be able to turn over too much of a storm. The new strategy was implemented, and Zhu Yudao, Xueling and others patrolled on the first day and could only watch others go and get rich. While patrolling, the squad of 5 encountered Morong Shua's squad and both sides rubbed shoulders. Walking out a dozen feet or so, Xueling suddenly said, "Have you guys noticed that Morong Shua guy is very strange?" "How is it strange?" Chang Shu asked. "In the past, when they saw us, they would either make some snide remarks or provoke us, but this time, they actually passed honestly." Leng Jingjing laughed. "People suddenly don't care. Does senior sister feel empty? Damn Nasan, you're looking for a fight." The 2 women chased and fought, leaving the matter behind. When the day turned, the 5 took their turns, so they entered the cave of 10,000 ghosts once again. As a result, it turned out that the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, except for the cave that was guarded by a giant beast, were all scavenged, and even the decorations in the cave were not spared. The first 6 floors yielded nothing, and the 7th floor didn't dare to enter, so he could only retreat back in depression. The next day, the 5 of them were no longer prepared to go, so they simply cultivated in their residence. At the time of the evening, Xueling came over and brought a message that several foundation establishment, together, entered the 7th floor and broke open the hidden scripture pavilion and the Nightfork sect treasury. Although the harvest was not small, however, some people suffered minor injuries. Elder sister wants to try it too? That's not true. Compared to the others, our harvest is already quite good. There's really no need to take risks. And what do you mean by telling me this? I heard someone say that Morong Shua entered the 7th floor alone and returned safely. Oh, does he know about forbidden formations? Zhu Yudao asked thoughtfully. He entered the sect with me in the same batch and loves alchemy, but I've never heard of him having any accomplishments in the Tao of formation. Are you suspecting that he has obtained a formation talisman that can control the prohibitions there? Just had this guess. Even if we know that he has obtained the opportunity, we can't do anything about him. Let's wait until we have the chance later. You're right. 2. Hey, where'd you get the treats? Trophy, take it and eat it if you like. Then I'm welcome. Looking at the several boxes of snacks, all of which were taken away, Zhu Yudao cried and laughed. In the blink of an eye another month has passed. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. Long ago no one went to the 10,000 Ghosts cave to look for treasures. During the month, there was not a single Nightfork sex cultivator to come over, and even the inspections have become slack. Zhu Yudao organized his storage bracelets and Shinkuan bag and found that there were actually 16 demon streamers. This kind of magic weapon he does not like to use, but in the secret method of refining in demon streamers, it is said that as long as the 36 demon streamers are gathered together, after a little modification, it can be made into the formation flag of the Heavenly God's Fury formation, which belongs to the high-level formation. A set of high-grade spell formations was said to sell for tens of thousands of spirit stones. If you succeed, you have found a way to become rich. He first took a demon streamer and tried it out, and as someone without the slightest refining foundation, he completed the transformation with ease, seeing how easy it was to transform it. After determining that this approach is feasible, he began to distribute flyers widely, acquiring demon streamers at 100 spirit stones a rod. This price was on the low side. If it was in the workshop market, it could be sold for 200 when the soul storage was full. However, there were always people who were in dire need of spirit stones, and since the Cold Moon place hadn't recovered until now, and there were no immortal cultivation workshops outside of a 1,000-mile radius, there were quite a few cultivators who had heard about the exchange. Originally he only wanted to acquire 30 rods, but as a result, in just 2 days, he collected more than 90 rods, and his fortune went down by half. He was about to stop the acquisition when Xue Ling found him. My master wants to see you. Say anything about what's going on? Didn't say. Probably wanted to ask you the original reason for acquiring the demon streamer. Zhu Yudao nodded his head and ran to meet realist Lang. You collected the demon streamer in order to refine the Dutian Divine Fury formation, didn't you? The elder guessed? You think you're the only smart one? There's someone else doing it? Not yet, but someone should have guessed by now. And what does the elder mean by seeking me out? Sell it as soon as you get it done. I happen to be going back to the sect next month. Zhu Yudao understands. Dares to say that this person is also interested in this deal. After removing the cost of my acquisition of the demon streamer, how about splitting the proceeds in half? A smile flickered on his frosty face. Store up your souls before you can sell them for a price. The souls in the 10,000 Ghost Cave are just right for you to collect. Farewell, disciple. Wait, here's a golden bell talisman treasure, so I'll give it to you for defense. Thank you, elder. Go on. Lang Suisan watched Zhu Yudao leave and muttered. Surprisingly, he is still a bit of a businessman. I'd like to meet that Neodali later on. How exactly he taught his disciple. Zhu Yudao originally wanted to put together 3 sets of the Heavenly Divine Fury formation. However, he discovered that someone had also started collecting demon streamers, and the purchase price was actually 20 spirit stones more than him. Even so, the price could not be collected for the demon streamer. Zhu Yudao found that person and sold the extra dozen or so of the worst quality demon streamers at a price of 150 spirit stones, relieving his financial pressure and making a small profit. Then, every day, you enter the cave of 10,000 ghosts to collect souls. There weren't many nether spirits on the upper levels in the 10,000 ghost cave now, so he had to go to the 4th level down. A few days later, as he began to collect souls on the 6th floor, a figure suddenly appeared near him. You're here? You knew I was coming? Haven't you always wanted to kill me? Oh, that's right. Then you can go to hell. Before the words fell, this person's figure strangely disappeared in place, and the next moment had appeared behind him. Zhu Yudao had an understanding of Morong Shua's battle power, relying on the sharpness of his magic weapon. He might be a little stronger than the average cultivator, but he definitely couldn't do instantaneous movement. Without thinking too much, the turtleback kung fu was performed while a stagger was made. The sharp blade broke through the layer of true qi and grazed his shoulder. Before he could counterattack, the flying sword circled and chopped at his neck again. What a fast imperial sword technique. If he had such means in the first place, would he still be knocked down by his own blow? Weird power punch. This attack technique turned into a dodge technique. A bit of fun, but not enough. A giant claw swatted a fly from the sky. With his battle sword in hand, Zhu Yudao made a teasing chop and broke open the giant claw. The flying sword suddenly chopped at his legs, and he hurriedly did a flip to narrowly dodge the blow. If this situation continues, he will remain passive. Thus, the monstrous punch was continuously performed, rapidly closing the distance with the opponent. Morong Shua seemed to have guessed that he would be like this, casting a wind wall spell, followed by a fire rain spell, two spells with different attributes, almost seamlessly, beyond Zhu Yudao's knowledge. Regardless, it was good to win a very short respite as a large iron shield was raised in his hand, blocking the falling rain of fire. The flying sword arrived again and was again blocked by the black iron shield. Morong Shua frowned slightly. Normal chi refining stage cultivators would have been knocked out long ago. The kid in front of him was not easy to deal with. He still had many more means. The problem was that he couldn't exert them with his chi refining stage cultivation. It was unwise to waste time with a body refiner, so he decided to use a little bit of extraordinary means. While maneuvering the flying swords to continue attacking, he arrived in front of a cave, where the Shin Tai door had long been wide open, while the defense formation had unexpectedly withdrawn automatically. Zhu Yudao was not a stranger to the Xingchen cave, and he was the one who broke down the door here. The other party was able to open the defense formation here, so would the giant beast inside come out? Thinking of this, he did not hesitate to run toward the Azi cave. It's too late to leave. Before the words fell, a wolf and a tiger, a python and an eagle, ran out from that cave. Not the Hellfire Qilin. Let his heart was greatly determined, but this ran over to the four beasts. Look at the size of the body shape is afraid to be beyond the second stage. Cope with one. There is hope. Four heads together. Self-confessed that there is not a little chance of victory. Not to mention the fact that there's a powerful enemy on the horizon. So he chose to keep running. A wall of wind blocked the way. With a single vertical leap, he actually didn't use any spells and directly jumped over the wind wall. What a body. I'm a little reluctant to kill you. Morong Shua maneuvered his flying sword to attack in order to reduce his speed. However, the tunnel was not flat and straight. The flying swords were able to turn corners, but it was a test of the sword riding skills. And more importantly, the four demonic beasts were not real demonic beasts, but beast puppets. He's multitasking, and it's impossible for him to maneuver perfectly. Zhu Yudao came to the front of the cave of the Azi, but did not enter. He suddenly thought of an even better idea, so he continued to run, and in the midst of his busy schedule, a handful of Peiyuan Dan was put into his mouth. The passages on the 6th floor were arranged according to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams and were crisscrossed, so you basically didn't have to worry about being squeezed into a dead end. Two people, one of them had to maneuver the four beast puppets and also imperialize the flying swords, the other, the battle sword and iron shield had been put away, leaving only a top-grade magic shield, and it was obvious who was consuming more. After chasing after a column of incense, Morong Shua gave birth to the heart to give up. After all, it is meaningless to consume like this. However, when he stopped chasing, Zhu Yudao suddenly spiked talismans at him. The explosive flame talisman couldn't break his defense, but it could consume his spiritual energy. He then imperialized the puppet beasts to charge. Only, limited by the space of the passage, the four puppet beasts could only line up to attack. Zhu Yudao was waiting for this opportunity. Firstly, the talisman treasure of Hu Tianlai was inspired, and the giant sword chopped out, being blocked by the wall above. Its power was weakened by quite a bit. However, it still chopped up an eagle and a tiger. This talisman treasure completely shattered apart, obviously having run out of power, but he still had a small sword talisman. Once again, the giant sword chopped out, and the wolf puppet was killed again. Only one python golem was left to leap to its feet. Once Morong Shua saw that he had a talismanic treasure, he didn't dare to rush over. After all, the talismanic treasure could send out a magic treasure strike, which was enough to break the defense, and all he could do was to continue to maneuver the flying sword. However, the flying sword was blocked by the small shield. At the same time, Zhu Yudao actually stuffed an explosive inflammation talisman into the python puppet's mouth and then activated it. If it was a real demonic beast, this blow would be absolutely fatal. However, the puppet beast had no sense of pain and instead took the opportunity to wrap around his legs. Morong Shua couldn't help but be overjoyed. His hands formed a seal, and surprisingly condensed into a red-colored thunderball and struck over shields to ward off flying swords. His legs were entangled and he couldn't move, so he executed a splitting palm. A very weak move in terms of power, but at this time, it played a great role. The palm print collided with the thunderball, and immediately detonated the thunderball. For a time, Thunder and light shot out in the passageway, as brilliant as fireworks blooming. It could be said that casting a thunder art at the refining stage was very reluctant, and the spirit energy that was already not rich was almost exhausted, but as a result, he only watched the fireworks. Morong Shua suddenly developed a sense of powerlessness. He actually turned around and left while Zhu Yudao didn't get out of the way. Zhu Yudao took out his demon slayer sword and chopped the python puppet into 2 pieces before chasing after it in reverse. However, when he was about to catch up, the other party descended to the 7th floor. Chase? Or not? If he chased after them, there was a possibility that he could get away with it once and for all, and there was also a possibility that he could take himself in. After all, the Foundation establishment stage had been seriously injured here, and the other party, it seemed as if they were very familiar with this place. No chasing? The heart is not willing, but the victory is secure. In the end, he chose to play it safe. After this incident, he was not in the mood to continue to collect souls, and on the way back, he passed by the cave of the Sichin. The defense formations here were not open, and his divine sense swept inside without any giant beasts. However, when he carefully walked to the door, the mighty Hellfire Qilin appeared again, frightening him so much that he almost inspired the talismanic treasure. However, the giant beast just flared its teeth and claws without actually launching an attack, making him realize that it was probably an illusion. Thus, a cleave hit and the behemoth collapsed. Damn! Almost got fooled again. Zhu Yudao walked into the cave. Since Morong Shua was able to manipulate the cave formation and imperialize the puppet beasts hidden inside, there shouldn't be much left. After turning around, there was indeed no magic treasure, magic weapon or anything like that. However, a well-preserved corpse was found. The body is preserved in a cold jade coffin. Cold jade was a kind of spiritual material. Someone actually used such a large piece of cold jade to store the corpse. Could it be that there was something special about this corpse? Zhu Yudao examined it and found that the corpse had suffered a serious injury in life, and the fatal wound was in the chest, which seemed to have been caused by a sharp object, poking through the heart. Such a corpse was no longer qualified to refine a corpse puppet. So why keep it? Not being able to think about it. He simply didn't want to think about it. He carried the body out and prepared to take away this ice jade coffin. It might be able to be sold for a few thousand spirit stones. As a result, something fell off the body. Holding it in his hand, it was a purple and gold token. On the front side of the token, there were the 3 words Night Fork Order, and on the reverse side, there was an arcane formation pattern that was similar to the teleportation formation pattern. This dead body, it can't be the Nightjar sect master, can it? Hand over the token and this seat will spare your life. Morong Shua, who had fled, suddenly reappeared outside the cave. This seat? You really aren't Morong Shua. Zhu Yudao was not sure before. After all, in a few months, it is possible for strength to skyrocket, but the other party's title and tone of voice, completely standing in the perspective of the superior, then Morong Shua, in all likelihood, was taken over. Cut the crap and hand over the token. It seems that this is very important to you. Zhu Yudao directly put it into his Jiankuan bag. Seek death. Morong Shua's face turned blue, his hands waved, and in an instant, the Yin Fury Chi around him gathered crazily. Seeing that his opponent was about to make a big move, how could he stand by and immediately inspired the talismanic treasure? The cave was relatively wide, and the power of a single strike from the golden lightsaber shook the heart and soul. Unfortunately, Chopper came up empty. Almost at the same time, a pitch-black, ink-like ball of light shot toward Zhu Yudao. Zhu Yudao hurriedly dodged. The ball of light exploded with intense energy fluctuations, destroying the tables and chairs, destroying the cold jade coffin, and the corpses on the ground turned into piles of rotten meat. Even the walls were cracked. With such a strike, not to mention the chi practicing stage, even a foundation establishment stage body refiner, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to escape being heavily injured. However, at the time of the explosion, a thick golden light shield appeared. The light shield collapsed after shaking violently after this strike, but it warded off the fatal blow for Zhu Yudao. Another rune treasure. Morong Shua turned away. He had inspired all his potential to send out this strike, originally thought it was a sure thing, but did not expect it to fail. Where are you running to? Although Zhu Yudao had just escaped with the talisman treasure gifted by Lang Sui-san, it was not without a little cost. This middle-grade vestment on his body had turned into tattered clothes, completely scrapped, and his blood chi had dropped by dozens, so Morong Shua had to die. However, when he chased them outside, he was seeing a teleportation boundary emerge, and this guy ran away by directly entering the boundary. How could Zhu Yudao be willing to stop? He immediately took out the purple and gold token, and he estimated that the teleportation rune array on it could also lead directly to the outside world. Sure enough, when he injected his spiritual energy, a teleportation boundary likewise appeared. He immediately entered the knot. However, it did not appear to be on the hidden Een mountain. The surrounding area was pitch black, and the concentration of Een fury had almost reached the point of pouring into the body. Poison resistance -1. Poison resistance -1. Spiritual power 1. Blood gas -5. The beeps kept ringing. It can't be that we've reached the 9th floor of the Forbidden Land, can it? The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came from all directions. The sound was like a magic voice filling his ears, making him dizzy. He hurriedly injected spiritual energy to stimulate the token. However, before he could enter the teleportation boundary, his body suddenly stiffened, and then he was ingested into a strange space by a giant claw. In this space, there was no yin and yang, only pure aura. There is also a refreshing aroma that is soothing. In the shimmering light, a skeleton sat perched on a futon. The skeleton's bones were actually not white, but gold, and the pupils of its eyes danced with a regal, ethereal light. The skeleton casually took the token in his hand. It seems that the Night Fork sect has really been destroyed. The sect leader's token has actually fallen into the hands of a chi refining stage cultivator. That's fine. Since you hold the inheritance relic, the Night Fork sect's inheritance will be given to you. The golden skeleton clenched its hands, and a moment later a green light ball appeared on its fingertips and shot directly into Zhu Yudao's brow. This massive light automatically entered the sea of consciousness and then transformed into a huge stream of information. He couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. The information made him absorb it all as if he were being dosed. The content of the information stream included 3 major secret passages: the 9 refining Yin demon technique, the Yin Yang heavenly corpse technique, and the Vajra indestructible bone. For sets of secret arts, the Yin demon streamer sacrifice secret method, the corpse puppet sacrifice secret method, the ghost shadow escape method, and the Tai Yin finger, such as the 9 refining Yin devil technique, Yin Yang heavenly corpse technique. All of these Zhu Yudao had in his hand, but he was only looking at it, and the obscure content on it could only be barely read, unable to understand the essence of these devilish techniques. And at this moment, it was as if he had completely grasped these feats and secret arts all at once. After a few moments, the golden skeleton raised its hand and threw out 2 items, which were directly delivered to him. The first being a coffin emitting black light, only the size of a palm. The second piece, on the other hand, was a very ancient bell. The Taiyin soul-gathering coffin is the Night Fork sect's town treasure. It can nourish the gods and avert misfortune. The soul-suppressing bell is a magic treasure carried by the founding ancestor. Within 1,000 years, if you revitalize the Night Fork sect, you can use these 2 treasures to exchange for the Night Fork order. If it doesn't work out, this Nightjar order will wait for the right person. Go on. As the golden skeleton struck the spell, the teleportation boundary appeared, and Zhu Yudao was directly sent to the boundary, and in the next moment, had appeared outside the 10,000 ghost cave. The body had just regained its mobility when suddenly the ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Lang Suesan and Li Qianhe swiftly appeared in midair, and seeing Zhu Yudao standing there frozen, they thought he was frightened and didn't care, immediately entering the 10,000 ghost cave to check. Senior brother Zhu, didn't you go to collect the Yin souls? Was there a problem with the earth veins just now? Xueling and the others also came out of the 9 palace formation. Senior sister, that guy Morong Shua seems to have been taken over. What's going on? Zhu Yudao concealed the matter of obtaining the Night Fork sect's inheritance. After all, if this matter was messed up, it would bring trouble to himself, and only briefly described the situation of Morong Shua chasing after him. No wonder he's been so weird lately, and he's also able to freely enter and exit the core area of the 10,000 ghost cave. This must be told to the master and the sect must be notified. Half an hour later, Lang Suesan and Li Qianhe returned. For some unknown reason, the veins of Hidden Yin Mountain have been sealed. You and others should not enter the 10,000 ghosts cave again in the near future to avoid accidents. Disciple obey. Lang Suesan was just about to go back inside the 9 palace formation when she received Xueling's voice transmission and hurriedly inquired about the situation. And when she heard that Morong Shura had been seized, she could not help but be shocked. The other party was, after all, a true disciple of the sect leader, whose status was only below that of the elders. When something like this happened, she, as an elder, also had a great deal of responsibility. Calling Zhu Yudao over and questioning him carefully again, and then inquiring from the people in the same squad as Morong Shua, corroborated the possibility of being taken over, as the squad members also discovered its oddities, and even opened their mouths and called it by the wrong name at first. Working together for a few months and even getting the name wrong could normally be described as a slip of the tongue, but with multiple corroborating evidence, it's a stonewall. More importantly, the fact that people are missing and disappearing is a clear sign that there is a ghost in the heart. Lang Suesan was about to go back to the clan. Right now she must go back immediately to avoid being taken advantage of by the other party. Zhu Yudao took out 2 sets of the Du Tian God Fiend formation. One was the complete version and the other didn't have enough souls. But that was all that could be done at the moment. During my absence, you and the others need to follow the orders of Realistly. Yes, fellow Daoistly, I'll trouble you to take care of this place. Well said. Fairy Lang, go yourself. Things were arranged. Leng Sui-san left, and Zhu Yudao returned to his residence and began to digest the legacy of the Night Fork sect. To be able to obtain the inheritance of a sect was an overwhelming chance. However, what fits is good, and what doesn't fit is useless even if it's subtle. Zhu Yudao realized that of the 3 techniques of the Night Fork sect, the one that was truly useful to him was the Vajra indestructible bone cultivation technique. Strictly speaking, this Gong method is not considered a devilish Gong method. This Gong method, the human body's skeleton as a magic treasure to cultivate, the divine soul as a magic treasure's artifact spirit. When the skeleton is refined to the point where the Vajra is indestructible, it is tantamount to the person's immortality, which is the same as the immortality pursued by immortal cultivation. Zhu Yudao wouldn't turn himself into a human-sized magic treasure. Then what's the point of living any longer? However, it would also be more appropriate to consider this Gongfu as a kind of body refining technique. Cultivating the Vajra indestructible bone was roughly divided into 4 stages. The first stage of mortal bone, at which the average person is at, is when the skeleton is white and the bones are weak. This course of quenching mortal bones was to incorporate some bone-strengthening ingredients into the bones, making them as tough as animal bones. The second stage is called iron bone. When the strengthened bones reach a certain level, the whole body bones need to be refined. The materials used for refining bones were all heavenly materials, such as 9 heavenly breath loam and so on. The third stage is called jade bone. This process focuses on hardening the bones, tempering them to be as tough as jade. The fourth stage is called Vajra bone. This process then involves sacrificing the bones like a magic treasure to give them divine abilities. The last stage is called the indestructible bone. At that time, the bones were incredibly tough and could have some divine abilities like a magic treasure, and then fused with the Yuan Shen, which was equivalent to the legendary spiritual treasures, which were almost immortal. Zhu Yudao thought of the golden skeleton and estimated that it was at least in the realm of Vajra bone, or was close to indestructible bone. The Night Fork sect had such a powerful existence as it did, and it was reasonable to say that the 2 factions might not be able to overthrow the Night Fork sect even if they joined forces. But the 2 factions never seemed to know that there was such a character. The reason for this was really puzzling to him. Of the 4 secret arts that had been passed down to him, the Ghost Shadow Escape technique, one had to cultivate the 9 refining Yin Demon technique, and the Tai Yin Finger, one needed to cultivate the Yin Yang Heavenly Corpse Grand technique. The useful ones are also refining Yin Demon Streamers and Corpse Puppets. Zhu Yudao was more interested in corpse puppets, and the beast puppet manipulated by Morong Shua was a type of corpse puppet. If a group of powerful puppets were made, it would be much easier to hunt or fight in the future. However, to make a corpse puppet, one had to have some basics of refining, which was something he had to learn first. After digesting the Night Fork sect's secret methods and techniques, he took out 2 more inherited treasures. The golden skeleton called the Tai Yin Soul Gathering Coffin, which was the Night Fork sect's town treasure, showing that it was not trivial. Just what's so peculiar about it? He tried the sacrifice first. While magic weapons sacrificing was very simple, magic treasure sacrificing was quite complex, sometimes requiring specialized sacrificing techniques. The golden skeleton didn't tell him what kind of spells were available, so he thought that a generic sacrifice spell would be usable. It took a full 2 hours and a lot of essence and blood before the Tai Yin Soul Gathering Coffin was successfully sacrificed. It was at this point that he realized what it meant to be able to nourish the spirit and avoid disaster. It turned out that the coffin was actually a cave heaven magic treasure, such as the Qiankuan bag, storage bracelet and so on, all have a space, but this space is constructed by spatial formations and cannot store living things. Instead, a cave heaven Dharma treasure has a space where one can hide, or even live for a long time. This kind of treasure was so rare that ordinary sects didn't have it, and from this point of view, the Night Fork sect still had quite a lot of heritage. He entered the soul gathering coffin and felt the built-in space, which was about 3 zhang wide, 3 zhang high, and 9 zhan long. Being in it, the mind was very clear, because this treasure could absorb the qi of Tai Yin to nourish the divine soul. Zhu Yudao instantly fell in love with this treasure. In the future, when camping in the wilderness, even the deployment of formations can be dispensed with. Find a nook or cranny, put the soul gathering coffin in place, and then hide in it. It is quite cozy. Soul gathering coffin other are good. Only one point, cannot be put into the Qiankuan bag and storage bracelet, because it is higher than the level of storage artifacts, and more space. Qiankuan bag in the coffin, but it is fine. Taking out the soul suppressor bell again, the sacrifice also went well, but Zhu Yudao had no way to use it. The soul-gathering coffin did not consume spiritual energy. As long as it could absorb the chi of Taiyin, it was enough. And this treasure, which emptied all of his spiritual energy, was not even able to drive it up. Evidently, this magic treasure was of a high grade. It couldn't be used for the time being, so it was put into the storage bracelet. As for the Taiyin soul-gathering coffin, the coffin itself is not big, as long as you get a sleeve to fit inside. Because of its lack of spiritual fluctuations, it is very difficult for the cultivator's divine sense to discover its special features. After digesting the Nightfork sect's inheritance, he thought of the guy who had taken over Morong Shua. The other party must have known the usefulness of the Nightfork order and wanted to recapture it at any cost, only to have his fatal strike undone by the talismanic treasure sent by Lung Tsue-san. I'm afraid that if I miss this time, I won't be able to stop in the future. So, be more careful so you don't get counted out by the other side. For the next few days, apart from being on duty patrolling the mountain, the rest of the time was spent honestly practicing manhwa at his residence. He would strive to cultivate this set of martial arts techniques to perfection before the end of the year. 5 days later, Lang Shui-shan returned and announced 2 things. The first thing, when you meet Morong Shua in the future, make sure to catch him back to the clan to be tried, with the implication that you can only catch him alive. Secondly, at the end of this mission, the 10,000 Ghost Cave on Hidden Mountain will no longer be manned. After these 2 announcements, Zhu Yudao was called over. Both sets of Du Tian God's Fury formation have been sold. One set sold for 60,000 and one set sold for 40,000. According to the previous agreement, 50,000 spirit stones go to you. Thank you, Elder. With 50,000 spirit stones in hand, it was almost enough to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Also, one more thing to ask you. How much do you know about your master, Nyo Dali? He's the caretaker of the mountains and has been out on a mission for the last 2 years. No wonder I can't see him. It seems like he should be guarding the spirit stone mine at June Mountain. Zhu Yudao also guessed this possibility, as most of the sect's forces were sent to June Mountain, where they were fighting the Giant Sword sect and the Blood River sect. Elder, when we return to the clan after our mission, will we also be sent to June Mountain? It's possible, but you guys are still at a shallow cultivation level, so you might not all be sent there. If you are sent there, you will be able to meet the teacher. If not, you can practice at home in peace. Zhu Yudao no longer dwelled on this issue and took the bag of spirit stones back to his residence. Judging from the sect's attitude, the 10,000 Ghost Cave would no longer be the focus of attention in the future. Therefore, for the guards here, everyone is even less concerned. In addition to routine patrols, are each busy with their own, such as Shui Ling, is impacting the late stage of qi refining, and is now in a state of seclusion. 3 months later, after Zhu Yudao had consumed all 260 bottles of Peiyuan Dan, the beep sounded. Your cultivation of Magnia strength has reached the 5th level, and your blood qi has broken through the upper limit. Current blood qi, 705/800. Current spiritual power, 386/400. Current poison resistance, 296/300. The Mangyo strength had been cultivated to the top, so it was time to cultivate the spirit martial skill and the Vajra indestructible bone next. Both of these 2 spells were extremely resource consuming. The medicinal herbs required for the spirit martial skill were a little better, and could be bought in the marketplace. The materials required for the introduction of the Vajra indestructible bone were more advanced, and there were 6 main materials: turtle armor of the 3rd rank or higher and auger bone of the 3rd rank or higher, respectively. 10,000-year-old stalactite, octagonal basil icegrass, vermilion fruit, chalcedony cheese. Of these 6 materials, the tortoise shell, vermilion fruit and stalactites were more expensive, but they could all be bought, while the other 3 depended on chance. This is only the auxiliary materials required to cultivate the first stage of cultivation of the Vajra indestructible bone, and the materials to be used in the later stages. The difficulty of raising them is almost bearing an exponential rise. This was also the reason why, even though this set of spells was obviously very powerful, the Nightfork sect had few people cultivating them. It was really too much of an investment. Pouring the strength of a sect might not be able to cultivate a Vajra indestructible bone. Zhu Yudao was running to refine his body, so he didn't force himself to cultivate it to perfection. Now that he had money in his pocket, he needed to go buy materials. First, he went to Langjingjing and asked if Cold Moon Place had reopened. It was reopened 2 months ago. If senior brother wants to go, we happen to be traveling together. The duo went back together to find Shui Ling. The other party had entered the 7th level of qi refining not long ago. There's nothing much going on right now, so you guys can go if you want to. I'll help you say hello at the master. When Lang Sui-san heard that the 2 were going to Cold Moon Place, she asked them to bring another letter from home. Ice Crystal, with a cold name, is a talker and a smiler. Zhu Yudao was very comfortable traveling with him, without a means of transportation. It took the two of them 3 days to arrive at Cold Moon Place. Sure enough, after nearly a year, the place is back to its former buzz. Zhu Yudao politely declined to go to the Long family as a guest, and after turning around in a few stores, the materials for cultivating the first layer of the spiritual martial arts skill came together. Almost enough for 3 months. The materials for cultivating the indestructible bone were only found to be a vermilion fruit. Then he bought a large number of chi benefiting pills and Peiyuan pills. Now that there was no need to cultivate manga strength, the Peiyuan Dan consumption was no longer great. However, stocking up some more was for replenishing blood chi at any time. Turned around and did not spend more less spirit stone. All with the captured loot exchange. He is wearing the Flying Dragon Sect's standardized robes. Do not have to worry about being missed on. In addition to purchasing items for cultivation, he also bought a large amount of food in the marketplace, and a few Qiankuan bags were filled up. After staying in Cold Moon Place for 2 days, he rode his horse and returned to Hidden Yin Mountain with Leng Jingjing. Next, he began to try to cultivate the first layer of the spirit martial skill. According to the recipe on the Gongfu, the herbs were made into medicinal soup in proportion, and then the medicinal bath was soaked, while running the Gongfu to absorb the medicinal power in the medicinal soup. Blood and Qi +1. Blood and Qi +1. Constant beeps came out, and he could feel that as the Gong method ran, the medicinal power was nourishing the sinews, bones, and skin, and this kind of transformation was all-encompassing, unlike the cultivation of the Vajra indestructible bone, which only refined the bones. After about half an hour, the first cultivation ended. There was a large pot of medicinal soup left, and although the medicinal power had been pretty much absorbed, there were still remnants, which was really a bit of a waste. A question suddenly occurred to him. Soaking in a medicinal bath worked, so did drinking it directly work? The second time, he prepared 2 points of material. After the first portion, which was boiled down into a medicinal soup, he picked up the large pot and drank it straight away. Blood Qi +4. Blood and Qi +3. After taking a few large sips, he ran the spirit martial arts technique, and then was pleasantly surprised to find that the effect was actually even better than soaking in a medicinal bath. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder why the spirit martial sect's cultivators had to soak in a medicinal bath instead of drinking it directly. This question was answered after careful thought. First of all, drinking the medicine directly was too strong, and the average person's physique couldn't withstand this kind of medicinal impact until it had been transformed. Secondly, the volume is too big. How many rice bowls like him are there in the world? After figuring out the original reason, he decided not to soak in the medicinal bath in the future, but to drink it directly so that the herbs wouldn't go to waste. 2.5 months later, the first batch of herbs were all consumed, and he could feel that his physique had indeed been strengthened, though it did not break through the upper limit of blood chi. The reason for this was not hard to guess. It was that his was too high. The beginner refiner, the blood chi value was 1 or 200, and now he was already as high as 800. So this transformation of the body only had the effect of strengthening the sinews and bones of the skin, and didn't have too obvious a boost to the blood chi. He didn't give up on continuing to drink the medicine, because he could feel that although the strengthening effect was weakening, it was still effective, and he was going to keep drinking until it was completely ineffective. The arrival of a cold front signals the imminent end of another year. Immortal cultivators could run their spiritual energy to resist the severe cold, but they couldn't consume it all the time. At this time, Zhu Yudao kind of missed the ugly colored vestments. That thing was worn on the body. Not hot in summer and not cold in winter. The good thing is, the mission period is over and people don't have to freeze here. Several hours later, the flying magic treasure arrived at the sect. Zhu Yudao was a little emotional, entering the Flying Dragon sect for 2.5 years, but the time spent in the sect was only half a year. This hustle and bustle. What's the difference between that and a part-time job? When you return to the sect, the first thing you have to do is deliver the quest. While delivering the mission, he met another group of delivering the mission, who were going to Junshan Spirit Stone Mine to rotate down. Ha! Seen your brother Sun. What happened to your leg? Zhu Yudao saw Sun Yukai, who he hadn't seen in a long time. The leg was broken, and I almost didn't save it, but it's good to be able to rest in the sect for a while. There's still a war going on over at the Spirit Stone Mine? Yes, a small fight in 3 days, a big fight in 5 days, and I don't know when it's going to end. Zhu Yudao sighed. Being in a sect is not free. Let's hope the war ends sooner. It was Zhu Yudao's turn to deliver the quests. A total of 6 Night Fork sect cultivator identity tags, and another 500 quest rewards for a total of 1100 points, which is considered average. The next day, Xueling sold 2 pieces of magic treasures, and the 4 of them obtained 5,000 spirit stones each, which was equivalent to a huge sum of money for ordinary chi refining stage cultivators. After delivering the mission, Zhu Yudao went to the Dragon Scale Ridge's wooden house, where a layer of dust had accumulated, and it was obvious that no one had come for a long time. He cleared it carefully and then went to the workshop. A large amount of wealth was exchanged for medicinal herbs, and all that was left in his hand was a magic treasure Dan tripod. This Dan Ding was more valuable than an ordinary magic treasure, and it was too eye-catching to sell in the workshop market, so he planned to ask No Dolly to exchange some useful equipment for him. I have to say, the big workshop is different. Here I found 10,000-year-old stalactites, third-order Xian turtle shells, and Xian ice grass, which means that early on, the materials needed for the first stage are only missing the third-order demon dragon bone and chalcedony cheese. These three materials had cost him over 8,000 spirit stones. This gave him a clearer perception of the cost of body refining. If measured in spirit stones, the first stage of the Vajra indestructible bone would at least start with 50,000 spirit stones, then the second stage would be 500,000 spirit stones to start with. Projecting like this, no wonder Nyodali said that it was not recommended to take the path of body refining. It really wasn't the consumption of resources that an ordinary practitioner could afford. He was thinking about the future path of cultivation when someone suddenly called him. Turning his head, he saw an acquaintance, waving at him from the stall area. So it's fellow Taoist Meng, long time no see. The one who called out to Zhu Yudao was none other than the old patron of the substandard Dan, Mang Li. It's been almost 2 years, and I've been here several times, but I haven't waited for fellow Taoist Zhu. The sect is on a mission and has been away. Why have you set up a stall? Got some herbs and materials to exchange for some spirit stones. Zhu Yudao swept a glance. They were all worthless things. All together, they were only worth 3 or 5 spirit stones. The materials can't be sold at a good price now, and it's almost New Year's Eve, so you might as well get some specialty snacks, and maybe you can sell them for a good price. Mang Li smiled bitterly. I don't know the art of cooking, and now that the world is in turmoil, the nearby towns and cities are all very cold, so where are the specialty foods? Fair enough. Fellow Taoist Zhu, I have an item. Can you help identify it? It's really some special treasure. Those store owners will definitely not be polite. This one is afraid that he is not satisfied with the price. He was willing to take a second look at it, seeing as they had worked well together in the past. What treasure? Show it. Meng Li took out a piece of red silk from his tattered Xiankuan bag in a precious manner, opened the red silk, and wrapped inside was a silver-colored token. On the front of the token was the word Xiang, and on the back was the word Wu. The material of the token was unusual, but there were no painted and engraved runes or array patterns on it, so it could be concluded that it was definitely not a magic weapon, much less a magic treasure. Where did you get this stuff? It was passed down from my ancestors. According to my father, this token has been passed down in our area for at least 5 generations, and as long as there is a person with immortal cultivation qualifications in the family, with this token, they will be given a chance. With all due respect, this token may be a token. If you can find the person who issued the token, you may be able to obtain some benefits. However, the inheritance has been passed down for 5 generations. That is to say at least 100 years ago. It is hard to say whether the person who gave the token is alive or not. Moreover, this eastern continent is so vast. Looking for someone with the family name Xiang, or someone with the family name Wu is almost like looking for a needle in a haystack. Mang Li was gloomy, and only after a long time did he dwell on it. Can I borrow 200 spirit stones from you, Taoist, and use this item as a credit? You're in dire need of spirit stones? Introduced by someone, met a loose cultivator woman, cultivation and I equivalent. As long as I can afford to pay 500 spirit stones, will be willing to marry me as a Taoist couple? At present still short of 200 spirit stones. So that's how it is. These 200 spirit stones, take it all as my congratulatory gift. Zhu Yudao had money now. With a mere 200 spirit stones, he would have it if he ran into the wilderness and hunted a few demonic beasts. How can this be? You accept the token. When I have a generous hand, I will redeem the token again. Okay. Zhu Yudao casually placed the token in his miscellaneous Qiankuan bag. If Brother Zhu doesn't mind, when I set a wedding date, come to my house to drink the wedding wine. We'll see. The sect might even have a mission after the new year. Zhu Yudao gave the other party a sound transmission note for contact before returning to the sect. The next day, he went to the clan treasury, first inquiring if there were any materials he needed, and exchanged them for an octagonal Xian ice grass, and 2 vermilion fruits, and then spent another 2,000 contributions to exchange for a medium-grade vestment, and with that, there was not much of the contributions that he had managed to accumulate left. It was also a mid-grade vestment robe, also a relatively smooth sky blue color, but the quality was quite a bit worse than the previous one, so for the moment, it could only be worn as it was. 2 days after that, He went to the Hall of Transmission to listen to an introductory course on refining, so that he could learn to make beast puppets in his spare time. Just in the first 3 days before New Year's Eve, Zhao Yan, Tai Guangdu and Jiang Yu returned. Senior brother Zhu, I heard that a lot of people died over at Hidden Mountain. Yeah, fell over 100. Luckily, senior brother is fine. Senior sister Zhao, how has your year been? In the first half of the year, we could occasionally encounter 1 or 2 remaining members of the Night Fork sect, but in the second half of the year, it was as if they all disappeared overnight, and we didn't run into a single one of them. Didn't earn much contribution this year, Tai Guangdu said regretfully. That night, Feng Jia and Shen Yu were called over and we all got together, not seeing each other for another year. The original youthful teenagers have all become calm and steady. Only, Zhu Yudao has a feeling that everyone is not like when they first joined the sect. They can't talk about anything, and they start to hide their feelings. After the new year, the sect has another task, just for all the late refining and above. The rest of the people are not in the scope of the convening, and originally not allowed to take the daily tasks, now also suddenly liberalized the restrictions. Shuiling is leaving for Junshan, and Zhu Yudao gives her a send-off, and is informed of the reason why things have changed. The 4 sects competing for the Spirit Stone mine began to make peace. After all, if they continue to fight, no one could afford it. The current focus of the dispute was how to distribute the output of the Spirit Stone mine. Zhu Yudao thought this was good news. Sometimes fighting and killing really didn't solve the problem. With money in his pocket, he didn't rush to pick up the quest. Instead, he continued to cultivate the spiritual martial arts skill and used the medicinal soup to refine his body. When the second batch of herbs was almost consumed, there was suddenly a day when a prompt sounded. You have gained a breakthrough in body refining. Your blood chi lifting limit has increased. Current blood chi, 802/900. Current spiritual power, 399/400. Current poison resistance, 298/300. A blood chi breakthrough meant that one had officially stepped into the body refinement realm, the first realm of spiritual martial arts. Trying to run the spiritual martial technique, he found that the spiritual power output was much smoother than before. Without the need to store up the power, the spiritual power could reach all the limbs and bones, and with a punch, there was spiritual power coming out of his body, striking the wall, and the spiritual light exploded, and the wall of the stone house was actually collapsed by him. Seeing the damage you've caused, he was not shocked but rather pleased. This move, Spirit Light 100 Blaze, was really not ordinary in power. No wonder the spirit martial skill was used by the spirit martial sect as a secret transmission that only core disciples could cultivate. What's going on? An inspecting cultivator came over to check. I made a mistake practicing, and not so little from collapsing the room, destroying the facilities within the gate. Fine of 10 spirit stones. You are limited to repairing it within 2 days, or else you will be sent to the Hall of Punishment. Yes, I recognize the punishment, and I'll start fixing it now. After paying 10 spirit stones, Zhu Yudao went to the riverside market to get some lime and river sand, and Shen Yu and Zhao Yan came to help. A previous life's hand at building walls came in handy, and it took a day to restore the stone house. Senior brother, you're too strong. Don't practice in the stone house in the future. Zhao Yan laughed. Lesson accepted. Next time find a wide place to cultivate. He. Senior sister is in the middle stage of chi refining? Just broke through yesterday. Shen Yu envied. I've only just reached the 3rd level of chi refining, and I don't know when I'll be able to reach the middle stage of chi refining. Senior brother Chen, don't be anxious. There are quite a few others who entered with us at the 1st and 2nd level of chi refining. In the end it's still because of poor qualifications. Take your time. If there is really no hope for longevity, get married and have children earlier to continue the flame. Zhu Yudao thought of Meng Li. That person has a clear plan, knowing that the poor qualifications of foundation building is hopeless, so he will marry early and establish a cultivation family, at least to become a party of power. He had already received a transmission note from the other party, and the dual cultivation ceremony would be held next month. Always try, Chun Yu said reluctantly. After entering the 1st realm of spiritual martial arts, drinking medicinal soup and soaking in medicinal baths was no longer effective. The next step was the process of constantly nourishing the sinews and bones with spiritual energy and strengthening the body, without any shortcuts. To break through to the 2nd realm of the refining fury realm, one must reach at least the foundation establishment stage in cultivation to have the ability to refine spirit fury. After Zhu Yudao sensed that chi refining had touched the bottleneck, he directly imported 4 chi benefiting pills and forced his way through the gate, reaching the 5th level of chi refining. 3 years to reach the 5th level of chi refining. Xueling had only been practicing for 5 years and was only at the 6th level of chi refining. This speed was already comparable to that of an inner disciple. For the future path of cultivation, his intention was to walk on 2 legs, refining chi and body refining in parallel. striving for 10 years to build the foundation. And then he would be able to fly with his sword, and the sky and the earth would be at my disposal. The prerequisite for thinking about the future is, first of all, living the present. He was prepared to find all the materials as soon as possible and cultivate the first layer of the Vajra indestructible bone, so that there would be a greater guarantee of safety. Before you know it, another month has passed and it's time for the spring flowers to bloom. In the market, he bought a pair of jade talismans called Heart to Heart, which can sense the position of the person holding the talisman within 100 miles, and can carry out simple voice communication. It's inexpensive and meaningful, and it's just the thing for a bridal shower. Riding a fast horse, he came to the reeds a day early. He meets Mengli, and his unmarried Taoist partner Mahongmei, in a village called Fisherman's Pass. This female cultivator, the second level of chi refining. Her face can only be described as beautiful. The key is that she still looks stronger than Mengli, and it looks like a good birth. Congratulations, you too, on your happy marriage. Said congratulatory gift was delivered. The fact that Brother Zhu was able to come has already made the humble house shine, so why break the bank again? The couple recognized this kind of jade talisman, which was worth at least 100 spirit stones, and Mahongmei immediately felt that the youth in front of her was generous and worth making friends with. The two sides were polite and entered a rather imposing compound. Before the main day, the courtyard has already set up a few tables. Some people are drinking and boxing here is not lively. Zhu Yudao knew that they were all Jianghu people just by looking at their clothes and demeanor. Brother Zhu, please come inside. He was introduced into the hall, where there was another table with 4 people, all cultivators. The old man at the top, Zhu Yudao could not see his cultivation, indicating that the other party was most likely in the late stage of chi refining, while the other 3, a mid stage of chi refining, and 2 early stage of chi refining. All 4 of them stood up, and the old man with the highest cultivation level was the most enthusiastic. Mengli gave an introduction. The old man was none other than Mahongmei's father, Ma Daiyuan, and the other 3, the casual cultivators he had befriended after entering the chi refining stage, were named Wan Zhiyong, Chen Lei and Bai Shaoan. The wine and food were rearranged. Ma Daiyuan was the first to speak. I heard that Taoist Zhu is a disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. I don't know if he's from the inner sect, or the outer sect. I have poor cultivation qualifications. I'm just an outer disciple. So young, actually already in the middle stage of chi refining. There may not be no opportunity to build a foundation in the future. Unlike the old man who has been practicing hard for dozens of years, only to be in the late stage of chi refining, and there is not even a chance to build a foundation. Zhu Yudao can understand the other party's mood. Generally speaking, when a person reaches the age of 50 or 60, the meridians become more fragile, basically losing the possibility of building a foundation. Therefore, the earlier one builds the foundation, the better. If Ma Daiyuan attempts to build the foundation at his current age, not only will he not succeed, but he may also lose his life. This kind of ending is cruel, just like spending your life savings to buy a rotten building. Senior doesn't have to be so sad. The path of cultivation is already like that. Not many can really step over that threshold in the first place. Oh, why am I talking about this on the big day? Come and drink. Zhu Yudao came to this world for the first time to eat a banquet. At first there was some constraints, but soon realized that these countryside scattered cultivators do not have so much etiquette, so let go of the belly. He played. A table seat is not enough for him to eat alone. A few people look at his eating style, are secretly scared. Fortunately, the banquet was prepared with enough dishes, which avoided embarrassment. Eat, drink, and make arrangements for lodging. Ma Daiyuan called Mengli and Mahongmei to a secluded place. What do you know about this Zhu guy? I don't know much about it, but my little son-in-law's ability to enter the chi refining stage was all thanks to fellow Taoist Zhu's pills, and the bride price of 500 spirit stones also relied on his help. So, he's well off. Mengli seemed to have guessed the old man's thoughts. I suggest you don't hit on him. He has killed snake demons with his bare hands and is a sect cultivator, so he might as well, and then hitch himself up. Yes, father. The Flying Dragon sect is not something we can mess with. I'm getting old. I want to wash my hands off after the last job. It's not easy to meet a fat sheep. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss it? If it fails, does father-in-law want Hongmei and I to go far away from home? Father, it's better not to do it. Taoist Zhu is a good person. There might be times in the future when you'll be begging for him. With his daughter and son-in-law disapproving, Ma Daiyuan hesitated. Even if I don't do it, I'm afraid Boss Ruan won't be polite. Mengli's eyes flashed with a strange color. Then let them do a good job. Ma Daiyuan was old and sophisticated. Your realization is that the mantis is catching cicadas? Let's see if they have the skills first. That's great. Let's just sit back and watch the tigers fight. It's guarded by the Tianyuan 5 elements formation. Zhu Yudao slept soundly. The next day was the day that Mangli and Mahanmei officially became Dao couples. A monk getting married is different from an ordinary person. In addition to worshipping the heavens and earth, one must also conclude a heart and blood oath that if one party harms the other, one's own path to immortality will be cut short. Therefore, cultivators are usually extra cautious to form a couple. Even if they can't live together and choose to merge, the two sides will not become enemies, because the oath can't be cancelled. After witnessing a cultivator's wedding, the main banquet opened, and Zhu Yudao remained at a table with a few cultivators. Aside from Ma Dayuan, the three cultivators used a variety of sayings to pour wine. Originally it was nothing, but at the end of the drink, when drinking a glass of wine poured by Ruan Zhiyong, the tone suddenly rang, poison resistance -3. Well, there's poison in the wine. Zhu Yudao continued to drink without moving, his heart bursting with killing intent, and he was especially disappointed in Mangli. After he had drunk and eaten, he was about to take his leave, but he suddenly received a transmission, "Be careful on the road." There are only 4 words, but his mood suddenly improved a little more. This cultivation world is evil, but it is not all people with wolf hearts and lungs. Riding a horse for more than 10 miles, he pretended to have a poison attack and got off the horse. A few moments later, a dozen or so fast horses chased after him, and the leader was none other than Ruan Zhiyong, the one who had poisoned him. Surnamed Zhu, "I'm going to take your life today to avenge my brother's death." "Your brother? Have you forgotten what happened at the ferry 2 years ago? Your last name is Nguyen? Is that the Nguyen boss? You actually know me? You brothers have done so many things of killing and overstepping the boundaries. Of course I have heard of your names for a long time, but before I die, can you tell me who you were under the orders of back then?" Zhu Yudao covered his stomach and pretended to be deeply poisoned. "Are you trying to stall for time for someone to come and rescue you? Ha ha, don't dream of it. Ma Dayuan is our chief scooper. When you die, he'll have to take the lion's share of the dirt. I just want to die for good. Okay, I'll burn paper to tell you when you die. Brothers, give it to me." Zhu Yudao, who was originally covering his stomach and pretending to be in pain, suddenly whirled around and rose up, and there was a spiritual light coming out of his body from underneath his feet. The Jianhu heroes that surrounded them were struck by the aura and all flew out backwards. All of these hordes of people, their martial arts backgrounds were not bad, but they couldn't get up after just this one hit. A fireball shot up. He raised his hand and executed a splitting palm. The previous splitting palm only had a palm print shadow, but now it was accompanied by an exploding spiritual light. This was the beauty of practicing spiritual light 100 cracks. He could make all martial arts battle techniques come with a spiritual light blast effect, at least doubling their power. The fireball was slapped back hard by this spiritual light. Ruan Zhiyong flashed through the flames that flew back, but he really hadn't seen this kind of tactic before. What shocked him even more was that the flying sword Bai Shaowan had sent out had been caught with her bare hands. This is not a concealed weapon or a mortal weapon. This is a magic weapon. Catching a flying sword with your bare hands, aren't you looking for death? Sure enough, Bai Shaowan punched out a spell and a sword aura flashed on the flying sword. However, the expected palm being cut off didn't appear. Zhu Yudao's recent body refining wasn't practiced for nothing. His defense was much stronger than the mundane iron cloth shirt. This kind of lower-grade magical weapon was hard to injure him, not to mention that he was wearing a handguard equivalent to the upper-grade magical weapon. At the first appearance of the sword light, he even used the flying sword as a dart and threw it at the person sneaking up behind him. The man screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Chenlei's strike of the vine technique wrapped around his legs at just the right time. Opportunity. Ruan Zhiyong threw out an explosive inflammation talisman, and Bai Shaowan sent out a wind blade jutsu. However, the residual shadow flashed, and both attacks fell short. In the next moment, Zhu Yudao had already arrived close to the two of them, and both palms slapped out at the same time. Ruan Zhiyong hastily took out an iron shield to fend it off. The aura exploded, and he was slapped away with the shield. Bai Shaowan had only added a protective amulet, and her entire body flew out more than 3 feet away like a kite with broken strings. Instead of saving the people, Chen Lei flew onto his horse and fled in a hurry. It couldn't be helped. Zhu Yudao was just too fierce. The vine technique that he had just performed was still wrapped around his legs, but it didn't seem to be of any use at all. He wanted to escape, but Zhu Yudao didn't intend to let any of them go. Picking up a stone with his hand, he shot out and hit the horse right in the leg. Horse legs bent to pounce. Chen Lei fell from the horse. Zhu Yudao offered a mouthful of flying daggers, not waiting for it to get up. Has flown to. He hastily coagulated a wooden shield, flying daggers but directly through the shield and nailed into its throat. Ruan Zhiyong climbed up with difficulty and ran with his legs, but no matter how fast his legs were, they were not as fast as the flying dagger. The bite that cut into his back was barely blocked with his iron shield. However, Zhu Yudao took extra care of him, and another flying dagger directly chopped off one of his legs. Bai Shaoan spat out blood from the slap and just climbed up when the knife light swirled and her head rolled off. Ruan Jiong, still trying to struggle a bit more, threw out another explosive flame talisman. Zhu Dao slapped the bursting flames back with a split palm, and immediately his clothes were set on fire. He rolled a few times before extinguishing the flames. However, a finger poked on its dantian, directly gave a hole, the results of 10 years of hard cultivation, a collapse. Fellow Daoist Zhu, spare my life, I'm willing to reveal the mastermind behind this. Who is it? It's Wang Shou from the Dan Yuan Pavilion. Zhu Dao frowned. The name Wang Shou was very unfamiliar, but Dan Yuan Pavilion, he was too familiar with it. A large portion of the medicinal herbs that he had recently bought came from there. Why did Wang Shou want to kill me? Says you're a fat sheep, and we get a lot of our news from him. Zhu Dao dawned on him and casually punched his opponent, directly taking his life and then collecting the loot. Only after doing this did he say to the reeds not far away, if you don't come out, I'm going to do it. Meng Li, Ma Hongmei, and Ma Dayuan revealed themselves. Brother Zhu, this is a misunderstanding, we're just looking at the action. Yes, you mustn't think too much. The mantis catches the cicada and the yellow sparrow is at the back. That's what you're planning, isn't it? No, absolutely not. Elder brother Zhu, you've really misunderstood. We really don't mean that? Zhu Dao said coldly, you're the chief scooper bully here, and people are ready to give you the big head. Ma Dayuan has been in the jungle for decades, and he knows that if he doesn't pay enough today, not only will he lose his old life, but he will also involve his daughter and son-in-law. He clenched his teeth and threw his Qiankuan pouch over with the prohibition open. This is the entirety of the old man's body. I hope that you, Taoist friend, will see that we didn't put up a fight and give a way out of this. Meng Li sighed and threw out his own Qiankuan bag as well. Please also spare us this time for the sake of a little friendship in the past. Ma Hongmei did the same and threw out her Qiankuan bag. The other party was so kind, and the words "be careful on the road" made Zhu Dao withdraw his intention to kill. Spare people's lives for now. If I hear that something about today's events gets out, you'll die for sure. Don't worry, fellow Daoist, absolutely no heads or tails will be left behind. Zhu Dao picked up the Qiankuan bag, flew onto his horse and turned his eyes to disappear in the trio's field of vision. Ma Dayuan sat down on his butt. Ah, Xian son-in-law, the surname Zhu is so powerful. Why didn't you say so earlier? I told you, he has the ability to get rid of demonic snakes with his bare hands. But, he's also too ridiculously strong. If I'm not wrong, he's not an outer disciple of the Flying Dragon sect at all, but a core disciple. Since the beginning, he's been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. It's a pity that half of my life savings are gone just like that. AI. Father, it's good that we can save our lives this time. If he wants to kill us, I'm afraid none of us will escape. Yes, father-in-law, there's no fear of not having wood to burn if you leave a green mountain behind. You guys don't know. It's not a pity to give him anything else. There's a treasure there that I was planning to exchange for the foundation building. Dan, you should stop fantasizing about building a foundation and spend your old age in peace with a golden pot. Ma Hongmei words with resentment. If it is not the old man had to come to pick up the advantage, it would not have ended up in this situation. Ma Dayuan let out another long sigh, and in an instant it was as if he had aged 10 years. On his way back to the clan, Zhu Dao stopped by to check out the loot. The 6 Qiankuan pouches, by Shijuans and Shanleis, contained less than 100 spirit stones combined. Boss Ruan was no better, with a lot of gold and silver jewelry. The poorest was not these 3, but Meng Li. The entire Qiankuan bag did not have a single spirit stone in it, but the contents were filled to the brim with congratulatory gifts from the guests. Ma Hongmei's Qiankuan bag did have more than 500 spirit stones, but that should be the bride price. In addition, the heart-to-heart jade talisman that he had sent was also in it. The things that were sent out turned around and came back, and there were 300 more spirit stones. This trip didn't come out in vain, only, he wasn't very happy about it. The last Qiankuan bag was Ma Dayuan's. There wasn't much inside. A pair of gauntlet hooks for a battle weapon. This kind of weapon wasn't very common in the immortal cultivation world, but those who would use this kind of weapon were usually good at close combat. A middle-grade magic weapon Shan armor shield, this was worth much more than a middle-grade flying sword. Spirit stones over 600. There were 4 medicinal bottles, 2 of which were Peiyuan Dan, 1 bottle of rejuvenation Dan, and 1 bottle containing gold sore pill, 1 old mountain ginseng, about 50 or 60 years old, 4 plants of yellow essence, all with 10 years portions or more. There's also a 100-year-old He Shou Wu plant. All of these herbs were useful to him, and that alone made the trip worthwhile. He saw something held in a jade box. Could it be that there was some 1,000-year-old elixir inside? Taking it into your hand, it is quite heavy to enter. Opened the jade box, saw the yellow pile inside. He almost threw away. Zhu Yudao didn't end up throwing away the contents of the jade box. He believed that it was impossible for Ma Dayuan to put a pile of dung in his Qinkuan bag. What's more, this stuff doesn't stink. What's it gonna be? Suddenly he slapped his head and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. When he was listening to the introductory course on refining in the Hall of Transmission, the Foundation Establishment senior who was talking about the method of recognizing materials had specifically introduced a material called resting soil. Resting soil was known as the essence of 100 soils, and it was a spiritual material born in a place where the earth aura was rich. This kind of material was an important material for refining earth attribute magic treasures. On top of the resting soil, there is also a superb spiritual material known as the 9 heavenly resting soil, whose surface is like mud, whose color is like gold, which cannot be chopped by an axe, and cannot be chopped by a knife. Isn't this pile right now the 9 heavenly resting soil? His surprise was not because of how valuable the 9 heavenly breath loam was, but the most important type of material needed to refine the bones in the second stage of the Vajra indestructible body was this item. He suddenly felt that Ma Dayuan was a good person, and this generous gift was just too much for his liking. In his heart, he secretly decided that when he saw each other next time, he would definitely buy the other person a drink. In a good mood, he rode leisurely on his horse and hummed a little song that didn't belong to this world. Returning to Fei Longfeng, he went straight to Dan Yuan Pavilion. He wanted to recognize the person and see what that Wang show was like. Just as he was about to enter, he came face to face with an acquaintance. "Ha, Deacon Wang, you came to buy medicine?" Wang Yuanqi was very impressed with Zhu Yudao, and he was even grateful to him from the bottom of his heart because the one who pinched his pigtail was now a wanted target of the sect. "Nonetheless, I have a nephew who works as a shopkeeper at the Dan Yuan Pavilion. If you want to buy pills, I can ask him to give a little discount a bit." "Your nephew's name wouldn't be Wang Shou, would it?" "What? You guys know each other?" "Not too familiar. Mainly because I buy pills here and have seen them twice." "Well, if you want to buy pills in the future, look for him by all means." Wang Yuanqi patted his shoulder and left, but Zhu Yudao's face was gloomy down. Did not expect that guy actually have a backer? It seems that to fix the other side, need to spend some hand. He entered the Dan Yuan Pavilion and met Wang Shou under the pretext of buying the Qi benefiting pill, and the other party's gaze convinced him that this person definitely knew him. After recognizing the people, he disposed of his newly acquired batch of belongings and bought some more talisman-making materials and weapon-refining materials. It was true that he didn't have much talent when it came to the talismanic path, but with practice making perfect, the spring return talisman had been able to reach a success rate of 40%, and the amulet had a success rate of nearly 20%. He was now preparing to make the third type of talisman, the light prison talisman. This kind of talisman belongs to the third order metallic magic talisman. The reason why I chose this kind of talisman instead of the most commonly used explosive inflammation talisman is because the explosive inflammation talisman has a big effect on ghosts, but it is limited in power for cultivators. Because the protective amulet can offset the damage of this kind of talisman and the cultivators fight, it is impossible for them to stand there for you to fight. The light prison talisman was different. This kind of talisman was used to trap the enemy, and could form a cage 1 zhang long and wide. As a player who specializes in melee combat and can't hit anyone, but can only stare, with this kind of talisman, you can box people in and give yourself a chance to take advantage of the melee combat. Of course, the third order magic talismans were much more difficult than the first and second order ones, so for the first batch of talisman paper, he just bought 10,000 of them, hoping that using them up would allow him to reach the level of initiation. Regarding refining weapons, he didn't really intend to learn to refine magic weapons and treasures, but rather to prepare for making beast puppets. Fire was rarely used in refining weapons, so he went back to take on the task of guarding the fire pool. There, it's easy to practice and not too disturbed. However, when they picked up the quest and realized that Sun Yukai was inside, the two of them met and couldn't help but smile at each other. Has Senior Sun recovered from his injuries? It's almost time. There's been a large amount of substandard Dan lately. Senior brother, come over. We're just in time for the big game. Zhu Yudao no longer had much interest in selling substandard Dan. However, he himself was a big Dan eater and wasn't afraid of smashing it in his hands. Everything is up to senior brother. I'll just run the errands. Ha ha, so very good. Junho didn't come back. Sun Yukai seems to have reached some kind of tacit agreement with Steward Liu. Even some of the inferior dawn used in the Foundation establishment stage are disposed of by him. So Zhu Yudao occasionally sees inferior dawn such as the Yellow Sprout Dan. He secretly expected that it would be better if he could see a second-rate Foundation building pill, just half a month after he guarded the fire pool. Sun Yukai, who had returned from peddling substandard Dan, brought a piece of good news. Senior brother, the 4 factions have called a truce. The war is over for now. Oh, how is the matter of the Spirit Stone mine being handled? Listening to the outer sect's steward Joe said that the Spirit Stone Mine's future monthly output will be divided into 4 shares, with us, the Flying Dragon sect and the Traveling Immortal sect, each taking up 20%, and the Blood River sect and the Giant Sword sect each taking up 10%. And how will the remaining 40% be distributed? The remaining 40%. It is said that the disciples of the 4 factions will decide on the amount to be distributed by fighting, and for the specifics, the sect will soon have an announcement out, as long as there's no war. Yeah, but it's only temporary. Is there going to be a fight? Senior brother doesn't know. Originally the Blood River sect and the Giant Sword sect didn't want to stop the war. They were forced to do so because of the Beast Tide in the northern border wilderness, the Bamboo Mountains sect in the southwest, and the Witheredwood Monastery and the Yellow Sands sect in the western wilderness. All of them didn't really stop. That's why they had to stop the war. Zhu Yudao knew that it was his own eyesight that was too narrow, so he took the opportunity to ask about the other sects in the neighborhood. For example, there were 2 immortal cultivation forces in the Yu state south of the Song state, namely the Easy sect and the Bamboo Mountain sect. In the eastern part of the Great Yin country, there was the Spirit Martial sect and the Spirit Beast Mountain. In another half a month, a large number of cultivators stationed at the Junshan Spirit Stone Mine returned, and the sect, which was originally a bit cold and quiet, burst into life. Zhu Yudao went to the cabin and finally met Nyodali. Master, you're finally back. Yeah, fighting every day. I got tired of it a long time ago. Hey, you're at the 5th level of chi refining? Disciple was lucky and made a breakthrough by fluke. Ha 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 ha. This cultivation speed of yours is on par with those inner disciples. If you perform well, you might be able to enter the inner sect directly this time. What constitutes good behavior? The sect is going to hold a big competition soon. The top 10 in the chi refining stage and the top 10 in the foundation establishment stage are going to take part in the 4 sects ring fight. If they win, not only will there be a generous reward, but they will also be able to be guaranteed to be sent to the inner sect. My cultivation is still shallow. I'm afraid I can't beat those late-stage chi refining senior brothers, right? Don't be presumptuous. My Nyodali's disciples have never failed to fight. Turn around and I'll teach you a couple of hands. Zhu Yudao didn't really have much interest in any ring fights, but the rewards were generous and Nyodali wanted him to participate, so it was good to participate. Master, I've obtained a precious tripod in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Do you think you can exchange it for some resources for me? Oh, you got another magic treasure? Bring it to me. Zhu Yudao took out the precious tripod and handed it over. Ooh, it's really a precious tripod. TSK, this thing is worth a lot more than the flying sword from last time. Nyodali looked at Zhu Yudao's eyes have changed. This is no longer a matter of good luck. It seems that the disciple that he unintentionally picked up, or a great fortune added. It reminded him of the man who seemed to have that same kind of luck. Could it be that he's reincarnated? The treasure cauldron exchange resources. What Zhu Yudao wanted the most was the 3rd order Jiaolong bone, and the Chalcedony cheese. You're trying to refine your body, right? Nyodali immediately guessed his purpose. Just want to strengthen it, not necessarily go the way of body refining. Body refining is too resource intensive. It's good that you have it in your heart. The Jiaolong is found in the North Sea. If Master can spare the time, he will go and get one for you. As for the Chalcedony cheese, the Yuxian sect will have an auction in the second half of the year. You can take your chances at that time. Will Master Teacher participate in this foundation establishment competition? No. Master has recently gained some insights and will soon be closing his doors. I hope Master's cultivation improves. Oh, by your honor. 3 days later, Zhu Yudao was called over. And this time, he used the treasure cauldron to exchange for 30,000 spirit stones, a foundation building pill, and a cuttlefish armor in addition to the 30,000 spirit stones. This armor was majestic to wear, and its defense was quite a bit stronger than a top-grade vestment. However, it's really not appropriate to wear on a normal day. You can't use the foundation establishment pill now. In the future, when you become an inner disciple, as long as you reach the great perfection of chi refining, you can directly claim one, and with this pill, you can exchange it with others for the resources you need. Disciple understands. Well, you are now in the middle stage of chi refining. I will teach you a set of flying dragon battle technique created by the founding ancestor of this sect. There are 4 moves in this set of battle technique, namely, submerged dragon absorbing water, double dragons coming out of the sea, flying dragon in the sky and dragon battling the 8 wastelands. With your current cultivation, you can learn the first 2 moves, and the latter 2 moves will be able to be performed only when you have built up the foundation. Flying dragon battle skill, could it be that the flying dragon sect is named after it? That's right. It's a pity that there are very few people in the sect who have taken the path of martial cultivation now, and this set of battle techniques is fast becoming a decoration. Zhu Yudao can understand this situation, as the saying goes, poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Using martial arts to enter the Tao is too resource-intensive and slow to produce results. It was far better to cultivate a set of powerful spells or get a set of high-attack magic treasures. Disciple will definitely cultivate well. Nyo vigorously made a demonstration. The first move of the submerged dragon sucking water can suck the opponent from 3 feet away, so it can be convenient for close combat. Double dragons out of the sea, on the other hand, is a typical attacking battle technique, which can transform spiritual energy into 2 strands to attack the enemy, with an attacking distance of within 3 zhang. It was the latter 2 moves that truly dazzled Zhu Yudao. The former could be transformed into 4, combining attacks on the same target, while the latter was a group battle technique that could attack enemies in 8 directions at once. Seeing that he had already mastered the key points of submerged dragon sucking water and double dragons out of the sea after learning them only twice, Nyo Dali nodded his head slightly. Practice well. With the monstrous power punch I taught you in these 2 moves, together with your equipment, it is entirely possible for you to make it into the top 10 in the grand competition. Don't you dare let your master down. The disciple will definitely try. Go, master is going to be in seclusion for a while. If something happens, I will find you. Disciple obey. Zhu Yudao left the cabin, and as soon as he left in front of him, someone walked in. What brings you here, little girl? Should I call you the one-horned sage? Or should I call you Ox Power? Whatever. Did you teach that kid just now? That's right. You have a problem with that? No wonder he likes to talk with his fists. So he's got your true skills. Nyo Dali wondered. Why are you so interested in my little disciple? Could it be that your spring heart has moved? What nonsense. I'm a bit curious as to how you remembered to take on an apprentice. It's not like your style. Heavenly tribulation is unpredictable. In case of death, there has to be one for me to collect and bury my bones, right? Hey, why are you so pessimistic? Unlike you, how many of you have been able to rush through that barrier since the beginning of time? The woman was silent, and only after a long time did she say, Zhu Yudao has good qualifications, so teach him well, and if you get bored someday, I'll be the one to tutor him for you. Oh, you girl, in the past, you were not a hothead. Could it be that you owe that kid a favor? Sort of. Tell you one more thing. That direct disciple of Wu Jingzhong's, Morong Shua, could possibly have been taken over by Lan Shixing? You were the one who destroyed someone's physical body in the first place, and might come to seek revenge on you. Nyo Dali couldn't help but be flabbergasted. That little genius of the sect was actually taken away? Speaking of which, I have to thank that disciple of yours. He was the one who discovered the problem. If this matter had not been exposed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Nyo Dali sucked in a breath of cool air. A true disciple being seized means that the sect's inheritance is outflowed, and everyone is at risk of being sneak attacked. What's more, true disciples are qualified to ask for the position of the sect leader, and the fun will be great when the time comes. What did Wu Jingzhong say about this matter? He didn't believe it at first, but Zhu Yudao wasn't the only one who found the clues, so there's no reason for him not to believe it. No wonder he argued forcefully for you to be stationed at the Spirit Stone Mine. So it's because he blamed you for not keeping an eye on his precious disciple. He's never had a big heart. Well, if there's anything, just let me know and I'll help you if necessary. Thank you then. Zhu Yudao went to the fire pool, intending to properly practice his newly learned means, only to find that Sun Yukai was also using his strength. Senior brother, it's rare for you to be so diligent. The clan is going to hold a grand competition. There are only 2 last chances for me. I can't do it without trying. Then we're still rivals. Do you want me to let go of the water when the time comes? Ha ha, you're only in the middle stage of chi refining. A whole bunch of chi refining consummation ones in the sect are waiting for this opportunity. Honestly, if you can kill your way into the top 100, it's already amazing. Then cheer up senior brother. The two were talking when Junho walked in. Senior brother long time no see. The 2 senior brothers are also talking about the grand competition? Yeah, if senior brother is going to participate, then there's nothing for us to do? I am going to participate, but not in the chi refining stage, but in the foundation establishment stage grand competition. Elder brother has built a foundation? Ha ha, fluke. The 2 were envious, but not too surprised. After all, Junho was able to enter the inner sect. His qualifications must not be bad. Senior brother is well informed. Can you tell us in detail? What's so special about this grand competition? I heard that the top 10 are going to take part in the 4 sects ring fights. It is indeed different from the past. This time, for the grand competition, the inner sect and the outer sect will be held together, no longer distinguishing between the inner and outer sect. If the outer sect kills the top 10, they can directly enter the inner sect, and if the inner sect enters the top 3, they have a chance to become a true disciple. the use of spirit beasts, puppet beasts, talismanic treasures, and talismans of the third rank or higher are strictly forbidden in this grand competition. Doesn't this mean that it's mostly more difficult than before? Sun Yukai said with some discouragement. He already had little chance, and now that he had to compete on the same stage as the inner sect, he could basically give up. The difficulty is elevated, but the rewards are also more generous. In addition to rewarding foundation building pills and contribution points, anyone who enters the top 10, regardless of the inner and outer sects, will be able to pick 1 attack and 1 defense, 2 extremely high-quality magic weapons in the treasury. So generous? This is a preparation for the 4 factions ring fight. Of course we should be generous. If we can win 1 game, we can get an extra 2 points of spirit stone share. Zhu Yudao took out the wine and food. The 3 of them even ate and chatted. From the mouth of He Jun Ho, the sect's newest foundation building, got a lot of useful information. The next day, about the sect's big competition, and the announcement of the ring fighting officially came out. All the eligible disciples in the entire sect, each one of them rubbed their fists. It was too difficult to enter the top 10, but as long as they killed their way into the top 1,000, they would have 100 contributions to take. If they were stronger and killed in the top 100, they could also learn the sect's secret techniques. When Zhu Yudao signed up for the grand competition, there were already more than 4,000 people signed up in front of him, many of which were only at the early stages of qi refining. Walking along the Panjiang River, there were disciples of sects practicing spells everywhere. Seeing Zhao Yan also at the riverside, his hand strangling the magic spell, but also lightly shouted fire dragon technique, he felt a little funny. Senior brother Zhu, you've come to practice too. I just finished enrolling, saw the crowd over here and came over to check out the action. With senior brother's strength, he will definitely be able to achieve a good ranking. By your good fortune, senior brother phone. Senior sister Jiang and the others have signed up as well, right? It's all reported. They've gone to the treasure vault to exchange magic weapons. You're not going to redeem it? I'm too weak. It's enough that I've gained insight this time. I'll try for a good ranking next time. Zhu Yudao secretly nodded his head. Having self-knowledge, this was also an advantage. He accompanied the other party to practice for a while, and then went to the workshop market. He customized a batch of lower-grade magic weapon Xian Iron Shield. The reason why he had to customize it was that he wanted the Xian Iron Shield to be twice as thick and twice as big as the ordinary Xian Iron Shield. The weight of a shield exceeded 100 pounds, and it would be a struggle for an idle person to pick it up, not to mention using it for defense. In addition to the 5 customized basalt iron shields, he also customized 2 basalt iron battle spears. The war spear was 1 zhang long, and was designed to be detachable and shaped like a 3-section stick in order to allow the war spear to fit into the Qiankuan bag. The war spear weighed 84 pounds, and the average person couldn't dance it with 2 hands, and he was about as good as swinging a wood stick with 1 hand. Spending money to make this kind of magic weapon was of course for use in the great competition. The reason why he didn't use a ready-made magic weapon was that it wasn't low-profile enough, and secondly, it was easy to kill people. This is a martial arts competition, not a duel in the sand. There is no need to have full strength. 3 days later, 20 fighting platforms were constructed by the river, and the great competition officially began. The head teacher, Wu Jingzhong, appeared with the sect's 8 Jindan elders, and first gave a speech that made people's blood boil. Then the elder of the Hall of Punishment announced the rules of the competition. After that, the great competition of the Qi refining stage officially began. Due to the number of people, all use a single elimination system. Lose, then there is no continue. As for the 2 powerful characters meet early to be eliminated, that can only mean that you're bad luck. In the cultivation world, Qi is also part of the strength. The people who drew the same number card dueled. Zhu Yudao realized that his was number 743. 20 fighting platforms, at the same time can be 2 or 2 matches, even if it is carried out quickly. The first day will not be his turn. However, to see the strength of the seeded players of the inner door in advance, at least you can do a good job in your heart. Sun Yukai came over and handed over a packet of melon seeds. This batch is just one powerful one. See that little man on the 9th ring? Is there any? 1 term earlier than me. Now it's the 9th layer of Qi refining. The last grand competition killed its way into the top 50. Zhu Yudao took the melon and hesitated to get high. After all, it was uncivilized to litter the melon shells. However, when he saw that some people even littered the banana peels, he immediately lost his scruples. Bring out a small table with dried meat, a fruit plate and homemade spirit wine. Senior brother is good, more prepared than me. Feng Jie, Zhao Yan, Zhang Yu, Tai Guangdou, Chun Yu, and the others, all came together when they saw him, and didn't see any outsiders at all as they took something to eat. You guys, what a treat! Xue Ling walked over, and with him, Besides Changshu and Lang Jingjing's 2 followers, there was also a guy whose hair was half dyed white. Senior sister. Sit. Xueling was not polite and took Zhu Yudao's place. Sun Yukai didn't dare to drag his feet once he saw that all the people who came were inner disciples, and his place was taken by the white-haired youth. Senior brother Zhu. Let me introduce you. This is senior brother Wen Tai Lai 1, an expert who is expected to enter the top 3 in this grand competition. While Daoist Zhu had never heard of this person, Sun Yukai immediately revealed a fawning face. So it's the number 1 person in the inner sect. Senior brother 1, long time no see, long time no see. This surname 1, younger than him, the entrance is even later than him. He called up the senior brother, but did not blush at all. Zhu Yudao's perception of someone named Sun deepened another layer. I don't dare to be the first person in the inner sect. At most, I can only be ranked in the top 3. Xueling laughed. You come on, if it wasn't for the fact that those senior brothers have all built up their foundations, you wouldn't be lucky to be ranked in the top 10, let alone the top 3. With a brush, Wen Tai Lai unfolded a folding fan. As it turns out, they chose the wrong time to build their foundations. Wouldn't it be better to wait until after the grand competition and the ring fights to build their foundations? Now it's like missing the opportunity for nothing. Aha, elder brother Wen can count. This side was talking and laughing, and the bout had already begun. Zhu Yudao naturally paid attention to. Sun Yukai just introduced the one, casting spells swiftly, flying swords in his hands as if he were an arm, and the cultivator fighting with him, if it is not on the strength of a medium-grade shield, as well as talismans can be used as a means of counterattack. I'm afraid that it will not even last for half a cup of tea time. Spara thought. The bout was over quickly. The situation on the other fighting platforms is also similar. Some even each occupy one side of the fighting platform, soaring fireballs with each other. This fighting style, at a glance, is not after a real battle. The winning side of the first batch registers for the second round, and then the second batch takes the stage. This time, there was one Zhu Yudao recognized, and it was clearly the Wang Shou who had masterminded the Ruan brothers to attack him. TSK, old Wang is also on the field, so I'll show you guys what it means to fight in a rich man's style. Wen Tai Lai opened his mouth. Sun Yukai humbly asked for advice. What is a tycoon-style fight? That Wang Shou guy has money, and he never fights without equipment to crush. Just talking. The field has been divided into winners and losers, and Wang's someone fighting that would have been weak. Extremely high-quality flying sword broken defense, and then a burst of inflammation talisman. Straight will be the person will be fried gray, if not as a referee of the foundation cultivator in time to extinguish the fire. I am afraid that less than a serious burns. In addition to this one, there was another bout that caught Zhu Yudao's eye. One of the cultivation name was a little bit higher, but by relying on his flexible stance, as well as mortal martial arts skills, he froze and realized the challenge of crossing over the levels, defeating the late stage of Qi refining with the mid stage of Qi refining. Senior brother Zhu, that person's fighting style is a bit like yours. Xueling also noticed the fight. Wen Tai Lai bristled. High martial arts skills can only bully guys who want equipment without equipment and experience without experience. If you meet a thug like Wang Shou, you simply can't beat them. Not to mention that at the foundation establishment stage, martial arts skills are even less useful. Not really. The spirit martial sect is basically practicing martial arts. In the entire eastern continent, their strength is second to none. Our founding ancestor, he even used martial arts to enter the Tao, which led to the creation of the Flying Dragon sect. There are only a few figures like the founding ancestor in the entire immortal cultivation immortal world. And as for the spirit martial sect, senior sister is afraid that there is some misunderstanding, right? Oh, how? Spirit martial sect's secret spirit martial technique is very powerful, but because it consumes too much resources, only a very few people can cultivate it. The reason why they are powerful is still strong in the royal sword technique. When senior sister has the chance to see it, she'll know how perverted those guys of theirs are. As this side talks, the third batch takes the stage. Stop talking. Han Yinglong is up. Yeah, so handsome. Jian Yu suddenly popped up. Zhu Yudao realized that the original surrounding chaos, at this time suddenly quiet, including Xueling, all female cultivators, including the eyes of the unsettling stare at the white clothes like snow, floating on the stage of the young man, dashing demeanor, upright posture, and a face that would make any woman jealous. Zhu Yudao admitted that if he compared his face value, his own family was half a catty with others. That's right, he's half a pound. If it was just a matter of looking good, it was just that. In less than 10 breaths, he had resolved his opponent, and the means used by the other party was familiar to him. It was precisely the submerged dragon sucking water and double dragon out of the sea that he had been practicing recently. Senior sister Xue, what is this one's origin? Senior brother Han was originally an outer disciple just like you. His qualifications were not good, but he worked very hard. He won 3rd place in his first grand competition and entered the inner sect. He was only 15 years old at the time, and now after another 10 years, his cultivation has already reached the great perfection of chi refining, and this time the 1st place in the grand competition should not be his. Nonetheless, although Han Inglong is powerful, I think Xiao Shanha is still a bit stronger. When Telai retorted, "What makes it so?" Xiao Shanha fought a draw with Situbei of the Giant Sword Sect in the battle at Junshan Mountain. You should have heard of Situbei, known as the #1 person in the chi practicing stage in the eastern continent. Maybe that Situbei was blown out of the water. I've fought him, and at my level I can only last a tea break in his hands. That strong? Therefore, Han Inglong may not be #1, and Xiao Shanha is most likely the leader of this grand competition. After another batch ended, Zhao Yan said, "Senior brother Zhu, it's my turn. Come on, don't push it. I know." After all, it was the people around them, and everyone paid attention to the Zhao Yan battle. Her opponent was also in the middle stage of chi refining, but it should be at the 6th level of chi refining, a 13-year-old girl against a 30-year-old stout cultivator. Almost everyone did not think highly of her. The fight began, and while Zhao Yan's flying sword stabbed, a talisman was thrown out. The cultivator at the 6th level of chi refining dodged the flying swords while invoking a shield to ward off the talisman attack. However, with a flash of green light, it was actually a rejuvenation talisman. Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Senior brother Zhu, senior sister Zhao is following your example. I was too nervous and took the wrong one. Senior sister Zhao is using a ploy." The cultivator who had been tricked once fell into passivity due to an error in judgment, and as the giant wood flew, he was nearly knocked off the fighting platform with his shield. Zhao Yan followed up by flinging out a real explosive flame talisman, completing the extermination. When the referee declared her the winner, her little face turned red with excitement. 2 years ago, senior sister Zhao couldn't even send out a fireball spell, but now she can be calm and composed and win against the weak. It's really impressive. Feng Jia lamented. Yes, senior sister Zhao is progressing quickly. Zhao Yan won, but Chang Shu, the next batch to go up, lost, but no one blamed him. The smallest cultivator in the whole clan, just 10 years old, and encountered a young cultivator whose cultivation level was higher than his and whose experience was richer than his. There was really no way to fight this battle. One day down, more than 600 cultivators on the field, the outer door out of a few good strength. They all have a common characteristic, that is, fighting experience is very rich, very common small spells, buy them to play as magic. Take for example a cultivator who practiced water-based techniques. In Zhu Yudao's opinion, the water bomb technique, freezing technique, water curtain, and the like at the chi refining stage had absolutely no lethality. However, this time, he was truly seeing what it meant to play spells to the extreme. First a water curtain spell to block the enemy, immediately a freezing spell, continue with the water curtain spell, continue with the freezing spell. Going back and forth didn't seem to be much fun, but when the fighting platform became incredibly wet and slippery, he suddenly performed a traction technique, knocked someone down, and instantly put his battle knife on his opponent's neck, directly killing the fight. This inspired Zhu Yudao, and it seemed like he could learn from similar tactics himself. When the day's competition was over, he purposely ran to the hidden scripture pavilion and learned the earth-shaking art and earth-covering art, which he had previously considered useless. The following day, he took the field for the 5th time after Feng Jie took one over his opponent. There were quite a few people who were concerned about this match, and on a large tree on the opposite bank of the river, Niu Dali was suspended on a branch, looking at the fighting stage from afar. Lang Chuishan flew to the top of the miscellaneous affairs hall, casting a stealth trick on herself and watching as well. Wang Shou came over to a stout cultivator. Senior brother Xiao, the Gung Essence Yuan Life Fury Yuan has a brow, but you'll have to waste that kid on the stage. With your strength, you can't handle him? I'm not sure about that kid having taken out Tsukiji. Oh, then I'd like to see it. Shuiling and Wen Tai Lai, Sun Yukai and Jia Yan were gathered together again and naturally focused on Zhu Yudao. Senior sister Shui, are you any good as an old-timer? I'm not too sure exactly how strong senior martial brother Zhu is, but I feel like I should have no problem beating you. When Tai Lai shook off half of his white hair, there should be a limit to bragging. You're holding him up in the sky. Be careful of falling a life that can't take care of itself. What senior brother Wen said is very true. Although senior brother Zhu's martial arts are not weak, he is still a bit behind in sword control and artistry. Sun Yukai hastily agreed. Anyway, I think senior brother Zhu is great, Zhao Yan retorted in a faintly inaudible voice. At this point, Zhu Yudao and the opposite cultivator surnamedly exchanged names, and the foundation establishment stage referee signaled that they could begin. Zhu Yudao took out his large shin iron shield and made a defensive stance. Nyo Dali, who was watching the battle from afar, felt that this disciple of his was a bit overcautious, but, however, didn't feel that there was any major problem. Once Cultivator Li saw him like this, of course he wouldn't be polite. The Imperial Flying Sword, in an arcing swirling cut, went straight behind it. Dang, a crunching sound. Not the flying sword was blocked by the shield, but Zhu Yudao directly used the shield to smash the flying sword on the fighting platform. All the onlookers were in an uproar. There was actually such a use for a spell shield? Cultivator Li was shocked and hastily flung out a bursting flame talisman. The burst of flames was completely blocked by the shield, and he took the opportunity to imperialize his flying sword and stab again. Dang, the flying sword was smashed to the ground once again. Cultivator Li was secretly heartbroken. According to this smashing method, without a few times, his flying sword would have to be damaged. Since the flying sword was useless, it would be put away first. So, he switched to a spell attack. A round log coalesced. Zhu Yudao dodged out of the way. The vines came out from underneath his feet, while another explosive flame talisman flew in at the same time. Ignoring the vines, he blocked the burst of flame with his shield before ripping the vines off. Cultivator Li immediately followed up with another giant wood art. Dodge, wooden prison charm, plus giant wood technique. Zhu Yudao was trapped in the wooden prison and didn't struggle at all until the giant wood crashed through the wooden prison. And only then did he use his shin iron shield to block the giant wood. Just like this, back and forth a dozen times. The talisman wasted a dozen or so. The person still stood in the same place without any damage. Cultivator Surname Li almost cried in anger. Their own means all out. You are hiding behind a bastard cover. What is this? Senior brother Zhu, are you going to fight or not? I'll do it again when elder brother is done fighting. I'm done fighting. It's your turn. Then senior brother, get ready. It's ready. Is there such a thing as a humble and courteous bout? The Foundation Establishment cultivator who was the referee couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times. Zhu Yudao clenched his hand with a spell, and with his palm downward, he fiercely slammed it onto the fighting platform. The fighting platform shook dramatically, and if it wasn't for the forbidden system, I'm afraid it would have directly collapsed. Cultivator Li was shaken and unsteady in battle, and at that very moment Zhu Yudao rushed over. He cast a wooden shield spell swiftly. However, the wooden shield did not serve as a block in the slightest, and was knocked off the fighting platform directly by Zhu Yudao's shin iron great shield, which was hit and pushed. The onlooker cultivators were in an uproar, relying on a shield to fight hard, which in itself was alternative enough, but as a result, relying on a bump to knock someone off the fighting stage. This kind of fighting method was also too strange. However, according to the rules, the one who left the fighting stage first was counted as the loser, and the referee directly declared Zhu Yudao the winner. Nyo Dali, who was watching the battle from afar, laughed and cursed the brat. The corner of Ling Chui Shan's mouth curved slightly. In her opinion, this was Zhu Yudao's intention to hide his clumsiness. There were still a lot of matches afterward. Showing his tactics too early would not be conducive to the big match afterward. Not many share her perception. One Tai Lai bristled. Senior sister Shui, this is what you call powerful. This kind of fight. What's the difference between that and shrinking your head? If you can win, what do you care about the fighting style? Shueling also felt that Zhu Yudao's style of fighting was a bit spicy, but she refused to admit defeat on her lips. It's my turn. All of you, watch the enemy and pillage for me. Sun Yukai took the field. When Zhu Yudao returned, Zhao Yan served tea. Still, senior brother is powerful. He only used one spell to settle the battle. Not bad. He took the tea and drank it, then ate a couple of meat buns to replenish his depleted blood chi. Sun Yukai is smooth and very financially savvy. This was the impression Zhu Yudao had of him in his heart. However, this thought changed drastically after watching the opponent's fight, whose experience in fighting was rich, specializing in the royal sword technique, and proficient in both gold and water spells. Moreover, he was ruthless, and only used a tea time to injure a late-stage chi refining cultivator. No wonder he has the ambition to enter the inner door. Indeed, his strength is not weak. In the afternoon, Tai Guangdo took the field. His luck was so bad that he met an inner disciple and a seated player with a great round of chi refining, and he was quickly defeated. On the second day of the great competition, another 600 people participated in the competition. Characters that could make Zhu Yudao feel tricky, but they didn't appear. By the third day, Xiao Shanhe, whom Wen Telai holds in the highest esteem, was on the stage. This one didn't execute any highly skillful spells, and with only one dominating and incomparable sword art combo, he nearly killed his opponent in the late stage of chi refining. Luckily, the foundation stage cultivator released a treasure shield in time to save the man. Senior sister Shui, see, with how many moves do you think you can last? This sword technique of his Why do I feel it's a bit like the giant sword sect's tactics? You guessed right. He beheaded an inner sect elite disciple of the giant sword sect and obtained the giant sword sect's blistering wind frenzy sword technique. And I heard that one of the elders of the giant sword sect threatened to kill him. It's indeed quite powerful. But with just this move, I think it's still senior brother Han who's stronger. Of course it's more than that. Take your time. Maybe you'll get a chance to fight him. Wen Tai Lai. Whenever he encounters a more powerful character, he likes to comment on it. On the fourth day, it is the turn of this guy to go on the field by himself. Zhu Yudao tasted this person's strength in his heart, and if he excludes the advantage of the equipment, he is only slightly stronger than Sun Yukai. Of course, equipment was also a part of strength, so it was no surprise that he could easily defeat his opponents. What really brightened Zhu Yudao's eyes was a female cultivator on that day, who possessed a very peculiar body technique that reminded him of the lightweight skill called Lingbo Weibu. If that was all, it wouldn't make him look high. When it mattered, this woman could also cast a spell similar to a tornado, and if she was caught in this kind of wind, basically the situation would be finalized. Shui Ling introduced this woman, who was the only mutant spirit root cultivator in the sect with a wind spirit root, the so-called mutated spiritual roots, according to the 100 questions on immortal cultivation, were formed when 2 or 3 spiritual roots grew together. The common mutated spirit roots were wind spirit root, thunder spirit root, ice spirit root and chaos spirit root. Wind spirit roots are formed by the cross-linking of wood and fire. Thunder spirit roots are formed by the cross-linking of gold, fire, and earth. The ice spirit root is formed by cross-linking gold and water. As for the chaotic spiritual root, it was formed by all the spiritual roots being cross-linked together. The qualifications of the hetero-spiritual roots were not necessarily better than those of the second spiritual roots and third spiritual roots, but they had a unique advantage in cultivating the corresponding spells. For example, this female cultivator called Lin Mengqing, she practiced spells such as the Wind Wall spell, Wind Blade spell, and so on, which could be instantly fired. And all wind spells could be practiced as long as one's cultivation level was up to it. Aside from this female cultivator with a different spirit root, there was another one that caught Zhu Yudao's eye, a large man who was a head taller than him and weighed at least 300 pounds. Such a big block, holding a wolf tooth stick of more than 100 pounds, and wearing a set of shin iron battle armor on his body. The general public could not even fight, and also learned the flying dragon battle technique. In the limited space of the ring like this, it is even more advantageous. Wen Tai Lai also commented on it. Don Mao, this guy, fighting no say, the most suitable as a meat shield. To say the shortcomings, one is a little less flexible, and then the brain is not too smart. What are Senior Wen's chances of winning against him? Zhu Yudao asked. 70%, I think, and if it's in the open, a solid win. The first round lasted a total of 7 days, with Shui Ling and Jiang Yu both going up on the last day, and the two women both winning. Shui Ling was not surprised. In the 10,000 Ghost Cave, Zhu Yudao had seen her strength. The royal sword technique and fire spells were very powerful. The key was that she was wearing an extremely high-quality suit. Just for these equipments, not many in the outer sect could help her. Jiang Yu had just undergone an equipment upgrade, and the opponent he encountered was only at the 3rd level of chi refining, so it was normal for him to win this one. At the end of the first round, a total of over 3,100 people advanced. Then there was another draw, and Zhu Yudao drew a 232, which was bound to get his turn on the first day. Among the several acquaintances, Sun Yukai was the first to appear, and those who were able to enter the second round naturally had 2 tricks up their sleeves. Sun Yukai won, but it wasn't an easy win. Near noon, Zhu Yudao came out. Go senior brother. Zhao Yan clenched her small fist and waved it vigorously. Ha ha, I'm afraid I can't refuel, and he's so unlucky that he actually ran into that guy Lei Yuan. Lei Yuan is no match for senior brother Zhu, Shui Ling said with great certainty. Lei Yuan couldn't do it before, but now he's something else. In the Battle of June Mountain, he took out a Blood River sect cultivator who was in the great circle of chi refining. See the blood drink on his hand, that's the trophy he got. As the two were talking, the field had already begun to exchange blows, and Zhu Yudao still had his large shin iron shield in hand. Lei Yuan was the first to attack, raising his hand to deliver a golden light burst. Afterwards, his figure leapt up high, and when the person arrived at the sword, the blood-colored sword aura actually gulped more than 3 feet. Dang, with a sound, the blood sword flew, and accompanied by a miserable scream, Lei Yuan flew out of the fighting stage like a kite with broken strings. Wen Tai was dumbfounded. What's going on? The one who didn't expect this to happen was not the only one. Wen Tai, and almost all of the onlooker cultivators were shocked. The guy who's been cowering in his hard shell is this fierce? One move and a second, and it was still against an inner disciple of notable strength. So why didn't you show your face in the first round? Feng Jie, who had worked with Zhu Yudao for the longest time, gave the standard answer. Master Zhu is good at melee combat and has great strength. He has a masterstroke called the shield strike. There was once a Nightfork sect foundation builder, who was slapped to death in this manner by him, the one from the first round. Since he didn't choose to melee, the shield strike couldn't be used on him. And this one, trying to melee, was asking for trouble. Shield strike? Shields actually work like that? Xue Ling laughed. Master Zhu's use of the shield is indeed to the point of being out of this world. So if you come across it, don't try to get in close, or you'll be abused miserably. Poor Lei Yuan. Even if he can't make it into the top 10, it's no problem at all to make it into the top 100. And now he's actually gotten into this mess. Seeing Lei Yuan still twitching on the ground, the mouth kept flowing out of the blood end. When Tai Lai all feel liver pain, fortunately, someone to try the move. If he rushed up, by this hundreds of pounds of big shield slapped down the ring, it is estimated to lie down for half a year, right? Similarly feeling grateful was Wang Shou, who thought that if he were in his place, he was afraid that instead of taking a beating on his body, his head would be directly blown open. Looking at Xiao Shanha again, the other party's face appeared to be grave, obviously also realizing that Zhu Yudao was not as easy to deal with as he thought. In the second round, except for a few unlucky guys, the seeded players basically passed. Zhao Yan didn't replicate her victory in the first round. She encountered a cultivator with a great circle of qi refining who just symbolically took a turn on the stage and withdrew from the competition. Feng Jie won the second game, but suffered some injuries. Whether he could break into the top 1,000 or not, it all depended on the next round. Zhang Yu was also eliminated miserably, with no strength, even with updated equipment. The few people that Zhu Yudao focused on had all displayed some real skills, and Han Yinglong was a model of Dharma and martial arts cultivation. Xiao Shanha emphasized both body refining and sword training. Lin Mengqing of the Wind Spirit Root exhibited the means of a concealed weapon. The big guy Gon Mao, apparently stupid but actually very shrewd, actually has a fishing net magic weapon in his hand, specializing in dealing with people who go around in circles with him. All of these people have tricks up their sleeves, and I'm afraid they've all left them behind. He secretly calculated that he would not easily expose his bottom card until the critical moment. After the second round, only 1,500 cultivators remained. 1,500, and with one more win, we'll be within 1,000. But the ones that made it through 2 rounds weren't weak. Continuing to draw lots, Zhu Yudao drew a 698, ranking relatively low. Xue Ling drew a 36 and went on in the second batch. Her opponent was an old qi refiner in his 50s. For a disciple of this age in the sect, this was the last chance to enter the inner sect and a good opportunity to obtain the foundation establishment pill, so he was extraordinarily desperate. However, the immortal cultivation world was so cruel, facing the inner disciples who possessed top-grade magic robes and extremely high-grade magic shields. It was useless for him to use all his tricks, but instead, he was burned by the fire and rain technique. Also on the field with Xue Ling was Wang Shou. As when Tai Lai said, this guy is the tycoon style of fighting. A match. Spent more than 40 explosive flame talismans, raw the opponent out of the fighting stage. What a fat goat. Zhu Yudao mentally tagged the other party with another label. In the third batch, there was a situation where the strongest of the strong competed against each other, with Han Yinglong facing off against a figure in the outer sect who was greatly feared by Sun Yukai. The two fought for a little over half an hour before one side ran out of spiritual energy and ended the battle. This bout was also the longest lasting by far. Feng Jie's luck was good. The fourth batch came out and encountered one that was even more injured than him. After hard resisting the opponent's fierce 3 boards, that person directly gave up the fight. Zhu Yudao could tell that if that person was not injured, Feng Jie was not a match for them. I thought that it was not my turn today, but who knows? Sect leader Wu wanted to save time and came to pick a fight. When he came on stage and everyone saw that he had taken out his heavy, large basalt shield again, everyone mourned for his opponent. However, when Lin Mengqing came on stage, everyone's opinion changed again. Ha ha, senior sister Xue, your hometown is in big trouble this time. Indeed, both of them are strong, but senior brother Zhu's cultivation is inferior. Xue Ling also recognized this statement, and with another person, even if they were facing Han Yinglong, she didn't think that Zhu Yudao would definitely lose. However, facing Lin Mengqing really didn't have much chance of winning, because this woman had maximized her dexterity and swiftness, and it could be said that she was just the right person to restrain the melee fighting style. Niu Dali had already lost interest in watching a bout of this level, but when his divine sense scanned and realized that Zhu Yudao had encountered Lin Mengqing, he instantly transformed into a stream of light and flew to the big tree at the top of the mountain. On the other side of the river came a man and a woman suspended in mid-air. The man's beard was flowing and his hair was gray, while the woman was cold and beautiful. Senior sister Lang, you've come to join in the fun? This match is considered to be the pinnacle of the sex's younger generation, so it's only natural to take a look? The old man stared blankly. A peak duel? That's a bit much, isn't it? Does senior brother think that this disciple of yours is sure to win? Isn't it? I'm afraid the odds are between 50 to 50. It's hard to tell who's going to win and who's going to lose. You know that kid? Sort of. A very interesting little guy. It seems that this person has some affinity with senior sister Lang. How about we make a bet? Oh, what's the bet? I heard that senior sister has a mirage bead in her hand. If Mengqing wins, that bead will be given to her for use in sacrificing magic treasures after foundation building. How about that? Yes, but what if Zhu Yudao wins? The old man thought for a moment. A bottle of lotus heart pill. How about it? Okay, it's a deal. On the stage, Lin Mengqing took out 3 willow leaf flying daggers, and with the referee's start, the flying daggers flew towards Zhu Yudao from the top, middle and bottom. No matter how big the shield was, it couldn't possibly withstand 3 attacks at once. A wall of illusory earth suddenly flashed into existence. A shield was not enough, but a whole wall was. The earth wall technique had limited defense and broke under the attack of the 3 flying daggers in response. However, just in the instant of the breakthrough, Zhu Yudao swung his shield and smashed 2 of the flying daggers to the ground, while the other one grazed his scalp. The wind rose up and formed a vortex convoluted over. Other people fell under this tornado and couldn't stand at all, but Zhu Yudao was as steady as a rock. Lin Mengqing's eyebrows lightly frowned as she resumed maneuvering her flying daggers to attack. The person turned with the shield. Dang dang dang. 3 consecutive crunching sounds. The flying dagger was blocked again. The spell was struck and the 3 flying daggers spun like a wheel, flying up and down. She didn't believe that her opponent could not reveal a single crack. It's true that you can't do it with just a shield. However, Zhu Yudao had an additional strange weapon in his hand that consisted of 3 Xian iron rods, and the weapon swung, knocking her flying dagger straight down. With a shield in his left hand and a weapon in his right, he could not break through this combination even if the flying daggers chopped and cut back and forth. The long-bearded old man watching the battle frowned. His own disciple's greatest advantage lies in speed, in flexibility and versatility. But, suddenly, he met someone who preferred to fight in a stumping style, not competing with you in terms of speed, not competing with you in terms of skill. How is this going to work? Niu vigorously. Originally a little worried about Zhu Yudao cannot cope with the sect of this talented disciple. Now it seems that his own disciple in the fighting on the battle is really talented. Actually know to respond to all the changes of the reasoning. This fight is interesting. Lin Mengqing was very patient, stepping on the astral steps and surrounding Zhu Yudao to find a break. Finally, he landed his gaze on the basalt iron shield. The shield was large and thick, but it was only a lower grade magic weapon. Then, as long as I chop a few times, this shield will be damaged sooner or later. And then what will the other side have to rely on? So, she changed her strategy, utilizing the power of her flying daggers as much as possible, and chopped furiously at the shield. When Tai Lai smiled as he stroked his palm. Clever, when the turtle shell is broken. Let's see what he does. Shui Ling, however, puffed and laughed. In a moment, you'll realize how childish this kind of thinking is. Almost at tea time, the basalt iron shield received hundreds of knives. The surface was covered with chopping marks, and had long since lost its aura flickering. In other words, this magic weapon counted as having been scrapped. However, the defense was still there, as the willow leaf flying dagger was not able to cut through one of the strikes because of the 1-inch thick basalt iron. Step it up a notch. Lin Mengqing was energized. However, when he saw that his goal was about to be achieved, Zhu Yudao unexpectedly took out another Xian iron shield that was exactly the same. A cold as ice frost Lung Tsuesan snorted a laugh. The long-bearded old man's face instantly darkened. What a tricky and slippery brat. Don't let me find an opportunity. What? Does senior brother still want to rely on the big to bully the small? Senior sister is so nervous. Could it be a relative of your family? I'm doing your senior brother a favor. An outer disciple with such strength. Don't you think it can be tempered by an average person? The old man was instantly puzzled. Nyo Dali couldn't help but think as Zhu Yudao took out another shield. What would it be like if all the ones taken out were top-grade magic shields? Or even extreme-grade magic shields? Lin Mengqing was really discouraged when Zhu took out another large shield. However, her mind was quite firm, biting her lip and continuing to pump iron. She didn't believe that the other party had an inexhaustible supply of shields. Senior sister, I've prepared many shields like this. Are you sure you want to keep playing? With one sentence, Lin Mengqing broke her defense. If you're capable, you fight me properly. What's the point of shrinking in a hard shell? Elder sister is running too fast. I can't catch up. I can only do this. Lin Mengqing's heart stirred. I promise not to run. Let's face off for real. How about it? No need. In case I hurt senior sister, how can I bear it? You're scared, aren't you? Seduction failing, she resorted to agitation. Senior sister can't even break through my defense. How can she make me afraid? Who says I can't break through your defense? Lin Mengqing gritted her teeth and took out 3 more flying daggers. 6 flying daggers attacked at the same time. The light of the daggers pierced back and forth densely like a net, surrounded by a holler. When Tai Lai just want to make a comment, but, the words to the mouth and swallowed, just by the reality of the face. In case you people still have a way to cope with it, is not it again to be hit in the face? Soon, he realized that his fears were unwarranted. In the interspersed attacks of the 6 flying daggers, Zhu Yudao's hands were busy and he lost sight of what was going on, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had practiced some sort of defensive technique, one of the flying daggers almost gave him a blow to the back. At this rate, if there's just a slight difference, this competition will be over. In the air, Lang Sui-san sighed. Looks like senior brother won. I'll give you the mirage beads later. The old man shook his head with a bitter smile. If Meng Qingqing had taken out 6 flying daggers early in the morning, he might have won. But unfortunately it's too late now. Late? They've been battling for close to 2 columns of incense, and the spiritual energy consumption of the sets of magic weapons is too heavy a burden for her. Lang Shui-shan drifted off. By the looks of it, it's almost done if we can hold out a little longer. Haven't you noticed that the brat surnamed Zhu hasn't made a single active attack so far? I'm afraid he can't make a move even if he wants to now. Can he? Not necessarily. He's wearing a mid-grade magic robe, and with the defense of an amulet, it's entirely possible that he can resist a hard blow. Yet he has been holding back. I'm afraid that when he strikes, it will be a thunderous blow. Thunderstruck didn't show up. Lin Mengqing, however, suddenly withdrew her magic weapon, and the onlookers didn't know what she was going to do. Senior sister, try harder. I'm about to lose. I lost, but your style of fighting is only good for the ring. What senior sister said is very true. In other places, I am definitely no match for senior sister. Lin Mengqing flew out of the ring, and some people still hadn't reacted to why she had conceded defeat until now. Of course, when Tai Lai wouldn't give up this opportunity to perform. It's a pity. If senior sister Lin had a little more abundant spiritual energy, this match would have been a different outcome. Yeah, if it were me, I'd come up with 6 flying daggers all at once. Sun Yukai concurred. Can't you guys notice that senior brother Zhu hasn't attacked even once? Xueling retorted. If he attacks, he will only lose faster under senior sister Lin's extremely dexterous stance. You guys still don't know Master Zhu. Let's wait and see. The 3rd round ended quickly, and a total of over 700 people entered the 4th round. And those 700 people would be rewarded with at least 100 contributions each. Turning the day, the great competition continued. Those who were able to enter the 4th round naturally did not have a mediocre player. Feng Jie's good luck ran out and his opponent was none other than the tall and strong Gan Mao. This person even learned from Zhu Yudao and also made a big shield. Feng Jie very decisively chose to admit defeat. When Tai Lai also encountered a block and fought hard for a long time, relying on the little bit of spiritual energy accumulated over his opponent to win with difficulty. Sun Yukai lost to a cultivator with strength similar to his. Originally he had a chance to win, but relative to the courage and fortitude of others, he always wanted to speculate. And when he woke up, this kind of occasion to dare to fight, when it was already too late, was forced to the corner of the fighting platform. A giant wood charm knocked him off the stage. Looking at his depressed appearance, Zhu Yudao consoled. Senior brother was just careless for a moment. There will be another chance in the future. I was too soft just now, and as a man, you can't be too soft. Elder brother is right. Zhu Yudao's opponent in this round was the same cultivator who had once stopped Zhao Yan in the 2nd round. This one fought with trepidation, neither daring to get too close nor wasting his spiritual energy, maneuvering a top-grade flying sword and attacking in a slapdash manner. If it went on like this, it wouldn't end in 3 or 2 hours. Facing such a guy, Zhu Yudao could only be tough for a second and suddenly cast an earth wall spell, scaring the opponent back 2 feet. Another talisman was flung out, and this one hastily dodged it, but the talisman turned into a green light. A roar of laughter came from the onlookers. However, the next moment, their laughter came to an abrupt end. Zhu Yudao's shield suddenly struck out, with a strong rotation of the shield, spinning and cutting towards the opponent. Although the edge of the shield is not sharp, but by more than 100 pounds of heavy objects touched, the taste is not good. The man leaped high up and dodged the shield, but, without waiting for his hanging body to fall, a shadow of a stick hung with a strong wind and lashed at him. The entire person was jerked off the fighting stage at once. The entire audience was in an uproar, and it was only then that they noticed that the strange blade in Zhu Yudao's hand, which consisted of 3 Xian iron rods, was actually a 10-foot-long battle spear. It's so insidious. When Tai Lai saw the collapsible war spear, he could not help but feel liver pain for that benevolent brother who was twitching on the ground. Zhu Yudao exposed another killer weapon. A battle weapon that was close to 1 zhang in length, and in real life, the range of attack could be up to 2 zhang. That is to say, if the opponent is not good at melee combat, it is not safe to come within 2 feet of him. There was also the fact that the Xian Iron Great Shield actually had a long-range attack ability in addition to defense and shield strikes. It's hard to get. Not only did Tai Lai have this thought, but many cultivators viewed Zhu Yudao as a formidable enemy. After the 4th round, only 160 or so people remained to enter the next round. According to what Sun Yukai said, over half of these 160 or so people were inner disciples, and of those in the middle stage of chi refining, there was only one person left, Zhu Yudao. The number of inner disciples was only 1/10 of the number of outer disciples, yet half of them had lasted until now, from which 2 conclusions could be drawn. The inner disciples were generally stronger than the outer disciples, and their cultivation level determined the overall combat power to a certain extent. The 5th round, which could be seen as the battle of the top 100, those who were able to come to this round could basically be considered elite warriors of the chi refining stage. Seeing that Xue Ling's opponent was actually Wang Shou, Zhu Yudao was a bit depressed. Why not himself? Wang Shou moved his still rich style fight, talisman bombing, plus the extreme flying sword in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Xue Ling was equally rich. The talismans came and went, and the fighting stage was as gorgeous as fireworks. Whoever couldn't hold out first would lose. After fighting for a long time, Wang Shou suddenly made a submerged dragon sucking in water, and actually sucked Xue Ling over to him. What a shady person! When Tai Lai cursed, realizing that before this, someone Wang had never displayed a martial art before. Just when the crowd thought that Xue Ling was going to suffer a great loss, suddenly a thunderbolt shot out, and Wang Shou's twin dragons out of the sea encountered this thunderbolt right in front of him, and immediately his body stiffened and shook like sifting chaff. Xue Ling, who had been sucked over, smoothly kicked the person to the ground with a flying kick and maneuvered his flying sword to stab him in the throat. A shield blocked the flying sword, but it was the referee of the foundation stage who stopped it in time. The victory has been decided. There is no need to fight again. Xue Ling got off the fighting stage, and when Tai Lai seemed to be looking at a monster. What's that look in your eye? That Wang Shou guy is shady. I can't imagine that you're even more shady than him. You actually prepared the lightning method early on. It's just a coincidence. I didn't expect him to learn the flying dragon battle skill either. You people, you love to hide. You need to stay away from you in the future. Zhu Yudao felt the same way, but he had never seen Xue Ling use thunder magic before. Therefore, in the future, we should keep an eye out and never play our cards to the bone so as not to be constrained by others. It was his turn to go on stage, and his opponent was an inner disciple with a perfect chi refining. As usual, he still took out his large basalt iron shield and collapsible war spear first. The opponent offered a flying sword and stood at the other end of the fighting stage, but did not attack. This senior brother, you may begin. Senior brother, you first. It's better if you come first. I'm a newcomer. How can I not know my manners? No, you're young. As a senior brother, it's only right that I let you. The two men shrugged off each other, and the crowd of onlookers laughed. The referee was getting impatient. If you don't do it again, it's ruled that you two forfeit. Alright, I'll go first. Zhu Yudao rushed forward with his left shield and right spear. The cultivator on the opposite side moved quickly while hitting a water curtain spell to block it, and in an instant, the two men's positions came to be swapped. Zhu Yudao chased after him again, and the other party hurriedly maneuvered their flying swords to block them, and the two parties' positions once again formed an exchange. Elder brother, are you going to fight or not? It's not always a fight. Zhu Yudao was helpless and complained to the referee. Senior, he's dawdling like this. It's considered passive avoidance, right? Well, if you do that again, you will be judged to have lost. That person had no choice but to maneuver his flying sword to attack. Zhu Yudao immediately goes into a defensive position. He had just stopped attacking when Zhu Yudao immediately rushed over and chased him around on the fighting stage. Elder, what do you think about this? The referee warned again. If you delay any longer, it will be counted as your loss. This one is tempted to say it's not fair. Why should he be able to passively defend himself but I can't actively dodge? However, seeing the referee's impatience, he had no choice but to unleash his full force, without sets of flying daggers, and on the other hand, he was majoring in water-based techniques. It was a joke to break through the defenses of the Xian Iron Great Shield and the medium-grade Dharma Robe with the water bomb technique and the freezing technique. In fact, he was able to enter the 5th round. His strength was naturally not weak, and he used a battle sword in an out-of-this-world manner, making the 4 opponents in front of him have to surrender and admit defeat. However, Lei Yuan, who was stronger than him in battle, as well as the one who had been smoked out of the ring before, made him decide that he was no match in melee combat, which is why he discarded what he was best at in the hopes of consuming Zhu Yudao a little bit by virtue of his cultivation advantage. As a result, it was awarded a passive-aggressive war avoidance. There was nothing to be done, so he had to take a chance. The battle sword was drawn out, and the light of the sword was bitter and cold. Seeing that Zhu Yudao was holding his shield to resist, he violently changed his stance, his sword going downward and chopping his opponent's feet. However, with a dang, it was blocked by the 3 basalt iron rods folded together, and in the next moment, the basalt iron rods were thrown at him, instantly turning into a 10-foot war spear. If I didn't know beforehand, I would have suffered a loss. He hurriedly flew backwards and dodged the opponent's blow. Seeing that, the war spear stabbed after him, hurriedly swinging his battle sword to block. Dang! What he didn't expect was that the upper part of the war spear suddenly turned around and caught his own war knife right in the middle. Knowing that it was not good, he immediately threw out an explosive flame talisman. Not only did the large Shen iron shield block the burst of flames, it also slammed into itself. He was impressed by the power of the shield strike. There was nothing to be done, so he had to abandon his battle sword and dodge. Zhu Yudao flung his battle spear. The battle sword flew off the ring, and the folding battle spear became a long spear again. I lost. Having dropped even his most competent battle soldier, this one had decisively given up on the great competition. With another win, Zhu Yudao advanced to the 6th round, with the last 2 people's bouts over. The total number of people who entered the top 100 was 81. 81 people drew a lot, and when they saw that they had drawn 41, they couldn't help but stroke their chins. How many did you draw? Xueling Menu looked over to see. Then with a look of envy, your luck is too good. You actually had a blank turn. You, 18. Wen Tai Lai laughed. Then you're out of luck. Gan Mao seems to be number 18 as well. Xueling's face collapsed at once. In her opinion, Gan Mao belonged to the humanoid warbeasts just like Zhu Yudao, and it was too tiring to fight with people like them. In a limited space like the ring, specializing in melee combat is very advantageous indeed. In the 6th round, there were almost every vicious battle, and most of those who eventually advanced to the next round were either practicing magic and martial arts together, or possessed some special means. For example, there was an outer sect cultivator who used a magic weapon, which was clearly a Yin demon streamer. With this type of magic weapon, it hardened and drained the opponent's spiritual energy to win. Xueling lost. After realizing that she couldn't break her opponent's defense, she decisively conceded defeat. She didn't want to get a few bloody holes in her body by that wolf toothstick full of barbs. People such as Han Englong and Xiao Shanha also didn't win easily, and Wen Tai Lai even barely won against his opponent by relying on the number of talismans in his hand when he ran out of spiritual energy. In the 7th round, 41 people remain. Zhu Yudao didn't have another empty round, and his opponent in this round was clearly none other than Wen Tai Lai. Seeing when someone's death-like appearance, Xueling patted his shoulder. My condolences, senior brother one. With 20 fighting platforms, exactly 40 people could be on the stage at the same time. The sect's elders, as well as sect master Wu Jingzhong, all came to watch the battle, and to be able to enter the top 40, it could be said that they were all disciples worthy of the sect's key cultivation. Niu Dali appeared in the big tree again. For Zhu Yudao to come to the 7th round, or even the 8th and 9th rounds, was within his expectations, with the battle techniques he taught, plus a full set of equipment. If he couldn't even make it into the top 100, then he would have to say that he was too wasted. What was truly unexpected was that so far, this little disciple had yet to show his true strength, which made him look forward to just how far it would go. On the 8th fighting stage, Zhu Yudao and Wen Tai Lai stood opposite each other. Senior one please. Seeing that he took out his basalt iron great shield and folding battle spear again, Wen Tai Lai had a bit of a liver pain. Dare you, senior brother, not to use your great shield? Elder brother is afraid of this shield? How can I be afraid? It's just an eyesore. Alright, since senior brother is asking for it, senior brother I will fulfill your request. Seeing that he really put away the Shen iron great shield, Wen Tai Lai somewhat wondered if he was hallucinating. Senior brother one, should we put away this battle spear as well? Fine, put it all away. The unusual behavior of the two attracted everyone's attention, and Wu Jingzhong wondered, what are they up to? Outer sect elder Yu Chenglong shook his head with a bitter smile. That disciple surnamed Zhu, who had previously won a series of battles with his large Shen iron shield and special battle spear, which by the looks of it should have been the weapon he took the most advantage of, has suddenly given up for some reason. Looking at the appearance of the two, they should be familiar with each other. Could it be that they are deliberately letting off steam? That's a possibility too. Leng Suisan's beautiful eyes flickered. Could it be that the boy is going to move for real and no longer be on the defensive? Nyo Dali touched the unicorn horn on his head, feeling more and more unable to see through this disciple. Seeing that Zhu Yudao had put away the two things he was most afraid of, Wen Telai was overjoyed. Senior brother Zhu, now we can have a painful fight. Just a minute, I'll get ready. Only to see Zhu Yudao take out a chain that was 2 feet long. The chain was as black as ink, emitting a sinister cold aura, while a stack of talismans was taken out. Senior brother, I have 50 explosive inflammation talismans, 30 golden light talismans, and 20 wooden prison talismans. If you can make it through, it'll be considered a win for you. When Tai Lai cursed the hard have, talisman attack power is not strong, but nasty in. This thing can be instantaneous. Do not have to like spells have to pinch the knuckles to read incantations. And, talismans almost do not consume spiritual power. If he was in his heyday, he wouldn't have to worry too much. The problem was that, after a few days of fighting, the talismans he had prepared were almost consumed, and his top-grade vestments were damaged. So many talismans smashing over would definitely be enough for him to drink a pot. However, he wasn't intimidated. The other party was now without their large basalt iron shield and battle spear. Their offensive and defensive capabilities were bound to be greatly reduced. If you come to a quick battle by yourself, winning is still a sure thing. As for the chain of unknown material, he directly ignored it. It was too long to be used as a whip, and too short to be used as a rope lock, so he really couldn't see any use for it. However, Nyo Dali, who was in the distance, was stunned when he saw this chain. He was too familiar with this chain. It was the magic treasure of Lan Shishing, the sect leader of the Night Fork sect. Back then, when he attacked the 10,000 Ghost Cave, he had suffered from this chain, and after being entangled in the chain, his entire body's mana could barely be output. If it wasn't for his strong physical body and the fact that he had sacrificed his own unicorn horn into an innate magic treasure, and had heavily injured the other party in a surprise attack, I'm afraid that he would have been eaten by that silver-armored Ghost King. Such an exotic treasure had actually landed in the hands of his own disciple, and he was a little curious as to how Zhu Yudao would use this treasure that could not be commanded at the chi refining stage. The fight has begun. When Tai Lai released a golden light burst first, followed by the extreme flying sword. This means of long-range attack could avoid close combat and leave room for dodging talismans. Without his shield, Zhu Yudao flashed a burst of golden light, followed by an earth wall spell. The flying sword pierced straight through the earth wall, though its momentum was slightly hindered. And in that instant, the chain snapped and flung out like a whip, and the flying sword fell in response, and then the surface spirit light was lax, as if it had been severely damaged. My flying sword! Before he had time to feel sorry for the flying sword, a cage made of talismans covered him. He hurriedly had his long sword in his hand and struck through the cage. Zhu Yudao, however, had already scurried closer, the chain sweeping towards him with a strong wind. He hurriedly leapt high in his stature. The runic light flashed and burst into flames, blowing him out of mid-air. The chains arrive again. Hurriedly, he did a lazy donkey roll and dodged the blow. Bursting flames exploded over the body. This was the most disgusting thing about talisman attacks, not giving people a moment's respite. Having no choice, he activated the protective amulet and hardened himself against the blow, while at the same time swinging out his sword. The sword aura coming out of the sword, obviously not an ordinary sword art. Zhu Yudao could have dodged it if he had been hard, but he ate the blow hard and opened his left and right bows, soaring charms continuously. Although when Tai Lai's top-grade vestments were able to protect against the bursting flames, under this constant burning, the vestments' defense and lifespan were rapidly depleting. The status quo must be changed. He invoked a shield while a complicated spell was struck out. However, before he could release the spell, with a bang, the top-grade magic shield landed on the ground, its aura dimming. My shield! He sent out his strongest strike with anger, and a golden electric snake flew out. As long as this strike struck, he believed that any medium-grade magic robe or protective amulet would not be able to block it, and the bout would be considered a win. The golden electric snake, however, was blocked by a palm print that flashed with a spiritual light. Although it failed to completely consume the power of the Golden Thunder technique, the remaining power had been greatly reduced, only barely breaking the protective aura. The next moment, he was wrapped in chains. Then, he was thrown out of the fighting platform. When he landed on the ground, he could not believe that he had been defeated. How did you lose? Why did you lose? Right, it's that chain. That chain is so evil that one's extreme flying swords and top-grade magic weapons seem to be severely damaged after just being hit. There must be a problem. Seeing his mouth chanting as if he was bewitched, a beautiful woman arrived with her sword. Losing is losing. It's no big deal. When we build our foundation later, we'll get it back. Mother, my goal is the top 3. But, it's just as well to lose. It saves you from having to go to the fourth action battle, where it's a fight to the death. My flying sword is still on the stage. I'll pick it up for you. The woman swept onto the fighting stage, took the flying sword into her hand and looked at it. Then her face revealed a look of amazement. The flying sword was not damaged. It was only shocked out of the spiritual light. She picked up her shield again and found the same situation. His eyes couldn't help but fall on top of the chains that Zhu Yudao was about to put away. Wait, what's the matter with the seniors? Show me your chains. Zhu Yudao didn't want to take the item to the other party, but, in the sect, if you rejected someone whose cultivation and status was higher than yours, even though it didn't violate the precepts of the sect, you would be labeled as not knowing the respect of elders and children. Moreover, in front of the sect leader and the elders, the woman shouldn't be able to take it by force. So, the chains were handed over. The woman appraised for a moment. Her face showed surprise. It's even the black prison underworld iron. No wonder it can shock the spiritual power away. This master nephew, this object left in your hands is not of great use. I use 5,000 spirit stones. Buy you how about this lock chain? 5,000 spirit stones. For an outer disciple, it was definitely considered a huge sum of money. If he was still as poor as he was when he first started, he would have been willing to do it. However, he now had a small 100,000 spirit stones in his hand, and he felt that it was too much of a loss for him to buy away this chain with a mere 5,000 spirit stones. The use of the chains, which he had only recently discovered, could shock away spiritual energy and was simply the nemesis of magic treasures. This time, I took it out, not to show off, but I wanted to use the actual battle to test whether this thing is practical or not. The chain proved to be an exotic treasure, and could be used as a killer mace when he built his foundation in the future. I'm sorry, senior. I don't want to sell. What? You think it's too little? I'll raise you another 1,000. I really don't want to sell it. Please return it, senior. The woman's face sank. Little one, do you know that insatiable greed will not lead to good results? Zhu Yudao was a bit annoyed in his heart. Please return the chain, senior. Humph. Don't know what to do. The woman flung out the chain and turned away. In the distance, Nyo Dali's pupils transmitted a flash of blood color, and then he ran towards a cave residence in Dragon Head Peak. Wen Changhe, get your ass out here. A middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Wen Tai Lai walked out of the cave. What is it that the great sage is looking for in me? That wife of yours is greedy and oppresses her fellow disciples. How do you manage your household? Where did that come from? Cut the crap. Grab your wife and beat her up and this will be settled. If not, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Wen Changhe's face darkened. If you have to bully the small with the big, Wen Mao is not afraid of you. Yell. This is about to form a Dan. Your heart is high. Let you know today. You're still early. Before the words fell, a flash of light arrived close to the other party. Wen Changhe hurriedly rose up with his sword, but a powerful suction force arose and sucked him back hard, slapping him on the buttocks, and the whole person hung directly on the wall, then slowly drooped down. This is just a lesson for you. If you can't control your wife, I'll do it for you. After saying that, the gust of wind was so strong that it disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Half a day before he climbed up Wen Changhe, his face was ugly, and he was about to go to the sect leader to complain, when he saw the arrival of his Dao couple and his son. Su, what did you do today? Yun Susu froze. Today our son's big competition. I went to watch the battle. How did you get hurt? Did you offend someone? No, I didn't do anything today. That one-horned monster came to my door and said I didn't keep you in line. A unicorn monster? I haven't even seen him. While Wen Changhe was in doubt, Wen Tai Lai said, Mother, didn't you just ask for Zhu Yudao's chains? Maybe this has something to do with the unicorn monster. What chains? Yun Susu also realized the seriousness of the problem. It's a black prison underworld iron chain that can shock and disperse spiritual energy. He's a chi refining stage. It's useless for him to hold it, so I wanted to buy it with 5,000 spirit stones, but it turned out that that brat doesn't know how to appreciate it. You're confused. Wen Changhe couldn't help but stomp his feet as he finally realized what the problem was. It's not like I took it by force. I gave it back to him eventually. If I'm not mistaken, that chain originally belonged to the unicorn monster, and by moving it, you're offending someone. So what should happen? Good thing you didn't take it by force. Things can still be salvaged. Turn around and ask Master to talk to the unicorn monster. This matter will be settled. Never do this again. This unicorn monster is also too overbearing. In the sect it dares to strike and hurt people. This matter should be made clear to the master. The two of them arrived at the sect's main hall. Wu Jingzhong had just returned and saw his favorite big disciple coming over. Aren't you going to prepare for impacting the Golden Dan? Something has happened, and I'd like to ask the master to do something about it. What is it? Wen Changhe briefly told what had just happened. except that the matter of Yun Susu's forceful purchase of the chains was slightly modified. Susu was willing to pay out the spirit stone to buy, and did not snatch. The sale does not work. Also even if, but the one-horned saint but hit the door, without asking the original reason to beat the disciple. The sect is not a little bit of the king's law? Why does the master not know that he is not of my race and has a perverse nature? But why does the sect still need to borrow him now? Moreover, the great tribulation of his transformation is approaching. In all likelihood it will be difficult for him to pass through. There is no need for us to be too much of a problem with him now. When Shinha couldn't help but change his expression. After all, he is the great saint of my sect's mountain protector, and at the time of the tribulation, the disciples should protect him. Go cultivate well and strive for an early Dan formation. Yes, turning the day around, the 8th round of the Flying Dragon Sect's Chi Refining Stage competition had a total of 21 participants, with one lucky one taking a turn, and the remaining 20 people fighting against each other. Zhu Yudao went up to the fighting stage, and a huge body also went up to the fighting stage. He was already on the taller side and had a strong build, but he was at least 3 sizes too small compared to this one. I hear you're strong. Want to compete? How can you compare to seeing your brother gone? You must have 300 pounds here, right? 340 pounds. After saying that to the ground a stump, fighting platform band flashes. If you add force, the effect is comparable to the earth-shaking art. Awesome. Alright, bring out your shield and war spear and let's have a painful fight. Yes. Zhu Yudao took out his trademark Shen Iron Great Shield and triple-folded war spear. Gan Mao, on the other hand, took out his wolf tooth rod and a large Shen Iron shield of about the same thickness. With the referee's start, the two men's large shields clashed together, and then, Zhu Yudao retreated a dozen steps before stabilizing himself, flinging his arms wildly as if they were numb from the shock, while Gan Mao retreated only half a step. You can't. Come again. Gan Mao flew up with a wolf tooth stick in his hand. That stick hit the mountains and mountains collapsed, hit the ground and cracked. If it struck on a person, 9 times out of 10 became a meat cake. Thus, Zhu Yudao chose to dodge, and Gan Mao then chased after him. Zhu Yudao was chased everywhere and could only rely on the talisman to delay the pursuit. You also have today. Wen Tai Lai, who had run to see the fun, laughed out loud. Many onlooker cultivators also feel pain. This is called the evil people more evil people grinding. Shui Ling, however, felt strange. Looking at the block, Zhu Yudao is indeed much worse than the other party. But how much power? She is still clear. That collision just now. How to feel weakened a lot. While he was wondering, Gan Mao took out his netting magic weapon and covered Zhu Yudao in it in one go. Then he swung his wolf tooth stick and rushed over. The referee is ready to make the save. Dang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The wolfsbane was surprisingly disintegrated. Gan Mao leaned back and almost fell, leaving his hood wide open for a moment. And in that instant, a shield slammed hard into his chest. It was not known how strong the force of this collision was, and the huge body of more than 300 pounds was actually sent flying, not waiting for him to fall. A flying kick completed the aerial catch and smashed into the ground under the fighting stage with a loud bang. The ground was smashed into a big pit and dust and sand rose up all around. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected that Gan Mao, who had always won with his strength, would be knocked off the fighting stage in such a manner. Wang Shou's body shivered slightly as he vowed to stay away from Zhu Yudao in the future. When Tai Lai felt his liver ache again. Shui Ling will smile, that's right. Zhu Yudao removed the netting that was wrapped around his body, and with his full level of Mangnyo strength, not to say that he had the strength of 5 oxen, the strength of 3 oxen was indeed there, and he could completely crush Gan Mao in terms of strength. However, Gan Mao, this guy seems to be stupid, but in fact, smart. If you know when the power cannot win, will not be hard with him, then, again want to win him will have to spend a lot of work. Therefore, he used a bit of a ploy to show the enemy's weakness at first, and when the opponent was careless, he suddenly made a move to establish a victory. From the fighting platform down, Gan Mao has climbed up. Another person fell so. I'm afraid to lie in bed for 10 days and a half months, but this seems to be just a little concussion. You tricked me. No. Dare you fight me again? No problem, but we'll have to wait until the big competition is over. It's a deal. No backing out. After the 8th round, 11 people advanced to the 9th round. As long as he entered the top 10, he possessed the qualification to advance to the inner sect. However, there was actually an extra person. Zhu Yudao was depressed, which meant that he had to compete in one more match so that he could fulfill Niu Dali's task. 11 men, 6 inside and 5 outside. Once again, the draw was made, and Han Englong was lucky enough to take a turn, while the remaining 10 caught the team to fight. Zhu Yudao's opponent is an outer sect cultivator named Zhang Hong, Chi Refining Great Perfection Realm. This one is passed all the way through. His strength is not bad. However, what impressed him the most is that the other party's winning magic weapon is the Demon Streamer. Sure enough, after the unsuccessful trial attack, this one used the Demon Hatchet again. Zhu Yudao was no stranger to this type of magic weapon. He still had two more in his hands. One had collected Xia Chunlian and a ghost baby, and the other was a semi-finished product he found in the cave of 10,000 ghosts. The function of the Demon Streamer was to utilize the magic weapon to control the ghosts to attack. The stronger the ghosts were and the more numerous they were, the more powerful the magic weapon would be. Putting aside its cruel characteristics, this kind of magic weapon was very growth-oriented, and if the material was too good, it could even grow into a high-grade magic treasure. In the face of the ghostly creatures that surrounded them, chopping and slashing was useless. Zhu Yudao didn't intend to use talismans to kill those ghosts either. Instead, he took out his own Demon Streamer, and as the spell was struck, a network of runic light flashed out, collecting the ghostly creatures that surrounded him and refining them. You know how to use the Demon Streamer too? It's not like it's a secret. What's so surprising about senior brother Jiang? A strange color flickered on the Jiang cultivator's face. Since senior brother Zhu also knows how to use the Demon Streamer, I won't make a fool of myself. This one decisively collected the streamers, then very perfunctorily executed a few moves of the Imperial Sword technique before admitting defeat and withdrawing from the competition. Others felt that it was normal. After all, the most skillful means were being restrained. However, Zhu Yudao felt that there was something wrong with this surnamed Jiang, only that it was not a matter of concern, and he would not probe into other people's privacy. After winning this one and securing a top 10 spot, he decided to take what he could get. The top 6 were decided, and besides him and Han Inglong, who had his turn, there were Xiao Shanhe, Zhu Tugue, Bai Xiaojie, and Li Yunrui. 6 people drew lots, and Zhu Yudao's opponent was none other than Xiao Shanhe, who had the highest claim to the title. After getting on the stage, he suddenly covered his stomach and his face twisted. I ate a bad stomach. This round is won by senior brother Xiao. After saying that, he got off the fighting platform and hurriedly walked away, seeming to really look for a place to go for convenience. Xiao Shanhe secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Yudao had so far only exposed the 2 characteristics of being good at defense and having amazing strength, but is that really all there is? By inquiring from the fellow disciples who used to be stationed at the Hidden Mountain, he learned that the other party was far more than that, and that he could defeat Morong Shua with a single blow, and that his real strength, I'm afraid, was not weaker than his own. He was ready to go all the way. He didn't expect that the other party would voluntarily give up. This was simply great news for him, and at this moment, he had already forgotten about his agreement with Wang Shou. In the other 2 matches, there were also quick results, with Han Inglong and Bai Xiaojie winning. The 3 of them then entered a peak duel, and in the end, Xiao Shanhe won the first place in the grand competition by an extremely narrow margin. Han Inglong came in second, and Bai Xiaojie came in third. Zhu Yudao only won 6th place because he gave up the competition. In addition, the 7th through 12th places were also decided, and Jiang Hong, who had lost to Zhu Yudao, locked up the 9th place, and unsurprisingly also gained a place in the inner sect. The head teacher, Wu Jingzhong, personally awarded the top 10 in the Qi refining stage competition. Zhu Yudao, Jiang Hong, Zhu Tugue, and Li Yunrui became inner disciples. Xiao Shanhe and Bai Xiaojie, on the other hand, became true disciples. And as for why there was no Han Inglong, it was because of his poor qualifications. How could someone who had a hard time even passing the foundation establishment become the sect's top pillar in the future? Many of the disciples were fighting for Han Inglong, including Zhu Yudao. However, the immortal cultivation world is so cruel, you have to accept it even if you don't. In addition to the identity change, the top 10 were rewarded with a foundation establishment pill, and 2 extremely high-quality magic weapons, one for offense and one for defense. In addition, the top 3 winners were also given the opportunity to pick a core technique for free. Since the top 10 would be participating in the 4-faction fighting battle, the spells could be picked according to their needs. The first time they were brought to the interior of the clan's treasure trove, everyone was dazzled by the spiritual light that filled their eyes. The sect now has a total of 246 pieces of extremely high-quality magic weapons. You will be given 1 pillar of incense time to select them. Overtime is considered as automatic abandonment. Yes, the 10 people began to scrutinize the spells, and the flying swords had the most number of them, which everyone unanimously ignored. Zhu Yudao's long-range attack has 6 sets of flying daggers. Melee has the ultimate combat knife. The defensive end of the spectrum has cuttlefish armor, sets of gauntlets, and a top-grade mana shield. In terms of these configurations, he lacks nothing. However, he wouldn't waste the opportunity to pick an extremely high-quality magic weapon. Soon, a vestment fell into his view. This vestment exudes a silver metallic texture and a generous style. He was just about to reach out for it, but Jiang Hong grabbed him first. Sorry senior brother Zhu. You're a little late. It's okay, I'll look again. This was the only one of the extremely high-quality vestments, so Zhu Yudao retreated and picked up a pair of silver-colored boots that were obviously a set with the vestments. During this time, he had learned a little bit of the basics of refining, and he could vaguely tell that the boots were mainly for increasing speed. Looking around, there really wasn't much to choose from, so he gritted his teeth and pocketed the boots. This was followed by a battle axe of his choice. This battle axe was also made of some unknown material. It didn't look too big, but it weighed 200 pounds. For such a portion, I'm afraid that of the entire sex chi refining stage, only Gon Mao and he could use it. After a slight hesitation, he pocketed it. It was only after registering that he realized that the boots he had chosen were called Flying Cloud Crawlers and the battle axe was named Open Mountain Battle Axe. After receiving the rewards, as a newly promoted inner disciple, it was time for him to move. The inner sect resides at Dragon Ridge Peak, where the scenery is beautiful, the aura is abundant, and the immortal houses are staggered. Each fairy house is a unique courtyard, with 3 main rooms built against the mountain and 2 side rooms, with all the furnishings inside. 4 of you. There are now 143 remaining inner gate mansions. You may choose anyone you like. Speaking, this inner gate steward was none other than Wang Yuanqi, whom Zhu Yudao recognized. He took out a jade slip map. The one that was already inhabited showed grayed out, and the one that wasn't inhabited faintly had an aura flickering. Zhu Yudao likes purity, so he chose a courtyard with a cliff on the right. Under the cliff is a stream, and it's easy to get water. The only drawback is that it's located at the very edge of the Dragon Ridge Peak, and it's an extra 10 miles or so to go to Longsho Peak or to the workshop market from here. The aura of this courtyard is rather thin. Why don't we change the place? Wang Yuanqi said. Thanks to Deacon Wang for reminding me that this place is close to the water source, so it's more convenient to eat fish. Ha ha, I've heard you're tasty, and that stream is indeed richer in fish and shrimp. Jiang Hong suddenly said. I also like fish better. So let's choose the mansion next to Master Zhu. Good thing too. Zhu Yudao was thoughtful. On the turn of Chu Tugue and Li Yunrui, the two of them chose the 2 courtyards with the most abundant spiritual qi. According to the rules of the sect, inner disciples are allowed to hire handymen, but you are responsible for the corresponding expenses. As an inner disciple, you don't need to take those daily tasks. However, you must complete the designated tasks every year. Otherwise, you won't enjoy the inner disciple benefits. If the mission is not carried out for 3 consecutive years, the qualification of inner disciple will be cancelled. Closing the inner gate welfare. You can use your identity cards to receive 10 spirit stones and 30 pounds of spirit rice per month. The hall of transmission is open to you free of charge. The 3rd floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion is also open to you. Wang Yuanqi read out a series of inner sect benefits and inner sect disciple obligations, giving Zhu Yudao the impression that outer sect disciples were equivalent to temporary workers with no security, while inner sect disciples were full-fledged workers enjoying a variety of benefits. And as for true disciples, they were probably trained as reserve cadres. Get the 432 rune tags and come to where the courtyard is. The talisman was both a formation talisman to protect the courtyard and the equivalent of a key to open the door. After all, the portal here was not a bit of a hindrance to an immortal cultivator, who could enter with a lift of his leg. The formation was the most basic golden light formation, with a very low defense, probably a little stronger than the body protecting aura limited. However, this kind of formation had a certain isolation and warning effect, preventing others from prying, and if one forced their way in, they would also produce obvious spiritual power fluctuations. Exciting the talisman, the faint golden halo disappeared. When I entered the yard, it was clean and there was no writing on the walls of the house that so-and-so was here. After looking around, Zhu Yudao set the Tian Yuan 5 elements formation down. Although within the sect, there were patrolling cultivators who patrolled back and forth, but in case someone was plotting against them, the patrols might not always be able to arrive in time. Made the bed up and laid down on it and rolled around, housewarming and finally not having to be in the company of a garbage pool. After resting for a while, he took out 2 newly acquired magic weapons and sacrificed them. When wearing a flying cloud track the moment, he knew he picked up the treasure. Just injected a little spiritual energy, feet almost off the ground. Strange power punch fist cast out. Whoosh 1, directly scampered out 5 feet away. The monstrous power punch was continuously performed, and it seemed as if there were 3 or 4 silhouettes shuttling back and forth throughout the entire courtyard, which was already no weaker than the situation when Neo Dali performed this set of spells. Then he picked up the 200-pound open battle axe, which was more handy than the Demon Slayer's war sword, and he didn't practice it in the courtyard because this kind of war weapon was too destructive. After the magic weapon was sacrificed, he ran to the outer sect's dining hall to eat. It couldn't be helped that the inner sect didn't have a dining hall. Congratulations to Master Zhu Di for becoming an inner disciple. Li Wanong took out a basket of steamed buns and handed it over. Many thanks, senior brother. This is a bit far to live. There's no way to come and eat senior brother's cooking every day in the future. There's no way to help you with that. I can't bring food, can I? Let's have a drink after you're done. I have homemade spirit wine here. Oh, then I'll fix a few dishes. Zhu Yudao got along very well with the chef. Senior Li, I've heard that you've been a chef for many years. Why don't you participate in the grand competition? Li Wanton laughed. A cook? What big competition is he participating in? You're going to participate in the 4-faction battle, right? Yes. When the Foundation Establishment competition is over, we will go to June Mountain. There's a place called Misty Willow Town, 200 miles southeast of June Mountain. After the fight, help me go to the Li family in Misty Willow Town and see if any children with spiritual roots appear, and bring them over for me. After saying that, he took out a spirit-detecting magic artifact of the kind that Zhu Yudao had seen before, as well as a letter. No problem. After eating and drinking, Zhu Yudao went to take a look at the Foundation Establishment stage competition. At this level of fighting, there was no longer a need to stick to the fighting platform, as long as you didn't leave the designated range. After watching for a while, he had to admit that in the case of non-sneak attacks, the Foundation stage can completely crush the chi refining stage. There is no way. People occupy air control, you can only be passively beaten on the ground. As he was about to go to the hidden scriptures, a figure a head taller than him appeared. Haven't forgotten our agreement, have we? Does senior brother Gon really want to fight again? Of course. Then let's find a place where no one's looking. Okay. The two of them arrived near the Panjiang River ferry. Zhu Yudao didn't take the Shin Iron Great Shield and Folding Battle Spear anymore. Those things were mainly for the grand competition. Hey, why don't you use the big shield anymore? It's enough to have this axe. He lit up his mountain opening battle axe and leapt up. The axe of the mountain opening battle axe flashing. Good coming. Gon Mao bellowed. And the wolf tooth rod similarly bloomed with light. The two war weapons collided together. And then, the wolf's tooth rod flew up, and by the time it landed on the ground, its light had dimmed. Gon Mao's arm trembled. His tiger's mouth had cracked. How could you possibly have so much strength? Zhu Yudao felt very happy. Just now that strike he was unleashing his full strength. It looked like the other party couldn't pull it off at all. How many buns can you eat in one meal? More than 20. I could eat 100 of them. A lie, right? Of course you don't know in the inner gate. Many people in the outer gate know that I can eat. And when I eat a lot, I naturally have strength. I'm not convinced. Your weapon is better than mine. Okay, then let's compare fists and feet. The two did not have any fancy moves. Rushed up to be your fist and my foot to start. But at T-work, Gon Mao has been beaten to crawl. Although Zhu Yudao had also taken quite a few punches, he wasn't injured. On one hand, he was wearing protective gear, and on the other hand, it was also the benefits from his recent body refining. Senior brother Gon, get up and fight again. No more fighting. No more fighting. You're the real humanoid war beast. Zhu Yudao threw out a spring return talisman to help heal his injuries, then took out the steamed buns and dried meat to eat. Just now he fought soundly, and the consumption of blood chi was also very shocking. This will have to be replenished. Gon Mao took a wound medicine and took a piece of dried meat to chew on. With your strength, it's entirely possible for you to take first place in the grand competition. Why did you give up? So what if you take first place in the grand competition? It's not like you can directly become a true biographer. That's true. This time when you go to the 4-faction battle, help me fix someone, and I'll send you a good thing that can greatly replenish your chi and blood afterward. Oh, fix who? Stuart North, that guy who is known as the #1 person in the chi refining stage in the eastern continent? That's right, you think too highly of me as well. This matter has to go to Xiao Shanha, right? Zhu Yudao heard when Tai Lai say that Xiao Shanha could rival Situbei. Gon Mao shook his head. Xiao Shanha is not an opponent. He defeated me first and fought several battles in a row before he barely managed to get a draw with someone. If you can beat me in a tea time, you are qualified to fight him. Well, if it happens, I'll have a go at him. Having become an inner disciple, Zhu Yudao didn't forget those friends from the outer sect. Inviting Feng Jie, Zhao Yan, Chun Yu, and the others, he ate a demonic beast meat barbecue at his new residence. Senior brother Zhu, your spiritual chi is so abundant here. Can I come to your place to cultivate in the future? No problem. Come if you want. Zhao Yan's small face was flushed as she took out a painting in calligraphy. Congratulations to senior brother on his housewarming. I painted this. Don't mind if you don't mind. Zhu Yudao took it and unfolded it, but it was a portrait of himself standing against the wind. As you can see, The painting glorifies itself and is quite a bit more imposing. Many thanks, senior sister. The drawing is really good. The others looked at each other with meaningful smiles. After the housewarming ceremony, Zhu Yudao went to the Tibetan scripture pavilion, taking a look around the second floor first. There were a lot of books here but not many that he needed. After learning the flying sand and stones which can only be practiced at the late stage of chi refining, he came to the third floor with the identity card of the inner disciple. The number of books collected here has been drastically reduced, and the things here are basically hard to buy on the market by spending spirit stones. Flying Dragon Battle Technique, 30 Middle Order 5 Elemental Techniques, Spirit Beast Taming Secret Art, Spiritual Talisman Primer, Koen Yuan Earth Fury Technique. Zhu Yudao is interested in a lot of things, but here books and jade slips are not allowed to take away, nor are they allowed to be copied, so they can only be memorized by brainpower. In the end, he chose an Earth and Divine Thunder, and the Wind Splitting Blade Technique, the 5 Elements Thunder Method, because of its strong attack power. Almost all cultivators would cultivate it, but it was a pity that the E2 Divine Thunder also needed a late stage of chi refining before he could cultivate it, so he could only record the cultivation method first. The Splitting Wind Blade Technique, on the other hand, was a set of Imperial Blade Techniques, with a total of only 4 styles. The first style, the Windward Blade Slash. Second stance, Circular Spinning Arclight Chop. Third style, Cross Chop. The fourth style, Soul Chasing Chop. The cultivation threshold of this set of knife skills was low, and it could be cultivated at the chi refining stage, but to truly utilize its power, it would have to be at least after the foundation establishment stage, as this set of knife skills was more suitable for the use of a magic treasure level battle knife. Zhu Yudao originally used a war weapon and had no moves to speak of, and this set of sword techniques sort of made up for one of his shortcomings. Coming out of the hidden scripture pavilion, his contribution points were almost zeroed out, and if he wanted to come back in the future, he could only find a way to earn more contribution. Just after returning to the 432 residence, Nyo Dali came. Teacher, you're out? Yes, I heard that you've entered the inner sect and came over to take a look. Zhu Yudao hurriedly prepared food and drink. Don't get busy with that chain of yours, let me see it. Zhu Yudao froze, then handed over the black chains. This treasure is called the Black Prison Spirit Suppressing Lock, which was originally the magic treasure of the Nightfork sect master, Lan Shirshing, and it has the effect of breaking the law and suppressing the spirit. So if you are entangled in this thing, you will not be able to utilize all of your spiritual power. However, your cultivation is too low and you don't know how to use it, so it's inevitable that you'll be coveted if you stay on your body. So I'll keep it for you for the first time. Are you willing to do so? This object is of little use to me, so I'll give it to Master. Nyo vigorously but shook his head. For the teacher, in addition to a life magic treasure, fighting basically do not use external objects. Heard that you like to use the shield. For the teacher to ask someone to help you refine a shield, I hope that in the 4 factions of the fighting, it will be helpful to you. After saying that, he took out a shield. Seeing this shield, Zhu Yudao almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Master, isn't this just a big turtle shell? That's right, but this is a turtle shell of a 5th order Xian turtle. Now it's just an extreme magic weapon. Later on, as long as it's slightly refined, it can be upgraded into a magic treasure. Ordinary flying swords and the like absolutely can't break through its defense. Many thanks, Master. Will you be going to the 4 factions battle? Master is going to the North Sea to help you hunt the 3rd rank Xiao dragons, and this chain of yours can just as well be put to some use. Be careful, Master. If you really can't get it, don't force it. You don't need to worry about these. Prepare yourself well. Master still has things to do. Take a step first. The foundation establishment competition ended in just 4 days. After that, Zhu Yudao received a mission issued by the sect to participate in the 4 faction battle. The mission rewards were very generous, with 50,000 contributions for defeating the opponent. Previously, he was not interested in this 4 faction fight, but now it was an immediate high priority. There was no way. The temptation of 50,000 contributions was too great. If he went to the sect treasury, he could exchange a whole bunch of useful items. During the 2 days of preparation, he made some frantic purchases, especially in terms of food. The 2 large-capacity Qiankuan pouches were stuffed to the brim, and the Taiyin soul-gathering coffin also placed some spares. Leading the group was the sect's chief elder Yen Keilu. It was said that this one was over 400 years old, and sect master Wu Jingzhong had to treat him with courtesy. The second was Leng Suisan, who would take over from the Jindan elder who had originally guarded the spirit stone mine. In addition to these 2, there were also 200 rotating disciples who would be replacing the group of cultivators who were guarding the spirit stone mine, and Sun Yukai was clearly among them. Another 12 people at the foundation establishment stage and 12 people at the chi refining stage will take part in the 4-faction fighting battle. Originally, 10 people each from the foundation establishment stage and chi refining stage were enough, and the 2 extra people were considered substitutes, so that if any accidents occurred, they would be the ones to take the field. Both substitutes Song Xiaohua recognized. One was Lin Mengqing and the other was Wen Tai Lai. On the flying boat, when Tai Lai came over, Don Mao said that your strength is even greater than his. Is that true? Of course it's true. Otherwise how could I be the one to win on the fighting stage? You should be a body refiner with this body. But unfortunately, it's too resource intensive. It was your mother who wanted to buy my chains last time, wasn't it? Yeah, you can't blame her for this. Showing off everywhere with a magic treasure. Anyone else would have just snatched it away from you. In the sect, in front of so many elders, there's still someone who dares to rob it? You are too childish. If I were an elder and asked you for the chains, would you give them or not? If you don't give it, you'll be offended. If you give it, you feel it's a big loss. You might as well sell it properly. How about it? Any thoughts on making a move? Seeing that this guy finally revealed his fox's tail, Zhu Yudao smiled faintly. I think what you're saying makes sense. So, I sold it, and the person gave me 20,000 spirit stones, which is a few times more than your mother's price. I'm a bit dizzy from the flying boat, so I won't talk to you anymore. When Tai Lai was faking sleep, Sun Yukai came over. Master Zhu was really hiding his body. In the future you'll have to take care of me more after you've built your foundation. Doesn't senior son understand me? Aside from having a ton of strength, everything else is sparse, a force to be reckoned with. That's the principle. Unlike your senior brother, I'm useless. Senior brother has always been cheerful. How could he be so pessimistic today? Sun Yukai sighed, then changed to communicating with a voice transmission technique. In the future, the Junshan Spirit Stone Mine will be jointly manned by disciples from all 4 factions. Think about what will happen when you have fought and killed and made a lot of enemies before, but now you have to work together. Well, watch out for each other and hate each other. That's right. How else can you cultivate in peace when you put your mind on this every day? A question indeed. How long is your mission period this time? 3 years. Zhu Yudao finally understood the other party's suffering. 3 years. Always have to be on guard against open swords and dark arrows. Whoever else would be better off. He couldn't help but somewhat sympathize with Leng Sui-san. This cold beauty hooked up with a bunch of Jindan every day. I'm afraid she would grow old very quickly. Right? June Mountain, located in the far north of Song, is a treacherous place where the mountains wind for more than 2,000 miles, blocking out the bitter cold from the north. Zhu Yudao deliberately paid attention to the towns he passed along the way. One of the towns closest to the eastern part of Junshan was probably the Misty Willow town that Li Wanong was talking about. The Spirit Stone Mine that the flying boat was going to, on the other hand, was in the western foothills of June Mountain, one east and one west, at least 2,000 miles away. Zhu Yudao suddenly felt that this was a chore, not at all smooth. The Spirit Stone Mine's mine, located in the middle of the valley basin, judging from the sentimental expressions of Sun Yukai and the others, this place was considered to be a sad place for them. After all, hundreds of fellow disciples who had spent time together had fallen here. The flying boat had just arrived over the basin when it realized that there was chaos down below, and it seemed that someone was arguing. A figure flew into midair and landed steadily on top of the flying boat. Elder Yen, whose hair was white, wondered. Senior brother Lu, what's the situation down there? The middle-aged cultivator sighed. The Blood River sect side has quarreled with Taoist Bai of the Yuxian sect over the placement of the newly arrived miners, and it's useless to persuade them. To put it bluntly, it's still too much grudge built up before. If there's something wrong, let's settle it in the ring. Why bother? Wait for me to go down and persuade. The flying boat landed, and the swashbuckling atmosphere eased slightly. Zhu Yudao watched the action. It wasn't that Elder Yan's persuasion had worked, but rather that the Yuxian sect and the Flying Dragon sect had combined their efforts, and the Blood River sect side, alone, had conceded for the time being. The next issue is the settlement. Directly south, north and east are stone houses built on the mountain, and directly west is the entrance to the Spirit Stone Mine. It was no wonder that the Blood River sect was making a fuss. Although they lived in stone houses, there was no small difference. Directly east is the area where the mine management lives. The conditions here are optimal. Every stone house, there is a golden light array guarding. There is a certain effect of isolating the cold. The stone houses in the north and south were not enhanced by formations and were similar to the places where the outer disciples of the Flying Dragon sect lived. However, there is a huge difference between living in the south and living in the north, because when you sit in the south and face the north, you don't see the sun all year round, whereas when you sit in the north and face the south, you get plenty of light. In other places, no one would care about this difference, but here the fall and winter are very harsh, and coupled with the humidity, for miners with shallow cultivation, living in a place with no sunlight is similar to being in jail. Zhu Yudao could imagine that now that the Blood River sect dared to be angry but dared not speak out, when the people from the Giant Sword sect side arrived, there would definitely be an even bigger argument. Of course, he wouldn't worry too much about it as a small chi refining stage. Their group, living in the mine management area, naturally had the best conditions. The heavenly elemental 5 elements formation was brought over by him to first add a safety barrier to himself, so that he wouldn't have to sleep uneasily. As a matter of fact, not only him, Wen Tai Lai, Xiao Shan he all brought formations with them, and even Sun Yu Kai had additionally added another golden light formation. Just as this side was settled, a long rainbow came from far and near, and then, amidst everyone's gasps of surprise, a 100-foot giant sword, carrying thousands of people, landed in the mine. The Blood River sect's cultivators greeted them as if they had seen their relatives. The people who descended from the giant swords were all imposing, each carrying a large sword behind their backs. Ha ha, fellow Daoist Chen and fellow Daoist Meng, we're late and have kept you waiting. A burly, bald cultivator laughed, accompanied by a powerfully dressed woman with eyes so stern that people didn't dare to look directly at them. It's the late, damp, wet stone houses that are reserved for your miners. Oh, there is such a thing? Elder Yen hurriedly explained. Wasn't it said before that the rotation would take place once a year? Why did fellow Daoist Chen come back to instigate again? Humph, why can't we let our miners live in good houses first? It's clearly bullying us for being small, the bald man said coldly. Then switch over now. Our people will live in the south for a year first, and then go to live in the north afterward. That's right, what fellow Daoist Tan said is exactly right. There has to be a first come first served, right? The Bai Jin Dan of the traveling immortal sect said with a gloomy face. What the hell is first come first served? Whoever has the biggest fist has the final say. If you don't submit, let's fight. Just fight. I'm not afraid of you. Seeing that both sides were about to go to war again, Yen Keilu hurriedly said, Taoist Tan, Taoist Shun, if you really want to fight, we'll accompany you. However, I think you're all clear about the reason why the 4 factions have stopped fighting. If you continue to fight, you'll pay for the consequences. At these words, the bald cultivator withdrew his aura, but his mouth was still tough. The matter of the miners' accommodation must be fair, otherwise even if it violates the agreement, we'll have to do over a fight. The main purpose of our trip is to have a 4-way fight to determine each party's share of the spirit stones, so how about we also use the winners and losers of the fight to determine the issue of the miners' accommodations? Why bother? Why don't we have one person from each of the 4 factions, and whoever wins will have the final say? Yen Kai Lu lips babble, seems to be using the voice transmission technique to discuss with someone. A few moments later, or, each of the 4 sides out of a foundation establishment stage for a competition. The winner to prioritize the selection of the residents. How? No problem. Each of the 4 factions chose a foundation builder to fly into midair, and the cultivator chosen by the Flying Dragon sect was none other than Hua Dianchen, the first place winner of the foundation building competition a long time ago. This one had a late-stage foundation establishment cultivation and specialized in thunder art and sword royalty. The 4 foundation builders didn't fight alone, but automatically split into 2 camps, fighting 2 on 2. The fight at the foundation establishment stage was not something that could be compared to the chi refinement stage. Spanning 10 miles, gold and iron clashed, and thunder and fire dazzled the eyes, fighting a column of incense time. Even the layman can also see both sides of the strength of the flag drums and drums. A short period of time absolutely cannot be divided into winners and losers. In the giant sword sect's team, one person suddenly stepped out. Watching others fight is too boring. Xiao Shanhe, last time we fought we didn't win or lose. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to fight again? Xiao Shanhe frowned slightly. Tomorrow is the upcoming ring fight. Why rush? Randomly draw a match. May not be able to just meet you. It's better to fight first now. Of course, if you are afraid, you cannot come. Xiao Shanhe couldn't help but look at his own elder. Do what you want, go if you want, just don't get hurt. Then Disciple will compete with him. Xiao Shanhe fought with the burly youth who challenged him. Both of them were good at using swords. Only one was a 5-foot broadsword and the other was a normal-sized extreme magical artifact. The two fought like a duel between martial arts masters, not like a cultivator fighting. Fellow disciples from both sides, attracted by this hot-blooded fight, cheered them on. However, in Zhu Yudeo's opinion, this kind of fighting style was silly. All immortal cultivators now, and still engage in this? It was still the foundation establishment cultivators who were fighting in the air that were truly worthy of his learning. He had gained a lot of insight into when to use spells, when to use magic treasures, and how to cooperate. Senior brother Zhu doesn't seem to be interested in senior brother Xiao and Situbei's fight. Ha! One Tai Lai suddenly came over and asked, do you think it's better than a Chikyu stage fight? Also, so who would you say is the stronger of the two? Can't see it. What happens if you go on? Seen your brother? No good. When Tai Lai see him perfunctory, will no longer ask more questions. The two fought a column of incense time, finally remembered to use spells and other means. But, the refining stage can use spells, just a few kinds, really can not play too many tricks. Just when everyone thought that this fight would end in another draw, that Situbei, who was known as the #1 person in the chi practicing stage in the eastern continent, suddenly shifted his body and transformed into 4 figures with one, chopping out a sword in a fan shape at the same time. The 4 swords attacked together, with a momentum like 10,000 even. Xiao Shanha hastily retreated and dodged, while invoking an extreme-grade Dharma shield. However, those 4 figures flew up at the same time, occupying 4 different directions and forming a combined attack once again. A shield, at best, can only withstand an attack from 1 or 2 directions. I'm afraid it wouldn't have been possible with another person. Instead, Xiao Shanha whirled around, his sword spinning with him to form an arcing sword screen, while the shield was on top of his head. An ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing together came out. His form landed, along with half of his vestments, his pants legs, and he showed white. There's blood oozing out. Not much damage, but insulting. Xiao Shanha clanked in place. Situbei sked. So white. The cultivators from the Giant Sword sect and the Blood River sect laughed, and some even whistled. For their part, the people of the Fei Long sect had ugly faces. This was not only breaking Xiao Shanha's face, but also hitting the faces of all the Fei Long sect cultivators. Senior brother Xiao, quickly change into your clothes. A female cultivator ran over and took out a lower-grade magic robe and changed him into it. TSK, not bad looking. Why don't you marry me? There's no future in marrying a loser. I'll kill you. Xiao Shanha suddenly acted like a furious lion and raised his sword to slash. Underdogs, the two fought together again. Only Xiao Shanha, who had lost his mind, was even less of a match for Situbei. Zhu Yudao, go replace the people. Elder Lang, I'm ranked 6th? Zhu Yudao was a bit stunned. There were several others in front of him. How could he not take his turn? Lang Suesan swept a glance at Haninglong's men, and they all lowered their heads. He couldn't even defeat Xiao Shanha, let alone the #1 person in the chi refining stage in the eastern continent. If you know that going up there would be a disgrace, why make a fool out of yourself? Moreover, the means that the other party had just performed, they simply could not think of a way to crack it. It's just you. Defeat him and I'll give you something great. Zhu Yudao knew that there was no way for him to shrug it off, so he agreed with alacrity. Yen Kailu's lips babbled. Are you sure he can beat the Giant Sword sect brat? Without having built a foundation, he can actually perform the 4-elephant sword technique. I can't even think of a way to counter that. Leng Chuishan shook her head. I can't guess either, but I have a feeling that he can do it. Looks like you really have faith in him. Hearing the hidden meaning in Elder Yan's words, she coldly disliked back. Wouldn't it have been better for me to be the one to temper Lin Mengqing in the first place? Save people from saying that you found a little disciple who is like a flower. You need to change this last name, or you'll suffer a big loss sooner or later. Yen Kailu said helplessly. I can't change it. In the light of the two of them transmitting and exchanging their voices, Zhu Yudao had already arrived at the place where the fight was taking place. I'm here to persuade the fight. You guys don't make a move first. Nobody cares about him. Say it again. If you don't stop, I'll be rude. The two still ignored him, but the Giant Sword sect popped over to one of them. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Okay, wait for me to get dressed. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhu Yudao changed into his cuttlefish armor and even put on his face armor. Okay, it's ready to go. That one raised his big sword and chopped. Zhu Yudao, surprisingly, did not chop or flash, and raised his mountain opening battle axe to chop at the other party as well. What's that supposed to mean? Poking each other? The man didn't want to fight with him, so he changed his stance in the middle of the move, changing his chop into a block. Dang! The big sword was directly smashed to the ground. Not waiting for it to react, a foot had already kicked on its belly. The whole person flew out 3 feet before landing, then spit out blood. There was a sudden silence on the field, and even Xiao Shanha and Situbei stopped fighting. When I couldn't help but look at Han Inglong. I'm not dreaming, am I? No, he knocked someone out with one move? Yeah, just one move. The crowd of cultivators from the Flying Dragon sect clapped their hands as if they were waking up from a dream. Leng Suesan couldn't help but curve the corner of her mouth. Although the one who fought wasn't Situbei, the other party should have come to participate in the ring fight, and the result was that he was seriously injured in a single move. So how refreshing must this be? The morale that had just been suppressed instantly rose. Situbei fed his injured senior brother a healing pill. then stared at Zhu Yudao with a morose gaze. Who are you? No nameless person dies under my sword. I'm just a nobody. It's useless for you to know. Come on. My family's elders asked me to teach you a lesson. Fine. You seek death. I'll fulfill you. After saying that, he transformed into 4 shadows and raised his sword to chop, actually coming up to perform a big move. Zhu Yudao people with the axe turn, performing the same round spinning arc light chop as Xiao Shanhe. Split wind knife skill does not necessarily have to use a knife, as long as there is a blade of the weapon can be. However, just now Xiao Shanhe was broken and almost showed his ass. The same move. Is there any difference? An ear-piercing metallic friction sound rang out, and the 4 figures shot backwards, randomly merging 4 into 1, and Situbei's arm trembled, with blood dripping out of his palm. Looking at Zhu Yudao again, there were obvious scratches on the cuttlefish armor, but it didn't break defense. Again, the axon exploded and slashed against the wind. Situbei hurriedly dodged, then slashed his sword diagonally. By definition, the opponent had only 2 options, dodge, or block. However, Zhu Yudao is out of line. You chop my waist, I'll chop your brain. What kind of rogue hit is this? Situbei hastily withdrew his moves and flashed. Only, a move was passive. Moves were passive. Axe main even flashed. Moves were fatal. He tried several times to pull away and regain his rhythm, but Zhu Yudao moved faster than him and kept chasing him, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. Having no choice, he offered up a large shield in an attempt to ease the tension. A powerful and extremely strong rushing force came from the shield, and he was knocked back by a foot or so with the shield, and 2 gullies formed on the ground. Not waiting for him to stabilize his stance, the second hit came again, and this time he was knocked to the ground. Zhu Yudao leaped high into the air and chopped with his prime axe. In desperation, he had to raise his shield to defend himself. Dang sound! The shield was dented, and a crack appeared. The extremely high-quality magic weapon, but even under this blow was seriously injured. It can be seen that the force of this blow is strong. Situbei's arm can no longer be lifted, but the second axe is arriving. If it is hit, it is estimated that it is difficult to protect his life. In the nick of time, a palm print slapped. Zhu Yudao was unable to resist in time, and his entire body was slapped out 2 feet away before the second palm arrived. He was just about to inspire a talismanic treasure for defense. The same palm imprint collided with that palm, and the powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy caused the ground to form a sandy backwash. Fellow Daoist Tan, the juniors are competing. You rashly intervene. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by everyone? The one who intervened was none other than Leng Sui-san. What's there to be ashamed of? Believe it or not, I'll even beat you up. You, Humph. This time is to give him a lesson. Relying on his equipment with high defense, he uses this kind of rogue fighting method. Then in the future the world of immortal cultivation, won't it be a mess? Fellow Daoist Tan is wrong. Isn't equipment a part of strength? If you don't care about equipment, why would you need to hold a great sword or wear precious armor? Yan Kai Lu retorted. Don't be clever with your words, let it be this time, but next time, if you use this kind of tactics, don't blame me for leaning on the big bully. Zhu Yudao's eyes flashed with a cold aura. Coming to this world, there were actually only 2 people he really moved to kill. One was Hu Tianlai, and the other was the guy in front of him. He secretly vowed in his heart that one day, he would take his dog's life. Speaking, in midair suddenly came a scream, but the Blood River Sex Foundation was struck by lightning, fell down from the air. The air instantly formed a situation of 2 to 1. Originally, it was considered an even match, but now that there was a little less, the giant Sword Sex Foundation building soon couldn't hold on and lost the battle. Fellow Daoist Tan, fellow Daoist Shun, now that you've been defeated, what else do you have to say? Humph, let's see the true realization in the ring fight tomorrow. The minors of the 4 factions were all properly settled, and everyone rested individually, except that all of them coincidentally sent out heavy guards. Lang Shan called Zhu Yudao over. You weren't hurt earlier, were you? Okay, tomorrow's ring fight, unlike the sect competition point to point, in addition to not allowed to use spirit talismans and talisman treasure, there are no other restrictions. You are good at close combat, but not good at long distance offense. When the wild battle is bound to suffer losses, this treasure is called the Ice Spirit Cold Light Gourd, which I obtained by chance, and by giving it to you for defense, I have also returned your favor. Last time in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave was saved by Zhu Yudao. She has been trying to find a way to return the favor. Only send a talisman treasure is obviously not enough. This ice cold light gourd is not some accidental gain. Originally can be made into a treasure of the material, born by her down a grade, is to return the favor. Thank you, Elder. Well, Tanjioshio is a person who acts without scruples. If you meet him outside, he will definitely not be polite to you. I'll send you another Earth Escape talisman. When you encounter danger, it can save your life. The Earth Escape Talisman Zhu Yudao has long desired. But this kind of life-saving spirit talisman, not only is expensive, the main thing is that there is a price without a market. There is no sale in the market. He expressed his gratitude once again and went back to the stone room to sacrifice his magic weapon. Seeing him leave, Leng Suisan breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly putting down her mental baggage. However, once she thought of the fact that she would have to work with someone who was unreasonable, and whose strength was higher than her own for the next 3 years, her mood instantly became irritable again. The next day was the main day of the ring fight. The so-called ring was not there at all, and the foundation establishment stage just had to not leave the confines of the valley. At the chi refining stage, a range of about 50 zhan was delineated, far wider than the 10 zhan fighting platform at the grand competition, allowing for meandering and not being afraid of being blocked in a corner of the fighting platform. The rules of the competition were discussed long ago. Each of the 4 factions will send out one person to the ring. Which faction disciple last one to leave the ring alive, even if which faction wins. In the competition, except for the restrictions on talismans, it was casual. For the sake of fairness, a group draw will be held first, and those who draw the same number card will be the opponents. Zhu Yudao drew 3, which meant that the cultivator from the other 3 factions who drew 3 would be his opponent, and it was also the third match of the chi refining stage ring battle. The one who draws 1 enters the field, and the disciples of each of the 4 factions occupy a corner. The first person from the Flying Dragon sect to appear was Li Yunrui. Zhu Yudao had not dealt with this person, but his battle power shown in the grand competition was about the same as Wen Tai Lai, and now that he had obtained 2 more extremely high-quality magical artifacts, his battle power should have been increased. The 4 of them were opponents of each other, but because of the allies, Li Yunrui and the Yuxian sect cultivator automatically became a temporary combination, and the same was true for the 2 cultivators from the Blood River sect and the Giant Sword sect. So that when they had split up the winners and losers, the allies would then face off against each other. 4 people fighting, both cooperation, but also mutual defense, who do not dare to rest assured boldly behind the other people, so they are more cautious. Giant Sword sect cultivators seldom used spells. Their sword techniques were mainly for melee combat, and occasionally they could also perform some mid-range attacking battle techniques, similar to the windward slash, cross slash, and so on. The Blood River sect's cultivators, on the other hand, were extremely good at spells, and their sect's unique bloodthirsty spells, the Blood Fury Net, were all headache-inducing spells. It was worth mentioning that Song Xiaohua also had an imitation blood god streamer in his hand, which was also one of his sect's commonly used magic weapons. Zhu Yudao was more familiar with the tactics of the Yuxian sect's cultivators. They were not characterized by much else except for a set of highly skillful sword control techniques. The 4 chi refining stage fighters below and the 4 foundation establishment fighters in mid-air. He watched the battle while calculating how to take one cleanly and successfully complete the sect's mission. The fight was a bit dull. After a column of incense time, the offense and defense were still lukewarm, and no one refused to hastily launch the strongest offense. Just because you won't use a big move doesn't mean there's no exertion. It's just warm water boiling a frog. Seeing this situation, a smile appeared on Zhu Yudao's face as he thought of a winning tactic. Senior brother Zhu, what are you laughing at? Wen Tai Lai asked. I laugh. What if someone is in a hurry? Ha ha, grabbing the first attack. If the allies don't cooperate properly, it's easy to form a situation where you're being combated, and then the fun will be great. The conversation between the two also reminded the fellow disciples who were going to participate in the battle that this kind of competition was indeed the most avoidable thing to do in the heat of the moment, or else they would die very quickly. As if to verify this theory, the Giant Sword Technique's foundation establishment cultivator suddenly unleashed a big move. A giant sword technique that nearly killed the Flying Dragon sect foundation establishment. If the Blood River sect's foundation building followed up to make up for it, this strike would be a done deal. However, there was no such tacit understanding between them, and if they launched another attack, they had already missed the timing of the initial blade. The one who was almost injured immediately returned the favor, flinging out a huge ball of thunder, which randomly burst into flames, with reddish-colored lightning that instantly covered a range of several feet. The Tour Immortal Sect Foundation was similarly half a beat slower. However, he was originally maneuvering his magic flying sword to attack, and being closer to the Giant Sword Sect cultivator, he immediately cast the Shaking Star Rain move, which combined with the Fire Thunder technique to complete the defense break. The Blood River Sect cultivators immediately replenished their defense. However, they were all elite disciples of the sect, and if they could not grasp such an opportunity, they were not worthy of shouldering the heavy responsibility of the sect. The two foundation builders from the Flying Dragon sect and the Traveling Immortal sect immediately launched another wave of combined attacks. The Giant Sword Builder ended up dodging a bullet with his Bodysword unification tactic, but he was already seriously injured and had to withdraw. Blood River Sect Foundation Establishment. Facing the combined efforts of the two to surround them, the lone palm had to give up. In the end, the Fei Long Sect and the Yuxian Sect allied against each other, and the Fei Long Sect Foundation building came out on top. The first ring fight of the Foundation Establishment stage was over, and the Chi refining stage ones were actually still dawdling until someone's spiritual energy was about to run out, and the fight entered a fast pace. The result was almost a replica of the Foundation Establishment fight, only this time it was the Yuxian Sect disciples who had the last laugh. Tan Joshua was furious and cursed. 2 fights. Obviously the Giant Sword Sect disciples were the strongest individually, but they were the first to lose. What was the situation? The female cultivator beside him told him the answer. In this kind of competition, single body combat strength was not the decisive factor. The key was in cooperation. At the start of the second match, all 4 sects of cultivators chose to play it steady, and in the end, the Blood River sect with the highest cultivation and thickest blood took the victory in the Foundation Establishment match. The win in the refining stage was taken by the Giant Sword sect, and the secret to the win was not the strength of the battle, but this one who gave up active offense from the beginning to the end of the whole process, and finally overcame the Yuxian sect disciple by relying on the double advantage of spiritual power and physical strength to take the win. The third one opens. Zhu Yudao appeared on the stage, and when the Fei Long sect cultivators saw him take out his Shen Iron Great Shield and folding battle spear, they all smiled heartily. For no reason at all they thought that this one should be a sure thing. The Giant Sword sect appeared, a male cultivator with many pigtails. When he saw Zhu Yudao, he was a bit timid. After all, even Situ Bei was defeated. He definitely couldn't beat him. Luckily, this was a 4-faction fight, so the voice was transmitted to the Blood River sect's allies. This one was also jealous of Zhu Yudao, and the two of them hit it off, deciding to combine their defenses and consume someone Zhu's battle power. The female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect's beautiful eyes flickered. Having strong allies was both a good thing and a bad thing. He was able to kick out 2 opponents in the early going, but in the late going, could he beat him himself? Therefore, she planned in her heart, she must be meticulous, so that her ally and the enemy first lose everything, so that she can have the opportunity to reap the benefits. Each person has their own little plan. So a bizarre scene appeared. 4 people each occupying one side, wide-eyed. None of them take the initiative to attack. The cultivators of the 4 factions who had gathered to watch were a bit unable to help themselves when they saw the situation. Obviously, it's an overabundance of caution, but it's not like you can't fight it. Giant Sword Sect Elder Tan Joshua suddenly said in a sinister manner, "Woody the kid in black armor, if you passively avoid battle again, this seat will sentence you to lose." Zhu Yudao was wearing cuttlefish armor, so it was obvious that he was the one being referred to. The problem was, 4 people fighting, not to mention others, but just him. This was favoritism. This was deliberate targeting. But what could he do? Anyone could see that this guy was very strong. Even if Ling Chui Shan wanted to help him, she had to weigh it up. The good thing is, he has a lot of means available to him. First, he put away the folding war spear and the basalt iron shield, and then he took out the piece of Een Demon Streamer, and as he struck out the spell, hundreds of ghosts sprang out, and 2 of them turned their eyes and condensed into entities, swarming towards the Giant Sword Sect cultivators. Ha ha, a disciple of the Flying Dragon Sect actually used a Nightfork Sect magic weapon. Fellow Daoist Yen, won't you guys check his identity? Jiang Hong couldn't help but change his face slightly when he heard this, but fortunately, everyone was focusing on the ring fight, so no one noticed his strange appearance. It's just a magic weapon. Does using a greatsword as a battle weapon necessarily make one a disciple of your Giant Sword Sect? This kind of provocative tactic is better for Daoist Tan to use sparingly, so that people won't say that you're not spiritually intelligent enough. You old man, believe it or not, I'll hammer you? Just about to learn. Okay, then let's have a do-over. Fei Long Sect purposely sent the most qualified cultivator in the sect over this time, just to calm the scene. If they didn't suppress the other party's temper, it really wasn't easy to say what would become of the 4 sects fights. The 2 Jindan battles were affecting the ring fight, so they flew north of June Mountain to decide the winner. At this moment, the Giant Sword Sect cultivator in the ring was caught in the middle of a siege by numerous ghostly creatures. Only 2 of these ghosts could pose a threat to him, but it was very difficult for him to exterminate them because physical attacks were ineffective against the nether spirits. He had no choice but to use his talisman and ask the Blood River Sect cultivators for help. The Blood River Sect cultivator was not willing in his heart. If he consumed too much spiritual energy, there would be no part for him in the final fight for victory. However, it was not good for him to refuse his ally's request, so he could only grind his way out and send out small fireballs that consumed the least amount of spiritual energy. This small fireball was fine against ordinary ghosts, But it was not enough against those two solidified ghosts. The female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect was secretly happy in her heart. To control the demon streamer, the consumption of spiritual energy is greater than normal magic weapons. Zhu Dao is only at the 5th level of qi refining, so at most, he can last for a column of incense, and by the time his spiritual energy is exhausted, he will not be enough to worry about. Then, all she had to do was that she had to resolve either the giant sword sect cultivator, or one of the blood river sect cultivators within a pillar of incense time, in order to have a chance of winning. Since all those ghostly creatures were rushing towards the giant sword sect cultivator, of course it would be in his best interest to settle him first. Thus, she performed the sword royal technique to the extreme, and the already exhausted giant sword sect cultivators could not support themselves somewhat at once. The blood river sect cultivator had also thought of this layer, and at this time, it was the most correct choice for him to attack Zhu Dao, who was rapidly depleting his spiritual energy. However, he pretended to be sympathetic and offered a shield to defend his ally against the flying swords. Seemingly well-intentioned, they were actually letting their allies support them a little longer in order to consume the spiritual energy of Zhu Dao and the female cultivators of the traveling immortal sect, so that, in one fell swoop, they could have a better chance of winning. Several people each punished their hearts, and the most bitter of all was the giant sword cultivation sect cultivator. The ghostly creature was constantly draining his spiritual energy and defense, and that godly flying sword could bleed him at any time. Any more passivity and you won't stand a chance in the end. Thus, he inspired a protective amulet, then forcefully shook off the ghostly entanglements and ran to attack the female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect. That's right, he didn't go to find Zhu Dao's trouble, because he knew that he had no good fruit to eat directly against that person. The persimmon of course picks the soft pinch first. Moreover, going to melee female cultivators would also minimize the entanglement of flying swords to the greatest extent possible. The female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect was very depressed and hurriedly performed a light body technique and ran towards Zhu Dao to seek shelter, and woe be unto her. However, a bloodbane web suddenly covered her. She hastily cast a flame blade spell to break the bloodbane web, but it was this slight delay that was intercepted by the giant sword sect cultivators. As a female cultivator who wasn't good at close combat, it was very dangerous to be blocked by a cultivator who was good at close quarters. The good thing was, she had no shortage of means to deal with it. First, he sent out a shield to ward off an attack, and flung out a talisman while his figure retreated sharply. This talisman instantly transformed into a prison of light, covering the other party in it. A third-stage light prison talisman, with a defense roughly equivalent to a 3-layer golden light formation. It took the full force of a giant sword sect cultivator to break through, and when he broke the cage, he was surrounded by numerous ghosts again, and the female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect ran away again. Everything went back to the beginning, and time slipped rapidly towards a column of time. Many people saw that Zhu Dao was actually getting high, more proof that his spiritual energy was running low. The question is, does getting high during a fight work? Even if one were to use two things at once, manipulating the magic weapon while running the gong method to refine the medicinal power, it would still not be able to be converted into spiritual power in a relatively short period of time. AI Master Zhu is defeated, one Tai Lai directly asserted. Not necessarily, even without spiritual power, just with his strange power, he still has the power to fight. Lin Nengqing said, it's not true that you have the power to fight, but can you resist a cultivator? That axe chop of his can't be taken by a cultivator. Besides, that giant sword sect cultivator can't hold out any longer. If we kick this person out first, and the Yuxian sect's fellow Taoists tangle with the Blood River sect's guy for a little while longer, Master Zhu will be able to refine the medicinal power and regain some of his spiritual power. I'm just afraid that people won't be so kind. Maybe they'll kick senior brother Zhu out first, and the two of them will then duel. Let's see. Master Zhu has taken out his talisman. With the talisman he can also hold his own for a while. A pillar of time had passed. Seeing that Zhu Dao had even withdrawn the aura of the cuttlefish armor, he thought that his spiritual energy was about to run out. The giant sword sect cultivator's heart was greatly determined. As long as he held on for a little while longer, he would at least be able to kick Zhu Dao out. The female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect, on the other hand, increased her attacks in order to finish off the giant sword sect cultivator before Zhu Dao withdrew. Otherwise, she would have no chance of winning when she was 1 against 2. The Blood River sect cultivators, on the other hand, were desperately trying to add defense to their allies, in order to make the female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect consume some more spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, another hour had passed. It was reasonable to say that Zhu Dao should not be able to hold out any longer, but those ghosts were still attacking, which meant that the spiritual energy had not run out. Could it be an error in judgment that it wasn't the 5th level of qi refining? When he was having doubts, he realized that Zhu Yudao was furiously swallowing pills again, and it dawned on everyone that they were afraid that some of the pills they had just eaten had been converted into spiritual energy, and that was why they were able to support themselves for a little while longer. Thus, the Blood River sect cultivator, the female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect, and the giant sword sect cultivator coincidentally cheered themselves up in their hearts. As long as they put in more effort and hold on for a few moments longer, the victory would definitely belong to them. There's something about confidence that can sometimes make a big difference in maximizing one's potential, just like the giant sword sect cultivator, who had been consumed by ghostly attacks for a long time. His spiritual energy was about to be depleted, and several times he was broken through the defense by flying swords, bringing about a considerable amount of damage. If he hadn't determined that Zhu Yudao was about to collapse, he definitely wouldn't have continued to hold on. And it was because of his persistence that the female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect was unable to attack for a long time, and her spiritual energy was largely depleted. Similarly, the Blood River sect cultivator who had been adding defense to him had only half of his spiritual energy left, even though he was currently the richest. Another tea time passed, and Zhu Yudao got high again. At this point, some people already suspected that he had taken some kind of elixir that could quickly replenish his spiritual energy, and it wasn't like there weren't any such elixirs, such as the Speed Spirit Elixir, and then the 10,000 Years Spiritual Milk. However, those elixirs, not to mention the Qi refining stage, even the Jindan stage, very few people could afford to eat such things. Since it couldn't be some elixir, how did it manage to refine the medicinal power while fighting? Next, to the consternation of all, came the situation. Someone Zhu actually took out a bun and ate it after getting high. Is this hungry? It's normal to eat when you're hungry. The problem is, now that you're in the middle of a fight, fighting for your life, isn't it a bit much for you to eat? The giant sword sect cultivator who had just filled himself with a lot of poisonous chicken soup for the soul and had been desperately holding on, was suddenly having his confidence crumble because of this action of his. He roared, and like a madman, he rushed towards Zhu Yudao regardless. No one could figure out if he was trying to launch a final strike or venting his anger. However, before he could rush to Zhu Yudao's nearness, his body suddenly stiffened, and the ghost was actually rushed into his body. At the same time, the flying swords cut through his armor and blood flowed out. A large hand of spiritual energy suddenly appeared and grabbed him out of the ring's range, and the one who struck was clearly the stern-eyed Jindan female cultivator from the giant sword sect. This woman, hand sealing, an electric light from its fingertips did not enter its body, crashed into the ghosts, hastily fled, the form of a ghost baby. The man was saved, but the victory was no longer with him. Everyone's viewpoint turned back to the field again. The giant sword sect cultivator withdrew. The Blood River sect cultivator was again haunted by ghosts, and the female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect maneuvered her flying sword to attack him. At this time, there was no longer any way to hide his clumsiness, and the explosive flame talisman and fireball talisman were thrown out like no money. The ghosts had been consumed quite a bit before, and after a wave, only those two most powerful ghosts remained. Zhu Yudao collected the springing demon streamer at this time, and no one felt it was inappropriate. Seeing that he didn't rush over at the first opportunity, the Blood River sect cultivator was quite comfortable choosing to forcefully attack the female cultivator of the swimming immortal sect, and all the cultivators present were able to discern that this woman didn't have much spiritual energy left as well. The female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect, since she understood that the situation right now was not favorable to her, so she launched a counterattack with her opponent while approaching Zhu Yudao. Regardless of whether this ally still had any spiritual power, she could always help her withstand it for a while, so that she could take a breather. Zhu Yudao didn't let her down either. His hand held the large Shin iron shield, holding it at the front to help reduce the pressure on her defense, so that she could manipulate the flying sword with all her heart. It is possible to realize the double kill of the Blood River sect cultivator. At this time, a great deal of pride. First cast the blood vein net, the two covered, and then successively threw out the giant wood symbols ruthlessly hit the big shield of basalt iron. When the talisman's attack ended, it immediately performed the blood devouring technique again, sucking blood chi furiously at Zhu Yudao. Blood gas -5. Blood gas -5. Coming every few breaths, Zhu Yudao calculated that he could at least let the other party suck another 100 times, so there was no need to worry at all. The Blood River sect cultivator was also calculating in his heart. A normal person would not be able to stand it after being sucked 1 or 20 times. Zhu Yudao, even if his blood was a bit thicker than a normal person, would only be able to do it 30 or 40 times. A person with no spiritual energy and no chi in blood was tantamount to being completely wasted. The female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect, at that time, I'm afraid that her spiritual power had long been exhausted and she had become a lamb to be slaughtered. Victory is mine. The information multiplied as he relied on an extremely high-quality shield to withstand the flying swords attacks while constantly sending out blood-devouring techniques at Zhu Yudao, the female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect. Guessing his intention, suddenly withdrew her flying sword and replaced it with a soaring talisman, and the situation changed dramatically. It seems to be back to before, to see who can last longer. 30 blood-eating techniques were cast. Zhu Yudao is actually holding on. This made him start to drum in his heart. Casting the blood-devouring technique also consumed spiritual energy. What if he ran out of spiritual energy while the other party was still standing there? No way. There's absolutely no way this could happen. He immediately denied the idea, believing that with a few more sessions, 10 at the most, the other man would surely crumble. But when after 10 times, he saw that Zhu was getting high again, in an instant, his confidence began to crumble. Seeing that he stopped casting spells, the female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect was overjoyed. That's when the spiritual energy ran out. She immediately made a seal with both hands, and the overbearing and incomparable flame blade flew and chopped out. The Blood River sect cultivator woke up as if in a dream, and after parrying the blow with his magic shield, he continuously coalesced his spells, and it took him 3 breaths to complete this spell. The next moment a ball of blood-colored light shot out. The target was not Zhu Yudao, but the female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect. The female cultivator sensed that the situation was not good and hurriedly dodged behind Zhu Yudao. The ball of light exploded with a loud bang, without the splendid sight of thunder and fire. But the power was not weak at all. The great shield of basalt iron blocked most of the power, but the surface became uneven. And even more horrifyingly, there was a pungent odor coming out, and this thing was even strongly corrosive. Zhu Yudao was unharmed, and the underside of the cuttlefish armor was slightly damaged. The female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect, however, let out a shriek. Ah, my face! She was defended by her vestments and was likewise undamaged, but there were a few streaks of blood that splattered on her head and face, instantly giving off the smell of burnt flesh. For a woman, looks are her second life. Under the rush of fire, the woman even flew over to fight for her life. As an ally, Zhu Yudao had to fulfill her, so a palm seal was slapped out, a spiritual light appeared, and the Blood River sect flew backwards more than 3 feet and fell heavily to the ground. He still has psychic powers. How is that possible? All the cultivators watching the battle were in an uproar. No matter what kind of move this palm was, one thing was definitely correct, and that was that there was a spiritual power output. The 2 chi refining great perfection cultivators had exhausted their spiritual energy, and he, a chi refining 5th layer, still had spiritual energy, which seemed to prove once again that the other parties high on drugs had really transformed into spiritual energy. The female cultivator of the traveling immortal sect, mounted on the Blood River sect cultivator, scratching frantically. Who could imagine that a female cultivator who hadn't practiced martial arts and refined her body could actually explode with such amazing combat power? And the one from the Blood River sect was suppressed several times when she tried to turn back. Enough! A stern shout stopped the two from fighting, and the Golden Dan of the traveling immortal sect flew over and took the female cultivator away. And as for the disfigurement, a single grain of ice muscle and jade bone pill would probably solve the problem. The Blood River sect's disciple was also called back by his sect's elders. Anyone could tell that this one no longer had any strength left to fight anymore, or else he wouldn't have been beaten wildly by a woman riding on top of him. Zhu Yudao put away his ruined shield and asked aloud, "Does this fight count as my victory?" "Calculate." The Flying Dragon sect cultivators answered in unison. "That's good." Zhu Yudao left the ring range and returned to the crowd. When Tai Lai couldn't wait to ask, "What was the elixir you ate before?" "Eating the beneficial Qi Dan." "Ah, what's wrong?" Zhu Yudao told the truth. "You can fight while refining the medicinal power? My digestion is strong. It's fine when the fight isn't intense. If I'm in the middle of an intense fight, it won't work." When Tai Lai was half convinced, just about to ask again, but was stopped by Leng Suisan. "Enough. Prying into other people's privacy is a big taboo in the immortal cultivation world. Zhu Yudao, you are taking pills and forcibly replenishing your spiritual energy. You are afraid of damaging your meridians, and it will also result in the accumulation of medicinal power. Go and refine the remnants of the medicinal power first." Yes. Having received special permission, he went back to the stone house, set up stools in front of the house, took out the wine and food, and ate while watching the Foundation establishment stage fights to stock up on experience for the future. The fourth of the ring fights had already begun, in which the Qi refining stage fight, which could be considered the battle of focus. The Giant Sword sect had Situ Bei in the fight, while the Flying Dragon sect had Han Inglong in the fight. Compared to the dullness of the previous match, this one was a straight-up pinpoint match. Han Inglong versus Situ Bei, and the Blood River sect cultivators versus the traveling immortal sect cultivators. This kind of hot-blooded collision was what everyone was happy to see, and the cultivators of the four factions all cheered for their side's players. The battle between Han Inglong and Situbei. Currently it was Han Inglong who had the upper hand. Not that he was stronger than his opponent, but Situbei had been injured yesterday, and although the injury wasn't too serious, but with a small difference in strength, this slight disadvantage could be magnified. After fighting for about a column of incense, Situbei once again used the four-elephant sword technique that should only be performed at the foundation establishment stage. Han Inglong had taken precautions. He didn't perform a means like the circular spinning arc light chop or something like that like Zhu Yudao or Xiao Shanhe, but instead, he rushed up to the sky and performed the heavenly flying sword technique. This means of attacking instead of defending is not an ideal choice. However, the prerequisite for performing this kind of sword art was that he had to be able to recognize which of the four Situbei were real and which were illusions. The consequences of making the wrong choice can be very serious. As a result, his behavior took everyone by surprise. In the moment of descent, dozens of cold lights suddenly flew out of the sleeves of the robe, shooting out in all directions like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. The doppelgangers conjured by the four-elephant sword technique all possessed some attacking power, but not the slightest bit of defense. Hit by a concealed weapon, it collapses straight away. Situbei's true form was revealed and he slashed Han Inglong with his sword, and Han Inglong also sent the remainder of the heavenly flying sword to Situbei the moment he was hit by the sword. Both of them fell to the ground at the same time, their vestments breaking their defenses and their blood flowing. Without waiting for the two of them to get up, two powerful attacks arrived. Although they had exerted all their strength to resist, they still could not escape serious injuries, and were saved by the timely rescue of the elders of the two factions, the cultivators of the traveling immortal sect and the Blood River sect, who had just been in a fake fight, and had struck out at the same time at the critical moment, very tacitly, kicking out the two strong enemies, only began to fight for the victory in blood at this moment. Sandpiper. This once again to the back to participate in the battle of the cultivators, a wake-up call. This ring fighting, more than competing for wisdom, good courage, a passionate, will only give others to do the graft. When the fifth ring fight began, two shocking lights flew in first and second. The one who arrived first was none other than Fei Long Sect's chief elder Yen Kai Lu. At this moment, he was in tattered clothes. There were still blood stains that hadn't dried up, and the hair bun on his head had disappeared, so it was obvious that he was injured. But his face was wearing a smile if nothing else. The one who arrived later was Tan Zhouxiao. Not a single damage could be seen on his body, but his face was ugly. Elder brother, your injury? Lang Sui-san greeted him. It doesn't matter. It's all superficial wounds. That guy was hit by my soul messing finger. Without a year and a half, he definitely won't be able to recover. You'll be able to live in peace here for a while. I hope so. Elder brother will go and heal his wounds first. Good thing too. The ring fights continued, with each of the four factions winning or losing, and by the end of the night, there were still 2 Qi refining stage matches and 3 foundation establishment stage matches that had not yet taken place. During this period, the most exciting fight was the 6th match of the foundation establishment stage. The Blood River Sex Cultivator was the first to go out in this match, and as a result, the Giant Sword Sex Cultivator won this one against 2. This is not to say that this person is strong enough to double kill 2 opponents, but skillfully utilized the psychology of the 2 people who are suspicious of each other, taking advantage of the 2 people when they are out of work. The first sudden vague move to forcefully kill one person, and then send the other out of the game, to seize the victory of this game. Until late in the evening, the Foundation Establishment and Qi Refining Stage spent 15 matches, with the Flying Dragon Sect taking 4, the Giant Sword Sect taking 4, the Traveling Immortal Sect taking 4, and the Blood River Sect taking 3. Overall, there was not much difference in the strength of the younger generation of the 4 factions. The night was silent, and the ring fight continued the next day. Foundation stage of the 2. The Blood River Sect strong attack. 2 victories all take. One of the Blood River Sect practitioners laid down the famous Blood River formation. Although it is a simple version of the still is not a foundation practitioners can resist, easily realize the 3 kills feat. This allowed Zhu Yudao to see the power of formations for the first time. In the 3rd match of the Qi refining stage, it was the Giant Sword Sect, the Flying Dragon Sect, and the Traveling Immortal Sect that each won one match. In this way, each of the 4 factions has 5 wins. It seems to be a happy situation for all, but in reality it is not so. If this 40% share can be evenly distributed to satisfy the 4 factions, there is no more ring fights now. The most dissatisfied is the Giant Sword Sect. They are the strongest, but did not take advantage of a little bit. It is normal to be upset. However, right now the results have come out. The cultivation world, although the strength of the immortal world, but at least the credibility or to speak, otherwise the title of the rogue sects, is also enough to make it difficult for them to get a foothold in the eastern continent. After participating in the ring fighting station, it was reasonable to say that this sect's mission was over. However, the minefield now had 4 sects of cultivators standing side by side, and they had previously formed a blood feud, so friction would inevitably occur. Therefore, there would be 3 more months of staying here until everything stabilized before returning to the sect. Zhu Yudao asked Leng Suisan for a vacation to go to Misty Willow Town to deliver a letter. Near the left side of June Mountain, there are extremely many demonic beasts and wild beasts, so why don't you return with Elder Yen when it's not too late to send the letter? I should be fine if I'm careful, not to mention the treasure gifted by the elders. Well, you go and come back quickly. In order to minimize unnecessary trouble, Zhu Yudao left the mine in the middle of the night. The mountains were majestic and heavily forested, and walking in the mountains in the middle of the night was really not a good choice. The area closer to the mine was fine, touched by wild beasts but no demonic beasts. When they left this area, they were targeted by the wolf demons that came out at night to feed. Zhu Yudao introduced the wolves into a narrow valley and then began to kill them. The other wolves were all killed with one strike, but only the Wolf King was treated especially favorably, and after a shield strike, it was captured alive and tied up and put into the Taiyin soul-gathering coffin. He wanted to refine beast puppets and needed complete demonic beast materials, which was the main reason why he insisted on traveling alone. Walking around the mountains by day and night for 5 days, he caught 3 first-order wolf demons, 2 first-order tiger demons, and a second-order snake demon. In addition, several old ginsengs over 10 years old were also collected. Although these mountain ginsengs were not valuable, they were still very good for concocting spirit wine. By the 6th day, halfway through the journey and in the middle of the day, he was taking a nap on a mountain beam when a terrifying hiss scared the small beasts around him into a frantic flight. Such a ferocious might could not have been emitted by a first or second ranked demonic beast. Zhu Yudao is still self-aware. Against the first and second order demonic beasts, he has a greater grasp. The third order and above, almost beyond the scope of his ability. So, still sitting in place to eat meat and drink wine, not to be moved. However, shortly afterward he heard the roar of spells, and screams. Is this someone hunting demons? Zhu Yudao had heard people say that there were generally 2 means for loose cultivators to earn spirit stones. One was to collect spirit grasses and ores from all over the place, and the other was to hunt and kill demonic beasts in groups to sell them. The demonic beast meat he used to buy in the workshop market was from a small team of casual cultivators. Flying and leaping to the top of a large tree, he was ready to see how the loose cultivators hunted demons. As it turned out, it was nothing like what he had in mind. The ones who were hunting demons were not a small team of casual cultivators, but a demon hunting team consisting of a dozen mortals and 2 chi refining stage cultivators. Using bows, chains, nets, and hookahs, they were rounding up a giant boar a few sizes larger than a buffalo. Seeing that they were well coordinated and skillful, if it was a first or second order demonic beast, they would probably have taken it down a long time ago. However, with a third order demonic beast, their weapons couldn't break through the defense, and the 2 cultivators' magic weapons, which were of insufficient grade, could only give the boar some minor damage. A dozen or so people rely on fishing nets and chains to entangle the pig demon. However, the pig demon is so powerful that they can't suppress it at all, and they have already caused the pig demon to be in a state of frenzy. So the situation is very critical. Want some help? If it was a group of cultivators, he would definitely stand by and watch. Since he had come to hunt the demon, he had to be aware of being eaten by the demon. However, to mortals, he felt that he should hold some chivalry. And, as it wasn't too far from Misty Willow Town, he wanted to inquire about the situation in passing. So he ran over with slight preparation. Just at the moment when the pig demon was about to break free from the fishing net and chain bindings, he first cast a ground trapping technique, and the pig demon's 4 legs sank into the ground, and he was suddenly unable to land. Then, he rushed up with a healthy step, and his great shield of basalt iron struck at the pig demon's head. In the case of a first-order demonic beast, this blow would surely have cracked its brain, but this pig demon was only dumbfounded. He immediately added another shield, which temporarily incapacitated the demonic beast. Jumping through hoops, the group of people surrounding the boar stopped in unison, not knowing how to treat this person who suddenly came out to rob the monster. You guys go ahead. I'm just dropping by to give you a hand. I'm not trying to steal your prey. The cultivator, who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, but was dressed as a farmer, arched his hand and said, "Thank you for your help. How about sharing half of this wild boar meat with you? No need to be polite. I was passing by and asked you guys about something. Fellow Taoist, please? Do you know about Misty Willow Town? We are the hunters of Misty Willow Town. I don't know if you are looking for someone, or visiting your family. I was commissioned to deliver a letter to Misty Willow Town's Li clan. To deliver a letter from my family. Could you be a fellow disciple of my family's old ancestor? Your family's old ancestor? Zhu Yudao felt a little unreliable. The one in front of him looked about the same age as Li Wanong, and his cultivation level was at the qi refining stage. Even if there was a gap in seniority, he could not afford to be the title of old ancestor. My family ancestor's secret name is Li Wanong. It's really the same guy. The letters are to be given to Li Qingxian. Untalented. I am Li Qingxian. May I have proof? Once you arrive at Misty Willow Town and ask around, you'll know that I am none other than the current head of the Li family. Zhu Yudao almost believed it. He only brought a letter from his family, and he didn't bring spirit stones, magic weapons or anything like that. The other party couldn't afford to lie to him. So, the family letter was given to the other side. After Li Qingxian quickly skimmed through the letter, Taoist Zhu right. There happen to be more than 20 age-appropriate juniors in the clan, and I have to trouble you. It's nothing. Entrusted by senior brother Li. Naturally I'll do things right. These people from the Li family dismantled the third-order boar with 7 hands, and it could be seen that they were skilled in this business. The wild boar meat was put into the Qiankuan bag. It was not heavy. The trouble was that they had injured 3 people before. 2 of them were unable to move and needed to be carried by someone. In this way, the rush is quite slow. Li Qingxian could see that Zhu Yudao was impatient, so he told the other clansmen to take their time and lead Zhu Yudao to go first. There are lead the way. In the middle of the let's go not put the wrong way. 3 days time. Then came to the Fog Willow town. This town was built on a mountain and had a population of no more than 1,000 households. However, it could be seen that the people here were still relatively affluent. The Li clan is considered one of the largest in the town. According to Li Qingxian, the clan makes up half of the entire town. And because the mountains are high and the emperor is far away, the affairs of the town are managed by the townspeople, and Zhu Yudao arrives to be warmly entertained. What was originally just a spirit test for the Li family became a spirit test for all teenagers between the ages of 8 and 15. Immortal Master Zhu, please wait for a day. We will gather all the postgraduates of the right age. Alright, early in the morning of the day after tomorrow, we will test the spirits here. After a full meal, Li Qingxian kindly invited him to visit the Li family compound and the Li ancestral hall. Seeing a large mansion constructed from hundreds of houses, this was definitely not something that an ordinary countryside portal could do, and the Hu family of Qingshi City did not have such a grand-scale complex. It seems that fellow Taoist Li's family is not an ordinary family. This was built 100 years ago by the old ancestor, and the family has also produced several cultivators and court officials. Hence, this scale, 100 years ago? You're saying it was built by senior brother Li Wanong 100 years ago? Yes. Zhu Yudao immediately felt that there was a problem. The qi refining stage to the great perfection realm. The life expectancy is not more than 150 years old at the end of the day. If calculated according to this, even if Li Wanong was born and started to cultivate immortality, he would have to be more than 100 years old at least by now. It's old enough to be old at this age, but now it looks like it's clearly in its 30s or 40s. Then what cultivation level was your old ancestor when he built the compound? This is not quite clear. At that time, I had not yet been born. According to what my family master said, at that time, old ancestor was dressed in white and rode his sword across the land as if he were an exiled immortal descending from the earth. Li Qingxian revealed a look of fascination. To fly with a sword, that must be at the foundation establishment stage. And how could it be at the qi refining stage cultivation now when it was already established 100 years ago? Zhu Yudao felt more and more confused, but when he asked Li Qingxian about it, the other party knew nothing about it, and the last time Li Wanong came home was when he was in his teens, which was more than 20 years from now. The doubts in his heart could probably only be solved by looking for Li Wanong later. The next day, more than 100 school-age teenagers in the town took the spirit test. Perhaps it was the spirit of mankind. Among these people, 14 actually appeared to have spiritual roots. Among them, a 9-year-old girl named Li Xianing of the Li clan was also known as the 3 spiritual roots of gold, water, and wood. When Li Qingxian learned of this, he was overjoyed, and not only offered sacrifices to his ancestors, but also celebrated with a large banquet. Li family master, there are 3 qualified ones out of your clan that I can take away, but the others are to consult the sect elders to decide. Pass through here in 3 months and decide the matter again. I'm grateful to you, Taoist Zhu. Even if the Flying Dragon sect doesn't accept them, I'll still teach them to cultivate, so as not to waste the immortal cultivation roots. Good thing too. Zhu Yudao stayed in Misty Willow Town for another day, and then returned to the mine with a large amount of food. And at this time, a big mess is brewing in the Spirit Stone Mine. Inside the Spirit Stone Mine, the mines were lined up like a labyrinth. When something happens in a mine, even with an inspection team, it's impossible to see everything. In the past, It was the two factions of the Flying Dragon sect and the Traveling Immortal sect that jointly operated the Spirit Stone Mine. Even though they were allies, the miners of the two factions often had friction, and now it had become the miners of the four factions, who had fought a war for 2 years before, and had built up a lot of grudges, and a little bit of small things could evolve into a group fight. Feng Long has been digging in the Spirit Stone Mine for 10 years. The poor cultivation qualifications made him recognize the reality early on, and mining here, although hard, was the easiest for outer disciples to earn spirit stones and contributions. Therefore, has been here, and is prepared to work until the age of 60 until the exit of the sect, and then rely on these years to save the wealth, go back home to marry a wife and children, and live in peace in old age. It turned out that his goal was gradually being realized, but just 2 years ago, the stable work of mining began to be broken, and a great battle was fought, killing many of his fellow disciples and workers. Now there is even an influx of a group of people who refuse to mine with pickaxe after pickaxe, but try to use force to take their hard-earned spirit stones for themselves. On this day, all the spirit stones he had worked hard to mine for a day were robbed and he was injured. The more I think about it, the more I lick my wounds at night in the stone house. There are quite a few like him who are oppressed. So a group of people responded to the inspection. However, all the inspection could do was to appease them verbally and make them hold back for the time being in order to avoid a sectarian conflict. One day can be tolerated, but no one can stand it every day. As a result, these miners, who were oppressed, spontaneously formed small groups, which liaised with each other and had the tendency of converging into a river. The four factions of Jindan cultivators did not know that a storm was brewing. In fact, since the ring fight, there had been no shortage of clashes between them, only that Tanjioshio was seriously injured, and the Flying Dragon sect and the Traveling Immortal sect had 2 more Jindans, so for the time being, such clashes were only kept on the verbal level. The following foundation stage stewards and inspection teams have already had a few private sparring matches, but they are more measured, and there have been no serious casualties yet. Zhu Yudao is back, going to Ling Shui Shan's place to cancel her vacation and casually told her about Misty Willow Town sect, although less than the time to recruit disciples, but a few years, the war-dead disciples nearly 1,000, think the sect will make an exception, but this matter needs to be discussed with the head teacher. Elder Lu will return in a few days. It will be presented by him to the sect. You patiently wait for the news on it. Thank you, Elder. It's an eventful time right now. You need to be careful with your words and behavior. Don't cause trouble. And tomorrow you'll join the others in inspecting the mines. Yes. When he returned to the stone room to rest, he happened to meet Wen Tai Lai, Jian Hong, and the others returning from their duties. It's great that senior brother Zhu is back. Tomorrow will be a good time to get rid of our anger for us. What's wrong? The guys from the Giant Sword sect are too overbearing. Their miners snatch the spirit stones mined by our miners and end up punishing our miners. It doesn't make sense to reason with them, but we're at too much of a disadvantage to fight there in the mines. And you've come to give them a bit of a show. Report this to the elders. And let the top solve it. You think we didn't report it? It's useless. The higher-ups only told us to hold back. But how can we hold back when people are riding on our heads and shitting and pissing on us? Then let's see what happens. Lang Sui-san had just instructed him, and he really didn't want to cause any trouble. Except that if people were very much looking for trouble, he wouldn't just let them bully him. The next day, he was integrated into the inspection team headed by Lin Mengqing and entered the mine. The entrance to the main mine was so vast that it would not be a problem to hide a few thousand people. The main mine was connected to 4 more branches, and there were branches below the branches, and the mine was getting narrower and narrower, and at its narrowest point, there was only room for 1 person to go in and out. Xu Yudao also saw for the first time how spirit stones were mined down. These spirit stones are very similar to crystal mines and are attached underneath the rocks of the vein. Because the rock is very hard, it is difficult to collect with ordinary tools, and the spirit stone is fragile. You can't use too violent means. You can only carry out line cutting, so the miners use crane pickaxe or magic weapons. Injecting mana, you can cut the spirit stone from the rock. The cut raw spirit stone would be processed by specialized people and finally turned into a finished product of great sameness. As for the remaining trimmings, they were whisked and buried into the spiritual fields, or used as fodder for spiritual beasts. In short, not a single bit would be wasted. When the inspection squad, proceeding to a mine cave, heard the sound of a fight inside, they rushed over and found that it was 2 Giant Sword sect miners, fighting with 3 Yuxian sect miners. Although there was 1 more person, the Giant Sword sect miners who specialized in melee combat had an absolute advantage. Lord Inspector, they're robbing our spirit stones. The miners of the Traveling Immortal sect immediately complained. Lin Mengqing obviously wasn't dealing with something like this for the first time, and didn't immediately issue a penalty. Have you robbed them of their spirit stones? Nothing of the sort. Then why the fight? They're old men in the mine. They bully us newcomers. Aren't they allowed to resist? Who was mining this mine first? The traveling immortal sect cultivator hurriedly said that it was them who had been mining here. Mining spirit stone has first come first served. People opened up the mine. You come to seize it. This is provoking trouble. Considering that you are first-time offenders, let's spare you once. If we find you again, you will be punished to stand guard for 7 days above the north peak of June Mountain. The two giant sword sect miners glared viciously at the 3 Yuxian sect cultivators before leaving this mine. The two of them will definitely come again. When Tai Lai said, "So, we'll come back again too." Lin Mengqing smiled faintly. After a pillar of incense time had passed, the squad heard the sounds of fighting again. Only this time, the giant sword sect had a total of 6 people, and the traveling immortal sect still had the same 3. Originally, they were no match for each other, and if the inspection team had come a little later, these 3 traveling immortal sect miners would have been miserable. "You guys, you're violating the mine's ordinance. Come with us." Those 2 giant sword sect miners who had been warned earlier instantly turned pale. "You're deliberately undermining us. Cut the crap and take it away. Senior brothers and sisters, they are a gang, deliberately setting us up. We can't let them succeed." The 6 men recoiled without a care in the world. "Seek death." Lin Qingmeng struck out with a spell, and a wall of wind was formed, blocking her opponent's charge. When Tai Lai took out a long sword, sword-like gulping, through the wind wall pierced through the ribs of one of the current giant sword sect miners. This is of course mercy, otherwise it would be directly through the heart. Jian Hong, Li Yunrui, and Zhu Yudao then rushed over, and after a few moments, they knocked down all the rest. The giant sword sect was martial, but the people who came here to work as miners were generally at the early stage of refining, people who had no hope of cultivating, and could not compare to these sect elites, and were restrained in just 1 round. The 6 of them were driven and headed towards the main mine cave, and they met 5 inspection squads from the giant sword sect right in front of them. It was as if they had seen a savior. "Senior brother Situ, help!" It wasn't a coincidence that Situ Bei's inspection squad had arrived, but someone had tipped them off. The strategy devised by the giant sword sect was to conquer, so that the miners here, and even the inspections were all submissive, so that the spirit stone mine was ostensibly owned by the 4 families, but in fact, it was owned by their giant sword sect alone. He and Lin Mengqing, Wen Tai Lai, and the others, had fought more than once, and this time, he was prepared to completely beat this squad into submission. Only, when he saw Zhu Yudao, his brows furrowed slightly. This person, an anomaly of the Flying Dragon sect, fighting style very close to their giant sword sect. On the other hand, he is very powerful and very difficult to deal with. "Fellow Daoist Situ, we're following the rules of the mine. Do you have to stop us?" Lin Mengqing said. "What you say doesn't count. I only believe what our miners say." "Senior brother, they're working with the traveling immortal sect to deliberately plant evidence." A few of the captured giant sword sect miners clamored for a while, as if they had really suffered a great deal of aggression. With enough excuses, Situ Bei snapped, "Either release them or ask for your own punishment. Take your pick." Deception. A few inspectors from the giant sword sect laughed out loud. "Just bullying you, how's that?" Lin Mengqing's almond eyes widened as she directly lit up her flying dagger. Zhu Yudao originally thought that the other party would at least be a bit more polite, but he didn't expect the other party to be so unbridled, and under these circumstances, he couldn't even endure if he wanted to. Since Fairy Lin flashed her magic weapon first, then a certain family will not be polite. Situ Bei sheathed his great sword and slashed out with a sound that shook the heavens and moved the earth. As Lin Mengqing dodged and dodged, 6 flying daggers shot out at the same time. Situ Bei had already seen the power of flying daggers, and did not dare to be slow. The large sword with a width of half a foot was swung like a shield, and there was a collision of clanking. He then transformed into 4 shadows and once again executed the 4-elephant sword technique. The flying daggers immediately split to strike the 4 figures, while a tornado formed, actually directly breaking this 4-elephant sword technique. However, Situ Bei immediately came with a body sword unification, instantly completing the close-up, falling into the rhythm of his attack. None of the chi refining cultivators in the entire eastern continent were his opponents. That's his bottom line. Lin Mengqing dodges. The body sword unification was a pursuit technique that could not be avoided by simply dodging. However, when Lin Mengqing let go of his figure, suddenly and extremely abruptly appeared a large shield. Boom sound. He even people with the sword smashed on the ground, followed by a heart kick on the stomach. The abdomen a burst of gas and blood surging. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Despicable. How dare you sneak up on senior brother Situ? The other 4 rushed on. Zhu Yudao violently flung his folding war spear. As the saying goes, an inch is short and an inch is dangerous. An inch is long and is strong. The war spear danced, forcing the 4 to stance and dodge. When Tai Lai and the others seized the opportunity of the battle and released thunder and fire spells at the same time. Under this combined attack, it was inevitable that one of the four would break defense. Lin Mengqing immediately maneuvered her flying daggers to reap the rewards, and even with mercy, the two were rendered powerless. The remaining two turned around and ran. With a flash of light and shadow, Zhu Yudao bizarrely appeared behind them. A dozen or so breaths later, the two were knocked to the ground and lost their fighting strength. Situbei took medicine and fought again, but unfortunately, he was outnumbered, and when Tai Lai's flying sword chopped on his arm, and then he restrained him, swung his palm, and opened his bow left and right, and in a short time, Situbei, who was known as the number one person of the refining stage in the eastern continent, had his face beaten into a pig's head. Lin Mengqing stepped forward and stopped him from continuing to vent. Don't fight. Show some face. You still have to be a human being in the future. You've been punched in the face and you still call it keeping your face? Zhu Yudao felt that this woman's poisonous tongue was sharper than her flying dagger. The 6 giant sword sect miners were dumbfounded, counting on Situbei and the others to stand up for them, not realizing that in a short period of time, they were all knocked to the ground. How did their own elites suddenly become weak? The 6 of you, double your punishment and stand guard at the north peak of June Mountain for half a month. To guard the north peak was mainly to check if there were any demonic beasts approaching, and the reason why it was of a punitive nature was because one had to endure the cold winds from the far north there. The bone-chilling wind. Mortals can freeze to death in a day. Cultivators are no better there. Half a month's time. It will really kill people. However, the situation at hand was such that the 6 dared not disobey. People came and went in the main mine cave, and what happened had long been reported to the mine steward. If it were normal, these stewards would be able to handle it, but right now, they still reported it to their respective elders. Lang Suisan heard about this matter. Both feel relieved, but also feel tricky. Said he could not help but hurry to find Yen Kailu. Hurry up, or a couple of the little guys are going to get the short end of the stick. The two of them entered the mine, and Tan Jiuxiu had already arrived first. Only, Lin Mengqing and the others were long gone. What is fellow Taoist Tan looking for? Humph. You flying dragon sect disciples are bullying people too much. Mr. Tan will discipline you for you. Didn't you say last time that we as elders don't need to ask questions about the children's sparring skills? How come? You're heartbroken again today when the disciple of the giant sword sect lost? You take sides again. You pay the consequences. Both sides were in the middle of a war of words, when suddenly a miner rolled and crawled out. Elder, it's no good. There's a fight inside. It's a mess. What's going on? Slow down. There's a clash inside. A group of people from the Flying Dragon sect and the Traveling Immortal sect, beating and killing everyone they see. Good. Good for you. This is a rebellion. Tan Jiuxiao transformed into a stream of light and flew towards one of the branching mines. Only, the ground suddenly shook violently and he flew back. His face ugly. In fact, not only him, Yen Kalo and Lang Suisan, their faces were ugly, because the 4 diverging mines were blocked at the same time, which showed that this was all premeditated. If something big happened to the Spirit Stone mine, they would all be to blame. Not a moment later, the Jindan elders from the other 2 factions arrived, and after a few people discussed the matter, they immediately cleared the mine path, and at that moment, there was a killing going on in the mine. Feng Long, the organizer of the operation, led 2 factions of over 200 miners, and with his familiarity with the terrain of the mine, he unleashed a massacre on the giant sword sect miners. This retaliation, they have been brewing for days, blocking intersections, closing doors, and leaning on more than they can handle. The giant sword sect miners, with their single combat strength, were stronger than these miners, but with the intention of counting, in front of dozens of times the enemy, they had almost no way to live. It was also because they had bullied these miners too hard before, or else they wouldn't have had to bring them to their deaths. A lot of people have been killed, and the consequences are very serious. Feng Long stayed here. It was definitely certain death. Good thing he was level-headed and had long prepared a back way for himself. Gentlemen, all of today's events can be blamed on me. Everyone go back to your respective mines. There is a saying that the law is not to be blamed. I think that the above will not give you too severe a punishment. Senior Phone, what about you? I've got my own ideas. Guys, I'll see you around. After saying that, he ran towards an extremely deep mining hole, when a mass-killing incident broke out in a mine. Zhu Yudao and the others were in the mine, and instead of stopping it, they deliberately collapsed a mine to prevent a team of inspecting cultivators from the Blood River sect from intervening. Senior Sister Lin, letting that guy go. How should we follow up on this? One Tai Lai hesitated. What else was it going to be? For him to die? We're not to blame for him being gone. Actually, it's good for him to run away, but I'm afraid he won't. Zhu Yudao suddenly took over. What idea does senior brother Zhu have? Speak up. If we're also trapped in a mine, then things will have nothing to do with us. And if that guy is captured, with those Jindan's methods, he'll definitely be able to get him to bite out quite a few people, and many people will be dragged into it by then. What's it going to take? You guys seal off this passageway first. I'll go give him a hand. Zhu Yudao followed the mine tunnel that Feng Long had entered. The front was getting narrower and narrower, and after walking for about 30 feet, it had reached the end. But Feng Long was not here. Where are the people? How can a person disappear into thin air? Zhu Yudao checked back and forth for a while, but surprisingly, he didn't find any abnormalities. Only, while returning with a doubtful heart, he accidentally stepped on a stone. Mining spirit stones. It was normal for some debris to appear within the mining tunnel. The problem was that this side of the area was a little too clean, and this stone appeared rather abrupt. Upon further scrutiny, he realized that this rock above his head was strange, and when he raised his hand to it, he immediately felt some looseness. What a smart guy! Above the mine, there is a blind spot, so to speak. If you make a hole in the top to hide, the average person would never think of it. It's just a shame that the other guy left in such a hurry that he left a trail. Zhu Yudao originally thought that the other party would have dug a tunnel that led beyond the mine. Although he could leave in this way, he still couldn't run away, because with the running speed of the chi refining stage, he definitely couldn't escape the joint search of several Jindan. So, he thought of letting it hide somewhere in the mine, and then releasing it to escape when the wind had passed. Who knew that the other side had thought of this too, and had found a blind spot that no one would have thought of. The heart knows that the other side is right above his head and may be preparing to fight for his life. So he pretended to mumble. Who is this so kind to clean this area so well? There is still a lot of food in this Chinkuan pouch. Enough to eat for 2 or 3 months. Since there's nothing in this passageway, I'll look elsewhere. After that, he shook his head and left. Shortly after he left, the rock above revealed a little gap. A pair of eyes scanned the rock for a moment before moving it aside, and a man jumped down from above. None other than Feng Long. Seeing a Chinkuan bag on the ground that was not forbidden, he picked it up and scanned it, and it was surprisingly full of food and water, as well as a few bottles of grain-preserving pills. His eyes instantly moistened and he kowtowed 3 times in the direction that Zhu Yudao had left. If I, Feng Mao, do not die, I will embrace this favor in the future. The Chinkuan bag will be put away, and then reconcealed this area, to determine that there is no omission, and only then drilled into the above in the cave. When Zhu Yudao rejoined Lin Mengqing and the others, several people had already collapsed the pit. Well, did you find him? I didn't find it. I don't think it's here. He clearly entered this pit. When Tai Lai said, why didn't I see it? You didn't see it? I didn't see it either. Lin Mengqing said, we're stuck here and haven't seen anything. Zhang Hong and Li Yunrui chimed in. When Tai Lai blinked, then realized, yeah, I didn't see anything either. Everyone move and clear the entrance. Someone should be here by now. The 5 of them were busy with 7 hands. Before they could finish cleaning up the mine hole they had collapsed, a group of people came over and helped them clean it up. Fellow Taoists, could someone be hiding in this mine hole? Didn't see it. We heard someone fighting nearby, so we came in to check it out. But it turned out that I don't know who sealed the place off. So we rushed to clean it up just as you guys came. The head Foundation establishment stage steward led the men into the mine to check inside the cave, and after not finding anything, he went to check inside the adjacent pit. An hour later, the nearly 2,000 miners of the Junshan Spirit Stone Mine, and the 800 or so deacon cultivators were all gathered together. Under the count, it was discovered that 46 people had fallen from the Giant Sword sect and 3 were missing. The Blood River sect had lost 6 people and 2 were missing. The Flying Dragon sect had fallen 2 people and 2 were missing. The Traveling Immortal sect had lost 3 people and 3 were missing. Tanjoshio is furious and vows to severely punish the troublemakers. However, the Jindan elders of the 2 factions of the Flying Dragon sect and the Traveling Immortal sect rejected his request on the grounds that there was a reason for the incident and that the law was not to be blamed. Both sides argued endlessly. Each other, several times rolled up their arms and sleeves, seemingly to do it, but at the last moment, and each find a step, did not do it. If they really wanted to fight, there wouldn't be this co-management of the Spirit Stone Mine happening, because everyone couldn't afford to fight. The Giant Sword sect and the Blood River sect were fighting because their backyards were on fire, and it was not suitable to fight on 2 fronts until their large rear areas were stabilized. The Flying Dragon sect and the Traveling Immortal sect didn't want to fight because their overall strength wasn't as good as the others and there was still the hidden danger of the Night Fork sect that hadn't been removed. Therefore, both sides know that it is not advisable to extend the situation. However, a solution must be found to the matter at hand, or similar incidents will occur again in the future. After a lot of bargaining and tug of war, There was finally a plan to split the four factions into single and double day mining in the future to avoid both sides meeting. As for this incident, only the chief evil Fonglon was killed. For all participants, the monthly allowance will be reduced by half within 1 year, while each person will guard the north peak of Junshan for 7 days. Zhu Yudao was also punished with a month's monthly allowance, as well as guarding the north peak for 3 days. However, it wasn't directed at him. All of the four factions in office, totaling 40 inspections, were all penalized, and Sitobei and the others were no exception. The next step is the big search for the missing person and the search for Fonglon. The Giant Sword sect was particularly active in this regard. 2 Jindan and 10 foundation builders searched the hundreds of miles around twice and found no trace of Fonglon. Then there was another big search in the mine. However, the pits in the mine were intertwined and complex, and layered. Even miners familiar with these pits did not dare to say that they could all figure it out. Not to mention the Giant Sword sect and the Blood River sect cultivators, both of whom were new to the area. As for the Flying Dragon sect and the Traveling Immortal sect cultivators, how could they possibly help? It would be good if they didn't mess up. After searching for several days, nothing was found, but instead, the Spirit Stone production was greatly affected. In this case, the Giant Sword sect had to be good to adopt the strategy of external loosening and internal tightening. If it is really hiding in the mine, the refining stage does not have the ability to dispel the grain. At most 10 days and half a month, it will come crawling on its own. Zhu Yudao has a number in mind. Only with the food he gave, hiding for 3 or 2 months is definitely not a problem. By then the four factions will withdraw a group of people. The management is slack. You can find an opportunity to get out of the way. However, his punishment had arrived. He was going to suffer on top of the North Peak, and naturally with him were Lin Mengqing and the others. The northern peak of Junshan Mountain is 1,000 feet high. To the top of the mountain, there is a feeling of a glimpse of the mountains. Standing at the peak of the south, full of green, to the north, it is a silver. A mountain apart, is 2 worlds. But after a moment's work, he realized what it was going to be like to be cold through and through. To resist the cold, just inject spiritual power into the vestment. But, keep injecting spiritual power. The foundation cultivator cannot stand. Good thing, a few people are elite disciples. Lay down the golden light array. Within the range of the array, the day is much better. Of course, it was not possible to be in the formation all the time, but also to patrol back and forth, observing if any demonic beasts were coming over. North of June Mountain, it was almost the world of demonic beasts, and it was said that there were many great demons that were not weaker than the Yuan Jun. 5 people patrol range in only 5 miles. There is no need to suffer together. Simply 1 person an hour. Take turns. The first day was safe and sound. Zhu Yudao even felt a little cozy, except for the 1 hour on guard duty. The rest of the time, the campfire was set up, catching a demonic beast, eating barbecue, drinking homemade spirit wine. Beautiful. On the second day, again, nothing happened, and by late night on the third day, the punishment was over as soon as half a day had passed again. He had nothing to do, and was holding a compilation of the 10 most used formations to study. A sudden thunderous explosion was the agreed upon warning signal. Panicking out of the formation, the vast expanse north of June Mountain, which had previously been silver and white, turned black. What's that? Before he could react, Jian Hong, who was patrolling through, yelled as he ran, "Beast tide, quickly inform the mines and open the guarding array." Above the northern peak of June Mountain, the sound of warning was rising and falling, and the Foundation establishment steward on duty had already sent out a transmission note. Zhu Yudao looked at the demonic beasts that converged like a torrent. His scalp flared. With so many demonic beasts crossing the border, would there still be living people present? The void suddenly shook slightly, and then shields of light rose from the mine below. 1, 2, as many as 9. Afterward, 7 or 8 shocking birds flew to the top of the mountain, and they were none other than the mine's resident Jindan. Seeing that those foremost beasts had already arrived under the northern foothills of June Mountain, they also looked grave. Ha! The demonic beast turned. Indeed, the direction was turned. And upon reaching the bottom of the mountain, the beast swarmed westward along the range. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the level of this beast tide, the mine wouldn't be able to hold on 9 times out of 10. Now, it seemed that the goal of these demonic beasts was not the Junshan Spirit Stone Mine. What's to the west? The Black Forest, the Gobi Beach, and then the northern border of the Great Liang Country, which was the territory of the Giant Sword sect and the Blood River sect. The faces of the 4 Jindan cultivators from these 2 factions suddenly became even more ugly. Their big rear was already unsettled, and this added insult to injury. False alarm. The punishment of Zhu Yudao and the others is also over. After that, The attitudes of the Blood River sect and the Giant Sword sect's two sects of cultivators changed 180 degrees, especially the Giant Sword sect, who no longer flaunted their weapons and no longer looked for trouble over nothing. Soon after, messengers came from the two factions, and half of the several hundred people stationed at the Spirit Stone mine were transferred away, and Tanjiuxiu also left. The Spirit Stone mine returned to calm. The four factions of miners were still at odds, but there was no more conflict on a large scale. One day when Zhu Yudao was on duty, Feng Long, who had been in hiding for more than a month, left the Junshan Spirit Stone mine with the assistance of him and Lin Mengqing and the others, and began his life as a dispersed cultivator. Shortly after, the sect sent word that the disciples who participated in the four sects fights could go back, and in addition, the 14 teenagers in Misty Willow Town who had the qualifications to cultivate immortality were allowed to enter the sect. Yen Kalo driving a flying boat with the crowd to return, passing by the Fog Willow Town, to hear that the 9-year-old girl Li Xin-ning with 3 spirit roots, and excellent qualifications, and see the girl dynamic cute, and immediately took up the heart of the disciple. Naturally, Zhu Yudao was not in a good position to stop it. After all, this was also an opportunity. Returning to the sect, he first delivered the quest, and 50,000 contributions arrived. With these contributions, there was no need to run around earning them until foundation establishment. When he returned to the sect, he naturally had to meet Neo Dali. I heard you did well in the fight. Finally, I haven't disgraced master. Even the number 1 person in the chi refining stage was beaten up by you. Worthy of being the disciple I taught? Ha ha, took a little advantage. Not technically a head-to-head win over him. Neo vigorously shook his head. When fighting, especially when fighting to the death, nothing is off limits. Never be bound by the so-called morality. As long as you can win, all means can be used. Disciple understands. Zhu Dali waved his hand, and a huge beast with a body length of 3 feet appeared. This huge beast, with a head like a moose and a body like a crocodile, yet longer than a crocodile, still gave people a sense of oppression even though it was already dead. This is a 4th-ranked golden jiao. It should be enough for you. Many thanks, master. Zhu Yudao was overjoyed. The 3rd order one already met the conditions, and the 4th order one was even more effective. Moreover, he had also heard that there were many kinds of augurs, of which the golden augur was considered the royal family among the augurs and was even rarer. Well, the auction of the traveling immortal sect is going to start in another 2 months, so you can go and try your luck. And if you really don't have any, I'll ask around for you to see who has the Chalcedony cheese. Zhu Yudao felt really lucky to have met a good teacher. Knowing that many people in the immortal cultivation world were selfish and not all cultivators taught their disciples in order to pass on their Tao, the only thing he could repay at the moment was to get some good food and drink to honor this master. Neo Dali seemed to have something to be busy with and left the sect after meeting him once. When Zhu Yudao went to eat, he told Li Wantong about Misty Willow Town. Oh, my Li family has produced another 3 spirit roots? Yes, his name is Li Xin-ning, 9 years old. He was spotted by Elder Yen and taken in as a disciple. Good. Bring the other 2 over. Let me meet them. Alright, senior brother Li, can I have a question to clear up? Li Wantong seemed to have guessed his thoughts. It's not convenient to talk here. Turn around and go to your inner sect's small courtyard. Get more wine. I want to have a good drink. Okay, I'll bring Li's 2 teenagers over as well. In the evening, Li Wantong arrived as promised. First met the 2 teenagers, guided them in their cultivation, and then bestowed the marrow cleansing pill and spirit opening pill, as well as the magic weapon and spirit stone. And after sending them away, the 2 of them chatted over a drink. 100 years ago, I had a senior brother named Zhang Dai, who was particularly good at eating just like you. 34 steamed buns at a meal. We are in the sect together. We worship together. More than 80 years ago, the Flying Dragon sect, the Yuxian sect and the Nightfork sect 3 factions for the right of ownership of the Junshan Spirit Stone mines in a great battle. That battle master fell. I was also seriously injured. Zheng's senior brother in order to cover me hard to hold up the 9 infant old devil, and finally also by the old devil sacrificed into a corpse puppet. Zhu Yudao listened to a very humane and sad story, and at the same time, he also understood why the other party looked at him differently, but it was because he was as good at eating as the other party's senior brother Zhang, and his cultivation path was similar. Still, the mystery in his mind remained unsolved. Elder brother was already in the late stage of foundation establishment back then. How could he regress to the chi refining stage now? I've only hidden my cultivation on purpose. Of course you guys can't tell. So you're still in the dining hall. This is my hobby and in honor of senior brother Zhang. So it is. Li Wantong seemed to have found a confidant, and was very excited to talk. But the one who said the most was his senior brother Zhang, who he had lived and died with. Senior brother Zhu, you really resemble senior brother Zhang. Don't look at me with those eyes. I'm not your senior brother Zhang. Zhu Yudao couldn't help but shiver when he realized that the other party's mesmerized eyes were always staring at him. I know that you did a favor, senior brother Zhu, and I have a relic of senior brother Zhang in my hand, so I'll gift it to senior brother to thank you for what you've done for Miley. You're welcome. A show of hands. This treasure is basically useless when placed in my place. Only in the hands of senior brother can he utilize his value. After saying that, from the storage bracelet, he took out a three-pointed, two-bladed knife. The knife seemed to be too heavy, and when it landed, it actually broke a large chunk of the stone slab on the ground. The moment he saw the knife, Zhu Yudao was attracted by its shape. The blade was 2 feet long, and instead of the usual silver color, it was glowing purple. The pommel of the blade is 5 feet long and engraved with a lifelike purple dragon. At the link between the blade and the pommel, there was also an unknown gemstone inlaid, and the surrounding heaven and earth aura was unexpectedly absorbed by the gemstone, which then flowed in the patterns of the blade. Good knife. Naturally, this knife is called the Purple Dragon, weighing 360 pounds. It was found from an ancient relic. Senior brother sacrificed it to this life treasure knife, and then a wisp of residual soul was not dispersed, and fused with this knife. And from then on, senior brother Zhang is the knife, and the knife is senior brother Zhang. Zhu Yudao took a deep breath. A sword with a sword soul. Its value was feared to have surpassed the level of a magic treasure. Such a treasure. He really wanted it. However, it was too expensive, and it would be difficult for him to accept it. Just as he was about to politely refuse, the knife unexpectedly flew up automatically and landed in his hand. More than 300 pounds. This kind of weight, the general public really cannot hold. But to his hand. But just feel some pressure hand. If the physical body strength is a little stronger, take this sword just right. Li Wanong couldn't help but laugh. It seems that senior brother Zhang has decided that you will be the one to inherit the sword. So don't push your luck anymore. But this treasure is too expensive. If senior brother has the heart, when he has the strength in the future, he will kill the 9-infant-old devil and avenge senior brother Zhang. Is there something wrong with senior brother? Zhu Yudao felt as if this one had the intention of explaining his afterlife. I will try to condense the Dan again in the next few days, and whether I succeed or not, I won't be back for 10 or 8 years, and I might even die under the heavenly tribulation. If I can't come back, I hope that senior brother will look after Li. Why doesn't senior brother conjure the Dan in the sect? There are some things that are too inconvenient to talk to you about in detail. In short, I hope that senior brother will build his foundation long ago. We'll see you again. After that, he got up and left in style. Zhu Yudao sacrificed the purple dragon treasure sword, all under the guidance of the soul of the sword. Although the sacrifice was successful, there was no way to use it. The spiritual energy of the 5th level of chi refining could only deliver one strike even if it was all drained. Moreover, this sword was too heavy, and it was indeed a bit of a struggle to wield it with his current brawn. Therefore, it can only be left idle for the time being. The next day, Gon Mao came to his door. Senior brother Zhu, I heard that you beat up that kid Situbei? Taking advantage doesn't count as winning him head-to-head. It's fine if you beat it up. Senior brother, I said last time that I would give you a good thing to replenish your chi and blood, and I brought it to you today. Senior brother Gon, don't be polite. I didn't do anything. If I say I'll give it to you, how can I break my promise? Besides, it's just a piece of food. It's nothing. After saying that, he took out a jade box, and after opening it, inside was a walnut-sized blood-colored crystal, which emitted a fishy-sweet foreign fragrance. What is this? This is blood marrow, a specialty of the Blood River sect, seized from an inner disciple of the Blood River sect during the Great Battle of June Mountain. This substance greatly replenishes chi and blood, and is more effective than spiritual ginseng. It is exactly the right medicine for those of us who cultivate martial arts. Oh, there's such a good thing. Yes, it is said that the Blood River sect can only produce a few dozen pounds every 100 years, so this piece will be given to senior brother. Of course he wanted the good stuff, but without merit. He must not want to owe people favors for nothing. Does senior brother have any needs? If I do, you can just open your mouth. He. I knew I couldn't hide it from senior brother. Your kind of battle spear is very peculiar. Can you tell me how to refine it? So that was the punchline. Zhu Yudao took out the folding war spear. Its principle was simple. Same as the folding shovel. The key was in the linking part. This part was not from the hands of the refiner, but he messed it up himself, borrowing from the method of making puppet joints. This design, while not unique, is not something that the average person would ever think of. He explained the principle of production to Gon Mao, and also gave the other party one of his war spears. Senior brother can use it for himself, but don't spread it out. I can't imagine that senior brother is still a genius in refining weapons. Such a design is really unexpected, mainly for the convenience of putting it in the Qiankuan bag. He, It's indeed a good idea. My wolf's toothstick used to be carried on my shoulder, and then I had to replace it with a large-capacity Chinkuan bag. Zhu Yudao kept Gan Mao for a meal and asked for advice on how to consume blood marrow. This can be used as a medicine or just eaten. After sending his guests away, he decided to try it. And as for whether there would be any side effects, there was absolutely nothing to worry about. Playing it safe, he took a small bite first. Crunchy crunch, the flavor is a little worse. You have eaten a piece of centennial blood marrow. Your chi and blood plus 100. Your bloodline goes up to breakthrough. Current bloodline, 961/1000. Current spiritual power, 498/500. Current poison resistance, 299/300. After eating only a small piece of blood marrow, it was surprising that it directly broke through the upper limit without any side effects. Good stuff. He originally thought that he was afraid that he would have to wait until he cultivated the Vajra indestructible bone to reach the mortal bone realm. But he didn't expect to break through easily by eating a piece of blood marrow. This made him intensely interested in this heavenly material that replenished his blood chi. He took another small bite, and this time the blood chi didn't prompt another breakthrough. Though it reached full, there was half of it left, and he didn't bother to eat anymore. This stuff can be used to hang on to your life in a pinch, and good steel should be used on a knife edge. Having just seen that his spiritual energy was also close to full value, he simply stepped up his efforts, and sure enough, after 2 hours of cultivation, his cultivation hit a bottleneck. For each Dan were taken together. You ate too many pills. Your meridians are damaged. Blood chi -20. Blood gas -10. Your spiritual power has broken through the cap. Current spiritual power, 504/600. In half a year's time, he had advanced to another rank. He was in a good mood. And that night, he summoned a few more of his buddies for a barbecue dinner. The next day, he went to the Intersect Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to ask for a leave of absence, nominally returning to his hometown to save his family, but actually going to participate in the Yuxian sex auction. You have been initiated for enough time for 3 years, and the task has been completed this year. You can take a leave of absence for 3 months. After 3 months, make sure to come back to cancel your leave. Otherwise the sect will deal with it as a disappearance. Disciple understands. After reporting at the sect, he crossed the ferry and came to the market town. The war between Liang and Song, which ended not too long ago, was bustling again, and it was thought that the beast tide had played some role. A fast horse was purchased, and some food was bought, and the journey began to start. The traveling immortal sect, in the southern part of the Song Kingdom, was 3,000 miles away from the Flying Dragon sect, so if they wanted to catch the auction, they couldn't afford much delay on the way. Along the way, he traveled in the dawn and slept at night, and along the way, he encountered many stragglers returning to their homes. Many towns had suffered serious damage, and were only now beginning to rebuild, so it would take a long time for them to be completely restored. Half a month later, passing through the capital of the Song Kingdom. This is the busiest place in the Song Kingdom, so of course I want to see it. However, when I entered the city, I found that there were not many people on the streets, which was very different from what I had imagined. Suddenly a horn sounded. Is there going to be a war? Is puzzled. There are passing pedestrians walking while discussing. TSK, this Pang family is also unlucky enough. The war has just finished. The reward did not come down. Encountered this kind of thing. Actually, it's not unfair. Who asked them to be the king of Zhao's mother's family, and they also offended Prime Minister Morong. Who will be unlucky if they are not unlucky? The whole family was decapitated. This punishment is too heavy. At least leave a queen. Keep your voice down so no one hears. The Morong family? The Pang family? Zhu Yudao Heart, to the passers-by slightly inquired. Came to the food market entrance, where a sea of people. No wonder the streets are cold. The original are concentrated here. On the execution platform in Raisher-ko, dozens of people are kneeling down, with a wooden sign stuck behind their heads, and the executioner is standing behind them, holding a ghost head knife. The overseer, sitting behind his desk, looked up at the sky. The hour of noon has come. Execute, and then threw out the token arrow. Those executioners immediately raised their swords. However, before they could do anything, 6 flying daggers suddenly shot at them, and the executioner's arms all took a slice, and the ghost hand blade fell off. With that, a masked man flew up to the execution platform. What kind of thieves? How dare they rob the court? Give this official to take down. A group of soldiers surged up. The masked man maneuvered the flying daggers, and in an instant, the soldiers who surged up were all injured. This masked man jumped in front of the supervisor of the beheading and picked him up. Tell me, what crime has this Pang family committed to have their entire family beheaded? You're going to rebel. The masked man crunched and broke one of its arms, and the pain made this one scream. Answer honestly or break your neck. Noble consort Pang, intending to poison the new emperor. This is the crime of extermination, and should be executed. Noble consort Pang, why did you poison the new emperor? Noble consort Pang is the mother of the king of Zhao, and she is an accomplice in his rebellion. I see. You go and tell the emperor to release the person. The Jiangshan has already been won by him. Why do you need to kill him? He is at least a meritorious minister. It's not good to fall into the crime of killing a meritorious minister. You let me go, and I'll report to His Majesty. Yes. The supervisor of decapitation ran away, and the masked man chopped off Pang's family's bindings, but none of these people took advantage of the opportunity to escape. After a few moments more, the supervisor of the beheading did not come, but came to the Imperial Guards with sharp armor. The people on the sidelines were dispersed and the execution platform was surrounded. The bowman aimed at the stage. Not only did the masked man have no intention of running away, he actually pulled out something to eat, as if he were doing a trick, without any unnecessary words. With the order of the leading general, 10,000 arrows were fired. The masked man violently made a false grab, and the general was instantly taken into his hands and used as a meat shield, and was shot into a hedgehog in the twinkling of an eye. In the next moment, he rushed into the imperial army as if in an instant, his battle sword in his hand, the light of the sword spinning like a wheel, and wherever he passed, the ground was filled with broken bodies and limbs. Initially, it was the army that surrounded him, but soon after, this imperial forest army collapsed as they realized that swords and knives poking at his body were directly bounced back, and that sword of his could cut through any weapon. A miraculous scene appeared. He was alone, running after a large group of soldiers and generals in the direction of the Hall of Taiha, which is the place where the Song Kingdom holds its court meetings. At this time has not yet been dispersed. Some people robbed the court of the matter, has long alarmed the new emperor and full of civil and military. Everyone wants to know who was so bold as to dare to rob the court by himself. Suddenly someone ran in. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. The people who robbed the court killed General Zhang and have rushed this way. How could this happen? How could one person kill off thousands of imperial guards? The new emperor was shocked. The prime minister of the dynasty, Morong Bo, stepped forward. Those with such bravery can only be cultivators. Your Majesty should ask the confessor to take action. Also, quickly ask the 4 confessors to catch the thieves. The 4 Taoists led the way. Just as he arrived on the street, he was seeing a masked man in black armor charging after the Imperial Guards. The 4 of them simultaneously offered their flying swords and stabbed straight over. The blade light flashed, and the flying swords were all knocked down. The 4 of them cast spells swiftly. A wall of earth, a wall of wind, a curtain of water, and a wall of fire. But unfortunately, the masked man flew directly over the top of the defenses they had constructed. A slash against the wind. The one who raised his shield to resist was split in half with his shield. The other 3, seeing how fierce he was, how dare they stay, turned around and fled, not caring about the emperor and the civil and military forces in the courtroom. The new emperor could not sit still at once. Dear ministers, what should be done? Please ask the state master and eunuch Wang to take action. In addition, the old minister also has a few offerings at home that can assist. Also, quickly invite the state master. The masked man came to the front of the Great Hall and was stopped by thousands of golden armored guards and a few military officials. The killing started again. These golden armored guards had the responsibility of guarding the imperial city. They were much stronger and more resilient than the imperial guards. A few military officials were decapitated. They still fought to the death and did not retreat, greatly blocking the advancing steps of the masked men. This one didn't seem to be in a hurry either, charging and killing while still having the leisure to eat. Suddenly, several points of cold stars went straight to the back of the heart, so fast that there was no hurry to dodge. The masked man did not dodge and inspired an amulet. The amulet didn't completely resist the cold stars, but the aura behind it was so bright that a few silver needles were actually bounced off. The masked man instantly locked onto the beardless old man standing at the top of the great hall and leapt up. The beardless old man took advantage of his flying and hit him with a split palm. However, the masked man in mid-air suddenly spun up just in time to avoid this blow, and then shot like an arrow out of the string. The beardless old man was creeped out. He felt that what came at him was not a person but a murderous knife. Hurriedly dodging, but with that soul-chasing slash, dodging was useless. The person follows the sword follows the person. The person and the sword are in one soul-chasing chop. The beardless old man was cut to the ground at the waist. At the moment of his death, he couldn't believe that he was an innate expert, the peak of the martial arts, and also wore a soft hedgehog armor. How could he not even be able to resist a move? The sound of breaking air came from a middle-aged man in brocade clothes, arriving with a sword. This one did not immediately strike. Where are you a cultivator from? Do you know the laws of the immortal cultivation world? That those who cultivate must not disturb the mundane world? I know, but The Pang clan is my family and friends. They are going to be decapitated by the whole family. How can a certain person just sit back and watch? In addition, Your Excellency is also a cultivator. Asking about mundane affairs is equally taboo. You'd better leave first, so as not to cause trouble for yourself. This seed is the master of the Song Kingdom, and has the right to manage all loose cultivators within its borders. Even the Flying Dragon sect and the Traveling Immortal sect have to treat me with courtesy. Since you have to mind your own business, let it go. Good. This seed would like to see who you are. The brocade-clothed man rubbed his hands together, and a green-colored thunderball shot out, and when it reached the masked man, it burst open and turned into a silky arc of thunder light. Bingo! Seeing the masked face, his body trembled and fell from the eaves of the room as he offered up a flying sword, which instantly transformed into a 10-foot giant sword and chopped down furiously. However, the masked man in the fall suddenly turned halfway. Bang sound. Actually will close the hall door to open. No good. The emperor and the civil and military ministers were all in the hall. If he was broken into, he would be throwing his weight around no matter how high his cultivation was. Hurriedly, the imperial sword chased after him. However, just as he was hovering down from midair, he suddenly realized that the masked man did not go in hard at all. Fooled, realizing that he had been tricked, it was already a bit too late, as a powerful suction force suddenly came, hardening him and ripping him off the flying sword. He hurriedly punched out his sword technique, and the huge sword that chopped through the air transformed into several swordlights saved. However, instead of the masked man dodging, two auras shot out. Both sides were hit almost simultaneously. He was sent flying more than 3 feet by the two auras, and with the dual defense of his Dharma robe and body protection aura, he still failed to counteract the powerful force of that attack, and a burst of chi and blood surged, and blood spurted out. On the contrary, the masked man, a golden bell light shield covered him in it, and those sword lights unexpectedly failed to break through this golden bell light shield. A defense rune treasure? That's right. Isn't it tempting to grab it? I still have attack talismans. After saying that, he took out the small sword jade talisman again. You're a sex true legend. Don't care if I'm a true disciple or not. If you have to get involved in this matter, the family master will find you and have a good chat. Fellow Daoist, if you kill Emperor Song, the immortal cultivation world will not tolerate you. Ha 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 ha. As long as I don't show my face, who can know who I am? Besides, I just want to ask for justice. The Pang family has done a great job for the Song Kingdom. Not only did they not get a reward, but they ended up with a full house. Can you agree to that? The brocade-clothed middle-aged man scanned the masked man's equipment. Top-grade armor, extremely high-grade battle sword, 1 attack and 1 defense, 2 talismanic treasures, and even the boots under his feet were magic weapons. Moreover, with the chi refining stage facing himself as the foundation establishment stage, he was even pleasantly unclubbed, and obviously still had his bottom card. In case his master was nearby, he was afraid that he would not be able to save this life. Thinking of this, he had already extinguished his intentions of resolving the matter by force. If you, fellow Daoist, just want to plead for mercy for the Pang family, Mr. Lu can intercede. It's not a plea for mercy. It's to ask the Emperor of the Song Kingdom to apologize and execute those who falsely accused the loyalists, in order to return justice to the world. If not, there should be quite a number of royal family of the Song Kingdom who want to be the Emperor. The big deal is to change another one. Alright, fellow Daoist, wait a moment. I'll go talk to Emperor Song. I'll give you a tea time. If you don't agree to the request, a certain family will kill the Golden Palace and no one will leave. Seeing the masked man taking out at least hundreds of talismans at once, the brocade-clothed middle-aged man was more and more certain that this was definitely a true disciple of the sect. Otherwise, who had such a fortune? Fellow Daoist, don't be in a hurry. If Emperor Song doesn't listen to his advice, Mr. Lu definitely won't stand in the way. Inside the Hall of Tai Harmony, ever since the gate was slammed open, the new Emperor of Song had no more of his previous majesty. Thinking about whether it was safe to burrow under the table or hide behind the dragon chair, the civil and military officials are no better. They used to fight in the courtroom, but now they are all gathered in a pile, as if more people can be safer. The brocade-clad man entered, much to the relief of those present. The new emperor straightened his dragon robe and resumed the majesty of the 9 to 5. Whoosher! Have the thieves outside been taken down? Your Majesty, Mr. Lu's magic power is low. There's really nothing I can do. How can this be, when even the state master can't help him? Your Majesty should know that there are as many cultivators in the world as there are hairs on the ground, and even more than me. The Pang family has a powerful cultivator as a backer, so if your Majesty doesn't like it, you can just discard it. So why do you have to kill someone's entire family? I haven't heard that the Pang family has an immortal master backer. The brocade-clothed man smiled bitterly. Not only do they have a backer, but their identity, most likely, is still a direct descendant of a major sect. Mr. Lu really can't afford to mess with them. What should be done then? Emperor Song began to tremble again once he heard that the Pang family's backer was so big. Cultivators were indeed prohibited from interfering in dynastic affairs. However, that was only on the surface. Liang attacked Song precisely because Song's cultivators were on the weaker side. Nowadays, they don't attack anymore, just because the immortal cultivators of Liang are not able to give support to the dynasty for the time being. Therefore, the backers of the dynasty were actually those great immortal cultivation schools. It really wasn't too hard to offend a true legend of a major immortal cultivation sect and replace him as emperor. Your Majesty, people demand that Pang's family be released and apologized for, and that the person who framed a loyal man be put to death to thank the world. I still have to apologize. Otherwise, how can we calm the other side's anger? Emperor Song hesitated and then looked at Prime Minister Morongbo. After all, it was this person who pushed for the execution of the 3 clans of the Pang clan. Morongbo secretly grumbled. However, this time absolutely cannot be soft, otherwise the Morong family is bound to suffer a great disaster. State Master, my son, Morong Shua, is also a true descendant of the Flying Dragon sect. You know this, Prime Minister Morong. The Flying Dragon sect has already issued a wanted notice. Morong Shua has been seized and reduced to an evil demon. If you don't say anything, for the sake of past friendship, Mr. Lu doesn't want to bring it up. So why are you asking for trouble? When Emperor Song heard this, he couldn't help but slap the table. Good you Morong Thin, how dare you deceive me? The surrounding group of ministers immediately came to life. Your Majesty, it was none other than old Morong who framed old General Pang. That's right, just hand over this old piker, and I think the immortal masters outside will surely forgive us. Exactly, all because of this old thief. For a time, the crowd was furious. Many of them are still Morongbo's party. At this time all jumped out, just like with the Chancellor. The two cannot be reconciled. Emperor Song was satisfied with the performance of the group of ministers. What all the secretaries have said is very true. I have also been deceived by this thief. Quickly take down this thief, as well as his family members, and escort them to the execution ground, in order to appease the anger of the immortal master. Your Majesty is wise. The masked man outside the hall, naturally Zhu Yudao, had watched the entire performance in the Song Dynasty Hall, and originally he had thought that if he failed to cultivate immortality, he would become a rich man in the secular world, or become a big official with power over the dynasty. Now is completely see through this filthy world. Even if the repair does not become immortal, would rather be idle and mingle in the world, but also do not come here to enjoy what glory and wealth. With the scapegoat in place, Emperor Song, accompanied by the man in brocade, came out of the hall to see him. Immortal Master, I was hoodwinked by the old thief Morong and wrongly blamed old General Pang. Please understand. Good point. Release the Pang family members and this will be over. I'm going to make a trip to the Morong family. I'd like to trouble you, fellow Daoist Lu, to help lead the way. Good thing too. Seeing the two leave, the monarchs and ministers were relieved. But when they saw Morongbo trying to slip away, they swarmed up and hammered him to the ground, with some not forgetting to collapse a few feet. The Prime Minister's residence, only 2 streets away from the Palace of Taiya. Just as he arrived, he found a large group of men, women, and children, escorted by guards, out of the mansion, thinking that someone had tipped them off. Zhu Yudao scanned the area and spotted 2 cultivators and immediately rushed over. These 2 hurriedly flashed their magic weapons, but their strength was too weak, and in just a few moments, they were cut down. Cutting the Morong family down to size seems to be the quick and easy way out. However, Zhu Yudao didn't do so. He didn't bother to take action against the unarmed women and children. However, the golden armored guards that came after him wouldn't be polite, and caught all of these people without a single one left. Fellow Daoist, this is the Morong mansion. If there's nothing else, Mr. Lu will take his leave. We can't let you, Dao friend Lu, work for nothing. These 2 Chin Kuan pouches, I'll give them to you. Mosquito legs are meat even if they are small. Although the brocade-clothed man knew that the offerings of the Prime Minister's office were all poor, however, it was also good to use it to reward his disciples. You're welcome, fellow Daoist. Mr. Lu is flattered. Zhu Yudao entered the Prime Minister's residence and started searching around. He didn't come to look for any treasures, but rather searched to see if Morong Shua was hiding here. The entire mansion was huge, and after searching for a column of incense there was nothing to be found. I was about to leave when I noticed a large dog spitting a piece of meat and coming out of the kitchen. Having been in a hurry, his reserve of food was running low. This Prime Minister's residence thought that there was no shortage of food, so he planned to replenish it. To the big kitchen here, really did not let him disappointed. Meat and fruits, Everything, there are many is just made meals, presumably waiting for that Prime Minister adults back to eat. This is all cheaper for him. Ha, there's actually demonic beast meat. It's not strange that the Prime Minister's office can eat demonic beast meat. The problem is that the 1,000 miles around Songjing are all densely populated. Where are the demonic beasts to be hunted? And where did the demonic beast meat in this wooden basin come from? Generating such doubts, he naturally searched again. The search made this time was more extreme, and a very ingenious mechanism was found in one of the studies. Twisting the mechanism, the cabinet against the wall slid aside and an entrance was revealed. Just as he was about to check, a talisman turned into bursting flames, followed by a flying sword shooting out. Then a person leaped out from it, only just ventured out. Bam sound. Head was a large shield shot, directly to the scoop. Zhu Yudao was afraid that it would not die and added another cut. But when he saw this person clearly, it was not the Morong Shua he was looking for. He scanned with his divine sense to make sure that there were no other people in the lower chamber before going in to check. The place was simply furnished with a table and a bed and a few books. Nothing else. After flipping through a few books, basic introduction to talisman making, basic alchemy, they were all continental goods. Returned to the top, began to touch the corpse. I thought it was another poor man, but it turned out to be 2 Qiankuan bags. Opening one of them, a few hundred spirit stones, a few talismans, 2 sets of clothes, a letter, and nothing else. Open another one. Ooh, is this a robbery of some treasure trove? It's a large capacity Qiankuan bag that's nearly full. The spirit stones were at least tens of thousands, and then all of them were magic weapons. 1 spirit measuring magic weapon, 100 lower grade flying swords and 50 Shen iron shields. On top of that, there are 500 pill bottles. Looking at the label, there were only 3 medicines, which were Peiyuan Dan, Marrow Cleansing Dan and Spirit Opening Dan. None of the things were expensive, but with such a quantity, it definitely wasn't the stature of an average qi refining cultivator. He took out the epistle and read it. This is Morong Shura wrote to Morong Thin. The general content is that he is now preparing for the foundation building matters. Temporarily cannot come back. Please Morong Thin to assist in looking for children with cultivation qualifications for cultivation. The things in the Qiankuan bag is considered to be the activities of the funds. Is he trying to make a comeback? From what he had heard in the sect, the Nightfork sect had almost disappeared recently, and now it seemed that they hadn't given up, but rather were lying in wait and plotting for the future. This matter was not on Zhu Yudao's mind. What he was worried about was the fact that that guy had succeeded in building his foundation and possessed the memories of the suspected Nightfork sect leader, which was a great danger to his heart. It's just a shame that the letter doesn't contain information about its hiding place. Heard someone coming from outside, presumably soldiers coming to raid the house. He left the Prime Minister's residence, came to a place where no one was around, changed into a mortal attire, and found an inn to stay at. Pang House. The old general, Pang Kuei, swept a glance at the disorganized mansion, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. Originally thought that Pangs will be extinct, did not expect the ghost head knife has been racked on the neck, but suddenly turned around, not only saved, but also confused to be rewarded with an official title. The new emperor asked him if it was the immortal master who struck. How could he know that if the family really had an immortal master as a backer, wouldn't they have almost been exterminated? Father, I can probably guess who it is? Third son Pang Biao suddenly said. Oh, who is it? It's not convenient to talk here. Okay, come to my study. The masters went to the study, then closed the door to the room, and had Pang Long and Pang who watched the door. Who the hell saved us? If I'm not mistaken, it might be my sworn brother Zhu Yudao. How come I haven't heard you talk about it? These past few years, I've been out on the warpath, and I've been home only a handful of times, and you happen to be out of town. Pang Kuei nodded. The war was tight in the Pang family. Being a family of military generals, had no time to go home. Tell me, how did you meet? Pang Biao spoke of the battle at White Tiger City and the granting of gold later. Our family doesn't know any other immortal cultivators, so it seems to be him, right? Why didn't you say anything just now when His Majesty asked? Pang Biao laughed bitterly. I simply do not think that the masked man is a righteous brother. When I knew him, the size is still not as big as me. It is even more on the thin side. And that masked man, more than I am now, even stronger. So, for a moment I failed to recognize him. A few years apart, he was only 14 or 15 when you met, so it's only natural that he's changed a bit. Since righteous brother is here, he will surely come to me. He doesn't want to reveal his identity. It's possible that he'll arrive at night, so you'll meet him outside the door. Yes, in the middle of the night. Pang Biao thought he had guessed wrongly when a soft laugh came from the roof. Righteous brother, goodbye. What a righteous brother. Oh, come on inside. I've already prepared the food and wine. Zhu Yudao scooped up and dropped down. and the two of them hand in hand entered a small living room where Pang Kuei was resting with his eyes closed. "This is my father." Zhu Yudao hurriedly saluted. "Oh, virtuous nephew, don't be polite. If it wasn't for virtuous nephew's hand, our family would not be alive now. Please accept a bow from the old man." Zhu Yudao slightly exerted a bit of spiritual energy to hold the person up. "Uncle doesn't have to do this." After exchanging pleasantries, Pang Biao personally went to get the wine and food, and the three of them chatted as they ate. The content of the conversation was nothing more than the experiences of the past few years, as well as things in the immortal cultivation sect and so on. The Ponce toasted frequently, with a passion that could melt a man. That night, Zhu Yudao stayed at Pang's, but the next morning, he masked his face again and put on the same line of clothes he wore yesterday at the killing quartet. Pang Kuei called the 7 members of the third generation of the Pang family. The youngest was only 3 years old and the eldest was already 17. The 7 kneeled and bowed, and their mouths honored their uncle. Zhu Yudao frankly accepted. In the capital made a fuss, caused so much right and wrong. The whole family kneeling worship, he can take it. "Get up. I'll test your spirits to see if you have any immortal cultivation qualifications." The dozens of members of the Pang family were both expectant and nervous, fearing that none of them would be qualified to cultivate immortality. Fortunately, 1 out of 7, ranked in the old 6th Pang Tianhua, has immortal cultivation qualifications. 5 elements of mixed spiritual roots, gold spiritual roots slightly better, and he is Pang Biao's second son, currently 6 years old, long tiger, very cute. Within 2 years, the sect will come to selection. Can let Tianhua to participate in the selection. Go to the sect. I will take care of 1 or 2. In addition, this has a set of manhwa strength, turtle back gong set, split the empty palm set. You can practice, more food solidifying and cultivation of drugs, or eat food to assist. Here are 10 bottles of Pui Yuan Dan. You can take 1 every 3 days. Afterwards, Zhu Yudao gave a few more pointers on specific cultivation methods and then took his leave. He intentionally stayed at the door for a moment to sit down and solidify the relationship before leaving Songjing. Continue southbound. North of Songjing and south of Songjing are literally 2 worlds. It is a place where the roads are wide and the people live in peace, giving a sense of tranquility and peace, in contrast to the displacement of the people in the north. A few days later, arriving at their destination, the Yuxian sect's residence was actually constructed on top of a large lake, while its workshop was simply a city, which subverted Zhu Yudao's perception that all immortal cultivation sects were built in deep mountains and old forests. You do not need to pay spirit stones to enter the traveling immortal workshop, and the prosperity of Yuxianfang also amazed him. The flow of people was no less than Songjing. Zhu Yudao first in the city around a circle. This place is not only several times larger than the Flying Dragon Square, the business atmosphere is also very rich. What tearful sale, jumping price and so on, the words of the tiger and the wolf can be seen. And there is even a banishment of the immortal house. Even there is a immortal courtyard. 2 thinly clothed gorgeous female cultivators, inviting guests to go upstairs for in-depth exchanges. After stopping just briefly, he was stared at and almost dragged up the stairs. Seeing his wretched appearance, someone suddenly joked, "I can't imagine that fellow Taoist Jew is so shy. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it." Zhu Yudao looked back and recognized the woman who spoke. It was the woman who was disfigured in the ring fight that day. At this time, not only did her appearance recover, which was the beginning, but she was also a little fairer. "So it's Fairy Ning, nice to meet you. Senior sister Ning, is this the fellow Zhu Yudao that you always talk about?" a youth next to him asked. "Exactly. Fellow Taoist Jew defeated Sitabei and can be considered the #1 person in the Qi refining stage in the eastern continent." "Oh, fellow Taoist Jew, are you interested in sparring, or not?" "I defeated Sitabei. That was a sneak attack. It doesn't count. If you win, you'll be hated. If you lose, you'll look bad. And there's absolutely no point in such a contest. It's just a sparring match." Could it be that fellow Taoist Jew is afraid and doesn't dare to spar? "It's just a clumsy provocation." Zhu Yudao laughed. "Indeed, I wouldn't dare. In the territory of the traveling immortal sect, I don't even know if I have the life to go back if I beat you up." "Humph. Senior sister Ning, let's go." Seeing the 2 of them off, Zhu Yudao found an inn to stay at, and inquired about the auction in the meantime. The innkeeper was very talkative, and not only told him that the auction would be held 5 days later, but also told him that this auction was the largest in the last 10 years, as there were merchants from the middle continent coming over and consigning some of their goods at the auction. Zhu Yudao was a little curious about the central continent, but it was a pity that this boss didn't know much, only that the road was extremely far and it would take decades to go back and forth once. After a night's rest, he was about to go shopping early the next morning to bid on some things and see if he could get what he needed in the meantime. However, just as he was about to go out, A group of cultivators blocked the way. Fellow Daoist fan of the spirit martial sect, wants to spar with you. You won't give no face, will you? The one who spoke was none other than the youth who was with the woman surnamed Ning yesterday. Xu Yudao felt that he was out of the house without reading the yellow calendar, passing through Songjing, encountering the Pang family in distress, and had to make a move. Came here and met another guy who had nothing better to do. I'm sorry, I have things to do and I don't have time to spar with you guys. Brother fan, if people don't give you face, then there's nothing we can do. Let's just find a place to drink. The cultivator surnamed Fan, who looked a little stronger than Xu Yudao, stood close to Xu Yudao with his bladder in his arms. I heard that you're very strong. If you can move me out of the way, it'll be considered a win for you. Xu Yudao saw the other party pestering. His heart was also a bit upset. Since we are going to compare, let's have a little bit of color. I have a Qiankuan pouch on my waist, and you have a Qiankuan pouch on your waist. Whoever loses, will give the Qiankuan pouch to the other party? How about it? Cultivator Fan hesitated. How about a change of color? 100 spirit stones? It's no fun. Just forget it if you don't dare to bet. Okay, you do it. The other party took a horse stance. The veins on his arms bulged out, and his pugnacious aura exploded out. Xu Yudao took a step back and then slammed into it. This person's body flickered with spiritual light, and it was clearly the secret art of spiritual light 100 intensity. Normally cultivators would be bounced off before they hit someone. However, Cultivator Fan felt that the person who crashed over was not a person, but a rhinoceros demonic beast. His entire body was knocked out at once, and if he hadn't channeled his energy in time to defuse it, its force would have nearly injured him. Okay, why don't you bring your Qiankuan bag over? Fanshio Cultivator's face was ugly. There's something in the Qiankuan bag that's very important. I can't give it to you. I'm willing to pay 1,000 spirit stones. If you can't afford to play, don't play. Xu Yudao wasn't really looking at the other party's belongings. He just wanted to teach the other party a little lesson. And since the person who blocked the way had already gotten out of the way, he was ready to go shopping. Wait, what? Do you want to cheat after losing? Cultivator Fan sex. However, directly through the Qiankuan bag over. I'll bring an item to ransom at night. I'm sure that fellow Daoist Jew will be satisfied. Xu Yudao, however, threw the Qiankuan bag back, did not open the forbidden Qiankuan bag. No use at all. Holding in the hand is also a burden. The other party is willing to ransom, indicating that the heavy credibility of such a person can be handed over. If the other guy doesn't come, he doesn't care. Whatever, said the man, and went shopping. Witnessing his departure, Brother Fan, he's just a bit stronger. You don't have to take it to heart. Willing to gamble is losing. Losing is losing. No need to make excuses. After saying that, he walked in the opposite direction. Brother Fan isn't going for a drink? You guys go ahead. I need to prepare the ransom. Xu Yudao had been shopping for a day, and sold all the useless things in his hands, then bought some auxiliary materials needed to cultivate the Vajra indestructible bone, and also acquired a water escape talisman, and 10 light prison talismans. The water escape talisman belonged to the spirit talisman, and normally could not be bought. This time it was a talisman store that was having a promotion, and by spending 2,000 spirit stones, one could buy a water escape talisman. So, he bought 10 light firmament talismans and some talisman making materials before he was able to buy the water escape talisman. He actually wanted to buy the earth escape talisman more, but it was a pity that he had to spend more than 20,000 spirit stones. Over the course of the day, the wealth and goods sold, and the things bought, just about cancelled out, or at least didn't use the old money. In the workshop market, he bought some food with local specialties. For example, spirit fish and spirit eggs, which could not be bought in the Flying Dragon workshop. He had just returned to the inn and set out the food, ready to enjoy it, when the cultivator surnamed Fan came to his door. It just so happens that I haven't eaten either. Mind if I dabble? Seeing the other party sitting down in a self-congratulatory manner, Xu Yudao could only curse in his heart. What a thick skin. I've taken the liberty of this morning. This is a piece of blood marrow. It's very beneficial to us martial arts cultivators. I wonder if you're still satisfied. Not realizing that the other party was sending a piece of blood marrow, Xu Yudao really had no way to refuse. Then I'll be polite. After saying that, he poured spiritual wine for it. Cultivator Fan drank it all in one go. This wine is strong enough. Give me more later. No problem. Where did you get this blood marrow from and is it for sale anywhere? I haven't heard where it's for sale. I traded this piece with the wood spirit fury. From someone else. That's too bad. Fellow Daoist Fan is also here for the auction? That's right. I heard that there are Dung Jin Yuan light fiends in this auction, so I purposely came over to take a look. Zhu Yudao knew that the second level of the spiritual martial technique, refining fury, had to find a spiritual fury that matched the attributes of his spiritual energy, so it was time for him to save for a rainy day and make some preparations earlier. The two men ate and chatted. Fan, surnamed Cultivator, reported himself. The spirit of the martial arts show inner disciple Fan Bin, a few years ago, had a battle with Situ Beidou, but lost in the hands of the other side. It's truly remarkable that Taoist Zhu was able to defeat Situ Bei. Nothing, just a sneak attack. Fan Bin shook his head. That guy's spiritual energy is much stronger than his peers, and he can even perform some spells that can only be performed by Foundation Establishment cultivators, no matter what means are used. It's a reflection of strength if you can defeat him. He's thicker in spirit energy than his class? That's right, the Gung Fu that we cultivate, the Qi refining stage until the 9th layer. After the Qi refining consummation, we can build the foundation. It is said that the Gung Fu that he cultivates can reach the 13th layer of Qi refining, so only from the point of view of the spiritual power. No one can compare with him, so that's how it is. No wonder you can perform the 4-elephant sword technique. Regarding this set of sword techniques, he had asked Nyo Dali for advice. It was one of the secret sword techniques of the giant sword sect, which was much more powerful when performed with a magic treasure. The two chatted a lot and were very compatible, so they left each other's notes and were considered to really know each other. Fan Bin liked to make friends and came back 2 days later, bringing Jia Dong from the Wanxiang sect, Wu Jingqiu from the Bright Moon sect, and others to get to know him. On this trip to the traveling immortal sect, the things he wanted to buy didn't arrive, but he did make friends with quite a few cultivators from various sects. Turning to the period when the auction was held, the crowd met to attend the auction together. The entrance fee of 100 spirit stones made many poor casual cultivators who wanted to watch the fun have to give up. Spare a thought for the long line of those attending the aftersale, which was deliberately set at the threshold. The auction house was very spacious and accommodating tens of thousands of people was not a problem. At the end of the hour, when the auction was about to start, the attendance rate of the whole auction house reached 60%. In other words, just by collecting the entrance fee, the traveling immortal sect had 600,000 spirit stones in its account, and it had to be said that it had a way of making money. True Lords Wuxian and the 6 Jindan sat down to ensure the safety of the auction, and then the two auction hosts, male and female, took the stage. The male was handsome and the female was gorgeous, very much in line with Zhu Yudao's mental expectations. The two teased each other with a few dirty jokes. The atmosphere mobilized, and then the auction officially began. Guests, fellow Taoists, polish your eyes and look at our first lot, the Red Flame Sword. This was a small extreme product amongst medium-grade magic treasures, with a fast attack speed and attached fire damage. In addition, this sword could continue to be refined, with the possibility of advancing to a top-grade magic treasure. Possessing it will give you a significant increase in your battle power. The base price is 30,000, and each increase will not be less than 1,000. Those of you who are moved, you may inspire your hands to bid on the number plate. Zhu Yudao, these days shopping is not for nothing. Ordinary lower-grade magic treasure, about 1 to 20,000. Medium-grade magic treasure is generally 30,000 to start. The so-called small extreme, still under the ranks of medium-grade magic treasure, generally will not be more than 50,000. After all, the quality of the general upper-grade magic treasure, and only 50 or 60,000 spirit stones. At first, the bidding was very enthusiastic, but when it came to 40,000, there were 3 bidders left. After all, if it was any higher, it would not be as cost-effective as just buying a top-grade magic treasure. In the end, this magic treasure was sold for $45,000, and the auction took 10% of the transaction fee, which meant that the seller actually got $40,500, which was basically the same as the selling price in the store. Of course, in a store, maybe it would take a long time for this magic treasure to be sold. Gentlemen, the second lot is 3 500-year-old portions of chalcedony cheese, provided by the Taoist friends from the central continent, and at their request, the 3 are packaged for sale, so those who have a need for body refining, don't miss the opportunity. The base price for the 3 plants is $45,000, and each increase will not be less than 1,000. The second lot, the much-needed chalcedony cheese, was good news for Zhu Yudao. The problem was that it was actually going to be sold in a package, which was a bit of a pitfall. Fortunately, there are not many that have the demand for body refining. He Bin beside him participated a little, but the price passed 50,000 and gave up. After all, his goal this time is for the Gung Essence Light Fiend. If he spends the spirit stones in advance, the real demand for something will have to give up. At 55,000, there were 2 more bidders, and Taoist Zhu inspired the number plate. Fellow Taoist number 980, bidding 56,000. Is there any more bids? Okay, Fellow Dioist number 2. 130. Bidding again, is there any more bids? Walk by. Don't miss it. This is the Chalcedony cheese produced in the Middle Continent. The effect of refining the body is better. With the host's flimflam, 2 more people joined the competition, but by 60,000, only Zhu Yudao and a middle-aged cultivator with shady eyes were left. Fellow Dioist 980 raises the price by another 1,000. 2,130. Do you really intend to give up this opportunity? At this time, Zhu Yudao but received the competitor's voice transmission. Kid, you are not afraid of money to buy. No life to use. You continue to bid. After saying that, the bidding price was directly raised to $65,000. Zhu Yudao is not bluffed. Not to mention, cultivation of immortality is to fight against heaven. Do not dare to fight with others. Talk about how to fight with heaven? 66,000. Fellow Dioist 980 is bidding $66,000. Is there any further increase? The shadowy cultivator swept a glance in the direction where Zhu Yudao was, and also gestured a hand. The threatening intent was obvious, except that he didn't make any other overly aggressive moves, and the traveling immortal sect cultivator pretended not to see it. 66,000 once, 66,000 twice. Any further bids? No matter how much the host rendered it, there was still no one to raise the price. And finally Zhu Yudao auctioned off the Chalcedony cheese. The moment he paid, he had some meat pains. He had just accumulated 100,000 spirit stones. This time, most of them went away. With his cultivation style of getting high on medicine as a meal, the rest of those spirit stones might not be enough to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. The purpose of this trip to the traveling immortal place was achieved, but he was not in a hurry to leave the auction. If there was an earth spirit fury, he would try his best to auction it off. After all, it was a rare opportunity. The next auction, he was basically reduced to a spectator. Not without the heart of the thing, mainly still cannot afford to buy. This auction's subject matter, there is no less than 20,000 spirit stones. Some popular items, such as assisting in the condensation of Jin Dan Dragon Tiger reverting to the Yuan Dan, almost scrambling, then the reserve price more than doubled before the sale. Fanbin waited for the Gung Jin Yuan Light Fury. Is the 49th lot? A small bottle of the reserve price is actually as high as 50,000 spirit stones, while the previous appearance of the Spirit Fire Fury, a large bottle of only 20,000 spirit stones. The reason why there is such a gap is entirely because of the Gung Jin Yuan Light Fury is much more rare. While the Spirit Fire Fury is in the spiritual chi abundant ground fire veins, it is relatively easy to get. The Earth Spirit Fury that Zhu Yudao was waiting for didn't appear, which caused him to be slightly disappointed. After the 50th item was auctioned off, the auction came to an end. However, there were not many people who left the venue early because there were still 3 finale auction items that everyone wanted to see. After a short break, the host introduced the first finale auction item, the White Tiger Whistling Heavenly Seal, in very provocative words. This is an extremely high-quality magic treasure that seals the soul of a demon, which reminds Taoist Zhu of the treasure blade Purple Dragon. Although the Purple Dragon was a war weapon, in terms of value, it might not be on par with this White Tiger Tsunami Seal. Those who participated in the auction of this superb magic treasure were all old monsters above Jindan. In order to get this treasure, the gunpowder was so strong that Zhuo Xianjun, as the landlord, had to mediate, and in the end, the transaction price of this superb magic treasure was actually as high as 230,000 spirit stones. The second auction item, on the other hand, was a flying magic treasure, which was not only capable of carrying 2,000 people, but also possessed a certain combat capability. In the end, this magic treasure from the central continent was auctioned off by the Wanxiang sect for 450,000 spirit stones, setting the highest record for the auction. The third lot was a set of formation treasures that could be used as a sex guarding formation, and was auctioned off by the ancestor of the Young family of the Golden Sands Island, a famous immortal cultivation family in the eastern continent, at a price of 400,000 spirit stones. The auction is over. Zhu Yudao and Fan Bin and the others took their leave. Brother Zhu, 1 Chalcedony cheese is enough for body refining. How about selling me one? Do you still have spirit stones? Zhu Yudao, however, knew that this one had even sold the foundation establishment pill to Wu Jingqiu for the Gung Jin Yuan Light Fury. There are no spirit stones. However, I still have some material goods that are worth almost 20,000 spirit stones. In addition, count me as owing a favor. How about it? The 2 extra Chalcedony cheeses. Zhu Yudao really didn't use them. Sooner or later, he was also trying to find a way to get out, trading with the other party and earning a favor along the way. This deal was still cost-effective. Fine. He immediately took out a plant and gave it to the other party. Good brother. Fan then patted his shoulder and delivered a Qiankuan bag to his hand. Then he whispered, the guy you're bidding with is called Tian Shunkai, early foundation establishment cultivation, also a martial arts cultivator, and is notoriously ruthless. You need to be more careful. Thanks for reminding brother Fan. Well, you'd better leave the traveling immortal place after a while. He wouldn't dare mess around here. Zhu Yudao counted the time. 1 month and 5 days of the 3-month vacation had already passed, and it would take about a month on the road, which meant that it would be perfectly fine to stay in Yuxianfang for half a month. Good. Then stay a while longer. On the way back to the inn, Zhu Yudao had the feeling that he was being spied on. He ignored it and returned to his room and turned on the isolation restriction of the place. Then he opened the Qiankuan bag that Fan Bin had given him. I thought that the other party said that the wealth is something very ordinary. After opening, cannot help but be pleasantly surprised. Indeed, there is nothing too expensive items, but all the herbs and pills to replenish the blood. Only more than 100 years old ginseng. There are more than a dozen. Replenish the essence of the Dan. There are 3 bottles of this elixir. Also belongs to one of the spirit of the Dan. A bottle of 3,000 stones. In the Feilongfang on the sale of the, but he cannot afford to spend the spirit of the stone. These medicinal herbs and pills, the effects of which were naturally much stronger than eating steamed buns, could be topped up when one encountered a serious depletion of blood qi. Since I intend to stay at the traveling immortal place for half a month, now that I am cultivating the first realm of the Vajra indestructible bone mortal bone realm, all the necessary materials have been gathered together, so it is just the right time to take advantage of this time to close the door. Giving a greeting to the innkeeper, he directly prepaid half a month's worth of room fees, and then laid down the newly learned warning prohibition. Prepare all the ingredients, proportion them according to the quantity, then grind them into powder, and simmer them again into a big pot of medicinal paste, and open the food. You have taken medicine to strengthen your bones. Blood and Qi plus 50. Blood and Qi plus 50. When the pot of medicinal paste is almost finished, your bones have been greatly strengthened and your blood Qi has broken through the upper limit. Current blood Qi, 1049/1200. Current spiritual power, 518/600. Current poison resistance, 298/300. The blood gas limit increased by 200 all of a sudden? He immediately took out the purple dragon treasure sword, and immediately felt that it didn't feel as oppressive as it did over there before, which was the sign of a significant increase in power. This made him overjoyed. If he increased at this rate, as long as half indestructible cultivated to the 3rd layer, his power would reach a terrifying level, and it would be possible to harden some gravity-type magic treasures. After reaching the mortal bone realm, the next realm was the iron bone realm. This stage of the materials required are all heavenly treasures. At present he has only one under the 9 heavenly resting soil. More importantly, these materials need to be melted into the bone. No longer by eating and drinking can be done. There needs to be a refining process, at least until after the foundation building can be done. He wasn't in a hurry, and took his time to gather materials before saying anything. It only took 1 day to accomplish what others might have taken a long time to achieve, and this was precisely the benefit of his terrifying digestive ability. And for the next 10 days or so, he went straight into the Taiyin soul-gathering coffin and attempted to make a beast puppet. And after scrapping 3 demonic beast materials in a row, he finally made a demonic wolf puppet. This puppet's attack power was very weak, only 50% of the battle power of a first-order demon wolf. However, it had 2 advantages. One was that it was not afraid of death and had no sense of pain. Secondly, the spiritual energy it consumes comes from spirit stones and can be recycled. This kind of puppet, which could take the place of its owner in exploring and carrying out some dangerous tasks, was not a bad battle aid if there were a large number of them. So, he planned to make some more in the future, just in case. 12 days had passed since he came out of the soul-gathering coffin, and after repairing for a day, he walked out of the inn. There was no feeling of being spied on, and after carefully scanning the surroundings again, he left the traveling immortal place, running the horse, just forward but dozens of miles. Suddenly there was a sword light flashed. Zhu Yudao managed to dodge, but the fast horse hissed and planted on the ground. A flying sword was inserted on the horse's head. Kid, unexpected or not, happy or not, in mid-air, the shadowy middle-aged man smiled smugly. Zhu Yudao was indeed surprised. Before leaving the city he had deliberately observed carefully to make sure that no one was watching him, not to mention that no one knew where he was going, and the shady man named Tian Shunkai was waiting for him here in advance. Could he be able to count? Quite happy indeed. How did Elder know that I would leave the city at this time and take this path? Rushing, you call this senior. Let you die with an understanding. The innkeeper charged me 100 spirit stones. In your next life you must remember not to freely leak your information to outsiders, so that you won't be sold. It dawned on Zhu Yudao that he had a good chat with that innkeeper. and he had inevitably leaked out his identity as a cultivator of the Flying Dragon sect, and the place where he was right now was the main throat road to the north. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Without anything else, I'll leave. Kid, do you think you can outrun my sword flight with 2 legs? Then try it. Zhu Yudao performed his light body technique and started to run. This place was not far from the marketplace. As long as he returned to the marketplace, the other party would not dare to make a move against him again. There was no doubt that flying with a sword was indeed much faster than the light body technique. However, when he injected his spiritual energy into the flying cloud crawler, the speed of the two was almost equal. Plus the person was on the ground and had a bit of a windy walk, so the Imperial sword was not very effective in chasing him down. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer to the square city, Tian Shunkai made a split-second decision, urging his flying sword to rush, then landing on the ground and taking out a battle axe, actually giving up the air superiority of the Foundation establishment stage, and preparing to hijack and kill by force. When Zhu Yudao saw this, he really didn't know what to say. Someone Lord went to deliver the food. How could he not be affected? However, in order to increase his chances of winning, he decided to consume his opponent first. So, turned around and ran back again. Tian Shunkai did not practice recluse, only with light body art. Simply cannot catch up, have no choice but to once again royal sword pursuit. When he caught up with Zhu Yudao, someone Zhu turned back again and ran towards Fancheng. Little thief, when I catch up with you, I'll whip your tendons and peel your skin, making your life worse than death. Old thief, if you don't give chase, you're a turtle. The two of them are chasing each other and not forgetting to fight. Tian Shunkai had just built up his foundation not long ago, and his means such as the sword royal art were indeed sparse, and he could not keep up with his speed when he wanted to cleanly resolve Zhu Yudao. Had to drive Zhu Yudao in the direction away from the marketplace. The light body technique does not consume too much spiritual energy, but it is just as unbearable after a long time, and it also consumes physical strength. As a foundation establishment stage, he was confident that he was far from being comparable to a mere mid-refinement cultivator in a competition of consumption. So, the two of them tacitly played the tactic of attrition. After pursuing for dozens of miles, when he saw that Zhu Yudao actually started to get high, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. This was that he didn't have much spiritual energy and was in a hurry to replenish it. In this case, he wouldn't be able to let the other party do as they wished. The sword trick was struck and a burst of sword light was saved. Missed. However, he didn't care. As long as he didn't give Zhu Yudao a chance to refine the medicinal power, it was enough. After chasing for tens of miles more, there was a relatively thick forest ahead, and Zhu Yudao suddenly burrowed into the forest. With trees in the shade, the air superiority was immediately minimized. The exasperating thing is that Zhu Yudao doesn't get high anymore and actually takes out a meat bun and starts eating it, and all of his imperial sword techniques are blocked by the trees. He had no choice but to give up the imperial sword once again, and pursued with his battle axe in hand. As long as he drove the man out of the woods, victory is mine. However, what he didn't expect was that Zhu Yudao didn't run again. Instead, he took out a mountain-opening battle axe and charged back, looking for death. This makes him overjoyed. Who does not know that he Tian summoned first to the realm of martial arts Tianxian, and only after the refining of Qi to cultivate immortality, by virtue of the ability to fight in close combat. How many sect leaders have lost in his hands? Dang! I'll go. When the two great axes collided together, he immediately felt a huge force being transmitted from the axe blade, and hastily scattered the battle axe, which prevented him from being injured. After decades of roaming the Jianghu, he had never won with his strength, and he had never expected someone to have more strength than him, and not just a little bit more. One misstep, one step, the axe blade flashed again and again, and it was fortunate that the woods here were very dense, or else it would have been chopped off at the waist, and wherever Zhu Yudao passed, no matter how big or small the trees were, they were all chopped off. Originally, he had already been discouraged. However, seeing that Zhu Yudao was so unrelenting in his efforts, he changed his mind again and performed his skillful flower wrapping tree wrapping technique, utilizing the special environment of this place to continue to fight a war of attrition. Zhu Yudao realized that the hit couldn't be made. Thus, he put away his axe and took out a large Xian iron shield, surprisingly giving up his active attack. Tian Shunkai laughed coldly in his heart. He guessed that Zhu Yudao was unable to keep up with both his physical strength and spiritual power, and only then thought of relying on a thick shield to stall for time to recover his spiritual power, so the attack was decisively launched. Giant sword art. Zhu Yudao dodged, and a large tree snapped with a sound. E2 divine thunder. Lightning came down from the sky, and Zhu Yudao dodged around the tree, almost hitting his heel. The flying sword struck head-on, and when he raised his shield to meet it, the tip of the sword passed through the shield. Ha ha! Your shield is useless. Tian Shunkai was overjoyed and manipulated from his flying sword to continue chopping. In a moment's work, a large Xian iron shield became a sieve full of holes. Zhu Yudao smashed over with his shield, then took out another large Xian iron shield. Humph. I'd like to see how many shields you have. After a pillar of incense, when Zhu Yudao took out the sixth shield, Tian Shunkai was a little grossed out, knowing that every chop would consume one spirit power, plus the previous pursuit also consumed spirit power. At this point, he had less than 1/3 of his spirit power. Logically speaking, with a cultivation level of the middle stage of qi refining, it was only right that the spiritual energy should have been exhausted long ago by now. Could it be that he had misread the situation and the other party was not at the qi refining stage at all? As he was ruminating, the runic light flashed and transformed into a bursting fireball. He was caught off guard and nearly hit. Then, there were constantly talismans flung over. And even though he had practiced the horizontal martial arts of being impervious to swords and spears in his early years, he would not be without damage under the thunder and fire. Strengthening the defense meant intensifying the consumption of spiritual energy. He had been riding the rivers and lakes for dozens of years, and being cautious in his actions was a major reason why he had survived until now. Thus, he directly stepped on his flying sword and prepared to withdraw. However, before he could fly up, a powerful suction force pulled him down from the flying sword, and immediately after, two spiritual forces crashed over like scaly dragons out of the sea. In the heat of the moment, he launched out his palms and clashed with the two spiritual forces. The aura exploded fiercely. He fell back several steps at once and leaned against a large tree before stabilizing himself. You're not a flying dragon sect cultivator. How do you know the spiritual martial arts sect's secret passages? Who told you I'm a flying dragon sect cultivator? Zhu Yudao's killing heart rose, because Ling Chui Shan had warned him that the matter of having learned the spirit martial skill must not be leaked out, or else it would cause ing trouble. Therefore, he gave up using trickery and took out his mountain-opening battle axe to charge forward. Once Tian Shunkai saw that he was like this, it was just what he wanted, and he continued to perform the winding flowers and winding tree technique, utilizing the cover of the trees to consume Zhu Yudao's physical strength and spiritual energy. Speaking of which, it was humiliating enough to face a qi refining stage with this kind of trickery when one was a foundation builder. Truly, he was used to crushing his opponents with force, and suddenly encountered one whose force was stronger than his own. And on the other hand, his own family had just built up their foundation, and the way of fighting in the foundation stage was not yet adapted. That's what compelled me to use this tactic. However, a column of incense time has passed. Are about to leave the woods. The other party did not have any signs of insufficient qi. Anti-100 themselves feel a little tired. This caused him to completely lose his mind to continue pestering, and as he rushed out of the woods, he once again rose up with his sword. A strong pulling force once again ripped him off the flying sword. Thus at the same time, the runic light flashed and he was trapped in a light prison. Spell it out. If he couldn't leave, then he would have a good fight. He didn't believe that with his own cultivation as an innate martial artist plus a foundation establishment cultivator, he would not be able to defeat a qi refining cultivator. Taking out the double hooks used to protect his hands in his early years, he fought with Zhu Yudao in one place. Soon, he discovered Zhu Yudao's weakness. Although his strength was strong, his skill was poor. The two sides fought for a long time. He hit Zhu Yudao several times, although he did not break the defense. But the other party was not even touching the edge of his own clothes. Who is strong and who is weak? It is clear at a glance. Regaining his confidence, he became more and more courageous as he continued to consume his opponent's defense, believing that the black armor would be shattered in no time. In the blink of an eye little more than half an hour had passed and he was feeling tired, while the other party was still like a bull, tirelessly chasing after him to fight. What on earth did this man grow up eating? How did he get such physical strength? Just as he was once again beginning to wonder to himself if there was any point in continuing to fight, Zhu Yudao, who had appeared clumsy just a moment ago, suddenly transformed into several figures, giving him a sense of dazzling. Almost simultaneously, an arcing blade of light swirled and sliced at him, and he rushed to his feet as a suction force, once again, pulled him down hard. Lazy donkey punch, dodged the fatal blow, but not the earth-shaking technique, not waiting for him to stabilize himself. Human axe in one soul-chasing chop. Extinction. Seeing the tip of the axe coming through his chest, Tian Shunkai died in peace. Zhu Yudao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This was the toughest battle since he had cultivated immortality, relying on both bravery and intelligence to finish off his opponent with great difficulty. Quickly searching for loot, he obtained 2 high-capacity Chinkuan bags, incinerated the corpse in a fire, and then re-entered the woods. He had consumed a great deal in this battle. Not only had he wasted 6 Shin iron great shields, but his cuttlefish armor was also severely damaged. If he hadn't taken medicine to replenish it halfway through, he wouldn't have been able to hold out at all. Finding a relatively peaceful location, he ate and drank while checking his harvest. The first Qiankuan bag, filled with spirit stones, was about 60,000. It was assumed that the money had been prepared for bidding on the Chalcedony cheese, and as a result, it had to be given up because there wasn't enough money. Make a second dry bag. The contents were pitifully small. A foundation establishment stage's fortune shouldn't be this small. It was probably all exchanged for spirit stones. Only a few things: the lower grade magic treasure flying sword, a bottle of healing medicine, 3 handwritten books, 2 jade slips, as well as some miscellaneous items. It can be said that, if there is no that flying sword, it is simply poorer than the just introduced refining stage loose cultivator. Flipping through the 3 handwritten volumes, one was the thick earth technique, from the Qi refining stage to the Yuanying stage. This was the first complete gongfu that Zhu Yudao had seen. Book 2 is swordsmanship. The name was ordinary, and the content was even more ordinary, belonging to the imperial sword techniques that could be bought by spending spirit stones. The third book recorded a martial arts technique known as the innate one qigong. Looking at the 2 jade slips again, the first one had the remnants of the 100 veins body refining technique recorded on it. This piece of body refining technique was similar to the Vajra indestructible bone, both of which sacrificed the human body as a magic treasure. The difference was that the 100 veins body refining technique simply strengthened the physical body and did not pursue immortality, while the Vajra indestructible bone was the actual pursuit of alternative longevity. After Zhu Yudao carefully read this body refining technique, he felt that there were many things that he could learn from it. For example, the 100 refinements body refining technique uses the meridians as the treasure body formation, the sinews and bones as the main body of the treasure, and the dantian as the driving source of the treasure. This was much more humane than the Vajra indestructible bone, which would end up discarding the skin, flesh, and meridians, using only the bones as a carrier. If the 100 veins body refining technique was complete, he wouldn't hesitate to switch to it. But unfortunately, this gongfu only had the basic part, and after strengthening the sinews and bones, there was no follow-up. Looking at the second jade slip again, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after reading it. Recorded on this jade slip were the 3 forbidden arts of the immortal cultivation world. The first forbidden technique, soul searching, could read part of a cultivator's memories by performing this technique. And to perform this technique, it will cause great harm to the person who is being searched. Light loss of memory, heavy collapse of the soul, can be said to be very vicious, so it is classified as the first forbidden technique. The second forbidden art, the yin-yang hearth and cauldron technique. This is a kind of evil method of enhancing one's own body through harvesting and treating the cultivator as a big medicine, directly plundering its cultivation. The party that was plundered would see their cultivation plummet in the lesser cases, and in the more serious cases, they would be cut off from the path of immortal cultivation. And so, this kind of evil spells that were detrimental to the people and their own interests were also categorized as forbidden spells. The third forbidden art, parasitic art. This was an evil means of controlling the living through divine sense control, so it was also used as a forbidden art. The forbidden techniques were undoubtedly detrimental to the peace of heaven, but Zhu Yudao did not intend to destroy them. If these evil means were used on bad people, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Therefore, such as the soul-searching technique and the sending God technique, he would practice them and try not to use them if he could, and in case he needed to use them, he would not be soft. After eating and drinking, the journey continued. The fast horse was gone. He took out the demon wolf puppet that he had only just created. This thing ran, not slower than a horse. It could be completely used as a mount. The disadvantage was that it had to consume spirit stones. However, he had just earned a large sum of money, and wasting a few spirit stones was just a matter of wasting a few spirit stones, so there was absolutely no need to take it to heart. Darting around on a wolf sparked the attention of passers-by, but mortals would only be in awe, and upon the occasional encounter with an immortal cultivator, they would assume that it was a tamed spirit animal. With no words along the way, he returned to the Flying Dragon sect just 2 days short of his 3-month vacation. After canceling his leave in the inner sect miscellaneous affairs hall, he went to look for Nyo Dali, and found that this master teacher had not yet returned, and did not know what he was busy with all day long. There are no missions in the sect for the time being. His days were completely free, cultivating, partying with a few familiar fellow disciples, and occasionally running to remote places to hunt demons and turn them into puppets. This kind of carefree life he loved, and if he could keep it that way, he would find it very pleasant. Another 2 months have rolled around and it's nearing the end of the year. New Year's, of course, a few old folks should get together again. To him there are Tai Guangdu, Zhang Yu, Zhao Yan, Feng Jie, Shui Ling, Chang Shu and a few others. TSK, this is a spirit egg, isn't it? Senior brother Zhu is having a good time. What's the point of living like this when you live every day as a bitter child? Let's eat. As the group of old folks chatted and talked, they couldn't help but talk about the present of Castle Rock City. Shui Ling sighed and said, Liang country was attacked by a wave of beasts. Qingshi City was closer and also suffered. Now the family has moved to White Tiger City for temporary residence. I also don't know how my family is doing, Tai Guangdo said worriedly. His home was not in the city and it was even more dangerous to encounter a beast tide. You don't have to worry too much. There should have been an evacuation before the beast wave arrived. Speaking of the beast tide, everyone's mood can't help but be heavy. But there is also good news. In order to defend against the beast tide, the Blood River sect and the Giant Sword sect suffered heavy losses, especially the Giant Sword sect, which lost thousands of cultivators, including a Jin Dan elder. No wonder they've been so honest lately. It turns out they've been in trouble. We can finally live in peace. Who says it isn't? The Blood River sect and the Giant Sword sect's troubles weren't just the beast tide. They were also under the joint clampdown of the Bamboo Mountain sect, the Deadwood Temple, and the Yellow Sands sect. Under the situation of internal and external problems, they had to show goodwill to the Yuxian sect and the Flying Dragon sect, and took the initiative to reduce the share of the allocation of spirit stone mines by 0.5%, and the two sides signed a verbal agreement of non-aggression, which also meant that another period of peace had arrived. For ordinary disciples, this was certainly a good thing, and the sect had indeed adopted a strategy of recuperation, with a large number of gathering, mining, and spirit planting quests issued. However, for some people, it may not be a good thing. Nyo Dali, who hadn't shown up for a long time, was in the sect's main hall at this time, with an unhappy look that any individual could see. It's not a war anymore. So, I have no use for it, right? Senior brother is mistaken. Not only your treatment alone has been lowered, the treatment of all the elders has been lowered, which includes me as well. Yeah, you guys drop 10% and I'll drop half? Being nailed through the mystery, Wu Jingzhong didn't see any embarrassment on his face. The drop is indeed a bit too much, but this is also the result of the collective discussion of the Council of Elders. After all, senior brother is different from us and doesn't usually need much spirit stones. Who says I don't need spirit stones? The fairy movement is imminent. Don't I need to procure some items to withstand the thunder movement? Isn't there a sect formation? Doesn't senior brother ferry around the sect? Nyo Dali laughed coldly. If I were to cross the tribulation in the sect, even if I don't die, I would still be eaten up by you. If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. Isn't that what you've been hanging on to? What does senior brother say? I don't know where you plan to cross over, so I can have someone escort you. No need. I can't afford your kindness. After saying that, he turned into a gust of wind and walked away from the great hall. Wu Jingzhong watched the other party disappear, revealing a thoughtful expression, and after a long time, he called his eldest disciple Wen Changha over. The one-horned monster should have guessed what we were thinking, and didn't intend to allow anyone to guard the spells, or borrow the sect's great formation. If he dies out there, wouldn't it be a shame to have 1,000 years of savings, and the materials of a quasi-7th rank demonic beast? So keep an eye on him, master. Even if I wanted to stare, I wouldn't be able to. You know his temperament. If he finds out, my little life will be in danger. That's true, but doesn't he have a disciple? Before he crosses the threshold, he will definitely make some arrangements. So if we just keep an eye on him, won't everything be solved? Master is wise. The two men looked at each other and smiled. Zhu Yudao was called to the Dragon Scale Ridge and realized that Nyo Dali had returned. It just felt like this one was a little different than before when I entered the cabin. When did Master return? Just returned yesterday. And this cultivation of yours has grown again? It's also only just advanced to the 6th level of Qi refining. Less than 4 years after initiation. The 6th level of Qi refining. If cultivated carefully, 10 years of foundation building is possible. Unfortunately, the teacher can no longer shelter you. Why? How would you feel if I said that the master is not one of you humans? Nyo Dali stared at Zhu Yudao, as if he wanted to see astonishment and trepidation on his face, or even not knowing what to do. As it turns out, all or nothing. Master is finally willing to show his identity? There was actually a smile on his face. This time it was Nyo Dali's turn to be astonished. You knew my identity earlier? The disciple is not stupid. The first year can be said to be unfamiliar with the place. The second and third years can be said to be out every day, and now it's the 4th year. If you still don't know who the master is, you will accept such a stupid disciple? Nyo Dali thought about it. The reason why he took Zhu Yudao as his disciple was that on one hand, he felt a bit like his former master, Flying Dragon True Lord. On the other hand, it's the other person who has a delicate mind. A few years' time, in the sect should also know a lot of people. As long as a little inquiry, he has pseudonym Tsukiji will certainly reveal the cracks. Will you be sorry? Why do you regret it? Zhu Yudao didn't understand the meaning, recognizing a transformed demonic cultivator as a master. Not afraid of people talking about it? Aren't you afraid of being seen as a deviant? The biggest anomaly is that he's from another world. This kind of heart otherwise cannot say, Master, no. I am a beggar before cultivation. Dog food have eaten. Still afraid of people say? People talk. Just don't listen. You're going to have a hard time in the future. With my master taking care of me, I'll have a bad time? Master is leaving. Then I'll go with master. For Zhu Yudao, there were not many places in the Fei Long sect that were worth staying for. After all, after 3.5 years of cultivation, the days in the sect added up to just 1 year. The rest of the time was spent out and about, similar to working, so it was unrealistic to think that he would have much of a sense of belonging. Nyo Dali shook his head. Master is about to cross the tribulation, the transformation heavenly tribulation. Its power is equivalent to your cultivator's 9 great heavenly tribulations. It can be said that it is a 9 deaths in 1 life. Moreover, even if my master succeeds in his tribulation, he will no longer return to the Flying Dragon sect. Back then, the Flying Dragon True Lord helped me to open up my spiritual wisdom and assisted me in my cultivation, and it was only in remembrance of his kindness that I guarded the sect after his death. Now that it has been guarded for 300 years and the favor owed has been repaid, it's time to leave, and to say that the only thing I can't let go of is you. Zhu Yudao didn't know much about the heavenly tribulation, but from Xia Chunlian's notes, he knew how terrifying it was. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation of conjugation was only the smallest heavenly tribulation, far from being comparable to the great heavenly tribulation. Why doesn't Senior use the sect formation? Nyo Dali shook his head. Not everyone is like you, hoping that Master will survive. After a brief thought, Zhu Yudao understood his scruples. The other party was a non-human cultivator, and his materials were worth a lot of money, so it was inevitable that he would be coveted when he was weak. Master wants to acquire a few more defensive magic treasures. Disciple happens to have some spirit stones here. It should be enough to buy 2 or 3. I'll use my contribution again and go to the sect to exchange for 1. Master has been preparing all these years. There's no shortage of your little spirit stones. Keep them for future foundation building. Nyo Dali's heart was somewhat touched. Since the death of the Flying Dragon True Lord, it was this disciple who was willing to take out his entire fortune to help himself. I've heard that there is a method that can reduce the intensity of the lightning tribulation. You can give it a try. Oh, what way? Set up a 10 copper pillar. In the place where you cross the calamity, the upper end is pointed and thin, and the lower end is 1 zhang into the ground. Zhu Yudao described the principle of the lightning rod briefly. Whether this thing is useful for the thunderbolt or not, he really does not dare to say, but there is. For example, there is no strong. Good. When the time comes, Master will try it out. This time, I called you here. There are 2 things I want to instruct you. The first thing, if you encounter difficulties in the sect, you can go to the Spirit Beast Garden to look for Tang Yi. Although that kid has not condensed Dan, his strength is not weaker than the early stage of Jin Dan, and he is a guy who likes to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers. Turn around and ask him to transfer you to the Spirit Beast Garden, which will more or less give you a little shelter. That girl Lang Chui Shan has a good opinion of you, but it is a pity that she is now unable to protect herself. Otherwise, it would be a good choice for you to go and join her. In addition, 3 years from now, you go to the Reflecting Moon Canyon in the North Sea. The Black Prison Spirit Suppressor Lock is there, and there is also a little something that Master has prepared for you. When that time comes, you can go and get it back. Don't go now. I'm afraid that as soon as you leave the sect, you'll be stared at by someone. My disciple understands. What else can I do for you? In this world, Nyo Dali is considered to be his closest person, and now that he has to leave, he is greatly reluctant in his heart. There's no need for that. If my master doesn't die, you and I, master and disciple, will meet one day. I'll definitely see you again. Well, before you leave, master will pass on a few more moves to you. These moves cannot be performed with your current cultivation level. Just keep them in mind. Yes, the master and disciple had been together for 3 days, and there had been prying eyes, but they had been stopped by the forbidden formation. In 3 days, Zhu Yudao had learned a total of 3 moves: the Thunderlight Shooting the Moon, the Crazy Demon Fist, and the Chi Punching Bull. These 3 moves were very powerful, but they had a not-so-low cultivation threshold. In addition to the body refining aspect, they also had to have a cultivation level of foundation establishment or above. And even if he learned them now, he would not be able to utilize their power. After that, in the northernmost part of the Dragon Scale Ridge, after being introduced by Nyo Dali, he met that Spirit Beast Garden's deacon, Tang Yi. This one has a round body and always has a smile on his face, giving him a very amiable feeling. However, with Nyo Dali's reminder, He knew that this one was a smiling tiger, and if he was mesmerized by his appearance, he would sooner or later suffer a great loss. Little Zhua, tomorrow you go to the Inner Gate Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to receive your assignment. From now on you will be taming spirit beasts under my hand. As long as you do your job well and don't be lazy, this deacon will definitely not treat you poorly. Please take care of Deacon Tang in the future. Good point. That night, Niu Dali left the sect, and apart from Zhu Yudao, the only ones who practiced were the disciples who guarded the mountain gate, making it feel a bit bleak, fearing that he would be shortchanged. Early the next morning, Zhu Yudao went to the Inner Sect Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to pick up his quests. However, after seeing the mission requirements released by the Spirit Beast Park, he really cried and laughed a little. The Spirit Beast Park is recruiting a beast tamer, requiring a mid-period of refining chi, 8 feet tall, and giving priority to those whose surnames are pigs, cows, or dogs. Who would be willing to take on such a task when the ones recruited are all brutes and have to work for 3 years at a time and only have 30 points of contribution per month? Zhu Yudao accepted this task with tears in his eyes and cursed in his heart. Tang, someone failed to conjugate the Dan. Spirit beasts tamed by sects are generally divided into 2 types. One is for combat, the other is mounts and messengers. The Flying Dragon Sect's Spirit Beast Garden was no exception, and the tamed spirit beasts were mainly blasted leopards, spirit cranes, and lion and tiger beasts. Although Zhu Yudao had known that the sect had this place, it was the first time he had come. The corner area between Dragon Scale Ridge and Dragon Head Peak was where the Spirit Beast Garden was located. The one who received him was a steward of the Spirit Beast Garden named Li Wan. Master Zhu, Deacon Tang explained that from now on, your task will be to clean up the feces of the spirit beasts, and then send those feces to the Spirit Medicine Garden. Do we have to clean it up every day? Zhu Yudao's face suddenly looked a little ugly. He felt that he was really being punked. There were hundreds of spirit beasts here, cleaning up the feces. It was no small project. Of course, senior brother has already taken on the task. There is no changing it, and if he fails to complete it, he will have to accept the punishment. I know. Inside the Deacon's Hall of the Spirit Zang Garden located in the northern foothills of the Dragon Scale Ridge, Senior Brother 1, I have no problem with you wanting to transfer Zhu Yudao to look after the treasury. You just need to find a personal inner disciple to replace him. Senior Brother Tang, dealing with feces is just a small matter. Why do you have to find an inner disciple? Just any outer disciple can do it. Brother 1 is wrong. The Spirit Beast Garden is an important place of the sect. Every spirit beast is valuable. If it is poisoned, or abducted, the consequences are unimaginable. Only inner disciples are trustworthy. You should know that the handymen in the Spirit Beast Garden are all inner disciples. Well, I'll look for it and try. Seeing Wen Changhe walk away, Tang Yi still had a smile on his face, only there was no laughter in his eyes. Li Wan walked over. Deacon Tang, why do you have to offend him? He's the favorite to succeed the sect leader. I don't want to who asked me to owe the unicorn great sage a favor. That kid, you give me a tighter watch. Make sure he stays within the Spirit Beast Garden, so as not to attract right and wrong. I'm afraid he'll still be cursing you behind your back if you help him like that. Scold. I promise to protect him for 3 years, and when the 3 years are up, I'll just tell him to get lost. Yes. Zhu Yudao felt that his life had become obscure from the moment he entered the Spirit Beast Garden. These spirit beasts, although they have all been domesticated and their spiritual intelligence is far stronger than that of demonic beasts of the same rank, but their habit of urinating and defecating anywhere cannot be changed, and their poop is stinky and plentiful. On the first day, he was busy almost from morning till night, without a moment's peace, and only in the evening did he have a little time to himself. The next day, in order to speed up the efficiency of collecting poop, he used his Earth Spirit Claws, which consumed spiritual energy but took less time. By the 5th day, he was able to use the subterranean dragon sucking water, in conjunction with the Earth Spirit Claws, to double the efficiency of shoveling shit. A month later, he learned to communicate with the spirit beasts, rewarding them with a substandard elixir as long as they pooped in a designated spot. 2 months later, his work had become so easy that all the spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast Garden were willing to be obedient. Tang Yi took it all in and thought in his heart, should I add something to him? However, when he realized that in his spare time Zhu Yudao did not go out, either reading books or drawing talismans, and was very peaceful, he also extinguished his mind to continue to make things difficult for him. Zhu Yudao took 3 months to fully adapt to the rhythm of the Spirit Beast Garden. In the morning and afternoon, he would spend 1 hour each to complete his work, and then the rest of the time would be free to do as he wished. He knew his situation, so apart from the occasional trip to the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion to turn around, and to go to the workshop market to purchase a few things, he was practically living a life of 2 o'clock in one line. There's nothing wrong with a simple life. Just like in his last life, if the disease hadn't hit him, he would have lived the rest of his life in peace. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual dates of the dragon scale ridge were beautifully eaten by him twice. His cultivation level had risen from the 6th level of chi refining to the 8th level of chi refining. In 2 years' time, not only had his cultivation improved, but in terms of talismans, the spring return talisman already had an 80% success rate, the amulet of protection reached 60%, and the light prison talisman also had a 20% success rate. The level of refining beast puppets also increased significantly, producing 6 beast puppets. In terms of battle power, he had even reached a point where he could defy his peers. The first layer of the spirit martial skill was close to completion, and the wind-splitting blade skill had already formed a muscle memory. The 3 new moves taught by Nyo Dali had also been completely digested, only that they could not be used against the enemy due to their cultivation level. After reaching the late stage of chi refining, spells such as Earth and Divine Thunder, Flying Sand and Stones, and so on, could not be left behind. In addition, he also had a slight experience in the art of sword control and the Tao of formation. In short, after 2 years of settling down, he was long past the point where he liked to slash people with a big knife. On this day, he finished serving the spirit beast's defecation early and came to the Dragon Head Peak. Today is the day to select disciples for initiation, and here is Pang Dao's second son, Pang Tianhua, who he is going to meet. There were only 600 initiated disciples this term, 10% less than previous terms, and he roughly guessed why. But seeing as the sect didn't seem to care, why should he worry about that? After arranging a place for the initiated disciples to stay, he found Pang Tianhua. Know who I am? You are Uncle Sama. The child, who had already grown to 8 years old, made a solemn bow like a young adult. Good boy, the sect is not like home. You must learn to endure when things go wrong. Here are 2 marrow cleansing pills. When you succeed in channeling your chi into your body, I'll help you open your spirit, cultivate well in the future. Yes, uncle. Considering the spirit beast garden outside of his body, it was not very convenient to come here, so Zhu Yudao sent transmission notes to Zhao Yan, Feng Jie, and Shen Yu respectively, who were all outside the outer gate and could take care of 1 or 2 things when necessary. Dragon's Head Peak. When Chang He smelled the transmission note, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face, and the corners of his mouth curled up for a long time. So you also have friends and family. That's good. 3 days later, Pang Tianhua clashed with the sect's outer disciple surnamed Han because of the mission he took. An 8-year-old child, even if he had practiced martial arts, was far from being a match for a mid-stage chi refining cultivator. However, just as he was about to suffer a loss, a dainty cry came. Stop, Senior Sister Zhao, mind your own business. Senior Han, you're in your 20s, is it fun to bully a little kid? Stay out of my business or I'll beat you up too. Then let the horses come. This person had just flashed his flying sword when Zhao Yan suddenly rushed over to meet the flying sword. You want to poke yourself? Cultivator Han was really afraid of hurting her. After all, this was within the sect. However, in the light of his days, the flying sword had already been blocked by the shield, and in the next moment, a whip shadow snapped and flung over. He had just dodged out of the way when the tip of that whip shook, followed by an explosion of lightning. After being struck by the lightning, his body went numb for a while, and then he was hit by that shield in front of his chest, and immediately his chi and blood rolled over, nearly suffering internal injuries. Within the sect, fighting was forbidden, and the 3 who had committed the offense were brought to the Hall of Punishment. After asking the original reason, Cultivator Han was subjected to 10 lashes and then sent to guard the fire pool. Zhao Yan was punished to face the wall for a month, and Pang Tianhua was exempted from punishment because he had just started and was not at fault. Cultivator Han in the earth fire pool received special care. By Sun Yukai repaired a meal, and then by the new alchemy room supervisor He Junho, in the name of stealing pills, sent to the palace of punishment. The 2 crimes were punished together, and this one had to watch over the earth fire pool for half a year. He didn't have any special physique, and his future days could be imagined. When Chang He learned the news, angry almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He did not expect the fish did not take the bait, but instead was eaten by the bait. However, finally found the soft underbelly of Zhu someone. There will be plenty of opportunities to strike again. A small matter. Zhu Yudao knew that someone was really trying to deal with him, so he did things more and more cautiously, and also warned the people who were acquainted with him to keep a low profile lately. The far north ice sheet. The temperature here is so cold that it hardly ever rains, and all that falls is snow. However, today, the weather here is very strange. Actually appeared thunder. Seems to feel some kind of terrible things are going to happen, whether it is wild beasts, or demonic beasts. All run far away. A 10-foot copper pillar stood above the frozen tundra. A few feet away from the copper pillar, lying on its back was a monster with a body length of more than 3 feet. With a unicorn horn on its head, but wearing heavy leather armor. The monster muttered, "I don't know if it works. It's always a piece of him. The dark clouds are getting lower and lower, and the oppressive atmosphere is suffocating." A few hundred miles away, a few big demons who wanted to look at the situation a moment ago flew to the place to hide, so as not to be affected by the fish. Rumble. After a burst of muffled thunder, a lightning bolt like a giant silver axe struck down. The lightning locked onto the unicorn, but when it fell, it was attracted by the magnetic needle on that copper pillar, and it even split out, and the current followed the pillar straight into the ground. It really works. The unicorn that relied on a huge shield to withstand most of the lightning and fire. A soft glow flickered in the pupils of its huge eyes. However, the thunderbolt didn't give him much of a chance to catch his breath. The second thunderbolt came down and the shield was severely damaged. And when the third one came down, the precious shield worth 30,000 spirit stones was scrapped. Transformation Heavenly Tribulation. A full 81 thunderbolts. This is just the beginning. He prepared a dozen pieces of defense magic treasure, and can withstand most of the thunderbolts. Fortunately, he had also prepared 2 sets of defense formations that could more or less dampen some of the power of the thunderbolt. When the 53rd lightning tribulation fell, all the defensive magic treasures he had prepared had all been destroyed. The only thing that could be done next was to rely on the formation and his own hard resistance. However, no matter how strong the physical body was, under the heavenly tribulation, it was all dirt. Bitterly dying until he passed the 70 thunderbolts, he was already dying. It still doesn't work. Sure enough, the transformation heavenly tribulation doesn't allow for any flukes. Let's just die. The aftermath has already been arranged anyway. He used his last bit of strength and crawled under the copper pillar with great difficulty. This place was not far from the reflecting moon canyon. With this copper pillar as a sign, if he still left a little bit of his corpse behind, he thought that the disciple would be able to set up a grave here as well, right? The lightning continued to strike down, and he suddenly felt that the power of the lightning that was eroding him had become weaker. When another thunderbolt fell, the incomparably powerful thunder force was actually absorbed by this copper pillar for the most part. What's going on here? No matter what, surviving and having hope. He took out a handful of Rejuvenation Dan and Transformation Dan and swallowed them in one gulp, hoping to complete the final molding with the help of this wave of thunderbolt. This is the origin of the transformation heavenly tribulation. The thunderbolt is both a punishment and a chance, and only after the baptism of the thunderbolt can he undergo a metamorphosis. His unicorn horn, which was also his original treasure, was tempered by the lightning tribulation, turning it into a superb treasure. His face, which was the toughest part of his transformation, had almost turned into charcoal under the last few heavenly tribulations. However, without breaking, it is precisely because there is no skin or flesh left, and the bones are softened, that the original form can be changed. The lightning is gone. Could it be that he had really passed through the terrifying heavenly tribulation of transformation? He wanted to get up so badly, but he couldn't, feeling like his body was no longer his own. Luckily, the consciousness was still there, and the pain was still there, which meant that he had really succeeded in his transmigration. He knew that there were great demons spying nearby, and he had to regain his mobility in the shortest possible time, or else he would become a meal for other demonic beasts. Jade Bone Pill, Bleeding Stopping and Muscle Regeneration Pill, Essence Pill, which he had prepared long ago. He swallowed all of them in one brain at this time, then took out a large amount of spirit stones and directly swallowed them alive. This is also his talent. Other demon clans dare to play like this. It is purely asking for death. Finally, he regained this much mobility when the first wave of demonic beasts arrived, then ran to a hidden cave in the reflecting moon canyon. This place was originally reserved for that precious disciple, but at this time it has become a refuge. When he thought of that disciple, warmth grew in his heart. It was because he had taken him in on a whim back then that he had escaped death today. I guess that disciple isn't doing so well now, is he? Expect him to come over sooner rather than later. Zhu Yudao's recent days are indeed not good. Because the spirit animal garden a lion and tiger beast got plague, Tang Yifei said that he clean feces is not in place, so he added the task. Every day must be the spirit animal cage sprinkled with sweeping once, which originally has a full-time staff responsible for, and now it all became his work, because he was too busy. There would be no way to guide Pang Tianhua in his cultivation, and there would be no time to have a barbecue with Zhao Yan and the others who had been released from prison. Seeing that he didn't have time to pay attention to anything else, Tanya was satisfied. Deacon Tang, why do you have to do this? I'm afraid that kid feels that you're purposely messing with him, and in his heart, he's cursed you I don't know how many times. He cussed me out. I screwed him, 2 for the price of 1. You have repeatedly spoiled Wen Changhe's good deed. I'm afraid that you won't be able to do this Spirit Beast Garden's deacon's position for long. Old me will soon close the door to impact the Jindan stage. Whoever loves to do this position will sit. Do you think it's possible that it's when Chanha coming to sit? That's possible. Except that I won't give him a chance if he wants to move that kid in 3 years. In January, because of the unfavorable operation of the spirit beast garden and the disappearance of a spirit crane used as a messenger, Tang Yi was dismissed from his position as a deacon of the spirit beast garden, and the one who stepped into the position was none other than Wen Changhe, who had failed in his first conjugation of Dan, Wen Changhe's inauguration, only to find that Zhu Yudao is no longer here. Li Van, I remember the task of cleaning up the feces. Someone signed up for 3 years. Where is he? Deacon 1 is unaware that Zhu Yudao, because he was indirectly responsible for the payment of that lost spirit crane, was relieved of his mission early by Deacon Tang and accepted his punishment, and is now guarding the earth fire at the earth fire pool. How come I don't know about this? Li Wan was puzzled. Deacon 1 has only just taken office. Why is he so interested in a spirit beast garden handyman who made a mistake? I heard that he alone accomplished the task of cleaning up the feces for the spirit beast garden. Such a talent should be reused. It's just cleaning up feces. Any outer disciple can do it. Hearing such a familiar saying, Wen Changhe was so angry that he almost smoked, but there was nothing he could do about it. There was no way he could go to the earth fire pool to get the person back, because that was the sentence of the Hall of Punishment. Zhu Yudao in the underground fire pool can be said to be like a fish in water. Every day with Sun Yukai, he Junho together to eat and drink, and then do some substandard Dan business. The days of life is not easy. The 6-month penalty period has expired, and it has been exactly 3 years since Nyo Dali left the country. Thinking about Nyo Dali's instructions, it was just the right time to be able to take a vacation again. He went to the Inner Gate Miscellaneous Hall and asked for a 3-month vacation. Then, running to the clan treasury, more than 50,000 contributions, exchanged 10 sets of medium-grade magic robes, 100 bottles of chi benefiting pills, 50 third-order hurricane talismans, 100 third-order ice seal talismans, as well as some auxiliary materials used for making puppets. After that, he gathered all his well-connected fellow disciples. Those who were summoned included Shui Ling, Chang Shu, He Junho, Li Xianing, Lin Mengqing, and Gan Mao, who were inner disciples, as well as Feng Jie, Zhao Yan, Chen Yu, and other outer cultivators. These people, all of them, got along well with Zhu Yudao. Ooh, senior brother Zhu, you're making such a big scene. Are you preparing to get married and hold a wedding banquet? See, the courtyard is full of all kinds of spiritual food delicacies, worth at least a few hundred spirit stones. In the past, Zhu also invited guests, but can eat some demonic beast's barbecue is not even good. Why has it ever been so generous? Oh, I'm taking leave to go on a trip, and I'm afraid that my nephew will be wronged. So I'd like to ask you all to take care of him. Why do you make such a big deal out of a little thing? Just want everyone to eat and drink well. In the middle of the banquet, Zhu Yudao brought Pang Tianhua and toasted these people as if this was his own nephew. The few people who had spent the most time with him, such as Shui Ling, Feng Jie, and Zhao Yan, however, felt that things would definitely not be so simple. After eating and drinking, they purposely stayed behind. I thought you weren't going to come back? There are some things that are too inconvenient to go into detail with you guys. Senior sister Shui, you don't lack resources and you're going to build your foundation soon. Here's a lower grade magic flying sword. Let's take it as an early congratulations on your success in building your foundation. Fabulous flying swords, the least is 10,000 spirit stones to start with. Shui Ling, although a small fortune, but also do not dare to say that now can afford to buy a magic treasure. She hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it. If anything happens in the future, send me a transmission note. Senior brother Feng, this mid-grade magic robe. Don't push back. A mid-grade magic robe. I'd have to accumulate at least 2 years of contributions before I could afford it. You're a big spender. Zhu Yudao pulled Zhao Yan to one side again. Senior sister wants to take the path of martial cultivation. It can be very difficult. For my brother here there is a volume of the introductory chapter of the 100 Veins body refining technique, and there is also a strain of the body refining sacred pill, the Chalcedony cheese, all of which are given to the senior sister together. Elder brother, do you really have to go? Zhu Yudao is not a wooden head. How could he not feel the young girl's feelings? If there is fate, we will definitely meet again. Moreover, odds are that I will still be moving around the area of Qingshi City, and if I pass by White Tiger City, I will still go to your house to look for you. Senior brother, don't lie to me. No way. Zhao Yan took the Qianquan bag and found that there was not only a gungfu and a Chalcedony cheese inside, but also a medium-grade magic robe, a top-grade magic shield, and a medicine bottle with the label of Foundation Establishment Dan on it. Senior, let no one know, lest they bring evil upon themselves. Other than these three, such as Chen Yu and Sun Yukai, they had all obtained either Dharma robes, or defense spells. There is no impermeable wall in the world, not to mention that he is such a big shot. It is hard not to let people know. When he left under the farewell of Pang Tianhua and the others, someone had already followed, along the Panjiang River, all the way to the east. This was obviously not in the direction of Castle Rock City. When it came to the reeds, he suddenly dove into the water and disappeared. Has been tailing the very Wenchangha. Once he saw the other side into the water, he knew that his tracking was found. So Big Generous show up, began to search. However, this place was densely covered with rivers and lakes, and the reeds covered the sky. So even with a strong divine sense searching ability, it was very difficult to find someone in such a place. This was the only chance to find the treasure of Niu Dali. How could he give it up? So, just where Zhu Dao lost his trail, he came to wait for a rabbit. As long as the other party showed up, he arrested and tortured. However, he waited for a month, and there was no trace of Zhu Dao at all, which made him wonder if the person had run away long ago. He left unhappy, but soon went and returned, quietly hiding in the neighborhood. After waiting for a few more days and still no result, he set fire to the 300 miles of reeds in a fit of rage, killing countless birds and animals and leaving the nearby fishermen at a loss for what to do. Even then, it didn't burn out the person he was looking for. Venting hard, he left the reeds. In another month, a coffin floated up from the black water pool, and a person flew out from the coffin, and it was none other than Zhu Dao. After 2 months of being held underwater, he didn't waste it, and after 6.5 years, his cultivation reached the 9th level of qi refining, 1 level higher than Chang Shu, who had joined the sect at the same time. As the spell was struck, the soul-gathering coffin transformed into the size of a palm and was placed in the pocketbook. Then he changed out of the Flying Dragon sect's standardized Taoist robes, took a deep breath, released a blizzard leopard puppet to take his place, and darted all the way to the north. He did not know that the white cranes that swept across the sky were not local wild cranes, but rather the eyes and ears of someone from one who had been planted here. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. In the last 3 years, in the sect over the depressing, at this time as if out of the cage bird, riding on the puppet, humming the memory of a small song, one hand chicken legs, one hand spirit wine, so free, that's the way to cultivate immortality. The speed of the blizzard leopard puppet was a bit faster than a horse, but he walked and stopped, and when he passed through the vast black forest, he was delayed for a few more days in order to hunt demonic beasts, and when he arrived at the extreme north, it was already half a month later. The extreme north is bitterly cold. Zhu Dao is well prepared. Inside a more frigid vestment, outside is a thick fox fur, and his head is also fastened with a fur-turned leather cap. According to the abbreviated map given by Niu Dali, he wandered in the vast ice field for 10 days, found a copper pillar 10 feet high, and hurriedly peeled away the snow below. The bottom was scorched black, and there were many discarded magic treasures, as well as some charcoal-like things, but there were no skeletons. He expanded the search area again, and made sure that there were none, and couldn't help but breathe a great sigh of relief. No, that's the best news, the copper pillar, which might be useful in the future. He put it into the soul-gathering coffin and then ran towards the moon-reflecting canyon. Just a tea time after he left, when Shangha arrived here, and seeing the situation here, a look of astonishment and uncertainty appeared on his face. After a moment, he pursued it with renewed determination. In order not to spook the snakes, he kept a distance of 10 miles or more until he came to a glacial inverted canyon where his target suddenly disappeared. He was not shocked, but rather happy. 1,000 years of hard work in 3 years, not to deal with a mere chi refining stage disciple, but for the one-horned monster's leftover treasure. And this must be where the leftover treasure was hidden. Soon, he spotted the hole concealed by the illusionary formation. Kid, I know you're in there. Come out and die quickly. There was no movement inside. He directly sacrificed a treasure seal, which instantly transformed into a 10-foot square, and with just one click, smashed the gate made of Xian ice to smithereens. Zhu Dao leapt out from the inside. Furious, Deacon Wen, why are you destroying my cave? Your cave? With you being a chi refining stage, building a cave in such a place, do you think I'm easy to fool? Even if it's not my cave, what are you chasing me here for? Surely it's to catch defecting disciples? I've taken a 3-month vacation at the sect, and the time hasn't even expired yet, so how can I call it a defection? Even if you can fly, can you fly back? How do you know I can't fly? Humph, don't try to be clever with your words. Obediently hand over the unicorn monster's leftover treasure, or else, this is where you'll be buried. Zhu Dao sneered. So this is what you're after. The treasure is in the cave. Let's see if you have the guts to come in and take it. After saying that, he entered the cave. When Changha's divine sense swept, but was blocked by a layer of invisible barrier. Obviously there is a prohibition inside. which made him start to hesitate again. What if there is danger? However, after spending a great deal of effort, the posthumous treasure was right in front of him, so even if it was a risk, it was still worth fighting for. Mindset. Took out a treasure shield in front of the body. The sleeve also buckled a talisman, and then slowly step into the cave. Howl. A demonic beast that looked like a mountain-piercing armor and was more than 10 feet long blocked the way. Humph. A mere first-order earth armor dragon wants to stop Wen Mao. How delusional. After saying that, he was about to sacrifice his treasure seal to smash the earth-armored dragon to death. However, he suddenly realized that the earth-armored dragon was imprisoned by a chain, and was not a threat to him at all. Ha! Isn't that the Black Hell Underworld iron chain? He couldn't help but secretly rejoice that his own Taoist was very fond of this chain, and just for this chain, this trip's hard work hadn't been in vain. Earth Armor Dragon. He is not prepared to kill, because this beast has a special talent, good at drilling the ground. The earth attribute spirit sense is very keen, is a kind of exotic beasts. At present is only the first stage. There is still the possibility of domestication. Catchback to can be given to Wen Tai Lai as a spirit pet. So, flying over the earth-armored dragon, he entered a very wide cave. A large, bare-chested, androgynous man sat on a bed of stone. The cave was relatively warm, but the attire still made it feel cold. Even colder was his heart. This person's face had 9 points of resemblance to the image that the unicorn monster often conjured up, and standing beside him was none other than Zhu Yudao. What? You can't recognize it after not seeing it for a few years? Congratulations to the great sage for successfully crossing the threshold. Seeing that he instantly revealed a face of surprise, Niu Dali turned his head to Zhu Yudao and said, "See, this kind of face-changing skill, in the future one has to practice it properly. I originally wanted to slap him to death, but now I can't even get down a bit. If you can't lay your hands on it, disciples can do it for you. The great sage is meditating here, so I won't disturb you." After saying that, the runic light flashed and his body transformed into a green light, instantly exiting the cave. However, a curtain of light suddenly rose up, and the green light ruthlessly crashed into it before Wen Changhe's figure was revealed. Just as he was about to break the formation, a large hand grasped and captured it in the air. The precious shield spun like a wheel, blocking the strike, followed by a flash of golden light in his palm, breaking through the formation's light shield. 1 foot had already stepped out, and in a flash of light, he was knocked out of the cave with his shield. Not waiting for him to get up, a big hand had already clutched his neck and directly gripped him back. Zhu Yudao looked dazzled. Just now that light shadow is exactly the strange power punch. Only, Niu Dali figure did not move, but completed an instantaneous running attack. This is how to do it, great sage. For the sake of fellow disciples, you let me live. Don't you want my relics? Just kill me and all the treasures here will be yours. The great sage is joking. You have been out for a long time and not returned. The sect is worried about your safety and has ordered me to look for you. Then what were you running for just now? Were you not a thief? I came trailing Master Zhu. I was really afraid that he would be too concerned. Zhu Yudao really admired the other party's mouth. Worthy of being Wen Tai Lai's old man. It can be called a clever tongue. Less fucking pretending to count. If you want to die, I'll fulfill you now. If you want to live, leave all the things in your storage magic treasure and you can get lost. Many thanks to the great sage for not killing me. This guy didn't drag his feet in the slightest, emptying everything in his storage bracelet and running off with only his treasure shield and treasure seal. Master, why don't you cut off the roots? In Zhu Yudao's opinion, this teacher was too kind. Niu vigorously shook his head. If he dies, the Flying Dragon sect will definitely go all out to apprehend you, and it will be difficult for you to stop even if you want to be a casual cultivator in the future. Now that you've got his belongings, you can still get away with it outside. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Zhu Yudao thought about it and felt that it was the truth. But letting the other party go just like that would be too cheap. You've suffered for 3 years. Obtaining these things today is considered compensation. Quickly put them away. There was a large pile of spirit stones, at least 100,000, 2 pieces of magic treasures, a medium-grade flying sword named Golden Sparrow, and a small crimson flag with a flame symbol, a magic robe, not only with defense array patterns, but also with spirit gathering array patterns. At first glance, it was at the level of the very best, a set of formation treasure. It should be a Chi-Men trapped immortal formation that was 1 level higher than the Tian Yuan 5 elements spirit formation. This formation was mainly used to trap the enemy and could also be used as a defense formation. There were 12 talismans, 3 of which belonged to spirit talismans, namely the Earth Escape Talisman, the 5 Thunder Talisman and the Hidden Shape Talisman. There were 7 bottles of pills, 1 healing pill, 1 bottle of pure grain pill, 1 bottle of Harmony Scatter, and half a bottle left, 2.5 bottles of Yellow Sprout Dan, and a bottle of only 1 medicine. Nyo Dali said that it is Dragon Tiger returning Dan, a grain of which is on top of a piece of top-grade magic treasure, and it is not always possible to buy it. A scroll of silk and 11 more jade slips. Nyo Dali took it over and swept a few eyes, picking out 2 of the jade slips. Running Thunder Sword Technique. This is the true Lord Sword royalty technique obtained from the central continent, and the equal pole is not weaker than the giant sword sect's 4 elephant sword technique. The sect is only qualified to practice by the true legends. Holding up another jade slip. Cracking Heavenly Gold Blade Technique. A metallic advanced spell. You can perform it even though you are majoring in Earth Spirit power. The other ones? They are all miscellaneous. Just take a look. Zhu Yudao put these books away and sorted those alchemy and weaponry materials into categories, 2 of which were exactly the materials he needed to cultivate the Vajra indestructible bone. These were not ordinary goods, and many of them could not be bought in the workshop market. There were also a few miscellaneous items, including a formation talisman. That's the formation talisman that activates the sect's protective grand formation. It seems that Wu Jingzhong really wants to pass the position of sect leader to him, but unfortunately, it's not too much of a fight. He started to condense Dan a few years ago, and he's still in the great circle of foundation establishment by now. Is Master still planning to return to the sect now that he is transformed? Why go back and suffer when you've paid your debt of gratitude? So what are your plans for the future? The injuries caused by the ferry robbery are too heavy, and I have not fully recovered by now. After I recover from my injuries, I still have to strive for an early awakening of my new talent and strengthen my realm senses. There is no way to leave here without a decade or 8 years. Disciple is here with Master. Not that that is necessary. You are now at the 9th level of Qi refining. It is time to prepare for the foundation building, especially the Earth Spirit break. It is extremely important for you to cultivate the Koan Yuan Earth Fury skill. The teacher has no way to help you find the Spirit break. It just so happened that he came across an Earth Armored Dragon, and it is much easier for him to help him look for the Earth Spirit break. In addition, the teacher has also prepared the foundation building pills for you, and the 2 pieces of magic treasures, and you will take it away as well. Master, well, don't make childish gestures. The path of cultivation is arduous and dangerous. This is all that I can do for you, so behave yourself. Zhu Yudao received 2 pieces of magic treasures, each of which was a mouthful of orange flying sword magic treasures with the sword named Xiaoguang. The other piece, however, was a black raven. What kind of magic treasure is this? Zhu Yudao had never seen anything like it before. This is the divine flame flying crow. Originally the town treasure of a small third-rate sect, which coincidentally fell into my hands. This treasure doesn't need to consume abilities, and to use it, you only need to fill its mouth with 10 spirit stones. It can breathe fire and attack, and the power of the attack depends on what kind of flame it has absorbed. So if you see a good quality spirit flame, make sure you let it absorb it. In addition, this magic treasure can also be used as a flying magic treasure. The fastest can be 10,000 miles a day, as your walking tool is most suitable. Flying magic treasure. This is Zhu Yudao's dream. With this thing, the sky south and north can go. 3 days later, a huge crow carried him up into the sky, then turned into a long black rainbow flying towards the south, which was exactly what Fuyao 90,000 Li. The sky is high enough for birds to fly. The divine flame flying crow is not a professional flying magic treasure. There is no light shield to protect it, and Zhu Yudao drank the wind and drank it. Blood gas 1. Blood gas 1. Achoo! Who says immortalists mustn't catch a cold? After flying for only half an hour, Zhu Yudao came down from midair and then ran his spiritual energy to dispel the coldness. The cold was banished and he was hungry. Just as a blind bear set its sights on him, he did not use any spiritual power, and did not use any martial arts skills. Just take this more than 300 pounds of black bear as a sack to wrestle around. The activity warmed up, and the blind bear died. And so, skinning, setting fire, roasting, drinking, how comforting it was. As he was eating with his mouth full of oil, 4 figures approached from afar from the horizon. Although this place has left the ice field, it is still very cold. Who has nothing to do? Running here for what? The 4 quickly spotted him and glanced at each other. One of them, a fellow whose appearance was even more commiserating than Sun Yotsai's, walked over. This fellow Daoist, are you alone? Yeah, something wrong? We've been a little short on cash lately, so we'd like to borrow some spirit stones to spend. Zhu Yudao swept a glance at the 4. All of them were at the early stage of qi refining. How much to borrow? Borrow as much as you can. When do I pay it back? We're not going to give it back. Well, for being so honest, I'll let you cool off later. After a tea time, the 4 were stripped down to just a layer of covering. Zhu Yudao made them each open their Qiankuan pouches. The spirit stones of the 4 combined, only 23, and one person had a magic weapon, all of which were of the most inferior quality as well. Where are you monks from? We are from Misty Willow Town. Dao friend, just spare us. We have an old man on top and a little one underneath. Stop. I remember there are a few cultivators from the Li clan in Misty Willow Town. I haven't heard of anyone else. Truth be told, we were originally casual cultivators over in Liang. Since the beast tide occurred, we couldn't make it over there anymore. So we came to Misty Willow Town to make a living picking herbs and hunting beasts. We didn't have much to harvest today, and when we saw that you were all alone, we got a heart attack. But we were only looking for money, and we didn't want to harm you. So, this place is close to Misty Willow Town? 50 miles further on is the eastern foothills of June Mountain, and then 200 miles south is Misty Willow Town. Zhu Yudao inquired about the situation again, confiscated their spirit stones, and released the four. Killing a few poor casual cultivators who were motivated by their wealth did not have the slightest significance. He had promised Li Wanon to take care of the Li clan, and the three Li Xianlin in the sect. There is absolutely no need for him to worry about it, because people's teachers are the most qualified elders, and this big family in Misty Willow Town, on the contrary, is going to take a look at it. It was getting late, and there was no hurry. Living in the soul-gathering coffin was prone to autism, which was the conclusion he had reached in the reeds, and there was also an earth-armored dragon inside, and that guy liked to roar suddenly, which was too disruptive to rest, so he decided to find a place to camp. The blind bear's cave was soon discovered. Only it was rather stinky inside. As a former pooper scooper, the ability to handle feces is a thing of the past. First, a ground trapping technique to make the earth soft, then an earth spirit claw to remove the dirt from the inside, and 2 more waking incense to remove the odor. Set up the Tian Yuan 5 elements formation, and then take out a bed from the soul gathering coffin, which had ready-made bedding. It was a bit dark and cold inside the cave, so he struck the formation, and there was a flaming light flowing from the formation's light shield, which kept him warm as well as lighted him up. Lying on his bed, looking at the distant wilderness, thinking that in the future he would be an unrestrained casual cultivator. For some reason, he suddenly developed an absurd sense of unemployment. Where should he go in the future? The wilderness is dangerous at night, and a fox demon tries to burrow in, not knowing if it's male or female. The Tian Yuan 5 elements formation was enough to deal with first and second order demonic beasts, and he still had the newly acquired Chi Men trap immortal formation if he really couldn't. Early in the morning of the first day, set up a pan, got a baked bun, fried eggs, and a pot of homemade spirit tea. The blood she consumed during the night was replenished, collected the bed, and went straight to Misty Willow Town, riding on the blizzard leopard puppet. Although it wasn't as fast as the divine flame flying crow, it wasn't as penetrating. In the afternoon, it arrived at Misty Willow Town. However, he felt that he had come to the fake Misty Willow Town, the former town of dogs and chickens. The people live in peace, like a paradise. What's it like now? 2 streets, one longitudinal and the other horizontal, were almost all closed, and the streets were littered with garbage and a foul smell. Occasionally, the townspeople passed by, but they were also in a hurry, afraid of encountering ghosts. Zhu Yudao arrived at the Li family compound and found that it was heavily guarded. Not only were there people patrolling the area, but there were also people standing on the high wall with bows and crossbows in their hands. His arrival made the people here quite nervous, but one seemed to recognize him. You are Immortal Master Zhu. It's me. What's going on? Quickly invite the family head over. A few moments later Li Qingxian ran over. Fellow Daoist Zhu has arrived. I'm sorry to have missed you. Quickly inside please. Entering the compound, the place was very lively, with a group of children playing, women weaving in washing cloth, and men practicing martial arts and archery. After taking 2 sips of tea, they first chatted about Li Xianin and their situation for a few moments, and then asked about Misty Willow Town. Li Qingxian sighed. There's a beast tide over in the Great Liang Kingdom. Many martial artists and loose cultivators have come to the town, and this place is letting them wreak havoc. If they don't behave, just chuck them out. Li Qingxian laughed bitterly. It did work out that way in the beginning, but as more and more people came, and there were a few late-stage qi refining ones, there was really nothing I could do. As the two were talking, the sound of a gong rang out. Li Qingxian hurried out the door, and Zhu Yudao followed. Outside the gate of the Li family compound, a group of people came, and a burly cultivator said aloud, Li family master, the 3-day deadline has come and gone. How's the collection of what we want going? What is the reason for you to come to us and still pay us out? It seems that family master Li can't handle the situation. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. With a wave of his hand after saying that, a large group of people were about to rush inside. A bolt of lightning flashed without warning, and the big man was caught off guard and fell head over heels. The crowd that was just about to make a move stopped in their tracks. Zhu Yudao flew and landed outside of the courtyard, drew out his demon slayer sword, and was about to click all of these guys. Suddenly there were 4 people in the crowd who fell to their knees with a plop. Fellow Daoist, we really don't know that this is your home, so please spare us one more time? What the hell? Not just struck down by lightning one? This is scared to pee. Also too bloodless. Some people are unaware of the situation and charge upwards based on the number of people. The blade light flashed continuously, and the 3 people who rushed the fastest, even with their weapons, were all chopped into 2. The point is solid. Run! The group scattered. Zhu Yudao refused to let them go easily. 6 flying daggers shot out. Before he was very laborious to use the flying daggers at the same time, so he usually did not use them, but now that his cultivation level has increased, he is very comfortable with them. All 6 bites. One of the unlucky ones received a knife in the neck and died on the spot, while the other 5 were injured. One of the fastest runners had already reached 100 feet away, and he thought he had escaped from the sky, when a figure suddenly appeared on his flank, and then killed him with a slash. Now the others didn't dare to run and hurriedly followed the example of those 4 who directly knelt down. They realized that Zhu Yudao had just swept past the 4 without making a move. Zhu Yudao is not a butcher, and with the purpose of shock and awe achieved, he will no longer go on a killing spree. Today, I'm going to make a rule here that anyone who enters Misty Willow Town is not allowed to fight and cause trouble, bully their neighbors, or urinate or defecate anywhere. In addition, it is subject to the town's management. Those who can't do it can fuck off now. Anyone who wants to hang around here, be honest. Well, it's your choice whether to leave or stay. Some people don't like to be restrained and walk away. Still, there were quite a few who chose to stay, such as the 4 who knelt first. Why don't you guys leave? It's still the same wherever you go. Flying Dragon Place is safe, but you have to travel thousands of miles to hunt a beast. Cold Moon Place is too small. Moreover, it is not safe now. A while ago, a large number of demonic beasts arrived there, and I heard that no one died. It's convenient to hunt beasts and collect medicine here, and it's about as far away from the 2 marketplaces. So we're willing to abide by the rules here. Yes, we are willing to comply. Zhu Yudao turned his head to look at Li Qingxian. What does Family Master Li think? Li Qingxian couldn't wait for all these people to get out, but chasing away one batch, another batch came. If all these outsiders were willing to act according to the rules, it wasn't a good thing, but will they comply? Zhu Yudao guessed his doubts. I'll be staying in Misty Willow Town for a while. He originally wanted to go back to Castle Rock City, considering that Castle Rock City was not far from Cold Moon Place, and if Cold Moon Place was patronized by a swarm of demonic beasts, I'm afraid that Castle Rock City wouldn't be spared either, and since he was a loose cultivator anyway, he would be the same wherever he was, so he might as well stay here for the time being, and wait for the effects of the beast tide to pass, and then go out to look for Earth Spirit Drakes, and then try to build a foundation. Great! Why don't fellow Taoist Jews stay at our Li family? Don't bother, just find me a room along the street. The Li family has a grocery store in the center of the street, and there's a small courtyard at the back of the store. So if fellow Taoist Jew doesn't mind, you can stay there temporarily. Good thing too. Zhu Yudao came to the grocery store, and found that the conditions here are really good. 4 courtyard, 3 main houses, 2 rooms, a kitchen and a toilet, and a water well. The grocery store is also 3, but the inside is basically emptied. The store was idle anyway, so he simply put up some rejuvenation talismans, amulets and light prisoners talismans. In the last few years, he hardly consumed talismans, but he was making them every day, so he had accumulated a large amount of talismans on his hands. It was good to be able to sell them, and it didn't matter if he couldn't sell them, considering that practicing making beast puppets required a large amount of complete demonic beast materials. Another sign of acquisition was put up. First day, no business. The next day, Li Qingxian came over. If Zhu Yudao has a need for demonic beast materials, we have some there. You can take as much as you want. You're welcome. I see the store is idle. How do you sell talismans here? I don't have spirit stones. Can I exchange them with demonic beast materials? Yes. A complete demonic beast material of the first rank can be exchanged for 50 rejuvenation talismans, or 10 amulets, or 1 light prisoner talisman, doubling for the second rank. This price, he had only arbitrarily set, but if converted into spirit stones, it was basically about the same as the prices in the marketplace. But considering that the nearest marketplace was 2,000 to 3,000 miles away, this price was actually on the low side. Li Qingxian couldn't help but feel happy. Demonic beast materials would go bad if they were left for a long time, and now that demonic beasts were flooding the area, the materials were going all the way down. Whereas talismans had always been stable in price and easy to carry around, they could almost be used as spirit stones. Fellow Daoist Zhu, wait a moment. I'll have someone bring over the demonic beast materials. When outside the grocery store, lined up with demonic beast corpses, it really shocked Zhu Yudao. How long have you guys been accumulating this? The incomplete ones will basically be turned into meat and divided up, while the complete ones are sold to the marketplace, which is usually visited once a year. And that's what's been accumulated for the majority of the year. Alright, don't want those two with broken legs. All the others are fine. You can choose whatever talismans you want. Li Qingxian had already planned this. All of them want amulets. Okay, 60 in all. This transaction was seen by quite a few people. So soon after, some people also took the demonic beast materials to try to trade and successfully obtained the talisman. In one day, Zhu Yudao actually completed 13 transactions, acquiring enough materials to make puppets. However, since he opened a store, he couldn't stop. In short, he came to the rescue. Because of his town, Misty Willow Town gradually restored order. The streets of business also more. The best business is to sell bun store. He is a big customer. 100 buns a day. Only sold to him alone can feed a family. Therefore, the bun store boss. He is really like an ancestor as a worship. Selling buns, but also an additional gift of a pot of porridge. The blacksmith store was also red hot because of him, as making puppets required the rough refining of Xian iron, and such a chore could be done by a mortal blacksmith. So he contracted out these jobs. Those scattered cultivators hunting demonic beasts. There is a place to sell. Motivation greatly improved. And they also found that Zhu boss is actually very good to talk. You urgently need spirit stones, or some commonly used pills. You can also take the items for pawning. Word of mouth formed. And more loose cultivators gathered in Misty Willow Town. Someone thought that charging fees in this town would be a good camp. So 3 guys in the lychee refining stage, at the entrance of the town, sat down to charge fees. Zhu Yudao did not spare them in the slightest, and straight away killed all 3 of them, and even hung their bodies on the pagoda for public display. In this way, we all know that Zhu boss only on the rules of the people who have a good temper. For those who do not abide by the rules, that is not at all merciful. In his words, in the Fog Willow Town crime cost is very high. Do not want to commit a crime in his hands. In the blink of an eye, it had already been half a year since Zhu Yudao came to Misty Willow Town. The town had long since regained its former prosperity, and both the old farmers and the cultivators were able to live in harmony here, strictly adhering to the town's conventions. What's more, because of Zhu Ji's grocery store, many loose cultivators settled here, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Suddenly, one day, Boss Zhu put up a sign that he would be closed for 3 days. Is Boss Zhu out of money? Some shrewd people made a calculation. In the past half a year, the grocery store had acquired at least hundreds of complete demonic beast materials, which meant that at least a few thousand talismans had been exchanged. For so many talismans, not all of them are spring return talismans and protective talismans, which means that Boss Zhu's wealth is at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. Moreover, some cultivators in the late stage of qi refining judged that Boss Zhu could possibly be at the 9th level of qi refining, or even the great perfection of qi refining. An obviously very young cultivator with this kind of cultivation, this kind of battle power, and this kind of wealth. Could he possibly be a casual cultivator? More to the point, what was the use of collecting so many demonic beast materials, unless it was the sect deliberately guiding the casual cultivators to exterminate the demonic beasts? Then the source of the money and talismans was explained. Since it is a sectarian behavior, such business can be done for a long time. People felt the need to ruthlessly grip the wool of this sect, so they made a wide hero post, and called the casual cultivators who were familiar with each other over, so that they could make a fortune together. Zhu Yudao didn't know that some people had misinterpreted the business he had inadvertently started. His purpose for going out this time was twofold. The first one was to sell the puppet beasts that he had recently refined, and now there were more than 50 puppet beasts in the soul-gathering coffin that had already been saved up, and together with those materials, they were about to be too big to be loaded up to go to the marketplace to sell a batch of them. The second purpose, inquiring where there was an earth spirit break. It was unrealistic to look all over the world. The marketplace was a place where cultivators gathered, and it was also a staging ground for news, so there might be something to be gained. Flying Dragon Place can't go. Cold Moon Place is too small, so his destination is the traveling immortal place. Although the distance is far, there are divine fire flying crows to take the place of footsteps, most of the day to arrive. Just don't know how the sales quotations of the beast puppets. The traveling fairy place was as lively as ever. Before selling the beast golem, he inquired about the price and whether it was good or not. The entire marketplace was turned around and only one merchant was found selling organ puppets. The same as a puppet, but the principle is different. The mechanism puppet relies on the mechanism, generally used for cave defense, or a specific environment. Beast puppets were essentially similar to refining corpses, only with an additional spirit stone drive for greater flexibility. Of course, the beast golem also has a weakness. This thing cannot be stored for a long period of time. Even with some special treatment, its skin and fur will decay if it is maintained for 10 or 8 years, far less durable than the organ golem. Compared to similar organ puppets, it was a right choice to set its price slightly lower. In addition, he also found that the price of demonic beast materials had dropped very much. Taking the first-order wolf demon as an example, the first time he came to the traveling immortal workshop, the complete material could still be sold for 40 spirit stones, whereas now it could be purchased for 20 spirit stones. The price was almost cut to the waist. In other words, he had lost a lot of money acquiring demonic beast materials. However, his main purpose was to learn to make beast puppets, so this loss was something he could accept, and disposing of those extra talismans would also be an income. The question of price, but also according to the market demand to judge, can be adjusted again. Now to consider is the way to sell, whether the stalls sold, or touting to the stores. He hoped it was the latter, which would save a lot of time. Only, when he went to the store to peddle, even asked a few. Some are willing to sell on behalf of, but first do not pay. Some were willing to buy out, but the first rank ones only gave 30 spirit stones, which was not even enough to cover the cost and was far below his expectations. Since there's no choice, the only way to go is to set up a stall and sell it. He spent 6 spirit stones, rented a stall for 3 days, and bought a silk ribbon with an advertising slogan, "Beast Puppet, can be fought, can be ridden, is your most faithful companion." We also ask for information about the Earth Spirit Fury, and the reward is negotiable. Using a first-order blizzard leopard and a second-order demon wolf puppet as samples, with the advertisement banners propped up, he sat on a homemade recliner, sipping tea and reading a book, waiting for customers to come to his door. A few moments later, a very young cultivator walked over, similar to Chung Shu back then. After a long browse in front of the stall, "How do you sell this leopard?" Zhu Yudao, a look at its dress, is to know is not the target customers, but people cannot dog-eye look at people low. That is a first-order wind leopard puppet, can help the battle, the movement is flexible, running fast, an hour can run 160 miles, the price of 80, if the little brothers sincerely want to buy, 75 on the sale. It's too expensive, I can't afford it. The little cultivator was fond of leaving, out of the long distance, but also look here, obviously 10 minutes love. That, young fellow Daoist, if you do me a favor, I can give you this puppet. What do you want? I'm only at the first level of chi refining. You ride this puppet around the marketplace for 3 days in a row. During these 3 days, you can eat and sleep at night, but at dawning time, you must ride the puppet around the city, and if anyone asks, you have to tell them what I just said. Are you really willing to give it to me? Of course. The young cultivator was instantly excited. I'm willing to do it. Zhu Yudao asked his name and taught him the method of manipulating the beast puppet. A live advertisement was there. The young cultivator named Lu Chen, as instructed, began to slowly ride through the square city, attracting many people to look at him. And sure enough, some people felt that it was very cool and went up to ask. As a result, people began to ask for prices in front of Zhu Yudao's stall, and after an hour of setting up his stall, he sold the first one for 75 spirit stones. By the 11th hour of the evening, a total of 4 first-order beast puppets and 1 second-order beast puppet had been sold. The market isn't great, but it's not bad either, so at least it proves there's demand. The young cultivator named Lu Chen didn't let him down and sent the beast puppet back. Let's have dinner together. No, I'll eat whatever I want. Not bad for you. Zhu Yudao took out a huge amount of food. You prepared this much? Not much. Lu Chen originally thought that he was modest words. After that he realized that it was really not much. He ate a steamed bun and a piece of dried meat. Zhu Yudao ate a basket of steamed buns and dozens of pounds of dried meat. Boss, you're amazing. Go get some early rest and don't forget to continue tomorrow. Can't forget. After sending off Lu Chen, Zhu Yudao had to find an inn to stay at. The previous one would definitely not be staying there anymore. Before he could move, he suddenly felt something in his heart and looked back, only to see a man ghostly peeking towards the side. Targeted again? In the workshop market, there are guards patrolling back and forth, not afraid of the other party messing around. Just a few steps, but that person is a sharp step after them. It's senior brother Zhu, right? You are, Feng Long? After careful identification, he found that it was actually the one he had sent away from the Spirit Stone mine a few years ago, and he seemed to have aged a lot since he hadn't seen him in a few years, so he didn't recognize it at first. It's me. Senior brother hasn't found a place to rest yet, right? I've rented a small courtyard here. If you don't mind, you can go to my place to stay temporarily. Zhu Yudao did not want to go. There is a saying that people's hearts are unpredictable. However, think about it with his current strength. A finger can poke each other to death. There is nothing to worry about. Feng Long rented a small courtyard. in the most remote part of the workshop market. The courtyard was also decorated with various kinds of fishing gear, and there were also 2 large water tanks with a few spirit fish in them. You fish for a living? Yeah, I can't do anything else but mine, and that's the only simple trade I can do. How's business? Barely making ends meet. Senior brother Zhu needs Earth Spirit Fury? You know where? I don't know, but there's one person who might. Who? His name is Bao Xingwang, nicknamed Bao Daijian, and he often buys and sells news in the marketplace. Oh, if it's convenient, understand to ask for me. Okay. Feng Long took out the wine and food, although Zhu Yudao had eaten, but now he could fit in another goat. The 2 of them chatted as they ate. Isn't senior brother an inner sect? How did he leave the sect? It can't be helped. Offending the sect leader's own disciple. So that's how it is. Senior brother, are those puppet beasts homemade? Yes. If senior brother trusts me, I can help sell some on behalf of him. I've been at the traveling immortal place for the past few years and I've gotten to know some people. Zhu Yudao could not stay in the market for a long time. Finding a trustworthy person to sell on behalf of is a way out. Okay, you take the goods from me. The first order counts as 70 for you, and the second order counts as 110 for you, and the extra profit is yours. Thank you, senior brother. Feng Long couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He still had to pay taxes for catching spirit fish, and if he was lucky, he could only earn 100 or 10 spirit stones in January. And the beast puppet, in his opinion, is definitely not a wrong business. Get it right and sell a few a day is not a problem. Could it be that he's going to have his own luck? That night, Zhu Yudao stayed at Feng Long's small courtyard. The next day, the stall continued. With the accumulation of the first day, as well as Lu Chen's advertising effect, the beast puppet business was a little better again. In fact, in the final analysis, there is still a demand. Refining stage combat power is low. Long distance travel need to walk. This puppet can just make up for the lack of combat power, and the price is comparable to the lower grade magic weapon. Even if it is a poor casual cultivator, keying a key can barely afford to buy. In the afternoon, Feng Long brought in that bagman. The man looked to be in his 50s, with a very distinctive mustache and wandering eyes, with the air of a city character. Fellow Daoist Zhu, if you want an Earth Spirit Fury, I do have a piece of news here. I just don't know if you can afford the price. Zhu Yudao is not a rookie without a little bit of marketplace experience. If he directly promised, 80% will be treated as a wrongdoer wildly slaughtered. The information depends on how reliable it is, and even more so on how difficult it is to take the break. For example, if you say that a certain sect has an Earth Spirit break, such information is completely worthless. The news I'm talking about is naturally valuable and true news. Mr. Pao was born and raised here, and has been eating this line of work for 30 years, so he won't smash his own signboard. And what price do you want? Bao Xingwang held out 2 fingers. 200? Wrong. It's 2,000. Not waiting for Zhu Yudao to open his mouth, Feng Long quit first. Taoist Bao, I am kind enough to introduce you to the business. You can't ask for too much, when I don't know the market of this business. Old Feng, the price of the Earth Spirit Fury is usually 20,000 to 30,000 a bottle, drawing red at 10%. Where's the problem? The problem is big. If you are a fixer, of course it's not a problem to support 2 families with one hand, but you are selling only one piece of unconfirmed information and asking for 2,000. It's too dark. Bao Xingwang hurriedly pulled Feng Long to the side, his lips babbling, obviously transmitting voice communication. Zhu Yudao didn't need to guess. He knew that this guy was promising favors, hoping that Feng Long would help him make a deal. Old beg, senior brother Zhu is my benefactor. Collect 200 spirit stones. I miss your favor. Otherwise, I'll find someone else. And you're not the only one who's well informed in the marketplace. Alright, 200 is 200. I'll cover the news for Rial, but it's a bit difficult to collect the Spirit Fury. If you're willing to pay more, I can find someone to help you. No, just say it. Bao Xingwang changed his transmission again, obviously not wanting the others to hear the news. You're saying that this beast tide happened because of the earth vein vibration? That's right. It's because of the earth vein shaking that the Earth Spirit Fury leaked out. Only it's not difficult to go to that place to get the Fury. Are you sure you don't need any help? I still have a few good friends, so as long as fellow Daoist Bao's information is true, the rest is no problem. This news is absolutely reliable. If fellow Daoist Zhu fetches an extra Spirit Fury and needs to contact a buyer, Mr. Pao is also willing to serve. Yes. Zhu Yudao straightened and took out 200 spirit stones and handed them over to the other party. Many thanks. Bao Xingwang took the spirit stone and excused himself. Only when he turned around, a wry look appeared in his eyes. Obtaining the news of the Spirit Fury, for Zhu Yudao, it was the biggest gain. As for the business of the beast puppet, it was just the icing on the cake. On the second day, the beast puppet sold 8, and on the third day, it sold 9, with a total sales volume of 1,800 spirit stones, and after deducting the cost, it made about 700 spirit stones. Left Foam Long 30 sets of sales, agreed to come back in 2 months, and then went to buy a kind of magic weapon called Set Break Bottle. This kind of magic weapon is specialized in collecting the spirit of the break. No professional tools, collecting the spirit of the break will be very troublesome. Before leaving, besides Foam Long, the young cultivator named Luchan also came to see him off. There are many senior brothers and sisters in the sect who are interested in beast puppets. Can I sell them on their behalf? Yes. I'll come back in 2 months and give you a commission of 5 spirit stones for each one sold. The young cultivator couldn't help but dance with excitement. I'll definitely publicize more and try to sell more. Returning to Misty Willow Town, Zhu Yudao realized that there were many more new faces, but the town was in good order, so he didn't take it to heart. However, when the grocery store started operating the following day, a large number of people flooded in at once, all of whom came to sell demonic beast materials, and there were complete third-order demonic beast materials among them, which made him realize that something was wrong. However, demonic beast materials could be made into puppets to make money, so of course he came to the rescue. There were no more talismans on hand, so they had to use spirit stones to acquire them, but the prices were appropriately lowered, such as 20 spirit stones for a first-order demonic beast material, 50 for a second-order one, and 150 spirit stones for a third-order one. Although the price had been reduced, these people still traded enthusiastically because the price was still the market price, and it was not a loss when they could save the travel and time to go to the marketplace. In this one day's time, he had actually collected more than 100 complete demonic beast materials. If he wasn't richly endowed, he wouldn't have been able to top it. However, just because of his open acquisition, it also seemed to confirm everyone's speculation even more, that he was sent over by whichever sect, deliberately promising profits to guide everyone in their demon hunting. There are not many ways to make money for casual cultivators. How would they give up such a wool-gathering opportunity? So they went in groups of 3 or 5 to hunt demons in the vast ice fields north of June Mountain. The peak acquisition period that lasted for a few days had passed, and Zhu Yudao put up a sign to close down his business. This time of course not to go to the workshop market, but to collect earth spirit breaks. According to what Pao Deijian said, the place where the earth spirit fury appeared was in the ice field area 3,000 miles northwest of June Mountain. The ice plains could be said to be the densest place for demonic beasts in the eastern continent. More than half a year ago, Zhu Yudao had been to the ice plains. At that time, he didn't encounter many demonic beasts, because there was a beast tide occurring, and a large number of demonic beasts had entered Liangwa's territory from the west of June Mountain, and now that the beast tide was nearing its end, and many of the demonic beasts had turned back to the ice plains, going over there at this time could be said to be very dangerous. However, it involved the future foundation establishment, so he had to risk a trip. Of course, if he didn't have enough means to save his life, he would rather go and ask No Dolly to make a move. Before departing, he deliberately made some preparations. He had to bring enough food, and he also deliberately made a snow wolf puppet and an ice bear puppet. These two kinds of demonic beasts were the most common ones in the ice plains, so that he could minimize some of the trouble when necessary. Leaving Misty Willow Town, he released the divine flame flying crows and first flew along the northern foothills of June Mountain, and when he passed by the spirit stone mine, he put away the flying crows so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Further on, he suddenly stopped and cast a stealth spell. In the next moment, a dozen feet away in front of him, a white-haired giant ape slowly walked by, which also keenly glanced toward where he was, with a puzzled expression. However, a few more slightly smaller white apes came up behind them, thrashing around with each other, and the one in front of his head was too distracted by them to pay any more attention to what he had just discovered. Zhu Yudao revealed his figure, slightly relieved. In front of his head was a third-order snow ape. If it was only this one, he would still be able to deal with it, but precisely because he knew that there were many more in the back, he didn't dare to act rashly. After traveling forward for just a few more miles, there was actually a group of snow apes and a few extremely majestic ice bears fighting. There was no shortage of fourth-order existences among them. It gave him a feeling that the trip wouldn't go too well. Continuing onward was obviously unlikely, so he simply released the divine flame flying crow once again. Looking down from the sky, he could see many demonic beasts entering the ice plain area in 2s and 3s. And if they couldn't fly in the air, they wouldn't be able to reach the hinterland of the ice plain at all. However, even with the divine flame crow, can we get through? He had just flown for 1,000 miles when a group of huge snow eagles chased after him, which made him die, not caring about the cold wind penetrating his heart. He raised the speed of the flying crow to the extreme. Snow eagle, this kind of demonic bird, in the ice plane can be called the aerial overlord. It is said that the Jindan period encountered 3 or 5, can only flee, visible in the air terror. And this group, at least a few dozen. Luckily, the divine flame flying crow was a bit faster than ordinary snow eagles, and only the 2 largest snow eagles were able to keep their distance. Seeing that they are in hot pursuit, Juyudao's heart is fierce. Come on beasts, turn around and grandpa will let you have a good time. A life and death situation was staged in midair, with the divine flame flying crow dragging a long rainbow as it flew at a rapid pace. 2 snow eagles once vibrate wings is several feet away. Speed is not weaker than the Jindan cultivator's recluse. I'm afraid. The 2 sides had been maintaining a distance of a few dozen feet, but the distance from the large group of snow eagles was getting farther and farther away, flying hundreds of miles. Jiyudao felt that the time was right and slightly slowed down the speed of the divine flame flying crow a little, but there was an extra chain in his hand. However, in the light of half a tea, the 2 snow eagles had already chased them to within 5 feet, and the wind blades they sent out were even able to attack until they attacked behind Jiyudao. Except that in high-speed flight, such attacks were not effective. The 2 snow eagles suddenly circled around to the sides, looking like they were ready to bend and copy the car. If you want to go over, then go over. The divine flame flying crow suddenly braked sharply, right at the moment when both sides crossed paths. The black prison spirit suppressing lock swung out. This chain was originally locked to the earth armored dragon. The earth spirit armor had been imprisoned for so long, it had finally been worn down of its ferocity, formally recognizing its master, so the chain would no longer be needed to bind it. The snow eagles waved their wings to resist. Their wings were their main cultivation area, and even extreme magic weapons might not be able to injure them. However, when it encountered the black prison spirit suppressor lock, it could only be said that it had met its nemesis, and with a mournful cry, it fell downwards. The other one sent out a roiling wind blade at Juyudao. Being in mid-air, he couldn't make an evasive maneuver. The outer layer of fur was slashed, and he was hit twice on his head, his leather hat exposed to the wind, and a piece of his hair was cut off from his bun. The submerged dragon sucks in water. Get your ass over here. Snow Eagle was grabbed and ingested by him at once, and without waiting for it to break free, he wrapped it up with the black prison spirit suppressor lock. In fact, he could have heartily used the divine flame flying crow, except that a second-order Snow Eagle corpse would have been wasted. After capturing one alive, he immediately retrieved the fallen Snow Eagle. In this way, although he took some risks, these 2 Snow Eagles made into beast puppets could be worth much more than ordinary demonic beasts. After a few moments of minor repairs and continuing his flight northward towards the earth, he noticed many fracture zones in the ground floor, glaciers in a collapsed state, newly uplifted mountains appearing, and riverbeds raised to form were glacial lakes. What kind of geopathic activity is occurring to cause such destructive forces? Continuing north, another spectacle was seen, with numerous round craters of varying sizes containing many meteorites on the ground. He instantly realized that perhaps this so-called earth vein vibration was not due to the earth's crust itself, but because of these meteorites. Someone, seeing 2 cultivators, hammering away on a large chunk of meteorite. He was also a bit moved. The value of meteorite iron was much higher than Xian iron. It was an excellent material for refining divine weapons. If one could find some, it would be another big profit. However, considering the purpose of the trip, he gave up. More than 100 miles further on, a huge crack presented itself, from which some yellow smoke emerged. Earth Spirit Fury. He was overjoyed to have found the Earth Spirit Fury. At least he hadn't come this time for nothing. The divine flame flying crow fell, and the crack was so deep that the Earth Spirit Fury that floated up was too thin to be used. He walked on down the crack, flying for more than 10 miles. The concentration of Earth Spirit Fury was getting higher and higher, indicating that they were close to the place where the Earth Spirit Fury had erupted. But what's going on up front? He saw a large number of cultivators, densely packed, all gathered around the crack. There were also quite a few demonic beasts converging here from all directions. These cultivators, fighting the demonic beasts while drawing on the Earth Spirit Fury, were currently more human than demonic beasts. Jiyudao's face turned green. It seems that it is no longer a secret that Spirit Fury has been unearthed here, and he was foolish enough to spend 200 spirit stones to buy the information. Luckily, he only paid out 200. If he had taken out 2,000, he would have been an ingrate. Don't say anything, just collect it. He hurriedly took out the Fiend bottle to draw the Spirit Fiend. The people around him didn't care. The Spirit Fiend here was unowned. More people joining in would reduce the amount of collection, but manpower was also needed to deal with the demonic beasts. The collection was slow. Half an hour had passed, and less than a tenth of the Capsura bottle had been filled, but the demonic beasts had already been killed by him twice. Suddenly, a roar came from the wild wind. How dare the human juniors? How dare they come to our demon tribe's territory to steal things? You all have to die. Before the words fell, a giant ape over 2 feet tall broke through the air. All the cultivators are nervous. The other side can spit out human speech to ride the wind. At least a 5th order demonic beast, or demon cultivator is more appropriate, because to the 5th order, condensed out of the inner Dan, its spiritual intelligence has been almost the same as human beings. The cultivation is even more comparable to the Gene Dan, and even said that the combat power is also stronger than the general Gene Dan. If only a 5th rank demonic beast had come, everyone would have been able to cope with it by virtue of the large number of people. However, some people noticed that a dense number of demonic beasts had run into the distance. At this time, who was still thinking about getting rich and famous? Hurry up and save your life. As a result, several hundred cultivators scattered. That giant ape specializes in picking up the sword-flying foundations, which made Zhu Dao, who originally wanted to sacrifice the divine flame-flying crow, give up his intention to fly away. There is a saying that a gun strikes a bird. Not to mention, he found that there were also more circling snow eagles in the air, and it was simply not possible to escape easily. He couldn't leave for the moment, so he simply continued to draw on the Earth Spirit Fury while no one was fighting for it. Sure enough, the difference in effect between one person collecting and 100 people collecting was too great, and it was estimated that in half an hour, the Capsura bottle would be filled. However, would the demonic beast give him this chance to continue gathering? In a matter of moments, everyone around the rift had run out, and he was already in the middle of the beasts. Kid, you're giving up your life for your money. The giant ape went and returned. His big feet turned into the size of 10 feet, as if it could stretch infinitely, and kicked at him with a flying kick. Only rushing this move, I'm afraid that it's more than the 5th rank. Zhu Yudao was very dry and jumped into the crack. The great ape chased after him into the chasm, but he soon stopped again. On the one hand, because it was getting narrower and narrower the further down he went, making it difficult for him to get down there with his bulk. On the other hand, the Earth Spirit Fury was just as toxic as other Fury Chi, especially in this kind of place where the concentration was very high. Even with his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to hold out for long, and at the district's refining stage, going down there would be a dead end. He ordered a group of snow apes to keep watch on both sides of the rift, just enough to keep people from coming out. At this time, Zhu Yudao had already landed 100 feet underground, and further down, he couldn't get down. So, finding a place where he could crouch down, he began to draw the break. Poison resistance -1. Poison resistance -1. There are constant hints coming in. He didn't care. He had enough poison elimination pills and herbs on his body that he wouldn't have a problem for 10 days and half a month in this underground. Drawing breaks in the cracks was even faster than earlier, but it always took some time. After a while, he vaguely heard what sounded like movement below. Did someone drill into the ground? This is entirely possible, because just now there was a Foundation Establishment cultivator who used the Earth Escape Talisman in order to escape. Divine Sense lost its usefulness in a place like this, and he didn't want to take any chances, so he simply turned a deaf ear. Shortly afterward, the voice disappeared, not knowing if it had hung up or gone away. The Capsura bottle was finally filled, but he couldn't leave for the time being because the demonic beasts up there were standing guard. So, he took out the soul-gathering coffin, dug out a small hole, placed it in it, and then used a rock to cover the hole. Striking a spell, a boundary appeared and then entered the soul-gathering coffin space. Chapter 101, Business is Booming. In the soul-gathering coffin, start by restoring blood aura and poison resistance to full value, then began to concoct those 2 snow eagles. 3 or 4 days passed like this, and it was unknown what the situation was outside, and whether the group of demonic beasts above had dispersed. In order to explore the situation, he Earth Armored Dragon released. This beast is long as next to the ground. As long as it is not confined, it can escape from the ground. Its ability to survive, far from the general demonic beasts, can be compared. The Earth Armored Dragon drilled into the ground, and after a while, delivered him bad news. There were still quite a few demonic beasts gathered up there, and by the looks of it, they were ready to guard this place, not wanting to let the human cultivators come to take the fury again. If he couldn't go from above, then he could only go from below. He had 2 Earth Escape Talismans in his hand, so as long as he left the gathering place of the demonic beasts, he would have a way to leave the ice plane. The Earth Armored Dragon suddenly transmitted another thought. You say there's a treasure underground? The Earth Armored Dragon nodded anthropomorphically. You fetch it. The Earth Armored Dragon followed the crack and drilled deeper into the earth vein, returning after a long time with an earth-colored crystal, about the size of a palm, in its mouth. Zhu Dao checked it out. It was a bit like a spirit stone, but not a spirit stone, and after a little thought, he guessed that it was most likely the crystallization of the Earth Spirit Fury. Spirit Fury, in fact, was mutated aura, and since aura could crystallize, then spirit fury could crystallize just the same. And the value of this thing is estimated to be much higher than a spirit stone. It was impossible for there to be only one piece of crystallization, so he told the earth-armored dragon to go down again. But, surprisingly, the creature was reluctant. The spirit of a first-rank demonic beast was similar to that of a toddler, and it was difficult to communicate. It took a lot of work to realize that its reluctance to go was not laziness, but cowardice, and that there was a very powerful presence under this vein of earth. Zhu Yudao recalled the commotion he had heard earlier and decided to run away immediately with the bucket. Putting the earth-armored dragon into the soul-gathering coffin, he inspired an earth escape talisman, and his body was instantly wrapped in yellow light, leaning toward the rock as if he had entered the water, and running unimpeded into the distance. The recluse time of the earth recluse talisman was about 1 T's worth of work, and if one didn't come out of the ground before the spiritual energy was exhausted, then one would be trapped down there. So, after reclining for 20 or 30 miles, he immediately burrowed out of the ground, and then, wide-eyed with a moss-licking reindeer, the frightened reindeer quickly fled. After running out dozens of feet without forgetting to look back, it turned out that the monster that had drilled out of the ground had disappeared and turned into a snow wolf with a huge body, which had a black and slimy thing hanging from its neck. Wolf demons, too, were their natural enemies, so it continued to run away. Only just now could it have been a blink of an eye? Zhu Yudao wouldn't ponder the confusion of a reindeer. Being in the soul-gathering coffin, he observed everything around him through the vision of the beast puppet. It had to be said that it was extremely wise for him to do so, and almost every other section, he would encounter the beasts returning from the south, and among them, there were quite a few more powerful demonic beasts. Snow wolves are very common in the ice fields and were not a problem at first. However, a hungry snow leopard saw the fallen snow wolf and pounced. A first-order snow wolf puppet was far from a match for a third-order snow leopard, and was pounced upon in the blink of an eye. When Zhu Yudao came out, the snow wolf puppet had already had its neck bitten off. The black prison spirit suppressor lock swung out, hitting the snow leopard with a stumble, and the beast surprisingly did not completely lose its mobility, turning around and running away. Having lost a puppet for nothing, how could Zhu Yudao let it go? However, the speed of the snow leopard was unable to catch up with it even if he had the flying cloud crawler to add to it. Seeing another beast appearing around him, he had to give up. He still had the ice bear puppet, but the guy's running speed was too slow, so he simply replaced it with the snow eagle puppet he had just refined. The speed of the snow eagle puppet was fast enough, coupled with the fact that there were no natural enemies appearing. It only took half a day to reach the northern foot of June Mountain, and then flew all the way to the left side of Misty Willow Town, which is when the puppet was put away. Returning to the grocery store, he rested for a day and opened for business the next day. Then a large number of cultivators flooded in to sell demonic beast materials. Zhu Yudao was still coming to the rescue because the beast tide had ended, and in the future, the demonic beast materials would become less and less until they returned to their original levels, so there was no harm in collecting more now. In addition, he also accelerated the speed of refining the puppets, or else the Yuxian Fong side might run out of stock. On the third day back, Li Qingxian also brought a large amount of demonic beast materials. Fellow Daoist Zhu, the beast tide is ending. Will the grocery store still be open in the future? Of course, I also provide ordering services here. If you need pills, talismans, magic weapons and the like, you can purchase them on your behalf for a service fee of only 2 spirit stones each time. Fellow Daoist really knows how to do business, just earning money for running errands. He was going to the traveling immortal place anyway, so he could make a little money on the way, and at the same time enrich the grocery store's business items. However, there was not a single customer for what he thought was a good business. Only after inquiring did I figure out that it was wishful thinking on my part. For expensive things, they'd rather travel 2,000 or 3,000 miles to the marketplace by themselves, spending 2 spirit stone service fee for something unimportant. They felt it was unjust. They might as well just pawn it to the grocery store. After the failure of the substitute purchase and sale plan, he simply used his entire mind on making puppets. And in recent times, the acquisition of demonic beast materials had reached a spurt of momentum, with 20 to 30 heads almost every day. In order to collect these demonic beasts, his stock of spirit stones had shrunk with the naked eye. A month and a half later, he arrived at the traveling immortal workshop with the hundreds of beast puppets he had finished making. Senior brother Zhu, you've come just in time. The 30 sets have long been sold out, and someone else has ordered a dozen more. Oh, business is that good? It's not just good, it's simply hot. Our puppets can not only ride and fight, they are also very suitable for exploration. Last month someone was in the Misty Swamp, and found a 1,000-year-old elixir, which was guarded by a third-order poisonous python. That fellow Daoist, relying on our puppet beasts to pester the poisonous python, not only did he succeed in collecting the spiritual herbs, but in the end, He even killed that python demon. TSK. He earned thousands of spirit stones this time. So it is. This is the money for 30 puppets. A total of 2,450 spirit stones. You take it. Zhu Yudao didn't ask the other party how much he had earned, and took out another 50 beast puppets to hand over to the other party. Lu Chen received his transmission note and rushed over. Fellow Daoist Zhu, my senior brothers group wants 120 beast puppets. When can we trade them? That much? They're all going to the Junshan Spirit Stone Mine. They've heard that the giant sword sex people are very overbearing, and it'll be safer to have a puppet that specializes in melee combat next to them in the mines. That's true. That night, Lu Chen arrived with his fellow disciples, and the remaining 50 puppets were all sold. Those who came late could only sigh. Don't be disappointed either. You're not going to the Spirit Stone Mine until next month. When you pass through Misty Willow Town, you can go to the grocery store and I'll do my best to fulfill your needs. Thank you, fellow Daoist Zhu. Although only 50 puppets were sold this time, Zhu Yudao still took out 500 spirit stones to give Lu Chen as a commission. There's no need for so many. 250 is enough. His little face was flushed, obviously having trouble suppressing the joy in his heart. You deserve it. Except I don't have that many puppets on hand. I will definitely sell more. And don't delay your cultivation. The last time I saw you, you were already at the top of the first layer of chi refining. And now you haven't broken through. Lu Chen said with embarrassment. I'm not well qualified and I've hit a bottleneck. Now that you have spirit stones to buy pills, break through earlier. Aha! After the puppet was sold, Zhu Yudao took down a small piece of crystal obtained from the Ice Plains earth vein and asked the treasure connoisseur of the 10,000 treasures building to help appraise it. This fellow Daoist, where did you get this item? Elder, don't you think it's a bit excessive to ask this? The treasure connoisseur's face was embarrassed by his dislike. It's the old man who slipped up. This kind of crystal is called Earth Spirit Crystal. It's the crystallization of the Earth Spirit Fury. If little friend is willing to sell it, this store is willing to offer 10,000 spirit stones. What is the use of the Earth Spirit Crystal? The Earth Spirit Crystal contains extremely pure Earth Spirit Fury. In addition to being able to draw the fury into the body, it is also a natural spiritual material for refining weapons, such as the yellow sand miasma, and the illusory spirit sand are all based on this as a material. Thank you senior for your guidance. Zhu Yudao put down the appraisal fee of 5 spirit stones and walked away directly. The appraiser was instantly greatly sorry, and when Zhu Yudao walked away, he sent out a summoning talisman, and shortly after, a guy with a handful of whiskers and darting eyes walked in. Elder Zhang, what is the reason for beckoning me over? Bao Xingwang, go and inquire about this person's roots and where the earth spirit crystals in his hands came from. After saying this, he waved his hand and an image of Zhu Yudao was presented in the water screen. Chapter 102 Divine Flame Flying Crows Versus. The water screen was a bit fuzzy, but Bao Xingwang was impressed. This person's name is Zhu, and he even bought a message from me some time ago. Oh, what news was bought? The treasure connoisseur surnamed Zhang asked. It's the news of the Earth Spirit Fury, which I still heard from you. Oh, you know how to do business. You've sold a lot of people on this news, haven't you? It's not much. 10 or so. In that case, it's highly likely that his Earth Spirit crystals were obtained from the Ice Plain side? Count the hours. Almost. Do you know where he came from? I know a man surnamed Feng, calling him senior brother, presumably a cultivator from the Flying Dragon sect. Flying Dragon sect? That's not a good idea to make a move. Right now the two factions are still allies, but it's good news that there are Earth Spirit crystals in the Ice Plains. Don't spread this matter out. Wait for things to be finalized and then say it again. Understood. That one surnamed Zhu. You can contact him again to see if he has any intention of offering Earth Spirit crystals. Yes. Leaving Wan Baolu, Pao Xingwang went to find Feng Long. I heard that you recently made a fortune selling beast puppets. There's no fortune to be made. It's just making a little money to make ends meet. Has that senior brother Zhu of yours returned yet? Someone wants to buy an Earth Spirit Fury. You're late. He just left. That's too bad. By the way, what is this senior brother Zhu of yours? Feng Long raised his eyebrows slightly, then said blandly, he's an inner sect of the Flying Dragon sect. Why are you asking this? Feeling a little different about him? That's for sure. You've heard of the ring fight. He defeated Situbei. So it's him. No wonder his temperament is so extraordinary. It dawned on Bao Xingwang that a few years ago, Zhu Yudao's reputation had been great, only to shine like a comet for a while and then fall silent. That's true. Senior brother Zhu has always been valiant. Zhu Yudao didn't know that someone was complimenting him, and as he rode the Divine Flame Flying Crow and passed by the Song capital, he planned to stop by to see Pang Biao. When he arrived in front of Pang's house, he found white streamers hanging. Is this a dead man? With the prestige of the Pang family, to do a white affair, It is bound to be endless condolences, but here is the door. And he vaguely felt that there is a insha diffusion. The concierge noticed him enter. Who is it that little brother is looking for? Last time, Zhu Yudao had been masked, so the concierge had no idea who he was. I am a fellow disciple of your sixth young master, Pang Tianhua, passing through. Why? Has someone in the family passed away? The concierge immediately brightened up. So it's the late master's arrival. I'll go and inform immediately. This one spread his legs and entered the inner courtyard. And moments later, Pang Kuei, Pang Hu and Pang Biao all came out. When he recognized it was Zhu Yudao and was about to open his mouth, Zhu Yudao took the lead and said, Senior brother Pang asked me to bring a message that it's inconvenient to speak here. Yes, let's go inside. Several people came to the inner hall, letting Pang Hu guard the door. The three of them entered the house. Zhu Yudao casually set up an isolation restriction as he felt that someone was secretly spying on him. Uncle Shi, righteous brother, what happened at home? Don't mention it. From last month until now, the family has been haunted. First Pang Long fell ill and died for no reason. Then my parents' grandson Tianwen suddenly went crazy. And now the second grandson Tianwo is also seriously ill. Asked a bone setter to see the doctor. Said it was an invasion of evil filth, incapable of doing anything, and then asked a fairy teacher to exorcise the evil. But the result was that both of the two fairies invited died a horrible death. After listening to old General Pang's narration, Zhu Yudao had some speculations in his heart. The appearance of evil filth in Song Jing? This is the duty of the state master. Why didn't that state master Lu intervene? We went to invite them. Master Lu Guo was injured and is currently closed. When was that? Just before the accident at my house. Although Lu Guoisher was a dish, he was at least at the foundation establishment stage, and the timing of his injury was also very strange. So Zhu Yudao felt that things were a bit tricky. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Bring Tianwen and Tianwu here. I'll see what's going on. Yes. Shortly after, Pang Tianwen was carried over. Both his hands and feet were tied. His eyes were black, and there was a black mist in the hall of the seal. When he saw Zhu Yudao, he let out a ferocious roar. Little brat filth, why don't you come out? Zhu Yudao took out an evil warding talisman and posted it on his brow. With a flash of talismanic light, a dark shadow flew out and slipped straight towards the door of the house. However, a runic vortex appeared and took the ghostly creature into the Yin demon streamer. Zhu Yudao took out another waking spirit talisman and pasted it on the back of Pang Tianwen's head, and then inspired another rejuvenation talisman. A moment later, Pang Tianwen woke up. Grandpa, third uncle, astronomy. Hello, I had a nightmare and I can't wake up. Good boy, don't thank your uncle. Pang Tianwen had seen Zhu Yudao once and hurriedly fell to the ground and kowtowed. Get up and tell me, how did you get possessed by a ghost? I don't know anything. I just had a weird dream and then I couldn't wake up. Zhu Yudao nodded and had someone bring Pang Tianwu over again. Pang Tianwu's disease was a typical Yin fury entering the body. With his status as a martial artist, normally, even if the Yin fury enters the body, with the martial true qi, it can be forced out. However, now that Yin fury is coiled above the sea of qi, gathering but not dispersing, this situation was not unfamiliar to Zhu Yudao. He and Lang Suisan had both been sealed with this move. Getting rid of this kind of yin and yang is much more troublesome than solving demonic possession. With the help of the medicinal power of a Peiyuan Dan, and then using his own spiritual power to help open up his meridians, he was able to drive away the yin fury. After doing so, it was getting late, and Pang Biao personally brought the wine and food. You don't have to stay with me, do what you need to do, and if there's any movement at night, stay in your rooms and don't come out. Righteous brother, should we hire some help? There's no need. I know what I'm doing. Zhu Yudao ate and drank his fill, did some more set up, and then waited for the evil guest to come to his door. At the third hour of the night, there was a sudden ghastly wind, and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling traveled much farther. Zhu Yudao walked to the courtyard, but saw that the entire Pang mansion was shrouded in a heavy Yin fury. As a ghostly whistle that pierced his eardrums came, countless ghostly claws, from all directions, grabbed at him. The sword light flashed continuously, and the ghost claws crumbled and dissipated one after another. In the next moment, layers and layers of net of Yin fury fell. With the splitting palm, coupled with the spirit light burst, the net of Yin fury melted away like ice and snow. 36 gigantic ghost heads flashed, and they could swallow several people in one bite. Du Tian God's Fury Formation. Zhu Yudao was not unfamiliar with this kind of formation at all, as he had used the Yin demon streamer and created such formations. Under normal circumstances, with his cultivation level, falling into this formation could be considered very dangerous. However, right now, he had a treasure that just happened to restrain this formation. The divine flame flying crow flew out, opening its mouth and spewing out a red fireball, which then exploded. Each fireball was the size of a faceplate, and the attack range created by the burst was at least 3 times larger than the explosive flame talisman. The key was that the flame was much hotter than the explosive flame talisman, and those ghost heads, without even touching the sparks, were roasted by the scorching temperature. This was also the first time he had used this function of the divine flame flying crow. He didn't expect the power to be so strong. This was still just an ordinary ground fire. If it was some high-grade spirit flame, wouldn't the power be even more terrifying? Suddenly, a large hand descended from the sky and grabbed the divine flame flying crow. Zhu Yudao seemed to have anticipated this, raising his hand and striking out with a spell. The piercing lightning tore through the shadowy ghostly mist, illuminating the night sky and also illuminating the incoming person. So it's you. Chapter 103 Enmity and Enmity. Originally, I wanted to let the Pang family, one by one, die in sorrow and fear, but I didn't expect you, the culprit, to come, so it's just right to use your flesh and blood to sacrifice my Morong family. You're not really Morong Shua, so why act like you have a father-killing grudge against me? Who says I'm not Morong Shua, surnamed Zhu? Today is the day you die. After saying that, a mouthful of flying swords, transformed into 9 sword lights saved and shot. Zhu Yudao offered up a large Shen iron shield, and in a burst of clanking, the shield was instantly pierced and pitted. The sword lights merged and transformed into a 10-foot giant sword. He hurriedly dodged as countless ghost claws attacked again. The divine flame flying crow once again spewed fiery flames. Morong Shua in midair coveted this treasure even more and raised his hand to send out a Yinfin silk, entangling the divine flame crow. Zhu Yudao seemed to have no time for it in the face of the endless attacks of ghosts and the assault of flying swords. Seeing that the divine flame flying crow was about to fall into its hands, he suddenly executed the human blade unity soul-chasing slash. The original attack distance of this strike was only 3 feet, but with the addition of the cloud-penetrating tread, and the monstrous punch, the attack distance was close to 5 feet. Morong Shua was 5 feet in midair in order to conserve his mental and spiritual energy. This distance was originally safe because Zhu Yudao did not use long-range attack spells such as flying swords, while it was basically impossible to hit him by virtue of a war soldier, and spells and talismans were also difficult to attack targets in the air. Therefore, when he was suddenly attacked, he was taken aback and dodged in a hurry. However, the divine fire flying crow sprayed a large fireball at him at that moment. Due to the close proximity, bursts of flames instantly covered it. Zhu Yudao, who was in mid-air, had a bizarre lagging figure, and it was this instant that completed a windward slash. Dang! A flying sword landed on the ground with a sad cry, and a shadow in the firelight floated into the distance like smoke and mist. Ghost shadow transportation. The divine flame flying crow caught Zhu Yudao's form before he landed on the ground and chased after him. However, after chasing 100 miles, Morong Shua suddenly had a flash of yellow light on his body and disappeared into the ground. Zhu Yudao rode the divine flame flying crow around the neighborhood for a long time, but he didn't find the other party. Pity! He knew that if the other party ran away this time, it would be harder to catch him in the future. However, it was a great fluke that he was able to seriously injure him today, and if the other party had taken a slight precaution, they wouldn't have been able to achieve the effect they had just now. In the end, chi refining has a natural disadvantage against foundation building, so it is necessary to build the foundation earlier, otherwise it is difficult to predict who will win and who will lose when they meet again. Returning to the Pang mansion, he picked up 2 flying swords. One was a top-grade artifact that he had chopped up, and the other was a lower-grade magic flying sword. He also took advantage of the fact that there was no one to guard the Dutian Divine Fatalities formation, and collected this formation, which was worth 50,000 to 60,000 spirit stones of high-level magic formations, which was not a small gain. Righteous brother, have you killed the demon? The other party is at the foundation stage, higher in cultivation than me. It's already good that I was able to oust him by a fluke, so I suggest that you guys should just relocate your family. Pang Biao showed a difficult face. This large family, where can they move to? I know of a place that is close to the Flying Dragon sect, making it convenient for you to meet with Tianhua, and it's also a water town, where fishing, hunting, and planting can all support a large family. Unless you're not willing to leave your glory and wealth behind. Where's the glory and riches? The imperial court already sees us as a thorn in its side, but it's only because of you and Tianhua that it doesn't dare go too far. Then let uncle turn that place I mentioned into your fiefdom. Run it well, and maybe it can become a family clan in the future. Good. I will discuss this with my father and brother. Pang Kuei was very decisive and wrote the zhengshi that night. The next day, Zhu Yudao disguised as the original appearance, and the Song Emperor friendly negotiation. Pang successfully obtained the Panjiang riverside of the 300 miles of reedbed fiefdom. In order to prevent accidents on the road, He sent the Buddha to the west and escorted the Pang family to the Panjiang River. Pang Tianhua, who had received the transmission note, came over to meet him. The little one was overjoyed to see a whole host of family and friends. Tianhua, what is the situation of the sect now? Uncle, since you left, the sect has issued a notice and has removed his name. It's just delisting? Yes, and not wanted. Well, what else? Senior sister Shui has already built her foundation, and senior sister Zhao, senior brother Feng, and the others, have been sent to station at the June Mountain Spirit Stone Mine. Zhu Yudao frowned slightly. At the time of the Beast Tide, there was no major problem at the Spirit Stone Mine, but now that the Beast Tide was over, who knew if those guys from the Giant Sword sect would revert to their old ways? Don't slack off in your cultivation, and don't be stingy with the spirit stones given to you. Nephew, save it. After settling the Pang family, Zhu Yudao went to find Meng Li and Ma Dayuan, the local snakes in this area. After not seeing him for several years, Meng Li was still at the early stage of qi refining, while Ma Dayuan was much more aged than he was. Fellow Daoist Zhu, we've long since washed our hands of the gold pot, and now we're doing a proper business life. I'm not here to trouble you. My righteous brother Pang Biao's family, enthroned by the Song Emperor, will be the masters of this place from now on. You and the Pang family should live in peace. Don't make trouble. In addition, my nephew is also in the Flying Dragon sect. If I find out that you are plotting against me, I will execute your entire family. After saying that, an axe chopped out, and a boulder 2 feet away was chopped in half. How could this be? We will definitely stand watch with the Pang family. That's good. Zhu Yudao instructed a few words, and took out a batch of gold and silver goods gifted to Pang, which is considered to be the end of the gift of gold that year. Then he rode the divine flame flying crow and disappeared into the sky in the twinkling of an eye. Seeing that he even left in this body way, Ma Dayuan and Meng Li Wengshui, heart austere, in their thoughts, the royal flight is bound to be the foundation stage, cannot afford to mess with it before, and even more so in the future. There is a big mountain pressed on the body of the day is not good. For a time, they actually gave birth to the idea of relocating. Zhu Yudao didn't go back to Misty Willow Town right away. Since he wasn't wanted and was just removed from the list, he made a grand appearance at the Flying Dragon place, and also bought quite a few talisman-making materials, and sold that newly acquired Flying Sword Dharma treasure at a low price. Before leaving, and shortly after he left, when Changha arrived, Wang Shou, where is the man? Going west. Why don't you give chase? That guy has a grudge against me. If I go after him, I'm just afraid he'll slash me. Waste. When Changha Royal Sword chase, but chased a few hundred miles, but also did not see the trail, had to return unhappy. Zhu Yudao returned to Misty Willow Town and continued to run his grocery store. Half a month later, a group of cultivators from the traveling immortal sect passed by and bought 20 newly made beast puppets and ordered some more. However, the acquisition of demonic beast materials had shrunk drastically. From being able to collect a dozen or so per day, it had turned into a few, and some of the scattered cultivators had chosen to leave. After all, it was really a bit closed in here. He didn't care about this, because doing business was just his amateur project. His main business was still cultivating immortality, and with his cultivation reaching the great perfection of qi refining, it was time to start preparing for foundation establishment. Chapter 104, Spiritual Power Transforming Liquid. 3 gods returning to their positions. Zhu Yudao flipped through Xia Chunlian's cultivation tips, and then flipped through another pamphlet on foundation building. As a matter of fact, he had already understood very clearly what it was like to build a foundation. Foundation building, i.e. building the foundation of immortality, is also the beginning of refining qi and transforming God. The so-called refining qi and transforming God is simply the process of using qi to nourish the God. If a cultivator wants to live forever, in addition to the incorruptibility of the physical body, he must also have a spirit that lasts forever. Foundation building first requires the spiritual energy to be transformed into liquid. After that, the 3 gods return to their positions. The divine consciousness is transformed into thoughts, and the violet mansion nurtures the heart fire. All of these are the foundation for future cultivation. Therefore, foundation building is the beginning of the immortal path. And when entering this realm, the lifespan will be increased dramatically. And with a successful foundation building, one can enjoy a lifespan of 5 kojis. After reviewing the foundation building process, the items needed for foundation building are first prepared. Foundation building dan is essential. The use of this kind of dan, that is the liquefaction of spiritual energy. The chi-si space is limited. The gasification of spiritual energy into liquefaction. Naturally, more spiritual energy can be stored. In the same way, when the liquid spiritual energy is full of storage, the solid words into jindan, the same can also be stored more spiritual energy. In addition to the foundation establishment pill, one should also prepare the evil expelling artifact and the wake-up talisman. which were for dealing with heart demons. In addition, there should also be a large amount of medicines to replenish essence and blood qi to cope with the consumption of the conceiving true fire. These things, Zhu Yudao had already prepared all of them, such as the foundation establishment pills. 3 of them were prepared. Any cultivation enhancement is taboo to be interrupted. Therefore, he didn't try to build his foundation in Misty Willow Town, but instead ran to the ice plains, hid the soul-gathering coffin in the ice cave, adjusted his state to the best, and then took the foundation building pill. The divine sense guided the medicinal power into the dantian, and the spiritual power within the dantian began to liquefy as if it had met a catalyst, but liquefaction didn't go on for long before it stalled. This is a failure to build the foundation? Failure to build the foundation once, the success rate of building the foundation twice is even lower. Of course he was unwilling to do so, and took the other 2 foundation establishment pills at the same time. General practitioners to do so, is tantamount to looking for death, because the meridians simply cannot withstand the impact of this medicine. Even after refining the body, the meridians have widened. Cannot do it. You've taken an overdose of elixir. Your meridians are greatly damaged. Your blood qi -100, blood gas -100, blood gas -80. Seeing that his blood qi was slipping rapidly, he didn't hesitate to eat a piece of blood marrow, and continuously inspired 2 more spring returning talismans before taking another spring returning pill. Blood qi +100, blood and qi +50, blood gas -50. With his blood qi still slipping rapidly, he took out half of a 500-year-old portion of spirit ginseng and ate it directly as a radish. Blood and qi +50, spiritual power +10, blood gas -10, blood and qi +30, spiritual power +10. Constant prompts came, and the blood qi finally stopped its slide. And at that moment, under the effect of the 2 foundation establishment pills, the stagnant liquefaction began to proceed again. This was the right time to make a valiant attack, so he operated the foundation building technique of the Koan Yuan Earth Fury technique, guiding the already liquefied spiritual energy and excess medicinal power upwards, and blasted open the dantian in the Sea of the Heart, also known as the Purple Mansion, which was the place where the heart fire would be nurtured in the future, and also where the fury would be refined and the materia medica would be birthed. After the middle dantian was opened up, the spiritual energy took the Ren vessel and continued upward, rushing straight to the ancestral orifice of the Sea of Divine Sense, and then descended from the directing vessel, and finally returned to the lower dantian, forming a circumferential great cycle. When the first circumferential cycle was complete and the spiritual energy in the dantian had completely liquefied, this completed the first step of foundation building. The second step is that the 3 gods return to their places, or the 3 souls return to their places. That is, the heavenly soul, the earthly soul and the soul return to the ancestral orifices in the sea of consciousness, forming a small person of the Een God, and with this Een God, it has the ability to take over other cultivators. The circumstantial circulation was opened, and this step was not complicated. It was almost like a waterfall, and as the 3 gods entered the sea of consciousness, there was a violent roar in his head, as if he had touched something heavenly. The sea of divine consciousness began to collapse, and Zhu Yudao directly fainted. Then entered the light and strange dream world. In the beginning, it was back to his previous life, where his parents hadn't died, his wife hadn't divorced him, and he was living a sweet life, a life he aspired to. For this life, he would have been willing to remain immersed in it. However, another Zhu Yudao suddenly jumped out and fought with him for control of his body. He fought hard and finally he won, but his parents and wife had disappeared and had become another world. He was hungry and ate so much that his stomach balled up and he still wanted to eat, and then, boom! It exploded. He realizes that he is not dead, and then in a dark space, there are countless ghosts demanding their lives from him. Zhu, give me back my life. Chu Yao Tao, I'll eat your flesh and drink your blood. Zhu, you have your day. But at that moment, there was a coolness of the mind, and then a languid awakening, with no grievances, no bracing of the belly, and just a little hunger. Your spirit power has broken through the ceiling. Current spirit power, 997/2000. You've broken through the upper limit of blood qi. Current blood qi, 648/1300. Oh, the spiritual power limit was directly raised by 1000. It can also be seen from this upper value that the total amount of spiritual energy at the early stage of foundation establishment is roughly twice as much as that of the great perfection of qi refining, while the blood qi is only slightly increased compared to that of the qi refining stage. In addition to the increase in the upper limits of spiritual power and blood qi, the range of divine sense had also expanded a lot. It turned out that at the 9th level of qi refining, the range of divine sense was roughly 90 feet, which was also the furthest attack distance for maneuvering a flying sword at that time. And now, it was at least 200 feet, which meant that maneuvering the flying sword was enough to hit a target a mile away. The aura transforms into liquid. The three gods return to their positions. This is only the beginning of foundation building, and the next step is to transform the divine consciousness into thoughts and the violet mansion to nurture the heart fire. The main reason why foundation establishment cultivators were able to split their minds and fight while riding their swords was because of the divine consciousness transformation thoughts. Substantialized spiritual power can be detached from the sea of divine consciousness, attached to magical artifacts and treasures, and briefly independent from the outside. Divine consciousness into ideas is not the more the better. The spiritual power of the early stage of foundation building, only slightly stronger than the refining stage, practicing the divine sense of thought-splitting art. Generally 3 or 4 splitting thoughts is enough. Zhu Yudao cultivated 4 divergent thoughts according to his own situation. 1 used to control the sword. 1 used to attach an attacking magic treasure. 1 used to attach a defensive magic treasure. And 1 used to control talismans, or guide spells. Of course, this is not fixed, but also to be used at the same time to control the talisman attack. In other words, 4 divided thoughts can be issued at the same time for talisman attack. The divine sense split thought art was cultivated, and he began to nurture the heart flame again. Heart fire originated from the body's blood essence. Consuming 100 blood qi could only condense a trace of heart fire. Usually cultivators would prepare a large amount of Peiyuan Dan, or essence benefiting Dan for this step. When a cluster of heart flames condensed, it would take almost hundreds of bottles of Peiyuan Dan to be consumed, and it would take at least a year to refine hundreds of bottles of Peiyuan Dan. Instead, Zhu Yudao ate a fierce meal, and after only 5 days, he had condensed a cluster of heart fire. At this point, the foundation building process is truly over. However, Zhu Yudao still had one more important thing to do, and that was to draw the fury into his body. The technique he cultivated, the Koan Yuan Earth Fury technique, required refining the fury to become a deity, while the spirit martial technique also required refining the fury. It was very dangerous to draw the fury into the body. If not, one's flesh would be destroyed and the immortal path would be severed. Therefore, in order to be on the safe side, knowing that there are many benefits of refining the fury, not many people really go to refining the fury. And those who dare to refine the fury must have the antidote to the poison in their hands, and the spirits that are strong to replenish the blood qi. Zhu Yudao wasn't worried about this at all. However, he still prepared some 10 bottles of poison-resistant pills, 2 pieces of blood marrow, 10 bottles of qi benefiting pills, plus a few 100-year-old ginsengs. Status adjusted. Start drawing breaks. Originally, he had planned to use the Earth Spirit Fury, but now that he had the Earth Spirit Essence, he had chosen a better one, and kept the Earth Spirit Fury as a backup. Chapter 105, Refining the Fury into the Body, the first completion of the divine power. Holding the Earth Spirit Crystal in his hand, he began to draw on the Spirit Fury within it. Toxic Resistance 2. Toxic Resistance 2. The rate of reduction of poison resistance was not fast, but an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator would definitely not have more than 50 poison resistance. When the poison resistance drops to a negative number, then it's time to start draining life. There is not much use for poison elimination pills, because poison elimination pills are slow to produce effectiveness and cannot catch up with the speed of poison resistance consumption, and the average person. It is impossible to eat poison elimination pills in large quantities, so there is a need for some powerful elixirs with good anti-poison effects, such as the snow ginseng and jade toad pill. However, this kind of high-level spirit elixir could not be bought on the market at all. Zhu Yudao, on the other hand, was not the least bit panicked. And it was only when the poison resistance prompt dropped below 200 that he used the poison resistant pill as a sugar bean and swallowed 5 of them in one gulp. Poison resistance plus 50. You took an overdose. Blood gas minus 20. Blood gas minus 10. Toxic resistance 2. Toxic resistance 2. An hour later, a different tone suddenly sounded. You have refined the spirit fury. Poison resistance breaks through the cap. Current poison resistance, 178 to 400. Refining Spirit Fury can actually break through the upper limit of poison resistance as well? A little thought also made it clear that this should be an increase in immunity to the Furies. Sure enough, as he continued to refine the Earth Spirit Fiend, the prompt of poison resistance reduction no longer appeared. After another 2 hours, an entire Earth Spirit crystal turned into powder. At this moment, the Violet Mansion space had 23 more drops of Spirit Fiend True Essence, and this kind of True Essence was similar to the liquefied spiritual energy in the Dantian, only more violent. Ordinary True Essence was a consumable item, and Spirit Fury True Essence was also a consumable item. So in the future, in addition to cultivating ordinary spiritual energy, one should also pay attention to replenishing and refining Spirit Fury. He still had a whole bottle of Spirit Fury in his hand, and with the slow consumption of Spirit Fury True Essence, He wouldn't have to worry about the spirit fury drying up in 3 to 5 years. With the spirit fury true element, cultivating the Koan Yuan true deity was naturally easy. When the Koan Yuan true deity was combined with the spiritual light of protecting the origin, it was the body protecting deity shield. When it was combined with the earth wall technique, it was the Koan Yuan shield wall. Zhu Yudao took the snow eagle puppet as a test tool, and the protective astral shield was able to withstand a wave of combined strikes from 2 snow eagles, and the combined rating was equivalent to an additional full defense top grade artifact armor. Koan Yuan shield wall defense, also equivalent to the top grade magic shield, and defense range is 1 Zhang square, also belongs to a very practical defense skills. Comparatively speaking, Zhu Yudao was more looking forward to the power of the Great Hand Seal of the Sky Covering, which was a secret skill attached to the second level of the spiritual martial technique of refining fury. Palm upwards, followed by a backhand to cover the sky. A huge palm print of 3 feet came down with a bang, leaving a huge palm print inches deep on the frozen soil of the ice plane. So awesome! The power of this strike was no less than the effect of a gravity-type magic treasure smashing down. And the coverage was large enough. The only drawback was that it was very consuming of spirit fury. The spirit fury that he had currently refined was only enough to shoot 20 to 30 times. Comparatively speaking, the spirit fury consumed by the protective body astral shield was very limited. At the second level of the spirit martial technique, there was certainly more than just one battle skill available. In fact, like the spirit light 100 flames, all martial arts skills could be combined with the spirit fury, such as the splitting palm, the turtle back technique, and so on. After completing the attracting and refining of the break, there were still many things to do, such as learning to fly with a sword, cultivating the penetrating thunder imperial sword technique, learning the common spells of the foundation establishment stage, and familiarizing oneself with the manipulation of magical treasures, and so on. These can be learned anywhere. There's no need to remain in the ice fields. Half a month later, he returned to the Misty Willow Town grocery store. In order not to make a fuss, he wore a breath-restraining talisman. After all, completing foundation building in less than a month was a bit shocking. Fellow Daoist Zhu, this has been a long trip, and I thought you wouldn't come back. Li Qingxian said grudgingly. Why? It's only been a month. What happened? Those loose cultivators are almost gone. Just leave. Wouldn't it be good for Misty Willow? I thought it was a good thing. But, with them gone, the townspeople have less income. And look how cold the streets are. Hee hee, you guys are lost. People are just passing through. As immortal cultivators, they will only go to places where resources are concentrated. Nowadays this place is just changing back to what it was. That's true. It is indeed lost. Will fellow Daoist Zhu leave? Not for the time being. I actually quite like it here. It's just that sometimes immortal cultivators like me always have to pursue something. Yes, it's a shame that Li has a large family and can't leave me alone. Li Qingxian sold a few demonic beast materials and left. Zhu Yudao continued to consolidate his realm and also had to hurry up to refine the puppets. The puppets ordered by the cultivators of the traveling immortal sect should be delivered soon. 10 days later, the one who ordered the puppet came to pick up the goods, and he also met 2 acquaintances. Senior brother Zhu, the puppet seller is actually you. Zhu Yudao was amused in his heart. Tai Guangdou and Jiangyu, one at the 5th level of qi refining and the other at the 6th level of qi refining, actually called him a senior brother. However, they were acquaintances, so he wouldn't pick a fight. Yeah, ever since I left the sect, I've been making a little money here to make ends meet. This is not a small amount of money. Fellow Taoist of the traveling immortal sect, there are quite a lot of people who buy your puppets, and we've come here to make reservations on behalf of our fellow disciples. What? Is it so uneventful within the Spirit Stone mine now? More than not peaceful. A small fight in 3 days. A big fight in 5 days. Those guys from the giant sword sect are getting more and more excessive. And on the contrary, in a place like the mines, they have the upper hand. And the puppet beasts you've made just happen to be able to make up for our shortcomings. Looks like the giant sword sect is taking a breather. Pretty much. I heard that senior sister Zhao is also in the mine. Yes, now the senior sister is great. She beat up an inner disciple of the giant sword sect a few days ago. Without her, we'd have a much harder time. The 2 sides chatted about the mine for a while, and Zhu Yudao gave them some talismans for defense. As for the puppets, he had no extra ones on hand except for 2 snow eagle puppets. When it's made in a few days, I'll send it to you. Then I'm grateful to senior brother. It's indeed not easy for us to come out. After sending off the group, Zhu Yudao took an inventory of the demonic beast materials and found that they were all of the first rank, and all of them were very common. Considering the relationship between the 2 sides, he decided to make another trip to ice and snow to capture a few snow apes and ice bears. In the mines, they were much stronger than the wolf puppets and leopard puppets. And by the way, he also tried out the tactics of the Foundation establishment cultivators. He put up another sign of closure, and after leaving Misty Willow Town, he threw out a magic weapon long sword, as if he stepped on a skateboard, spinning left, spinning right, turning somersaults, and playing with a fancy imperial sword. When he reached the ice and saw a pack of snow wolves, he swept close to the ground and violently grabbed one of the wolves to quickly climb into midair, and then let go of the wolf. In the glacial valley, a second-ranked ice bear that had broken the ice cave and was catching fish became his first target of capture, and the imperial sword rushed down from a high altitude while executing a monstrous power punch. An ice bear that was at least 1,000 kilograms in size was directly sent flying before he threw it into the soul-gathering coffin. Deep into the hinterland of the ice field, he encountered a group of snow eagles. This time he didn't rush to run away. Purple dragon treasure sword in his hand, a whirling arc-light chop, within 3 feet of the front, back, left, and right. There was no more snow eagles. However, it was a bit of a waste to mess with it like that, so he switched back to the black prison spirit suppressor lock. After building the foundation, this magic treasure could finally truly exert its power. The chains were used as whips by him, the black light flashed, and wherever he passed, the snow eagles fell with sad cries. When he was indulging in trying moves, suddenly there were black spots from far and near. The divine sense swept. His mouth could not help but burst out, and he hurriedly packed up the loot and ran away. Chapter 106, The Rice Bucket and the Rice Vessel. Zhu Yudao's guts weren't small, and his strength wasn't weak, but if he was faced with a group of demonic cultivators that could fly with the wind, then why not run and wait for someone to invite him to dinner? In front of the demonic cultivator were a few sword-flying cultivators, using their best efforts to escape while throwing out talismans, or instantaneous spells, to delay the demonic cultivator's pursuit. Zhu Yudao of course would not follow them in the same direction, folding towards Junshan to fly away with his sword. However, what depressed him was that the few guys who had been chased the hell out of him also folded towards Junshan, right behind his ass. Is this about taking a back seat? Zhu Yudao turned again, this time toward the northern part of the ice field, where there were more demonic beasts, so he thought that these people wouldn't follow him there, right? Most of them didn't follow, but one guy didn't give up. The pursuing demon cultivators also split off a few to chase after them. Zhu Yudao cursed in his heart, then the middle-grade magic weapon under his feet was replaced with a Xiaoguang flying sword. The spiritual energy consumption was big, but the speed increased a lot, and gradually pulled away from the back. The one at the back immediately executed a means similar to bodysword unification, steeply doubling his speed, and actually caught up. You're good. Zhu Yudao also carried on with the other party. The flying sword was replaced with the divine flame flying crow. Not only was it faster, even the recording power consumption was saved. He also glanced back in slight amusement, only to realize that the face was somewhat familiar, and the one in the back ripped out his voice and shouted, "Fellow Daoist Zhu, help! Fellow Daoist fan, why you? Cut the crap, I'm running out of spiritual energy." Okay, Zhu Yudao slowed down a little, and when the other party caught up, he executed the Earth Spirit Claw and directly grabbed the other party. The rescued Fan Bin was huffing and puffing, with injuries on his body, and it looked like not only his spiritual energy was exhausted. The divine flame flying crow could normally only ride one person, and now that it had become 2 people, its speed inevitably dropped, while the 4 demonic cultivators at the back were still in hot pursuit. Thinking that he still had a few more tricks he needed to rehearse, he approached as one of the guys with 4 pairs of wings approached. Suddenly, he pointed backward, and a lightning bolt like an arrow shot out from his fingertip. The 4-winged demon cultivator tried its best to dodge, but the speed of this move, thunder like shooting the moon, was just too fast, hitting one of its wings squarely, and it instantly fell from the air in a whirl. The other 3 demonic cultivators still wouldn't stop, but they didn't dare to chase them too close so as not to get hit. Seeing this, Zhu Yudao deliberately slowed down some more and took out an ancient bell in his hand. The 3 demons naturally chose to encircle in a roundabout way. Fellow Daoist Zhu, speed up. Fan Bin was in a hurry. If he was surrounded, his life would be in danger. However, Zhu Yudao did not pay any attention to it, and when the 3 demons formed an encirclement, he suddenly shook the ancient bell. Dang! The sound wasn't very loud, and only divine runic patterns drifted out, but Fan Bin, who was sitting in the front, staggered as if he had vertigo, and nearly planted himself from the flying crow. Those 3 demonic cultivators were slightly farther away and were in a slightly better situation, but the same brief thought downtime occurred, and in that instant, the flying crows spewed out a large fireball, hitting one of them squarely, and the demonic cultivator let out a miserable cry, transforming into a giant wolf and falling from the air. The other 2 demon cultivators came to their senses and turned their heads to run. Don't run! Zhu Yudao made the flying crow turn as if it was going to chase back, Those two demonic cultivators didn't dare to stay, and they activated their wind sentry technique to the extreme. Fanbin also came to his senses at this time. Fellow Daoist Zhu, quickly chase after them. What's the point of chasing? Can't you see that I'm consuming too much spiritual energy? Ah, too much spiritual energy consumption in just one click? This magic treasure is rather special. Zhu Yudao hurriedly put away the soul-suppressing bell. It was not for nothing that this treasure was used by the Nightfork sect as an inherited treasure. This treasure was at least an extremely high-grade magic treasure. With the realm of the early stage of foundation establishment, it could only be used for 1 or 2 times. He didn't dare to chase after those 2 demonic cultivators in return. But the wolf demon that fell from the air couldn't be spared. This wolf demon was burned by the flames and wasn't too badly injured. But with this fall, he broke his leg. A broken leg of the 5th order demonic beast strength is not weak. Tail like a wolf toothstick, dancing whirring wind. Mouth can also send out the green wood thunder light. General foundation may not be able to decapitate him. Nay, its leg was lame and it was not easy to move. And it encountered Zhu Yudao and Fanbin, 2 melee experts. Under the siege of the 2, this injured 5th order demonic beast was finally beheaded on the spot. The demonic beast materials all go to Brother Zhu. I don't want them. Then I'm welcome. 5th ranked demonic beasts must be very strong if they were made into puppets. But unfortunately, this demonic wolf had already been greatly defecated in 8 pieces. Zhu Yudao skinned it, picked out the bones, took the inner elixir, pulled out the wolf's teeth, cut off the wolf's claws and broke off the wolf's tail. And he didn't let go of the remaining thousands of kilograms of demonic beast meat. He hadn't eaten the meat of a 5th order demonic beast in the 10 years since he came to this world. Fan Bin, on the other hand, recovered his spiritual energy on the side, and when he finished packing, the 2 of them sent their swords away. How did Brother Fan run here to the ice plains and get chased by so many demonic beasts? To tell the truth, recently, the hand is a little tight. Just the Wan Baolu issued a reward task. To explore the Ice Plain Rift Valley there is no ground spirit crystal. I and a few familiar Taoist friends took this task. As a result, from the Rift Valley at once out of the dozens of demonic cultivators. Fortunately we reacted quickly, or else one cannot run away. The House of 10,000 Treasures? Earth Spirit Crystals? Yes, it seems that those demonic cultivators knew that there were Earth Spirit Crystals in the Rift Valley beforehand, and that's why they were guarding there. Zhu Yudao had a guess in his heart. I'm afraid that the cause of the matter is still because he went to the treasure appraisal of Wan Baolu, and that treasure appraiser guessed the origin of the Earth Spirit Crystal. This incident had once again given him a wake-up call that good things must not be easily revealed, lest they be given away. This pot of consumption was not small, so he found a hidden place, set up a barbecue stand, and took out the meat of the 5th order demon wolf that he had just obtained and barbecued it. He was very experienced in doing this, and in no time at all, the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. The foundation establishment stage could dispel the grain, but as a martial arts cultivator, how could one not eat? Fanbin took a skewer and opened to eat. Ha, Brother Zhu, this craft is not bad, more delicious than the grilled meat made by the cooks of the immortal Hakkas. Zhu Yudao tasted it and felt that it was a bit too hard, and the texture wasn't as good as a 1st order demonic beast. However, eating a skewer adds 10 points of blood energy, enough to mask the taste. Fellow Daoist Zhu ran to the ice original. Could it be for the Earth Spirit Fury? No, I came here to hunt demons. On one hand, I can fulfill my needs in food. On the other hand, I also want to earn some pocket money. Demon hunting on this ice field is indeed quite lucrative. It's just that it's a bit dangerous. If you're not careful to be targeted by those transformed demonic cultivators, then you'll be in trouble. Yeah, so, I only move around the fringes. 2 eaters, enough to finish off hundreds of pounds of demonic beast meat. Or you're good. I'm only eating 10 or so pounds. People are already calling me a rice bucket. You're at least at the level of a rice vat. Thank you, thank you. The 2 laughed out loud. Chapter 107, Beaten Up. Fanbin did not complete the bounty mission, but he did not intend to return empty-handed. Working together with Zhu Yudao to hunt demons, all the way south, they killed a 4th order ice bear, 2 3rd order demonic beasts, and there were dozens of 2nd order and 1st order ones until the Qinquan pouch and the storage bracelet had no way to hold anymore, and only then did they call it quits. Arriving at Misty Willow Town, Brother Zhu, next year, our spirit martial sect will hold a grand ceremony for the establishment of the sect for 2,000 years, so if you have the time, you might as well come and join in the fun. You might be able to get unexpected benefits. Is there an auction? I need some materials for body refining recently. After successfully building the foundation, the Vidra indestructible bone, he could cultivate the 2nd layer of the iron bone realm. Except that so far, he was still short of several rare materials, which were not sold at all in the workshop market. There's no auction. but there will be an exchange at that time, so you might be able to replace the materials you need. That's fine. I'll come along for the ride then. After Fan Bin left, Zhu Yudao continued to run the grocery store. Now the business of the grocery store was very dismal. Except for Li Qingxian, who would sell some demonic beast materials or exchange some talismans and pills, basically no one patronized it. However, he didn't care at all, other than continuing to consolidate the foundation establishment stage realm and practicing the relevant Dao. He was making beast puppets. 20 days later, he arrived at the southern mountain pass of the Junshan Spirit Stone Mine. The transmission note was sent out and soon 5 people came out to meet him. Senior brother Zhu. Zhao Yan flew over, her skirt fluttering like a fairy. The young girl who was so green back then has now emerged as a flower. They're all at the 8th level of chi refining. Not bad. Still not as good as senior brother. Zhao Yan couldn't feel his cultivation, but he could tell his level at a glance. And his cultivation would only be higher than his own. Feng Jie, Tai Guangdou, Jiang Yu and Chang Shu also came over to say hello. The one with the highest cultivation level was Chang Shu, who should be close to chi refining perfection now, and if he was lucky, he might be able to build the foundation at the age of 20. How is the situation in the Spirit Stone Mine these days? It's bad. A few days ago, Elder Lang almost fought with that Elder Mei from the Giant Sword sect. Feng Jie said. Oh, because of what? It's still a matter of Spirit Stone distribution. Wasn't that already discussed? Now the Giant Sword sect has backtracked and wants to stage another ring fight. There's really no face at all. Shu Yudao could sort of see through it. These sects had already disregarded everything for the sake of profit. I've heard people from the Blood River sect discussing privately that it seems like the Giant Sword sect can't even pay out their sect benefits, and that they're now extremely short of spirit stones, which is why they don't care. It's not so bad to go to the ice field en masse to hunt a demon, is it? They're 2 factions. They can't even cope with the beast tide. How dare they actively provoke the Ice Plains demon race? That's true. I've brought the beast puppets you want. They're all of the 2nd rank. I'll only charge you the cost price. Thank you, elder brother. Thank you, senior brother. After the delivery, Feng Jie and the others had the good sense to leave first. Zhao Yan infinitely shyly moved closer and took out a sable cloak. It's also very cold in the winter in Misty Willow Town. Don't mind if I make it ugly. Oh, I can finally wear a mink. Zhu Yudao put it on directly. It's still hot. Take it off. It's fine. It's not hot. Zhu Yudao handed over a Qiankuan bag. This is for you. It was just given. There's no need. That was a roadkill just now. This here will save your life in a pinch. Zhao Yan took it and opened this large-capacity Qiankuan pouch. Inside was a snow eagle puppet and a giant bear puppet that was 2 feet tall, plus a few talismans. A 4th-ranked beast puppet? Well, the attack is very strong, and it can also send out ice storms. The disadvantage is that it is a little less flexible. A 2nd-stage snow eagle puppet that can carry people in flight and can also send out wind blade spells. If there's a riot in the Spirit Stone Mine, leave at the first opportunity and look for me in Misty Willow Town. Senior. Zhu Yudao smoothly caught the other party's small hand, and the other party did not refuse. He was about to take further offense when a sneer suddenly came. What a flower stuck on cow dung. Fairy Zhao, if you're really horny, how about following me? Zhao Yan instantly had fury in her eyes, and an awe-inspiring killing intent erupted out. A far cry from the gentle shyness of a moment ago. Wang Hong Lai, believe it or not, I'll tear your dog's mouth apart. Unbelievable. Before his words fell, the lightning-like punch had already arrived. This one reacted quickly and raised his arm to parry, but the force was too strong and he was instantly kite. Not waiting to land, the 2nd punch has arrived. Hit is his stinking mouth. Teeth are not estimated to have a few left. The mouth contains all the blood foam. I'm afraid that in the future the meal is not good. The cultivator with this person immediately drew his broadsword to slash. However, the sword surprisingly did not fall. In the distance from the head is still half a foot. The arm was grabbed, and then the whole arm as if over the electricity. Do not wait for him to react. The neck was clutched again, raw and plucked up to the ground, and then heavily flung on the ground. This place was right at the entrance of the Spirit Stone Mine. Zhu Yudao didn't want to cause trouble for Zhao Yan. Therefore, he didn't kill them. Even so, these two had temporarily lost their power to resist. Elder brother. So powerful. Zhao Yan couldn't help but marvel out. After all these years of training, she had already become a leading figure amongst the outer disciples, confident that even if she wasn't as good as Zhu Yudao, she wouldn't hold her back. However, the 2 inner disciples of the Giant Sword sect couldn't even pass a single glance before being defeated. How strong must this be? I am afraid that I am greatly inferior. Get in there. Someone's coming. When I have the chance, I'll go find senior brother. Go on. Zhao Yan flew away, and Zhu Yudao rewarded both of them with another kick each before slowly walking away. A moment later, a Foundation establishment cultivator chased after him with his sword. You want to leave after hitting someone? Zhu Yudao swept a glance at the other party, a little familiar, but couldn't recall who it was. The man saw his face clearly. You're Zhu Yudao. It's me. Good, very good. Mr. Li, just in time to avenge the severe injury by you that day. After saying that, the greatsword transformed into a 2-foot giant sword slashing. As Zhu Yudao dodged and dodged, submerged dragon sucking water was executed. Previously this style only had an attack distance of 2 or 3 zhang, but now it had expanded to 4 or 5 zhang. The one with the imperial sword was caught off guard and was pulled down. But this person also had 2 tricks up his sleeve and sent out a spirit sword finger in the right direction. As long as Zhu Yudao dodged, or cast a spell to resist, he had on a chance to catch his breath. However, a light shield that was slightly thicker than the protective spiritual light blocked the blow, and then 2 augers made of spiritual energy peppered out, sending him straight out more than 3 feet away, and when he landed on the ground, blood sprayed wildly. With you, it's still close. Letting Situ Bei come is more like it. After saying that, he released a 3rd-ranked blizzard leopard golem, rode on it, and walked away with the wind. Within the mine, Leng Suisan was taking stock of the spirit stones produced in the past 3 months when Chang Shu ran over in a panic. Master, there's another fight. And what is it about? We ordered a batch of beast puppets from senior brother Zhu. Wang Honglai spoke out to provoke them and was beaten up by senior brother Zhu. They have now brought a group of people and surrounded senior sister Zhao Yan and the others. Elder brother Zhu? Which senior brother Zhu? Zhu Yudao. Oh, didn't he break away from the sect? Leng Suisan was instantly interested. He's now in Misty Willow Town, opening a grocery store that specializes in selling beast puppets. And the beast puppets that appeared in the Spirit Stone mine were all refined by senior brother Zhu. In Misty Willow. Ha? Yes. Well, if his beast puppets are good, turn around and have the sect order a batch. Works well. Very well. Come on, let's go out and take a look. Chapter 108, 3 Rescues for Cold Beauty. Returning from the Spirit Stone mine, Zhu Yudao's life was back on track. I woke up at the hour of the morning, washed up, and went to the bakery diagonally across the street to eat a bun. The owner of the Baozi store learned to make the sauce from him, and the Baozi dipped in the sauce tasted so delicious that the neighborhood was willing to come and spend a little bit of money not for the Baozi, but only for the special sauce. In the morning, making beast puppets. At noon, go to the restaurant owned by the Li family and eat a heavy meal. After a nap, have some afternoon tea in a recliner in front of the grocery store, get refreshed and make charms. Perhaps because the realm had risen, or because practice makes perfect. The success rate of the Light Firmament Talisman had already reached 50%, and the beginner's first Spirit Talisman, the 5 Thunders Talisman, had also been introduced, with almost 100 of them succeeding in one. This success rate was frighteningly low, but he had bought 10,000 Spirit Talisman papers at the Flying Dragon place, and his consumption of talisman-making materials alone amounted to 2,000 Spirit Stones. Learning to make talismans with this kind of resource piling up, even if his talent was poorer, he would be able to practice a little bit after a long period of time. At night, when they drank a little wine and got drunk, they ran around the ice field and practiced all kinds of battle techniques and spells, and then took their prey home to practice and replenish their consumption. He practiced very little vomiting and basically just got high. The yellow bud dan taken by the foundation stage is 500 spirit stones a bottle. He has to buy 20 or 30 bottles at a time. According to his way of spending, it won't take long for the more than 100,000 spirit stones on hand to be consumed, so the business of the puppet beasts absolutely can't be stopped, or else it is just to sit on a mountain of empty space. After the money was spent, the cultivation efficiency was raised. According to his estimation, by consuming 500 bottles of yellow bud dan, his cultivation would almost be raised to the middle stage of foundation establishment, and by this estimation, it would take about 15 years. After practicing and going to sleep, a leisurely and fulfilling day ended until the next day at the hour, when a new cycle began. This kind of weekly life, people who like excitement of course can't stand it, but Zhu Yudao is happy. If he can, he would like to live like this all the time. A few days later, he was having afternoon tea when a long rainbow crossed the sky of Misty Willow Town. This kind of flying boat is not unfamiliar to him. That is the Flying Dragon sect flying magic treasure. Now there is no time to rotate the disciples. Then by and large, it is carrying the Spirit Stone to come. Spirit Stones produced from Spirit Stone mines were usually delivered once every 3 months, and it was said that each time, there were no less than 1 million of them. This is if someone grabs it in the middle. This kind of thought was quickly put out of mind, because the ones escorting the Spirit Stones were at least Jindan cultivators, and grabbing the Spirit Stones was equivalent to declaring war on the Fei Long sect. Who would do such a thing? life was as usual. After making talismans in the afternoon and drinking a little wine, he went out for a ride on the blasted leopard puppet again, flying on the imperial sword or taking the divine flame flying crow, which was far from being as comfortable as traveling in this way. He had just left the town no more than 10 miles when a thunderbolt exploded, startling him. Look at the sky. The setting sun is slanting. The twilight is yellow. It doesn't look like there's rain. Looking more closely, in the western sky, there were 3 figures flying rapidly. Actually 3 Jindan were fighting. 2 of them were wearing masks and I don't know who they were. But the other one, a woman in white, was that iceberg beauty Leng Sui-san? There was blood continuously oozing out of Leng Chuishan's chest, and being injured in this part of the body, it was obvious that it would not be a light injury. Facing 2 cultivators who were stronger than her in both cultivation and battle power, she knew that her life would be difficult to protect today. I just hope that if I can die in that town, at least one person will corpse for her, right? She didn't know why such a thought had arisen, and it was this absurd thought that had kept her suffering for 1,000 miles. Finally, she saw the outline of the town. The 9 Spectre's 100-bone sword was violently activated to the extreme, with a miserable white light, forcing back the 2 people who were pinning her down, trying to run away. Not so cheap. The person who spoke was actually a woman as well. Leng Sui-san was not unfamiliar with this voice. Having been together for several years, this woman surnamed Mei was known to her even if she turned into ashes. At this point, the 2 men with masks had already won, and they no longer hid their means. One executed the Comet by Sun's pursuit sword technique, and the other sent out the sword curtain streaming light blocking sword technique, both of which were clearly the giant sword sect's best skills. Leng Sui-san's intention fell through. For a moment her heart was like ashes. Could she not do it even when she was close to her eyes? Another sword was hit on her body. She decided to blow up her own Jindan, and pull a backstabber on her deathbed. However, at this last moment, she suddenly had a ridiculous idea. The first 2 times, the man saved himself. Will not there be a third time? Fairy Lang, don't blow yourself up. Wouldn't it be a shame to waste such a pretty body? Why don't you let Qian enjoy it? Out of the molestation of people, the words just fell. Not far away suddenly came one sound. The sound was not loud, but there were weird runic patterns floating around. The 3 Jindans who were fighting at the most critical moment simultaneously shook their bodies before falling from midair. Zhu Yudao surfaced in midair, his palm facing the sky, and then he backhanded the sky. The guy with the flowery mouth was pressed to the ground by a huge palm print. After doing so, he didn't stop at all, withdrew his flying sword, and came into a free fall. When Leng Sui-san was about to land, she violently performed the submerged dragon sucking water, sucking the person into her arms, and the cloud-piercing Shu aura appeared, and the 2 people landed safely, embracing a beauty in an evocative pose. However, he was not in the mood to experience that kind of beauty. As soon as they struck, they were 3-5 thunder talismans, 15 lightning bolts, striking at the woman with the mask. This woman had regained her senses as she descended, and hurriedly executed the sword shadow escape to dodge the lightning attack. It's you! As soon as Zhu Yudao ate the chi benefiting pill, he also didn't forget to feed Leng Sui-san a rejuvenation pill and a bleeding stopping and muscle regeneration pill. It's me, your elder Mei of the giant sword sect, right? Women, you must be gentle or you won't get married. You seek death. Try it then. Zhu Yudao made a gesture to shake the soul-suppressing bell again. This woman immediately retreated another dozens of feet. She had already seen the bell's power just now, but since the attack was a sound wave, as long as the distance was far enough away, it wouldn't be a big problem. See how scared you are. I was just going to put away the bells. After saying that, he really put away the bell, then took out his 3-pointed 2-edged sword, and with one slash, he finished off the guy who had been smashed into the ground by the big handprint, but was not yet dead, and also casually collected the trophies. Senior Qian, the female cultivator surnamed Mei, immediately attacked by casting the sword rain art, in the warm embrace of fake sleep for a while Leng Sui-san, just to make a move, and then the whole person seems to move a few feet, and then that man, even one hand wrapped around his waist, one hand prime 3-pointed 2-edged knife rushed over. Giant sword sect cultivators like to fight in close combat. Zhu Yudao's behavior is exactly what the female cultivator Mei wants, not to mention holding a woman to fight. This is not looking for death? Holding a broadsword to meet him. The sword light gulped and clashed with that purple battle sword. Dang! The energy wave shook the 2 of them back a few feet, and the broadsword in the female cultivator's hand suddenly came out of her hand. It wasn't that she was trying to perform any moves, but that the huge force was transmitted over, and she couldn't hold the sword anymore. However, Zhu Yudao acted as if he didn't realize it and slashed against the wind. The female cultivator dodged and casually sent out a sword finger before invoking her flying sword again. However, What she didn't expect was that Zhu Yudao would rather take the blow raw than give up the opportunity to grab an attack. Following the step to get close, the blade light like a star bursting, cross-chopping, the female cultivator continued to retreat and evade, while at the same time casting sword screen streams to delay the opponent's attack. However, it's completely useless. The blade light that spun like a wheel, breaking the sword screen, still had the residual power to injure her. There was nothing to do but to cast Sword Shadow Escape again. Only by pulling away could he suppress his opponent's melee advantage and be invincible. Instead of pursuing, Zhu Yudao held Ling Shan in his arms and rode the Divine Flame Flying Crow as he flew in the direction of the ice plains. I can't believe he ran away. May surnamed female cultivator gasping, driving a recluse, followed by a sharp chase. Chapter 109, The Fairy Who Could Burp. The transported light technique was about the same speed as the demon cultivator's royal wind technique. The Divine Flame Flying Crow now had 2 people riding on it, and was unable to use its speed to its maximum, and was soon caught up. I'll go down. Ling Shan just couldn't fake sleep anymore. You're too badly injured, so you'd better hurry up and heal. Zhu Yudao suddenly returned to have a finger and an electric vector shot out. Ling Shan instantly recognized that this was the one-horned great sage's thunder light shooting moon, and with this kind of tactic, the pursuers at the back would definitely not dare to get too close. As expected, the female cultivator surnamed May, who was almost hit, had to be careful and on guard, and her speed could not help but drop. Both sides were soon within range of the ice field. Why did he come to the ice fields? The female cultivator's heart was flooded with doubts. The ice plains, that was the territory of the demon race. Running here, was she not afraid of encountering a demon cultivator? She had also consumed a lot of spiritual energy and physical strength from her previous entanglement with Ling Shan, and in case she encountered a demonic cultivator, she was afraid that she would be in danger as well. Thinking of this, she decided to take one last shot, so she cast Human Sword Unity and steeply doubled her speed. However, when she was about to overtake, dang, with just one click, her skills were interrupted and she fell downward like a kite with broken strings. Naturally, Zhu Yudao would not let go of such a good opportunity, and with his palm upwards, his backhand covered the sky. However, the moment the giant palm print struck the woman surnamed May, a white light flashed and the person disappeared. What's going on here? That's the shifting talisman. This talisman is very precious. You can force her to use even this kind of life-preserving talisman. It's enough to be proud of yourself. What place sells them? At large auctions, 1 or 2 will occasionally appear. Normally you can't buy them even with more spirit stones. Zhu Yudao was a bit sorry. If he had a few of these talismans in his hand, I'm afraid that a Yuaning true lord wouldn't be able to do anything to him, right? By the way, how did you get chased? The sect sent people to carry spirit stones, and considering the recent unstable situation, I escorted senior brother he and the others for a ride, but who knew that I had just left the spirit mine by 1,000 miles when I suddenly encountered an ambush. Senior brother he, and his 2 disciples, were surrounded by 3 Jindan. I was also caught in the crossfire by 2 people. Fortunately, I met you, otherwise my life would have been accounted for. It's your destiny. Yeah, always running into you. I feel quite a connection too. Are you cold? Come closer. Jindan cultivators could basically do away with cold and heat, but Ling Shan felt it was still more comfortable to lean into that warm embrace. As for shame or not, we've hugged all the way. What's a little more or less? She made a good excuse for herself and then was content to be carried by a young man, eventually landing in front of a cave with a sealed entrance. It's not safe to go back to Misty Willow Town or the Spirit Stone Mine right now, so you should first recuperate your injuries here, and it won't be too late to go back in a couple days. Entering the cave, he found that the inside was actually very clean, and there were wooden piers and stone beds. Obviously, this was a temporary residence for someone. Zhu spread the bedding on the stone bed. Another Tian Yuan 5 elements formation was laid down, and as the flames flickered, the cave warmed up. Hungry? I'll make something to eat. Ling Shan had not eaten earthly fire for many years, but she ghostly nodded her head. Conditions are limited. Zhu Yudao stewed a deer, and made a pot of spiritual rice. This kind of spiritual rice, but also only occasionally hit the teeth. After all, the stock is limited. Today, in order to entertain the guests, it is considered to be open meat. Ling Shan originally only wanted to eat 2 mouthfuls of spiritual rice, drink 2 mouthfuls of meat soup and then finish the matter. To the people who have a lot of heart, see someone eat that called a sweet, also was aroused appetite. Surprisingly has eaten a whole bowl, but also ate 4 pieces of venison. Hiccup, the cold fairy, as she was called, burped, which shamed her and made her feel more humiliated than if she had been beaten and captured. However, Zhu Yudao thought that it was the fairies that could burp that were his kind. After eating and drinking, one meditated to heal his wounds and the other counted the loot. relying on an anonymizing talisman obtained from manhwa, as well as the soul-suppressing bell and the great hand seal of the sky covering. He accomplished a sneak attack and extinction. It was one of the sharpest attacks he could think of. The most central point of this attack and kill battle method was the stasis talisman. This kind of spirit talisman, which could realize short-range stealthy sneaking, could not be recognized by the naked eye if it was not deliberately probed by the divine sense. He decided to make this kind of spirit talisman, the next stage of learning to make talismans. His major. Opened the storage bracelet. The large space was almost full. However, it was almost all demonic beast materials. Do you dare to imagine that a Jindan stage cultivator's spirit stone reserves were actually less than 20,000? No wonder they even came up with methods like robbing. It seems that the giant sword sect is really short of money. There were 3 pieces of magic treasures, 2 of which were flying swords, one of medium grade and one of lower grade, and the rest were also swords, only they were a large sword that was 5 feet long. This greatsword can be used both as a combat soldier and as a flying tool. There were 6 bottles of pills, 3 of which were healing pills, 2 of which were grain-preventing pills, and 1 of which was a beneficial essence pill with only 1 left. There were 6 talismans, 1 of which was a water escape talisman, which was a good harvest. There were 4 jade slips, 1 was the great gung sword scripture, 1 was the fighting sword art, 1 was the 3rd layer of the 4 elephant sword technique, and 1 was the 9 palace sword formation. Zhu Yudao was interested in the 4 elephant sword technique, but it was a pity that he didn't have the first 2 layers. Other than that, they were basically all demonic beast materials, and all of them were of the 3rd rank or above. It's a shame that the materials were disassembled, or that would have been a real development. After counting the harvest, he saw that Leng Suisan was still tempering and recuperating from her injuries. Without disturbing the other party, he quietly exited the cave and hunted demonic beasts nearby to accumulate materials. 2 days later, Leng Suisan's injuries were basically under control. To say that it was impossible to recover immediately, but to recover 7 points of combat power, absolutely no problem. Are you going back to the sect, or to the Spirit Stone Mine? Let's go back to the Spirit Stone Mine first. That's where my duty lies. I'll give you a ride. Leng Suisan didn't refuse. Flying for 2,000 miles was too much of a drain on her spiritual energy. It was more convenient to sit on a flying magic treasure, still sitting the same way. Female in front and male behind. I didn't feel anything before, but now it was a bit awkward. Zhu Yudao had nothing to say. If Elder he fell and the spirit stones were robbed, how would the Flying Dragon sect handle it? Will condemn such heinous acts? Then pretend to look around for the murderer, and probably find a scapegoat in the end. You mean they'll pretend they don't know who did it even though they know who did it? Ever since your master left, those in the sect, they all just seek to live in peace. No one wants to fight the giant sword sect to the death. In that case, won't the Spirit Stone Mine be eaten up sooner or later? The traveling immortal sect won't agree. As long as True Lord Zhuxian is around, the Flying Dragon sect will always be able to get a mouthful of soup. After all, the lips are dying and the teeth are getting cold. If the Flying Dragon sect is finished, there is only one traveling immortal sect. It's hard to support it alone. Then you need to make plans early. In a sensitive place like the Spirit Stone Mine, sooner or later something big will happen. You're right. The fact that I'm injured this time is a good excuse. And since I've been here for over 5 years, it's my turn for a break anyhow. Well, if there's anything you need help with, you can also come to Misty Willow Town and find me. If another early Foundation establishment cultivator said such a thing, Leng Suisan would find it strange. But when Zhu Yudao uttered this, she found it natural. A Foundation establishment who dared to go head-to-head with a Jindan cultivator and was still unharmed was qualified to be on par with her. I will. But Misty Willow Town, you can't stay for long, I'm afraid. The Giant Sword sect will surely be able to find out that you landed there, and I'm afraid that there will be people who will go looking for your trouble at that time. You're right. Then go to the previous cave. I'll be there from time to time. Yes. Zhu Yudao returned to Misty Willow Town and first found Li Qingxian. I've offended the Giant Sword sect, and for some time to come, they may come after me. So in order not to involve you, this grocery store may have to close. Li Qingxian had known that he was going to leave, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Misty Willow Town, you are always welcome to come back. Fellow Daoist Zhu, here are 2 top-grade magic artifacts, and a middle-grade magic robe, so I'll give it to you for defense. And don't move that store for the last year. I'll put up a sign, so that the Giant Sword sect won't look for trouble from you. Thank you, fellow Daoist. After the instructions, Zhu Yudao packed up his things and took out another 10 taels of gold to have the Baozi store work overnight to make the buns. Anyway, the buns were placed in the Qiankuan bag and would not go bad in a short period of time. A day later, he hung a sign in the door of the grocery store. Due to poor management, transferring the store, Giant Sword sect cultivators. Roll. Late at night 2 days later. For reclining lights flew to Misty Willow Town and quickly locked onto the grocery store. Seeing the sign hanging from the front door, the man in charge slapped his palm and the gate shattered. But the instant the door shattered, a dozen streams of light shot out. The four of them never expected that there would be a hidden trap behind the door. The person in the lead took the brunt of the attack, but with his strong cultivation, he carried the wave of crossbow arrows. However, 3 companions, one with a slightly poorer defense, was even hit by an arrow, and the arrow cluster was blue and obviously poisonous. Surname Zhu. Damn it! In a fit of anger, he set a fire and set the grocery store on fire, and the surrounding stores were also affected. Only, as high and mighty immortal cultivators, they didn't care about the deaths of these townspeople. Half a month later, Zhu Yudao came back from the ice plains, saw the miserable state of the place, and sighed slightly. All he could do was compensate each family with 10 taels of gold, and then left Misty Willow Town, and went straight to Yuxianfeng. When he arrived at the traveling immortal workshop, he first sold the demonic beast materials he had on hand and sold more than 16,000 spirit stones, of which only the inner den of the 5th-rank demon wolf was sold for 5,000 spirit stones. Feng Long came over. Senior brother, this is the money for those 30 puppets, a total of 2,500 spirit stones. Now that the price of demonic beast materials has risen, shouldn't the price of our beast puppets also rise appropriately? You see to it that you are given the same old price. Thank you, senior brother. Zhu Yudao took out another 50 beast puppets. He was now familiar with it and had figured out a set of ways to mass-produce beast puppets, such as standardizing the materials, which made him much more efficient in making puppets. For the same kind of beast puppets, he was able to make 3 to 4 of them a day. From Feng Long's feedback, the sales had declined, which indicated that the market might be saturated. After all, beast puppets were not a necessity for immortal cultivation. In addition to the beast puppets, I also have talismans here that you can sell on your behalf as well. The break-even point for first-order talismans was at a 50% success rate, second-order ones at 30%, and third-order ones at 20%. His attainments in the rejuvenation talisman, amulet and light firmament talisman had long exceeded the general level, and with these 3 talismans, it was impossible to make a lot of money, but it was definitely not a problem to make a little money. Senior brother, I'll definitely run it properly. Any special news from the marketplace lately? I heard that the traveling immortal sect sent out many high cultivators to the ice plains to look for earth spirit crystals, and in addition, Pao Xingwang came to you twice. Oh, what did he want with me? Said to befriend you. This person is not a good thing. Do not make deep friends. I understand. Zhu Yudao didn't leave the traveling immortal workshop immediately. He purchased a large amount of yellow sprout pills in the workshop market and bought 10 more anonymizing talismans. Though the anonymity talisman belongs to the spirit talisman, it is not too rare, because this talisman can't prevent the cultivator from probing and can only blind people's eyes. So it seems a bit chicken ribs, and a piece of it is only 300 or 400 spirit stones. Just as he was buying talismans, he coincidentally ran into Lu Chun, who had come to buy pills again. Not bad, already at the 2nd level of chi refining. Without the spirit stones you gave me, I don't know how long it will take to break through. I still have some beast puppets here. Do you want to sell them on behalf of me? I do. Well, I heard that the elders of your sect went to the ice plains to look for earth spirit crystals. It's not just the sect elders. The Taishan elder ancestor also went, and he also united the true lords of several other sects. Such a big battle? Zhu Yudao felt a little strange. It's not true that the earth spirit crystal is a good thing, but it's not necessary for even the Yuaning powerhouse to come out. Could it be that this earth spirit crystal has other uses besides refining breaks and treasures? Yeah, I heard that it's the central continent side that's in great demand, and many people from the sect want to go and join in the fun. So there's a foreign trade business to be done. Zhu Yudao's heart was clear, but the Ice Plains demon race was not something to be messed with, and he hadn't forgotten that there was a terrifying presence underground. Of course, there would be no need for him to talk about it. After staying at the traveling immortal place for 4 days, he made a trip back to Castle Rock City. What was once a fairly peaceful little town is now in a state of disrepair, with few merchants except for a few poor people. There was nothing left here long ago, and he went straight to the ice field. Just after arriving at the ice field, he realized that the situation was not right. The common herd of beasts was gone. Associating it with the news he had received earlier, he already had a guess in his mind. Living in the Ice Plains cave did not delay him from going to Misty Willow Town to eat and drink. And anyway, the people from the Giant Sword sect had already come. The owner of the Baozi store, the owner of the wine shop and others were closer to him when they saw him than they were to their relatives. On this day, he was in the wine shop, Ziluo a mouthful of wine, Bark a mouthful of food, enjoying a leisurely life. Suddenly in the sound of breaking air, hastily converge breath, hand in hand to stimulate a convergence of interest talisman, so as not to be discovered, to the seat of the town to cause trouble. However, it so happened that these people had landed in the town and were coming towards the liquor store. What a bummer, just about to leave. Suddenly noticed the giant man in front of the head. Is not it Gon Mao? And the other 4 people? There is another one who knows. It is clearly one Tai Lai. Since it's not the enemy, there's no point in running out the back window. Ha, if it isn't senior brother Zhu, why are you here? Passing through and hungry in the belly. I came to eat something. You went for the earth spirit crystals too, right? TSK, Chi refining stage dares to break into the ice planes alone. Not up. As when Tai Lai marveled, he exploded his foundation establishment stage aura out, and the shopkeeper, store owner, and a few diners, all of a sudden, both of them were at war. Gon Mao slapped him on the shoulder, suppressing his vigor. You look like you're capable, don't you? This is a place where mortals live. Don't mess around. I'm sorry, I just built my foundation not long ago. My state is not solid enough yet. Master Zhu. No, don't mind fellow Taoist Zhu. It's fine. You guys are pairing up to look for earth spirit crystals? Of course, the merchants from the eastern continent have sent word to collect as much as they can. Do you want to join us? No, it's too dangerous there. It's best if you guys can stay away. I've heard that many sects Jindan, and even Yuaning have gone to the ice plains. It's safer with more people. If you, Taoist Zhu, don't even have the spirit to take risks, it's best not to cultivate this immortal. It's not a bad idea to marry a few wives and concubines and become a rich man. A loud laugh suddenly came from the street. With you daring to say anything? In a certain family's opinion, you're not even qualified to lift his shoes. Zhu Yudao couldn't help but sweep his divine sense to the outside. The person who was speaking was ostensibly defending him, but in actuality, he was pulling hate on him. Upon recognizing the person, his face changed slightly, then returned to normal. When Tai Lai was just about to have a fit when he saw these 5 cultivators coming in and his face changed. Stuart North, why are you here? Of course it's for fellow Taoist Zhu. This sect is offering a high reward. Taking fellow Taoist Zhu's head can be exchanged for 50,000 contributions. Fellow Taoist Zhu is no longer a cultivator of our flying dragon sect, so the grudge between you two can be resolved on your own. Count on it. Gon Mao suddenly stood up. Although they are not from the same sect, they are good friends. Situ Bei, since we have all built up our foundations, why don't we fight again? Underdog, you can beat me. Then look for senior brother Situ. A female cultivator with a rippling chest said. He. Fellow fellows of the Flying Dragon sect, we've been a bit short-handed lately. Can we borrow some money to spend? The other 3 giant sword sect cultivators, blocking the windows and doors, clearly had no intention of letting anyone go. Are you guys trying to start a sect war? When Tai Lai knew that it would be difficult to make things right and first gave the other party a big hat. How do you call it starting a war? It's called sparring and making a little money on the side. Both sides all revealed their magic treasures, and a great battle was about to break out. Zhu Yudao ate the last bite of the dish and took another sip of wine before revealing a look of contentment. Didn't you all see the bulletin board on the pagoda before you came? Situ Bei laughed. I've seen it once half a month ago, when fellow Taoist Zhu wasn't there. Well, we didn't wait for you in vain. Now that you've seen it, when you know the rules here, those who fight privately in the town, die. Snort, you think your words are holy writ. Before the snorting voice could fall, this entire person suddenly flew up, and his neck was clutched in Zhu Yudao's hand. Master Zhang, Situ Bei and the burly female cultivator simultaneously shot out to rescue them, but they were blocked by Gon Mao. A crunch and a neck snap. A foundation establishment cultivator. Before he died, he only sent out a sword finger, which was the only counterattack. When Tai Lai instantly felt a cold whoosh on his neck. You've already built a foundation? Yeah, the state isn't quite solid yet. Situ Bei's face turned blue. He had actually forgotten that Zhu Rinmin was the best at close combat. Choosing to fight in a wine shop was definitely a great blunder. Since fellow Taoist Zhu has set the rules, then we might as well fight outside the town. I wonder what you think. Zhu Yudao searched and picked up the loot. As you wish. A group of people to the outside of the town. When Tai Lai did not want to participate, but Gon Mao's stupidity committed, had to get involved. He and the other 3 also had to follow. Situ Bei, I've come to learn. Big man, I'll play with you. Gon Mao first with the waves of female cultivators fought together. The 2 are the foundation stage, but both did not have a sword, but also when refining the same direct iron, a wolf tooth stick, a broadsword, clanking, fighting exceptionally lively. Situ Bei rose into the air with his sword. Fellow Taoist Zhu, can we begin? After saying that, he unexpectedly invoked 9 flying swords at once. Zhu Yudao's eyes flashed with a strange color. But he didn't rise up in the air with his sword. He offered his Xiaoguang sword, and came up with a move of splitting light into shadows, and 18 sword lights were saved and shot out into the mid-air. Situbei's 9 flying swords, rotating like a wheel, the sword screen formed a weatherproof light cocoon, wrapping the whole person in it. The saved sword light was all blocked. The next moment, the 9 flying swords issued a snorting air-breaking sound, like a blistering wind and rain that kept saving and shooting. The strange thing was that there were clearly only 9 swords, as if the stream was endless. When Tai Lai and the other 3 Fei Long sect cultivators unconsciously took a few steps back. This kind of continuous suppressive attack, what kind of defensive magic treasure could prevent it? Zhu Yudao didn't defend, but instead, with that speed that could only be seen as a static shadow, he moved quickly on the ground, and wherever he passed, the ground was left with dense sword marks. With 9 flying swords, it was entirely possible to split the attack and close the circle. However, as if Situbei didn't know that there was such a method, he was maneuvering the flying swords to follow the remnants of the pursuit. After a long time, he suddenly struck out a sword technique, and the 9 flying swords connected head to tail, like a sword dragon, and continued to chase after Zhu Yudao. As for Zhu Yudao, he only maneuvered the Xiaoguang sword and symbolically chopped out a sword before falling back into the awkward situation of being chased. The sword dragon suddenly formed a circle, then spun like a wheel, forming a continuous cutting momentum. When Tai Lai couldn't help but clench a talisman in his palm, he felt that Zhu Yudao was dead this time, trapped in the middle of 9 flying swords. What hope of survival was there? But just when he thought that Zhu Yudao would definitely be defeated, and that it would be difficult to even keep his body intact, changes occur. The original very no presence of the orange flying sword. Suddenly the sword burst up more than a zhang, and overhead chopping, its momentum like thunder. Situbei was very cautious. The imperial sword spun around to dodge the very sudden strike, but that orange mouth violently emitted a burst of thunder, and then the sword light was like a torrential rain-saving shot. That situation, like a thunderstorm that had been held back for a long time pouring down. Running thunder sword technique. When Tai Lai recognized this set of sword skill at a glance, this sword skill is the secret of Fei Long sect. Only true disciples can learn. He learned a few strokes, or his old dad Wen Chang he secretly taught him. Usually do not dare to use it at all. Facing this sudden powerful attack, Situbei had no chance to dodge, and could only carry it hard with his own defense. At the same time, he believed that Zhu Yudao would definitely not be able to carry it off before him. However, an earth-shattering roar came. The roar was as if an ancient ferocious beast had resurrected, and a powerful wave of air actually impacted his 9 flying swords, and the shockwave formed by that airwave also caused the effect of flying sand and stones, far away from dozens of feet, was actually also affected by the wave, and had to strengthen the defense. Situbei was at a distance of more than 10 feet in mid-air, so naturally, he was not spared and nearly fell off the flying sword. The orange flying sword instantly transformed into a giant sword, slanting his shoulder and shoveling his back to chop down. At the moment of life and death, he used the means of sword unification and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. However, without waiting for him to stabilize his stance, a thunder vector struck its body and he fell to the ground. The orange flying sword came after him, but was blocked by a broadsword. Bitch, your opponent is me. Gan Mao rushed up in an arrow step, but was stopped by 2 other giant sword sect cultivators. A huge palm print fell with a loud bang. The burly female cultivator pushed violently, pushing Situbei out a foot away while she was smashed into the ground by the large handprint. Senior sister, elder brother go. With her last breath, the woman threw her broadsword, buying her beloved senior brother the last bit of escape. Senior flower sister, I will definitely avenge your death. Situbei rode away with his sword, but a wall of dirt blocked his way. Going around the dirt wall would have been the best option. However, he had nowhere to vent the indignation in his heart, so he even crashed directly into the earth wall. It was just a mere earth wall technique, and I had thought that it would be broken in one rush, but it didn't crash? Ah! His 2 fellow disciples, as well as Wen Tai Lai and the others, were all dumbstruck, and it is this slightly blocking work. Zhu Yudao has already imperial sword to kill to. It hurt Situbei's pride to let a woman suffer death for herself. Seeing that he had missed the best chance to escape, his ruthless nature was exposed. With his greatsword in his hand, the imperial sword recoiled, followed by the 4-elephant sword technique. Before foundation establishment, he had relied on being stronger than others in terms of spiritual energy to forcefully perform the 4-elephant sword technique, but he could only exert 30% of its power. At this moment, the 4 figures, however, were performing different sword styles, or slashing, or chopping, or stabbing, or teasing, truly achieving one person as 4 people. However, Zhu Yudao was not the original chi refining stage rookie either. Purple dragon in hand, circular spinning arc-like chop. The blade followed the person. The The blade spat up to more than 2 feet, plus its own length. The 4 figures were all within his attack range. He was hit by a sword stabbed on the back, the body shield was broken, and the tip of the sword stabbed on the vestment, just barely breaking the defense, and around them, 3 figures disillusioned. Situbei looked down at his stomach, an unbelievable expression in his eyes. The next moment, his upper and lower body separated. A generation of geniuses from the Giant Sword sect, an existence once known as the #1 person in the chi refining stage in the Eastern continent, drank their hatred on the spot. When Tai Lai rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking that he had misread, "This is dead." Once a powerful figure in the younger generation. So finished? Gon Mao opened his mouth to express something, but was unable to say anything for a moment. In his imagination, this one, even if he was undefeated, should have fought for 300 rounds and then died of exhaustion. That would be tragic enough to live up to the title of the once #1 chi refining stage in the Eastern continent. Now, with this kind of death, the name of genius is too worthless, isn't it? Senior brother Situ. The 2 remaining people from the Giant Sword sect let out a cry of alarm, then fled in a hurry with their imperial swords. Stop them! Without the need for Zhu Yudao's command, the 5 people from the Flying Dragon sect had already chased after them at top speed. When Tai Lai didn't want to get involved, but he had no way not to chase after him, because Situbei was dead. The Giant Sword sect's true disciple had fallen. This was a big deal, and it might cause a sect war, and now the Giant Sword sect was lacking an excuse. Besides, he didn't put up a fight, and there were people who believed it. With Zhu Yudao alone, he was able to take out 3 cultivators from the Giant Sword sect, and 2 of them are elites, so, it had to be killed off. The 2 men from the Giant Sword sect exerted their best efforts, but to no avail. Zhu Yudao released the Divine Flame Flying Crow, which was obviously much faster than the Imperial Sword, and caught up a few moments later, but ended the battle in half a T. On the other side, the 5 people from the Flying Dragon sect also caught up with another one. 5 against 1, not to mention ordinary cultivators. Even if Situbei came back to life, it would not help. After exterminating them and picking up the loot, Zhu Yudao only wanted Situbei's belongings and gave the rest to Gon Mao. You take these, I guess they're all poor and have nothing of value. In addition, the matter of these 5 people from the Giant Sword sect can't be wrapped in paper, so you guys can do your best to put out the word that it's, so that they don't have to use it as an excuse. Someone would have to believe it to say you did it alone. A Jindan of the Giant Sword sect died in my hands. They'll believe it. By the way, was Elder He's spirit stone robbed? So, it was you who stepped in to help Elder Lang? It just happened. They were passing by at the time. Elder He was seriously injured. 2 of his disciples fell. The flying boat was damaged, but luckily the 1,000,000 spirit stones were saved. Well, this place has become a place of wrongdoing. Elder brother gone. Let's meet again sometime. Senior brother take care. In the middle of the Ice Plains cave, Zhu Yudao opened Situbei's storage bracelet, and the first thing that caught his eye was the 9 sets of flying swords. Although they are all lower-grade flying swords, but when used well, they are comparable to the very best, especially suitable for use in the 9 palace sword formation. As expected, in the storage space, he found the 9 palace sword technique. It was only a pity that Situbei had not yet practiced this sword formation. Otherwise, he was not really sure that he could win against the other party. In addition to the sets of flying swords, there was also the large sword, which was also a mid-grade magic treasure, but unfortunately it was more than a little inferior to the purple dragon, and could be used as a backup. Other than the sword, there were no other magic treasures, and there were a few magic weapons. There were only a few thousand spirit stones, and there were just as many demonic beast materials. There were 4 talismans, one of which was an Earth Escape talisman, and if Situbei used this talisman, he could only let him leave with his eyes open. Books and such. In addition to the 9 palace sword formation, the 4 elephant sword technique that he was very interested in did not exist, but there was the other party's cultivation experience. Flipping through the thick cultivation tips, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that those who liked to write tips were good people, which recorded hundreds of fighting epiphanies, and even included the fight with him after the fight, dissecting the whip into the heart. If he is not already foundation, if not the strength of 10 times, I am afraid that there is really no chance at all. The harvest was inventoried, and after careful consideration of the future, Misty Willow Town could not be visited again in any case, and the Ice Plains were not a place to stay for long. Calculating the time, 2 months short of the new year. Wait for the new year. First go to a trip to the spiritual martial arts sect, to see what the 2,000 years of celebrations are like, and then travel to the eastern continent to gain insights, and in the meantime, collect the materials needed for the refining of the body. The Ice Plains beasts were stirring. He didn't go hunting for demons. Instead he drilled up Situbei's cultivation tips in the cave. learning about the 9 palace sword formation in the meantime. It was confirmed that the running thunder sword skill was powerful. However, this sword skill was only suitable for single combat. If one encountered a group combat situation, this sword skill would not be enough. The 9 palace sword formation was a shortcoming for him, so he decided to work on it. In addition, in terms of making talismans, he also began to work hard. The business of beast puppets. He felt that it was almost impossible to do, and in the future, relying on making talismans and selling talismans was also a way out. Half a month later, Ling Shan suddenly came to the door. Something big has happened. You shouldn't stay in the Ice Plains demon hunt for long, much less in the neighborhood. What's the big deal? True Lord Zhuxian of the traveling immortal sect and others went in search of earth spirit crystals and had a great battle with the demon race, and as a result, while collecting the earth spirit crystals, they startled a dragon turtle underground that had been alive for an unknown number of years. Several Yuaning combined their efforts, but cannot fight. Zhuxian also suffered serious injuries. In addition, because you killed Situbei, the giant sword sect has offered a high reward for catching you or providing information about you. Zhuxian is injured. Doesn't that mean the spirit stone mine's last resort is gone? It's like this. It's a good thing I'm going back to the sect right away. I can't be blamed for the mess. When you go back to the sect, can you bring a few people with you for me? You're Ascension 1. You can only take up to 4. Feng Jie, Zhao Yan, Tai Guangdu and Jiang Yu. They're all from my hometown. Good. I still have some spirit stones here. Take them in case of emergency. Zhu Yudao didn't push back. If the beast puppet business didn't work out, he would be sitting on his ass for some time to come. Many thanks. If there is anything, you can leave a letter at Pang's 300 meters west of the Panjiang River. In addition, Master will be out of the gate in a few years. There is a hurdle that can't be passed. You can first find a place to hide. With your master here, the Flying Dragon sect will be able to get through this crisis safely. But it's a pity that Wu Jingzhong made the wrong calculations. Yeah, these people are only interested in profit. Well, I shouldn't be out too long, so I'll go first. Wait, anything else? I've recently made some puppets and it's a shame to sell them, so I'll give them to you. A strange color flashed in Ling Suisan's eyes. Good, I'll take your thoughts. Accept it over the storage bracelet. She did not check. The puppet is can only watch over the house, until the return to the spirit stone mine, at night when there is nothing to open. Then, a shocked look appeared on his face. No more, no less. A total of 20 snow eagle puppets, one of which was still of the 3rd rank. This was simply a fighting corps. If in the open air, with these puppets, they could scare away an ordinary Jindan. This guy is really generous. Good thing I sent him 100,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, it's still me taking advantage of him. A flirtatious smile could not help but appear on her cool face. She could imagine how heartbroken someone would be to give away their evening's killer weapon. On the other side, Zhu Yudao was also calculating. A second-order snow eagle puppet should be able to sell for 400 spirit stones. 20 can only be sold for 8,000 spirit stones. 8,000 versus 100,000. This wave has made a lot of money. Well, make 20 more spares before we leave the ice field. In 1 month, Zhu Yudao could deeply appreciate the changes in the ice field. The demonic beasts here became even more furious, and the demonic cultivators, who were usually rarely seen, were seen 4 times in a month, and hunted him down and killed him unceremoniously. Luckily, he had the divine flame flying crow and the soul suppressor bell, or else there wouldn't be any bones left. I was looking forward to a fat year in the ice fields, but now I'm decisively lifting the poke and running. Leaving the ice plains, he had wanted to find Li Qingxian to ask about the situation, but he ran into a group of loose cultivators. They were all Qi refining stage rookies, and there were early Qi refining stage ones among them that actually wanted to surround him. Isn't this a food delivery? He showed no mercy at all, and only left one alive to inquire about the situation, only to realize that the giant sword sect had put down blood money in order to catch him, and anyone who provided accurate information could be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones. Anyone who could kill, or capture him alive, would not only be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones, but also a top-grade magic treasure. Heavy reward will be brave. Zhu Yudao knows in his heart that he will have a hard time in the future. He traveled all the way south to avoid the cultivators, but just as he reached the vicinity of the Lockingyang Pass, he was targeted again. Just keep an eye on it. At first he was in the mindset that it didn't matter. However, soon after he was followed by a large group of people, who did not strike during the day and specialized in picking up sneak attacks in the middle of the night. There is always a time when a person is tired, always need to rest, and he has to eat. These people sneak attack, set fire, poison, all kinds of underhanded tactics all used, completely enraged him. So, He intentionally spent the night in the valley and secretly laid down the Dutian Divine Fury formation. A group of loose cultivators were all wrapped up that night, and he purposely left the bodies to make an example of them. As a result, the monkey didn't scare him, and he gained the additional nickname of Bloody Hands Frenzy. A few dozen miles away from the traveling place, a reclining light stopped him. Kid, you're quite powerful. There must be dozens of loose cultivators who died in your hands. Aren't you afraid of being sent by heaven? So it's Elder Tan. Chasing all the way here was quite hard, wasn't it? Look at how emboldened you are. Thinking that with a sound attack magic treasure, you can just go all out of sight? That's not true. My biggest dependence is, Zhu Yudao suddenly fell into the woods below, where he had made a foundation establishment cultivator drink hate. You think you can hide in the woods and live? Tan Jiuxiao sacrificed a flying sword that flashed with flame light. This sword turned into dozens of sword lights snorting down. Tree branches and trunks fell in pieces and burned rapidly. Zhu Yudao understands what the other party is trying to do, but he is not in a hurry. This forest is big enough to burn all over, at least a few hours. So he used the cover of the big tree to circle with the other side. Tan Jiuxiao had heard that Zhu Yudao was very good at melee combat and had infinite strength, so he wouldn't be foolish enough to go down and fight the other party in close quarters. Seeing that the imperial sword technique was not working, he began to set up a formation, intending to encircle the people within it. However, it takes time to lay down large formations. The large formation hadn't even been set up yet when they suddenly lost track of Zhu Yudao. Did you disappear? Or was it stealth? The divine sense scanned and found a dark shadow that was moving towards the edge of the woods. He quickly executed the giant sword technique and chopped furiously. The dark shadow was chopped into two. However, it was only a snow ape puppet with a size similar to a human. Fooled, he scanned the area again, and sure enough, no one was there. Hastily harnessing the recluse, he chased after them in the direction of the traveling immortal place, and shortly after he left, a boundary emerged and Zhu Yudao stepped out from it before putting away the soul-gathering coffin in the tree cave, releasing the divine flame flying crow, and flying in the direction of the spirit martial sect. Great Yen Country. Located in the east of the Song dynasty, the country is strong. Martial arts style is very strong. The north has the spirit martial sect. The south has the spirit beast mountain, two immortal cultivation sects. In the entire east continent mainland, are counted in the strong sects. Although the spirit martial sect is strong, but its workshop market is far worse than the Yuxian workshop. Even the Flying Dragon workshop is not comparable. Just in a ravine, a street that stretches for miles, and the flow of people is not very large. No wonder Fanbin likes to go to the Yuxian workshop to purchase. The business atmosphere of the two places is really a big difference. In order to minimize the trouble, Zhu Yudao put on a mask and also changed out of his regular vestments. In fact, in a workshop market, you generally don't have to worry about safety, because the reputation and face of a sect is at stake. If someone commits an act of murder in a workshop market, then the market will be considered unsafe. And who would dare to do business in your place? So, it's possible to be targeted, but almost never against you. And even if you're a great evil, you'll be exorcised at best. Wearing a mask always gives the impression that there's nothing here. Luckily, the immortal cultivation world was the most avoidant of nosiness. Some people were curious, but they wouldn't stare at him, so as not to get themselves into trouble. First turned around in the spirit martial place. The prices were not too different from elsewhere, only that the richness of the products was much worse. And there actually wasn't even a concealment talisman. Fanbin received a transmission note and ran over. Ha ha, blood-handed fiend. What a great name. You think I want to? A large group of people chasing you, setting fire to poison and sneak attacking in the middle of the night. Can you take it? Indeed. You should be killed. That said, did you really behead Situbei? He came to kill me for a reward, and I'm keeping him for New Year's? That's the idea. But you should be careful when you go out from now on. Well, is this spirit martial place safe? You don't have to worry about us here. The giant sword sect only dares to be so honorable in the West, but they don't give a damn if they come to us here. Then I'll stay here for now. Your sect celebration. When will it be held? Let's do it in March. Just as our sect's elder Xiang advances to the level of Yuaning, the celebration will be held together then. Then wouldn't your sect have 3 Yuaning? Yes. Finally we can press the spirit beast mountain. Fanbin first treated Zhu Yudao to a meal at a wine shop in the marketplace, spending over 50 pieces of spirit stones alone. He took him to the Yelai Inn. Boss Wang, this is my friend. You entertain me well. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for tearing down your store. Oh, don't worry. We'll definitely make your friend at home. Arrange the best room to stay, and give the advance payment of a month's room fee. Zhu Yudao does not lack this money, but from some details, you can see the character. See, this person cannot be handed over. For the next period of time, He basically became an otaku, and all of his meals were bought on his behalf by the In's fellows. Fanbin came over every other day to eat and talk with him. From the other party's mouth, Zhu Yudao obtained the news that had more influence recently. The first one. A big happened in the Spirit Stone mine in Junshan, and there were a lot of deaths and injuries. There was a possibility of a renewed war between the Traveling Immortal sect, the Flying Dragon sect, and the Giant Sword sect and the Blood River sect. In the second article, the demon race began to lay their hands on the cultivators who went to the ice plains to practice and hunt demons. In the past, this would not be the case, because the demonic beasts reproduced and grew too fast, which was not conducive to long-term development. So the demonic cultivators did not prohibit the human cultivators from entering the ice plains. For one thing, they could be superior, and secondly, the human cultivators were actually food for them as well. This ban, it is estimated that the beast tide has already achieved the purpose of superiority and inferiority, and the human cultivators' behavior of seizing the resources of the ice plains in a big way has annoyed those demon cultivators. Plus there is an additional 10,000-year-old dragon turtle backing them up, which is why they have made such a strong decision. There was also the one about the spirit martial sect celebration. The main activities had already been determined and were divided into several items: ancestor worship, guest offerings, martial arts performances to capture the colors, wide range of disciples, and exchanges. Except for the first item, all other items guests can participate and get some rewards for good performance. Zhu Yudao came to see the fun, most notably rushing to the trade fair. The materials needed to advance to the Iron Bone realm were, so far, 4 short, namely Tai-In spiritual liquid, elephant's tusk above the 4th rank, golden spirit fruit and Buddha flame root. These materials are better to find as the 4th order ivory. Only need to run to the southern part of the eastern continent. There is a chance to encounter the 4th order or above demon elephant. The other a little bit of the eyebrow did not. Brother Fan, how can I participate in this trade fair? It's simple. Pay 100 spirit stones entrance fee, and you're done. Why do I get the feeling that your clan is enriching itself in disguise? Ha ha, you guessed it. The spirit martial sect is also short of spirit stones now. Our sect leader wants to follow the example of the traveling immortal sect, and engage in oceanic trade with the central continent. However, you have to have the capital to do big business, so that's why there's all kinds of activities in this celebration, and I'm asking you to participate because this time, there's a chance to enter the Spirit Martial Tower to try out, and normally, the Spirit Martial Tower is never open to the public. Lingwu Tower, a great name. Zhu Yudao had heard many people say that there were organ beasts on this tower, and that it was a place where the Spirit Martial sect specialized in honing cultivators' battle skills. I've heard that the organ beasts on the Spirit Martial Tower have fallen into disrepair over the years and are no longer quite functional. Fanbin showed a look of embarrassment. Spent some money and had it repaired. How do I enter this Spirit Martial Tower? To the congratulatory gifts, valued at more than 1,000 spirit stones, anyone with a cultivation level below Jindan can enter. Zhu Yudao wanted to say, this is thinking about money like crazy. Which fool is willing to spend 1,000 spirit stones to fight with a bunch of rags? Well, look back. Fanbin guessed his thoughts. Don't be stingy with a little spirit stone. The 13 layers of the Spirit Martial Tower. The rewards for the first 10 layers are nothing. After the 10th layer, each reward is more than 1,000 spirit stones. If you pass the 13th layer, you might be able to obtain rewards for your techniques and magic treasures. Oh, and get your sex techniques? Otherwise, how can outsiders be enticed to shell out money for a trial? That makes sense. Zhu Yudao's heart was moved. If he could obtain the subsequent techniques of the spirit martial skill, 1,000 spirit stones would definitely be worth every penny. Of course, he also knew that the probability was not high. The secret passages of a sect would not be easily accessible to anyone. Other things, such as performing martial arts to win the color, it's nothing to participate or not. The key is that you can bet on one, right? What's the point of a bet? It's just an acted martial arts fight, and you can bet on the winners and losers. It can still be played like this? Zhu Yudao was considered to have gained insight. Hey, it's because it's fun that you're invited. What about that wide collection of disciples? Is it still taking the opportunity to recruit new disciples? That's in name only. In reality it's all internalized. Which elder, which cultivator, doesn't have a son or nephew? Taking this opportunity to enter the sect squarely is just, if Brother Zhu wants to enter the Spirit Martial sect, I can introduce him. No need. I'm just asking casually. He truly had no intention of entering a sect again. Sects undoubtedly had much more resources than loose cultivators, but they were also subject to more constraints. Relatively speaking, he prefers the freedom of his own life. From Fan Bin's mouth, he had gotten inside information about the Spirit Martial sect celebration, and for the next month, The spirit martial place was obviously bustling with activity. Many of the casual cultivators from all over the eastern continent came to join in the fun like he did, while some sects and immortal cultivation families also sent people over, who stayed in the spirit martial sect's welcoming pavilion. The flying dragon sect also came, and when he heard that it was the one Changha family of 3 that came, he naturally didn't bother to greet them. Taking advantage of the large number of people and the gathering of loose cultivators, he offered the possessions he had acquired some time ago. Although there were many things, they weren't worth much, and it was only an extra 10,000 or so spirit stones. After circling around the street, he saw the giant sword sect cultivator, only that he wasn't recognized because he was wearing a mask and an ordinary Taoist robe. There were only 2 inns in the marketplace, and because of the celebration Uli Inn was full. When he returned to his room, a tenant came next door, looking to be in his 30s, with a dark-looking person, and his cultivation should also be at the early stage of foundation establishment. This was the A-zone, 10 spirit stones a day. Ordinary casual cultivators would rather squat in the square market square for a night, or run to a nearby mortal city to rest, then spend an extra spirit stone. Fellow Daoist is also here for the festivities? The other party took the initiative to strike up a conversation, and Zhu Yudao didn't turn anyone away. Yes, fellow Daoist is from the south? I'm from Jinsha Island. My humble self Yang Wenlong. I wonder what your name is. My name is Zhu. So you are a cultivator from the number 1 immortal cultivation family in the eastern continent. Nice to meet you. At the last auction, the ancestor of the Yang family spent $400,000 to auction off a set of defense formations, and Zhu Yudao remembered it vividly. Oh, I don't dare to be. I'm just dipping into a bit of my family ancestors' prestige. With the Yang family's status, wouldn't it be better to stay at the Welcome Hotel? Why bother staying here? The Yang family and the spirit martial sect have not had previous intercourse. I am only here in a private capacity this time and do not represent the family. So it is. This cultivator named Yang Wenlong was interested in inquiring about the celebration, while Zhu Yudao was more interested in the southern part of the country, and the 2 of them took what they needed and chatted quite well. I'm afraid that if you, Daoist Zhu, want to find a 4th-order elephant demon, you can only go to the cloud-dreaming Great Swamp. There are demon elephants there from time to time, but it's also a very dangerous place, with an extremely large number of venomous insects and demonic beasts. So if you're going to go there, you'd better invite a few more helpers. Thank you, fellow Daoist Yang, for your guidance. As the day of the Spirit Martial Sect celebration drew closer and closer, the crowd at the Spirit Martial place was already crowded and immobile. With traffic, comes business opportunities. Many loose cultivators set up stalls to peddle their items, and Zhu Yudao actually saw Fenglong. What brings you here? I've heard that this place is bustling with activity, and there are still some unsold talismans from the last time I took them from you. Well, I'm sure you've heard about my situation? I know. The Packers sent someone to keep an eye on me for a long time. Well, just keep it in your own mind. Fenglong handed over the spirit stones he had earned some time ago to Zhu Yudao and obtained another batch of beast puppets and talismans. There may not be any beast puppets for you to sell lately. The money from the sale of these things you can use as capital to start a small business. Senior brother doesn't have to be like this. I've recently accumulated a bit of wealth. Take it if you're given it. Before the words fell, Zhu Yudao suddenly made a false grab, and a guy who was stealthily nearby was grabbed and ingested by him. Fellow Daoist, have you heard enough? Why did Elder catch me? I'm just practicing a little stealth here? Yes. Zhu Yudao took the yet-to-be excited transmission note in his hand. Are you still resisting? Having been caught in the act, this one simply got naked. That's right. I'm just stalking. This is the marketplace. What do you dare to do to me? I have a magic trick called the Big Change. Would you like to try it? You let go of me or I'll call the patrol. Zhu Yudao ignored him and punched out a spell. The boundary appeared and then pushed the person into the boundary, which then dissipated. Senior brother Zhu, this is just a little trick. I've thought of a way to make money. Do you want to try it? What way? Denounce me. Fenglong's head was a bit dangling. Then he thought that Zhu Yudao was testing him, and immediately swore, if I betray senior brother Zhu, let my immortal path be cut off and I shall not die. It's not that serious. It's just a chance to make money. Grab it. 10,000 spirit stones in hand. After saying that, it was changed to divine sense transmission. Fenglong listened to his approach. His face was cloudy for half a day, and finally seemed to have made up his mind. Wealth and riches. This vote, it. Oh, let's discuss the details. The giant sword sect cultivators were very recognizable. They liked to carry a large sword on their backs, and in fact, they might not necessarily like to carry it, but mainly because the large sword was too long for a smaller Qinkuan bag to fit. Feng Jie locked onto a target, then patted over like a peddler peddling goods. Dare I ask you, are you a giant sword sect cultivator? Go, 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 I'm not buying a fairy icon. I'm not selling that. I'd like to ask if your sex bounty against Zhu Yudao is still valid? The man sprang to life. You know where he is? Naturally. Just how do you get the reward? The bounty will be given to you once the information you provide is confirmed. What if the information is true and you don't pay the bounty? How could my hall, the giant sword sect, go back on its word? I'm a businessman, and in business, I have to pay at least half of the deposit. Otherwise, why would I take the risk? Alright, I'll take you to see our elder. That won't do. If we want to meet, we should meet in the marketplace. This one's gaze suddenly blazed. If you dare to trick me, even if you break the rules of the workshop, I'll still get you killed. I'm only looking for money. Okay, you wait here. In a short while, Tan Jiuxiao arrived and first looked Feng Long up and down for a few moments. What is your name and where do you live? My name is Mao Long. I mainly sell news for a living. How did you know where Zhu Yudao was? I know Senior Fan Bin of the Spirit Martial Sect. Senior Fan has a close relationship with Zhu Yudao, and I happened to be nearby when they were discussing things. Discuss what? I'm not sure exactly, but I do know where they're going. Going somewhere? Feng Long kept his mouth shut, revealing the face of a female dry businessman who was waiting for a price. You can have half the money up front, but you'll have to show us the way. That won't do. If I offend Elder Fan, I won't be able to hang around here in the future. So what do you want? Elder can send someone to watch over me, and if I'm wrong, I'll be at your disposal. And if I provide the right information, give me the other half of the bounty after it's accomplished. That's reasonable, isn't it? Tan Jiuxiao gazed straight ahead, his Jindan stage aura bursting out as he stared into Feng Long's eyes. If someone Feng had a devil in his heart, he would definitely not be able to escape his eyes. Elder, I feel hairy in my heart when you look at me like that. How about canceling this deal? Humph, cancel it when you say so? Now get your message out. Feng Long rubbed his hands together. Tan Jiuxiao took out a Chinkuan bag and threw it over. Feng Long took it, but was unable to open it. If Senior is really uneasy, just abort the transaction. If you make a hard demon blood oath to guarantee that what you say is true, this seat will unlock the Chinkuan bag's restriction. Feng Long didn't hesitate and directly swore a blood oath. Seeing that he was so painfully happy, Tan Jiuxiao opened the ban, and there were no more or less than a whole 5,000 spirit stones inside. Now you can talk. Feng Long transferred the spirit stone into his own Chinkuan bag, his face showing a fawning color, more and more like a female dry merchant. They were discussing the preparation of a congratulatory gift and mentioned the Drunken Immortal Brew. And the only place that produces Drunken Immortal Brew is the Drunken Cloud Villa, which is 800 miles from here. When did you hear the news? Little more than half a day ago. That should come in time. You two keep an eye on him. This seat will go and return. Tan Jiuxiao left the workshop market, all the way to the southeast, saw the densely populated towns along the way, cannot help but be a little envious. The Great Liang country is vast and sparsely populated. The ravages of the beast tide, but also a sharp decline in the population, which means that in the future the sex of the newborn force is insufficient. When the time comes, I'm afraid that it will be another trouble. Shaking off these annoyances, he passed by a forest and couldn't help but think of the one near the traveling fairy place. What should he do if that kid repeats his trick and runs into the forest again? As a precautionary measure, forbidden formations were quickly laid down in the forest. If Zhu Yudao entered the forest, he would be throwing himself into the net. After doing so, he continued to rush to the Drunken Cloud Villa. About an hour later, several people flew in with their swords on his face, and one of them was none other than Zhu Yudao, the one he was looking for. Kid, let's see where you're going to run this time. Zhu Yudao's face showed an exaggerated look of horror. How did you find me? You might as well be confused. After saying that, he first came and drew a dungeon, circling Zhu Yudao in it. The others get the hell out of my way, so as not to splash you all with blood. What if we don't roll? Fan Bin sacrificed his flying sword. The other two. Tan Jiuxiao laughed coldly. You guys saw death yourselves, so I'm sure the spirit martial sect won't blame this seat for being ruthless. Alright then, brother Zhu, we'll go first. Take care. What do you mean? The three of them were just now looking as if they were sticking their necks out for the sake of friendship. So why did they leave in the blink of an eye? Looking at Zhu Yudao again, he had already broken through the cage and was riding a large black crow, flying towards the north, not in the direction of the workshop. Tan Jiuxiao immediately chased after him. However, after chasing after him for a while, his brows furrowed. That strange flying magic treasure was actually slightly faster than his recluse by a hair. If we keep chasing like this, we're definitely not going to catch up. Is that what you're banking on? A flash of golden light. Recluse speed instantly raised to 2 or 3 times. The distance between the two sides quickly closed. Zhu Yudao was shocked at the other party's speed, but he didn't worry about it. Since he was prepared to help Feng Long Woolgather, he had his own way of getting away. I'm about to catch up with them. The Soul Snatcher's bell is out. Dang! Divine runic patterns fluttered out. The golden rainbow suddenly stagnated. Tan Jiuxiao, although prepared, there was still a short period of thinking downtime. If you meet an expert of the same strength, this time will be divided into winners and losers. It's a good thing that Zhu Yudao was only trying to stop the enemy and didn't mean to counterattack. After flying another dozen miles or so, he came to a beautiful place with a lake and mountains ahead. Tan Jiuxiao wasn't in the mood to enjoy the scenery, and when he saw that someone Zhu had dug into the water, he instantly guessed what the other party was playing at. Underwater. It was true that there was no way that his divine sense could not lock on and probe. However, this lake stretches no more than 20 or 30 miles. Being within the range of divine sense probing, only need to wait for a rabbit. Do not believe that Zhu Yudao can always be in the water does not come out. However, he had been sitting and waiting here for a day and a night, but he hadn't found Zhu Yudao coming out. Counting the time, the celebration of the spirit martial sect was about to start. If he missed it, the sect would definitely blame him. Depressed, he vented ruthlessly and then left this place of scenic oil paintings. However, after a pillar of incense time had passed, he went and returned, but there was still no sign of Zhu Yudao, so he could only return to the marketplace resentfully. The Malone who provided the information immediately greeted him. Elder, is the information I provided reliable? Humph, the man was seen, but he got away again. As long as I see it, isn't it time to pay the next half of my bounty? People have run away, and you still want spirit stones. Dream on. Senior is so dishonorable. Then the next piece of news. I can't tell you. Well, you have more news? Feng Long hurriedly denied. No, there's no news. If there's no news, then you don't want the rest of the spirit stones, Tan Jiuxiao said coldly. Feng Long seemed to be caught in a tangle. After a long time he clenched his teeth. This message is the same 10,000, and for the lack of a spirit stone, I won't say anything. This performance of his is more proof of the reliability of the message. As usual, if you make another hard demon blood oath to ensure that the information is accurate, I'll give you the spirit stones. Feng Long didn't hesitate and made another oath. Receiving the Qian Kuan bag, inside was 10,000 spirit stones, meaning the other party still deducted 5,000. He was already lucky to be able to pull wool over his eyes one more time. He didn't make any more trouble. He's staying at the ULI Inn, room AZ number 1. Humph, this message is worthless. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, this seat guarantees that you'll have the life to make money but not the life to spend it. Elder, hear me out. The ones who are staying next door to Zhu Yudao are the young clan from Golden Sands Island, and according to the inn's youngest, they'll be going to Yunmeng Dezhe at the end of the celebration. Oh, going there for what? Not so sure about that one. If Feng Long could tell everything about what Zhu Yudao was going to do, Tan Jiuxiao should be suspicious. Good. I'll give you the rest of the spirit stones after proving that your information is reliable. And to ensure your safety, I'll have the two of them protect you closely. Many thanks, Senior. With 2 fellow Taoists escorting me, my safety will be greatly guaranteed. Count on it. Spring blossomed in March, but it suddenly turned rainy and cloudy, causing a lot of inconvenience for the spirit martial sect to engage in celebrations. The spirit martial sect's head ancestor, Do Zhanxiong, dispersed the cloudy skies with heavenly means, not only demonstrating his strength, but also mobilizing the atmosphere of the celebration. Not missing a beat, the celebration took place in the large square of the spirit martial sect. 15,000 disciples, lined up in a square formation, wearing uniform clothing, were quite a bit of military authority. The guests and friends observing the ceremony were seated under the awning formed by the formation. There were dozens of large and small clans and hundreds of immortal cultivation families in the entire eastern continent, and almost half of them were present at this celebration. Come to see the lively casual cultivators, there are tens of thousands of people. The spiritual martial arts sect issued bushels. Want to sit on the seat, do not want to do stand on the periphery is also okay. In short, people do not force. Zhu Yudao mingled in the crowd, holding food in his hands, watching and eating at the same time, and really looked like a casual cultivator who was purely watching the crowd. There was a divine sense sweeping through, eventually landing on him. He bared his teeth at the one before shoving a snack into his mouth with a look of enjoyment. Tan Jiuxiao's eyes spewed fire and anger, but helplessly, he couldn't do anything on this occasion. Wen Changhe, who was not far away, also noticed Zhu Yudao, and when he thought that his family's belongings that he had accumulated for 100 years had fallen into that kid's hands, he also couldn't help but rush over. The Ian has arrived. The celebration has officially begun. With the sound of the middle voice, 26 bells chimed, echoing unceasingly in the mountains. After that, Zhao Qinian, the sect master of the spirit martial sect, floated and landed on the 3-feet-high altar, chanting the rituals and opening the lengthy ancestor worship ceremony. After more than half an hour, the first event was over. Let's move on to the second item. Guests from all sides present congratulatory gifts. As a neighbor, I'll go first, a cheerful voice came out, and then the person took out 2 large eggs from the spirit beast ring. The spirit martial sex crowd of cultivators immediately looked ugly. Giving 2 eggs on a big day of celebration. Is there such a gift? This is also too much bullshit. Most of the martial arts people are acute. Do Zhanxiong and the other 3 Yuaning of the spirit martial sect were just about to have a fit when sect leader Zhao Qinian jumped ahead and said, on behalf of the spirit beast sect, fellow Taoist Pei is sending 2 eggs. Mark it down. This counterattack could be described as a 2,000 kilogram strike, which rounded out the scene and also suppressed the opponent's anger, causing the spirit beast sect to follow and disgrace themselves. The old man surnamed Pei, hearing the laughter of the crowd, his face was ugly. These 2 spirit beast eggs I'm giving away here are not ordinary things, but the eggs of a Jiao dragon. Is this how the spirit martial sect entertains its guests? Upon hearing the words augur eggs, the jeers disappeared, and everyone knew that the best way to tame a spirit beast was to start with a newborn, or a beast egg. As for the Jiaolong, it was a spirit beast with a very high growth rate. The value of these 2 eggs was worth at least a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. And from this point of view, this gift wasn't shabby at all. Fellow Taoist Pei is an honored guest. How could I slow you down? That, add the word Jiaolong, and then serve a pot of good tea to go away the fire for you. Taoist Pei. Like a light touch, he pacified the people. Zhu Yudao felt that this sect master Zhao was at a very high level. No wonder he was able to come up with such money-raising tricks like the celebration. After Spirit Beast Mountain had finished presenting its congratulatory gift, the Fei Long sect, another neighbor, also sent a congratulatory gift. Fellow Taoist 1. On behalf of the Flying Dragon sect, we offer 2 10,000-year-old ice jade, 2,000-year-old spiritual ginseng, and 2,000-year-old evergreen ivy. These congratulatory gifts, moderate, not too much, not too little. The moral is also good. It can be seen that the choice of these gifts is a lot of effort. After an hour or so, these sects and clans finished honoring their congratulatory gifts. Zhu Yudao estimated the value of these things to be at least $2 to $3 million, and the money came too easily. Next, it was time for the casual cultivators to offer their congratulatory gifts. Dispersed cultivators didn't have many interactions with sects, and offering congratulatory gifts was practically tantamount to buying a trial ticket to enter the Spirit Martial Tower. Starting price of 1,000 spirit stones, or an item worth 1,000 spirit stones. Of course, they don't say it at the festivities, but, in private, the price has long been made clear. A big, powerful man jumped out first. I, Wang Sanxiang, present 100 pounds of drunken immortal brew. Good, fellow Taoist Wang. This is the number plate for the Spirit Martial Tower. If you have time tomorrow, you can go and try out. Thanks a lot. The corner of Zhu Yudao's mouth twitched. This Wang Sanchang was one of the cultivators who went with him to buy spirit wine. His identity was originally from the Spirit Martial Arts sect. Obviously, this is a trust. As expected, some people took the lead, and those who were interested in the Spirit Martial Tower trial came forward to offer congratulatory gifts, and some simply went straight to 1,000 spirit stones. People don't hide. Zhu Yudao also took out 1,000 spirit stones. As for the spirit wine, he kept it for his own enjoyment. Scattered cultivators are generally very poor, willing to shell out money to try out really not much. A total of less than 200 people. In other words, this wave of spiritual martial arts sect has another small 200,000 into the account. After spending money, there is a qualification to enter the seat, the same seat of a total of 4 people. In addition to Yang Wenlong, there is a man and a woman, 2 middle-aged cultivators. Turning to noon, the spirit martial sect sent fruits and wine, all of which, naturally, were difficult for mortals to see. Zhu Yudao felt that he had lost money and that he shouldn't have eaten too much just now. However, even if he didn't eat much, one person ate the amount of food for 10 people, so 70 to 80% of the table's food fell into his liver. Rice bucket. The male cultivator at the same table said unhappily. The female cultivator hurriedly pulled him by the lapel, then smiled apologetically at Zhu Yudao. Don't be offended, fellow Taoist Zhu. He can't hold his liquor and drinks too much when he does. The male cultivator was just about to lash out when he suddenly realized something. You're the blood-handed fiend. The surrounding gazes brushed all over. Yang Wenlong was new to the city and was unsure. What is the meaning of bloody-handed berserker? Site transcoding content is incomplete. Exit the transcoding page, or download without ads to read. The site transcoding content is incomplete. Exit the transcoding page or download. Welcome. Feeling the countless gazes that gathered, Even the best of mental qualities were a bit taut. However, Zhu Yudao quickly thought about it. The lice are not itchy. The dead is not worried. He also patiently explained to Yang Wenlong, off the true disciple of the Giant Sword Sect. The Giant Sword Sect issued a bounty for me to be wanted. So many people wanted to kill me to claim the credit. And in turn, they were off. And when they killed more people, they fell into such a reputation. So that's how it is. Then it's not going to be easy for fellow Taoist Zhu in the future. So you need to stay away from me so I don't get you involved. Yang Wenlong laughed. I don't take the initiative to mess with others. And others don't mess with me. Otherwise, I, Yang, am not a good person to deal with. Let's drink a toast to your fellow Taoists' bravado. Drink victory. Eat a meal. Zhu Yudao found more than at least a dozen divine thoughts on the body. These people want to dry. He knows. Turn around and let them know that the bloody hand of the devil is not a false name. Eating a seed is also a process of communication. The sect headmaster of the spiritual martial sect, 3 Yuaning, and dozens of elders, made all sorts of courtesies with the guests. In short, it was a good time to expand one's network. The inner disciples of the spiritual martial sect were responsible for entertaining the crowd of casual cultivators. Fan Bin came over. You are exposed. Go out, we'll meet the pursuit. Really can't. Stay in the spiritual martial arts sect. There is a mouthful of food I eat. Guaranteed not to starve you. Don't worry. I have my own way of dealing with it. After the luncheon, there was the delightful session of performing martial arts to capture the colors. This session was divided into 2 parts. In the first half, 10 foundation establishment disciples of the spirit martial sect sparred with each other, and one of them would eventually win the championship, and could be rewarded with a response. The guests, on the other hand, could place their bets, and if they bet on the winner, they would receive 5 times the reward. If they bet on the second place, they would receive 3 times the reward, and if they bet on the third place, they would receive 2 times the reward, and the total amount of bets placed by each person would not exceed 10,000 spirit stones. Simply put, it's an event, except that there are a lot of things that can be done in the dark, such as letting the favorite to win the championship fail, so that the bettors may lose their money. This is the first half of the performance of the martial arts to capture the color. The second half of the guests can participate to the Spirit Martial Arts Sect Performance Martial Arts Top 3 Challenge. Can also be free to challenge. A total of 10 games. The same can be placed bets. Betting limit of 10,000. Cultivators, very much valued chi luck. Betting on the loss. That is not good chi luck. Betting on the win. That is chi luck is strong. A small gamble can be a joy in the cultivation world. Cultivators don't have much entertainment. And this kind of gambling and fighting is also a way to relieve stress. Zhu Yudao felt that 9 out of 10 bets were lost, but he wasn't going to stop others. Seeing Yang Wenlong's fist rubbing his hands, he couldn't help but smile. Who is fellow Taoist Yang going to bet on? We had a saying some years ago in the Eastern continent, 1 dragon, 2 phoenixes, 3 masters, 4 fierce. The spirit martial sect accounts for 1 master and 1 fierce. So naturally I'm looking at these 2? Zhu Yudao used to mix in circles of the chi refining stage. So naturally, he didn't know this kind of expression. I wonder who this dragon, 2 phoenixes, 3 masters, and 4 fierce ones are? This dragon, refers to Long Zhankong of the Easy sect, has had several experiences of killing Jindan in reverse. In the last few years there has been no news heard about him. Some say he has gone to the central continent to practice. Others say he is preparing to form the Jindan. The 2 phoenixes referred to Ling Yufeng of the Bamboo Mountain sect, and Feng Chen Shan of the Spirit Beast Mountain. The 3 masters, there is Shin Mingjie of the Giant Sword sect, Void Spirit Z of the Deadwood Temple, Song Yunzhou of the Spirit Martial sect, and my cousin Yang Wenyue. The 4 fierce, there was Sha Lili of the Yellow Sand sect, Wu Dingtian of the Spiritual Martial sect, Lei Zhangkui of the Feathered sect, and Shi Jingtian of the Flowing Cloud sect. These people, some of whom may have already formed Dan, are all figures who became famous decades ago. To put it mildly, no cultivator from the Flying Dragon sect has been selected? Yang Wenlong smiled faintly. I heard from my family brother. Even earlier, the Flying Dragon sect had a Taoist friend Zheng De, who had superb battle prowess, and then unfortunately met his demise. If he had lived, even if he couldn't defeat a demon like Long Zhankong, he would have been completely qualified to compete with Erfing for the rankings. As these words exited, the purple dragon knife in the storage bracelet glowed with light, as if it was about to be sheathed to kill the enemy. Zhu Yudao hurriedly pacified with his thoughts, as he listened to Yan Wenlong introduce the leaders of the realm of foundation establishment as if he were counting his family's treasures. He had to admit that the family's knowledge was not something to be blown off. At this time, the 10 people from the spirit martial sect who participated in the martial arts demonstration had already shown up. and Fan Bin was clearly on the list, but he was only the last in line because his cultivation level was the lowest, and the ones in front of him were all his senior brothers and sisters. Gentlemen, these 10 are the elites of the foundation establishment stage of our sect. According to their cultivation, they are, in order, San Yunzhou, Foundation Establishment Great Perfection, Wu Ding Tian, Foundation Establishment Great Perfection, Xiang Qingqing, Late Foundation Establishment, Fan Bin, Early Foundation Establishment. You may now place your bets. Please buy and hold. Yang Wenlong did not hesitate to bet on San Yunzhou and Wu Ding Tian. Zhu Yudao didn't want to participate, but considering that Fan Bin was involved, he symbolically bet 100 spirit stones on his opponent, and interestingly enough, he was the only one who bet on Fan Bin. In fact, this is also understandable. Fan Bin in the refining period of extraordinary combat strength, but now only just foundation building. Compared with those old foundation building, there must be a small gap. So, in addition to his friendly support, no one bet on Fan Bin. The martial arts performance drew lots to choose opponents. As a result, in the first match, there was a dramatic scene. San Yunzhou versus Wu Ding Tian. The two favorites to win the championship first bumped into each other. That is to say, one of them could not even enter the top 5. Yang Wenlong's face was already dark. Now it could almost rival the bottom of a pot. This is definitely shady. It's too pitiful. Zhu Yudao patted him on the shoulder. At least one of them will advance. It's better than brushing both off, right? Also, I have to say, the air duo's fight is very wonderful. The foundation stage froze to fight the intensity of the attack that only the Jindan stage has. Only, Zhu Yudao could tell that the duo was performing a bit more, and if they were fighting to the death, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as exciting. After a little more than half an hour, Wu Ding Tian fell off his flying sword before decisively admitting defeat. No one said that the two people fake fight. Their strength is in the middle. Unless see life and death. Otherwise the fight cannot come to a result. In the second match, Fan Bin faced off against a fellow middle stage foundation establishment disciple. The fight between the two, without the dashing and writing of those two just now, at the beginning of the competition was battle skills, both sides half a caddy. After that, the spell is the sword art, and then the high and low, the same level of flying sword, the same sword skill, but a fusion of the Gangjin Yuan Lightbreak, a not fused. The gap between them is clear at a glance. Fellow Daoist Zhu, this friend, is very strong. It's a pity that it's only the early stage of foundation establishment, otherwise it might have made it into the top 3-inch. Yeah, keep watching. Why do I feel like there's more to come? The first round of the martial arts performance ended, and the 5 winners continued to draw lots, and then Fan Bin's turn was empty, which meant that he was certain to make it into the top 3. Seeing the situation, Zhu Yudao almost burst out laughing. He swore that he would never participate in similar activities in the future. Damn, it's so dark. Yang Wenlong couldn't help but pick up his big finger. Fellow Daoist Zhu, you're blessed with great luck. I think you'll be able to kill in all directions. It's not that I'm lucky, it's that people have arranged it well. Seems to confirm this kind of statement. San Yunzhou lost the second game, and lost so that people cannot pick a little reason. His opponent to changing all ice and water system techniques, just to restrain the fire system techniques, and there is a ice-cold light miasma powerful magic treasure. So, this one, he lost is not too wrong. Zhu Yudao listened to the discussion around him and realized that this female cultivator named Xiang Qingqing was actually the daughter of the newly promoted Yuaning Xianghua of the spirit martial sect, so everything made sense. Only, bitter Yang Wenlong, this time he is bloodless. Site transcoding content is incomplete. Exit transcoding page, or download no ads to read the site transcoding content is incomplete. Exit the transcoding page or download welcome. The martial arts performance continued. The remaining 3 people continued to draw lots. This time it was Xiang Qingqing's turn, ironically entering the top 2. Fan Bin fought another for half an hour and lost to his opponent. It was already unexpected for him to achieve 3rd place, and if he got 1st place, the spirit martial sect would probably be cursed to death. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Zhu on his successful bet. Yang Wenlong said in a slightly sour tone, just earned 100 spirit stones. Zhu Yudao didn't care. That's still better than me losing my money in blood. No, I must flip my money, this one said through gritted teeth. Aren't you afraid of losing again? In a moment, I'll personally go up and challenge. If you, Daoist Zhu, are interested, you can bet on me. Which one are you going to challenge? Your friend Fan Bin. This bet. I'd better not bet on it, so as not to be a bad person. Zhu Yudao had never seen Yang Wenlong's tactics. However, the strength that Fan Bin had shown just now had already been laid out, and the fact that he still dared to challenge showed that he had confidence in his own strength. In the final battle of the martial arts performance, Xiang Qingqing, not surprisingly, lived up to the expectations and achieved the first place, obtaining a top-grade magic treasure and the reward of a true disciple issued by Zhao Qinian, the headmaster of the spiritual martial arts sect. Gentlemen, my spirit martial sect disciples have finished performing their martial arts. After a short rest, there will be a free performance of martial arts to capture the colorful session. Guests and friends here, as long as they are below the Jindan stage, they can all participate. In addition, when performing martial arts competitions, it is inevitable that there will be injuries, so participants must be psychologically prepared, and this sect will not be responsible for any injuries or deaths. After the disclaimer, there was an interlude of a song and dance performance that was very characteristic of the immortal cultivation world, and then the second half of the performance of the martial arts to capture the color officially began. Fan Bin, in third place, was the first to accept the challenge. As a result, there were actually as many as a dozen people who sign up, like Yang Wenlong. Due to the rules set beforehand, each of the three from the spirit martial sect could only accept one challenge, so a dozen people drew lots. Yang Wenlong came back with his head hanging down. It seems that I have bad luck. Not yet. How? You'll find out later. So, you still favor this friend of yours? Yes. Okay then, I'll listen to you. What, just listen to me? Zhu Yudao wanted to call out to his opponent, but it was already too late, and this one ran up and directly bet on Fan Bin to win, without asking which one his opponent was. That's too hasty of you. It's not hasty, I'm trusting your luck. What if we lose? It's only 1,000 spirit stones. I can afford to pay for it. At this moment, Fan Bin and his opponent had already flown their swords into mid-air, and with a start, the two sides went on the offensive. Ha, this friend of yours is a bit different from earlier, Yang Wenlong said. Just now that was a performance. Now he treats it as a life and death struggle. Of course it's different. The show is certainly as gorgeous and spirited as it gets. And life and death combat, with nothing to lose, seeks a 1-2 punch. The strategy that Fan Bin is using right now is damage exchange, competing in defense and consumption, and whoever is afraid to fight will fall into passivity. As expected, his opponent clearly had a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and after a round of exchanging and eating the bitter fruits, he became fearful and could not utilize all his battle power. Half an hour into the fierce battle, another injury for injury fight, the opponent was forced to defend, and was slapped down from the air by the spirit martial battle skill shading heaven's great handprint. There, I've got my money back this time. Yang Wenlong danced a bit happily. Zhu Yudao originally thought that this person would take it easy. However, the next two games, the other party is not down once. At this time he was sure in his heart, this guy is a promiscuous gambler. The challenge against the spirit martial sect was over, and the next maneuver was a time for the guests to entertain themselves. An ugly cultivator with a pus-filled face flew onto the stage. Fellow Daoist of the giant sword sect, if Mr. Wang challenges the bloody-handed fiend here and kills him, will your sect's reward be valid? Of course, our giant sword sect has always emphasized credibility. Tan Jiuxie laughed, then added, you want to challenge the blood-handed fiend, and they won't accept. What are you going to do? If he doesn't accept it, I'll curse and curse until he accepts it. Listening to this man, it sounds more like a raving demon. Fellow Daoist Zhu, this guy is an outcast of the Bamboo Mountain sect, known as the Southern Border Poison Devil. He once poisoned and killed an immortal cultivation family. Notorious. Try not to fight him if you can. Can you use poison? Very powerful. Even my cousin is afraid of him. Here's a chance to make money. Want to place a bet together? You want to bet on your opponent to win? What are you thinking? Bet on myself, of course. Are you so sure? Zhu Yudao no longer cared about him and walked to the betting place first, directly taking out 10,000 spirit stones. What are my odds? Based on the cultivation and fame of the two of you, if you bet on yourself and win, you will receive 15,000 spirit stones. Then bet on myself. Tan Jiuxiao also walked over. I bet on Southern Border Poisonous Devil to win. I'm also betting on Southern Border Poisonous Devil to win. A poisonous devil. A mad devil. Who died? Everyone was not heartbroken. Those who placed bets, surprisingly up to more than 100 people. The total number of spirit stones had more than 400,000. Overall, those who bet on Poison Demon to win still made up the majority. After all, one was in the late stage of foundation establishment, one was only foundation establishment, one was infamous, and one had just made a bit of a fierce reputation. Fellow Daoist Zhu, I've bet 5,000 spirit stones on you. You must win. Yang Wenlong prayed to the sky. Only bet 5,000. If it's allowed, I'll directly bet my entire fortune on it. Fan Bin said confidently. Others do not know, but he has seen the power of the soul suppressor bell. Only with this one magic treasure. Basically a sure win. You think so highly of him? That's natural. Just wait and see what happens. In midair, Zhu Yudao and the southern border poisonous devil stood opposite each other. Kid, Master is now short of spirit stones, that's why I'm taking you for a ride. If you're sensible, I'll let you die a painful death, otherwise, you'll suffer the most brutal way of death in the world. TSK, your whole body will ulcerate until you reveal your white bones. At that time, you still can't die until your bones are all crispy. The process takes about 3 days. How about that? Which death do you choose? Zhu Yudao listened to the other party's long-windedness for half a day. It seems that the release time of your poisonous power is a bit long. How about it? Are you ready now? I can't believe you saw that. But it's too late. Right after the sound of the start, a small tripod flew into midair and quickly formed a transparent spatial boundary, which was similar to a drawing board, but the range was expanded tenfold and was framing Zhu Yudao within it. In the next moment, a black ball of light shot out before bursting with a loud bang, and a poisonous fog filled the boundary. The poison demon hadn't stopped yet, and with a touch of the imperial spirit ring, thousands of poisonous bees flew out. Zhu Yudao certainly wouldn't wait for a beating. Just as the other party was casting their means, they quickly approached. This person was prepared. An extremely thick treasure shield swirled around and his body was replaced with a battle armor. At the same time, Fancy Imperial Sword walked to avoid encountering a frontal attack. Fan Bin frowned. High defense plus evasion. This is a fight of attrition. Bullying Brother Juice cultivation is not as good as his. It's not just a matter of fighting for consumption. Those poisonous mists and poisonous insects have the ability to sustain attacks, as long as the defense is broken. Fellow Taoist Juice situation is worrisome. The best thing to do is to break through the boundary. I'm afraid it won't be easy. That little tripod is at least a top-grade magic treasure, and the boundary it releases may not be able to be broken by an ordinary top-grade magic treasure. As he was talking, in the boundary, Zhu Yudao suddenly threw out a black chain. Poison Demon parried with a treasure shield and then continued his windy walk. However, after the treasure shield was struck by the chains, it let out a mournful cry and its aura dissipated. Without waiting for him to figure out the situation, the chain had already wrapped around him like a spiritual snake. He hastily fended it off with the wind wall technique. With just a moment's delay, the wind was met with a slash. Blade light bursts out. Several zhang giant blade on the body. The poisonous devil was split into 2 halves. Website transcoding content is incomplete. Exit the transcoding page, or download no ads to read the site. Transcoding content is incomplete. Exit the transcoding page or download welcome. That's the end of it? The room was silent for several breaths. Then murmurs rose. Yang Wenlong smacked his lips. 20 breaths. Only 20 breaths. Even Long Zhenkong may not be able to do that, right? The poison demon is seeking death on his own. Knowing that Brother Zhu is good at melee combat, he still wants to confine himself to that kind of narrow space. In addition, the treasures in Brother Zhu's hand, they are really quite a lot. That lock chain is quite something. To be able to shatter a magic treasure's aura with a single blow, it can only be Black Prison Underworld Iron. This chain is comparable to a top-grade magic treasure. Don't talk about that. We've made a lot of money today. Ha ha. The two immediately ran to the betting center to cash in their prizes. Tan Jiaoxiao's face was cloudy. He didn't care about the death of a poison demon. The problem was that he had just lost 10,000 spirit stones, and was already short-handed, so he was even more stretched. And then look at Zhu, someone happy to collect that valuable treasure tripod, and that very thick treasure shield, after touching the corpse and then ran to redeem the prize. This wave of earning a lot of money, envy, jealousy, hate. He wanted to put Zhu Yudao to death more and more. However, the Jindan stage was not allowed to go on stage, so he could only be anxious. Zhao Qinian flew up to the high platform. The death of that Dao Yu just now. I'm very saddened, but it's unavoidable to have some injuries in martial arts fighting. Next, which other Dao Yu comes up to perform martial arts? I'll do it. A midget with a height of only 3 feet flew onto the stage, and as soon as this person came up, he caused a lot of discussion. Obviously not a nameless person. Yang Wenlong began to show off his family knowledge again. If I'm not wrong, this one is most likely the 3-foot earth spirit devil Lu Kuan. This person's fame is not as good as the poison devil, but his strength is second only to the 3 Jie and 4 Mungers. In the early years of the difference of one move to lose in the flow of Cloud's clan Shijingtian's hand, this thought that the conjugation of Dan failed to die, did not think that's still alive. After making a brief self-introduction, the 3-foot earth spirit demon said, I'm also short of money, so I wonder if I can continue to challenge the bloody-handed maniacal demon? Zhao Qinian's face flickered with a strange color. According to the reasoning, one person competing in one match is enough. But if the bloody-handed fiend is willing to accept your invitation to fight, this sect won't stop it. Lu Kuan turned his head. Bloody-handed fiend, dare you fight me? Zhu Yudao really didn't want to fight again, but in front of so many people, He couldn't admit defeat. Just wait a moment. I'll place my bet. When I reached the betting point, I didn't hesitate to bet myself 10,000 again. Only the odds have become much smaller. Betting 10,000. Winning can only earn 1,000. Seeing this, Fan Bin and Yang Wenlong immediately pulled out 10,000 spirit stones as well. Quite a few more bets were placed. This time, it was a very even bet, which showed that the strength that Zhu Yudao had just displayed had caused some people to change their views. After placing his bet, he flew into mid-air with his imperial sword. Lu Kuan also flew into mid-air. The two of them were tall and short. One was dry and the other was Kwai. A stark contrast. Fellow Daoist Zhu, can we begin? Yes. Lu Kuan took out a yellow flag that was even bigger than his head. And the flag shook. And yellow sand filled the sky. And the strange thing was that this yellow sand gathered but did not disperse, and did not fall to the ground at all. Zhu Yudao seemed to have encountered infinite resistance within this yellow sand. His movement speed greatly reduced, while the light shield formed by the Kuan Yuanjin deity was shaking, obviously due to a sustained attack. Feeling the aura of the Earth Spirit Fiend, he instantly guessed the origin of that flag. It should be the yellow sand miasma made with Earth Spirit crystals as the main material. The yellow sand miasma restricted movement and consumed defense, and the real killing move followed. A ray of lightning was continuously emitted from one of the fixed cones. Movement was restricted, and like a series of crossbow-like thunderbolts, it was impossible to completely dodge out of the way. A blow to the astral shield breaks. With another blow, the amulet light broke, leaving a charred blackness on the vestments. The third blow was stopped by a wall of earth. On the fourth strike, Zhu Yudao had a huge turtle shell in his hand. This turtle shell is exactly the extreme magic weapon that Niu Dali gave him. He was too ugly and never took it out. He originally wanted to find someone to refine it into a magic treasure, and facing the lightning attack, he had to take it out in case of emergency. The thunder light released by the thunder light cone, although it could attack continuously, the attack power was not yet as good as the 5 elements thunder art, and it could not break the defense when it hit the turtle shell. With his safety temporarily guaranteed, Zhu Yudao attempted to get out of the range of the yellow sand miasma. However, this yellow sand miasma actually moved with him. Can't get out of the range of the yellow sand miasma. Then attack. He searched for Lu Kuan to fight. However, the other party within the yellow sand miasma is not restricted in the slightest, but also able to perform the art of earth disappearance. It is simply impossible to catch up. Naturally, the means of close combat cannot be brought into play. Fan Bin seemed to be even more anxious than Zhu Yudao. How come he didn't use that treasure? Which baby? Can't tell you. Don't you see? Your good buddy's weakness has been found. What weakness? Long-range attack power is insufficient. Like this situation, shouldn't it be casting long-range attacks to suppress and not allow the opponent to cast spells with ease? Fan Bin thought about it. He hadn't really seen any other attacks used other than seeing Zhu Yudao use the royal sword technique. If that's the case, this inning is really in trouble. What did he take out? Yang Wenlong wondered. Looks like a bun. He's not hungry, is he? It's possible. When all the cultivators, convinced that what he took out was a bun and opened it, the whole room was stunned. What a rice bucket! When Changha muttered, "Father, he's done this not once or twice, as if eating replenishes his strength." When Tai Lai said, "Humph, worthy of being a disciple of a demonic beast." In many people's eyes, Zhu Yudao eating was more like an incentive for Lu Kuan to fight him head-on rather than keep circling around within the yellow sand miasma. Lu Kuan, who had been famous for decades, didn't change his tactics because of this provocation. Instead, he kept consuming the defense of the turtle armor phantasmal artifact. This item's defense would be strengthened quite a bit if it was upgraded to a phantom, but right now it was still an extremely high-grade phantomal artifact, extremely different, and it wouldn't take long for it to be damaged. After a tea time, the large turtle shell had already dimmed its spiritual light, and it was obvious that it was not far from being damaged. Just as Lu Kuan was about to make another effort, a top-grade magic shield appeared again. The shield only resisted the lightning a dozen times before it was on the verge of destruction. Then, the medium-grade Dharma shield was sacrificed again. This medium artifact Dharma shield only resisted the lightning for 3 times before it failed. All the cultivators thought that this was a sign that Zhu was at his wit's end. However, the thick basalt shield was taken out again. When he saw this, Wen Tai Lai couldn't help but burst out. "This is trouble." "What's the trouble?" Wen Shanghai couldn't help but ask curiously. "He has a lot of these shields. That 3-foot earth spirit demon. Even if he fights until nightfall, there's no way to break the defense. So, he won again?" "Father, you don't know. He doesn't lack long-range attack means. The running thunder sword technique will also be used. Just now I was wondering why he didn't use the royal sword technique, but now it's clear. He's fighting a war of attrition." when Changhua also dawned on him. Lu Kuan was a cultivator of the same period as him, and his cultivation level was also similar to his. The spiritual energy of the Foundation Establishment Great Perfection was certainly several times stronger than that of the early Foundation Establishment stage. However, using the Yellow Sand Miasma and Thunder Light Cone, two magic treasures at the same time, the consumption of spiritual energy was not normally large. Then look at Zhu Yudao. Apart from the body protecting spiritual light and the defense magic weapon, where was there any consumption of spiritual energy? Compare the two and the answer cries out. Lu Kuan was not a fool, and after destroying the third shield, Xian Iron Shield, he had already gained insight into Zhu Yudao's intentions. But what's the point of knowing? He didn't have any other means available to him other than casting more powerful spells that consumed more spiritual energy. However, if this continues to wear out, the one who loses will definitely be himself. He was also a decisive person, immediately stopping the output of the Thunder Light Cone. His hands printed and performed the spells in succession, but just as his spell was about to be released, dang! The sound was not loud, and only bizarre runic patterns floated away. However, he was struck by lightning, and the interruption of the spell suddenly formed a backlash. Then, a stone-cold slash arrived. Another cut. Site transcoding content is incomplete. Exit transcoding page, or download ad-free reading. Site transcoding content is incomplete. Exit transcoding page or download. Welcome. Quiet, with only the wind blowing and the drifting yellow sand. Then there was an uproar. From dominance, to the point of dying without a body, but for 2 breaths. Is this what the bloody-handed maniac is all about? Originally there were people who were eager to try, but at this time, all of them extinguished that heat. From the southern border poisonous devil to the 3-foot earth spirit devil, which one is a simple character? As a result, all of them are dead. How many of the Foundation Establishment cultivators dare to say that they can be compared to them? Therefore, one can't win against Zhu Yudao in a single fight, and with martial arts, only one-on-one is allowed. Seeing him calmly collected the Yellow Sand Miasma, collected the lightning cone, took away Lu Kuan's 2 Chinkuan bags. Everyone is itching. If you get Zhu dead, the 3 devils of the goods is not all in the bag? At this moment, not only those Foundation Establishment stage moved to secretly conspire, but even some of the Jindan who were watching, were also moved. Zhu Yudao collected the loot, exchanged the rewards, and returned to his original position. Brother Zhu, the timing of you taking out that bell was just right. TSK, holding back that big move in a hurry. Fan Bin greeted him with a look of honor. It's just a coincidence. Who knows what big move he's holding back? I know. Yang Wenlong interjected. Oh, what's the big move? The 3-foot earth spirit demon's famous skill is called the demon god possession technique, which can summon extraterrestrial demonic thoughts to possess one's body, and one's strength can be increased by several times in an instant. It's because of this that he's called the earth spirit demon. So it is. Fellow Daoist Zhu, if you win a few more rounds, we'll make more money this time. I'll treat you later. How about this? You challenge me and I pretend to lose. Won't that make more money? Yang Wenlong thought about it and thought it was a good idea. But, in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. You're not thinking of killing me too, are you? How could I? Am I like that? You're not? No, better forget it. I've made enough for today. Take what I can get. 5 games have been played in the second half of the drill. Zhao Qinian once again flew onto the stage. Time is running out. Who else is going to perform the maneuver? If not, today's maneuver will end here. I'll do it. A masked cultivator flew onto the ring. Is it inconvenient for the Taoist to show his face? Not with a bruised face. Are you going to challenge the blood-handed fiend as well? No, I'm not challenging him. The one I want to challenge is Wan Hai. Zhao Qinian didn't know who Wan Hai was, and the onlooker cultivators were also at a loss. Fine. If you want to challenge Wang, let's end our grudge today. But wait until I place my bet first. This one placed 2,000 spirit stones on himself to win, and then flew in the air with his sword. Listening to what was said, the two seemed to have a grudge, and some good gamblers began to place their bets. Though not many, there were a dozen of them. Yang Wenlong would have liked to gamble again, but, having just said that he would quit when he saw a good thing, it is really not good for him to hit his own face. There was no nonsense. The two of them fought in the air. You royal sword technique. I also royal sword technique. You spells. I also spells. Why do I get the feeling that these two are acting? It looks pretty intense, but it's actually faking the fight. There were quite a few on the scene who could tell, and everyone even guessed what would happen next. And sure enough, the masked man was caught in a bad move and fled. The cultivator known as Wang Hai went ahead to redeem the rewards before going after them. Zhao Qinian could certainly see the problem, but he didn't reveal it because the one who benefited the most from this kind of was still Spirit Martial Sect, the banker. Only, People aren't stupid, and while some people want to follow the law, no one is betting on it anymore. If there is no continuation of the maneuvers, this is the fire for today, and the festivities will continue tomorrow. No one answered. Zhao Qinian declared the first day of the festival closed. Returning to the Uli Inn, he ate a big meal invited by Yang Wenlong, and after entering the room, he opened the isolation prohibition. First, he took out the 4 newly acquired magic treasures, a small tripod, a precious shield, the Thunder Light Cone and the Yellow Sand Miasma. Thunder Light Cone's attack power was weak, but it was superior in that it could sustain attacks and could be used as a regular magic weapon. The Yellow Sand Miasma's enemy limiting effect was very good, and he also intended to use it as an alternate magic treasure after sacrificing it. Looking at this small tripod again, there were the words 10,000 poisons on the tripod, as well as mysterious patterns, indicating that this might not just be a magic treasure for trapping enemies. The treasure shield was only of inferior quality, but it was much thicker than an ordinary treasure shield, slightly less flexible, but with significantly more defense. He was used to paying attention to strengthening his defenses, so naturally, he had to make sacrifices as well. There was no hurry in sacrificing the magic treasure. So let's first take stock of the loot. Open the Poison Demon storage bracelet. Oh, so much. What was more than enough was not spirit stones, but various bottles and jars, at least 300 to 400 of them. Take them out and check them out one by one. Fire Scorpion Venom, Sand Scorpion Venom, Spirit Ring Snake Venom, Turquoise Scale Snake Venom, Earth Fire Fury. Check it out. It's basically all poison and poison fury. Looking at the rest, apart from more than 1,000 spirit stones, some demonic beast materials, and some miscellaneous items, only a jade slip and 2 pamphlets remained. This jade sketch was an extremely rare purple jade that looked very ancient. After checking it out, it was actually an inheritance jade slip from a sect called the 10,000 Poison Sect. The inheritance consisted of a technique called the 10,000 Poison Scripture, and the 10,000 Poison Tripod. After reading the contents of the 10,000 Poison Scripture, Zhu Yudao sucked in a breath of cool air. The southern border poison demon should be preparing to coalesce the 7-colored poison pill before preparing these materials. If he really condensed into a 7-colored poison dan, he would be almost invincible at the Jindan stage, and could even challenge an ordinary Yuaning when he reached his grand completion. However, the cost of cultivating this poisonous skill was not small. First of all, one had to refine 100 poisons, and in the process, one would cause the whole body to fester due to poisoning, and suffer pains that were difficult for normal people to endure. Secondly, you can't double cultivate or the other party to the double cultivation will be poisoned. This kind of vicious gongfu, Zhu Yudao could not cultivate it no matter what. However, the secret arts that came with the 10,000 Poison Scripture made his heart flutter a bit. The poisonous deadly finger, the 1,000 poisonous hands, the spirit poison devouring body, and so on. Each power is remarkable. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he didn't let the poisonous demon utilize these tactics. Otherwise it would really be enough for him to drink a pot of water. There was no way to cultivate these secret arts, which were all rooted in the cultivation of the 10,000 Poison Sutra. However, it seemed good to use this set of gongfu to sell it for money, or to find someone with a special physique to cultivate it. Put away the 10,000 Poison Sutra and those bottles and jars. Picking up 2 more pamphlets. One was about alchemy, and it was clearly written on the purple jade sketch that the Poison Dragon Tripod, apart from being able to release a boundary that could trap an enemy and defend itself, could also be used to concoct pills, with a success rate that was 1 to 2% higher than that of a normal treasure tripod. Don't underestimate this to 20%. If placed in the hands of an alchemist, the value of this tripod would not even be exchanged with an extreme weapon treasure. To Zhu Yudao, this benefit was a bit redundant. He was looking at it purely for its usefulness in trapping the enemy. It was only when he finished sacrificing the Poison Dragon Tripod that he realized that this treasure was actually chicken ribs for him, because it actually took 10 breaths to activate the boundary restriction on it, and after such a long period of time, the person would have already been dead through and through. The other pamphlet was the Sentinel Arts, from the Bamboo Mountain Sect. The Bamboo Mountain Sect, was also good at using poison, but they were better at imperializing poisonous parasites and poisonous insects. Poisonous parasites can kill people invisibly, and poisonous insects can make it difficult for people to sleep and eat. So many people talk about the Bamboo Mountain Sect, such as the Giant Sword Sect, which is a lot stronger than the Bamboo Mountain Sect, but can only be allowed to be entrenched in the south. Zhu Yudao obtained an Imperial Spirit Ring from the Poison Demon, which contained poisonous bees. He planned to take the time to remove these poisonous bees and use them as a nest for the Earth-Armored Dragon, so as to save that guy from living in the soul-gathering coffin and roaring from time to time, giving people no peace of mind. After inventorying the body of the poisonous devil, and open one of the 2 Chinkuan bags of Lukuan. See the side of the face of the things, suddenly eyes wide open, shouted 2 good guys. Website transcoding content is incomplete. Exit the transcoding page, or download without ads to read the site. Transcoding content is incomplete. Exit transcoding page or download. Welcome. Earth Spirit Crystals, collecting Fury bottles. The entire Chinkuan bag contained only these 2 things. Where does the Earth Spirit Crystal come from? Zhu Yudao could have guessed with his toes that, while the 3-foot Earth Spirit Demon was on the other hand good at Earth escaping, obtaining the Earth Spirit Crystals from the Iceplane Rift Valley was simply a no-brainer. However, what he couldn't figure out was that since the other party had so many treasures in their hands, why didn't they show up instead of looking for their own trouble? He opened the large-capacity Chinkuan bag again. Spirit stones at least have a small 100,000. In the foundation establishment stage of the body, definitely not low. The lower-grade magic treasure also has 3 pieces. Tian Yuan 5 elements formation flag set. There are also many rare ores. How to look at it does not look like a lack of spirit stones with the person. There were dozens of pill bottles, and when he checked them, he found that most of them were Peiyuan Dan and Yijing Dan, which were medicines that strengthened the root and cultivated the vitality and replenished the essence. Could it be that the Earth Spirit Demon was also a body alchemist? Zhu Yudao didn't feel like it. Looking at the books again, there were 2 jade slips, 1 volume of silk, and 4 pamphlets. The thing he wished to obtain the most was the Earth Escape technique. If he learned the Earth Escape technique, his life would be greatly guaranteed in the future. However, looking at the 2 jade slips disappointed him. One was the thick earth technique and the other was a jade slip about refining weapons. Looking at the silk book again, what was recorded was none other than the Earth Spirit Demon's famous stance, the Demon God Possession technique. After browsing through this set of magic skills, it suddenly dawned on him that it was no wonder that he had to prepare so many Peiyuan pills and essence-benefiting pills. So it turned out that this set of magic skills was using the burning of blood chi as a price for a short period of time to increase his battle power. It sounds like it might be good to deplete the blood and take a pill to get it back. In fact, every time it does, it takes a considerable toll on the body. Zhu Yudao couldn't help but touch his chin. It seemed like he wasn't afraid of this kind of situation. So could this kind of magic skill be practiced? He couldn't decide for a moment, and waited until he had the chance to ask Nyo Dali for advice. Next, he checked 4 more pamphlets, 1 on material identification, 1 on taking over the flesh, 1 on the sword art, and the remaining 1 was on health maintenance. Do monks need to be nourished? Can't you just work hard to improve your cultivation? Next, he found the life extension pill from a few bottles, and his previous doubts were solved. After all, the Earth Spirit Demon did not come for his goods, but for himself because of the cultivation of magic power, so that the life expectancy greatly reduced, and there is no way to quickly condense Jindan. So the temporary intention fell in love with this body of his. The harvest is not small, but there is no most desired earth escape, happy and slightly regretful. Putting all his belongings in separate categories, especially those collecting Fury bottles and Earth Spirit crystals. With these, Spirit Fury True Element he could use them without any limitations. The next step was to sacrifice the magic treasure, and it wasn't until the morning that it was completed, and when he came out of the meditation, it was already past the hour. Fellow Daoist Yan went to the celebration first, saying that you can send him a transmission note if there's something wrong. Zhu Yudao thought about the fact that today's celebration was about accepting disciples, which wasn't much fun, and decided to go to the Spirit Martial Tower to try out. First, he came to the Spiritual Martial Sex Pagoda, and hearing that he was going to the Spiritual Martial Pagoda, someone specially guided him there, and found that in front of an ancient and majestic pagoda, there were already several people waiting here. Seeing him come over, these people seemed to have encountered a ghost as if they were all showing nervousness. He took out his own buns and spirit tea and ate them while waiting. After about a pillar of incense, a teleportation boundary flashed, and someone came out from it, and stumbled, with an extremely wretched image. Brother Lee, how is it? The puppets on the 10th floor are too perverted to pass, and the rewards of the previous 9 floors are too trashy, so I've lost money this time. If you've paid your money, you have to practice even if it's too much of a loss. An old voice came from the tower, less nagging. Next, Zhu Yudao waited for more than an hour before it was his turn, and when he entered the hall, an old man with a beard and hair examined his number plate and took out a jade talisman and a green Vajra sword and handed it over. All magic weapons, magic treasures and talismans are forbidden in the tower. If you can't hold out, stimulate the jade talisman to exit, and each layer can't exceed a maximum of 1 pillar of incense time, or else you'll be regarded as having failed the trial and be forcibly teleported away. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Go on. As he spoke, a teleportation boundary surfaced. Zhu Yudao entered the boundary, and in the next moment appeared in an octagonal space. An organ puppet war wolf, lying on the platform in the center. This space was about 3 feet square, and the space to vacate was very limited, so it was basically too late to cast spells other than instantaneous basic spells. Only after surveying the surroundings of the place did the organ golem slowly stand up and leisurely walk over with square steps. Zhu Yudao had the intention of comparing, the difference between an organ puppet and a beast puppet, and did not rush to attack, and this organ puppet circled around him, but it didn't even take the initiative to attack. In order not to waste time, he tentatively sent out a cleaving palm, then the puppet flew up and didn't move after landing on the ground. That's too weak? It would take at least 3 slaps to disable the beast puppet, and with this organ puppet, he was still only attacking tentatively, not exerting any force at all. A box popped up on the platform while a teleportation boundary surfaced. Picking up the box up, inside was an elixir. He recognized at once that it was a grain-preventing elixir. Spare him the mental preparation, but also did not expect the spiritual martial sect would be so stingy. A bottle of pure Valley Dan, only 5 spirit stones. This layer of rewards. Actually only 1. He really do not know how to describe the mood at this time. Enter the knot and come to the second level. The environment was exactly the same, except that the platform was lying on 2 organ wolves. With the experience of the first layer, 1 palm at a time, the second layer of the trial ended. Another box popped up. It can't be 2 pills of Pasach, can it? When I opened it, I guessed wrongly that it was 2 Peiyuan Dan. Next, he didn't bother wasting time, entering the 3rd floor, encountering 3 organ wolves, and obtaining a bite of a lower-grade flying sword. On the 4th level, an organ panther, moving swiftly quite a bit, but the battle strength, not yet as good as the first-order demonic beast blizzard leopard. The same strike ends with 10 bonus basic spells. On the 5th level, 2 organ leopards, end the battle in 3 breaths, and receive a bonus spirit jade. On the 6th level, the 3-headed organ leopard, end the battle in 10 breaths, and receive the reward fire rain technique. On the 7th floor, an organized kintooth tiger ends the battle with a single blow, earning you a basalt iron shield. 8th level, 2 organ tigers, resolved in 10 breaths, obtaining a medium-grade magic weapon flying sword. 9th floor, 3-headed organ tiger, 15 breaths to end the battle, gained the ethereal art divine thunder art. The first 9 floors passed, adding up to only 1 T-light. The old man who had verified the number plate before had a flash of color in his eyes, and then he played a spell. Zhu Yudao entered the 10th floor, and before he could see what the situation was here, a huge figure had already swooped over. He hastily dodged, but he didn't want to, but a whip-like object, lashed at his body, and the protective astral shield on his body almost collapsed. Without waiting to stabilize himself, the sharp claws scratched at his face again. Hurriedly, monstrous power punch, fists and claws collided, and the huge body fell back several steps, the claws having shattered. Zhu Yudao also retreated a step back, the force of the recoil, so that his hands slightly trembled. At this time he Fong see clearly. The attack on him is a height of more than 1 jung 5 feet of the organ ape. Just now the outbreak of the battle strength, definitely in the 2nd stage above the demonic beasts. No wonder that the front of the trial of a few people, all failed, not to mention the chi refining stage, even if it is the foundation establishment stage that is not majoring in martial arts. In the case of not using magic treasures and only relying on force, it is almost very difficult to fight over the 2nd-order demonic beasts, coupled with the lack of mental preparation, which is why they will be defeated in a dry manner. The organ beast, which had broken one of its claws, did not lose its ability to fight and got up to pounce again. Zhu Yudao raised his hand and slapped his palm. A spiritual light appeared. The puppet beast was knocked back, not waiting for it to build up its strength to charge forward again. A kick flew, and the organ ape was kicked away. In the previous layers, receiving such a heavy blow was basically the end, but as a result, this organ ape opened its mouth but sent out a thunderbolt. Zhu Yudao was caught off guard and hit. Fortunately, the body shield offset most of the thunder force, otherwise it would not be a loss. This organ ape climbed up and lunged again. Weird power punch. 1 person and 1 puppet, ruthlessly collided together. The puppet flew out backwards, sparingly, scattering various parts all over the place. Zhu Yudao, however, only took a few steps back. Another box pops up on the platform. It's not going to be broken again, is it? Site transcoding content is incomplete. Exit the transcoding page, or download no ads to read. The site transcoding content is incomplete. Exit the transcoding page or download a better experience. Faster updates please come to experience. Welcome. Opening the lid of the box. Inside was a jade slip. Zhu Yudao had encountered it before, and there were jade sketches that were all spells and such. Scanning through the jade slip, The first thing that was reflected in his sea of consciousness was the three-word spirit martial skill, which surprised him abnormally. However, in the next moment, his face collapsed again. It was the spirit martial technique, no doubt, but it directly skipped the first 4 layers and was directly the 5th layer of the divine ability. The hell! He really wanted to break into a few curses, but thinking that the people manipulating the spirit martial tower might hear him, he held back. Entering the 11th floor, his guard was up. Sure enough, as soon as he came in, he was met with a burst of flame. By virtue of the monstrous power punch, the shark shift formed. He got rid of the continuous attacks of the organ beast, and only then did he see clearly that the one attacking him was an organ fire lizard whose body was glowing with flames. Not only can this thing spit out large fireballs, but its tail can sweep back and forth like a whip, and its tongue is like a chain that can be coiled or wrapped around it. Slightly acclimatized to the organ fire lizard's attack, Xu Yudao began to take the initiative to attack, and when faced with the curling tongue, he reached out and caught it like lightning, but he didn't want the tail to sweep over again, and he hurriedly faced his back with a burst of spiritual light, carrying the blow hard, and then pulled violently. I thought I could pull this tongue off, but who knows? It just stretched a bit. Then the big fireball hit him head on and he had to dodge. In the next moment, facing the sweeping tail, he once again caught it and then threw this huge organ puppet out. The old man inside the hall of the spirit martial tower couldn't help but show his astonishment. This 4th-ranked organ fire lizard was at least more than 500 pounds. How much strength did it have to be to do this? The machine fire lizard fell hard, but without pain. It boned up and climbed back out, spewing fireballs again. Xu Yudao seemed to have found a way to deal with this organ beast. When the tail swept again, he grabbed the tail again and again, forcibly giving it a flip over so that its belly was facing upwards. With that, he struck out with his fist, shattering the spirit stone that was owed onto the golem's groove. Without a source of power, the organ puppet instantly became immobile. Another box popped up on the platform, but this time it was a long one. He didn't rush to open the blind box, but swallowed a few Peiyuan Dan to replenish his blood qi. The organ beasts on the 11th floor had already made him feel a little tricky, and the ones on the next floor were bound to be even more difficult to deal with, so he had to adjust his state a little. Rubbing his hands together, he opened the blind box, and inside was a lower-grade magic flying sword. When others saw this, they would be very happy, because a sword like this, at least 10,000 spirit stones, equals to investing 1,000 and earning 10 times the return. However, he couldn't be happy because it wasn't what he wanted. When he entered the 12th floor, the first thing he did was to feel icy cold all over his body. In the next moment, ice cones that covered the sky shot out. Instant and earth wall spell. He then transformed into several figures, making it impossible to recognize the real one. However, a chi of strange coldness instantly filled the entire space. No matter if it was real or illusory, all of them were frozen. On the platform, a frost centipede with 4 pairs of wings lifted its wings and rushed at the barely moving Xu Yudao and pounced, with 2 pairs of fangs, like 4 bone-picking knives. As long as they bit together, steel and iron bones could be broken by them. However, the slow-moving Xu Yudao slammed a front. The fist disliked the organ beast's mouth so hard that a pair of 4 fangs broke off, and its entire body was blown away. Before he could climb up, a suction force, again forcibly sucked it over, and then 2 dragon-like spiritual power impacted out, and then pressed it hard on top of the wall. As usual, it was still a punch that shattered the embedded spirit stone. The old man in the hall revealed a look of emotion. What a powerful little fellow. It's a pity not to join my spirit martial sect. What? You've gotten up the urge to take on a disciple? A robust figure surfaced beside him. It was clearly the spirit martial sect's head ancestor, Dou Zenixing. So what if I want to? They're not from our sect. This is a loose cultivator, known as the Bloody-Handed Fiend, formerly an outcast of the Flying Dragon sect. No wonder he can use the Flying Dragon battle technique. TSK, that old fox Wu Jingzhong. How could he spare such a genius? The specifics are not yet known, but this son has made a big deal with the Giant Sword sect, and Tan Jiuxia wants us to make things easier for him. Humph. The Giant Sword sect is used to being overbearing. Do they really think that everyone has to give him face? The problem is, the offer he's making is just mind-blowing. What conditions? They plan to destroy the Flying Dragon sect, so they can dispose of half of us at that time. Oh, what a big pie. I'm just afraid I won't be able to give it up again when the time comes. So we hesitate to agree. Senior brother, you are accustomed to power. I hope you help to take an idea. The old man thought for a moment. The traveling immortal sect won't sit back and watch. The spirit beast mountain won't let us grow bigger. And the hidden worries of the Giant Sword sect haven't been resolved. So this is 80% hopeless. However, since they want us to make things easier, let him show his sincerity first. Don't just talk without practicing. In addition, secretly inform the Flying Dragon sect again and ask for one more favor. If they really fight, we can sit back and watch the tigers fight, and then be the yellow bird after the mantis mends the cicada. Ha ha, as expected of the resourceful Sun Wuyo. If you can become an infant, what a sight our sect would be. Zhao Master Nephew is also good. In terms of the ability to make money, I'm not as good as him, and the sect is most lacking in spirit stones nowadays. When he said that, he suddenly gave a start. That kid is going to pass. On the 13th floor of the Spirit Martial Tower, Zhu Yudao was facing a Jiaolong organ beast. This organ beast, not only could it release thunder and lightning, it could also send out phantom attacks, and its defense was even higher. So it could be said that the two organ beasts from before combined did not know how powerful this one was. Zhu Yudao wanted to give up, but in the previous level, he obtained the first layer of the spiritual martial technique, so he was looking forward to the final level. If he could get the third layer of the technique, he would have made a lot of money this time. Thus, in the face of the augur organ beast phantom attack, he suddenly didn't care. His fists rained out attacks, and while being slapped by the organ beast, his fists also struck the organ beast head several times. Wound for wound. Is this kid crazy? Fighting with an organ beast? Inside the hall, both of their divine senses were locked onto the 13th floor. It's not the same, he only got hit once. The organ beast got hit 3 times. He earned 2. In the next moment, Zhu Yudao and the organ beast disliked the bombardment once again. Then they all flew out backwards again. He's earned 3 strikes this time. So fast. Why do I feel like this stance looks a bit familiar? The two looked at each other before uttering 3 words in unison. Mad Demon Fist. What did I say? This kid's fighting style is so familiar. So it's that old demon who trained him. Now I understand why this kid came out of the Flying Dragon sect. With the unicorn monster gone, can he still remain in the sect? That should be it. It seems that we can't sell him to the giant sword sect just yet. Otherwise, that old demon will be really hard to deal with when he starts to go crazy. The old man pondered for a moment. Then we'll sell him a favor, but we won't let him get our benefits for nothing. Oh, how does senior brother want to sell his favor? He used Spirit Light 100 intensity before. It's 80% that he's coming for the Spirit Martial Technique follow-up technique. So turn around and give him the Spirit Martial Technique and explain the giant sword sect's intentions, and then ask him to help us with one thing? You're not planning, are you, to have him make a trip to the central continent? Why not? If you learn the spirit martial skill, you can fight in our place, and if you get the benefits, he will also have a share. Both sides will benefit. Why not? Do Zhanxiong thought for a moment, and asked him about his years. If he's over 30 now, that's not appropriate. On the 13th floor of the Spirit Martial Tower, Zhu Yudao executed the Mad Demon Fist, and it was with great difficulty that he was able to burst the organ beast, and he himself felt like his bones were falling apart. From the time of cultivation until now, he had never been hit so many times. If he didn't have the body protecting true deity, if he hadn't reached the mortal bone realm, if his flesh had been tempered, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a continuous exchange of injuries. The end result was not bad. The organ beast fell first before his blood chi dropped to 100. 2 beneficial essence stand to hang on to the continuously declining blood chi, and then wildly ate Peiyuan Dan. But, after waiting for half a day, the reward for passing the level is delayed. Could it be that this spiritual martial arts sect is going to play tricks? Website transcoding content is incomplete. Exit transcoding page, or download no ads to read the site transcoding content is incomplete. Exit the transcoding page or download a better experience. Faster update please come to experience. Welcome. Each level of the Spirit Martial Tower was limited to 1 pillar of incense. Zhu Yudao's delay at the 13th floor was not short, and in the blink of an eye, a pillar of incense had passed. However, he was neither forcibly teleported nor did the reward arrive. Under impatience, he was in the process of stimulating the jade talisman when a figure emerged. The same old man who was inspecting the number plates in the hall. I've kept you waiting. The pagoda organ is aging and malfunctioning. I've come to present you with the award in person. Thank you, Elder. Well, you're the first cultivator to pass the first trial in the last 50 years, so there are 2 types of rewards. You can choose either one. Elder, please speak. The first, as per the original pass reward, is a lower grade defensive magic treasure. A lower grade defensive magic treasure, which was worth a lot more than a lower grade flying sword, was worth a lot more than a lower grade flying sword. However, this was not what Zhu Yudao needed. The second one is the second layer of the spiritual martial arts technique. The old man was watching his words as he spoke. The second layer of the spirit martial skill, Zhu Yudao already had it, so it was better to ask for a magic treasure to make it worthwhile. Then I'll choose the first reward. Oh, aren't you interested in the spirit martial skill? I'm interested, but bits and pieces of feats are meaningless to me. so I might as well ask for a magic treasure. That makes sense. It's not like the matter of feats is non-negotiable. Zhu Yudao heard something in his words. How to discuss. Instead of saying it directly, the old man abruptly changed the topic. Do you know that you are in danger now? Elder wouldn't want to kill someone just because of this reward, right? That's not true, but someone is willing to spend 100,000 spirit stones to buy your head. Zhu Yudao's heart was in awe. He had actually forgotten that not only would cultivators in this world kill for 100,000 spirit stones, the sects actually did it as well. However, since the other party had taken the initiative to say it, they must have taken a little bit of the face of a large sect into consideration. The spirit martial sect is a great sect, so it shouldn't be so bad as to do such a thing for a mere 100,000, right? 100,000 is certainly not enough. If you add a few times more, it's possible, then I'm relieved. Right now the giant sword sect is very poor. Tan Jiuxiao can't take so many spirit stones. Oh, how can you be so sure? Last time their sect died at Jindan, the storage bracelet only had more than 10,000 spirit stones. I really haven't seen such a poor Jindan. The old man couldn't help but have his essence flash chaotically. He didn't think that Zhu Yudao had the ability to hunt and kill Jindan. So who killed Jindan? The answer cries out. How has your master been? Another borderline topic change. Zhu Yudao froze for a moment, then nodded. His old man is fine, so he should have succeeded in crossing the threshold. Naturally, the old man sighed languidly. His luck is better than mine. Senior failed to transform? What transformation failure? I just failed to form a baby. Well, what exactly does Senior want to say when he beats around the bush? Then I'll get right to the point. The spirit martial skill can be given to you, but there's an additional condition. Zhu Yudao guessed that there would be such a condition. I wish to hear about it. The spirit martial sect, along with the martial saint sect of the central continent, and the Yuanwu sect of the western continent, are originally from the same origin, and the three sects have a tradition of holding a fighting assembly every 100 years. The winner would be able to obtain half of the Brahma heavenly sacred fruit, in the Brahma heavenly mystic realm, and the loser would only be able to share the remaining half equally, and by consuming the Brahma victory fruit, it will enable the refining of the body to reach the level of a physical body crossing over. Oh, there's such a thing in the world? Otherwise, why do you think that in today's era of scarce resources, our spirit martial sect still has an endless stream of body refiners? It all depends on the help of this spirit fruit. Your sect's cultivators are not bad in battle, so there should be no shortage of manpower? You're right. The problem is, those who participate in the fighting must have a bone age of less than 50, taking into account the factor of the road. That is to say, the bone age can't be more than 30 years old now. I wonder if my young friend has a noble age. 27. Very well, if little friend is willing to agree to this condition, how about the spirit martial skill, plus a Brahma fruit in exchange? I wonder when we're leaving. There are still 5 years of preparation time. Zhu Yudao considered for a moment. 5 years? He could almost reach the Iron Bone realm himself, and Nyo Dali should also be out of the gate, so time was not a big problem. Moreover, whether it was the spiritual martial skill or the Brahma fruit, it was important to him, so it was worth it to make the trip. I'll agree to that condition. Okay, it's a deal. This old man did not make any pretense and took out the full set of spirit martial skills. This is the secret tradition of my sect. Little friend make a vow not to spread it out. The reason why he was so generous was still because the ones who could refine this technique to the second layer now were all phoenixes, not to mention the third layer, and even if it was spread out, it wouldn't cause too much trouble for the sect. No problem. After discussing the liaison aspect of things, Zhu Yudao left the spirit martial tower, at which point dozens of people had already gathered underneath the tower. Coming to the square, the apprentice acceptance ceremony over there had already ended, and it would soon be time for the last part, the exchange. Where have you been? You didn't see the best part. Fan Bin said. Off to the spirit martial tower to try out. Oh, to what level? Pass. Don't scare me. The first trial. You passed? Fan Bin had a look of having seen a ghost. It shouldn't be too hard except for the last level, right? I'm afraid you're the only one who said it wasn't difficult. Back then, senior brother Song Yunzhou only reached the 12th floor in his first trial. Maybe the puppets have aged and aren't as powerful as they used to be. Fan Bin wanted to retort. I tried out not too long ago, but saying it wasn't humiliating enough, so he swallowed his words again. Today's apprenticeship is very interesting. A father and son have joined under Elder Wang of the Alchemy Hall, and in the future, father and son will become master and brother. Doesn't that mess with the generations? Indeed, but it can't be dismissed yet. Why? The one who is the son is a wood and fire dual spirit root and has excellent cultivation qualifications, while the one who is the father holds a token sent by Elder Wang in his early years, and as long as he holds this token, he will be able to worship under Elder Wang's door. Then it could have been, let Elder Wang take on a different person as his disciple. That's where the problem lies. That father is a refiner himself. So naturally he's perfect for worshipping under Elder Wang, who can't afford to give away a disciple with extremely excellent qualifications. And so, in this situation appeared. Oh, interesting indeed. This thing that Fan Bin said reminded Zhu Yudao of something. So he found a token from the Qiankuan pouch that held miscellaneous items. Can Brother Fan recognize this item? A character Xiang and a character Wu. Could it be related to the new Supreme Elder? I'm not sure. I just got it by chance. Let me ask Elder Sister Xiang for you. This one said to go, and came over with Xiang Qingqing in a short while. Fellow Daoist Zhu, where did you get this token from? Zhu Yudao didn't hide anything and told Meng Li about exchanging this item for a spirit stone. That's right. At that time, it was me who felt grateful for old Uncle Meng's kindness and gave him this token, so that if someone with immortal cultivation qualifications appeared in his family, he could use it to worship in the spiritual martial sect. Oh, now it's kind of like returning things to their rightful owners. Since this token has fallen into the hands of fellow Daoist Zhu, it can also enter the spirit martial sect. No need. I have no intention of rejoining the sect. Fellow Daoist can continue to hold the token, and if any of your friends, relatives, sons or nephews want to enter the spirit martial sect, you can also use this token to find me. Zhu Yudao thought about it. He has a lot of friends, so he might be able to use it. So he stopped pushing. Site transcoding content is incomplete. Exit transcoding page, or download without ads to read the site transcoding content is incomplete. Exit the transcoding page or download welcome. Towards midday, the trade fair grounds were set up. Zhao Qinian announced the start of the trade fair. Everyone can pay their spirit stones for entry. For 100 spirit stones, you can obtain a booth, a banner, and a chance to go on stage and introduce your needs. It's almost as bad as a money grab. However, there were still at least 1,000 cultivators entering, as it was usually rare to see so many Jindan and Yuaning, and the chances of trading for rare items were greatly increased compared to in the workshop market. Zhu Yudao's original purpose was to rush to the trade fair. Naturally, he couldn't be left behind. Booth 66, a very auspicious number, next to Fan Bin and Yang Wenlong, who had previously run off to try out for the Spirit Martial Tower. There are too many people over there. I guess I won't get a turn today. It's better to attend the trade fair first. This one wrote out the demand on the banner. Tai Essence Gold and Wind Crystal Sand. Fan Bin, on the other hand, wrote Cuttlefish Skin of the 6th rank or higher, or Augur Beast Armor of the 5th rank or higher. Zhu Yudao followed suit and wrote Taiyin Spiritual Liquid, Golden Spirit Fruit, 4th Order Ivory, and Buddha Flame Root. After all the people attending the trade fair entered, the Spirit Martial Sect's Foreign Affairs Elder went up to the 3-foot-high platform. Gentlemen, let me throw in a brick to attract jade. Those who need to introduce themselves can also come to the stage to state their case as I have done. And of course, the order is according to the order on the number plate. I want to refine a furnace of resident face pill for my newly married concubine. I still need a 1,000-year-old snow lotus and a very high-quality sea pearl. There is also a bite of a mid-grade wood attribute flying sword for sale. Interested parties can go to stall number 7 to negotiate with me. When this one stepped down, someone else immediately went up and presented their needs and items for sale. Some people had their stalls straightened out, but they began to skulk around the trade fair site, looking as if they were shopping. And Yang Wenlong was such a commodity, running to Xiang Qingqing's stall and chatting with others. Fan Bin despised. Looks almost like a black monkey. Still want to pursue to the senior sister. Also do not see since what virtue. Zhu Yudao heard the sourness. What? You like Fairy Xiang too? Good looking, good personality, good family and high battle power. Don't you like such a one? Too old. The other party had been favored by Mang Li's ancestors 100 years ago, so he was at least 100 years old now. Though they look young, they are, in actuality, quite old. That's not big. Old Monster Mo from Spirit Beast Mountain married Li Hanxue from Feathered Sect. The difference between the two is more than 600 years. That's called a good Brunner's pill being arched by a wild boar. As the two were talking, someone came to Zhu Yudao's stall. I have a 3rd rank ivory here. Does it meet your requirements? A 3rd order one isn't enough. At least a 4th order one. The man did not leave, but added, Taiyin Spiritual Liquid. I know where it is. What price are you willing to pay for this piece of information? That depends on the accuracy of this message of yours, and the difficulty of taking it. It's difficult to access, but I can guarantee there's something there. What's the general location? The far north. Tell me what you need. 1,000 spirit stones isn't much, is it? Zhu Yudao nodded and was about to pull out the money, but was stopped by Fan Bin. The place he's talking about is the Taiyin Cave on Ice Chi Island. That's the land of the Chi Dragon King. Not to mention you. Even a Yuaning Jinjun would have no way of getting back. Having his heart revealed, the man glared fiercely at Fan Bin, then flung his sleeve and walked away. Thanks to Brother Fan, I almost fell for it. Normal. These materials you need are also things we often seek. Even if we pour our sex strength into it, it's still hard to get them all. Zhu Yudao knew that this was the benefit of joining a sect, but how could freedom and resources be measured? No one patronizes his booth anymore, except for one hustler, and a few people who stop by a little. Under the boredom, he also turned around in front of various stalls, in which there were actually quite a number of demand for Earth Spirit crystals, and he obviously had quite a few of them, but he had no intention to make a move. Returning to the stall, a man with a bronze mask approached. I have the Buddha flame root, but I didn't bring it with me on this outing, so if you're interested, you can look for me at the 1000 Chance Mountain. What are your needs? If you dare to come, 10,000 spirit stones will be sold through you. If you don't dare to come, just pretend I didn't say anything. After saying that, he directly turned around and walked away. Brother Zhu, this is obviously dangling you on the hook. You mustn't fall for it. I know, and even if it did, I wouldn't risk it. Yang Wenlong came back joyfully. Zhu Yudao thought that this guy had found the materials he needed, but he didn't expect that it was Xiang Qingqing who accepted his invitation to participate in next year's sea hunting conference. Fellow Daoist Zhu, are you interested in joining in as well? We'll see. I have some things to do. Fellow Daoist Fan, what about you? Senior sister Xiang is used to disliking this kind of activity. How did you talk her into it? Fan Bin wondered. Yang Wenlong hemmed and hawed. Our Yang family has a 10,000-year-old spirit tea. Drinking this spirit tea can awaken the spirit and clear the mind, which is conducive to conjugating the Dan. So that's how it is. Then I'll go too. Give me a few pounds of this kind of spirit tea. A few pounds? What are you thinking? That's a 10,000-year-old spirit tea, and only 2 or 3 pounds of tea leaves are produced every year. The two preened for half a day and eventually reached agreement. Unconsciously 3 hours passed, and it was time for the trade fair to end. Just as Zhu Yudao thought that the entrance fee of 100 spirit stones had been spent in vain. I didn't expect that old man Pei from Spirit Beast Mountain who had honored the Jiao Long egg to come over. That 10,000 poison cauldron of the poison demon. Are you willing to sell it? If Senior has something I need, it's not impossible to negotiate. The old man surnamed Pei took out a golden fruit with a strange fragrance, which was the golden spirit fruit, one of the 4 materials he needed. Only one golden spirit fruit is far from enough. Since Senior knows the name of the 10,000 poison cauldron, he should know its value. 2 golden spirit fruits, plus 50,000 spirit stones. I don't lack spirit stones. Do you have any pills and secret methods for raising earth-armored dragons? The old man scanned the royal spirit ring on his arm and was instantly enlightened. First taking out a blank jade slip, engraving the method of taming spirit beasts on it with the shadow retention technique, and taking out 2 bottles of spirit serving pills. There aren't many spirit serving pills with me this time. If you have time, you can go to the Spirit Beast Mountain workshop and send me a transmission note, and I can send you a few more bottles. Thanks a lot. Zhu Yudao directly erased the mark on the 10,000 poison cauldron and sent the treasure cauldron over. This deal, on the surface, he had suffered a loss. In reality, that tripod was really of little use, and being able to exchange it for the golden spirit fruit had already made him very satisfied. It was getting late and the fair was officially over. Brother Zhu, you'd better stay in the marketplace for some more days. Many people are watching you. I know. Brother Fan, don't worry. I have my own way to get out. Returning to the workshop, Yang Wenlong checked out of his room early the next morning. Fellow Daoist Zhu, I won't be accompanying you after the Spirit Martial Tower trial. I'll still be a burden to you if I'm more than one. Take care of yourself. We'll see each other again when we have the chance. Oh, you have to be careful. Many people see that we're close and might use you to blackmail me. You don't have to scare me. If there's really an ungrateful one, I'll get him killed. Currently this one left. Zhu Yudao is renewed a month's room fee. I'll look, I want to live often. That night, but will remain on the body of those gods' thoughts and things like that. All clean up. Turning the day around, the marketplace was quite a bit cooler. He bought a large amount of food, then told the innkeeper that he would be in seclusion for a month, unless he took the initiative to summon. Don't let anyone disturb him, and then closed the door of his room and turned on the forbidden system. 5 days later, Feng Long came to Yuelai Inn, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Both of you wait a moment. I'll inquire something with the shopkeeper here. Go ahead and inquire. We're out of your way. The 2 of them watched from afar, and saw Feng Long stuff a few spirit stones into the shopkeeper, who handed him a package. Walking out of the inn, the 2 asked, "What's in that bag?" "Good stuff. I'll show you guys when we get back to our place." The 3 of them returned to their room in another inn. "Please open the isolation barriers. It's not good if people see it." What in the world is so mysterious? Of course it's a baby. You'll find out soon enough. Site transcoding content is incomplete. Exit the transcoding page, or download no ads to read. The site transcoding content is incomplete. Exit the transcoding page or download a better experience. Faster update, please come to experience. Welcome. Giant sword sex 2 people. Really did not think that Fonlong will have such a big courage. A few days together. They feel that this person called Malong, although love of money, but not too bold. So, unconsciously, you let your guard down. When the knot suddenly appeared, they knew they had been duped. However, Zhu Yudao, who stepped out from it, had already shaken the soul-suppressing bell without waiting for their great swords to slash down. Then they pulled them into the teleportation boundary. Fonlong did not delay and put away the Taiyin soul-gathering coffin. After leaving the inn and confirming that no one was paying attention to the surroundings, he immediately went out of the marketplace and released a second-ranked blizzard leopard puppet and ran in the direction of the traveling immortal place. After rushing 100 miles, Zhu Yudao came out of the soul-suppressing coffin, disposed of the 2 corpses, and handed Fonlong a Chinkuan bag. Go incognito. Find a place to live a good life. Don't go to the traveling immortal place for the time being. It's not peaceful there either. What elder brother said is very true. Now that there are spirit stones, I'm going to try and see if there's any possibility of building a foundation. You are now at the 7th level of chi refining. There are still 10 years left. It's entirely possible. When there is an opportunity, I'll get you another foundation building pill. Many thanks, senior brother. I'll settle down in the small town ahead. Yes. At the Spirit Martial Place, Tan Jiuxiao, who had just finished negotiations with the Spirit Martial sect, realized that the 2 sect disciples had inexplicably lost contact with each other, and was immediately struck with a sense of ill will. When I asked the innkeeper about it, I realized that the cultivator known as Malong had already left the market half a day ago. This made him chagrined, and his intuition told him that something must have happened to the 2 disciples. He went back to the Yuelai Inn and inquired, and was relieved to learn that Zhu Yudao had not checked out of his room, nor had he ever come out. His real target was Zhu Yudao, and as long as this person was still around, the loss of 2 of his disciples was not a big deal. Of course, he couldn't be on guard every day. So, a few loose cultivators were hired and told to keep an eye on the people coming in and out of the inn and inform him as soon as there was any news. After half a month like this, he became more and more sullen, so he pretended to go to the Yuelai Inn to rent a room, living next door to Azzy number 1. Then in the dead of night, he forcibly broke through the restraints of A1. The inside was empty. Where was Zhu Yudao's shadow? He was so angry that he almost smashed the Yuelai Inn. But the owner of the Yuelai Inn accused him of forcibly breaking the forbidden system, and the lawsuit went to the Spirit Martial sect. Zhao Qinian was very nonchalant and made him shell out 10,000 spirit stones before letting him go. Tan Jiuxiao, who was furious, drove a recluse to Yunming Dezhe. Malong should not have lied to him since he swore a blood oath of heart magic, but it's hard to say whether he can still find it after such a long time. The Cloud Dream Great Marsh was quite a famous place in the entire eastern continent. This place is perennially surrounded by clouds and mist. The river and lake are densely covered, and the demonic beasts and venomous insects are extremely numerous. Yet there are ancient wood, neon grass, spiritual lotus, spiritual fish and other products, which is one of the places that are often frequented by cultivators of the foundation establishment stage or above in this place. Zhu Yudao used a golden cicada move to solve the embarrassment of being surrounded and hunted, and then rode the divine flame flying crow and traveled around the clock. Arriving here in just 3 days, he decided to buy a map from the Cloud Dream Workshop as he was not familiar with the area and the Cloud Dream Great Marsh was extremely vast. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he changed his outfit, put on his astringent talisman and mask, and entered the workshop, saying that it was a workshop market. It was actually one vertical and one horizontal street with a total of a few dozen stores. There is very little traffic in the marketplace, and half of the stores are closed. The owner of the grocery store, who was napping, sensed someone coming in and snapped out of it, then quickly transformed into a smiling face. What would the customer like to buy? Do you have a map of Cloud Dreamer here? Yes, yes, yes. Do you want anything else? Is there any ivory above the 4th order? You don't have to think about the 4th order ones. You can't even buy the 3rd order ones in the marketplace. Are there no 4th ranked demonic beasts? That's not true. The main thing is that there are merchants from the central continent to sweep the goods, but wherever the higher order materials are all bought away. Have you not noticed that there are very few people in the marketplace? Those casual cultivators, they all ran away to hunt for beasts, looking for materials to go, and strive to make another profit before the merchants from the central continent leave. I see. Then just give me a map. Bought a map. The labeling on it is quite detailed, where there are any specialties, where it is more dangerous, and even where there are any demonic beasts infested. All of them are labeled. and these 20 spirit stones are worth spending. On the map, we found the location of the herd, but it was marked with the words extreme danger. It made him a little hesitant, but he had come all this way, so he couldn't back out of the battle? In order not to attract attention, he harnessed a beast puppet and ran on the ground. Dozens of miles into Yunmeng's, they saw a group of chi refining stages fishing in the weir. Spirit fish are tasty and expensive, not a bad way to make a living. Only, one of the cultivators suddenly fell into the water with a cry of surprise. His companion rushed to the rescue and found that he had been bitten by a poisonous snake in the water. Zhu Yudao noticed that the bitten person, in just a few moments, his face was purple, and it was unknown whether he could be saved or not, and he couldn't help but have a renewed understanding of the dangers of this place. More than 100 miles into Yunmeng's, someone was fighting. He only paused briefly, not expecting both sides of the fight to come at him. Those who don't want to die, get lost. What's the point of being so aggressive? I'll just leave. After he left, the two sides battled again, only for a demonic beast with a long, scaly mouth to suddenly burrow out of the ground, biting the neon grass that was emitting a spiritual light with one bite before quickly burrowing into the ground. The two sides of the fight were in a big hurry, and there was a burst of thunder and fire output to the ground, but there was not the slightest effect. More than 10 miles away, Zhu Yudao collected the neon grass. Good job. Here's your reward. A serving spirit pill popped out, and the earth-armored dragon emitted a yellow light, so it wrapped the pill and ate it into its mouth, and also rubbed against Zhu Yudao's leg, with the appearance of a good dog. Half a day later, the sky had already darkened, and the black pressurized giant mosquitoes made people scalp numb when they looked at them, protecting the body astral shield lying on a layer. If the skin is exposed, 80% of the moment the whole person will become a hair-bred child. Just as he was about to find a place the soul-gathering coffin, and then enter the treasure space to rest, a terrifying beast roar came from the sky. He swept his divine sense and found a majestic boar that was running rapidly, with 4 other cultivators chasing after it in midair with their imperial swords. It's just a third-order pig demon. Zhu Yudao didn't want to make it seem like he was stealing monsters, so he chose to avoid it. However, when the 4 realized that he was only one person, they suddenly gave up chasing the demonic beast and turned to attack him at the same time. Is this a case of thinking a fat sheep is worth more than a wild boar? Weird power punch. With extreme speed movement, he dodged a wave of combined attacks. He didn't fly with his sword either. He just ran quickly on the ground. A curtain of water blocked the way and 3 flying swords followed. A precious shield transformed into a giant shield, blocking the 3 flying swords, followed by 9 identical small swords that shot out to meet the 4 people chasing after them. Crap! He's pretending to be a pig. Zhu Yudao really wasn't pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He was a wanted target, which is why he put on a mask and used a breath-containing talisman so as not to be recognized. But, of course, there is no need to explain these words. For group battles, using the 9 palace sword technique was most appropriate. 9 swords in a row, shooting non-stop. Lit, head and tail linked as a sword like a dragon. The sword is like a sunflower spinning like a wheel. Lit, blood and flesh splattered. Ghosts and spirits startled. The star sword hangs from the 9 palaces. Idiom, figure a single move can lead to disaster. Shaking down like rain like shooting stars. When the 9 swords return to the soul, the sky and the earth are all empty. The 4 loose cultivators were very decisive. Once they saw the point-solid hand, immediately withdrew. Zhu Yudao would not let them go away easily. A sword trick was struck, and the 9 swords connected head to tail, like a sword dragon, trapping them. With that, it spun like a wheel, forming a closed sword curtain of streaming light that kept consuming the trapped person's defense. When Zhu Yudao first responded to this sword style, he had to perform the great move of chi rushing to the bull before he was able to crack it. The 4 naturally didn't have this means, but fortunately they were adept at cooperating, each taking one side, releasing defensive spells to guard while maneuvering their flying swords to try to break the siege. Fighting swords with swords. As long as you cut off the rotating 9 swords, this style of sunflower sword wheel will naturally break. However, the 4 of them had different levels of sword riding skills, and their defense spells were even stronger or weaker. 2 of them got out of the trap, and the remaining 2 suddenly lost their arms, breaking their defenses in an instant. One was cut off on the spot, while the other escaped the sword wheel at the cost of a broken arm. The 3 who fled did not hesitate to separate and flee. Zhu Yudao could only chase one person even if he pursued. He wasn't really a murderous maniac and didn't pursue, collecting the loot and casting a ground-covering spell to bury the dead bodies. Coming to a bush, a rabbit's nest was occupied by him. He set up a simple warning ban around it, and then entered the soul-gathering coffin. Eat, drink, and check out the loot you just got. Unsurprisingly, this one doesn't have anything of value except a lower-grade flying sword. The Hall Foundation establishment stage, less than 3. 000 spirit stones, and the rest are all demonic beast materials and a few very common spirit medicines. I was in a hurry before and didn't rest properly for a few days. He slept soundly this sleep until he felt something touch the warning band. Hurriedly coming out of the soul-gathering coffin, he came face to face with a pair of large flashing green eyes and smelled the fishy stench that came to his face. There was a beat on both sides. Then, Zhu Yudao catapulted out with a huge mouth of fangs that almost bit his legs. Not waiting for him to fall, a giant tail had already swept over. I'm afraid an ordinary cultivator would have to eat this blow alive. Zhu Yudao, however, strangely hovered for a moment as he descended, and then like a comet crashing to the ground, he stomped hard on the monster's head. The giant tail swept in again and rolled forward to avoid it. Just as it stood, the monster opened its mouth and sprayed out several water arrows. It was really impossible to avoid this, so he could only take it raw. Luckily, the body-protecting true deity was very powerful, blocking the water arrows, and the purple dragon came out of its sheath and slashed against the wind. The monster's giant tail met the attack with a click, directly chopping it off. The second strike was like a star bursting. A cross-slash landed on the monster's thick scaled armor and cut into the bone. The monster turned and fled. How could Zhu Yudao let it go? A slash after the soul ended this monster's life. It was only then that he recognized that this was a third-ranked crocodile dragon beast, the most common species in Yun Mengzai. The skin of the crocodile dragon beast was a very good material for making weapons, but it was a pity that he had destroyed it. He was about to dismantle some materials when he suddenly got a chill down his spine and scanned his surroundings, his soul nearly jumping out of his head in fear. At least hundreds of crocodile dragon beasts had gathered around. One of them, with a half-erect body and a metamorphosed head, was 80% a fifth-order demonic beast. Is this a meeting with a crocodile dragon? He immediately put away the soul-gathering coffin and released his flying sword in preparation for a run. The crocodile dragon commander let out a beastly roar, then flew up to block the way, and the surrounding crocodile dragons spat water arrows. At this point, if you don't make a big move, when are you going to wait? The chest cavity swelled violently, followed by a roar like the descent of a thunder god, startling countless creatures in the cloud dream marsh. A stream of air rushed out and then burst apart. The crocodile dragon commander took the brunt of it and was lifted by the airwave, falling from the sky, and those incoming water arrows were turned into water droplets and splashed down. Run! Zhu Yudao didn't think that he could annihilate this entire group of beasts with his own strength. However, he accidentally found that there was a spiritual light flickering not far away. So, as the imperial sword swept by, he performed an earth spirit claw, fished out the flickering spiritual light, and in his hand, there was an additional spiritual light flickering, Goo swaying flower plant. This kind of flower, which was not unfamiliar to him at all, was called Nei Shanggrass, and it was one of the main ingredients for refining the serving spirit pills. When this grass blossoms, it is also known as the demon-attracting grass, which emits a unique aroma that can mesmerize demonic beasts, and it is said that even demonic cultivators at the transformation stage have difficulty resisting its temptation. And this plant in his hand, which had already bloomed with delicate flowers, had obviously become a beloved object of demonic beasts, and it was no wonder that a large number of crocodile dragon beasts had gathered here. The demon drawing grass is also one of the main ingredients for refining the transformation pill. It can be said to be a very rare type of spirit medicine. Zhu Yudao put it away and prepared to honor Niu Dali. Just as he had put away the elixir, a piercing thunderbolt fell over his head. This sneak attack was very sudden, but Zhu Yudao had been on the move and didn't hit squarely, and he had his body protecting true deity, which bounced the lightning away. Kid, quickly hand over the demon drawing grass, or I'll catch you and feed you to the crocodile dragon. A triangular-eyed green-robed old man emerged, and the other party was able to levitate out of thin air. Clearly a Jindan. Senior is also too overbearing. The produce of the cloud dream marsh is always whoever discovers it first. Why should I give it to you? Zhu Yudao put on an appearance of trying to reason with the other party, but secretly took out the soul suppressor bell. Ha ha, old me loves to convince people with reason. Before the words fell, the hurricane suddenly rose, and Zhu Yudao, who was in the middle of it, instantly lost control of his body. However, almost at the same time, he also shook the soul suppressor bell. The sound was not loud, and bizarre runic patterns drifted out. Perhaps the hurricane cancelled out some of the power of the soul suppressor bell. The triangular-eyed old man immediately regained his clarity after falling from the air, and when he saw the crocodile dragons gathering around him, he couldn't help but lose his soul and immediately rose up into the air. However, a huge claw appeared in midair and ruthlessly slapped him to the ground, and it was none other than that crocodile dragon commander. This crocodile dragon commander also did not intend to let go of Zhu Yudao. Only that the hurricane has not dissipated. A moment is not good to lay a claw. The triangular-eyed old man, worthy of being a Jindan cultivator, had formed several defenses the moment he was slapped to the ground. At the same time, another spell was struck, and the crocodile dragons that surrounded them were beaten by countless bamboo spears that fell from the sky, unable to lift their heads. Taking advantage of this light, he once again rose up on the wind, but the huge tail swept in and once again jerked him to the ground, and into the middle of several crocodile dragons. A non-martial cultivator, even a Yuaning true lord, who landed in a pile of demonic beasts would not dare to say that he could definitely save his life. Several crocodile dragons pounced at the same time, and the defense instantly collapsed. At the moment of life and death, he sacrificed his talisman and dozens of thunderbolts fell. Demonic beasts were most afraid of lightning, and this strike worked as he offered another flying sword to block the crocodile dragon commander's attack. If you don't run now, when will you wait? But just as he had taken to the air, dang! Another bell rang, his head buzzed, and when he regained consciousness, he was seeing the guy trapped by the hurricane, waving goodbye to him. After racing wildly for dozens of miles, Zhu Yudao was in shock. First, he took out a handful of cheap benefiting pills and took them. The soul-suppressing bell could not be used at will. If he shook it one more time, his spiritual energy was expected to bottom out. He ate a few more pieces of demonic beast's dried meat, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. This Yunmeng's demonic beasts are not as dense as the ice plains, but it's more dangerous because you don't know when a cultivator will pop up to sneak attack you. Originally, he was still interested in the goods here, but now he just wanted to hurry up and get the fourth order ivory and leave. Taking out the map and looking at it, it was still 700 or 800 miles from the target location. The words extremely dangerous sent him into thought about how he could get the items he wanted while keeping himself safe. After taking stock of all his means, he suddenly thought of the demon drawing grass that he had just obtained, and he couldn't help but be inspired to consider the feasibility before a smile appeared on his face. However, he soon realized that he had thought of the problem too simply. The closer he got to his destination, the more he could feel the presence of the Yin Fury. The Yin Fury of the Cave of 10,000 Ghosts. Let him remember very deeply, and the Yin Fury here, although not as dense as there, but the harm seems to be even greater. If it is not after leading the Fury into the body, his poison resistance increased. At this time, will certainly be constantly prompted by the poison resistance -1. At lunchtime, a fox that was not yet at the level of a demonic beast actually attacked him. Catching it, it still had a vicious look, and its eyes were blood red, obviously caused by the Yin Fury's erosion of its spirit. Could it be that the extreme danger of this place was not because of any great demons, but the Yin Fury here? The sound of breaking air suddenly came, followed by someone yelling, "Fellow Taoist, run!" Zhu Yudao hurriedly divine sense sweep, and then hurriedly royal sword fly up. Not far away, a huge herd of beasts wildly come. This beast group of wolves and insects, tigers and leopards, lions and elephants have. The momentum is not weaker than the 10,000 horse gallop, just like a small scale of the beast tide. He rode his sword to catch up with the one who had just warned him, and this was the first kindness he had felt when he entered Cloud Dream Zephyr. After 100 miles of sword riding, he finally got rid of those wildly running beasts. Thanks for the reminder, fellow Taoist. The handsome youth waved his hand. These beasts infested with Yin fiends can't fly. Even if I don't remind you, you Taoists won't have a problem. What's going on here? How could there be a wave of beasts? This isn't a wave of beasts. They're being driven away by demon corpses. Demon corpse? Zhu Yudao heard a new term. Fellow Taoist is an alien cultivator, right? Yes, I have a need for ivory in my life. The youth nodded. Demon corpses. Are demonic beasts transformed after their deaths? Similar in nature to zombies, only that they are more ferocious and more difficult to hunt. The mammoth herd does have them, but by yourself, I'm afraid that you won't be able to hunt the demons, but also take yourself in. It's best to look for a couple of companions to collaborate with. Thank you for the guidance. You only need to tell me the location of the herd of elephants. Fellow Taoist, you go 20 miles west from here, then south, around a waterhole. Forget it, I'll walk with you, and try again by the way. Zhu Yudao could hear that the youth seemed to have a need as well. Fellow Taoist, as you delve into the dangerous land, are you looking for something as well? AI, my sister built her foundation and her divine soul was damaged, so she needs the psilocybin flower to refine the elixir. So that's how it is. If I find this flower, I will definitely help you get it. Okay, then let's work together for once. The two exchanged names. Handsome young man called Yuan Qinghua. Is the Yunmengs near the scattered cultivators? Would like to team up to take the Yutong flower, but people heard that they have to come to the demon graveyard. They all beat a retreat. In addition to demon corpses, could it be that this demon mound has more powerful existences? And why is it labeled as extremely dangerous on the map? That's because There is a remnant of a seventh-order demonic soul that failed to cross the threshold of the tribulation here, and there was once a spirit beast mountain Yuaning that came to capture it, but instead of failing, he was injured. In addition, there is also a sixth-ranked demonic corpse mammoth, whose battle power is terrifying. If we encounter one of them, both of us will have to account for it. Zhu Yudao had a number in his heart. Let's go. If we do encounter it, fellow Taoist Yuan can go first. Yuan Qinghua laughed bitterly. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave even if I want to by then. The duo skirted around the beast's infested range and came to a large lake, where they saw a scattering of mammoths frolicking around the lake, though the tallest was only of the first rank. Continuing on, a slow-moving giant wolf is spotted, with a ghostly light flickering in the pupils of its eyes. That wolf is a demon corpse, right? Exactly. Zhu Yudao condensed an earthen divine thunder and struck it. This corpse wolf was scorched all over, yet it trembled and stood up, hissing at him, but unfortunately, it couldn't fly. He cast the earth spirit claw again and grabbed it up, then slammed it down hard on the ground, only to have the thing, like an undead little powerhouse, still stand up. Against demonic corpses, lightning and fire don't always work. The best way is to chop off its head or break its limbs. Yuan Qinghua maneuvered his flying sword and broke the front feet of this corpse wolf, and sure enough, it could no longer climb up. The two of them traveled another 30 miles or so. In front of them was a sparse forest. In the forest came the cry of the mammoth. Zhu Yudao couldn't help but feel happy. However, Yuan Qinghua's face changed. Run! Then the imperial sword flew. Zhu Yudao, however, didn't run. He also saw it, the beast that was as majestic as a small mountain. The beast ate horribly. With a roll of its nose, a banana tree was uprooted, and in just 3 or 2 bites, a whole tree was eaten, and then a pile of rotting wood was spewed out. If you're hungry and are eating and people don't bother you, do you actively seek out people's problems? Odds are it won't. Thus, Zhu Yudao affixed an animizing talisman and circled around from the vicinity, and this sixth-order demonic corpse, indeed, ignored him. Yuan Qinghua, who had already run out a few miles with his sword, realized that he did not follow him, but suddenly disappeared in a flash, and immediately understood his intentions. After realizing that this move was effective, he also followed suit and affixed an animizing talisman, bypassing the demonic corpse. Fellow Daoist Zhu, this is a wonderful move. Although the demon corpse is strong, its spirit doesn't seem to be high. There are a lot of mammoths up ahead. Pick up a fourth-order one. Finish it off and go. Yes. Surrounded by a herd of elephants and not far from that demon corpse, it wasn't easy to deal with an elephant alone. After Zhu Yudao selected his target, he offered the underworld spirit suppressor lock, and the chain wrapped around the fourth-ranked mammoth like a spiritual snake. This elephant fell to his knees as if possessed. Almost at the same time, the mountain-breaking blade chopped on top of its ivory tusk, and then that ivory tusk was ingested by the earth spirit claw, and the whole process was accomplished in a single breath. Yuan Qinghua, who was preparing to unleash the giant sword technique, rigidly withdrew his sword skill. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was a fourth-order mammoth. He had once cooperated with someone. A few people had hunted a third-order mammoth, and it had still taken a column of incense. This one, in 3 breaths, took down a fourth-order mammoth and took the tusks. What kind of strength must this be? Could it be an old Jindan stage monster pretending to be someone else? Fellow Taoist, run. This time, it was Zhu Yudao who greeted him, and although his strike just now was short-lived, it still startled the herd of elephants and the demon corpse. The demonic corpse had risen up in the air and drifted over quickly like a dark cloud. Fly with your sword and maximize your speed. This was certainly much faster than the light body technique. The demon corpse did not fly fast at first, but after a few moments, it was not weaker than the Jindan cultivator's transportation light technique. And what was even more appalling was the aura that crushed everything. Zhu Yudao knew that he couldn't hide his clumsiness any longer and immediately invoked the divine flame flying crow. Fellow Taoist Yuan, come over here. Yuan Qinghua, who was thinking about whether or not to escape by water, could not help but be delighted, and leapt onto the flying crow, sitting in front of it. With 2 men sitting on the flying crow, he couldn't increase his speed, and the distance between him and the demon corpse kept shrinking. Fellow Taoist Zhu, he's catching up. Don't worry, we're small enough to turn around. As he spoke, the divine flame flying crow suddenly turned around and violently lifted upwards, skimming over the top of the demon corpse. The mountain-like demon corpse flew out more than 100 feet before completing a turnaround, but the divine flame flying crow had already flown far away. Taoist Zhu is kind and calculating. It's not that I'm good at math. It's good at physics. What is physics? A unique secret technique. It's not convenient to tell you. Oh, relying on a little bit of cleverness, he got rid of the demon corpse's pursuit. The ivory tusks came to hand. Zhu Yudao was in a comfortable mood. People helped to find the herd of elephants. He was naturally willing to help the other party to find the pixie blossom. Only, in the huge Yunmengs to find a kind of spiritual flower, the difficulty is more than find the elephant herd most, can only according to this flower like the characteristics of the cold place to find. Fortunately, with the speed of the divine flame flying crow, no matter whether it was a demonic beast, a demonic corpse, or a ghostly creature, it couldn't catch up, and it was much safer than using a sword. Fellow Daoist Jew, the demon mound is just ahead. Be careful. The demon mound was a large burial mound that was no more than 20 feet tall and covered no more than a few acres of land. However, there were extremely many demons and ghosts here, and the concentration of fury was no weaker than the bottom 2 levels of the 10,000 ghost cave. Zhu Yudao swallowed a few Peiyuan Dan and poison elimination Dan. His consumption wasn't great, but he had to make a show of it. Otherwise Yuan Qinghua should get suspicious. After circling around the demon mound for half a circle, in a relatively low place, there seemed to be a slight flicker of spiritual light. Phantom. So many phantom flowers. However, Yuan Qinghua's excitement was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a huge mouth. The incident was too sudden. Zhu Yudao also did not have time to react. The two, along with the fire crows, were swallowed by the huge mouth. Is it in the gut of some powerful creature? It doesn't seem like that, but rather just an inexplicable enclosed space. The duo naturally couldn't just sit around and wait for it to happen. The fire crow spewed out explosive flames, while Yuan Qinghua sent out a decapitation divine thunder. After the thunder fire, the space disillusioned like a bubble and was replaced by a dark place filled with fury. In the depths of the darkness, there was a cluster of green light that was extremely conspicuous. Viewing it with his divine sense, the one emitting the green light was a miniature little snake, which, instead of being a solid entity, was a soul body. Done. Other than that 7th-ranked demon soul that failed to transform, I'm afraid there's no one else. Yuan Qinghua had already begun to tremble. Comparatively speaking, Zhu Yudao was quite calm. After all, he had treasures in his hands that could deal with nether spirits and ghosts. Why did Elder ingest the two of us to come here? Little fellow, you're quite bold. Daring to covet my phantom flower and coming to ask me back? How can you call it coveting? We are very sincere in doing business with Senior. Doing business? Ha ha, after sucking your essence blood and making you into a puppet, everything you have is mine. What business is there to do? Senior is just a soul body. Do you really think you can eat us? Since you're not being honest, let's make you suffer first. As he spoke, countless black silk threads swept in like a tidal wave. Zhu Yudao knew too much about the Yin Fiend silk. If he was sealed by this thing in his dantian, he could only be slaughtered. The spell was struck. The divine fire flying crows once again spewed out flames. At the same time, he shook the soul-suppressing bell. This treasure is his biggest dependence. Because this night forked door inheritance treasure, the real use is not to swing the heart and soul in the battle, but used to catching souls, refining ghost slaves with. Dang, a crisp sound rang out, and bizarre runic patterns floated out. But instead of dispersing as before, they transformed into a runic chain that wrapped around the miniature snake at once. This miniature snake couldn't break free and suddenly disintegrated, then coalesced again a few feet away, the tiny pupils of its eyes revealing an anthropomorphic look of horror. The Nightfork sex soul regenerating bell. How could it be in your hands? Senior actually recognized this treasure? Zhu Yudao didn't shake again, and while he climbed into conversation with the other party, he ate 2 yellow sprout pills to quickly replenish his spiritual energy. Since you have this treasure, then you should be a direct disciple of the Nightfork sect, and you are considered qualified to talk business with this seat. I need the phantom flower. What does Elder demand? Your Nightfork sex technique. The 9 refining in demon technique. You should have it, right? That's right. I do have this set of techniques, but if Senior is just taking a few psilocybin flowers, this deal should be forgotten. The miniature little snake spun around twice in place, then took out a pebble-like gemstone. This is the blue scale gallbladder I refined in my early years. It can cure 100 poisons. And how about adding 3 more pixie blossoms? 9 refining in demon technique. In Zhu Yudao's hands is purely for show. Even if the other party gives 1 spirit stone he sells it. But doing business, if you don't bargain, the other party will feel that they are at a disadvantage. At least 10 vermilion psilocybin flowers. I can only give you 5 plants at most. This seed also needs to use this flower to refine the gods. 8 plants. No less. Alright, just 8 plants. The biscuit guts will be given to you first, and I'll go gather the phantom flower. The blue scale gall bladder flew over, and Zhu Yudao raised his hand to catch it without any doubt. Poison resistance -50. His face changed drastically and he hurriedly threw the thing away. But the -10 to poison resistance alert kept ringing out. Inside the space, came the sound of laughter. Having been hit by the 7 absolute poisons, not a moment or 3, You will die with your intestines pierced through your belly and your bones decaying and eliminating your marrow. Honestly, hand over your gongfa. I'll let you suffer a little less. Zhu Yudao swallowed a handful of poison elimination pills into his stomach while ringing the soul-suppressing bell again. The miniature snake disappeared in a flash. Obviously, having long been guarded against this move, Zhu Yudao scanned the surrounding area and did not find an exit. But he was not in a hurry. Instead, he first used the animal skin, wrapped the biscuit scale gallbladder that had fallen on the ground, and placed it in a Qianquan bag to store it separately. It's not true that this stuff is highly toxic, but it might come in handy someday. Yuan Qingchang was affected by the soul-suppressing bell and only regained her senses at this moment. Fellow Daoist Zhu, I have a good antidote pill here. Thanks a lot. Zhu Yudao nonchalantly took it and swallowed it. That the so-called 7 absolute poison is indeed powerful. In just a moment, it consumed 200 points of poison resistance. In exchange for the average cultivator has long been poisoned deeply, can only rely on the spiritual power to hold out. This should be the interior of the demon mound. How do we leave? There's no need to rush. Why are you in a hurry to leave before the spectral blossom is in your hands? Fellow Taoist Jew is joking. Things have already come to this. It's better to save our lives. We'll think of a way to do the matter of the phantom flower later. Zhu Yudao smiled faintly. The hint of poison resistance decreasing no longer appeared, and he had a thorough plan in his heart. Taking out the dried meat and eating it, he also greeted Yuan Qinghua. Hey, where can I eat? It's better to leave early and talk about it. He walked around like an ant on a hot pan, then offered his flying sword to chop the rock wall above him, actually preparing to open up a path. After another moment, the miniature snake reappeared. You've been hit by my 7 extinction poison. How can you be fine? Not to mention the 7 Jedi poison. Even the 10 Jedi poison is useless to me. Alright, count on this seat to have underestimated you. How about we continue trading? Zhu Yudao fiddled with the bell in his hand. If you can't come up with conditions that satisfy me, I, Night Fork Sect, will surely flatten this demon mound of yours. And just because Spirit Beast Mountain can't do anything about you, it doesn't mean we can't do anything about you. The miniature little snake looked at the soul-suppressing bell very scornfully. As the saying goes, one thing leads to another. The brine points tofu. It has all the magical powers. It is not even afraid of the Yuanying, but when it encounters this bell, it is simply that it encounters a heavenly nemesis. Originally, he had wanted to rely on using poison to force the other party to be obedient. But he didn't expect the other party to be so evil that he wasn't afraid of his 7 extinction poison. Alright, 2 4th-rank ivory tusks, 4 spirit lotus plants, and 8 more pixie blossoms for your 9 refining demon technique. If this condition was barely possible before, it's not enough now. Don't give an inch. Don't forget, you're still in my demon mound. No one can save you. Zhu Yudao took out 2 earth escape talismans. Do you still think this place can trap me? Yuan Qinghua couldn't help but grumble. Had he said that there was an earth escape talisman, why would he be in such a hurry? Mini small snake is also a burst of discouragement, although it still has the means, but in case that kind of means again failed, there can be no room for negotiation. And the 9 refinement of the Yin Devil Gong, it is extremely important to it. If it is not worried about being intercepted by the Spirit Beast Mountain, if it is not afraid of going to the 10,000 Ghosts Cave with no return, it would have long ago gone to the hidden Yin Mountain. After a long hesitation, it was finally unwilling to let go of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and took out the snake skin from its previous metamorphosis. This is the scale armor that I shed when I advanced to the 6th rank. It's enough for you to refine a piece of treasure armor. Are you satisfied now? Zhu Yudao was secretly happy in his heart. He didn't lack any offensive or defensive magic treasures right now, but he lacked a treasure armor that could be fully defensive. Now that the material was delivered to his doorstep, he decided to take it for what it was worth. The 9 refining demon technique jade slip was in his hand. This is the first half. Send us out and then I'll give you the second half. How do you prove you have the second half in your hands? Zhu Yudao took out another jade slip, and the miniature snake checked it with its divine sense, and it was indeed the lower part. Alright, this seat will send you out. Instead of teleporting the boundary, he swallowed the 2 along with the divine flame flying crow in one gulp once again, and moments later, the 2 of them saw the scenery of Cloud Dreaming Marsh again. The miniature snakes didn't play any more tricks, and the 2 sides completed the transaction smoothly. Senior, I still have many Night Fork Sect secret arts here. If there is a need, we can still trade again. Can your sect's secret arts be traded at any time? The miniature snake suddenly thought of a question. I'm the sect leader. I call the shots. After saying that, the divine flame flying crow shot up into the sky, and the voice of the miniature little snake came from below. The next time you come over, bring the Yin Yang Heavenly Corpse technique. No problem. 100 miles away from the demon mound, Yuan Qinghua descended from the flying crow. Fellow Taoist Jew is really the sect leader of the Night Fork sect? No. So you just... There are abundant resources in this Cloud Dream Marsh, and that snake demon is the overlord here, so it won't do any harm to get on good terms with it and come here to look for things in the future. The gung fu you gave him can't be a fake, right? Of course it's true. You're not a direct descendant of the Night Fork sect. How could you have the complete technique of the Night Fork sect? Just got a little bit of chance. Zhu Yudao took out 2 pixie blossoms and handed them over. Thank you, fellow Taoist Jew. This is only half a day's journey from my home, and my sister cooks a good meal, so why don't you take a rest before you go? In another person, Zhu Yudao would have immediately refused, but after contacting him, he realized that Yuan Qingcheng, this person, had a relatively pure mind. There really weren't many people like this in the immortal cultivation world. He was willing to make one more friend, and it just so happened that he didn't have a lot of food left to eat, and needed to replenish some of it. Well, then, I'll chime in, saying that it was a half-day's journey. The two of them flew 3,000 miles with their imperial swords to a village named Peach Garden Village in the southern part of Cloud Dream Zephyr, and at this time, it was already nighttime. Yuan Qing's home, very elegant, 3 courtyards, with maids and domestic servants, but also very quiet, completely not as lively as Lee's in Misty Willow Town. A pink-clothed woman greeted her, although her spirit was a bit depressed, but her posture, among the people Zhu Yudao knew, I'm afraid that only Ling Shuishan could match it. However, the beauty of the two is very different. Lang Suisan cold, lonely and proud, such as ice and snow-cold plum, and this woman, roughly as beautiful as the peach blossoms in the village, now sick and weak and with a bit of Diu-like temperament to attract people's pity. Brother, why are you here now? Mother and I are in a hurry. Seek out the phantom flower for you. You went to the demon mound? If anything goes wrong, how can mother and I be at ease? Sister, don't blame me. Fortunately, we have fellow Taoist Jew to help us. Quickly prepare a meal and receive the food for fellow Taoist Jew. The woman nodded and pulled Yuan Qingwei to the outside. Before my father passed away, he specifically instructed you not to your friends. How come you didn't listen to the advice? Could it be that you forgot about that catastrophe a few years ago? Didn't forget. This Taoist Jew is definitely not a bad person. If not for him, it wouldn't have been possible to get this pixie blossom. He went over the details of what happened. The woman nodded after hearing this. There is this matter, when it is not an evil person, but brother in the future friendship, or to have more heart. Got it. Quickly prepare the meal. This fellow Taoist Jew seems to have quite a large appetite. The siblings muttered, although the sound was small, but Zhu Yudao, who was in the living room, could hear one or two. Seeing Yuan Qingwei come in, he got up to take his leave. It's late. I'll come back to disturb another day. Fellow Taoist Jew, don't mind. My sister is worried that I'm making careless friends. 10 years ago, I mistakenly made a bad friend and nearly lost my life. That's why the family is against me making friends with outsiders. Oh, one does have to be careful in making friends. People were sincere in their hospitality, so Zhu Yudao no longer excused himself. Not a great deal of work. There are dishes served up, a total of 4 small dishes, respectively, steamed spirit fish, stir-fried chicken, cold lotus root. There is a vegetarian fried 3 fresh. The food was colorful and flavorful, and it was the most flavorful meal Zhu Yudao had ever eaten when he came to this world. However, such a little bit is not enough for him to stuff his teeth. Qing Cheng, this dish is too little. Let's do that second stage demon pig. Yuan Qingwei had seen Zhu Yudao eat. A large piece of dried meat, at least 2 pounds, was gone in a moment's work. The woman was a bit reluctant. If we stew it now, the weather is hot, and if we don't eat it all it will go bad soon. So why don't we do it tomorrow? Don't bother. I have food. Zhu Yudao took out dried meat, buns, spirit wine, and snacks from his Qiankuan pouch, and set up a table full of them, greeting Yuan Qingwei to eat with him. Look at this. Yuan Qingwei was really a bit embarrassed. How could any guest bring their own wine and food? The pink-clothed woman, however, frowned as she thought that Zhu Yudao was intentionally embarrassing their siblings. Fellow Taoist Jew took out so much food. Is it because he thinks that we, the Yuan family, are petty? Fairy, don't misunderstand. These are just the amount of food I have for one meal. Humph. These are at least 10 pounds. Can you eat them all? I'm a bit larger than average. I can eat it all. If you really finish eating, I'm willing to set up a big banquet to ask you for the sin of being slow. There's no need for that. Fellow Taoist Yuan, eat. Take an early rest afterward. You're tired today too. Zhu Yudao greeted again and then started eating. This table, in fact, only enough to supplement his consumption. If he really let go to eat, 3 tables also eat. The siblings saw the food on the table. To the naked eye visible speed reduction. Shocked mouth open. Forget to close, this is a person? Could it be that the pig demon illusion? This is also too able to eat. After the meal, at least 2 pounds of spirit wine dry in one breath, and pour a pot of tea to go to the alcohol, which only stopped. You two are joking. It's getting late. Mr. Zhu is leaving. Don't A guest room has been arranged. Fellow Taoist Zhu is resting at home. Will it be inconvenient? Won't. This time, the pink-clothed woman didn't stop her, and directly arranged for Zhu Yudao to stay before she said with Yuan Qinghua, "Brother, what is this person's origin? Have you ever asked?" "No, I only know that he came for the fourth order ivory. This person is extraordinary. Ask tomorrow. If he is a disciple of a famous sect, you can make good friends." What's with the change in attitude, sister? At next year's sea hunting conference, if we can get this person to help us, it will be expected that elder brother will marry sister Wenlan. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to stay, right? Fellow Taoist Jew was all set to leave just now. The pink-clothed woman smiled slightly, and that smile could pour a city. He doesn't like food, so I'll make him want to stop. Yuan Qingwu couldn't help but applaud and laugh. To keep a person, first enlist his intestines. Sister is so calculating. Bah, brother is talking nonsense again. Zhu Yudao didn't intend to stay in the Yuan family for much longer. The next morning, he was ready to say goodbye and leave. Fellow Taoist Jew is in no hurry. It's not too late to leave after breakfast. No, just grab something on the way. My sister has made shrimp buns, small crispy cakes, 8 treasures pearl and lotus seed soup, and a few plates of small dishes for dinner. Is this to tempt me? Zhu Yudao smacked his lips. Anyway, there is nothing urgent, just a meal. No big deal. Well, then, respectfully, Yuan Qingwei was instantly delighted and led him to the large living room. Ooh, so scrumptious. A large table of food, and all the colors and flavors are excellent. For a foodie, where can still hold back? Yuan Qingchang, who had changed into a palace dress, gave a slight blessing. Yesterday, I slowed down fellow Taoist Jew, so I've specially made some food today to make amends. Talk about slacking off. It was late yesterday. It doesn't matter if you don't eat. Please taste it. Fellow Taoist Jew. Then I'm welcome. Zhu Yudao sat down and started eating. In the past, when he ate something, it was purely to fill his stomach and replenish his blood qi. But this meal was a true enjoyment of food, and he was a bit worried about whether or not he would be able to eat the original ones in the future. Seeing the table full of rice all eaten up, Yuan's siblings were once again shocked. Whoever's family had such a foodie, wouldn't have to dump their family's money? Fellow Taoist Jew, come and try the local cloud mist tea. Zhu Yudao couldn't possibly leave as soon as he was full and wiped his mouth, so he drank tea while chatting with the other party. Is Taoist Jew a casual cultivator, or a disciple of a sect? Sort of a loose cannon. The siblings glanced at each other with slight disappointment. Yuan Qingwu changed the topic, listening to fellow Taoist's accent from the north. I'm from Song. I've heard that there's a traveling immortal place in the Song Kingdom, and it's very prosperous there? Yeah, it's a city where you can basically get everything you can't get elsewhere. The three of them were just making small talk without words when a family servant informed. Reporting to the family master, Immortal Master Ding from Thousand Chance Mountain is here again. Yuan Qingwu's face instantly pulled down. Tell Ding Xiaoping that he is not welcome here. Uncle, how can you be so heartless? Mr. Ding thinks he hasn't offended you, right? As the words arrived, a young man dressed in brocade garments with a pair of eye-catching peach blossom eyes landed in the courtyard with his sword. Who's your uncle? Get out of my house. The visitor was not angered by Yuan Qingwu's evil words. Instead, his eyes burned as he stared at Yuan Qingcheng. I heard that Sister Qingcheng has injured her divine soul. I have a god-nourishing pill here. Please don't excuse yourself. Qingcheng, no need. Please don't call it sister again. Fellow Taoist Ding, the little woman can't bear it. Brother Qingwei is going to marry Yang Wenlan, so you can't bear to see your elder brother lose the love of his heart? We don't need to worry about our affairs. Fellow Taoist Ding, how can you not worry about it? Ding Yuan's 2 families, at least they are family friends. Humph, now you remember the friendship. When the Zhang and Lu families seized the fishing harbor, who was the one who reneged on his promise and made my Yuan lose the industry that had been operating for 100 years? Brother Qinghua, is it not for me to say anything about disputes of interest between families? The sea hunt is about your marriage. As long as you climb up to the Young family, Yuan at least has a chance to make a comeback. I am not talented. I am willing to help Brother Yuan. No, we have enough men. Sea hunting is no joke. It's not like you can just find a casual cultivator on the street and sell your life for the Yuan family. If your Yuan family is at the bottom again this time, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your salt farm. After saying that, this one even swept a glance at Zhu Yudao, who was sipping tea. Zhu Yudao also swept back a glance at the other party, After hearing that this person had something to do with the Thousand Chance Mountain, he kept his eyes peeled for the person who wore a bronze mask and invited him to the Thousand Chance Mountain. To this day, he had not forgotten. I don't need you to bother. We have our own measures. There's nothing else. Fellow Taoist Ding should please return. Peach Blossom Eyes Youth, seemingly not caring at all about being chucked out, walked into the house, saw the table full of cups and plates and dishes. TSK, it seems to be really when the honored guest, Ching's sister actually made so much delicious food. It's really nostalgic. I don't know what I'm going to do again at noon. Can I eat here? No reception. Please get out. TSK, Ching's sister's angry appearance is also so beautiful. After saying that, as if he was careless, he touched the table, and the dishes on it slid down towards Zhu Yudao. When he encountered someone who was deliberately looking for a fight, Zhu Yudao certainly wouldn't be polite, and with a wave of his hand, these bowls and dishes flew and shot towards the other party. As the peach blossom-eyed youth withdrew, a curtain of water appeared in front of him, and the bowls and dishes fell to the ground one after another when they were stopped by the curtain. The youth slapped his palm out, and a strange cold aura turned the scattered water droplets into ice crystals that shot out. Zhu Yudao did not dodge. A finger pointed out. The lightning struck the youth squarely in the chest. Even though he had the magic robe and amulet to diffuse it, he still could not help but shake his body. And in that instant, the big slap had slapped on its cheek, and the whole person spun in place 4 times, with white and red things flying out. You dare to hit me! The youth stabilized his stance and immediately invoked an organ beast. This beast made a long leap and flew over. Zhu Yudao still did not dodge. A fist disliked the head of the organ beast. The head of this organ beast, directly deflated, and then kicked out. The organ beast flew into the courtyard. Sparse parts fell all over the place. Yuan Qingchang, who was just standing by the side, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This was a second-order organ ape. Its head was copper skin and iron bones. How much power did this punch and kick have to have in order to hit it like this? Peach Blossom Eyes Youth did not think that a person who casually provoked will be so fierce. He hurriedly again imperial sword flying in the air, but just flew up 2 or 3 feet. A powerful suction, raw and sucked him back to the house, and his neck was clutched by someone. Your Thousand Chance Mountains, right? Since you know the reputation of my Thousand Chance Mountain, why don't you put me down? Let me ask you this, do you have any Buddha flame roots in Thousand Chance Mountain? Why should I tell you? The youth violently took out a 5 thunder talisman about to inspire it. However, the arm suddenly hurt and dislocated. Then the 5 thunder talisman fell into Zhu Yudao's hand. Answer my question honestly, or else unload your entire body parts. After that, the other arm was removed and the dantian was sealed. Having lost the power to resist, the youth was finally afraid. In my family ancestors' hands, there seems to be a Buddha flame root. Very good. You've built the foundation at a young age. You should be a direct descendant. It shouldn't be a disadvantage to trade you for the Buddha flame root, right? No loss. Absolutely no loss. As Zhu Yudao carried the youth outside, a middle-aged woman flew in with her sword. Fellow Taoist Zhu, it's true that you can exchange Ding Xiaoping for the Buddha flame root, but have you thought about the consequences? Looking at the woman, who bore many similarities to the Yuan family siblings, Zhu Yudao had already guessed who the visitor was. As expected, Yuan Qingchang and Yuan Qinghua both went up to mouth honor their mother. Mrs. Yuan, I'll take my people away now and won't involve your Yuan family. Fellow Taoist has misunderstood. The Yuan family is not afraid of being implicated by fellow Taoist, but rather has a better way to help you obtain the Buddha flame root. Oh, what way? For next year's sea hunt, each family will take out a treasure, a promise, or a business as a prize. We can ask the Ding family to take out the Buddha flame root as a prize. Mother, didn't we agree that marrying Wenlan would be the Yuan family's goal? Yuan Qinghua said anxiously. It's true that you can make it your goal to marry Wenlan, but do you have the skills to do that? Zhu Yudao sensed the flavor of intrigue. Mrs. Yuan, what does it have to do with me when you say this? Of course it's relevant. As long as you attend the sea hunting conference as a guest secretary of the Yuan clan, you can get the materials you want in name only, and you don't have to carry the charge of holding someone hostage and extorting them, making people laugh and the Ding clan chase after you. It's their Ding family that provoked me first, and when I'm pissed off, I'll raise the Thousand Chance Mountain to the ground. Mrs. Yuan smiled faintly. If you had that ability, you wouldn't need to hold Ding Xiaoping hostage. Zhu Yudao had to admit that for the time being, he did not have the ability to get a lineage with a Jindan sitting on it, but he also did not want to participate in any sea hunting conferences. This Mrs. Yuan seemed to have read his mind. In addition to allowing you to obtain the Buddha flame root in a righteous manner, you'll also be able to eat the meals that Qingqing personally cooks for you for a year and guarantee that you'll be well fed all the time. This woman is a good judge of character. Promise, or promise? Zhu Yudao considered for a moment. Mrs. Yuan's proposal is tempting. Only, what exactly is the constitution of this sea hunt? It wasn't the first time he had heard of high carry. Yang Wenlong had once invited him and he had declined. Sea hunting, as the name suggests, is hunting on the sea. This activity is an event jointly organized by the 16 immortal cultivation families in our southern domain, once every 5 years, intended to divide the interests so as to avoid private fights. Understand, it's a convention that divides the fruit according to strength. You just mentioned the lottery. What was that about again? A parley, similar to a bet. For example, if we, the Yuan family, wish to obtain the Ding family's Buddha flame root, we make a request for the other party to take this as a wager, and if we win, the Buddha flame root will belong to us, and similarly, if we lose, the parley that they have specified will belong to them. So, what are the rules of this sea hunt? The rules of the sea hunt are that each family sends 5 cultivators below Jingdan to hunt in the designated sea area, and whoever gets the most prey and the higher the grade of the sea beasts they get is the winner. The relevant share of benefits is distributed according to the ranking. If that's the case, wouldn't it be fine to invite a few more experts to help in the battle? Yuan Qingwei interjected. That's not the case. First of all, our family can't have less than 3 participants. Secondly, those who invite the helpers will definitely have to pay enough benefits as well, and there will be casualties in every sea hunt. My family's father died of serious injuries and illnesses in the last sea hunt, so not everyone will be willing to take the risk, and if you, Dao friend Zhu, are unwilling to do so, the Yuan family won't be reluctant. Yuan Qingcheng couldn't help but stomp her feet when she heard her elder brother's words. Just now, the old mother's efforts were wasted. Mrs. Yuan also sighed. It is good to be pure in nature, but in the weak and strong cultivation world, it is the original sin. If there is really no suitable male in the family, she really doesn't want this son to be the head of the Yuan family. Zhu Yudao, however, secretly nodded his head. In front of the interests, can still think of others? Such a person can be handed over. Well, I promise to participate in the sea hunt, but staying in your house will bring you trouble, so it's better to stay somewhere else. Yuan Qingcheng couldn't help but be pleased. If you, Taoist friend, find it inconvenient to live here, the Peach Blossom Mountain in front of you is also my family's property, and there is a manor there, so you can stay there temporarily. Yes, Zhu Yudao picked up Ding Xiaoping's arm. Go back and tell your family's old ancestor that a certain person lives in Peach Blossom Mountain. If you have the guts, let your horse come over. I will definitely convey this to old ancestor. Farewell. This one had 2 teeth knocked out and his speech was a little leaky. Seeing him off, Yuan Qinghua said, Fellow Daoist Zhu, Ding Sun, the old ancestor of the Ding family, is a mid-Jindan cultivator, so you can at least take care of yourself if you live here. Mr. Zhu doesn't like to involve others. It's convenient to fight in Peach Blossom Mountain without hurting other people. Alright, if there's something wrong, you can send a note. The Yuan family won't sit idly by. At noon, Yuan Qingcheng made a whole pig feast. Zhu Yudao ate half of it, and packed away the remaining half. Peach Blossom Mountain is only a dozen miles away from Peach Blossom Village. This mountain is not too high, but it stretches for 100 miles. With pleasant scenery, it is considered a good place. The manor on the hillside, which is used for guarding the mountains and forests, is a compound with 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms, with full living facilities. Since I'll be staying here for a year, of course I'm going to swing it. The inner Tian Yuan 5 elements formation, the middle layer of the Dutian Divine Fury formation, and the Chi-Men Trapped Immortal formation acted as a mountain protection formation. This kind of dispensation, catching up with the defense system of a small to medium-sized sect. He was not satisfied with this, and prepared the army of beast puppets again, and also had the earth-armored dragon open a few tunnels, in case he encountered an existence that was too strong. At least there would be a back way out. While he was busy with the construction of his residence, the Yuan family, mother and son, were worried. I thought I had found a helper, but I didn't expect it to be a disaster. If the giant sword sect knows he is here with us, it will definitely involve the Yuan family. Mother, just let him go. It's useless. Now that the Ding family is spreading the word around that he's here with us, those loose cultivators who came for the reward are afraid that they'll take it out on us. Mrs. Yuan said in chagrin. It's not right to let him go. It's not right to keep him. So what should we do? Let's wait and see what happens. If those loose cultivators kill the people, things will be over. By the time Tan Jiuxiu came to Yunmeng's, Zhu Yudao's incident at Peach Blossom Mountain was almost known to everyone. He couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Surnamed Zhu had the audacity to expose his whereabouts. This is called asking for death. He decided to have a mantis catching cicadas and a yellow sparrow at the back. On the 5th day of Zhu Yudao's stay at Peach Blossom Mountain, the first batch of guests arrived. More than a dozen in total. both at the foundation establishment stage and the chi refining stage. After they entered Peach Blossom Mountain, they directly killed and ran to the manor on the mountainside. But when they were almost at the manor, they were blocked by a barrier. The dozen or so people worked in unison and quickly broke through the barrier. But before they could take a few steps, they encountered the barrier again. Just like this, walking and stopping, a distance of more than 100 feet, they used an hour, and had not yet reached the manor. But the barriers were breaking through dozens of layers. Some of the chi refining stage spiritual energy had already consumed most of it, and they beat a retreat. But, wanting to go back, they found that they still had to break through the layers of barriers. There was nothing to do, only to continue to charge forward. Finally, another half hour of struggle to the front of the manor, and then countless ghosts launched an attack on them. Ghost claws of the underworld, ghost whistles, net of een, constantly wear down their defense and spiritual power. In the end, only 3 people entered the manor. Thousands of wind blades, only one wave, all 3 were lynched. The death was extremely tragic, but did not even see what the person they were looking for looked like. Tan Jiuxiao, who was secretly watching from afar, although he was hindered by the formation and couldn't see what was happening inside. But the fact that a dozen or so people, 5 or 6 foundation establishment, entered and none of them came out made his expression become grave. And at this point, he probably understood Zhu Yudeo's intentions. Within the formation, the first thing is to take advantage of the home field. Secondly, within the range of the formation, the long-range attack ability and flying ability of the foundation stage, Jin Dan stage, and even the Yuaning stage, will be greatly restricted. And Zhu is the most skilled at close combat. If he goes in, and the other party is hard, I am afraid that he can't take advantage of the situation. Therefore, in order to take out Zhu Yudao, the formation must be broken first. However, one's attainments in the Dao of formation were sparse. So did one have to run back to the sect tens of thousands of miles away and invite a formation master over? He decided to wait and see what would happen. Maybe a loose cultivator who knew about formations would come. Of course, Yuan family members were also paying attention to the movements in Peach Blossom Mountain, and their feelings were more complicated, both wishing Zhu Yudao to die and be done with it, and also wishing that he could defeat all the bounty hunters and participate in the coming year's sea hunting conference. Mother, Lu Zhangda, the Lu family's oldest ancestor, has taken people to Peach Blossom Mountain. Yuan Qinghua felt that Zhu Yudao was really in trouble this time. The Lu family is at least a family of the world, but they actually want to get a reward. Aren't they afraid of causing trouble for their own family? Mrs. Yuan said hatefully. I do wonder why the Ding family didn't come. That old man, Ding Sun, has always been as cunning as a fox, so maybe he wants to pick up the present. Mother and son, 3 people talking. The Lu family group of cultivators burst into the Chi Men trapped immortal formation. There are Jin Dan hit the head. Those barriers can only slightly hinder their footsteps. Tan Jiuxiao cannot help but secretly happy. There is a Jin Dan as a trailblazer. He can sit and reap the benefits of the fisherman. The greatest advantage of the Chi Men trapped immortal formation was trapping the enemy, not defense. With a Jin Dan cultivator taking the lead, breaking into the core of the big formation would not be a problem. However, upon entering the courtyard, he immediately encountered the attack of the shadowy souls and severe ghosts. Countless claw shadows that covered the sky. This kind of attack was not considered strong, but it was still not a small threat to chi refining stage cultivators. And this time, the Lu family had come with 15 chi refining cultivators. Lu family ancestor Lu Zhengda, lest the family children damage is too heavy, sacrificed a fire gourd treasure. This treasure spewed out the flames, instantly led a group of ghosts into nothingness. The flames also ignited the house, but at that moment, the raging flame suddenly turned into a line of fire and was sucked away by a huge crow. Divine Flame Flying Crow, I can't imagine that this treasure of yours is in your hands. It's really a no-brainer. Instead of being shocked, he raised his hand and transformed into a giant palm of spiritual energy, about to catch the flying crow away, expecting something to stop him. As a result, he managed to capture and ingest the flying crow into his hands. That's too easy, isn't it? Ha, what's this? An oval object fell from the flying crow's head, seemingly unusual, and he struck out and caught it instinctively. No good. It's poisonous. After he realized that a toxin had ignored the protective spiritual light and invaded his palm, he immediately threw the item away while resisting the spread of the toxin with his spiritual power. However, this kind of poison was very peculiar. The spiritual energy was only slightly hindered, and it was quickly assimilated by the toxin, instead intensifying the spread of the toxin. And just then, Zhu Yudao appeared, his blade light bursting like a star, cross-chopping. There was nothing to do. He could only dodge. The Lu clan cultivators swarmed up and attempted a group beating. Circular spinning arc-like chop, arc-shaped blade light, covering a range of 3 feet. all the limbs and broken bodies wherever the blade light is. Some people were even cut at the waist. People did not die, but the lower half of the body is gone. It is really miserable. Lu Zhangda's eyes were wide with anger. The ones he brought out this time were the elite of the clan. If they all died here, the Lu family would be greatly wounded. Hatefully, in a moment of greed, he had been counted out and was a bit self-conscious at the moment. He gritted his teeth and took out a precious seal. Whether or not he could kill the person in one fell swoop depended on this strike. The precious seal came out of his hand and then transformed into 2 zhang in size. A huge runic seal that covered Zhu Yudao. Zhu Yudao instantly became extremely slow to move. The precious seal slammed down. Bingo! He couldn't help but feel happy. The force of 10,000 pounds could definitely smash someone into a meat pie. Even if it didn't smash to death, another group of family cultivators could combine their efforts and still accomplish a great deal. However, that purple treasure sword suddenly transformed into a huge sword and slashed the treasure seal. The precious seal let out a mournful cry and crashed to the ground, transforming into its original size, with a visible crack appearing on the seal. A superb magic treasure? This shocked him beyond words. This level of magic treasure was usually only held by Yuaning true lords. How could a foundation stage have this kind of treasure? His greed rose. However, the toxin that had spread to his upper arm instantly pulled him back to reality. Looking at Zhu Yudao again, an instant after the restriction disappeared, he transformed into 3 or 4 figures, chopping left and right, combining them into a joke. Now was not the time to covet magic treasures, but to save one's life. He was also decisive, taking out a flying sword and directly chopping off his poisoned left arm, throwing Zhu Yudao a drawing and shouting, "Retreat! Then lead the breakout." But it's easy to get in and hard to get out. Breaking through the Tian Yuan 5 elements formation was immediately a layer of barriers. Drawing a dungeon, it only blocked Zhu Yudao for 2 breaths before coming after him. Seeing one family son or daughter die tragically under the knife, he had to break the back himself. Just as Tan Joshio had speculated, Zhu Yudao had set up the formation with the main purpose of restricting long-range attack capabilities, without the ability to attack from a distance. Even a Yuaning true lord was a paper tiger when forced by a strong force. Lu Zhangda did know 2 hands of martial arts, but he was now missing an arm, and he was a bit unable to hold on after just 10 breaths. There's nothing to do but soar the runes. He was a talisman master himself and had accumulated quite a few talismans. Giant wood talismans, light prison talismans, 5 thunder talismans, ice ceiling talismans, golden needle talismans, 2 or 3 at a time, and threw them out like no money. It was the first time that Zhu Yudao had seen that the entire battle relied on soaring talismans, and his whole body of force was actually unable to do anything under this continuous talisman attack. Since close combat was out of the question, let's change our tactics. 9 flying swords came out of their sheaths, 9 stars in a row, and the swords were like flying locusts. The talisman could be sent instantly, but in the face of this continuous flying sword strike, it immediately lost the might it had just had. This was battle method restraint. No battle method was omnipotent. Lu Zhangda had no choice but to invoke a defensive magic treasure. He only hoped that he could delay some more time. However, seeing his own cultivator busy half a day, only with their own pull away 20 feet of distance, according to this speed, he tired to death. These family children also cannot rush out. Just when he thought he was going to be in trouble this time, suddenly someone fell from the sky. The honeycomb-like barrier formed by the Chi Men trapped immortal formation was actually penetrated directly by the mountainous swordlight, and a dashing figure landed in the formation. Who was it if not Tan Joshio? He scanned the circle. TSK, TSK, a bunch of losers, cultivating all the way to the dogs? At another time, Lu Zhangda would inevitably have to bump into the other party for a few moments, but now it was only as if the savior had come. Fellow Taoist, save your life. Saving you is fine. 100,000 spirit stones. Deal. Tan Joshio saw that Lu Zhangda was really unable to hold on, and pointed a finger at the flying sword. This sword disappeared, but the next moment there were countless channels of swordlight like silk threads sweeping out like a rolling torrent, instantly breaking the sunflower like sword wheels, and then transforming into a giant wave, sweeping towards Zhu Yudao. Zhu Yudao knew that the giant waves were made of swordlight, but it gave him the feeling that there were waves rolling in head-on. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, he invoked a precious shield, which instantly transformed into the size of 10 feet. An ear-piercing cutting sound rang out, and the wave blocked it, but the surface of the treasure shield was scraped off, and it was already scrapped. He certainly recognized the person who came, and knew the gap between the 2 sides, but he did not expect the gap to be so large, and estimated that with another sword, he would be finished. This is no time for bravado. First, he flung out a light prison talisman, then collected his flying sword and returned to the courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, the torrent of light from the sword had already pursued him. gasping for a fight. The waves of chi that erupted collided with the surging torrent of sword chi, and the attacking forces abetted each other. But the torrent of sword chi ultimately prevailed, and there were sword rays that went straight to Zhu Yudao's body. The body protector's true deity crumbled, but the good thing was that the remaining force was no longer enough to break the defense. He took a long leap into the well in the courtyard. How can we let him get away with a duck that's almost cooked? Tan Zhuoxiu maneuvered his flying sword to chase into the well. Dang! The bell rang, and there were bizarre runic patterns floating out. Although he had taken precautions, he still felt his soul shake. The next moment, my sword! His face became extremely ugly as the connection with the flying sword became extremely weak. And that flying sword was his original flying sword. If this sword was damaged, not only would his mind and spirit be greatly involved, his battle power would also be greatly discounted. He desperately pinched his sword technique in an attempt to beckon back the flying sword. However, the flying sword seemed to be trapped in an inexplicable space. A space that separated him from the flying sword. Divine Sense scanned the well. Is there water in the well? Should I enter the well and search? Come to think of it, Zhu Yudao is the best at close combat. If you go in there, wouldn't you be giving away food? However, the native flying sword cannot be easily given up. He decided to find someone to take the risk for himself. However, when he turned back to look for Lu Zhengda again, he found that guy had already broken out of the formation, with his remnants of the army, and ran away without looking back. Tan Zhuoxiu hated his teeth, but even if he wanted to chase Lu Zhengda and the others, he couldn't, so he could only find them later to settle the score. Not daring to enter the well and search, he scanned his surroundings and immediately had an idea. Blasted the house down, filled the well with earth and rocks, and buried Zhu alive in the well. When he said he would do it, with his late Jindan stage means, it was easy to do this little thing. The earth and rocks were pulled by him and fell into the well. In no time at all, the well overflowed, indicating that it had filled up, and all he had to do was to keep watch on it and wait for the guy who had been buried alive to burrow out on his own. 3 feet down the side of the well, in a tiny hole, the soul-gathering coffin was resting inside. Zhu Yudao couldn't help but be happy when he saw the flying swords bouncing back and forth in front of him. Earlier, he jumped into the well and opened the boundary, and just as he drilled into the boundary, the flying sword followed him into the boundary. It's not a mechanism he designed, it's purely coincidental. The flying sword that entered the boundary naturally entered the soul-gathering coffin, and when the boundary disappeared, the sword was trapped in it. The power of this sword, which he had personally tasted, was at least a top-grade magic treasure. However, a magic treasure that had a master needed to have the sacrificial imprint on it erased, and that was a big job. Someone was a sword cultivator, and flying swords were the second life of a sword cultivator. Since he can't be of use to me, it's good to destroy him and make things difficult for the enemy. A different person would not want to destroy a flying sword worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, but Zhu Yudao didn't care. He had recently made a fortune, so what was the point of destroying a sword? Grabbing the flying sword, he took out his mountain opening battle axe and smashed it furiously for a while. The flying sword was of excellent quality, and it took dozens of smashes to break it. Just as the flying sword was damaged, Tan Zhuoxiu, who was waiting for the rabbit, had his heart and soul shaken, and a mouthful of blood was spewed out. Little thief, I'm going to break your body into pieces. He took out another spare flying sword and slashed at the water well for a while, but unfortunately it was of no use at all. But at that moment, someone else broke into the formation. In a short time, a large group of people came in. These people saw Tan Zhuoxiu and recognized that it was a famous Jindan, which did not match the description of the Foundation establishment stage. However, having already barged in, it was definitely impossible to make good, so they all maneuvered their magic weapons and magic treasures and smashed them over with a brain. If Tan Zhuoxiu wants to explain, he may not be unable to do so. However, he was in desperate need of venting at this point and went on a killing spree. These loose cultivators are just a group of people. Once they see Zhu Yudao so fierce, they have to flee, but unfortunately, the formation has become an obstacle to their escape, and in the end, only 2 people succeeded in escaping. The 2 of them passed by Peach Garden Village and were stopped by Yuan Qingwa's family of 3. You too, slow down. Yuan family master, is it possible that you want to fall down a well? The 2 of you have misunderstood. We just want to ask you about the situation of Peach Blossom Mountain. Humph, counting on us being blinded by lard. I can't imagine that your Yuan family has found a Jindan stage ruthless person as a backer. You said that Taoist Zhu is at the Jindan stage? Mrs. Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. She was also at the late stage of Foundation establishment and was confident that she would not be mistaken. Do you think that Sun is so blind that he can't even distinguish between Jindan and Foundation establishment? What about those other dogs? No need to ask. Of course they all fell. If you 3 want to stop again, I'll blame us for fighting for our lives. The three members of the Yuan family, seeing that the two were in a hurry, could only let them go. Mother, I always have the feeling that what they are talking about is not fellow Taoist Zhu. Yuan Qingcheng said. Yeah, there's no mistaking that Zhu Yudao is in the early stage of foundation establishment. Could it be that he still has helpers? If you have help, why hide it? Is it possible that he's using himself as bait to deliberately lure those greedy people to his door and then take advantage of the opportunity to get rich? Yuan Qingcheng's words made Mrs. Yuan and Yuan Qinghua have a sense of enlightenment. This explanation is very reasonable. Knowing that you are being pursued, you still stay in Peach Blossom Hill and don't leave. Isn't that silly? So there's only one possibility, and that's intentional fishing. Mother and son who thought they had found the right answer. All three of them were a bit spine-chilling. Fortunately, they did not move the wrong mind. Otherwise I am afraid the end will be very miserable. Peach Blossom Mountain. Within the Great Formation, after Tan Jiuxiao finished venting, he was ready to collect the trophies to make up for his losses. And then he was surprised to find that, except for the last few guys he killed, all the others had been touched by someone. Who would have done it can be guessed with your toes. Zhu Yudao, get your ass out here. I'm going to peel your skin and whip your tendons. Of course Zhu Yudao wouldn't come out. At this time he was furiously sending out good guy cards. Lao Tan good guy nah. With you sitting here, I'm worry-free. Then he opened a bunch of Qinkuan bags and started counting his harvest. Tan Jiuxia guessed that there must be tunnels. Otherwise how could he get rid of the loot under his nose? So, the scrutiny began, even to the point of digging. Finally, he found a hole behind the collapsed house. Digging down the hole, he found the direction to be the very same well, which made him overjoyed, with the feeling that he was about to dig up a treasure. Digging a few feet, he saw that he was not far from the well, and suddenly his heart was alarmed. Just as he was about to fly out, the earth and rocks he dug out earlier split his head and fell, burying him inside the hole. A late-stage Jindan cultivator, the number 3 person of the giant sword sect, would have a lot of fun if he was buried alive. In the nick of time, he utilized the Earth Escape Talisman and directly escaped from Peach Blossom Mountain. Zhu Yudao, who was ready to pick up the advantage, let the Earth-armored dragon drill the ground to check and found that there was no trace of Tan Jiuxiao. He could not help but secretly say that it was a pity. He swore that he would learn to set up the forbidden system, and when he encountered such an opportunity again in the future, he might be able to catch a live one. The house collapsed and the estate was in ruins. I was considering whether or not to continue staying here, when there was another commotion outside. He thought it was Tan Jiuxiao coming back again, but it turned out that it was Yuan Qinghua and Yuan Qingcheng, the siblings, who came instead. Fellow Taoist Zhu, we've brought you food. The two took out tons of food while scanning around. What are you two looking for? Nothing. Is fellow Taoist Zhu alone here? Does someone else live here? We mean, those guys are gone? No, it's all over there. The two of them looked over in the direction he was pointing and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In a large pit, dozens of corpses and bones were piled up. Some of them were still incomplete, and their deaths were horrifying. Yuan Qinghua only managed to squeeze out a few words in half a day. Fellow Taoist, that's awesome. General, it's not good to live here anymore. I'm going to leave for a while and come back when the sea hunt is over. Fellow Taoist is right. Let's refurbish this place first. Well, this food is too little. Prepare more for me. No problem. We'll go back and get ready. The siblings returned home and told Mrs. Yuan what they had seen and heard. It's good that he's gone for a while. Xingcheng just work hard and prepare more food. How much to get? Compare it to his meals and prepare it as if it were 6 months worth. That much? Mrs. Yuan suddenly laughed softly. He is our family's guest secretary, now within 10,000 miles of Yunmeng's. Who doesn't know that there is a powerful character in our family? Let's see which curmudgeon dares to mess with our Yuan clan again. Mother, although Taoist Zhu is very strong, he's only at the early stage of foundation establishment after all. Yuan Qingcheng laughed. Didn't someone say that he is a Jindan? Let's treat him as a golden Dan. And if anyone has any doubts, let him go to fellow Taoist Zhu to verify it. Oh, that's the reason. You two must be more strict with your mouths. Don't let people probe the truth. Especially Qinghua. Don't be too truthful. Yuan Tinghua's face showed a look of embarrassment. In order to prepare meals for Zhu Yudao, the Yuan family made a crazy big purchase. First going to Yun Mengfong. Anyone who knew the Yuan siblings were pointing behind their backs, and those who were familiar with them even went up to talk to them. Fellow Taoist Yuan, buying so many spirit fish. We have a guest of honor in our house, and with no other hobbies, we like to eat meals made by Qingcheng. That's no reason to buy so many. You've got to have hundreds of them. Yuan Qinghua was just about to say that Zhu Yudao had a large meal when Yuan Qingcheng grabbed the lead and said, "It's not like we're eating alone. We still have to buy a couple of first-order wild boars. so I'll take my leave first. Not for one? This one was thoughtful. The news of the Yuan family's crazy purchasing spree went viral. Combined with the oral accounts of the loose cultivators who had escaped back from Peach Blossom Mountain, there were claims about the Yuan clan's guest ministers that became more and more sinister. There are roughly 3 versions summarized. In the first version, Zhu Yudao, a bloody-handed maniac, becomes a guest secretary of Yuan Qingqing's family after taking a fancy to Yuan's beauty and makes a fortune by luring people to the bait at Peach Blossom Hill. Hearing this statement, Yuan Qingqing was angry. It was clearly for food. How did it turn into beauty? However, this could not be explained yet, whether it was food or beauty. In short, Zhu's prestige was good for the Yuan family. Other than that, the Zhang and Lu families, who used to rob Yuan's fishing harbor, suddenly withdrew from the harbor of their own accord. In the second version, someone had been pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. In fact, he was a Jindan, not some early stage of foundation building at all. There is also a basis for this. Firstly, the 2 people who escaped from Peach Blossom Mountain said that someone Zhu was a Jindan stage sword cultivator. Secondly, Lu Zhangda, the Lu family's oldest ancestor, was injured and had a broken arm, which was a strong proof that he could injure a Jindan stage cultivator. Oddly enough, no one from the Lu family has come to dispel the rumors. In the third version, there were actually a total of 2 guest ministers from the Yuan family. One was the blood-handed maniacal demon Zhu Yudao, and the other was a Jindan stage sword cultivator. They were using the giant sword sex wanted posters to lure those bounty hunters onto the bait and make a fortune. No matter which version, it proves that Zhu is not to be messed with, and now the Yuan family has a strong backer. And in the future, when dealing with the Yuan family, it cannot be like before. Zhu Yudao didn't know that he had made such a big name for himself around Yin Mengzhe that the blood-handed fiend had become an existence that made the scattered cultivators and immortal cultivation families in this area talk about it. He didn't stay at the Yuan family for a few days. The delicacies made by Yuan Qingqing filled up 4 large-capacity Qiankuan pouches, which made him very satisfied. Yuan family master, I'll be back before the next spring. If anyone is looking for me, tell them to come over by then. Mr. Zhu will definitely be there for them. There shouldn't be any ungrateful ones coming back to find trouble with fellow Taoist Zhu. The Ding family of the Thousand Chance Mountain has already sent word that they were genuinely invited at the time of the spirit martial sex celebration, not with any bad intentions, so please don't misunderstand, and have already promised to take the Buddha flame roots as a prize for the sea hunt. Count on them to know what's good for them. There have been some rumors going around lately, so don't take them to heart, fellow Taoist. Oh, what are all the rumors? Yuan Tinghua told some rumors. Briefly, Zhu Yudao couldn't help but glance at Yuan Qingcheng when he heard that he was rumored to be a womanizer. This woman looked away somewhat sheepishly. Oh, spread the word. I'm already infamous anyway. How is it infamous? It's called prestigious. Taoist Zhu is prestigious. Listening to people bragging, his heart was naturally comfortable. Zhu Yudao brought a large number of delicacies and quietly left the Yun Mengzhe area, disguised himself, put on a mask, and flew his sword in the direction of the Spirit Beast Mountain workshop. He went to the Spirit Beast workshop for 3 main purposes. The first purpose, to buy spirit-feeding pills for the Earth-armored dragon. Since it was already a spirit pet, of course he had to cultivate it. Not to mention that the Earth-armored dragon was also an exotic beast that had a keen perception of spirit objects, which would be very helpful in treasure hunting. The second purpose, the Peach Blossom Mountain battle had gained a large amount of belongings that he wanted to liquidate into spirit stones. Yun Meng Fong was too small, and those belongings would be easily recognized. The third purpose, the turquoise scale snake mold to refine the treasure armor. Need to find a master refiner. From the Yuan siblings' mouth to learn. Yun Meng Workshop's refiner can only make magic weapon. Even magic treasure cannot be refined, not to mention the more difficult treasure armor, so it must go to a larger workshop. More than 10,000 miles. If one is in a hurry, it is only 2 or 3 days' work. Zhu Yudao spent a whole half-month, not rushing in the dark, not rushing when the sun is too poisonous, and even more not rushing when it is cloudy and raining. Walk all the way, shop all the way, eat all the way. There are many fish and rice villages in the southern part of Dongzhou, and although there are no high mountains and steep hills, there are small bridges and flowing water and apricot blossom villages, and ancient paths with drunken flower shade at sunset. Of course, the road would still be lonely without good food and wine. Just like that, he traveled to the Spirit Beast place on Spirit Beast Mountain. My first impression when I first came here was that the sanitary conditions were very poor and excrement could be seen on the streets. Of course, it's not human feces, it's a spirit animal. 9 out of 10 cultivators from Spirit Beast Mountain had spirit pets, and many of the casual cultivators who came to the marketplace also came for the spirit beasts. Therefore, it is inevitable that the chickens and dogs will smell each other and enter their noses in a fishy manner. When in Rome, Do as the Romans do. What's so fussy about a beggar? That shopkeeper. Give me an upper room. It must be clean. No odors. And the beds must be brand new. This A-size room of ours is 10 spirit stones a day. The female boss was high on melon seeds while looking at the handsome male cultivator passing by with both eyes. Zhu Yudao took out a top-grade magic weapon flying sword. Is this enough to cover the room fee for January? The lady boss took it, turned it over and identified it, then her eyes lost their smile. Enough, too much. I'll have it recleaned and everything replaced with new. To ask you about something, does the workshop market have any refiners who can refine treasure armor? Refining treasure armor. Ah, that would have to find Master Ling Shuesong Ling, but it's a bit difficult to ask Master Ling to refine weapons. Oh, what's the difficulty? Master Ling has an odd temperament. He doesn't refine those who don't see eye to eye. Even if he agrees to help you with refining, there are conditions. Either prepare 2 copies of the same material, or help him do one thing. It's really hard to serve. The one who can refine the precious armor is definitely not only this Master Ling. Zhu Yudao thinks that if he really can't, he will change the place. To the east there is Fei Hua sect, to the west there is Easy sect. However, since I'm here, I'll ask by the way, and if it doesn't work, I'll find another master refiner. After resting at the inn for the night, the next day, he started to stroll around the marketplace. The scale of the spirit beast place is similar to the flying dragon place. Half an hour stroll around. The price situation here is also mapped out. First, I'm going to get a big chunk of my wealth out of my hands. Of course, these belongings wouldn't be sold to the same store, and when the things were sold out, there were nearly another 100,000 spirit stones coming in. Got money and started spending. The spirit serving pill was not a rare spirit medicine. He bought 60 bottles in one breath, spending 30,000 spirit stones, and replenished some yellow sprout pills, so that the spirit stones that he had just arrived at had gone most of the way in an instant. 2 of the 3 things done, he found that Master Ling's store where he was refining weapons. The door to the store was open, but there was no one inside. He was about to shout a voice when the sound of arguing came from the inner room. Get the hell out of here. I won't help you refine the treasure. What can you do about it? Old man Ling, don't give your face away. I won't let you refine it. If you don't refine it, I'll make a scene at your place every day. I'm in charge of the spirit beast place anyway. Why are you such a scoundrel? An old man huffed and puffed out. Seeing Zhu Yudao, I'm in a bad mood today. I'm not refining, so go away. Being chucked out, Zhu Yudao wouldn't be a deadbeat. However, just as his front foot stepped out of the store, the old man suddenly added, "Little fellow, if you whisk this person out of here, this master will help you refine weapons for free." Zhu Yudao couldn't help but stop in his tracks and turned his head. Just chuck it out? That's right. Seeing the sly look in the old man's eyes, Zhu Yudao knew that the guy in the room was not to be messed with. However, since he dared to take the move, he certainly had the means to do so. Walking into the inner room, a young cultivator was sitting on a chair with a big horse, still holding a pot of tea, sipping it there in a leisurely manner. Zhu Yudao came in, and the other party just raised his eyelids for a moment. You want to drive me away? I'd like to see how you're going to drive me away. Believe it or not, if I don't hurry, you'll leave on your own? Oh, I'd like to see that. Not only did the youth get curious, even that Master Ling from the outside couldn't figure out what method Zhu Yudao had to make this scoundrel, who couldn't be beaten or shooed away, leave the store on his own. Zhu Yudao took out 36 demon streamers, and in an instant, the entire house was filled with extremely dense fiends and ghosts. These ghosts didn't attack either, and only kept emitting ghostly whistling sounds. Ghostly whistles had a mind-shaking effect, while the densine fury would erode the flesh and defile the divine soul. You're cheating. The youth on the chair quickly couldn't sit still. Anyone who was in a room with a large group of shadowy souls and severe ghosts would find it difficult to remain calm. Fellow Taoist can continue to sit here. I'm not shooing you. Alright, count your ruthlessness. I'll remember you. Don't fall into my hands. The youth left the store resentfully. Zhu Yudao collected the Dutian Divine Fury formation. Senior, it's a pleasure. Master Ling sized him up with interest. Only he was wearing a mask and his face could not be seen. You're a disciple of the Night Fork sect? No, it's just paying for a set of formations. Well, what kind of magic treasure are you going to refine? I'm going to refine a set of treasure armor. Here are the materials. Zhu Yudao took out materials such as snake molts and 1,000-year-old ice silkworm silk. This is the scale armor of a blue scale python. Where did you get it? Yun Meng days. Master Ling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. That demonic soul has unpredictable means and is good at using poison. How did you get this snake molt? Isn't it a bit much for seniors to ask questions? Well, are you going to make lower grade treasure armor? Or middle grade treasure armor? Oh, the The treasure armor refined from this material can reach the middle grade? Of course you can't, but if you add some more refining materials, it's no problem. What materials are needed? Spirit Fury, Secret Silver, and Resting Soil. Any Spirit Fury will do, can be chosen according to your own spiritual attributes. Zhu Dao stroked his chin. Of course he was not lacking in Spirit Fury. He also had Resting Soil, and it was an extremely high grade 9 heavenly resting soil. That thing was reserved for bone refining, but he couldn't use much of it, so he should be able to spare a little bit of it. What was a bit more troublesome was the Secret Silver. This kind of material was very rare, and it might not be available in the marketplace. Does Senior know where there is Secret Silver for sale? Oh, you have both the Spirit Fury and the Resting Soil? There are some, not many. I do have Secret Silver here, but you must do one thing for me. Tell me. If it's too difficult, forget it. Since you are able to get your hands on the Jasper Scale Snake Mold, you should have a way to get the Demonic Soul 7 Extinction Poison, right? Zhu Yudao laughed. I have a way to get the 7 Extinction Poison, but I also need to ask Senior's help to make this turtle shell into a magic treasure as well. Master Ling swept a glance. No problem. It's wrapped up in me. Alright then, how many days will Senior be able to refine the magic treasure? Refining the turquoise scale armor is more troublesome. At least 7 days. Upgrading this turtle shell for half a day is enough. Okay, I'll come over 8 days later and offer the 7 Extinction Poison. It's a deal. Zhu Yudao took out the Earth Spirit Crystal and half of the 9 Heavenly Breath Loam, and Master Ling couldn't help but have his eyelids flutter a little. A foundation stage that could take out a turquoise-scaled snake mold might be a chance. However, the 9 Heavenly Breath Soil and the Earth Spirit Crystal, these two are extremely difficult to find heavenly treasures. It is impossible that they are all obtained by chance. Then I'm afraid that there is a big person behind this kid. Maybe it is a certain Yuaning stage-old monster. Originally, he still had some strange thoughts, but at this time, he could only suppress them so as not to cause trouble for himself. The two parties signed a contract and Zhu Yudao left the store. He hadn't gotten very far when suddenly someone came crashing down on him head-on. Zhu Yudao dodges it. This person fell to the ground, then pointed at Zhu Yudao. You bumped me and still want to escape. Lord Patrolman, help! Rub! What a familiar bridge. Zhu Yudao had a feeling of returning to his previous life, and just as he was feeling emotional, a group of patrol guards came over, and the one at the head was no other than the one he had just whisked away with the Dutian God's Fury formation, wounded and absconded in the marketplace. Take him down. If you want to make a mistake, you can't make a mistake. Zhu Yudao was also speechless, not expecting the other party to be so despicable as to use such tactics to fix him. If you resist, I'm afraid that you can't live in this workshop. If you don't resist, you are a human being on the chopping block. Seeing that these patrol guards were charging up, there was no way he was going to stand still, but at that moment, someone drank. Qianli, don't fool around. The visitor looked to be in his mid to late 30s, with a stalwart face and an air of nonchalance. Big brother, stay out of this. Don't be offended if you cause less trouble. Fellow Daoist Zhu. Zhu Yudao froze. He had never seen this person before, and he was wearing a mask. How could the other party recognize him? Your Excellency, I'm Feng Qianshan, and fellow Daoist Zhu's elegance in the spirit martial sect is truly admirable. Feng Qianshan? You're the one with 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes. Feng Qianshan? He, false name only. Zhu Dao, you come to Spirit Beast Mountain. Feng Mao should be a landlord friendship. I do not know if Zhu Dao you willing to enjoy the light. Right now was the time to get rid of the trouble. Someone was willing to treat him. Of course he was very happy to do so. Then I'll be sorry. The duo arrived at the restaurant, and with them was the patrol commander. This is the younger brother Feng Qianli. Don't be offended. Fellow Daoist Zhu, having already been recognized, Zhu Yudao simply removed his mask. No offense. No offense. There is just one thing that I don't know. I would like to ask for an answer from fellow Daoist Feng. You mean, how do I recognize it's you? Exactly. Feng Qianshan smiled faintly and waved his hand. A majestic mastiff revealed itself. This spirit beast of mine is the best at capturing scents. There is a remnant of your friends sent on the 10,000 poisons cauldron. So it made a note of it. 10,000 poison tripod. You and Senior Pei are. It is precisely my master. The 10,000 poison cauldron was requested by my master on my behalf. So it is. There is a saying that if you don't have anything to offer, it's either a woman's job or a thief. Zhu Yudao guessed that the other party was treating him to something. Sure enough, after 3 rounds of wine, Feng Qianshan stated the intention of the invitation. I heard from my master that you have extraordinary battle prowess, so I, Feng, would like to spar with you on your skills? I wonder if that's possible. Cutting is really not much fun. Win, offend people. Lose, their own ugly. Thinking about how to politely refuse. Feng Qianli, who had been drinking mulled wine, suddenly said, "Cutting and sparring is so meaningless. How about betting on the lottery? It's not impossible. If fellow Daoist Zhu has a need, he might as well say it." It looked like it couldn't be shrugged off, so Zhu Yudao thought for a moment. "Serving spirit pills it is then. I want your Dutian Divine Fury formation," Feng Qianli said. Feng Qianshan glared at his own brother. If fellow Daoist Zhu doesn't want to part with it, he can exchange it for something else. A spirit stone will do. Since fellow Daoist Feng Qianli likes the Dutian Divine Fury formation, then let this be the prize. The matter of cutting gambling fights was agreed upon, and the atmosphere at the banquet became smooth. Zhu Yudao never fakes his meals, and although the meals at this restaurant are not comparable to Yuan Qingqing's craftsmanship, they can still make do with what they have. Seeing how sweetly he ate, the Feng brothers were also driven to have an appetite, and the table of dishes was soon gone. Fellow Daoist Zhu doesn't seem to have eaten enough? Yeah, it's still close. Go back and have some more buns. What kind of talk is that? As the one who invites the guests, it is common sense not to say that we should treat our guests to a good meal, but at least a full one. Thus, Feng Qianshan had another table served. Then, is Daoist Zhu full? Almost. That's not even close. Feng Qianli couldn't help but ask, how long has it been since Daoist Zhu has eaten? I just ate this morning, so how much do you want in a meal? With dishes like this, another table should be enough. Feng Qianli couldn't help but rub his forehead with his hand. Fortunately, he only invited one meal. If he invited every day, he wouldn't be eating poorly? As the brothers were dumbfounded, Zhu Yudao finished off 3 tables of dishes. Alright, we're full. Let's find a place to spar. The 10,000 Beasts Mountain had a martial arts arena, but the two sides still chose to compete in the wilderness, with Feng Qianli being the only spectator. Fellow Daoist Feng, let's call it a day. Okay, fellow Daoist first. Zhu Yudao was not polite, and the spell of earth and divine thunder struck out. Feng Qianshan didn't dodge. An ice crystal like lotus flower emerged above his head, blocking the thunder light. At the same time, a water dragon whistled out with unparalleled momentum. Earthen wall technique. A strengthened version of the earth wall technique would normally have no problem at all blocking this blow. However, the earth wall was washed away, while the water dragon surprisingly did not disperse and continued to impact. Zhu Yudao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, and immediately an earth spirit claw was cast, grabbing the water dragon. But the water dragon was clawed and exploded. However, the cold chi was approaching, while the puddle of water, which had instantly transformed into an ice dragon, fiercely swung a divine dragon's tail. He was stunned even though he narrowly dodged it. A water dragon technique was just a water dragon technique, but it actually played so many tricks, and he felt that the water dragon did not seem to be a dead thing. Feng Qianshan did not give him a chance to catch his breath, raising his hand and rubbing out a water bomb to send out. The water bomb spell was the same as the fireball spell. It was the most basic spell, and this water bomb actually came with a sound of breaking air, making Zhu Yudao think of a cannonball. He chose to dodge. The water bombs burst with a bang. Water droplets splashed on his body, and the body shield that was comparable to a top-grade defensive artifact actually broke. In the next moment, these scattered water droplets recoalesced into water bombs that struck from his back. He had never been so passive when facing a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Weird power punch, instantly transforming into several figures. He rushed towards Feng Qianshan. The water dragon reappeared, and the attack was blocked by the pursuing water bombs, which formed a pincer movement with the water dragon. Gasping for a fight, the bursting waves of air washed away the water dragons and water bombs, and even Feng Qianshan, who was a few feet away, couldn't help but take a few steps backward. However, the water dragons and water bombs actually didn't land. This water dragon and water bomb of fellow Daoist Feng seems unusual. Feng Qianshan didn't hide it. My spirit beast mountain has a secret technique that can be cultivated with beast souls. As for this water bomb, it's primordial heavy water. Daoists who cultivate fire-based spells can refine spiritual fire, while those of us who cultivate water-based feats, we refine spiritual water for use. I see. Thanks for the instruction. What kind of technique was the last move that fellow Daoist used? I've never seen it before. The secret technique is called air rushing bull, and its principle is to compress its air to the extreme and then release it. Be taught. After a brief exchange, the two of them continued to fight, with Zhu Yudao attempting to utilize his ability to fight in close quarters. However, he was always hindered by the water dragon. Feng Qianshan wanted to rely on his water spells to break his defense, but he couldn't do it either. Thus, without using their magic treasures, neither of the two could do anything about it. Of course, both of them must have had reservations and did not bring out their crushing tactics. After that, they sparred over sword techniques. Zhu Yudao used the running thunder sword technique, while Feng Qianshan executed the spirit spider sword technique. Both sides were not sword cultivators, and fought to a standstill. Fighting again. There was no need, and the two turned to exchanging fighting techniques. Feng Qianli was a bit depressed. The two men were fighting beautifully, but what was the point of this lukewarm fight? The main thing is that the Dutian Divine Fury formation is gone. If you guys are talking about this, you might as well fight again for real. Feng Qianshan glared at him. The purpose of immortal cultivation is not to fight, but to live forever. Fighting is just a means to seek self-preservation. You don't think about fighting all day long. Fellow Taoist Feng is right. If cultivating immortality is for the sake of good courage, this immortality is not to be cultivated. Actually, I'm looking for fellow Taoist Jew to spar with because I have another matter that I want to ask for your help. Murphy, things are difficult, so you'll have to weigh me first. It is indeed very high, but after it's done, I can send you a bottle of 6th Order Earth Armored Dragon's Essence Blood. Zhu Yudao immediately came into the spirit. The growth potential of demonic beasts mainly depends on the bloodline. Just like human cultivators look at the spiritual roots for a reason. A demonic beast with an impure bloodline was destined to be unable to condense pills, and even more so, unable to transform. He didn't know what the potential of this Earth-Armored Dragon of his was, but if he obtained the essence blood of a 6th-ranked Earth-Armored Dragon, then he would be able to greatly increase its growth potential with this essence blood. Fellow Taoist Feng, tell me, what do you want me to do? There is an Ice Chi Island in the extreme north. I wonder if you've heard of it. Zhu Yudao couldn't help but see a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Could it be that fellow Taoist Feng is looking for the Taiyin spiritual liquid? Precisely. The Ice Jiao soul that I refine under me needs this kind of spirit liquid in order to advance. Fellow Taoist is not looking for the wrong person to cooperate with me, is he? Your sex Yuaning ancestor might have a better chance if he makes a move. Fellow Taoist Zhu thought wrong. With the strength of the Ice Chi King and the advantage of geographical location, even if a Yuaning true lord went there, it wouldn't be of any help. But instead, the lower the cultivation, the better the chances. What does that say? The Ice Chi King spends most of its time sleeping. If you are at the refining stage, it will basically pay no attention to you. What you really have to deal with are those below the 5th rank. As long as you can lure those Ice Chi dragged out of the Taiyin cave, then you can perform the convergence technique to enter the cave and obtain the spiritual liquid. What you asked me to do, lure away those Ice Chi dragons? That's right, and you can't make too much noise, so it's not suitable to cast spells, such as you, Taoist friend, who has strong defense and is good at melee combat, is the most suitable. Zhu Yudao thought for a moment. Have you ever thought that organ beasts and puppets are more suitable for this kind of thing? Feng Qianshan waved his hand and several organ beasts appeared. So it was prepared. The organ beasts are too inflexible and too far away to maneuver, and I'm afraid that the complexity of the Ice Chi Island's surface is too much for them to use. Zhu Yudao nodded. Aside from me, fellow Taoist should have found someone else, right? Not bad. There's also one of my senior brothers, as well as Fairy Ling of the Bamboo Mountain sect. Is it that Ling Yufeng who was on par with you? That's right. Zhu Yudao did some calculations. The Taiyin spiritual liquid was also something he had to get. He originally wanted to ask No Dali for help, but now it seemed like an opportunity. If I get the Taiyin spiritual liquid, I want to share too. No problem. When do we move? There are some more preparations to be made. I guess it will be half a month later. Okay, it's a deal. The hygiene of the Spirit Beast workshop was relatively poor, but there were still some redeeming qualities. For example, there was an ample supply of spirit eggs, so in the morning, Zhu Yudao was able to eat egg cakes made from spirit eggs and drink a pot of egg tea, sneak around after breakfast, returning to the inn to draw talismans. Now that the 5 Thunder Talisman had a 10% success rate, and the Anonymity Talisman had been initiated, he felt that he would be able to practice this craft to a high level sooner or later. A little wine for lunch and then a nap. In the afternoon, he delved into the method of setting up the Forbidden System. The battle at Peach Blossom Mountain gave him a lot of ideas. In the future, if he wants to open a dojo, all kinds of forbidden formations must be learned, so that he can have a sense of security. In the evening, the routine of getting high and practicing, then resting. And so, 8 days passed. Then go to Master Ling. Senior, can the precious armor be refined? Grandmaster Ling took out the dark green armor that looked very rustic and heavy. This armor weighs 48 pounds, is dominated by the earth attribute, and can withstand the piercing of an ordinary mid-grade flying sword. In addition to the basic defense, this armor's defense against poisonous fury is 50% higher than that of a magic treasure of the same rank. After saying that, he took out the turtle shell again, and the original huge turtle armor was now only a foot in diameter. Xian Armor Shield, a lower-grade magic treasure, with a bit of aquamarine crystal and meteorite iron refinement added for you. The physical defense can reach the level of a middle-grade magic treasure. Thank you, Elder. Hold your horses. Where's what I want? Zhu Yudao took out a pottery bottle. The reason why he didn't use a jade bottle or a metal bottle was because the venom inside was highly corrosive and only pottery was suitable for preserving this poison. Master Ling glanced at the colorless liquid inside and dripped a bit onto a magic weapon, which instantly dimmed in spiritual light. Not bad. It really is the 7 extinction poison. How did you get your hands on it? Of course Zhu Yudao wouldn't say. I got it by soaking it in biscuit scale gallbladder. It took a lot of maneuvering to get these. I won't dare to go to Cloud Dreamer again. Yeah, well, I don't know why I thought it was so easy for you to get it. That's the illusion of seniors. The innkeeper's wife, with whom I am on good terms, having been poked and prodded with a lie. Zhu Yudao didn't blush or jump. That boss's wife enjoys admiring handsome-looking cultivators. Don't be ridiculous. Jin Yang has always been clean. Yes, you're right. Zhu Yudao struck like lightning, snatched the 2 magic treasures, and hurriedly walked away. That night, he was thrown out by the boss's wife. Get out. You're not welcome here. Refund my money, or else I'll ask Taoist Feng Qianli to come and argue with you. Count on it. The boss's wife threw out the spell that had charged the room in the first place. There was more than one spirit beast place in, and Zhu Yudao entered another one. In the blink of an eye, it was the date of the appointment with Feng Qianshan. This is my senior brother Tongwei. His spirit beast, the rock eagle, is the nemesis of the ice chip. That one is Fairy Ling Yufeng Ling. Nice to meet you. Zhu Yudao sized up the 2 men. Tongwei looked to be in his mid to late 20s, and was at the same early stage of foundation establishment cultivation as him. Ling Yufeng had a baby face, belonging to the type that was delicate and cute, and it was hard to imagine that this one had made a huge name for herself among the East Continent foundation establishment stage. After getting to know each other, specific action steps were negotiated, and then off they went. Feng Qianshan had a flying magic treasure, which saved him the pain of flying long distances. 6 days later, the flying boat arrived at the icy ice field. A few people didn't seem to have much luck, and shortly after entering the ice field, they were targeted by a half-morphing demon cultivator. Seeing that they couldn't get rid of it, the 4 of them simply used it as a practice synergy. Feng Qianli released a water dragon to block the demonic cultivator's attack. Ling Yufeng threw out a net and entangled the demonic beast. Tongwei grasped the timing very accurately and offered a small hammer, which instantly transformed into a 5-foot giant hammer, knocking this 5th-stage demon king out of the air with just one strike. Zhu Yudao jumped from the flying boat, startling his 3 companions. Falling from 100 feet in the air, the role of light bodyguard is limited. If the operation is not good, did not release the flying sword in time, legs broken, arms broken or light. However, they saw that Zhu Yudao didn't release his flying sword at all, and actually caught up with the falling demon king by gliding. That demon king had just regained some of his mind, and before he could free himself from the entanglement of the large net, he was kicked by Zhu Yudao's heavily flying fairy's kick, accelerating his fall, and he immediately added a double dragon out of the sea, sending this demon king directly into the glacier, before landing lightly on the ground. When the 3 of them landed, the demon king had already been fished out by him and was dying. Taoist Zhu is kind. It's just a filler. Fairy, that's a nice net. Ling Yufeng smiled faintly, revealing her cute dimples. This is the spirit sealing net, made of black prison underworld iron. If you are covered by this net, your spiritual energy will be sealed. That hammer of fellow Taoist tones is also quite impressive. Feng Qianshan laughed. This thunderbolt shocking hammer, not only can it strike with a force of 10,000 pounds, but it also comes with lightning damage. Speaking of which, only I have put in the least amount of effort, and the 3 bits of this 5th-ranked snow ape are divided up. Let's make a deal. I'll give you 5,000 spirit stones each. How about selling this snow ape to me? 5th order demonic beast materials. The inner Dan can be sold for 5,000 spirit stones. The other materials add up to only 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones. The price Zhu Yudao gave is very fair. Ling Yufeng and Tongwei had no objections, but Feng Qianshan politely refused the 5,000 spirit stones, which made Zhu Yudao's perception of him rise a few more points. In addition to being strong, this person was also very generous, and had a very leader-like demeanor. Continuing the journey, he encountered flocks of snow eagles again, and after a vicious battle, each other's means became more and more familiar, and their cooperation also became more tacit. Zhu Yudao weighed it up in his mind. If he used this elite squad to fight against Tan Jiuxiao, the victory rate would definitely be over 70%, and that was with some reservations. Ice Chi Island, not in the ice field, but in the sea thousands of miles away from the ice source. Here, it's even colder than the ice sheet. The sea is full of floating icebergs, And if you're not in a flying boat, the bone-chilling sea breeze can kill a person half a life. They were still 100 miles away from Ice Chi Island. Fong Qianli collected the flying boat. Strutting onto the island was like looking for death. Close to the periphery of the island, the four of them all activated their stashed talismans and walked along the island, observing the situation on the island. After turning around, their faces all turned ugly. An island that was no more than 20 or so miles in circumference actually had 300 to 400 Ice Chi dragons, and this density meant that no matter how one lured them, they might face a siege of many Ice Chi dragons. Moreover, this does not include the Ice Chi dragons in the Taiyin cave. If all of them come out, the small island, almost catching up with the density of the fair, as a monster attractor. How to maneuver between the many Ice Chi dragons? Fellow Daoist Zhu, Fairy Ling, if the two of you aren't sure, give up this. Sub-action. Ling Yufeng looked at Zhu Yudao. What does fellow Daoist Zhu think? I've come. I always have to try. What's going on in the Taiyin cave is still unclear at the moment. Fellow Daoist Foam should first probe to determine if that Chi Dragon King is slumbering, and then we'll make our calculations. Good thing too.